Chapter 1 For Babies in One Birth. 3 years ago, Sumu graduated from university. The curse of breaking up after graduation came true. That day, Sumu saw with his own eyes his ex-girlfriend get into his godfather's BMW and gave him a middle finger. The words of my ex-girlfriend still ring in my ears, "Sumu, you are a loser. If I didn't think you were good looking, I wouldn't have bothered to talk to you in college. Now that you've graduated and I've found you as my godfather, you should just go back to delivering food. Maybe one day when I become a rich woman, I can support you." Sumu sneered, "Get lost." In the evening, Sumu went to the bar and drank a lot of wine. It has been 4 years. Even if you raise a dog, you will have feelings for it, let alone a person. It's just that Sumu was a free and easy person. After drinking some wine, he thought it through and let it go. Very drunk. The next day, in a hotel, in the presidential suite. Under the early morning sunlight, Sumu slowly woke up with a splitting headache. Looking at the bruises on the white body next to him and the pool of bright red on the bedsheet, he was stunned. All he remembered last night was that he got drunk and fell on the side of the road after coming out of the bar. Wait, is this the legendary corpse picker? But looking at the side, Sumu shook his head. It was because he could not refuse such a woman even when he was awake. Even if she was still asleep, her long eyelashes, delicate facial features, slightly frowned nose, and proud curves were like a top-notch work of art or a living fairy descending to earth. Sumu unconsciously compared the woman in front of him with his ex-girlfriend. Well, this was simply an insult to the woman in front of him. She is so beautiful that it makes people feel ashamed of themselves. Soon, the woman woke up. Facing her elf-like eyes and the cold pressure she unconsciously brought, Sumu gritted his teeth and said, "I will be responsible for you." Xiao Jun looked at the man in front of him, slightly dazed, but despite his embarrassment, he was extremely determined. "But, she doesn't need it. Here's a tip for you." Xiao Jun took off the bracelet on his hand and threw it directly to Sumu. Then he ignored Sumu and left without looking back. Afterwards, Sumu took the bracelet online and found that it was worth 30,000 yuan. Sure enough, we don't understand the world of rich women. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Sumu never mentioned this matter to anyone and kept it deep in his heart. Sumu knew that he would never have any contact with a rich woman like that again in his life, but even though Sumu had a hard time delivering food over the years, he never thought of exchanging the bracelet for money, and always kept the small sachet hanging around his neck. Ding! You have a new order. Under the scorching sun, Sumu, sweating profusely, muttered something as he looked at the orders on his mobile phone. This is a supermarket order, with a few simple items, 4 milk bottles and a can of milk powder. Rich people usually buy 1 baby bottle, do they have 3? Sumu was joking, but it was just a joke and there was no malice in it. After getting the items, Sumi arrived at his destination. A dilapidated residential area, room 202. "Hello, your takeaway has arrived." When the door opened, Sumu was stunned. A familiar face instantly brought his memory back to 3 years ago. The familiar beauty, the familiar aura, but the usual noble and coldness now has a lot more worldly air, more like a fairy descending to the earth. However, the fairy looks a little haggard, and long-term poor sleep quality has left her with obvious dark circles under her eyes. Behind her, there were 4 little babies, staring at the stranger who came to their home. "Is it you?" Xiao Jun was unexpectedly shocked, but after seeing Sumu's outfit clearly, he hid it well. Sumu didn't seem to notice this, he just smiled awkwardly, looking at the woman in front of him. He didn't think of what to say for a moment. "Are you okay?" "I am fine, thank you." Xiao Jun responded politely, but his words did not conceal his reluctance to be withheld. "I didn't expect to meet you again, but I have many children at home, so it's a bit messy, so I won't greet you. Give me the takeaway, and you can go." Sumu didn't leave directly. He just looked at the babies, feeling inexplicably close to them. He asked, "Are these children yours?" After asking Sumu, he regretted it. How could this be possible? These children all looked the same age, unless they were quadruplets. "Yes, they are all my children." Sumu could sense that Xiao Jun was not joking when she said this. On the contrary, she was even a little proud. Which child is not the pride of the mother? I. Sumu looked a little lonely, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. "So are you married?" Xiao Jun nodded without hesitation. Sumu felt as if all his strength had been drained away. His goddess was actually married? And she even gave birth to quadruplets? "I wish you happiness." Sumu could only use this sentence to hide the unbearable feeling in his heart. When Sumu turned around to leave, only then could one see a flash of grievance on Xiao Jun's face. "Daddy, don't go." Before Sumu could react, a little cutie behind him hugged him coquettishly, and a scent of milk filled his nose. Turning around, there was a little girl, soft and cute, with big eyes as lively as Xiao Jun's, as if they could speak, and prettier than the stars in the sky. Yuan, stop messing around." Unexpectedly, Xiao Jun's face changed and he quickly put on a stern face. "He is not your father." Sumu was a little embarrassed. Looking at the cute and friendly little girl in front of him, he could only wave his hands, not knowing what to say. "Little friend." Yuan, who was always well behaved, now had red eyes. Her big eyes showed a grieved and tearful expression, which was unbearable. "Daddy, the baby wants a hug." Yuan. Behind him, Xiao Jun became more and more stern, and his attitude towards the babies was completely different from usual. This made the babies behind him not know what to do for a moment, and they could only cry first to show their respect. Soon, the room became a mess, and the crying became more and more frequent and louder. The atmosphere also affected the little one under Sumu, who pursed his lips and looked at Sumu with a grieved look. "Hug. Sumu sighed and had no choice but to pick up the little girl from the ground. However, the moment he picked her up, Sumu was stunned, and a mechanical voice rang in his mind. Successfully contacted the baby, detected the nanny material, 1 of blood relationship identification result, 99.999999%, activated the super nanny system. A series of sounds left Sumu still confused. At the same time, the children behind Xiao Jun saw Sumu holding Yuan and they couldn't stand anymore. They ran over crying and tried to climb up on Sumu with their little hands. Newly detected nanny material, 3, blood relationship identification result, 99.999999%. Sumu was completely stunned. "Wait, these are all my children?" Chapter 2, A Man's Responsibility. "You'd better leave quickly." Xiao Jun's eyes were red. He felt inexplicably wronged and ordered them to leave in a cold voice, but his voice was slightly trembling. This time, Sumu didn't listen. He moved carefully and then hugged the child and the child's mother in his arms. "Asshole! What are you doing?" Xiao Jun struggled in Sumu's arms, but didn't dare to make too much noise for fear of hurting the child. Sumu didn't say anything, but just hugged Xiao Jun tightly. "Although I don't know what happened. Why did the rich woman live here with 4 children? Why did she lie to me that she was married and these were not his children? Why? There are so many whys, but now is not the time to talk about them." Sumu could clearly feel the haggardness of the woman in his arms. Gradually, Xiao Jun seemed to accept her fate, her eyes turned red, and she let Sumu hold her in his arms. Sumu then slowly lowered his head. He had a lot to say, but when he came to his lips, the only thing left was, "Thank you for your hard work. I said I would be responsible for you." Sumu's words made Xiao Jun's body tremble, and there was some evasive panic in his eyes. "What are you talking about?" Sumu looked at her, his eyes as firm as they were 3 years ago. "These children are all mine." Xiao Jun seemed to have lost his energy and spirit in an instant, and his mind was a little dazed. "So what? For children, you can afford to give birth to them, but can you afford to raise them?" Before Sumu could say anything, there was a hurried knock on the door. Bang bang bang. "Xiao Jun, open the door." It was a man's voice, filled with evil and desire, which made Sumu frown. Xiao Jun saw Sumu's worry, and for some reason, this iceberg-like queen explained to Sumu for the first time, "He is the landlord." Sumu seemed to be relieved, but his face was not looking good. He could clearly feel that the children beside him were shrinking their bodies, as if they were afraid of the man outside the door. "Don't be afraid." Sumu stopped the children and was determined in his heart that he would protect them in the future. Sumu slowly opened the door. Outside the door, a middle-aged man in a suit and wearing flip-flops and with a bald head was looking inside in a decent manner, looking around with a pair of lustful eyes. However, when he saw that it was Sumu who opened the door, he paused obviously. "Xiao Jun, who is he?" The middle-aged man jumped over Sumu, but Xiao Jun didn't look happy with him. "Who he is none of your business, Xiang Daxiang. I told you before that we are just the landlord and tenant. If you come over here and show your kindness again, I will call the police." "Xiao Jun, don't go too far." Xiang Daxiang was a little annoyed. As a businesswoman, Xiao Jun was always very tough in her attitude, but relatively gentle in her approach to things. Something as straightforward as what she did today, in front of a delivery man, really made him feel a little embarrassed. Xiao Jun ignored Xiang Daxiang's threats and maintained a tough attitude. Xiang Daxiang turned his spearhead towards Sumu and said, "You delivery man. Although I've rented out my house, I absolutely won't allow poor bastards like you to come in. Get out of here right now, or I'll call the property security." Sumu said calmly, "Your origin is unknown? I am Xiao Jun's husband. You are an outsider here. Although you are the landlord, you broke in for no reason. If you don't leave, I will call the police." Xiang Daxiang was a little flustered. Seeing that Xiao Jun behind him had no intention of refutation, and the group of burdensome people behind him looked at Sumu with admiring eyes, his face instantly became gloomy. He wanted to make things difficult for Sumu and the others, so he deliberately said, "I saw that it was not easy for Xiao Jun to take care of the child alone, so I specially took care of her, but now it seems that it is not necessary. My rent is paid annually, and Xiao Jun paid quarterly before. I still need 2 quarters, a total of 10,000. Sumu didn't say anything, he just took out his phone and transferred the money. "You can go now." "Boy, you have guts." Xiang Daxiang left angrily. Xiao Jun sighed, "You don't have to give him money. It's written in the contract that it's paid quarterly. But never mind, it's better to pay it in advance so that you don't have to deal with him again. I will pay you back as soon as possible." Sumu shook his head. "I said, I will be responsible, I will work hard to make money to support the family. Xiao Jun, please believe me." Xiao Jun met Sumu's gaze. For no reason, this strong woman who was young but had seen many changes in the business world showed a rare little woman's attitude. She was about to nod, but was overcome by reason. "What are you responsible for? You just paid the 10,000 yuan, and you don't have much balance now, right?" Sumu looked as if he was hit, with a look of embarrassment on his face. Xiao Jun's guess was absolutely correct. In recent years, after graduating, Sumu started his own business with the skills he learned in college, believing that the way to be young is to make trouble. There was some improvement in the first 2 years and he achieved some success, but later he was betrayed by his classmates and was thrown into the abyss, or he lost everything. Sumu saved up this 10,000 yuan by working as a delivery boy for several months. Now he has only a little over 100 yuan left, which is not even enough to buy milk powder. But Sumu will not give up. 2 people can always make money faster than 1 person. Although I am not able to shoulder the entire burden right now, I can always share some of it. I will keep working hard, even if I have to move bricks or be a sandbag for others, I will still support you." When Sumu said this, his voice was sonorous and powerful, full of conviction. "Dad is so handsome. Daddy is the best. Daddy, please take good care of mommy. The babies can take care of themselves. Dad is a good dad." The children were whispering in baby voices nearby. Ding! It is detected that the host has established the correct guidance concept for the children, and a reward of 40,000 yuan is obtained. Sumu felt his phone vibrate, and with a glance, he saw the balance was 40132. Without any hesitation, Sumu took Xiao Jun's phone, added her as a friend, entered the note wife, and directly transferred the 40,000 yuan he had just received to her. "Wife, use this to supplement the household expenses first." Xiao Jun's eyes were a little surprised. She had asked about Sumu's news before. After all, although it was an accident, she acted very free and easy. However, Sumu's specialness would never change. He was the father of 4 children and the only man she, Xiao Jun, had close contact with. Because of this, she knew that Sumu had not had an easy time in recent years. But even so, he managed to save 50,000 in just a few months? Xiao Jun asked seriously, "Sumu, is delivering takeout so profitable? Do you still hire people?" Sumu smiled. He originally thought it was a joke, but when he looked at Xiao Jun, he realized that this woman was strong. She could go to high-end places and was willing to lower herself for the children. So Sumu once again directly hugged Xiao Jun in his arms. Xiao Jun struggled violently, but saw Sumu took out a bracelet from his arms, which made Xiao Jun dazed. "Don't worry about the money, we will take care of the child together in the future." Chapter 3, Health and Reunion. The soft spot in Xiao Jun's heart was finally touched. "I didn't expect you still kept it." Sumu was very frank. "I just want to meet you again one day and return it to you. I am not that kind of worldly man." Hearing that Sumu was actually joking, Xiao Jun smiled for the first time, which made Sumu dazed. He felt that his wife was prettier than a celebrity. Maybe this was what it meant to be able to conquer a city with just one smile. "That's great, and it has a daddy now. Kong Kong has a dad too. My brothers have one, and Tuanchuan also has a dad. Poop is round." A bunch of little kids were chattering nearby, making Sumu laugh so hard that she couldn't stop. Xiao Jun was also somewhat relieved beside her. She had raised 4 children since they were young, and she had never seen these children so close to each other. It was true that the feeling of being connected by blood was different. All of you come and introduce yourselves to Su, Dad. Although Xiao Jun had accepted the fact that Su Mu was the father of the children and acknowledged his identity, she blushed when she thought of her relationship with Su Mu. She whispered to Su Mu, "I warn you, although you are the father of the children, it does not mean that we are husband and wife. Be honest." "Yes, my dear wife." Well, Su Mu happily ran to the children, but didn't he listen at all. Xiao Jun was helpless, but he couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. "Dad, I'm the eldest brother, my name is Su Ainen." The eldest one was like a little adult, with his hands on his chubby little waist and a serious look on his face. "Mom has worked very hard, you must treat her well in the future." "Dad, I'm the second oldest brother, my name is Su Kangkang." The second child stuck out his tongue and winked at Su Mu. He was a little kid with a mischievous look and was very naughty. His big eyes seemed to have inherited Xiao Jun's agility and were very lively. "Dad, I'm the third child, my name is Su Tuanchuan, they all call me Little Tuanchuan." The third sister has a soft voice and wears a pink dress, like a little princess. She seems much more introverted than the fourth sister. "Daddy, I'm your Yuan Yuan, I'm the fourth child. Yuan Yuan is much more lively and likes to act coquettishly." She was the first one to come and hug Sumu. When her brothers and sisters were not paying attention, she ran over and hugged Sumu's calves, looking very childish. This made the child explode again. The second oldest, Su Kangkong, followed the fastest. Almost the moment Yuan Yuan hugged Sumu, he hugged his other leg. The eldest, Su Ainen, held Xiao Tuanchuan's hand and was unwilling to be left behind, so they also rushed over. The situation was out of control for a while. Xiao Jun was so moved by the warm atmosphere that she almost cried. This is the taste of family. Holding the bracelet, she was a little dazed. Compared with the open and secret struggles in the big family before, which only cared about reputation and interests, even now she could be exhausted for just tens of thousands of dollars, and had to work day and night for a few $1,000s of salary. But Xiao Jun felt that now was a million times better than before. Sumu was keenly aware of Xiao Jun's mood, and quickly whispered to the 4 little ones, "Go over and hug mommy, or she will be jealous." The 4 little ones ran over immediately. A burst of frolicking. When night fell, Xiao Jun cooked a few dishes with some awkwardness, and the children drank milk powder and some nutritious porridge. Sumu didn't move his chopsticks much, but just kept looking at Xiao Jun with a silly smile, which made Xiao Jun feel a little embarrassed and annoyed. "Hurry up and eat more. I have no cooking skills. I have never cooked before. I learned from the confinement nanny, but I haven't mastered it yet. I quit when my child was 1 year old. The taste is definitely not good, but it's still edible. Let's make do with it." Sumu shook his head. "No, it's delicious. My wife's cooking is even better than that of a 5-star chef." Xiao Jun couldn't help thinking about the taste of the 5-star chef's food, and recalled the unhappy days in the past. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Sumu felt a little anxious, fearing that Xiao Jun would think that he had sweet-talked and angered his wife. "I'm serious, I'm not lying to you." Xiao Jun was amused by Sumu's reaction, and they had a happy dinner. After the children fell asleep sweetly, still calling Daddy Daddy in their dreams, Xiao Jun felt relieved. He greeted Sumu and his expression gradually became serious. "Sumu, since you have made up your mind, I have to plan it carefully." Xiao Jun was used to being a manager in the family, so her tone was a bit tough, but then she thought that things were different now. For a moment, this woman who was used to being a strong woman was actually a little worried that this would cause Sumu's disgust. Obviously, not. Sumu also cooperated by holding back his laughter and said seriously, "Yes, everything will be arranged by Mr. Xiao." Xiao Jun felt inexplicably proud when he heard Sumu calling him Mr. Xiao. He had never felt that such compliments were so nice before, and he also began to talk about his own ideas. "Considering our current economic situation, the balance is still quite good. We still have a balance of around 40,000. As if afraid that Sumu would misunderstand, Xiao Jun explained bitterly, "Before, my family spent a lot of money, and basically our salary was not enough to cover our expenses. I mortgaged a lot of things to just balance it out. This month's salary will not come in a few days. I originally thought that after changing the children's bottles, I would let them drink milk powder these days, and I would eat some leftover dishes." Sumu quickly waved his hand and said comfortingly, "Thank you for your hard work, no need to explain this." Xiao Jun's pretty face turned red, and she continued, although this money seems to be a lot, it is actually not enough to spend. The children's milk powder is calculated based on 1 can every 3 days. Based on medium quality milk powder, 1 can costs 300 yuan, which means 3,000 yuan a month. The rent, utilities, and water were paid, but Xiao Tuanchuan's health had not been good since birth. He had to go for a checkup every month and take medicine on time. This kind of heart medicine is expensive. On average, 1 course of treatment costs 8,000 yuan, plus the food expenses for the 2 of us. Therefore, I suggest you save money on a daily basis, and plan to spend around 20 yuan per meal, so that in a month, the maximum you spend is 2,000 yuan. If we're lucky, this money should be enough for us to survive for about 3 months. I'm working in a small company now, and my basic salary is about 6,000 yuan. If I work hard, I can earn about 8,000 yuan. Sumu looked at Xiao Jun, who was more frugal than himself, and found it hard to compare the woman in front of him with the wealthy woman who used to book a presidential suite in a hotel and wear bracelets worth tens of thousands. This showed what she had been through over the years. In another year, the children will have to go to school, and the expenses will be even greater. If all else fails, I can just pawn this bracelet. It should still be worth tens of thousands. Sumu hugged Xiao Jun and said softly, "Don't worry, I'm here." At the same time, in Sumu's mind, the system prompt sound kept ringing. Chapter 4 System Reward Mechanism. Surprisingly, Xiao Jun did not resist this time and just let Sumu hold him. As time passed, Sumu could clearly feel the warmth coming from his chest. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jun fell asleep directly. There was a smile on her exquisite and beautiful face. The fatigue finally swept over her at this moment, and she fell into a deep sleep with tears hanging from the corners of her mouth. It turns out that the goddess also drools when she sleeps. Sumu waited for another 10 minutes, and after making sure that Xiao Jun was fast asleep, he carried her to the bed in the bedroom, covered her with a quilt, and listened to her soft snoring before he felt at ease to check the system beside her. As soon as he clicked in, Sumu saw a high-tech virtual screen in front of him, on which various messages and various task boxes kept flashing, just like the game panel he played in his daily life. But from the outside world, not a single trace of it can be seen. Is it so smart? Sumu sighed in his heart. At the same time, a familiar mechanical sound rang in Sumu's ears, as if responding to Sumu's words. The Super Daddy system relieves the host's worries. The host can communicate with the system through language, thoughts, consciousness, soul, etc. The host can use the child as a template to obtain various skills and rewards through various methods, such as daily nanny tasks, special nanny triggers, and all-round nanny training. Note, the child must be of the host's bloodline. Listening to the system's explanation, Sumu understood. In simple terms, he was now a stay-at-home dad, but he could get various rewards by taking care of his children. The 40,000 yuan he got before was one of them. As for skills, Sumu was somewhat looking forward to it. As someone who had only graduated from college 3 years ago, he was able to accept such things very quickly. Superpowers? Sumu was a little fanciful. The system replied, the superpowers that the host believes in can be fully realized under certain special mission triggers. Sumu never got tired of this and kept asking questions about the system. In the darkness, Sumu grinned foolishly. Although the road ahead was difficult, the future was promising. The next day, Monday. Early in the morning, Xiao Jun went out to work. On weekdays, he would leave the child at the neighbor's grandmother's house. Today, Sumu volunteered to accompany the child, so he didn't have to trouble others. Considering that this was just the reunion between father and son and there needed to be an emotional exchange process, Xiao Jun readily agreed and was very satisfied. Although money is important, family affection is more important. Early in the morning, Sumu took a bunch of little kids out for a stroll in the community, attracting a lot of people's attention. Xiao Chang, this is my dad. Ame, come here quickly, I told you my dad is very handsome, even more handsome than your dad, now you believe it, right? We are not illegitimate children, we are daddy's little babies. The 4 little kids were talking to each other, walking around Sumu and introducing him to their friends. It was obvious that they were very happy. When they arrived at the community playground, Sumu finished playing games with the children. The second oldest, Kong Kong, and Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan, were playing on the seesaw, while the oldest, Anan, was standing by and watching his younger brothers and sisters play patiently, acting like a little adult. Looking at little Anan, Sumu was very pleased. He went over to rub his head and asked softly, what does our little Anan want to do in the future? Suanan is different from other children. He has a very calm personality, so he should be able to be a scientist and do scientific research. The child thought for a moment and said, I want to be a security guard. Sumu. Suanan said in a babyish voice and in a serious tone, after becoming a security guard, I want to practice martial arts, so that I can protect my brothers and sisters, and mom. Dad, you don't know, many people bullied mom back then. Sumu rubbed the little guy's head and said, and then, just grow up happily. It is your father's responsibility to protect you. You don't want to learn martial arts, so dad will teach you Tai Chi. Sumu was afraid that Anan would think too much. For a child, it is not a good sign to have too advanced thoughts and too many things in his heart. It's okay to be a calm elder brother, but there has to be a limit. Okay, daddy is great. The little guy was very supportive. As for martial arts, Sumu didn't know how to do it, but he had practiced Tai Chi for a period of time in college. It was a compulsory physical education course before. He usually did some exercise and put on a show. He was good at coaxing children. Now, in order to make little Anan happy, Sumu, who lacked the skills to coax children, was forced to perform. If my physical education teacher knew about this, he would probably eat me alive. Of course, the world is big, but the baby is the biggest. Sumu raised his hands, and although he was a little unfamiliar with the moves as he hadn't practiced for a long time, he performed them quite well, which drew crazy applause from Shaonan. The three little guys nearby also came over after hearing the noise, and they kept clapping their hands at Sumu. Daddy is so great. Sumu posed towards the little guys. Soon, several little guys also started boxing with Sumu. Each one of them looks very cute, waving their chubby little hands, and occasionally tripping themselves because of their stiff movements, but they are all enjoying it. Even if they fall, they will quickly brush off the dust, get up, and stand up again, showing great spirit. Soon, the other three little guys lost their enthusiasm after a few minutes and went back to playing on the seesaw. Only the eldest brother, Anan, persisted and finally threw a decent punch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully teaching the child to practice Tai Chi and successfully obtaining the reward of Tai Chi Grandmaster. A mechanical sound rang out. At the same time, in Sumu's mind, the Tai Chi that he had practiced before was frantically reorganized, improved, and evolved, and eventually turned into a martial arts-like existence. Sumu practiced boxing again. This time, it was as smooth as flowing water, and each move was as natural as an antelope hanging on a horn, wonderful beyond words, with a special charm in it. The understanding and proficiency of this kind of Tai Chi is by no means comparable to the thunderous thunder and 5-section whip that Sumu had seen on the internet before. Although his strength did not increase, Sumu could feel that every time he practiced Tai Chi, his physical condition seemed to get better. Moreover, his control over the techniques was very exquisite, so his actual combat skills would not be too bad either. Before Sumu could think too much, he heard Xiao Yuan crying, which made his whole body tense up. Without time to think too much, he turned around and rushed over. I saw a middle-aged man with a few punks behind him, surrounding the little guys. Next to them, Anan was pretending to be in a boxing stance, trying to protect his younger brothers and sisters, but his little eyes were full of fear. Behind him, the other three little ones were so scared that their faces turned red. Xiang da Qiang. Sumu gritted his teeth and looked at the four crying little ones, feeling distressed. This is intolerable. They are really courting death. You little brat. Xiang Daqian was about to say something when he was punched on the head. He was stunned, his eyes turned black, and he flew backwards to the ground. Chapter 5 Tai Chi Martial Arts School. What is that? Xiang Daqian could only see a slit when he opened his eyes. He couldn't help but let his tears flow out. Looking at Sumu, who was so close to him and looking at him coldly, he was stunned. What are you still standing there for? Come on. Xiang Daqian called to the younger brother behind him. Then, a group of people with sloppy looks, exaggerated hairstyles, leather jackets and leather pants, who looked as social as they could, came over aggressively. Don't bully my daddy. Little Anan stood up almost with tears in his eyes. He was as cute as he could be. He posed adorably, swaying from side to side. I know Tai Chi. Ha ha ha. Xiang Daqian grinned grimly, looking at the child without any pity or feeling that the child was cute. He just felt that the word dad was irritating to him. Last night he gathered a few brothers to stop Sumu and teach the kid a lesson, but the kid didn't come out of the room all night. It is very likely that Sumu and Xiao Jun slept together last night. And these little bastards. It's really an eyesore. Tai Chi, you want to cheat people with your weak arms and legs? Didn't anyone tell you that Tai Chi is just a fancy trick, good-looking but useless? Do you want to learn to cheat people like an old man? I am a loser, and I am not much better. Xiang Dashan was not polite at all and directly made Xiao Anan cry. Children are simple-minded by nature and they believe whatever people say. But soon, little Anan stopped crying. He felt a gentle big hand stroking his head, and a steady and practical voice sounded in his ears. Anan, you must remember to distinguish true from false in the future. Don't believe what a bald head says. Tai Chi is an ancient martial art that has been passed down from generation to generation. It is an orthodox martial art. Countless versions have been derived from it, but it has never been a fancy thing. Sumu had a cool temperament and explained softly to Xiaonan and the others. Dad knows so much. Daddy is awesome. Children are always the most enthusiastic. Ah, you speak better than you sing. No wonder you could deceive that temptress Xiao Jun. Xiang Dashan waved behind him and started to move away. It was obvious that he was ready to take action, fearing that he would be injured by mistake. Kid! Get down here. The bunch of hooligans didn't say much and just started fighting. The leading hooligans punched Sumu directly, making the little kids extremely nervous, their hearts beating in their throats. Daddy, be careful. Sumu didn't even turn his head, and gently educated the children. Fighting is wrong, we can't fight, but if we encounter this situation, you can let him fight himself. At the same time, the fist was close to him, and Sumu moved very slowly. He dodged slightly, and his shoulder showed a tendency to slide. The fist landed on it, as if it had landed on a piece of smooth glass, and was directly pulled away. Its momentum remained undiminished, and even with the added force of Sumu, it flew straight towards Xiang Dashan, who had not walked far away. Boom! Xiang Dashan had no way to avoid it, and his other eye was also hit into a panda eye. Before he could be surprised, another gangster came over and kicked him out. Sumu's body was like flowing water, his punches were natural, he blocked and pushed, and Dashan was kicked in the body again. Ah! 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 Xiang Dashan's screams continued to ring out. Finally, 3 minutes later, the gang was exhausted. Xiang Dashan lay on the ground like a dead dog, staring at the sky with dull eyes, tears of regret flowing. What did he just go through? He originally asked someone to come and teach Sumu a lesson, but he ended up being beaten up by the people he brought with him. What are you still doing here? Sumu glanced coldly at the little gangsters. They were all frightened. In these few minutes, they knew very well that they had hit a wall of iron. Although Sumu did not hurt them, they all knew that this was the most terrifying existence. Facing the siege, Sumu was not panicked at all. He acted smoothly and let them beat Xiang Dashan directly. They can't afford to offend such people. Brother! I'm sorry. The little gangsters are very sensible. Sumu waved his hand. Take this thing away quickly. After the gangsters left, an old man came over and looked at Sumu in amazement. Young people are formidable. Young people are formidable. Sumu was a little surprised. The old man was dressed very simply, in a tang suit, with a head of neat and tidy silver hair tied up with a wooden hairpin. Although he looked old, his movements were extremely natural and smooth. At first glance, it was obvious that he was a master. The little kids saw that the old man was obviously recognized, and they all chirped, "Grandpa Dong." The old man responded kindly to each one, obviously fond of the little ones. I just heard the crying of these little cuties, so I thought of coming over to take a look, but I didn't expect to see this. Young man, you are really good at Tai Chi. You are much better than the guys in my martial arts gym. Grandpa Dong said with emotion. When Sumu heard this, he quickly waved his hand and said modestly, I just play randomly at ordinary times. After a few more pleasantries, the old man finally stated his intentions. Xiao Su, I think you have a good talent for martial arts. Your Tai Chi skills are comparable to those of a master. Since you have such skills, why don't you come to work in my martial arts school? I guarantee you will be satisfied with the salary. Mr. Dong made a promise to Sumu, and Sumu also learned about the old man's amazing background from the conversation. He was the founder of a famous Tai Chi martial arts school in the entire South. Compared with those so-called fake masters, this man is a true hidden master. With his guarantee and recommendation, I don't have to worry about the future at all. But Sumu shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, old man. My current job is more important than all other jobs. Old Master Dong looked at Sumu, then at the little kids around him. He seemed to understand and looked at Sumu with more appreciation. There is no job that can compare to the responsibilities of being a father. The preciousness of family affection will be cherished more at his age. The fact that someone like Sumu can understand this at his age is really more admirable than his fists. Mr. Dong chatted for a few more sentences, then forced a card on Sumu and made Sumu a consultant. He had no basic salary but received year-end bonuses. Since there was nothing to do for Sumu, he just put his name on the list. Sumu had no choice but to agree. When Xiao Jun returned home at night, Sumu expressed his idea to be a full-time dad. On the one hand, Sumu took into consideration that due to the system, he was not short of money. Looking at the series of reward money on the system panel and then at the 4 babies behind him, Sumu had already planned everything. On the other hand, Sumu also wanted to spend more time with the 4 little kids and fulfill his responsibilities as a father. Of course, Sumu kept the information about the system secret from Xiao Jun for the time being. He just said that he could work part-time at home and that the previous savings of 40,000 came from it. Xiao Jun naturally agreed happily. The family was having a great time, but in the evening, Sumu noticed that Xiao Jun was obviously in a low mood. From a few words, he learned that she had encountered some difficulties at work. After repeated questioning, Sumu roughly understood that this matter was actually related to the Tai Chi martial arts school. Chapter 6, Best Friend Lin Lei. Xiao Jun currently works in a planning company. His main job is to help local companies plan various activities and find relevant teams to contact. With her abilities, it would have been a piece of cake for her to condescend to do this job, but recently she encountered a big trouble. A scenic spot on the outskirts of the city has decided to launch a project called Martial Arts for Health Preservation in order to expand its fame and create more sources of profit through the curiosity and learning of traditional martial arts by domestic and foreign tourists. It is currently in urgent need of a professional martial arts team. Xiao Jun was lucky enough to get the project and had already negotiated with a Tai Chi martial arts school. He had planned to go over to the scenic spot to sign a contract in a few days, but he didn't expect to be intercepted by another martial arts master halfway. If the project fails, not only will she not get the bonus, but she will also have to pay a penalty to the Tai Chi martial arts school. After all, she had already taken some money in advance from them in order to take care of her 4 babies. Yes, this person stole my project. Xiao Jun took out his cell phone and pulled out a photo. Sumu took a quick look and saw a photo of a man in a white training suit with a huge banner with the words "Nanshan Invincible Guest" written on it hanging behind him. The man looked to be in his 60s or 70s. He stood straight, but had few hairs on his forehead. His pair of dead fish eyes gave him a vulgar temperament no matter how you looked at him. Just him? Sumu's eyes widened in disbelief. He is so skinny and yet he dares to claim to be the best in Nanshan. I think he is just an old liar. How can the scenic spot cooperate with such a person? Aren't they afraid of ruining their reputation? I asked the scenic spot, but unfortunately they refused to explain. Xiao Jun curled his lips and said a little aggrievedly, the scenic spot will sign a contract with him in 3 days. By then. Looking at Xiao Jun with slightly red eyes, Sumu felt very uncomfortable. He was a member of this family now and he had to do something. He's just an old liar, just expose him. Oh, right. Sumu thought of something and immediately asked, is the Tai Chi martial arts school you are working with owned by Mr. Dong from our community? Xiao Jun nodded gently and sighed. Mr. Dong is a good man. He knows my situation, so he agreed to cooperate so readily. Well, it seems that as the honorary consultant of the Tai Chi martial arts school, I should also go and take a look. Sumu's heart moved, and he had a plan in mind. Wife, don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. The next day, Sumo asked his neighbor, an elderly lady, to take care of the 4 little ones. He asked for directions along the way and arrived at the headquarters of the Tai Chi martial arts school near the city center. There is a constant stream of people coming and going, and it seems that this place is doing very well. Welcome, are you here to register? Not long after, a man in work clothes came up and asked enthusiastically. Sumu shook his head. No, I want to, huh? The next moment, both of them were stunned. Are you Sumu? Soon, the man in charge of reception opened his eyes wide in great surprise. Sumu also recognized the other person and couldn't help laughing. Haha, who else could it be but me? By the way, why did you come to work in the martial arts hall? This man is called Lin Lei, and he was Sumu's best friend in college. After graduation, everyone went their separate ways and they had no contact anymore. Hey, it's a long story, but I still like this job. Lin Lei looked Sumu up and down, then sighed, old classmate, you look worse off than I am. How could that be? He did not go on, but his meaning was self-evident. those who could come here to sign up to study were all from the wealthy class who had money and time, or the children of some parents who wanted their children to succeed. Although Sumu was handsome and had a good figure, his cheap clothes made him look out of place here. He. Sumu smiled, took out the ID card given by Mr. Dong, and shook it arrogantly, acting like a martial arts master. I'll go. Lin Lei's eyes widened immediately, and he snatched the ID card and looked at it carefully. It's the instructor card of the Tai Chi martial arts school. No, the instructor card is silver, but yours is gold. Only the founder of a Tai Chi martial arts school is eligible to issue the golden instructor card, and the recipients are. Shaking his head vigorously, Lin Lei said very seriously, Sumu, where did you pick up this card? What? Sumu was stunned, as if Lin Lei didn't notice his performance just now. Ahem, are you so unconfident about your old classmates? I also got a good score of 80 in physical education class back then. TSK, how can that be the same? Lin Lei shook his head and smiled bitterly, still insisting, this kind of gold card is only eligible for the lifetime consultant of the Tai Chi martial arts school, and there are only 3 lifetime consultants in the entire Tai Chi martial arts school. He added with envy, I heard that the 3 lifelong consultants have reached the level of Tai Chi masters. They can easily beat a dozen burly men with just a few gestures. Ahem, I've strayed off topic. Anyway, follow me first and find the owner of this gold card and return it to him. Maybe I can take this opportunity to learn a few tricks from him, hee. Lin Lei grabbed Sumu's arm and walked back without saying anything. I said, this card is really mine. Sumu hurriedly explained, but unfortunately Lin Lei didn't seem to listen at all. He shook his head secretly, it seemed that he had to show off some of his skills. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his legs, and exerted all the muscles in his body, and his whole body was nailed firmly to the spot like a wooden stake. Lin Lei, who was walking back, was suddenly stopped. He looked back in shock and pulled Sumu's arm hard again, but the other party still did not move. He didn't think much about it and subconsciously increased the strength of his hands. He had spent the past few years in the Tai Chi martial arts school for a long time. Although he couldn't say that he had mastered the moves, his strength had increased a lot. Sumu smiled, and gently swung and retracted his left arm. With the skillful use of force, Lin Lei's clenched left hand involuntarily loosened, and even bounced back slightly like a spring, hitting Lin Lei's own chest. After a moment of shock, Lin Lei's expression completely changed. He stared at his hands blankly, then turned his gaze to Sumu, using the opponent's force to counterattack. This is something only a Tai Chi master can do, and it's so exquisite, could it be you? He scratched his head, puzzled. When did his best friend, who used to be as good as him, become a martial arts master? Ahem. The goal was achieved. Sumu coughed twice, stepped forward, and pressed Lin Lei's shoulders. It seems that you have mastered some basics in the past few years, but you are still a little behind in the use of strength. I will give you some pointers when I have time. This time, Sumu used the master-level strength management technique again. It looked like he was only using one hand to exert force, but he actually mobilized the strength of his entire body. Lin Lei struggled several times but couldn't move his shoulders at all. Instead, his face turned red and his neck became thick. He finally faced the reality and gave up resisting. I practiced hard for 3 years, but was easily crushed by my best friend in the professional field. The gap was so great that it was simply despairing. As soon as his eyes were fixed, Lin Lei couldn't wait to ask, Master Su, Boss Su, tell me how you did it. Chapter 7 Horse Tiger. Faced with Lin Lei, who seemed to have become his iron fan, Sumu was in a good mood and decided to make some jokes. So he deliberately avoided the subject and did not mention the matter of martial arts. Lin Lei was very persistent. No matter what strange direction Sumu led the topic to, he would always pull it back and insist on getting to the bottom of it. Faced with the aggressive questioning of his best friend, Sumu certainly couldn't tell him about the system, so he could only clear his throat and act mysterious. Ahem, of course I am gifted and self-taught. That's it? Lin Lei was stunned, and then he seemed to understand, oh my god, how can the gap between people be so big? Did I really make a mistake in my 4 years of college? Are you a 1 in a million martial arts genius? I'm sorry, I got exposed. Sumu smiled, looking like he deserved a beating. All right. Lin Lei felt mixed emotions, envy, jealousy and hatred, but he quickly made up his mind. Lao Su, I've decided. I want you to be my master. Let's talk about this later. Sumu did not agree immediately. Although he was indeed qualified to be Lin Lei's teacher based on his level, this change in identity would destroy the tacit understanding between the best friends. Facing the somewhat disappointed Lin Lei, Sumu laughed again, but I can give you some pointers from time to time. Really? That's great. Lin Lei's sadness turned into joy quickly, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. As long as he could learn 30% to 40% of Sumu's knowledge, he could also become the master he once admired. After a few casual words, Sumu explained his purpose. He originally thought he had to inquire carefully, but Lin Lei responded immediately, I know the project you mentioned. It is really exciting that the Wulong Scenic Area can think of combining traditional martial arts to attract tourists. The Martial Arts Hall is also interested in expanding its external business. This is beneficial to both parties. Wulong Scenic Area is the organizer of the project that Xiao Jun is in charge of. Sumu nodded, yeah, it's a pity that someone intercepted it. Lin Lei was very disdainful, Tisk, I know that Nanshan Woody Ku, he is a complete charlatan who can only talk and show off tricks. This time he even offended the Tai Chi martial arts school, he is quite courageous. He, the person in charge of the martial arts gym has a bad temper. If he knew about this, that old liar would be in big trouble. Come on, I'll take you there. Soon, the two men came to a room on the third floor of the martial arts hall. In the spacious practice room, dozens of students are training under the guidance of a tall, dark-skinned middle-aged man. Stretch your legs straight and pull your stomach in. What's wrong with you trembling like that? You over there, stop looking around. Come on, everyone, cheer up. If you can't even bear this little hardship, how can you practice martial arts? The middle-aged man's voice was extremely loud, and coupled with the pointer in his hand, it gave people a very intimidating feeling. If he were somewhere else, he would definitely not be able to find a job with his style, but for the martial arts school, he is an extremely qualified instructor. After Lin Lei's introduction, Sumu learned that the man's name was Ma Shan. Because of his bad temper, the students privately called him Ma Lao Hu. Seeing that the other party quickly noticed him, Sumu immediately waved his hand and greeted with a smile. Ma Shan seemed to have discovered something, frowned slightly, and signaled the students to continue training, and he walked straight towards the two of them. Lin Lei immediately introduced the two to each other, but just as he mentioned Sumu's identity as a consultant, he was interrupted by Ma Shan. Are you the genius that Mr. Dong was talking about? Staring straight at Sumu, Ma Shan asked meaningfully, his tone revealing a bit of dissatisfaction. I just practiced blindly. I haven't learned anything formally. I'll need your guidance in the future. Sumu bowed politely. I think the traditional martial arts coach will appreciate this. That's very polite. Ma Shan's tone softened a little, but since it's in the martial arts school, there's no point in saying anything else. I want to see why you can become a lifelong consultant of the Tai Chi martial arts school at such a young age. Please. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step back and assumed a standard attacking stance. The other students were attracted and stopped training to gather around. Sumu was stunned. This guy really had a bad temper. Lin Lei was very excited and whispered, Old Su, Tai Chi martial arts school is different from other places. Strength is always respected. If you show your strength, everything else will be easy. Sumu understood and smiled, in that case, I will practice with Teacher Ma. He didn't say anything more, and the next second he flew out like a cannonball, with a pair of iron fists making a loud noise as they went straight to Ma Shan's vital points. Now that we have to take action, let's do it quickly. Sumu could see that Ma Shan was definitely a Tai Chi master, even if he was not a master, he was almost there, and his practical experience was far superior to his, so he could not delay. Moreover, he has just reached the Grandmaster level, and his physical fitness has not been further improved. If they really fight, he may not be able to win. In that case, we have no choice but to use some strategy. So strong. This move was so powerful that Lin Lei and the others took a deep breath and their hearts rose to their throats. Ma Shan's eyes narrowed. Sumu's move seemed reckless, but it contained countless changes. Even with his experience and eyesight, he couldn't see through it completely. Are we going to compete in our understanding of the moves? Interesting. He was secretly delighted as he saw this, as he hadn't encountered an opponent of this level for a long time. Seeing that Sumu was approaching, Ma Shan immediately pushed his arms horizontally, drawing two exquisite arcs, intending to try to resolve this move first. Fell into a trap. Sumu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The violent moves were just an illusion, and he would not really compete with the opponent in strength. Sumu passed through the defensive circle formed by Ma Shan's arms at a strange angle and thrust his fists forward again. Looking at the fist that was about to hit his chest, Ma Shan was shocked. Although he was famous for Rayleigh's offense, he also had some experience in defense. But in front of the young man opposite, his moves were completely ineffective, like a sieve full of holes. It was too late to change his tactics. Ma Shan didn't want to embarrass himself in front of the students, so he crossed his arms and pressed down hard. As soon as Su Mu's fist touched the opponent's chest, it was suppressed by a huge force. In severe pain, he tried to retract his attack, but found that due to the huge difference in strength, his arm could not move, as if it was clamped by an iron clamp. Careless. In a flash, Su Mu mobilized all the muscles in his body with his waist, his joints made a strange sound, and the force quickly spread to his arms. He interrupted and shouted, "Open!" A terrifying force exploded, and Ma Shan's muscle-bound arms suddenly loosened. His famous Tai Chi strangulation technique failed again. While Ma Shan was stunned, Su Mu quickly pulled back his arms. Although he avoided the risk of being strangled, his muscles were still injured. Ma Shan did not continue to attack, but just kept looking at Su Mu with an extremely passionate gaze. Chapter 8, Evil Elimination Plan. Good. The two sides withdrew immediately without further entanglement. Others did not really understand the danger involved and just thought the fight was extremely exciting. It's a pity that I only fought for a few moves and it wasn't satisfying enough. Lao Su, you are amazing. Lin Lei, a die-hard fan, didn't care about that. His face flushed with excitement. You can actually break through Ma Lao Hu's defense. You are indeed a top master. He puffed out his chest with pride. His best friend had become a top master, and he also got some credit for it. The other students didn't dare to express it clearly, but they were all secretly happy, and some were even overjoyed. Finally, someone can make Ma Lao Hu, who usually bullies them, suffer a loss. Although the loss is not big, it is very satisfying. As expected of you as a teacher of Tai Chi martial arts school. I admire you. Su Mu pinched his aching arm and bowed in praise. He was not being polite. This opponent was no simple man and he almost suffered a great loss. Ma Shan's face turned slightly red. It was just a simple test, but he subconsciously used more force. This also shows how much pressure Su Mu put on him. No, I just have a bad temper, don't take it as an offense, little brother. Ma Shan was straightforward, so he didn't say much, but just laughed a few times. It seems that Mr. Dong's vision is still very sharp. He actually discovered such a treasure like you. How about we discuss it in detail another day? Can. Su Mu readily agreed. He was naturally more than happy to have such a master willing to fight with him. At this time, a group of people walked in. The leader was none other than Mr. Dong, and he was accompanied by several middle-aged men in teacher uniforms, all of whom were tall and impressive. Didn't they say someone was challenging me? One of them stepped forward and looked at Ma Shan. Old Ma, where are the people? Did you beat them away? Ma Shan laughed and pointed at Su Mu. Look, right here, this little brother is one of us. One of our own? The man was curious and was about to continue asking questions when Mr. Dong spoke up. He is indeed one of us. Let me introduce him to you. When everyone learned that Su Mu was actually the lifelong instructor of the Tai Chi martial arts school appointed by Master Dong himself, they looked at each other in surprise, and some of them seemed a little unconvinced. Ma Shan knew what they were thinking and immediately explained, Old Liang, don't think too much. This brother Su's kung fu was genuine. I have tried it just now. After hearing this, the expressions of those people immediately became extremely interesting. The other teachers also looked incredulous and couldn't help but look at Su Mu with even more curiosity. Mr. Dong was very proud and said mysteriously, although I am old, I still have good eyesight. As for Su Mu's strength, you will understand it later. After saying that, he looked at Su Mu again. By the way, Xiao Su, you were such a busy man, but you came to the martial arts gym in person. You didn't just want to see everyone, did you? Su Mu was a little embarrassed. If it weren't for Xiao Jun's matter, he really wouldn't have thought of coming to the martial arts gym to take a look. It was indeed a bit unkind to take other people's dividends for free. Are you in any trouble? Mr. Dong noticed something and asked patiently. I know. Without waiting for Su Mu to speak, Lin Lei spoke first and told him in detail the difficulties Su Mu encountered. What? This is outrageous. When Ma Shan learned that someone had taken away his business and the person was a big liar, he immediately became furious. He was furious. What's the name of that charlatan? I'm going to beat him up. When his emotions got out of control, Ma Shan's voice was like a muffled thunder. The students around him were already used to it, but now they were also frightened and retreated one after another. Lin Lei shrank his neck. It seems his name is Ma Lei, is it Lao Su? After saying that, he looked at Sumu again. Sumu nodded. Yes, his name is Ma Lei, known as the invincible guest of Nanshan, and he seems to be very popular on the internet. Everyone was wondering. People in the traditional martial arts community generally don't join in the excitement on the internet, so how did that person become so popular? Lin Lei's eyes turned and he immediately took out his mobile phone and quickly searched for a video. Now, let me show you my self-created Ma's Thunderhand. In the video, a bald old man was extremely confident in front of the camera. After a brief speech, he began to make all kinds of weird and funny movements. As he moved, a group of strong men on the opposite side fell to the ground and twitched as if they were electrocuted. His acting skills were first-rate. Everyone looked at him with strange expressions, and soon burst into laughter. What the hell? Ma Shan roared, this old guy is really embarrassing for traditional martial arts. Are the people in charge of the Wulong scenic area blind? They would rather choose a clown than cooperate with an authentic Tai Chi martial arts school? Well, you can't blame the scenic spot entirely. They are here to attract tourists, so of course they invite the most popular ones. Besides, these days everyone likes to join in the fun, who really cares whether it's authentic martial arts? Someone explained in a low voice. That won't work either. Ma Shan waved his hand and said resolutely, if we let this kind of person continue to run rampant, Xuanwu will lose face. What do you think, Mr. Dong? Mr. Dong thought for a moment and nodded. Well, it's time to correct the atmosphere. Let's discuss what to do. That's easy. Just give him a beating and he'll behave himself. Hey, the old liar is already in his 60s or 70s. If you hit him lightly, he won't feel any pain and can continue to jump around. If you hit him too hard, he might try to extort money. I think we should use some tricks so as not to end up in trouble when we can't catch the fox. With Mr. Dong's nod, everyone immediately started talking. Seeing that everyone was very angry, Sumu also offered some suggestions. Soon, a plan to crack down on charlatans was put forward. Feeling that there was no problem, everyone went their separate ways. Sumu was not responsible for the specific operations and was about to go home to take care of the 4 little ones, but was stopped by Elder Dong. Xiao Su, the instructor Ma Shan and his team left temporarily, and there are so many students without anyone to guide them. You are the consultant of the martial arts school. He blinked his eyes, his face full of anticipation. Forehead. Sumu was speechless. He felt as if he was on a pirate ship and it seemed difficult to get off. Touching the gold card in his pocket, he sighed secretly. This money was not earned for free, and he had to repay the favor. So, Sumu was kept in the martial arts hall for the whole day, responsible for teaching the students, along with Lin Lei who was shamelessly auditing. At noon, he made a special call to his neighbor's grandmother, and was relieved to learn that the 4 little ones had fallen asleep after lunch. Lao Su, will you come tomorrow? After finally getting off work, Sumu took a hot shower and prepared to go home to take care of the children. Lin Lei rushed over again, looking expectant. Sumu was speechless. Throughout the whole day, Lin Lei had been asking him questions like a curious baby. Although this kind of passion for others was worthy of encouragement, his energy was limited. Seeing Sumu's perfunctory attitude, Lin Lei felt a little disappointed, but thinking that he still had 4 babies to take care of, he didn't say much. Don't worry, I'll make time every 2 weeks. It's hard to be a stay-at-home dad. Patting Lin Lei on the shoulder, Sumu made a promise. TSK, baby guarding slave. Lin Lei raised his middle finger and showed contempt. You can't have it all. Since I've decided to be a full-time dad, I can only let down my best friends. Chapter 9, Teaching the Evildoers a Lesson. After making an appointment to meet again in half a month, Sumu hurried home. There is no other way, because there are 4 lovely babies waiting for me at home. It would have been fine if I didn't know about it before, but now Sumu just wants to use all his energy and time to accompany them and take care of them. I don't know what happened ahead, but the bus was stuck in traffic. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, it still didn't move. Sumu became a little anxious. Passengers in a hurry can get off first. The kind bus driver opened the door and signaled everyone to get off at any time. Sumu thought about it, got off the bus with the crowd, walked to the opposite side of the street, and quickly hailed a taxi. Where are you going? Sumu was about to give the address of the residential complex, but when he calculated the time, he suddenly realized that Xiao Jun should be getting off work soon, so he changed his mind. Lin Hai Building. Linhai Building is where Xiao Jun works. Their company's scale and business conditions are pretty good, so they can rent an office floor near the city center. The taxi started quickly. Looking at the bustling scenery outside through the window, Sumu felt a lot of emotions in his heart. Xiao Jun is a strong woman after all. Even if she is down and out, she can quickly find a job in a top company. Looking at myself, after the failure of my business, I could only make a living by doing odd jobs and delivering food. If it weren't for the accident 3 years ago, the two people's life trajectories would probably never have overlapped. As they were about to reach their destination, Sumu noticed something and his expression suddenly changed. A beautiful figure was standing in an alley not far away, negotiating something with a group of strong men. As the taxi moved, Sumu quickly confirmed that the beautiful figure was Xiao Jun. She was wearing a light blue uniform and holding a handbag in her hand, and seemed to have just got off work. It was obvious that the group of burly men were not customers, as could be seen from the nervous and helpless expression on Xiao Jun's face. Parking. Sumu immediately asked the driver to stop the car, took out 100 yuan from his pocket and threw it to the other party, then rushed out amid the driver's shouting. At the same time, in the alley. Miss Xiao, don't hesitate, my master is very famous. That's right, why are you so stubborn? It's normal to be with a rich man these days, not to mention a top-notch beauty like you. My master will definitely not let you suffer any loss if you follow him. Think about it. As long as you agree to my master's request, you can buy whatever you want in the future. On the contrary, if you don't know how to appreciate it, hee. Several sturdy men were dressed like human beings, but their expressions were extremely obscene. They looked at Xiao Jun wantonly and uttered unbearable threats. Xiao Jun looked at the performance of this group of people with a grim expression. While they were not paying attention, she suddenly took out a bottle of anti-wolf spray from her bag. Please move aside, or I will be rude. The strong men looked at each other and immediately burst into laughter. One of them said viciously, "You bitch, I am the direct disciple of Nanshan Wudi Ku. Let alone a woman like you, even if there is any blind man here, he will not last a few moves under my hands." As he spoke, he deliberately took a step forward, his greedy eyes full of threats. Several other people also pressed forward step by step. Xiao Jun's body began to tremble. She regretted why she had to cross this almost deserted road just to save on fare. Anti-wolf spray can deal with perverts, but it can't deal with vicious wolves, let alone a group of them. Feelings of sadness and despair began to spread. Was he really going to? Is it possible that the disciple of Nanshan Wudi Ku only knows how to bully weak women? At the critical moment, a gentle voice sounded. Xiao Jun, who was almost in despair, suddenly looked up, his eyes full of surprise. The appearance of that man made her feel a deep warmth in her heart, and the haze of sadness and despair was swept away. Who? Several strong men turned around at the same time and found that the person coming was just a passerby without any help behind him. They immediately showed ferocious looks on their faces. Get out of here, you little brat, or you'll have something to worry about. Yeah? Sumu sneered and stepped forward. 10 seconds, I'll give you 10 seconds to disappear from my wife's sight. Forehead. The strong men looked at each other, and after a moment's silence, they burst into laughter. Ha, I think you are possessed by a ghost. Call me wife, do I know you? Stop talking so much, let's do it together. Several people rushed up immediately without saying anything. Sumu was too lazy to waste any more words. Since this group of people were seeking death, he couldn't be blamed. He dodged sideways the burly man who rushed towards him first, and threw a punch, hitting the opponent's face hard without even changing his moves. Snap! The sound of bones breaking was heard. Woo! The other man fell to the ground, holding his nose with blood gushing out, and several other ignorant guys followed him. Sumu responded calmly without even blinking. The attack of this group of people was completely disorganized. Not to mention a top master like Ma Shan, they were even inferior to some of the more outstanding martial arts apprentices. But after a few seconds, this group of trash who looked strong on the outside but were actually weak on the inside had all been dealt with. Sumu punched each of them in the face without any hesitation. Woo woo! 5 or 6 people squatted on the ground with blood all over their faces, making painful noises. It didn't scare you, did it? Sumu walked confidently to Xiao Jun and gently embraced his still trembling body. It all happened so fast that Xiao Jun didn't come back to her senses until she felt Sumu's heart-pounding body temperature. Hubby, it's so good to have you around, woo woo. She could no longer control herself and began to cry loudly, with hot tears flowing freely across her delicate face. At this moment, the former strong woman completely let down all her defenses and exposed the softest side of her heart to Sumu without reservation. Okay, baby, don't cry, let's go home. Sumu patted Xiao Jun's shoulders gently as if he was comforting a baby. Then, amid his lover's screams, he hugged her in his arms and walked straight out of the alley. On the way home in a taxi, Xiao Jun gradually calmed down and told the origins of that group of people. It seems that Ma Lei is not only a liar, but also a hypocrite. He actually dared to set his sights on my wife. He is really close to death. Sumu comforted Xiao Jun, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. All the disciples looked strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and it seemed that the so-called master was not that strong either. He began to consider whether he should notify the Tai Chi martial arts school to send more people over. Don't mess around. Xiao Jun immediately reminded him in a low voice, let the project fail. It's not worth it to go to jail for a liar. She obviously misunderstood and thought that Sumu was going to use force to solve the big trouble of Mare. Feeling Xiao Jun's deep concern, Sumu felt very comfortable. He smiled and explained, don't worry, evildoers need evildoers to deal with them. Someone will help us vent our anger. Seeing that Xiao Jun was still in doubt, Sumu had no choice but to put his mouth close to her ear and whispered the Tai Chi martial arts school's evil eradication plan. After hearing the plan, Xiao Jun's eyes widened and she nodded continuously. I can already imagine the miserable look on Master Ma's face after his disgrace. Chapter 10, Winning Lottery. After a hard day's work and excessive shock, Xiao Jun's spirit was already very weak. Her eyelids kept fighting while talking to Sumu, and the drowsiness that swept over her soon brought her to sleep. Looking at the sleeping beauty in his arms, Sumu didn't dare to move, for fear of disturbing her rest. Ding! It was detected that the host punished the villain, protected the children's mother, and assumed the responsibility of the head of the family. He received a reward of 1 million yuan. Sumu was just about to take a nap when the system voice rang out. 1 million? He shuddered and immediately became alert. This amount of money is a huge sum of money for him at the moment. I transferred 40,000 to Xiao Jun before, and I was worried that it would not be enough. If I add this 1 million, it should take a long time. He checked quickly, and the next moment 3 black lines appeared on his face. On the system panel, the interface that should have displayed the balance was still a string of zeros. System, where's my money? Sumu immediately asked with his consciousness, with a bit of dissatisfaction in his tone, when did the great system start to lie? Is there something wrong with the system? Soon, a familiar mechanical voice sounded and gave him a detailed answer. Since the host is currently just a fishing line, it will cause unnecessary trouble if Pingduan innocently obtains a large amount of money. This system has specially formulated a more reasonable reward method. Please understand it yourself. Sumu was stunned and soon noticed something. The string of zeros on the money panel disappeared and turned into a line of text reminder. Lottery, half an hour. Okay. Sumu curled his lips. Judging from what the system meant, it should allow him to win the 1 million prize through lottery within half an hour. But can lottery prizes be redeemed so quickly? He had never bought a lottery ticket before, so he immediately asked the driver, Master, do you know which lottery ticket can be redeemed immediately? The driver was concentrating on driving. Hearing this, he immediately replied, of course there are. For example, scratch-off lottery tickets cost only a few dollars. You can win the prize just by scratching it. I seem to have heard of it. Sumu thought about it and couldn't help but slap his thigh, so the 1 million is there. The driver looked strange, and then he advised with the tone of an experienced person, young man, I am also an old lottery player. I have to remind you that lottery is not trustworthy at all. The winning rate is pitifully low. Don't let greed cloud your mind, hey. Uncle, don't worry, I'm sure. Sumu smiled, looked up and saw that there seemed to be a lottery shop in front of him, so he immediately asked the driver to stop. The driver tried to persuade Sumu earnestly for a long time, but Sumu didn't listen at all. Parking the car in front of the lottery shop, the driver decided to make a final effort to save this young man who might follow in his footsteps. Just buy a few tickets for fun, but don't get addicted. Thank you for the reminder, uncle. Sumu's smile remained unchanged as he woke Xiao Jun up. Wife, come on, I'll take you to get rich. Xiao Jun was half asleep. She looked in the direction of Sumu's finger and frowned slightly. Can you trust that kind of thing? The driver smiled knowingly. This little girl is the one who understands. It's just for fun. I feel like I'm particularly lucky today. Sumu was a little anxious. There were still more than 20 minutes left before the time given by the system, and he didn't dare to delay any longer. After saying this, regardless of the driver's dissuasion and Xiao Jun's displeasure, he forcibly pulled Xiao Jun out of the car. The two walked into the lottery shop. A breeze blew by. Xiao Jun was completely awake. He glanced at Sumu dimly and said, "I understand your desire to improve our family's life, but isn't it a bit hasty to rely on buying lottery tickets? Who still believes in lottery these days? Don't you see that this lottery shop doesn't have a single customer?" Seeing Sumu's great interest, Xiao Jun shook his head helplessly and thought of just treating it as a pastime. Sumu smiled and called out to the boss who was sleeping on the counter, "Please give me a lottery ticket." The boss yawned and asked impatiently, "Just one?" The profit from selling lottery tickets is not high to begin with, and what's more, the other party only bought one, so he really couldn't muster up the energy. Sumu was very confident. "Just one? How much is the most expensive one?" 20. This is really cheap. Sumu immediately took out his mobile phone and scanned 20 yuan. Bang! The boss took out a stack of lottery tickets with a face value of 20 yuan and muttered listlessly, "Here, pick one at random. This is all I have in stock. I don't plan to buy more after I sell them all. The lottery business is not good these days. There are too few fools, eh?" Forehead. Sumu was stunned. He thought the boss was being too blunt. Xiao Jun on the side covered his mouth and laughed secretly, looking at Sumu mischievously. "Hurry up and choose, you big fool." It's okay, I feel like I could win the jackpot." Sumu smiled mysteriously, blew into his palm, then closed his eyes and seriously pulled out a lottery ticket from a pile of lottery tickets. Ding! Congratulations to the host for choosing the winning lottery ticket. After scratching it, you will win a grand prize of 1 million yuan. The system prompt sounded, and Sumu felt relieved. This plug-in was simply too powerful. He suppressed his trembling heart and handed the lottery ticket to Xiao Jun solemnly. "Wife, you scratch it." "Whatever." Xiao Jun had no choice but to pick up a ballpoint pen, put the lottery ticket on the counter, and gently scraped it off. Soon, a capital letter was revealed, and Xiao Jun's eyes immediately widened. "No way?" The sleepy boss immediately perked up. "Oh my god, this is the rhythm of winning the jackpot." The two people immediately held their breath. Sumu was calm now, and said calmly, "Wife, continue." Xiao Jun pursed his lips and continued to shave backwards with a serious expression. As her fingers moved, a series of zeros appeared one after another. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sumu and the boss were counting together. When they counted to 6, the boss's face turned red because he was too excited. 1 million, oh my god, I actually scratched out 1 million. Xiao Jun covered her mouth tightly, her delicate face full of disbelief. I said I was lucky today." Sumu showed an expression as if he had known this would happen. He picked up the lottery ticket and shook it in front of the boss who had fallen into a state of dementia. "Can I redeem the lottery code now?" After a moment of shock, the boss almost burst into laughter. "Sure, I'll contact the center right away and transfer the bonus to you." The store won $1 million lottery ticket, and the headquarters would definitely give him a large bonus, not to mention the priceless fame. He was so happy that he almost fainted. 800,000 yuan has been received via WeChat. Half an hour later, with a pleasant reminder sound, Sumu's WeChat balance increased by 800,000 yuan, and 200,000 yuan was deducted as personal income tax. Yeah. Sumu and Xiao Jun looked at each other for a moment, then cheered and celebrated this historic moment. Chapter 11: Buying Gifts for Your Baby. Snap. The boss excitedly took out his phone and took a photo of the two of them. "Congratulations, congratulations. This is the largest prize our store has ever won. Are you willing to stay and be interviewed by the media?" He was ready to contact the media to report the incident extensively. Sumu did not comment, but wanted to seek Xiao Jun's opinion. Xiao Jun was once very wealthy, so she would not be dazzled by this little bonus. She quickly calmed down and said seriously, "No need. Please delete the photo just now. If the photo and related videos are circulated, I will consider taking legal action." The boss was stunned, but soon reacted and said with a wry smile, I understand. Money should not be exposed." Having said that, he deleted the photos in front of the two of them. As for the surveillance video in the store, he didn't dare to send it out casually. After all, Xiao Jun's aura as a strong woman was too much pressure on people. It's not worth getting yourself into any trouble just to attract a little more popularity. Coming out of the lottery shop, Sumu and Xiaojun were in a good mood. The babies haven't eaten yet, do you want to have a big meal to celebrate? Sumu suggested. Xiaojun tilted his head and thought for a while. Forget it, the babies are still young and can't eat all kinds of delicacies, but I can buy them some toys. Good. Sumu readily agreed. So, they went hand in hand to a nearby shopping mall and bought a lot of toys and snacks suitable for 3-year-old children. When they got home, the 4 little ones who came out from the old lady's house next door looked a little unhappy. Dad, why don't you accompany us today? Xiao Yuan hugged Sumu's legs and refused to let go, pouting pitifully. Yeah, Grandma Li's house is so boring, I want to go out and play. Xiao Kangkong also looked like a little adult with his arms folded, and his face showed that he was unhappy today. Dad doesn't want us anymore? Anan and Tuan Tuan blinked their eyes in grievance, waiting for explanation from Sumu, the bad dad. Hey, the babies are so cute, how can Daddy bear to leave? I'm going to prepare gifts for you today. Sumu had no choice but to tell a white lie, then showed the gift behind him. Dang dang dang, look what this is? Wow, my favorite doll. And a water gun. I'm going to build a big castle with these blocks. These jellies look delicious. The 4 little ones were immediately attracted by the mountains of gifts and ran over one by one to choose their favorite toys and snacks. The corridor was suddenly in chaos. Looking at the innocent and bright smiles on the babies' faces, Sumu's heart melted. Don't worry, we have them all. Well, thank you, Dad. Daddy is the best, I love you. Go back to your room and don't disturb others. Sumu wanted to be a good guy, so Xiaojun had to put on a stern face and temporarily play the role of tiger mother. Soon, the whole family said goodbye to Grandma Li and returned home happily. After dinner and coaxing the babies to sleep, Sumu and Xiaojun went to their own room. Wife, are you crying? Sumu became worried when he noticed that Xiaojun's eyes were red. No, I'm happy. Xiaojun looked at Sumu's serious expression and couldn't help but chuckle. It feels so good to have a home. Sumu was moved, and the two of them gradually hugged each other. After a long kiss, Xiaojun's pretty face flushed. Hubby, I'm not ready yet. Sumu was stunned for a moment, then smiled with understanding. Xiaojun, you have suffered a lot in these years raising the babies alone. I will try my best to make up for it. Why don't we buy a car first? Xiaojun raised his eyes and frowned. Not good. 800,000 is just a windfall. It seems like a lot, but it is far from enough to raise 4 babies until they reach adulthood. The 4 little ones are her treasures, so they must be raised in a wealthy environment and cannot be left alone, which requires a lot of money. Sumu smiled. So that's what you're worried about. Don't worry, your husband doesn't have any other abilities, but his luck is pretty good. At most, I can win the lottery a few more times. Forehead. Xiaojun did not comment. Seeing that she was still insisting, Sumu had to make a breakthrough by ensuring the safety of commuting. Being blocked on the road by bad guys must never happen again. After some earnest persuasion, Xiaojun finally agreed to buy a car, but the price had to be below 200,000. The two people immediately searched the internet and unexpectedly found a piece of news. The famous martial arts master Ma Lei accepted the challenge from the unknown warrior. The two sides agreed to have a competition at the Guanwutai in the Wulong scenic area in a certain city tomorrow. The comments below are also very lively. What kind of martial arts master is this? He's obviously a charlatan. Finally someone dares to expose him. Hey, don't say that. Master Ma's acupuncture skills have been posted online, with millions of views. Many idiots have come to him to become his disciples. Tisk, forget about acupuncture from a distance. Even if he can tickle me from a distance, I will recognize him as my father right now. Naturally, most of the comments are mocking. Those who could really be fooled by the so-called Master Ma probably don't have the conditions to join in the fun. Hee, Mr. Dong and his men are really quick. The Tai Chi martial arts school's plan is to persuade the scenic spot to let the two sides compete in public and expose Ma Lei's clumsy tricks. Xiaojun exclaimed, and continued to look through the comments of netizens with a smile, and suddenly asked, by the way, do you want to go over and take a look? Sumu shook his head, forget it. I know Ma Shan's strength. Not to mention an old liar in his 60s or 70s, even if there were 100 of them, they wouldn't be enough for him to beat. Besides, there are 4 hungry kids at home. He was about to continue speaking when the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Super Daddy mission activated. Expose the conspiracy of the charlatan mayor in public, find the mastermind behind it, save your wife's business crisis, and you will receive a generous reward if you succeed. For a moment, Sumu was stunned. Honey, what's wrong with you? Xiao Jun was very worried. I've changed my mind. That charlatan is so bold to destroy my wife's money-making plan. As your dearest husband, I must expose him myself. Sumu clenched his fists and placed them on his chest, looking righteous and awe-inspiring. Xiao Jun asked hesitantly, what about the babies? It doesn't matter. I'll take the 4 little ones with me and let them see what my daddy looks like. Sumu answered decisively and confidently. Okay, this matter also concerns me, I'll go with you. Xiao Jun's eyes lit up and he made the decision happily. The two smiled at each other, feeling the tacit understanding and warmth between each other. After some sweet words, Sumu was driven to the living room again. He touched the extra lip marks on his face and smiled foolishly. Wife, I will conquer you soon. With full fighting spirit, Sumu soon fell into a sweet dream. Chapter 12: Buying a car. In order to attract maximum attention, Wulong's scenic area scheduled the challenge at around 6 or 7 p.m., which is exactly the time when people get off work and surf the internet. With plenty of time, the whole family can go out for some fun. There is one more issue to be solved before playing, and that is transportation. After some preparation, Sumu and Xiao Jun, each holding 2 babies, set off towards a nearby 4S store. With a budget of around 200,000 yuan and the need to meet Xiao Jun's commuting needs and the travel needs of his family of 6, there are not many car models to choose from. Sumu had never engaged in such high consumption before, so he had no idea what to do. Xiao Jun's former status as a rich girl was of no use at all. After all, her previous cars all started at $1 million. The salesperson saw their embarrassment and enthusiastically recommended several models that were good-looking and practical. After some selection, they finally chose the Mazda RAV4 family model, which is dignified and has ample interior space, and its power and fuel consumption just meet their needs. I'll pay. After carrying the 4 little ones into the car and letting Xiao Jun take a test drive, Sumu followed the salesperson to handle the formalities. Soon, all the formalities were completed, and Sumu felt emotional as he finally had his own car. Suddenly, he frowned. The test drive over there seemed to be going a little bit unsuccessful. A woman dressed in fancy clothes stopped outside the car and pointed at the driver's seat. It was obvious that she was looking for trouble. I thought you were some chaste and virtuous woman. So many people in the company pursued you, but you were rejected. And now, you are secretly being kept by someone. Walking closer and hearing what the woman said, Sumu's face darkened. He asked Xiao Jun, who is she? Xiao Jun shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, our colleague Li Shui has outstanding performance and outstanding ability. As for her character, you have also seen it. Xiao Jun. Upon hearing this, Li Shui immediately started to scream like an old hen with its feathers standing on end. What do you mean? What's wrong with my character? Even if it's bad, it's still 100 times better than you being kept by someone else. After that, she glanced at Sumu again and said with even more disdain, Humph, this guy doesn't look that good. He wears cheap clothes and can only buy a 200,000 yuan car. I think he is a big liar. A liar and a White Lotus are a perfect match. You. No matter how well-mannered Xiao Jun was, he couldn't help but get angry at this moment. Stop spitting blood. Bad guy. Auntie is so shameless. The babies didn't know what was going on, and they instinctively stood on Xiao Jun's side, sticking their little heads out to help. For little brats. Li Shui stamped her feet in anger and pointed the finger at Sumu. Why would you support someone else, but a yellow-faced woman with 4 burdens? What's so deceptive about her? Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble instead of having sex? That's enough. Sumu's patience reached its limit, and he gritted his teeth and said, I am the baby's father, Xiao Jun's husband. If you don't leave, I don't mind letting you know why the flowers are so red. He raised his fist, and as his muscles moved, his entire arm made a creaking sound. Even people who knew nothing about martial arts could feel the powerful explosive force. You? Li Shui was stunned for a few seconds, and soon she was frightened and turned pale. She stepped back repeatedly. Don't mess around, hitting people is illegal. He. Sumu sneered. I know that this punch will only result in a dozen days in jail at most. Compared to a broken nose or even disfigurement, it is still acceptable. Ah! A scream came out of Li Shui's mouth. Seeing that Sumu didn't seem to be joking, she no longer had any mood to mock him and immediately turned around and walked away. What bad luck! After Li Shui walked away, Sumu retracted his fist, calmed the baby down, and looked at Xiao Jun again. All the formalities are done, let's go to the amusement park to relax. Well, there are too many people like that, I don't bother to pay attention to her. Xiao Jun smiled, and waited for Sumu to come up before immediately driving away to the parent-child playground they had chosen last night. Fortunately, it was not the weekend, so there were not many tourists in the amusement park. The whole family bought passes and had fun happily. It was the first time for the four little ones to attend such an occasion. They were curious about everything they saw and surrounded Sumu and Xiao Jun, asking them questions with great childishness. The young couple was also infected and quickly got into the mood, taking their babies to experience those projects one by one. The whole family had a lot of fun. It's time to go. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the babies were tired from playing and returned to the car drowsy. Sumu was responsible for taking care of them, and Xiao Jun drove straight to the Wulong scenic area. We were silent all the way. We saw several news interview vehicles near the scenic area. It seems that this matter is quite popular. The competition took place on a small hill in the center of the scenic area. The family followed the crowd and finally climbed to the top of the hill. Amidst the sea of people was a makeshift arena with some antique-style chairs placed on both sides. Strangely, the team of National Martial Arts Master Ma Lei did not show up, and the people from the Tai Chi martial arts school opposite all looked impatient. Lin Lei spotted a few people and jumped down directly. What's going on? Sumu held one in each hand and looked across the arena. Lin Lei frowned. I asked, and the other party said he would show up on time. Sumu looked at the time. There were still a few minutes left. He couldn't help but worry, are they going to stand us up? It shouldn't happen. The incident has become so serious. If he escapes at the last minute, the netizens' saliva alone will be enough to drown the so-called master. Lin Lei had a good grasp of Ma Lei's psychology. He patted Nin and Tuan Tuan's heads and said, these kids are so cute. Whose kids are they? Ahem. Sumu was speechless and explained, mine, there are two more over there. Lin Lei was stunned. He looked at Xiao Jun, who was holding a baby in each hand, and immediately shouted excitedly, oh my god, my sister-in-law is not only beautiful, but also superhuman. She gave birth to 4 babies in one go, and they are 2 pairs of twins. Xiao Jun came over with the baby and said with a smile, what do you mean 2 pairs of twins? I have quadruplets, but there are 2 boys and 2 girls. Oh, that's right. Lin Lei laughed, scratched his head embarrassedly, and then gave Sumu a thumbs up, old Su, I admire you. When can you teach me this skill? Roll. Sumu cursed with a smile, and suddenly a flash of light appeared around him. He looked around and found that his family was surrounded, and many tourists were holding up their mobile phones to take pictures. Look! Quadruplets! Yes, the baby is adorable, and the parents are both handsome and beautiful. I'm so envious. Post it online quickly, it will definitely make the headlines. Suddenly, Sumu's family became the focus. Sumu and Lin Lei looked at each other, both a little confused. Xiao Jun's expression became a little serious. He lowered his head and pulled Kong Kong and Yuan out. Sumu immediately followed with an in his arms, glaring at Lin Lei beside him. Why are you shouting so loudly? My wife doesn't like to be exposed. Find a way quickly, or don't even think about learning a single trick from me. Lin Lei looked aggrieved. What can I do? Should I fight him? Chapter 13, Mare's Appearance. Lin Lei clenched his fists and was hesitating whether to use force or not, when the group of tourists who were watching the fun suddenly turned around and pointed their cameras in another direction. At the same time, the host on the stage also shouted excitedly, here they come, the martial arts master team is here, everyone applaud and welcome them. Crash! Amidst the sparse applause, Ma Lei, who has a high exposure rate on the internet, made a stunning appearance wearing a silk training suit and surrounded by a dozen strong men. What was strange was that behind this group of people, there were actually a few medical staff in white coats following them, and there was even a stretcher. Ha, this Master Ma is really considerate of himself and is well prepared. Don't blame him. He's in his 70s or 80s. Even though he looks a little stronger than his peers, he can't help but get beaten. Look at the posture of the Tai Chi martial arts school. I'm afraid they don't have enough stretchers. People were whispering and joking under their breath. The public has a sharp eye, and no one was optimistic about Mare from the beginning to the end. A group of people jumped onto the stage. Mare was very arrogant and signaled with his eyes for one of his apprentices to come out. Everyone, be quiet. Recently, someone has been slandering my master's reputation. In order to demonstrate his strength and protect the dignity of our sect, my master had to personally step out and deal with the villain. Shoo! A round of boos silenced the sturdy man's speech, and Mayor had no choice but to appear in person. He started by showing off a few classic moves of Ma's Tai Chi before he spoke seriously. Everyone, this time we are meeting friends through martial arts. I am grateful to the Tai Chi martial arts school for considering me and inviting me to compete with you. I have no choice but to give them this honor. After the speech, Mayor still felt unsatisfied and began to circle around the ring using a step he learned from somewhere. According to him, this is called warm-up before the battle, so as to avoid failing to control the strength and accidentally injuring the opponent. Over at the Tai Chi martial arts gym, everyone, led by Ma Shan, watched coldly. Some tried hard to hold back their laughter, and Ma Shan's face turned ashen with anger. The Sumo family hid behind the stage and appreciated Mayor's performance. After turning around a few times, Mayor stopped in front of Ma Shan, glanced down at him, and suddenly attacked. Looking at the other party's slow movements, Ma Shan's mouth trembled slightly. What is this old guy doing? He was hesitating whether to take action immediately, but Mayor grabbed a bottle of mineral water on the table, unscrewed it and drank it directly. Hey, you guys don't even bring water with you to the competition? Lin Lei raised his eyebrows and made a teasing remark. Ma Lei's eyes flashed with a subtle cunning. He put down the mineral water bottle and said with a smile, "Sorry, I came in a hurry, it's just a few sips of water. I don't think this brother Ma will mind." Well, drink as much as you want, there's another one over there. Ma Shan was already a little impatient, and waved his hand indifferently. He stood up and said, "So, can we officially start now?" He was tall and strong, a head taller than Mayor when he stood up, and his aura of a true warrior was chilling. Ma Lei's eyelids twitched a few times, but he quickly regained his composure. He looked around and suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha, young man, don't be too arrogant. My Tai Chi Thunder Hand is too powerful. I'm afraid I'll hurt you if I use it." Snort! Ma Shan's mind flashed back to the relevant videos he had seen. He couldn't help but get angrier and angrier, and angrily said, "Bullshit Tai Chi Thunder Hands, I've been practicing martial arts for decades, and I've never heard of the existence of true Chi, let alone the power of true Chi to produce lightning." That is. Lin Lei chimed in, "Master Ma, you are not cooperating with your apprentice in acting, right? You can even point acupoints from a distance, why don't you go up to heaven?" "Shut up." Several disciples behind Ma Lei rushed over, and one of them retorted fiercely, "How dare you slander my master? Don't you think you are strong enough? Brothers, take off your clothes." Snap. This group of people were quite strong. They tore off their shirts one by one, revealing their muscular chests. There were some fine-looking wounds on their chests, as if they were caused by lightning strikes. The audience was completely excited, and some girls even started screaming. "Hee hee, what's up, are you scared?" After walking around the stage, the group of people came back and said sarcastically, "It's not too late to regret now. If you really force my master to show off his unique skills, you will have more wounds than just these." "Hey!" Ma Lei raised his hand and said calmly, "Don't be unreasonable. This time we are making friends through martial arts. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will not use a killer move like Tai Chi Thunder Hand." He glanced at Ma Shan from the side and found that his face was trembling, as if he was afraid. He couldn't help but smile slightly, and felt more confident. Lin Lei's eyes turned, and he stepped forward to check the skin of those people. "Don't tell me, this special effect is quite realistic. It must have been made by a professional team from Hollywood, right? Let me feel it." Seeing Lin Lei approaching, Ma Lei's disciples' faces changed slightly and they retreated one after another. Are you kidding? How could they afford a professional team? The makeup artist they invited from Hongdian didn't have very good skills. Not to mention touching it, the wound could be washed away by a little sweat. Fortunately, they seemed to be prepared for someone to disrupt the place. Seeing the situation, they immediately turned around, ran back to their own positions in unison, and quickly put on the black training clothes that had been prepared long ago. "Humph, scars are a man's metal, how can we let outsiders see them?" After getting dressed freshly, Mayor's apprentice started to shout again. Lin Lei wanted to follow, but was stopped by Ma Shan. "Forget it, it's a waste of time." He hated it most when people were wasting time, so he looked directly at Mayor and said, "If you want to fight, just fight. Why waste time?" The roar was so powerful that Mayor couldn't help but take a few steps back. There was another round of discussion in the audience. Malay's eyes turned, and he quickly faced the angle with the most cameras. Please bear witness, no matter whether we win or lose this battle, I will not pursue it. So much nonsense. Ma Shan's forehead veins bulged and he waved to the referee. The referee came over immediately, confirmed that Ma Shan was ready, and looked at Mare. The latter nodded slightly and retreated to the center of the ring, but did not perform any moves, just stood there like an ordinary old man. Not even a basic idea. Ma Shan became even more angry and was about to step forward when he was suddenly stopped by someone. It was Sumu who took action. As he had a system mission to perform, he dared not disobey. Brother Su, you? Ma Shan, who was full of anger, widened his eyes and looked at Sumu suspiciously. Sumu had no choice but to give the prepared reason. Teacher Ma, that old liar is too weak. Your punch can kill him. There is no need to get into a lawsuit for a charlatan. Let me do it. Ma Shan was stunned. He knew that he had a hot temper. If Ma Lei used any dirty tricks again, he might not be able to control himself. After hesitating for a moment, Ma Shan nodded. Okay, you are also from the Tai Chi martial arts school, so help me teach that old man a lesson. Chapter 14. Knock yourself out. Come on, Lao Su. Amid the cheers of Lin Lei and others, Sumu stepped confidently and came to the center of the ring. Ma Lei looked up and down and asked suspiciously, Boy, who are you? Sumu smiled, lifelong consultant of Tai Chi martial arts school, Sumu. There was a burst of discussion below the stage. I know about Tai Chi martial arts school. What is a lifelong consultant? Is it impressive? It should be something genuine, otherwise how dare you come out? It doesn't matter if he doesn't know any martial arts. Look at that young man's physique. It won't be difficult for him to beat up an old liar. People didn't care when the challenger changed. Daddy is so awesome. The four little ones hiding in the crowd didn't dare to speak loudly, but their expressions were very excited. Xiao Jun smiled happily. She had already seen Su Mu's strength, so she was naturally confident in her husband. Hee, changing the generals at the last minute, it seems like you guys are scared. Well, let's go with you. Mare didn't care at all. He was going to be beaten anyway, and the young man might be able to hit him more gently. The first game begins. With the referee's whistle, the competition officially began. The scene immediately became quiet, and people opened their eyes wide, ready to enjoy a wonderful competition. Young man, I'll let you do something. Mare still put on an air of superiority and stood there motionless. Sumu frowned slightly and glanced at Xiao Jun and the four little ones in the crowd, but did not take the initiative to attack. After all, hitting someone in front of the children is not conducive to the cultivation of correct values in the babies. Since the old liar wants to use delaying tactics, he will fight to the end to see who can't stand it first. For a moment, the two sides were in a stalemate. What? Are you going to fight or not? Hurry up, I'm waiting to go home and watch some anime. Soon, someone became impatient and started urging loudly. No matter how people urged them, the two remained motionless. A few minutes passed. Sumu looked calm. The strength of the Tai Chi master made him nailed to the spot like a wooden stake. Mare's body began to tremble slightly. He didn't have any martial arts skills at all. He just relied on the cooperation of his disciples to cheat. In addition, the temperature on the top of the mountain dropped too quickly. How could he hold on for too long? Damn it, this brat is really patient. Looks like I need to prepare a backup plan in advance. Cursing inwardly, Mare shouted and finally took action. Whoosh, whoosh. He raised his arms and took staggering steps towards Sumu. The funny moves were not threatening at all. Sumu dodged them easily and even had the energy to observe the opponent's expression and the reaction of the audience. Suddenly he noticed something. Mare's palms were not fully open, and he seemed to be holding something in them. What is that? Soon, Sumu saw clearly that Mare had a battery-like thing hidden in his left hand and a bag of black liquid in his right hand. What are you doing? He felt puzzled. After several fierce attacks without any effect, Mare was exhausted and panting. Seeing that his strength was about to be exposed, he threw himself forward and pushed forward with his left hand. Oh my god, it's a scam. Sumu was about to step back when he heard a slight crackling sound. Upon closer inspection, he was furious. It turned out that Mare was holding a miniature electric shock device in his left hand, which had been activated. Is this the secret of Ma's Thunder Hand? Sumu laughed secretly in his heart, and simply stopped hiding, allowing Mare to pounce in front of him. After several rounds of fighting, this was the first physical contact between the two sides. Mayor was ecstatic and pushed his left hand forward, pressing it against Sumu's heart. Sumu sneered, dodged the opponent's punches by turning sideways, guided Malay to face the audience with his back, and at the same time grabbed the opponent's wrist and pushed it back. Ah! The stun gun flashing with electric sparks was pressed tightly against Mayor's chest. The culprit immediately let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, and his body began to twitch. Sumu quickly took a step back, not giving the other party a chance to make trouble. Bang! Mayor's body shook violently several times, and the stun gun fell to the ground. It was obvious that the power was not very high. Stop! The whistle sounded, and the referee took action in time. He looked at the electric shock device on the ground suspiciously. What is that? Mayor recovered quickly. He squatted down quickly, picked up the electric shock device and hid it in his pocket. He explained with a distorted expression, "Massager, I usually use it for massage." Then, can you still fight? The referee looked at Mayor, whose forehead was already covered with cold sweat, and asked with concern, saying that it was just a competition and no one should be killed. Of course, I didn't lose. Malay was still stubborn. He looked at Sumu fiercely and said with gritted teeth, "Young man, you have no martial ethics." He suffered a loss but dared not explain it in public, so he could only take advantage of it verbally while squeezing the black bag hidden in his right hand. Could that stuff be blood plasma? Sumu's mind flashed back to Malay's actions before the competition began. The other party deliberately ran to the Tai Chi martial arts gym to drink a sip of water, and now he pinched a bag of black plasma. Could it be that he wanted to? Does this old liar want to play the role of Hui Yuanjia for once? Boom! Before Sumu could continue to speculate, Mayor pounced on him again, waving his left arm wildly, but pressing his right hand on his chest, refusing to make a move. Now, Sumu completely understood the other party's trick. He sneered, used Tai Chi to neutralize the opponent's moves, and punched forward at the same time. Here it comes! Mayor's eyes lit up, and he immediately exerted force with his right hand, trying to burst the plasma. What? The next moment, Mayor was horrified to find that his right wrist had been firmly grasped by the opponent and he could not use any strength at all. Once the plasma is exposed, his lifelong reputation will be ruined. Thinking of the terrible consequences, Mayor immediately exerted all his strength to try to break free from Sumu's iron clamp. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, all this is useless. As Sumu exerted force, the right hands of the two people slowly rose and appeared in front of the audience. What is that? Some people were sharp-eyed and immediately exclaimed. Everyone, look, is there something in Mayor's hand? It looks like a blood bag. I've been an extra in Hongdian. When that thing is crushed, it looks like real blood. Is he trying to blackmail me? Well, the dignified Master Ma actually wants to use dirty tricks, he is indeed a liar. At this moment, people finally saw through the true face of Master Ma and began to mock him wantonly. Sumu let go of the other person's hand and looked at him coldly. Screw you. Since his debut, Malay had never suffered such a big blow. After his right hand was free again, he became furious and started to hit Sumu without any hesitation. Sumu was speechless and simply used the technique of leveraging force. After a few punches, Mayor was horrified to find that all his fists actually landed on himself. As the last punch landed heavily, his nose broke with a crack. There was a buzzing sound in his head, and Mayor fell straight back. Chapter 15 Healing with Love. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The system prompt sounded, but Sumu had no time to check it. At this moment, Lin Lei and others had already rushed over, lifting him up and putting him down like a hero. Mayor's apprentices rushed forward with medical staff. After a tense examination, they confirmed that he was only temporarily unconscious. They immediately carried him onto the stretcher that had been prepared long ago and left in a panic. Crash! There was a burst of warm cheers and discussions from the audience. Malay, the charlatan, was finally exposed. It would probably not be so easy to cheat people again in the future. The farce ends. The tourists are not satisfied yet and want to experience real traditional martial arts. The person in charge of the Wulong scenic area also wanted to strike while the iron was hot and immediately signed a contract with the Tai Chi martial arts school. Ma Shan readily agreed and led a group of disciples to perform a set of authentic Tai Chi in public. The tourists saw the real Kung Fu and responded with enthusiastic applause. Many of them were not satisfied and signed up on the spot to participate in the scenic area's traditional martial arts and health-preserving programs. Sumu declined the invitation from the scenic spot and planned to take his family home quietly, but he didn't expect Yuan Yuan to fall asleep. Anan, Kong Kong and Tuanchuan all said they liked the place very much and didn't want to go home. The sky gradually darkened, and considering that the babies might catch a cold if they went down the mountain, the family decided to stay in the scenic area for one night, just like everyone else at the Tai Chi martial arts school. Accommodation and food will naturally be arranged by the people in the scenic area. Xiao Jun didn't like crowds, so he found a quiet little house. Sumu guessed that she was hiding from someone, but since Xiao Jun didn't bring it up, he didn't ask any more questions. After dinner, Sumu and Xiao Jun took Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan to watch TV in the room. Anan and Kong Kong, who were naturally active, followed Lin Lei out to play. Yuan Yuan is too weak. Xiao Jun held Yuan Yuan, who had fallen asleep again, and said worriedly, "This child is born with a bad heart. He can't play as crazy as he did today in the future." Sumu was very worried. Is it true that Yuan Yuan's disease cannot be cured? Unless she undergoes surgery, she is too young. I am afraid she won't make it through that. Even if she meets the physical requirements, the cost and success rate of the surgery. Xiao Jun's eyes turned red. As a parent, who doesn't want their baby to grow up healthy? Unfortunately, current medical conditions simply don't allow that. Don't give up, everything will be fine. Gently holding Xiao Jun in his arms, Sumu checked the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You have received the following rewards: shopping cashback coupon, 25 times, love healing, elementary. Please check the specific functions yourself. Love healing, doesn't that mean? Sumu's heart suddenly moved, and he immediately looked at it carefully. Love healing technique, the love of the babies is priceless, but with the help of the nanny system, it can be used to treat certain diseases. The host can accumulate the love points of the babies and perform healing techniques to cure diseases, save lives, and benefit the world. At present, the love healing technique is only in its elementary stage and can treat common diseases. As for those difficult and complicated diseases or even terminal diseases, it cannot be completely cured. It can only alleviate the symptoms? Sumu's eyes became brighter and brighter. The system was indeed extremely powerful. It could even deal with terminal illnesses that modern medicine could not defeat. Just the elementary level can relieve difficult and complicated diseases and terminal illnesses. If it is upgraded to the intermediate or even advanced level, wouldn't you become a living Hua Tua? No, Hua Tua cannot cure AIDS and cancer. His medical skills will be greater than Hua Tuo's. Only. Sumu quickly calmed down. This love healing technique requires love points, and they must be provided by the babies. How to accumulate and use them is still an unknown. Daddy, Bunny. A childish voice was heard, and Kong Kong ran in with great effort, carrying a dirty little rabbit, followed by Lin Lei holding an. Lao Su, your son is amazing. It was so dark outside, but he still found the rabbit nest. It's a pity that the other rabbits ran too fast, leaving only this injured one. Lin Lei licked his lips. Hey, why don't we put it? Don't want. Kong Kong grabbed the rabbit and threw himself into Sumu's arms. The rabbit is so cute, why do you want to eat it? That's it. Tuanchuan chimed in, don't eat the rabbit, it's our pet, we want to raise it. Anan pulled her little face and stood in front of Lin Lei. Bad uncle, I don't want to play with you anymore. Forehead. Lin Lei just mentioned it casually. Seeing the little guy's reaction, he immediately scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Okay, since you like it, then stay. After chatting for a while, Lin Lei took out a document and said, the person in charge of the scenic spot said that the person who stole my sister-in-law's project was a man named Li Shui. He contacted Ma Lei and others and cooperated with the scenic spot at half the price. Li Shui? Sumu thought of the woman he met when buying the car, and he looked at Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun took the document and glanced at it, feeling angry and annoyed. This person always likes to trip me up in the company. This time he actually used such a despicable method. It's really. She couldn't continue speaking in front of the babies. Evildoers will be punished, don't be impatient. Sumu comforted him softly, and then asked Lin Lei, by the way, you are cooperating with Wulong Scenic Area. Can we get a discount when we come here in the future? Lin Lei laughed. We are not that stingy. From now on, all teachers of Tai Chi Martial Arts Hall can come and play for free. Not to mention you, a lifelong consultant, you will also receive special treatment. Sumu was very happy and suggested to Xiao Jun, why don't we stay in the scenic area for a few more days to let the babies get in touch with nature more, which will be good for their growth? Xiao Jun readily agreed. Lin Lei had something else to do, so he chatted for a while and then left. Daddy, Bunny is in pain. Anan and Kong Kong put the little white rabbit on the bed and looked at Sumu expectantly. In their hearts, Dad is the omnipotent Superman. Sumu checked and found that the little white rabbit's left leg was broken. He immediately went out to find a wooden stick, came back and held down the little white rabbit's leg to fix it. The moment his hand touched the little white rabbit, an amazing scene happened. Anan, Kong Kong and Yuan Yuan formed a circle, staring at the little white rabbit's injured left leg with their curious eyes. The little white rabbit is so pitiful. Tuan Tuan covered his mouth nervously, and a balloon-like red heart appeared above his head. Daddy, be gentle. Kong Kong reminded quietly, and another red heart popped up. Anan stepped forward and helped hold down the little white rabbit's body. His resolute little face turned red, and soon a big red heart appeared on his head. Sumu observed for a while and saw that Xiao Jun and the babies had no special reaction, so he knew that only he could see the red heart. It seems that this is the love value contributed by the babies. He waved his hand in the air, and the 3 red hearts seemed to be attracted by something and flew into the injured left leg of the little white rabbit along with his consciousness. The little white rabbit that had been struggling and shouting soon calmed down and seemed to be less in pain. It is true. Sumu smiled knowingly and immediately began to clean the wound and fix the wooden stick. Chapter 16 Initial Results. After the little white rabbit's legs were treated, it tried to move and found that it could move again. It immediately twisted its body and tried to break free from Sumu's hand. Be good, your legs haven't grown back yet, take a good rest first. Sumu touched the little white rabbit's head and put it on the bed. The little white rabbit looked up, as if it understood what Sumu said, or perhaps the soft bed made it feel safe, and it soon stopped struggling and lay there quietly. Anan, Kong Kong and Tuan Tuan were also carried to the bed. They sat in a circle around the little white rabbit with happy smiles on their faces. Hee, it doesn't hurt anymore. Dad is so awesome. Dad is the best, he can cure any disease. The 3 little guys teased the little white rabbit and kept showing off their poop in front of this baby who was younger than themselves. Sumu and Xiao Jun smiled at each other. The babies were overflowing with love, which showed that they, as parents, had done a good job in educating their children. That's right. Speaking of curing illnesses, Sumu touched the still sleeping Xiao Yuan again. The loving healing technique was so magical, he wondered if it could cure the little girl's heart disease. Now that his daughter has fallen asleep, Sumu decided to try it tomorrow. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, Xiao Jun received a call from the company, asking her to come over to settle the follow-up contract. For the bonus, there's no other choice. Looking at the babies who were still sleeping, Xiao Jun smiled bitterly. Although the family had hundreds of thousands of savings, he still had to work hard. Honey, don't work too hard. Come back when you're done. The babies and I are waiting for you. After sending Xiao Jun down the mountain, Sumu returned to the cabin. The 4 little ones woke up one after another, and after having breakfast, he immediately started to verify. Sumu couldn't explain it too clearly in front of the children, so he quickly thought of a solution. Come, Daddy will play the doctor and patient game with you. Yuan is the youngest and needs the care of her brothers and sisters. How about you play the patient? Good. After a good sleep, Yuan was full of energy. She lay on the bed seriously, covering her eyes with her hands. I'm sick, where is the doctor? Here it comes. Anan, Kong Kong and Tuan Tuan hurried over and examined Yuan's body, imitating the doctors and nurses they saw on TV dramas. Kong Kong is quite naughty and keeps tickling Yuan's arms and soles of feet. Giggle, it's itchy. Soon, Yuan couldn't hold on any longer and burst out laughing. Ha ha. The other 3 little ones laughed loudly, and the 4 kids soon rolled into a ball. Sumu observed from the side and saw that no heart balloons appeared above the heads of the 4 little ones. What's going on? He was puzzled. At this time, Tuanchuan took the little white rabbit that was woken up and brought it next to Yuan, wanting it to join the game. Yuan was just pretending to be sick, but the little white rabbit was really injured. The attention of the 4 little ones was quickly drawn to it. They surrounded it and asked questions, and their movements became much gentler. Soon, heart balloons appeared above the heads of the 4 little ones. So that's how it is. Sumu watched and nodded secretly. The only emotion expressed by the babies when playing games was happiness. They would only show love when facing the little white rabbit that really needed help. If that is the case, then it's easy. With a slight smile, Sumu guided seriously, you have to be serious when playing games. And in Kong Kong Yuan Yuan, you have to really treat Yuan Yuan as a patient. Think about your lovely sister who is sick, what would you do? The three kids looked at each other. Kong Kong raised his hand, I know. We should take good care of Yuan Yuan like a little white rabbit. We can't mess with her. Yeah, we can continue playing after Yuan Yuan recovers. Yuan Yuan, lie down. We are going to treat you now. The three kids are very smart and got into the mood immediately. Yuan Yuan blinked and lay down again obediently. The smiles on the children's faces disappeared, and their expressions became focused, as if they were really patients and doctors. After a while, love balloons floated above Anan, Kong Kong and Tuan Tuan's heads again, and even Yuan Yuan, who was lying on the bed pretending to be a patient, had one. Well, she is stroking the little white rabbit with one hand, and the love is for the little white rabbit. Sumu smiled, his guess was correct. He waved his hand and all the love balloons started moving, floating in front of Yuan Yuan, circling around her, and finally flying into her heart. These love balloons actually knew that Yuan Yuan's illness was in the heart. It's amazing. Sumu was filled with emotion and continued to guide the children to show their love. Unfortunately, children are easily distracted. After playing seriously for a while, they started touching the little white rabbit again. Fortunately, they also care about the little white rabbit and still can't stop loving it. Sumu was busy all the time. While sending the love points into Yuan Yuan's body, he also gave some to the little white rabbit. After all, that little guy also made some contributions. At the same time, he continued to research. The kids' heart balloons formed very quickly at the beginning, almost one per minute. As time went on, the speed at which the heart balloons formed gradually slowed down, and after an hour, they stopped forming at all. Ah, I'm so sleepy. Tuan Chuan yawned, then held the little white rabbit and lay down next to Yuan Yuan. Daddy, I want to sleep. Anan and Kong Kong seemed to be tired from playing. They lay on the left and right of their two younger sisters, yawning continuously. On the contrary, Yuan Yuan, who usually gets sleepy, is very energetic at this moment. Seeing that all the doctors have fallen down, she still feels a little unsatisfied. Hey, hurry up and continue to treat me, I haven't had enough fun yet. No more playing, go to sleep first. Yuan Yuan's illness is cured. Come sleep with us. Wake up and continue playing. And then, Kong Kong and Tuan Tuan waved their little hands and soon fell into a deep sleep. Daddy, play with me. Yuan Yuan pouted, threw herself into Sumu's arms and started to act coquettishly. Yuan Yuan, be good. You just recovered from your illness and need to rest. Come sleep with everyone. Sumu coaxed Yuan Yuan to sleep. It seems that the heart-shaped balloons will also consume the children's energy. It is not known whether this is good or bad for them. But if you think about it, since it is an ability given by the system, there shouldn't be any harm in it. A few hours later, the four little ones woke up one after another. They looked much more energetic than usual, and Sumu was completely relieved. Worried that forcibly extracting love might cause some sequelae, Sumu no longer let the four little ones play the doctor-in-patient game. Yuan Yuan has a chronic heart disease, which can be cured as long as enough time is given. In the following days, Sumi let the children play the doctor-in-patient game for an hour every day. When they were tired and took a nap and woke up again, he took the children to wander around the Wulong scenic area. Xiao Jun was very busy at the company and seemed to have taken on a new task. He went out early and came back late every day, which made Sumu feel distressed. He thought that after Yuan Yuan's illness was cured, he would try the love therapy to see if it could improve Xiao Jun's physique. Chapter 17, Best Friend Steals the Master. After a few days, Sumu discovered another pattern. Every time after donating the love balloons, Tuan Tuan is the first to fall asleep, followed by Anan, and Kong Kong, the most mischievous and strongest, is always the last one to fall asleep. He realized that the formation of the heart-shaped balloon was related to physical condition. If the kids were allowed to exercise more, would Yuan Yuan get better faster? So, Sumu added another game for the kids. The content of the game is also very simple, which is to practice Tai Chi. He had brought the kids to practice in the community before, but at that time it was just a casual exercise and he didn't take it seriously. This time, Sumu decided to take it seriously and train the four little ones to become Tai Chi masters. How could he let his own children lose at the starting line? Therefore, he began to re-examine the movements of the four little ones with the eyes of a Tai Chi master, constantly fine-tuning their moves, movements, and even breathing to achieve the best effect. Soon Sumu discovered that this was a very energy and physically demanding task. He had to constantly imitate the four little ones' methods of exerting force, while constantly deducing and summarizing in his mind, in order to come up with the most effective practice method. It took Sumu 2 whole days to tailor the most suitable Tai Chi for the four little ones, and he was exhausted. Finally, he simply joined the practice team himself and took the four little ones to practice slowly in an open space behind the cabin. Sumu's realm is naturally beyond doubt. After his guidance, the four little ones are fighting in a very good manner and their strength is steadily increasing. Although they are still very young and weak, their level has reached the best that they can allow. Even in actual combat, they will not lose to older children of the same age. Invincible among peers. Watching the performance of the four little ones, an idea flashed through Sumu's mind, and a smug smile appeared on his face. These little masters have devoted their heart and soul into their work, so how can they not be proud? Of course, strictly speaking, he poured not only his heart and soul into it, but also his blood and flesh. Well, if I have the chance, I will also tailor a set of exercises for my wife. Thinking about the baby's mothers who still have to work hard all day, Sumu came up with another plan. After practicing a set of Tai Chi, the four little ones were full of energy and Sumu's physical strength was completely restored. Who? He suddenly noticed something. Someone was peeking in the distance. The four little ones also stopped, looked back, and watched curiously. Don't shoot, we're on the same side. A familiar figure came out from behind the hut, raised his hand and walked towards me with a smile. The guy who stole skills was not an outsider, but the receptionist and student of the Tai Chi martial arts school, Sumu's best friend Lin Lei. Sumu had no way to deal with this best friend and could only smile bitterly. Walking closer, Lin Lei lowered his raised arms and said with a grin, "Ha, old Su, you are amazing. You can actually train a 3-year-old kid into a master. I can see that their level is improving by leaps and bounds. Judging from the fluency of their moves, they can almost take the rank test. Have you been peeking these days?" Sumu secretly felt a headache. He was so focused that he didn't even notice someone was peeking at him. Hey. Lin Lei was somewhat proud. Even you didn't notice it, my voyeurism skills are pretty good, right? Seeing Sumu's face fall, Lin Lei quickly added, "Don't worry, I was the only one peeking, the others were chased away." That's more like it. Sumu nodded, looked at Lin Lei who was rubbing his hands and said with a smile, "Why, are you interested in what the little kid is practicing?" "Certainly." Lin Lei immediately became excited and said with his neck stiff, "As long as you are willing to guide me like you guide your son and daughter, I am willing to work like a cow or a horse for you." Seeing his best friend so serious, Sumu couldn't help but laugh and said, "Ha, you don't have to be such a slave. Since you have helped us block a lot of bullets these days, I will be reluctant and give you some pointers." He also knew that the place where he and the kids lived was actually a tourist attraction. If there weren't people blocking the way outside to stop the tourists, the family would not be able to stay there. Lin Lei's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but punch Sumu's arm. "Great, my best friend is really nice, he's willing to pass on his signature skills to me. By the way, your boxing style looks like a brand new school, you should give it a name. Just call it Su Quan." Sumu didn't care much. Considering his relationship with Lin Lei, there was nothing wrong in teaching him a set of Tai Chi. It would just take a little more time and energy. So, in addition to the four little ones, there was another tall and strong guy who followed Sumu to practice. As for the problem of tourists disturbing the area, it has also been solved by the Tai Chi martial arts school. Masan is now a golden signboard of the scenic area. Countless people come here every day to learn from him. Even for his sake, the scenic area will give up this attraction which actually has little passenger flow. 2 more days passed. Sumu, Xiaojun, and the four little ones were outside the cabin enjoying the cool air. On the open space opposite, Lin Lei was practicing boxing alone. His steps were agile and his punches were as fast as the wind. The switching between movement and stillness was smooth and natural, and he switched between moves with ease. The last moment, he was like a tiger out of a cage, with endless majesty and attack power. As his moves changed, he became as quiet as an old tree in the wind, even his breathing was barely perceptible, and he completely blended into the surrounding world. What he practiced was the new Tai Chi that Sumu had tailored according to his physique and personality. As the styles were so different, the two men discussed it and decided to call it Lin Quan. From now on, every martial artist who has been instructed by Sumu will have their boxing skills named after their own surnames, or given another unique name. Phew, it's so satisfying. After finishing a set of punches with great pleasure, Lin Lei came over and said, "Lao Su, I have basically mastered the basics of Lin boxing. I won't bother you if there is nothing important in the future." During these 2 days, he could also see how much time and effort Sumu spent to create a new set of boxing for him. Besides, he had a wife and 4 children to take care of, so no matter how thick-skinned he was, he didn't dare to stay any longer. Sumu smiled. "Brothers, what nonsense are you talking about? If there is really a hurdle that cannot be overcome, will I not take action?" Lin Lei was stunned for a moment, then said seriously, "I knew you wouldn't be that kind of person, but don't worry, I won't expose your secrets casually, nor will I bring anyone to disturb you. This guarantee is very important." If he knew that Sumu had the ability to tailor the most suitable boxing style for each person and could steadily improve his strength, he would probably no longer have time for himself. There are simply too many people on Earth. Even if martial arts fanatics only account for 1 in 10 million of the population, he would not be able to handle it all. Chapter 18. Grandma Li is sick. The family was having a great time in the scenic spot, and just when they were planning to stay there for a while, a piece of bad news suddenly came. Grandma Li next door had a high blood pressure attack and has been sent to the hospital. The elderly people in their 70s and 80s could not withstand any wind and rain at all. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, the family no longer wanted to stay in the scenic area and rushed back immediately. On the way, Sumu learned from Xiao Jun that Grandma Li was an old worker in a state-owned enterprise. She was injured in her early years and became infertile, so she had no children. Her husband passed away more than 10 years ago. More importantly, the house she lives in is owned by her company. Once her savings are used up, she cannot sell the house to pay for her medical expenses. Grandma Li usually takes good care of Xiao Jun and the 4 little ones, so of course they have to take up this responsibility. I hurried to the hospital, asked at the front desk, and found out where Grandma Li's ward was. Sumu and Xiao Jun immediately rushed over with concerns. The 4 little ones felt their parents' emotions and followed them obediently, not daring to make any noise. Soon, the family arrived at the ward. There were 5 or 6 beds in total. Grandma Li was lying on the innermost bed, seemingly sleeping. Aunt Zheng from the neighborhood committee came over with breakfast, and Sumu and Xiao Jun hurried forward to ask. Sister Li was walking with us in the neighborhood when she suddenly fainted. Her face looked very scary. We called an ambulance right away, but after checking at the hospital, we found out that the reason for Sister Li's fainting was high blood pressure. There were many other problems besides this, not to mention the most common minor illnesses among the elderly. The most important thing was that she actually had lung cancer, and it was in the late stage. The doctor said she only had a few months to live. What? This news was like a bolt from the blue, making Xiao Jun feel a little breathless. Aunt Zhang couldn't help shaking her head. "Hey, Sister Li lost her husband and has no children, and now she has encountered this kind of thing. Her life is really miserable." She glanced at Xiao Jun and said, "The community can't really do anything. Xiao, Sister Li usually takes good care of you. She has no children, so you should just accompany her until the end of her life." As Aunt Zhang spoke, her eyes turned red and she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Well, you've worked hard these days, leave the rest to us." Xiao Jun took a deep breath, took the breakfast from Aunt Zhang, and walked towards the bed with mixed feelings. Sumu originally planned to hand the 4 little ones over to Aunt Zhang, but the babies knew that the person lying inside was Grandma Li, who was usually very kind to them, and they insisted on going over no matter what. With no other options, he had to take the kids with him. On the hospital bed, Grandma Li heard the noise and slowly opened her eyes. When she saw the 4 little ones' innocent and bright faces, her eyes regained some spirit and she smiled kindly. "Ah, why are you making such a fuss? I just have some minor problems." Having lived for 70 or 80 years, she has long since let go of things. "Well, there's nothing serious wrong with your body. We just brought the children to see you." Xiao Jun held back his grief, opened the lunchbox with a smile, and fed Grandma Li porridge mouthful by mouthful. "Grandma, you'll be well soon. Well, we are also doctors and can help you cure your illness. I want to stay with Grandma forever. Brother and sister are the best. They have cured Yuan's illness." The 4 little ones surrounded the hospital bed, full of childish fun. Grandma Li's face was filled with joy and her mood improved a lot. She insisted on finishing the bowl of porridge. Aunt Zhang had something else to do, so she chatted for a while and then left. Letting the children talk to Grandma Li, Xiao Jun called Sumu aside. She hesitated for a moment, then said resolutely, "I have some special connections. If possible, I will have someone take Grandma Li away and send her to the best hospital for treatment. Sumu's heart moved. Xiao Jun, the former rich girl, had been living in an old neighborhood with her 4 children for 3 years, and the living conditions were so poor. He had guessed something a long time ago, but had never asked. Judging from what Xiao Jun said now, does he want to contact his family? Thinking of the internal struggles among wealthy families that often appear in TV dramas, Sumu immediately lost his temper. If his wife was forcibly taken away by her family, the 4 little ones would be left without a mother. He absolutely couldn't agree to that. Honey, wait a minute, maybe it's a misdiagnosis. Why don't we let the doctor recheck it tomorrow? Misdiagnosis? The probability should not be very high, but since you said so, then, let's wait another day. Xiao Jun hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. In fact, unless it was absolutely necessary, she didn't want to ask for help from that family full of cold-bloodedness and conspiracy. A few hours later, Xiao Jun dragged his tired body to work. Sumu took the 4 little ones with him and waited until Grandma Li and the patients in other beds fell asleep one after another. Then he pulled the curtains between the beds. After calling all 4 little ones over, he placed his hand on Grandma Li's arm and started the loving healing technique. Grandma is sick and needs our treatment. Are you ready? Sumu began to guide skillfully. As the kids performed seriously, heart-shaped balloons began to appear above their heads. Sumu immediately collected and guided the love balloons into Grandma Li's body. With the injection of love value, Grandma Li's complexion quickly recovered and she finally looked more energetic. Continue. Sumu continued his efforts and continued to guide. Half an hour passed quickly. Grandma Li, who was sleeping peacefully, moved her arm slightly and suddenly started coughing violently. Dad, what happened to Grandma? The 4 little ones were so scared that they stopped their performance and looked at Sumu with anxiety and helplessness. Sumu's face changed drastically. There had been no problems with the love healing technique, but Grandma Li's reaction. It hurts. It hurts so much. Grandma Li was breathing rapidly and making sounds of pain. Looking at the love balloons that kept popping up above the kids' heads, Sumu didn't dare to go on. He immediately pressed the emergency call button next to the bed. Soon, a group of doctors and nurses rushed over. The attending doctor glared at Sumu in dissatisfaction. The old man needs quiet. Why did you bring so many children here? After that, the other party organized doctors and nurses to carry out examinations and rescue operations. They first stabilized Grandma Li's breathing and heartbeat, and then pushed the bed all the way to the emergency room. Sumu and the other 4 followed and waited anxiously outside the emergency room. Dad, is Grandma going to leave us? Kong Kong asked in a soft voice with tears in his eyes. Anan, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan were also staring at the emergency room, almost crying out loud. It's okay, Grandma will be out soon. Sumu pretended to be calm and comforted the little ones, but he felt very guilty in his heart. Suddenly, he noticed something. Because there was no timely guidance, the love balloons above the 4 little ones' heads gathered more and more. Under the squeezing of each other, some began to deform and even showed signs of bursting. Chapter 19. The money is gone again. He was stunned for a moment, and one of the balloons finally couldn't hold on, burst right before his eyes, and completely dissipated. What a waste! Sumu felt distressed and waved his hand out of habit. Under the guidance of some special force, love balloons floated in front of him one after another, almost forming a small hill. Grandma Li is still receiving urgent requests, so it's impossible to rush in now. He was about to put the love balloons into Yuan Yuan's body when he suddenly discovered something. Because it was too crowded, a heart-shaped balloon actually floated to his chest and merged into his body. Forehead. Sumu's body didn't react at all, so he quickly checked the system interface. There is an extra red heart above the money panel. Oh my god, it turns out that love balloons can be stored, no wonder they are called love values. He suddenly realized, thought about it, and immediately began to absorb the love balloons. The love value was also increasing crazily, and finally it turned into something similar to a health bar, with the specific value displayed at the back. When the value reached 240, the increase in the love value suddenly stopped, but there were almost half of the love balloons outside. Afterwards, no matter how hard he tried, his body could no longer absorb the love balloons. This thing actually has a storage limit. The love balloons still floating outside seemed to have a duration as they began to burst one after another. Sumu felt distressed again and quickly put the remaining love balloons into Yuan Yuan's body. Call. After a while, Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to his rescue, only a dozen love balloons burst. The side effects of contributing love points began to emerge. And then, Kong Kong and Tuan Tuan all began to feel sleepy, but Yuan Yuan's consumption and replenishment offset each other and he was still very active. After carrying the kids to sleep on a bench nearby, Sumu looked at Yuan Yuan, who was still standing at the door of the emergency room, and fell into deep thought. Yes, that must be it. Soon, his eyes lit up. Since love value requires the consumption of spirit, its absorption must also have conditions. Yuan Yuan just has a heart problem, her body is fine and can absorb those love balloons. But Grandma Li is already in her 70s or 80s, and her body is weak to begin with. She absorbed so many love balloons at once, and the changes in her body were too drastic, so he suddenly realized that this was probably what is called the weak cannot be nourished. For the elderly and frail patients, love balloons are sometimes not a cure, but a death warrant. I was still careless. With a sigh, Sumu began to wait patiently. As long as Grandma Li could get through this, he could use the love balloons to slowly treat her in the future. Even if he couldn't completely cure her, it should be no problem at all to alleviate the old lady's condition. Half an hour later, Grandma Li was pushed out. What are you busying about? I just said I'm fine, huh? Sumu hurried over and saw that Grandma Li on the hospital bed had a rosy complexion and was joking with him. He felt completely relieved. Strangeness. The attending doctor kept shaking his head. According to the patient's condition, her condition should have worsened after all this, but her breathing and heartbeat quickly returned to normal. It doesn't look like she has advanced lung cancer at all. He looked back at Grandma Li and quickly made a decision. Xiao Zhao, send this old lady to take an X-ray. Maybe our previous examination was wrong. A young doctor stepped forward and said confidently, Director Wang, I took the film. There is absolutely no problem. The patient's lungs are indeed very serious. Okay, I believe in your skills. Maybe there's something wrong with the equipment. This has happened before. Anyway, let's take another film first. The attending physician was very persistent and waved his hand calmly. Dr. Zhao was a little depressed, but due to his status he couldn't refute, so he obediently took people to push Grandma Li away. Sumu saw all this and suddenly felt relaxed. It seemed that Grandma Li's condition had really improved. He just had to be careful not to show her over love in the future. After he persuaded her for a while, Grandma Li finally felt at ease to undergo the examination. Are you a relative of the patient? Director Wang looked at Sumu and said sternly, be careful next time. The old man is not in good health, so don't bring the children here. Sumu smiled awkwardly, I understand. Thank you, doctor. Seeing that Sumu had a good attitude, Director Wang nodded and said, if conditions permit, it would be best to transfer the old lady to the intensive care unit. As you can see, the situation today is very dangerous, and in addition to lung cancer, the old lady also has many chronic diseases. She needs professional equipment and personnel to look after her. Sumu did not hesitate at all and said he would do it immediately. When he came to the front desk and asked, Sumu was dumbfounded. The intensive care unit costs 20,000 yuan a day. Considering Grandma Li's physical condition, treatment with loving care will be a slow process and she will have to stay in the hospital for at least a month. It's not easy for the old man either, I can't let him down. Sumu made a quick decision and paid 1 month's salary directly. The WeChat balance quickly returned to hundreds of thousands. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he quickly calmed down so as not to make the children worry. Another half hour passed. Despite Grandma Li's objections, Sumu helped the doctors and nurses transfer her to the intensive care unit, which was comparable to a 5-star hotel room. After Dr. Zhao, with a strange expression on his face, came over with the retaken X-rays and took the initiative to admit the mistake of misdiagnosis, the elderly Grandma Li, despite having experienced many hardships, still shed tears of emotion. It's not your fault this time. Have someone inspect the equipment. Director Wang sent Dr. Zhao away and looked at the film in deep thought. Looking at Dr. Zhao's somewhat embarrassed back, Sumu had a strange expression on his face. In fact, the other party had done nothing wrong, but in order to keep the secret, he would not help the other party to seek justice. Anyway, the hospital's equipment needs regular maintenance, so just consider it as doing it a little early. As he was thinking this, Director Wang called him outside again, this is our fault. Although the old lady is not in the advanced stage of lung cancer, her condition is still not very optimistic. At her age, chemotherapy and surgery may not be possible. She can only rely on imported drugs to survive. Your financial situation. This is his duty. Since it will be a waste of time in the end, it is better to notify the patient in advance of discharge. As for whether the family members listened to it or not, that is another matter. Sumu heard the other party's implication and couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Director Wang, for reminding me. Grandma Li is my family. I will not give up unless it is absolutely necessary. Please do your best to treat her. Money is not a problem. Well, there aren't many young people like you these days. Upon hearing this, Director Wang couldn't help but re-examine Sumu. Seeing that he didn't look like a rich man in his clothes, he couldn't help but solemnly assure, "We will also do our best to increase the old lady's lifespan." Chapter 20, Triggering a Special Mission. The love value can be stored, which means that the 4 little ones do not need to take action personally to use the love healing technique on Grandma Li. With Director Wang's reminder, Sumu had no choice but to coax and deceive the 4 children into returning home. Grandma Li is currently being taken care of by several elderly men and women from the neighborhood committee. They usually take walks and bask in the sun together, and will help each other if anyone has difficulties. After returning home and coaxing Yuan to sleep, Sumu began to study the system. The upper limit of the love value is 240, which is probably the maximum storage allowed for the primary level. According to Grandma Li's tolerance, each time she uses up 120 points of love, which means that without the children's company, she can only use her ability twice in a row before she will be reduced to her original form. System, can the upper limit be raised? Sumu tried to ask. Ding. The storage limit of the primary love healing spell is the sum of the best love points that the kids can generate every day. A mechanical voice sounded, giving a perfect answer. Sumu suddenly realized that the 4 little ones could only contribute continuously for 1 hour every day, and each of them generated 1 point of love per minute, which added up to exactly 240 points. Then how do we improve the level of the heart healing technique? Ding. Please explore on your own. Friendly reminder, it will be difficult to upgrade in a short period of time. I knew it would be like this. Sumu was helpless. He could forget about leveling up in the short term. So there was only one way for him to increase the upper limit of his love value. That is, have more babies. Looking at the babies lying in a row on the bed, Sumu rejected the idea. Although the babies were cute, having too many of them was not good. What's more, apart from that night, the most intimate interaction between him and Xiao Jun was just kissing. Although it was more comfortable, kissing would not lead to pregnancy. As for the god-level ability of making anyone pregnant by glaring at them, even the powerful super dad system probably can't produce that effect. He asked a series of questions, and the system gave answers in a cold, mechanical voice. Sumu caught something from it and was filled with anticipation again. System, are you saying that I can obtain a temporary skill card by triggering a special nanny mission? Ding. Totally okay. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Sumu was speechless. Ding. The system has the right to remain silent. Okay, tell me more about it. The system immediately gave an explanation. It turns out that the special nanny mission needs to be triggered actively, and it can only happen once a month, with a fixed reward, and the beneficiaries can only be people related to the 4 little ones. After careful inquiry, Sumu learned that Grandma Li was not among the beneficiaries. Well, Grandma Li and the 4 little ones are not related by blood. No matter how good their relationship is, they are still outsiders. In that case, let's find a way to make Grandma Li a member of our family. Got it. Sumu slapped his forehead and came up with an idea. System, does it count as asking the kids to recognize their grandmother? Ding. Establishing a social relationship with people who are not related to you by blood will be an important milestone in your baby's growth. That's it. Sumu was overjoyed and cut off the connection with the system. He suppressed his excitement and did not wake up the 4 little ones immediately. What, you want the babies to recognize their grandmother? When Xiao Jun got home and learned about this plan from Sumu, he was stunned for a moment, then smiled knowingly. Of course, thanks to Grandma Li's care over the past few years, the babies can grow up healthily. It's also a good idea to let her have something to worry about before she leaves, which is also wife. Sumu interrupted, took out his phone, and looked up the hospital's test results. Actually, there is another good news. After a moment, Xiao Jun's shoulders shrugged slightly, and she couldn't help sobbing softly. Wow, I knew that Grandma Li would be fine. Sumu opened his arms and waited for Xiao Jun to throw herself into his arms. He asked softly, now, you don't need to contact your family, right? Xiao Jun was silent for a while, then smiled with relief, and all the psychological pressure was completely released. Another long kiss. After dinner, the family came to the hospital. Only Aunt Jean was left to accompany the patient. Sumu and Xiao Jun asked her to witness the 4 little ones standing in a row and kowtow to Grandma Li 3 times in a proper manner according to the postures they had rehearsed beforehand. Hello, Grandma. Good boy, babies are so good, get up quickly. Grandma Li's face was almost blossoming with joy. When the 4 children came over, she hugged them and said, I never thought I would have grandchildren when I'm old. This life has not been lived in vain. As she spoke, tears began to flow from the corners of her eyes. Xiao Jun and Aunt Zhang also secretly wiped away their tears. Ding! The baby successfully establishes a blood relationship with Grandma Li. The special nanny mission is triggered. The target of the benefit is Li Shuping. Ding! Special nanny mission, spend money to avoid disaster. Considering that Li Shuping suffers from multiple diseases and a terminal illness, the host must pay an extraordinary price to save her. In short, spend all the money within 24 hours. Current balance, 195,300. 4 head. Sumu was surprised and delighted. This special task of being a nanny was really special. It actually made him a prodigal son. Looking at the balance, it is exactly the same as my WeChat balance, which means that Xiao Jun's money is not included. This is also a kind of comfort. Sumu felt a little relieved. Ha! He suddenly thought of something. After completing the nanny mission last time, in addition to the love healing technique, there seemed to be another reward. View now. Shopping cashback coupon, 25 times, the host can choose a shopping mall to make purchases, and can get 25 times the amount of the purchase back after leaving. This product is a disposable item, please use it reasonably and avoid shameful waste. Oh my god, system, I love you. After reading the description of the shopping cashback coupon, Sumu was inexplicably excited. Although the system's voice was cold, it was still quite human. This time, the Super Dad mission is basically just giving money to myself. In that case, what are you waiting for? It's hard to explain to Xiao Jun how I spent money for no reason. So, Sumu once again extended his evil claws to the ignorant 4 little ones. Babies, are you happy that you have a grandma? Happy. The 4 little ones said in unison. As grandchildren of Grandma, in order to show our filial piety, we should prepare some gifts for her, right? Right. The soft children's voices are all in unison. Sumu showed a smile of his evil plan succeeded. Okay, Daddy will take you to the supermarket right now. Good. Amid the cheers of the kids, Sumu blinked at the confused Xiao Jun and said, Wife, take good care of Grandma Li. We'll be back soon. This child really doesn't need it, Grandma Li reacted and tried to stop them with a smile, but Sumu had already left quickly with the 4 little ones. Chapter 21 Supermarket Sweep. You have to spend nearly 200,000 yuan in one go, and you will use up the shopping rebate coupons when you go out. It is definitely not possible to go to ordinary shopping malls and supermarkets. His target can only be those super shopping malls that sell everything and at the most expensive prices. There is one right in the city center, not far from the hospital. So what are you waiting for? Let us go. Bringing the 4 little ones to the legendary shopping paradise in the city, Sumu pushed 2 oversized shopping carts and waved his hand. Move. The first things to be swept away are, of course, the baby's favorite toys and snacks. Hello, sir. When the salesperson saw Sumu with 4 kids, he immediately came over with a smile on his face. This was a big customer. Excuse me, what do you need? Do you want me to recommend something? Time is limited. Sumu shook his head. No need. 4 head. The salesperson was stunned. Looking at what Sumu and the 4 followers behind him were wearing, he couldn't help but curl his lips and said, Oh, then you can take a look at it yourself. I don't dare to ask my mother to recommend it, because I'm afraid of spending money. Why come here if you don't have money? You can just go to an ordinary toy store. How vain. After some mental processing, the salesperson rolled his eyes and went back to the counter to continue playing with his phone. Sumu saw what the other person was thinking, but he didn't care much. Just pick whatever you like and put it in the shopping cart. Dad will pay for it. Seeing that the kids were a little nervous, Sumu gave them a reassurance. Yeah, Daddy is the best. Kong Kong cheered, ran to the shelf in front of him, and pulled out a toy pistol that was flashing with colorful light. Sumu went over and taught him how to shoot. Whoosh! Pleasant gunshots rang out, and colorful cartoon projections appeared on the ground, with each shot being different. It's really high-tech. Sumu sighed and asked Kong Kong, do you like it? Kong Kong nodded vigorously, unable to let it go. The salesperson was attracted by the sound of the toy gun, looked up and frowned. That's the latest imported toy gun, each one costs several thousand yuan. Can they afford it? The next moment, at Su Mu's reminder, Kong Kang's attention was attracted by a toy car again. Su Mu tore off the trademark of the toy gun and threw it into the shopping cart like throwing away garbage. The power of role models is infinite. Inspired by Kong Kong, Nen, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan also took action. Boys and girls have different hobbies. Nen and Kong Kong like toy cars, toy guns and robots, while Tuan Chuan and Yuan Yuan like dolls and ebooks. Su Mu became busy, constantly tearing off the labels of toys and throwing them into the shopping cart. A family of 5 kept repeating the same actions as if they were shopping, and the shopping cart was soon full. Crunch! The dumbfounded salesman stretched his stiff neck and finally reacted. A rough calculation shows that in less than half an hour, the total value of the toys handled by this seemingly ordinary customer exceeded 30,000. Sir, if the label is torn off, you can't sell it anymore. Do you have enough money? She felt that if she didn't say something, she would lose the job. This kind of person is either a low-key tycoon or a complete lunatic. Su Mu was busy loading and turned around when he heard the words. There was no madness or ridicule on his face as the salesperson imagined. He just took out his mobile phone and asked calmly, where to scan? Forehead. The salesman's expression changed, and he finally pointed to the counter. Sir, we need to confirm the price first. Hold on. Su Mu threw the last few toys that the 4 little ones brought with them into the shopping cart, and then took the kids over. Ding dong, payment of 34,000. When the reminder sounded, Su Mu pushed the shopping cart and ran straight to the snack area next door, surrounded by a group of excited babies with red faces. Thump! The salesman sat back in his chair and began to doubt his life. Compared with the hundreds or thousands of toys that cost so much, the 4 little ones' demand for snacks is much smaller. After all, babies have just grown out of breastfeeding age and can only drink some nutritious porridge on weekdays. They have not yet formed any concept of snacks with strange flavors. What they like most are probably the sweets with milky flavor and the soft and smooth jelly. Moreover, compared with toys, snacks are not that expensive no matter how expensive they are. The babies went around picking out snacks in the snack area and just filled up half of another shopping cart. After calculating the prices, it was only a few thousand. Not enough, not enough? This amount of money is just a drop in the bucket compared to the mission amount of over 100,000. He stopped a passerby and asked, "Excuse me, what is the most expensive thing here?" Passersby looked at him sideways, looking at him as if he was a fool, but finally answered with a hint of ridicule. In the furniture section, those imported furnitures cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, but you might buy fake ones. Do you want to try your luck? Su Mu was stunned and used laughter to cover up his embarrassment. I was just asking casually. Oh, see you later. Passersby were speechless, thinking they had encountered a prank. They looked around but didn't find any hidden cameras, so they left in disappointment. Although there are shopping rebate coupons, Su Mu doesn't want to waste money, so it is better to buy practical things. For example, toys that are both educational and entertaining, and snacks that babies love. What else is needed besides these? He was thinking hard when someone tapped him on the shoulder. Su Mu turned around and almost jumped up. Old wife, why are you here? After saying this, he lowered his head guiltily. Xiao Jun's face didn't look good, and there was murderous intent in her beautiful eyes, as if she was ready to pounce and eat someone at any time. Honey, Grandma Li seems to be too old to play with electric cars and eat snacks, right? Xiao Jun stepped forward, grabbed Su Mu's arm, and questioned him in a faint voice. Ahem. Su Mu's brain was working fast. The system could not be exposed, and a reasonable reason was needed. Just when he was in a dilemma, the system prompt sound suddenly rang. After hearing the system prompt, Su Mu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately smiled mysteriously. I just met a rich man who said that if I can spend all the money in WeChat, he will give me 2 to 5 times the rebate, and it's the full amount. Real? Xiao Jun clearly didn't believe it and looked towards the entrance of the shopping mall. Where is that rich man? Take me there to see him. Seeing that his wife was about to go out, Su Mu immediately became anxious. Although the system helped him solve the rationality of the shopping rebate coupons, the rules still cannot be broken. Once he leaves the shopping mall, the cashback coupon will be consumed, and he has only spent less than 40,000 yuan. The most important thing is that as long as the balance does not become zero, the task of spending money to avoid disaster will be declared a failure. After all, money is only external to one's body, and he absolutely cannot lose the most important skill card. Wife, I have never lied to you, have I? That rich man said that if I leave without spending all the money, he won't give me a penny. He could only grit his teeth and persevere while observing Xiao Jun's reaction. Chapter 22 Shopping. After struggling for a long time, Xiao Jun finally let go of Sumu's arm and smiled. Okay, although it sounds unreliable, I still choose to believe you. In the past circles, there were also many playboys who used millions of pocket money to amuse ordinary people. Although they have no dignity, ordinary people can still get some unexpected wealth after all. Maybe Sumu was lucky this time. Do you really believe me? Sumu was dumbfounded. Someone actually believed such a lame excuse. Could it be that Xiao Jun was too busy and exhausted from work and became stupid? Who else can I trust except you? Do I have a choice? Xiao Jun chuckled and took Sumu's arm. All right. A warm feeling flowed through his heart, and Sumu suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had known that his wife supported him so much, he should have brought her here with him. However, it doesn't seem too late now. After checking Sumu's WeChat balance, Xiao Jun thought for a moment and suggested, let's go to the luxury goods area. If that rich guy is trying to trick you, we can sell it to you. Good idea. Sumu gave a thumbs up and thought to himself that Xiao Jun was really amazing as he could still be so rational in this situation. The family came to the top floor of the shopping mall. There were not many shops here, and they sold relatively expensive luxury goods. Some of them were even out of stock, so ordinary people could only look. Oh my god, milk powder is also a luxury item? Under the guidance of Xiao Jun, they first entered a small shop with a very warm atmosphere. Looking at the imported milk powder that cost hundreds of yuan per can, Sumu felt that his outlook on life was impacted. What do you think? These are not just 3-5 products. They also contain various trace elements that are beneficial to the baby's growth. If I had money, I would have bought them a long time ago. Xiao Jun gave Sumu a slightly resentful look, and then started to choose happily. Sumu helped load the goods from the back and soon filled up the second shopping cart. The snacks underneath made a creaking sound, which caused protests from Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. Coming out of the milk powder store, Sumu checked his phone and pretended to be melancholy. There are still 110,000 yuan left, there is still a long way to go. Cut. Xiao Jun looked at him with disdain and walked straight into the children's brand clothing store next door. How could I forget this? It's urgently needed. Sumu followed with the 4 little ones. This store has a complete range of clothing, the variety is dazzling. Sumu didn't understand at all and sat at the door distracted like most husbands. I casually checked the label of a dress in front of me and found that the price was as high as 9,800 yuan. My worldview, which had been shocked, was shaken again. Snow White. Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan rushed to a child model, grabbed the white princess dress the model was wearing and swayed it, thinking of the cartoons they had seen. Don't move. Amidst the shrill voice, the salesperson of the clothing store ran over and slapped the 2 babies' hands away. Little brats, who told you to move around? If you make the clothes dirty, who will I sell them to? She was older and had an amazing professional sense. With just a glance, she knew that the person who came in was definitely not a rich man. Therefore, she naturally did not need to greet them with a smile, and she even planned to drive away this person who was obviously not a target customer first, so as not to affect the business. Woo woo! Yuan Yuan was a timid child, and when she saw the fierce ant, she immediately started crying. Tuanchuan's eyes turned red and she looked like she was about to cry. Don't cry, Xiao Yuan Yuan. Sumu hurried over and picked up Yuan Yuan, and with his other hand he stroked Tuanchuan's head to calm her down. Facing Sumu, an adult, the waiter was even more aggressive, like parents, like children. I don't know how to educate them. Sumu's face darkened, and just as he was about to speak, Xiao Jun came over with an Kong. Oh, I didn't realize it, they are quadruplets. Do you think your salary is enough to support 4 little ones? You dare to come to a place like this, you are really brave. The waiter took a quick look and seemed a little surprised, but the 4 cute little ones couldn't stop her from continuing to mock them. Xiao Jun was neither humble nor arrogant, and glanced at the other person calmly. Hasn't your boss taught you the proper etiquette to treat customers? I just made a complaint call, do you think you can still keep this job? Her aura was fully unleashed, instantly suppressing the opponent's arrogance. The waiter immediately felt a familiar pressure. At this moment, Xiao Jun looked very much like those top socialites who usually came to the store to do a big sweep. Could it be that I was wrong? She calmed her breathing and began to regret it a little. But why do rich people dress so poorly? The waiter tried to struggle. Why, are you really here to consume and not mess around? Nonsense. Xiao Jun snorted coldly and pointed at the princess dress that Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan had touched. Here, give me 2 dresses of that style. After that, she took out the 2 sets of sportswear she had chosen for an in Kong Kong, and these 2 sets of children's sportswear, pack them up for me. Seeing that Xiao Jun didn't seem to be joking, the waiter rolled his eyes and immediately adjusted his seat. She honestly took out her calculator and calculated for a long time, then showed a professional smile on her face. The total is 88,000. Is there anything else you need? Is this okay? Sumu glanced sideways. It was the first time he noticed someone could change his expression so quickly and naturally. Certainly. Xiao Jun's expression softened, and he stopped arguing with the other party. He took the babies to choose shoes, socks, and decorations. In the end, there were several more large shopping bags on the shopping cart. Sumo's WeChat balance also successfully turned into 9,800 yuan, which is very close to the goal of spending it all. Welcome to visit us next time. Under the waiter's eager gaze, the family left the clothing store. The 4 little ones are safe, healthy, and happy, with bright smiles on their faces, eating, drinking, and playing. Their parents have even prepared new clothes for them. The 4 little ones feel extremely satisfied. Sumu was happy but also a little emotional. On this trip, Xiao Jun spent a total of 100,000 yuan. It turns out that women's talent for shopping is truly terrifyingly strong. But it seems that the money has not been spent yet. How about buying 2 more clothes? Sumu suggested. Xiao Jun shook his head. Forget it, I'm not angry enough. I was just angry just now. In fact, children's clothing is difficult to resell. So you're still worried about this? Sumu was very depressed, but then he thought that the mission would be completed soon. Once he finished the mission and walked out of the shopping mall, the tycoon arranged by the system would make a brilliant appearance, and then all his wife's worries would disappear. The 2 of them discussed it and decided to use the remaining money to buy nutritional supplements. After all, Sumu's reason for going out shopping was to take the kids to buy gifts for Grandmolly, so how could he go back empty-handed? Chapter 23 System Special Envoy. With a goal in mind, the family continued to take action. Only then did Sumu realize how violent the health products for the elderly were. He spent 9,000 yuan like water, but in return he only got a dozen boxes of nutritional powder written in English, as well as high-end supplements such as cod liver oil, royal jelly, and the recently popular sea cucumber. Finally, he bought a few lollipops for the kids and transferred a few cents more to the merchant, and Sumu's WeChat balance was completely cleared. Mission accomplished. Sumu let out a sigh of relief, looking relieved. Xiao Jun reminded faintly, I say, it's best not to be happy too early. What if that rich man is a liar? No, let's go. Sumu was full of confidence. He pushed 2 fully loaded shopping carts and strode out with big strides. Xiao Jun shook his head and followed behind with the 4 little ones. Ding! The host has completed the mission of spending money to avoid disaster. The system's special envoy is about to appear. Be prepared. The moment Sumu stepped out of the shopping mall, the system prompt sounded. Sumu nodded secretly and looked around. Where are the people? Xiao Jun brought the kids over, unable to hide his disappointment. Hey, every failure is a learning experience. I still have some money, so in the future. Wow! Before she finished her words, with a powerful roar of an engine, a very cool, extended luxury business car stopped in front of the family. Sumu was stunned. Apart from anything else, the length of the train and its bullet-shaped streamlined shape were simply a smaller version of a high-speed train. At this moment, there was only one idiom left in his mind, rich and inhumane. Corvette Explorer, this? Even the well-informed Xiao Jun showed rare shock and disbelief. In this second-tier city, there was actually a car that only the richest people were qualified to own, which really challenged her inherent judgment. The 4 doors at the back of the luxury car opened at the same time, and 8 sturdy men in suits filed out. They wore sunglasses and looked mighty and powerful, and it was obvious that they were professional bodyguards. They moved in unison and quickly surrounded the luxury car. One of them came to the passenger door and opened it respectfully. This scene not only shocked Sumu's family, but also made many passers-by stop and take out their mobile phones to take pictures in surprise. Ha ha ha! Accompanied by a hearty laugh, a 2-meter tall man with a slicked back hair got down from the passenger seat. The man with the slicked back hair and a ruddy face looked very stylish. After getting out of the car, he shook his shoulders, and the expensive windbreaker he was wearing fell directly to the ground behind him. He was then held by the bodyguard. His movements were very skillful, as if he had practiced it countless times. "Mr. Su, we meet again." He walked straight to Sumu, opened his mouth with his slicked back hair, revealing a row of shining gold teeth, and winked at Sumu secretly. Sumu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The other party should be the special envoy of the system. He really fits the temperament of a rich man. He secretly glanced at Xiao Jun and found that the latter had quickly recovered from his shock, so he nodded calmly and handed over his cell phone. The man with the slicked back hair took the phone, glanced at it casually, and laughed heartily again. The flowers are really clean, it seems that you didn't disappoint me." Sumu smiled and said, "The money has been spent. What about you?" The man with the slicked back hair nodded, took out his phone and brought up an interface. "In that case, I will fulfill my promise. Come, let's start the lottery. 4 head." Sumu looked over and found that it was a small game, a spinning wheel with the options on it divided into 2, 3, 4, and 5, which were distributed alternately with each other. "Is this a variation of a shopping cashback voucher?" He nodded secretly, pressed his fingers on the roulette wheel and slid it gently. The roulette wheel spun quickly, and Sumu kept praying, "I must win the jackpot." After spinning for less than a minute, the roulette wheel stopped and was pointing at a big 5. "Yeah!" Sumu cheered, feeling inexplicably excited. You're lucky. I'll add you on WeChat." The guy with the slicked back hair raised his eyebrows, not looking too concerned. Sumu quickly called up the QR code. The two parties added each other as friends, and the other party turned out to be called Li John. 976,500 has arrived in my WeChat account. The phone beeped, and Sumu's WeChat balance immediately reached 1 million. But why are there both 0 and whole numbers? It's really a 5-fold reward, and they won't give even a penny more. Thank you. Even though he knew that the other party was created by the system, Sumu still wanted to thank him in person. Xiao Jun and the kids were watching, so he had to go through the necessary formalities. Xiao Jun was also happy and poked Sumu's arm quietly. "Hubby, you are so awesome." "Of course." Sumu was very proud and looked at De Ben too, but the latter showed no intention of leaving. He was very confused. The show had already ended, so why was the other party still lingering around? The phone vibrated and Sumu checked it. The news came from a slicker. "Li John, Mr. Su, have you forgotten that there is another reward?" "This?" Sumu quickly checked the system. Ding! "Congratulations to the host for completing the task of spending money to avoid disaster. The reward will be distributed by the system's special envoy in person. The beneficiary is Li Shuping. Please discuss the specific distribution method with the special envoy." Li Shuping is Grandma Li's name. Sumu was overjoyed and looked up at the system commissioner named Li John. The latter smiled knowingly and took out a business card. "John Li, President of Comfort International Greater East Asia." After reading it, Sumu couldn't help but feel curious. Li John was actually the other party's real name? "Half-blood, you can't tell." Li John explained with a smile and pointed to his eyes, which were indeed a little brown. Xiao Jun thought for a moment, and suddenly thought of something. She exclaimed, "Kanghui International is the multinational pharmaceutical company that has made a breakthrough in gene-targeted therapy technology and is preparing to launch clinical trials?" Before, she would rather compromise with her family and ask them to help contact Kanghui International so that Grandma Li would have the opportunity to receive extremely expensive gene-targeted therapy. Later, because Grandma Li's condition was misdiagnosed, she had more time to prepare and temporarily gave up the idea. What Xiao Jun didn't expect was that just one day later, the president of Kanghui International's Greater East Asia region appeared in front of him in such a dramatic way. Is it that everything is God's will, or? She looked at Sumu and fell into deep confusion. Sumu was also stunned when he heard Xiao Jun's words. He quietly sent a message to John Li. "What's going on, are you real?" "What the hell? The system commissioner actually has a real identity." Li John's hands did not move, but he was able to automatically reply to the WeChat message. "The power of the system is beyond your imagination, Mr. Su, get used to it slowly." Behind it, there was a smiling face. "All right." Looking up at Li John with a harmless smile on his face, Sumu didn't intend to waste his brain cells. Li John smiled mysteriously and finally extended an olive branch. "This city gives people a very good feeling. I plan to recruit a group of volunteers here to conduct experiments on the latest gene-targeted therapy technology, mainly targeting lung cancer. If you too have any suitable candidates, I will give them priority. Chapter 24 Real Existence. Xiao Jun looked up, his breathing became rapid because he was too excited. Seeing Li Yuehan's curious look, Xiao Jun hesitated for a moment, then asked very seriously, "Yes, is the treatment free?" "Haha, of course it's free, but the number of places is limited. I'm destined to be with you too, so this place is just a gift for meeting you." John Lee smiled brightly. Passers-by realized what was happening, and some became extremely excited and rushed over to scramble for spots. Before they got close, they were stopped by the 8 bodyguards. Li John smiled slightly and said, "You can go to Kanghui International Chinese website to sign up. As for whether you will be selected, I can't guarantee it." People immediately dispersed and began to search Kanghui International's website. The family got in their car and followed John Lee's luxury car to the hospital. When they arrived at Grandma Lee's ward, the 4 little ones held various nutritional supplements and went up to compete for the credit. As she ate the nutritious jelly handed to her by little hands, Grandma Lee smiled brightly. Sumu and Xiao Jun stepped forward and told Grandma Lee about the experiment. When they learned that it was free of charge, Grandma Lee readily agreed. Li John stepped forward to sign the contract and said with a smile, "The old man is in good condition and meets the test conditions. I will arrange it as soon as possible." "Thank you." Xiao Jun was speechless and insisted on pulling Sumu to bow and express his gratitude together. No need for such a big gift." Li John laughed loudly, but had no intention of stopping, and his expression was quite smug. Sumu secretly complained that this system's special envoy actually took advantage of him, and he would definitely get back at him in the future. The president of Kanghui International Greater East Asia showed up and quickly alerted the hospital. The dean and the heads of all departments were present, and after some conversation, they began to explore the possibility of cooperation. Li John, who was squeezed in the crowd, gave Sumu a question mark. Sumu didn't care and replied with an exclamation mark. "Okay, I think the environment of this hospital is good, so let's do the experiment here. But you need to prepare some equipment." His word was final and it was decided immediately. The dean and others were extremely excited and expressed their full cooperation. If they could master the most advanced gene therapy technology, their popularity would increase dramatically. "Don't disturb the old man, let's go out and talk." John Lee and the hospital staff left. The Sumo family stayed beside Grandma Lee and let the 4 little ones chat with the old lady. Xiao Jun was filled with emotion. Gene-targeted therapy is indeed very advanced, but I don't know what the success rate is. After all, this technology is not mature yet, otherwise there would be no need to conduct trials. Sumu comforted, "This is the best way. We must have confidence." Xiao Jun smiled, and the pressure of the past few days was completely relieved. Not long after, John Lee sent a professional team, and Grandma Lee was the first experimental subject and received careful care. In front of the professional team, the family seemed a little idle. Seeing that Xiao Jun was also very tired, Sumu asked her to take the 4 little ones home to rest first. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that Sumu's cell phone vibrated while he was taking a nap outside. Li John finally finished his work and asked him to meet. Sumu immediately came to the rooftop. The 2 people stood face to face, observing each other quietly, and no one spoke. After a long time, Sumu raised his hand and a flash of light appeared. Li John frowned slightly, without dodging at all. "How is this done?" Turning the phone over and pointing to the chat history, Sumu asked curiously. Li John let out a long sigh and said with a smile, "Of course, I used my mind." "It's true." Sumu nodded secretly, and then continued to ask, "Why can't I do this?" He tried to send a text message using his mind, but couldn't type a single punctuation mark. Li John looked at Sumu with a complicated look and smiled mysteriously, "System skills." The short answer leaves no room for rebuttal. "All right. It seems that you have to complete the task to obtain it, but this skill seems to be useless, at least for now." Sumu no longer hesitated. After a while, he asked the second question seriously, "Does gene-targeted therapy exist in reality?" Li John looked at him and nodded, "Of course, I, the special envoy, am standing right in front of you. Nothing is impossible." After saying that, he blinked again. Since Li Shuping is the beneficiary of this mission, under the covert influence of the system, the success rate of her receiving targeted treatment will be 100%. Very good. Sumu was extremely surprised, and his heart was finally at ease. Then he began to question Li Jian's identity. The latter also answered all the questions he knew. It turns out that John Li was not created out of thin air by the system. He was originally the president of Greater East Asia of Kanghui International, and Kanghui International also intended to launch gene-targeted therapy trials. But the city originally selected by Kanghui Group was not here, and its partner was definitely not this unknown local hospital. Just an hour ago, John Li was planning to transfer from this city to the capital of China to meet with an agent of a super-wealthy family to discuss cooperation matters. Just a few seconds before boarding the plane, a mysterious message suddenly appeared in his mind, asking him to accept the identity of a special envoy of the Super Daddy system. As long as he fully cooperated, he would receive unimaginable benefits. The first thing the system told him to do was to rush to a large shopping mall in the city center. It turns out that all this is arranged by the system. Sumu understood, and he took the initiative to extend his hand. "Thank you for your cooperation." Since the other party is a living person, not a system creation, he should show enough respect and sincerity. "It's a pleasure to work with you." Li Jian smiled slightly, and the two held hands tightly together. "By the way, have you ever doubted the system?" After chatting for a while, Sumu suddenly thought of something and asked curiously. Li Jian looked into the distance, his expression becoming serious. "Of course I doubted it, but as far as I know, there is no technology in the world that can make a sound in someone's brain out of thin air, and the reward given by the system is real." After saying this, to prove his point, he took out his cell phone, stared at the screen, and quickly typed out a string of smiley faces with his mind. "This is the first reward the system has given me. It's really amazing." Putting away his phone, Li Yuehan sighed with envy. "What a pity, you are the supreme owner of the Super Daddy system." Sumu suddenly became nervous and looked at the other person warily. Don't worry." Li Jian laughed. "I just have a little bit of resentment, and I don't dare to seize power. In fact, the system has already reminded us that as long as we special envoys make even the slightest move that crosses the line, we will be ruthlessly wiped out." He made a gesture of wiping his neck. "All right." Sumu was completely relieved. With the strength of the system, there would not be any loopholes left, and his worries were unnecessary. Chapter 25 Ocean of Joy. After talking, Sumu found that Li Jian was a very straightforward person. At least in front of him, he was very sincere. Of course, maybe this is a threat to the system. But no matter what, Li Jian, a guy with a physique comparable to that of a basketball star, is still worth making friends with. The only regrettable thing is that due to the constraints of the system, Li Jian, who is worth billions, cannot give Sumu any extra help, otherwise he will be punished. Sumu understood this point. The fact that there were both zero and round amounts in the shopping cashback coupons showed how rigorous the system was. It seems that there is only one special envoy at the moment, Li Jian, and Sumu asked the system but did not find out how to activate more special envoys. He can only explore it slowly later. Grandma Li has someone to take care of her, and Sumu's family's life has returned to normal. After breakfast the next day, Xiao Jun went to work with a light heart and a smile on his face. Sumu woke up the four little ones who were reluctant to get out of bed. "Be healthy and happy, and be reunited. If you don't get up, the sun will burn your little butt." With a lot of toys and snacks, the kids had a lot of fun last night. Kong, who woke up first, rubbed his eyes, saw the toy gun on the table, and immediately got up. Diu. He kept playing with his toy gun, and the pleasant sound soon woke up his brothers and sisters. "Hee, I have a shield." Anan held up a small glowing shield and smiled as he looked for other accessories to put on. It was a complete set of toy armor. "Oh my, it's so noisy." Tuan opened his eyes and patted the little rabbit lying next to him. "Be good, I'll put a bow on you." Yuan also woke up and crawled into Sumu's arms holding a large block. "Daddy, I want to see the castle." Sumu felt a little embarrassed when he saw the building blocks in Yuan's hand. "I didn't pay attention when I put it in the shopping cart. After I opened it at home, I found that it was a large inflatable castle. It takes a large area to build the inflatable building blocks. If you have gifts, you should learn to share them. Daddy will take you out to play later. The other kids will definitely like them." Soon, Sumu's eyes lit up. There was a piece of vacant land in the middle of the community. "Yeah!" The kids cheered. After coaxing them to drink some nutritious porridge, Sumu took the four little ones downstairs. There were so many toys that Sumu had to make several trips back and forth to move them all. He began to inflate the parts of the castle, and Yuan watched quietly by the side. Anan and Kong Kong, one dressed up as an armored warrior and the other holding a toy gun, were having a lot of fun under the envious gazes of a group of other children. Liang, you guys come and play too, this is for you. Anan is very sensible. He remembered Su Mu's words, and after playing for a while, he took the initiative to hand the shield in his hand to a little guy who usually played well. Thanks. Liang raised his shield and helped Anan defend against Kong Kong's lighting bullets. Kong Kong was unhappy now. Brother, you have helpers, and so do I. Jin, Pai, quickly pick up the weapons on the ground and follow me. Okay. The little boys named Jin and Pippi immediately joined the game with laughter. The boys soon went crazy with the fun. Seeing that most of the toys had been snatched away, even their own princess doll was forced into the fight. Yuan was unhappy. She called a few good little girls together, smiled and snatched back some toys that belonged to the girls, and went to another open space to play house. Phew, it's done. Sumu built the inflatable castle, bent down, held Yuan in his arms and walked into the palace, put her on the throne, and put a crown on her head. Meet Princess Yuan. Giggle. Yuan was laughing so happily that she asked Sumu to stand next to her throne. She swung her legs and started to give instructions. Unfortunately, the palace was empty and there were no subjects. Soon, Yuan brought a group of little girls in, placed dolls on both sides of the palace, and after a childlike ceremony, let Sumu hold them and slide down the slide outside the castle one by one. The boys outside were attracted and began to gather together, preparing to attack the castle. In an instant, the community square became a happy children's playground. Soon, Sumu was too busy to handle it. The baby's parents came over immediately, took over the responsibility from him, and took their children to experience various projects inside and outside the castle. Sumu finally had the energy to take care of his 4 little ones, but unfortunately he was a little overwhelmed. Under the girls' resolute resistance, the boys' siege failed and they soon split into 2 forces, starting a chase around the castle. Tuanchuan and Yuan were playing house around the castle, while Anan, Kong Kong and a group of little boys were fighting outside. Sumu could not favor one over the other and could only keep fighting guerrilla warfare. Just as he helped Tuanchuan and Yuan put the dolls in place, Anan and Kong Kong started calling for support. He could only run out with a smile to join the battle. After half a day, Sumu was tired but happy, but the other parents were a little overwhelmed. After all, they did not have Sumu's Tai Chi master strength, and they were exhausted just from chasing their own children. But the children showed no sign of stopping. Boom! The weather was not good and there was thunder. Saved! The parents all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time and began to use the excuse of taking shelter from the rain to forcibly pull their children out of the ocean of joy. Soon, only a few families were left in the square. Sumu was worried that the toys would get wet if it rained, so he immediately asked everyone for help, and the neighbors were also very enthusiastic. The 4 little ones were already tired from playing, and they didn't want to sit idle. Since they couldn't hold the toys, they followed behind to cheer them on. Crash! By the time we had moved all the toys home, the rain started to fall. Daddy, will the castle catch a cold? Tuan looked at the inflatable castle outside through the window, his little face full of nervousness. The castle has been killed by us, it won't catch a cold. Xiao Kong held up a toy gun and explained with a smile. Woo! Tuanchuan and Yuan looked at each other and cried out of heartache. Sumutu was very distressed that Xiao Kong actually had the potential to become a violent element. This tendency must be stopped. Before he could speak, Anan had already gone over and covered Kong Kang's mouth with her hand. Don't talk nonsense, we are good children and we can't hit others. Then, he comforted Tuanchuan and Yuan in the tone of a little adult. Don't cry, sister. The castle is so beautiful. You will never die. Real? Tuanchuan and Yuan stopped crying and looked over. Kong blinked, as if realizing his mistake, and immediately said in a baby voice, Yeah, didn't you see that the castle is still standing? The 2 little girls looked outside and saw that the castle was still standing firm in the wind and rain, with the small flags on it still fluttering in the wind. They finally stopped worrying. Kong Kong made a few funny faces, and Tuan and Yuan soon burst into laughter. Chapter 26. The house is small. Looking at the toys scattered all over the floor, Sumu suddenly realized a problem. This temporary rental home seems a bit small. The children's bodies are growing rapidly and their daily activity levels are increasing. This slightly narrow 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment does not allow for full movement. You can't go out and play every day. He began to consider renting a bigger house so that at least the children could run back and forth freely. Although this is not a first-tier city, the rent is rising very quickly. What are you afraid of? We have money. Thinking of the more than 900,000 people in WeChat, Sumu quickly made up his mind. He has to take care of the children, and finding a house is rather troublesome, so it is best to seek help from professionals. Right now, there is a free workforce. With a slight smile, Sumu found Lin Lei's profile picture and sent him a message. Boss Su, I'm very busy lately. Lin Lei replied quickly. It's not that I won't help you. I'm now a martial arts instructor. I teach those idiots how to practice boxing every day. I'm as tired as a dog when I get home. He continued to grumble. Sumu curled his lips. This kid learned Lin Quan and even became a teacher. It's really like a rooster flying to a tree and turning into a phoenix. He edited an angry expression and was about to send it. Ding dong. Another message came in. Hey, no matter how busy I am, I can't delay your work, Boss Su. I'll let my student do it. She's a bit dumb, so I'll just take it as a training. Forehead. Sumu had a strange expression on his face. Would there be any problems if he asked a fool to help find a house? After he expressed his doubts, Lin Lei immediately replied, that student just has poor physical coordination, but is excellent in other aspects. Just a friendly reminder, the other party is the most popular school beauty, don't make any mistakes, otherwise. A bunch of kitchen knives followed behind. Brat, am I that kind of person? Sumu shook his head and smiled bitterly. In that case, then I'll trouble your school beauty student to take the trouble. Can you get it done within 3 days? No problem, I'll assign her a task right away. Lin Lei seemed to be really busy. After sending this message, he didn't reply for a long time. Sumu gave the 4 little ones a bath and prepared lunch. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon and the rain had not stopped yet. Sumu had just asked the 4 little ones to contribute their love balloons, and Kong Kong and Tuan Tuan fell into a deep sleep. He was holding Yuan Yuan and watching TV when the news came. Boss Su, it's settled. I'll send you her contact information. So fast? Sumu felt very surprised. Lin Lei's subordinates were so talented. He immediately scanned the code and quickly added a netizen named Gusu Morong. The other person's profile picture is Wang Yuyan, played by the fairy sister, and she looks like a star chaser. Hello, is this Mr. Su? Gusu Morong sent a smiley face, the most basic kind. Sumu smiled and replied, yes, thank you for your hard work. Where is the house? He was still a little worried as it had only been less than half a day. It's in the neighborhood where you live. You can move in tomorrow. Forehead. Sumu was surprised. There happened to be such a big house in this community, and it was available for rent? Is there such a coincidence in the world? He sent a question mark. Gusu Morong, I didn't lie to you. Actually, that house belongs to me. I've kept it for 7 or 8 years and was planning to sell it. The specific information was sent. There are 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen and 3 bathrooms, a total of 180 square meters. The floor plan is also very good, and the living room is big enough for the 4 little ones to have fun. This really is fate. Sumu was very satisfied and asked about the price. Gusu Morong, just 500 a month, you are my master's friend, this is a friendship price. Sumu smiled. The house his family was renting now was less than 60 square meters, but the monthly rent was more than 1,000 yuan. The rent for a large house with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms and 180 square meters would be at least 3 times higher. He didn't want to take advantage of others for nothing. It's best not to owe favors to others casually, otherwise you will have to pay them back sooner or later. Sumu, no need, just follow the market price, how about 5,000 a month? Gusu Morong, too much, Mr. Su, you really don't need to mind. The 2 people were bargaining, the tenant wanted to raise the rent, while the tenant was trying to lower the rent, which seemed a bit funny. In the end, with Sumu's insistence, the rent was finally settled at 4,500 yuan per month. He also saw that the girl was very innocent and kind, and was worried that the other party would go back on her word, so he directly paid her a year's rent. After a while, Gusu Morong accepted the rent. Thank you, Mr. Su. I still have some things at home. I will go there to pack them up tomorrow and you can move in the afternoon. Do you need help? They are just some small items, no need. Well, bye. Goodbye. After the chat, Sumu thought for a while, and sent Lin Lei a message to invite him to dinner another day. Then he rubbed Xiao Yuan's head, which was already a little impatient, and continued to explain the cartoons on TV to her. In the evening, I told Xiao Jun the news of moving. Xiao Jun was a little surprised to learn that the new house was in the same community and was 3 times larger. She immediately smiled and secretly gave Sumu a glance. What, you want to cancel the lease? The next day, Sumu approached Da Xiang and asked him to cancel the lease, to which the latter reacted strongly. Why, you don't want to? Sumu looked at the other person coldly, thinking to himself, isn't this middle-aged greasy man scared after being beaten last time? Haha, no. Da Xiang avoided his gaze and said with a wry smile, I just didn't expect that. Didn't you just pay half a year's rent? How come it's so fast? After suffering a loss at the hands of Sumu, he originally wanted to find a more powerful guy for revenge, but was discovered by Mr. Dong halfway. After Mr. Dong's earnest teachings, Da Xiang completely faced the reality and realized that Sumu was not someone he could afford to offend. He became much more honest afterwards and never dared to cause trouble for Xiao Jun and the 4 little ones again. This time Sumu came to him on his own initiative, so Da Xiang naturally didn't dare to be presumptuous, he was just a little curious. In just over a week, the other party made a lot of money? They actually want to move, where can they move to? Sumu was too lazy to explain to such a person, and just said calmly, we will move out this afternoon. Anyway, you should transfer the remaining rent back as soon as possible. I won't take advantage of you. Let's consider it as the full month and deduct it as you like. Da Xiang's eyelids jumped, and he said hurriedly, No, I'm only staying for a few days. I'll transfer you right away. Ding dong. The 10,000 yuan that Sumu had transferred to Da Xiang was returned, with 2,000 more. Looking at the ingratiating smile on Da Xiang's face, Sumu shook his head. When did this guy become so honest? Excuse me, do you have any other instructions? Da Xiang seemed very attentive. Sumu shook his head, no more, goodbye. After leaving Da Xiang's house, Sumu walked towards the location of his new home according to the address sent by Gusu Morong. He would move in the afternoon, so he planned to inspect it first. Chapter 27 The Stupid School Bell. Although the residential complex where Sumu, Xiao Jun and the 4 little ones live is old, it is very large, with more than a dozen buildings and entrances and exits from all directions. They are currently renting room 202, building 13, which belongs to Da Xiang and is located near the East Gate. The hometown of Gusu Morong, where the family is about to move, is located in room 502, building 88 near the West Gate. Because it was the last batch of buildings built, building 88 looks much newer than building 12, and each floor has a balcony for growing flowers and drying clothes. Room 502 is open from north to south. At this moment, there is no one on the balcony, but the door to the living room is open. It seems that the girl with the online name Gusu Morong has gone in to pack her things. Sumu walked into the building and was not surprised to find that there was no elevator. This is also normal. According to regulations, buildings below 7 floors in cities do not need to install elevators. The 5th floor is a little high, so I need to climb stairs every day, which I can consider as exercise. Anyway, the 4 little ones are still growing and need some exercise, and they are practicing the Su fist tailored for them by Sumu, so their physical fitness is better than that of other children. Sumu was not worried about tiring the babies out. Follow the stairs all the way to the 5th floor. Boom boom. The door was closed and Sumu knocked. Bang! There was an immediate movement inside, as if something had fallen over. Sumu frowned slightly. The knock on the door was not loud, so how could it cause such a big noise? Could it be that the person inside was not Gusu Morong, but a thief? He looked inside through the peephole, but unfortunately, even though no one had lived here for 7 or 8 years, the peephole was still intact and he couldn't see clearly at all. Who are you? Sumu was considering whether to call the police when a vibrant voice rang through the door. The voice was so gentle and pleasant that one could guess without even looking that the owner of the voice must be a great beauty. Sumu felt relieved. Since she was a beauty, there was no reason for her to be a thief. So, the person in the room should be Gusu Morong himself. He took out his cell phone and sent a message. Crunch! The door opened from the inside, and Sumu looked over. A girl in light blue sportswear was staring at him curiously with her big, pure white eyes. There was a hint of nervousness and shyness in the girl's eyes. You are Gusu Morong, right? Sumu's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself that she was worthy of being the school belle. Even though he was already married, his heart beat faster as the girl stared at him. "Well, are you Mr. Su?" The girl nodded and asked back. When Sumu nodded, the girl smiled like a spring breeze on her face. "Hello, Mr. Su. Gusu Morong is my online name. My real name is Morong Ying. Everyone calls me Xiaoying." "Morong Ying, what a nice name." Sumu retracted his gaze that was fixed on the other person. He quickly calmed down and asked with a little embarrassment, "Then, can I go in and take a look?" Morong Ying was obviously used to this kind of reaction and didn't care too much. She just pursed her lips and said embarrassedly, "Well, I'm still cleaning. How about you come back in the afternoon?" According to the agreement between the two parties, the moving time is in the afternoon. Sumu took a look into the room and found that there was no furniture inside. There was a cardboard box and a bucket of water on the floor, as well as a mop lying on the ground. The sound just now should be the sound of the mop falling to the ground. Seeing that the floor was only half mopped, Sumu smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, this will be my home from now on, let's clean it together." "Well, thank you for your help." Morong Ying's pretty face turned slightly red, and after hesitating for a moment, she let Sumu in. Sumu took the initiative to take over the job of mopping the floor. Morong Ying was stubborn, but she couldn't just sit there doing nothing, so she had to find a rag and wipe the walls and furniture. The two chatted, and Sumu was curious why Morong Ying didn't ask for help. The latter just said that there were not many things and there was no need for a thorough cleaning, and she could do it herself. Sumu gradually discovered that this girl had a simple and kind character. Although she spoke with some lack of confidence, she was actually strong in her bones. He was a little curious. The other person was beautiful, and her family conditions seemed to be pretty good, as she was able to change her house. She should have been the focus of attention since she was a child. How did she develop such an unconscious inferiority complex? The two of them were not familiar with each other, so Sumu did not ask in detail. Anyway, they would probably not meet again except to pay rent. Oops. Sumu was concentrating on mopping the floor when he heard a scream from behind him. Looking back, Morong Ying was standing in front of a standing desk lamp that was about to fall. She tried to reach out to hold the lamp, but her feet were in a panic, her legs tripped over each other, and she was about to fall. This girl is so stupid. Seeing that an accident happened, an idea flashed through Sumu's mind. At the same time, he quickly threw away the mop and rushed forward. With one hand he held Morong Ying's back to prevent her from falling and getting hurt, and with the other hand he accurately grasped the pole of the desk lamp. Amazing! Morong Ying's body was held steadily by Sumu's warm big hands. She slowly stood up. After a moment of panic, her beautiful eyes opened wide and she exclaimed with great envy. Sumu stood the lamp upright again and said with a smile, "This is a normal reaction, it's normal." Morong Ying was very persistent, her eyes even reddened a little. "No, I will never be able to do it. I have always been stupid. I couldn't even march properly during military training." She seemed to be deeply hurt, and she began to tell Sumu, an outsider, about all the embarrassing things that had happened to her because she was too stupid. Sumu listened quietly and soon discovered that Morong Ying was not a naive person in the ordinary sense. She usually exercises regularly, which can be seen from her perfect figure. But no matter how hard she tried, Morong Ying would always make all kinds of jokes when participating in various activities because she was too clumsy. After talking for half an hour, Morong Ying seemed to realize something and she stopped immediately. With a blush on her face, she said, "Hey, I usually only tell these things to my besties. What happened today, Mr. Su? Are you annoyed?" Sumu hurriedly shook his head and asked her, "No, you went to the Tai Chi gym to learn martial arts just to improve your body coordination?" Morong Ying nodded vigorously. "I have done various tests, and there is no problem with my nerves and muscles. The doctors just said that I might have some hidden disease, similar to autonomic nervous system disorder, and I have taken a lot of medicine but it doesn't work." She paused for a moment, then continued, "The Tai Chi martial arts school was very popular a while ago, so I signed up with the attitude of giving it a try, hoping to see if I could solve the problem through traditional martial arts." Sumu's heart moved slightly. It turned out that Morong Ying's going to the Tai Chi martial arts school to learn martial arts was related to him. Chapter 28 Misunderstanding. Sumu was moved by Morong Ying's kindness and innocence and decided to do something. Diseases that even hospitals cannot diagnose must be difficult and complicated diseases, and they can be alleviated by loving treatment techniques. Grandma Lee has started receiving gene-targeted therapy with a 100% success rate, and Sumu's stored love value is still full. In that case, why not give others a hand? Love healing requires physical contact to be performed. Now that Morong Ying has regained her footing, if she were to contact others for no reason again, it would definitely cause misunderstanding. Sumu was not in a hurry because the work was not finished yet, and with Morong Ying's clumsy skills, she would definitely fall again. At that time, I only need to. A smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Morong Ying noticed something and cast a curious look at him, her eyelashes fluttering as if she was talking. Keep working, haha. Being stared at by a beautiful woman, Sumu felt a little uncomfortable, as if his little thoughts were exposed. He laughed dryly twice, picked up the mop and continued to work. Morong Ying also quickly joined the battle. After mopping the floor back and forth several times, the basin of water became very dirty. Sumu pretended not to notice. Morong Ying pursed her lips and prepared to come over to pick up the bucket and replace it with clean water. The floor that had just been mopped was a bit slippery. Morong Ying knew her situation and deliberately moved very slowly. When she lifted the water, Sumu deliberately shouted, "Let me do it." "No, I can do it, ah." Morong Ying replied that it was okay to be distracted for a moment, but her feet lost control again and she fell backwards. Sumu immediately stepped forward, firmly supported the other person's back, and quietly transferred all the stored love points through his palm. One of the two men was about to fall to the ground, while the other was supporting him with all his strength, maintaining a weird posture. Bang! A few seconds later, Morong Ying reacted. She was so flustered that the bucket in her hand fell to the ground. "Mr. Su, you?" She ignored her wet jeans and her tone became serious. Why didn't Mr. Su help her up? Was he trying to take advantage of her? She bit her lip and was about to stand up and denounce this immoral behavior, when she suddenly realized something. "Hey, my body?" The next moment, Morong Ying's heart was moved, and there seemed to be a warm current on the back where Samuchua was supporting her. The warm current quickly entered the body, carrying with it an extremely magical power. All the cells in the body seemed to be immersed in a warm ocean, radiating unprecedented vitality. This feeling? Her heart trembled slightly, and vaguely, Morong Ying remembered what Teacher Lin said when he asked her to help find a house. "Xiaoying, Sumu is my best friend, there is absolutely no doubt about his character. Also, let me tell you a secret. My level was able to improve so quickly and I was quickly promoted to a martial arts instructor in less than a week. It was all thanks to Sumu. In short, he is definitely a genuine hermit master, so you must behave well. Old Su has a soft heart and might help you. Mr. Su, are you using the magic skills that Instructor Lin mentioned to treat me?" A thought that even she herself felt was a little absurd flashed through her mind. For some reason, Morong Ying, who was originally a little panicked, quickly calmed down. She even closed her eyes and even began to enjoy the treatment of Master Su. Love healing takes time, and Sumu was a little worried that there would not be enough time. But now that he saw that Morong Ying did not struggle anymore, he simply gritted his teeth and continued to inject love value. "Xiaoying, I'm here to help." The door was suddenly pushed open and a handsome man walked in. Seeing the scene in front of him, the smile on his face froze, and the next moment veins suddenly bulged. "Damn it! How dare you bully Xiaoying? I'll beat you up." Without saying a word, he raised his fist and hit Sumu on the back of the head. Only half of the love value was injected, and Sumuta didn't even turn back. He twisted his body and dodged the punch directly. The boy just punched out of instinct and had no power to change his moves. Seeing that his fist was about to hit Morong Ying in the face, he immediately cried out, "Get out of the way!" Sumu secretly thought that something was wrong. He was so focused on dodging that he forgot that there was a school beauty in the opponent's attack path. Morong Ying was also frightened by this sudden change. Sumu had no choice but to take action. He released his hand that was holding Morong Ying's back and raised his palm upwards quickly. At the critical moment, the boy's wrist was lifted up and moved a few centimeters, then he rubbed Morong Ying's flawless face fiercely. Bang! Although this punch missed the target, it still hit the target. Morong Ying felt pain, and due to her congenital lack of athletic ability, she fell backwards in embarrassment. The boy had already reacted, and rushed forward with great regret, grabbed Morong Ying's arm and stopped her from falling. Woo woo! Morong Ying, with blood on her face, squatted on the ground, making sounds of pain. The boy's face turned red. "Xiaoying, I don't want to hit you, it's him." He pointed at Sumu who had hidden aside, and suddenly became furious. "Damn it, if it weren't for you, a pervert, Xiaoying wouldn't have been hurt." As he spoke, he swung his fist again, his arm drawing an arc, intending to give the culprit a heavy punch as well. Sumu frowned. What a tricky angle. This man obviously had never practiced martial arts, but his talent was amazing. But I was too impulsive. He stopped dodging and attacked directly, pulling the opponent's fist back. Bang! The next moment, the boy's fist landed on his face, and he half squatted down in pain, covering his nose. Sumu looked at Moronging and the boy who were squatting on the ground, one covering his face and the other covering his nose. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Moreover, the two people seemed to know each other. He said helplessly, "Now tell me, what's going on?" The boy looked determined, and said, "I won't give in, ah." Before he could rush over again, Moronging cried out, "Ningwei, stop it. I'm renting this house." "What?" The boy named Ningwei stopped and looked at his fist raised in the air, falling into confusion and daze. "Hey, why are you so impulsive?" Moronging struggled to get up and glared at Ningwei dimly. "Mr. Su and his wife have 4 babies, and their original house is not big enough, so they plan to rent my old house." Ah. When Ningwei learned that Sumu was actually married and a father of 4 children, he suddenly felt that all the threats had disappeared. He scratched his head and looked at Sumu in surprise and joy. Misunderstanding, I'm sorry for what happened just now, Mr. Su." After saying that, Ningwei looked worried again. "Xiaoying, is your face okay? Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" "No." Moronging touched her red and swollen face, pouted her lips in anger, and decided not to pay any more attention to this impulsive boy. Chapter 29 Moving. Ningwei was so anxious that he almost cried, but the goddess was angry and nothing he said was of any use. He had no choice but to look to Sumu for help. Sumu looked at Ningwei, who was at a loss, sighed, and helped him out. "Xiaoying, since it's just a misunderstanding, please forgive him for now." Unexpectedly, this sentence worked surprisingly well. Moronging thought for a moment and her expression softened. Ningwei was overjoyed and hurriedly took out the medicine for bruises he carried with him, intending to take the opportunity to have intimate contact with the goddess. "I can do it myself." Moronging seemed somewhat resistant. She took the medicine for bruises, ran into the bedroom, closed the door and refused to come out. Ningwei stood there in a daze. He was determined not to give up. He shook his fist and said, "Xiaoying, I won't give up." It turns out that these two people have not yet achieved their goal. Sumu shook his head secretly and couldn't help but remind him, "Xiaowei, you have to change your impulsive personality. What girls need is actually very simple." Ningwei was stunned for a moment, then suddenly stepped forward as if grabbing a life-saving straw, and tightly grasped Sumu's hand. "Mr. Su, oh no, Senior Su, you must tell me, how did you get your wife in the first place?" Now it was Sumu's turn to be embarrassed. He began to doubt himself deeply. What happened between him and Xiao Jun could only be described as a one-night surprise. After 3 years of separation, their relationship directly became that of a family. "Oh my god, I became a father without ever being in a relationship." After realizing this problem, Sumu finally got it. No wonder Xiao Jun, although accepting me joining the family, was reluctant to open his heart and take the most important step. At this moment, Sumu's sense of superiority in front of Ningwei disappeared completely. He discovered with great sadness that when it came to love, he was as stupid as Ningwei. "No, I must make up for it later." He made up his mind secretly. Sumoda felt very distressed as there was a love novice in front of him who was eagerly waiting to share his experience with him. Ahem, well, the specific form doesn't matter, as long as you put your heart into it. Quickly covering up the embarrassment on his face, Sumu pretended to be an experienced person, nodded meaningfully, then turned around and continued mopping the floor. He was really worried that Ningwei would get to the bottom of it. As it turned out, Sumu's worries were unnecessary. After standing there for more than 10 seconds, Ningwei's eyes lit up. This is what is called no tricks are better than tricks. As expected of a love guru who has 4 babies before the age of 30, his summary of love is indeed accurate and profound. He seemed to have obtained some kind of magical secret manual, and bowed to Sumu with great gratitude. "Master, I understand." Sumu's shoulders shook slightly, and then he continued mopping the floor without any expression. Ningwei, who was completely excited, began to rush to work, and he worked very seriously, as if he wanted to use this action to show his determination. After a while, the job of mopping the floor was also forcibly taken over by Ningwei. Sumu had no choice but to go to the kitchen to clean. Soon, Moronging came out after applying the ointment. Seeing Ningwei concentrating on cleaning and not pestering her like before, her slightly frowned brows relaxed. She picked up the broom and swept the floor silently. With Ningwei as a new force, the cleaning process accelerated rapidly. In less than 2 hours, the 4-bedroom, 2-living-room house was completely renovated. Crash! Ningwei poured out the last bucket of dirty water and stood there rubbing his waist. Morong Ying's anger had long since subsided. Thinking that this big boy was here to help her after all, she pursed her lips and handed him a towel. Ningwei was overjoyed. Xiaoying, thank you. At this moment, he almost cried. He had been pursuing the goddess for 3 years, but she had always ignored him. But today, she actually took the initiative to hand him a towel. This is truly a historic breakthrough. After wiping the sweat off his face, Ningwei secretly winked at Su Mu and gave him a thumbs up with great admiration. He made up his mind to treat the master to a good meal. Mr. Su, you can move in this afternoon. Looking at the tidy and new room, Morong felt a sense of accomplishment. Su Mu nodded. Ningwei came up again. Are there too many things? I'll call a few classmates to help. No need for that. The furniture belongs to the landlord. It's just some clothes and children's toys. Su Mu declined politely. The distance was not far, and with the few belongings at home, he could easily drive back and forth a few times. Then I'll treat you to lunch at noon. Ningwei proposed again, specifically emphasizing that it was to express his apology so as to prevent Morong from feeling suspicious. The babies are still young, let's talk about it later. Su Mu refused again, and seeing Ningwei's disappointed face, he immediately understood. By the way, you seem to have a talent for martial arts. Why don't you go to a Tai Chi gym to learn like Xiaoying? Ningwei looked at Morong and said, Xiaoying, you didn't go home immediately after school. It turned out that you went to learn martial arts. I have decided to go to the martial arts hall to sign up tomorrow and learn and improve with you. Morong was helpless. Well, it's up to you. As she spoke, she glanced at Su Mu with a slightly resentful look. Su Mu was a little surprised. Morong didn't seem to be very fond of Ningwei. Was he trying to match them up at random? After chatting for a while, Morong made an excuse that she had something to do at home and left with the cardboard box. Ningwei deliberately changed his impulsive habit, and even though he was scratching his head in anxiety, he still did not chase after him. He pestered Su Mu for advice for a long time, and then left with a happy face, taking away the love secrets that Su Mu had made up. The new house has been cleaned and is ready to move in. Before leaving, Morong gave Su Mu the key to his house and the water and electricity cards so that he could start cooking right after moving in. Su Mu told Xiao Jun the good news. Xiao Jun was quickly moved by this unexpected surprise, and even spoke with a tearful tone, Hubby, I'm so happy to have you. In order to move, Xiao Jun took a temporary leave. At noon, the family finished their last meal at their old home and began to pack up. Su Mu and Xiao Jun didn't have much luggage, just a few sets of clothes. The big one and the 4 little ones' milk powder, toys, snacks and clothes filled 5 or 6 large cardboard boxes. Just as we were preparing to move, Lin Lei arrived with a group of students. Boss Su, I am still very loyal. Looking at the packed luggage, Lin Lei waved his hand and said, Everyone, get moving. If anyone slacks off, I will punish them severely. The students stepped forward with a smile, and in groups of 2, they easily divided up all the luggage. Faced with this group of overly enthusiastic guys, Su Mule was relaxed. He and Xiao Jun led the 4 kids in front, followed by a large group of 7 or 8 people, walking towards their new home. When they arrived at the new home, all the luggage was rearranged under Lin Lei's command. 4 bedrooms and 1 living room, enough for a family. Chapter 30, Make Up for the Love. After finishing their work, Lin Lei and the others left in a hurry without even drinking a sip of tea. What a group of kind people. Xiao Jun was very touched and asked Su Mu to find an opportunity to express his gratitude later. Su Mu agreed with a smile, and suddenly came to his senses. He felt that Lin Lei's motive for mobilizing so many people to help him move must be not simple. He asked the school beauty with a hidden illness to help him find a house, and also got a group of students to help him move. Su Mu probably guessed Lin Lei's little thoughts. However, he really doesn't have much energy, and it is impossible for him to tailor martial arts for more than a dozen people at the same time. As long as he didn't take the initiative to say it, Lin Lei probably wouldn't be so shameless as to introduce students to him. After all, the 2 parties had a gentleman's agreement before. Thinking of this, Su Mu immediately calmed down. Brother, let's play a game. When he arrived at his new home, Kong Kong was very excited and wanted to play a war game with his toy gun. And then quickly joined the fight and they chased each other around the living room. Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan put the little rabbit on the ground and raised their little hands to feed it vegetable leaves. Xiao Jun and Su Mu went over to play with the children. An afternoon passed quickly. Because the children were too engrossed in playing, their clothes got wet and a little dirty. At night, the kids fell asleep one after another in the next room. In the master bedroom, after the initial excitement, Su Mu and Xiao Jun began to plan for the future. The new house is big enough and clean, but the style is a bit serious and many places need to be modified. Xiao Jun proposed his own plan. The wooden floor is very hard, so we need to replace it with a bump-proof children's floor. The walls also need to be redecorated, and the kitchen needs to have a lot of kitchenware added. Su Mu took out paper and pen to record and made a long list. After counting on his fingers and talking for a few minutes, Xiao Jun finally stopped. When she saw that the list filled 2 or 3 pages, she started to worry again. There are so many. Su Mu smiled and comforted. It's okay, many things can be bought online, I will take care of the rest. Xiao Jun said tenderly, hubby, thank you for your hard work. This is the responsibility of the head of the family. Su Mu smiled and looked at Xiao Jun's delicate face. He couldn't help but move closer. After a long kiss, Su Mu was still not satisfied and kept moving his fingers around. No, let's wait. A blush appeared on Xiao Jun's face. She struggled and refused to let Su Mu go any further. She still had not made the final preparations. Su Mu took a few deep breaths and suppressed the fire in his heart. He quickly calmed down and thought about his previous conversation with Ning Wei. Wife, it seems like we haven't really had a romantic relationship yet, right? Stroking Xiao Jun's hair, Su Mu asked tentatively. Xiao Jun shrugged his shoulders, raised his head and asked, why are you suddenly talking about this? Her heartbeat began to speed up. This stupid husband finally got it. Su Mu understood it clearly. He reached out and gently lifted Xiao Jun's chin. Wife, I have decided to pursue you formally and make up for all the regrets of the past. Everything progresses step by step, and what Su Mu has to do is to make up for the emotional deficiencies between him and Xiao Jun through the greatest experience of love. He wants to make up for the loss of love. Well, I'll wait for your action. Xiao Jun was moved, and the knot in his heart over the past 3 years began to slowly loosen, and he couldn't stop crying. Su Mu sighed secretly and wiped away his wife's tears gently. Xiao Jun lay in Su Mu's arms and gradually fell asleep. If you love her, take action. Su Mu took out his cell phone and started shopping according to the long shopping list. The next day, Xiao Jun went to work. In the morning, Su Mu took the 4 children out to buy children's flooring. It is impossible to tell whether this kind of thing is suitable or not by looking online. He could only let the kids experience it themselves and choose slowly. After nearly 2 hours of struggling, the 4 kids finally selected 2 types of flooring, one of which was soft and elastic, on which they could safely roll around and play war games. This is an Kong's choice. The other one is relatively flat, can be used to place dolls, and is colorful and full of childlike fun. Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan both like it very much. In addition to the floor, Su Mu also asked the children to choose some decorations to hang on the wall, as well as more practical items such as children's table lamps and smart thermos bottles. There is no way. The kids are only 3 years old and haven't been completely weaned yet. They still need to reminisce about the past occasionally. In addition to the 4 little ones, Su Mu also bought 2 sets of ergonomic computer desks and chairs for himself and Xiao Jun, which have automatic posture adjustment and massage functions. With a massage chair, a computer is naturally indispensable. Su Mu had money, so he didn't hesitate to spend it and directly bought 2 Alienware laptops for travel and work. The computer desk could not be wasted, so he transferred another 100,000 yuan to the merchant and asked the other party to assemble a desktop computer with the highest configuration so that he could play large-scale games. After all, Su Mu is still a young man who has only graduated for 3 years, and his love for games is natural for men. In the future, when he has free time taking care of the kids, he can have some fun with his former bad friends, such as Lin Lei. That was all they bought for now. In the remaining time, Su Mu took the 4 kids to lay the floors and walls at home and hang up those exquisite decorations. 2 more hours passed and the house seemed to have turned into a fairy tale world. The kids were also tired, so after lunch, Su Mu coaxed them to sleep. Look at the time, it's only 11 o'clock. Su Mu smiled slightly. It's time to make up for the loss of love. He first went to the hospital to visit Grandmolly, who had become one of the first volunteers of Kenghui Group in China. The elderly person was transferred to a more specialized ward. His genes have been extracted and are undergoing intensive editing. Targeted drugs will be synthesized in a few days. Sumu wanted to get back the hospital fees for the intensive care unit, but the system prompted that it conflicted with the task of treating Grandmolly. He had no choice but to give up. Later I understood that John Lee arranged for professionals from Kanghui Group to help Grandmolly stabilize her chronic diseases. These expenses far exceeded 600,000 yuan, and it was probably because the system was secretly operating and played a certain role. The other elderly people in the community who came to stay with the patient were very envious and started to sign up to see if they could enjoy this top-level free medical care. Online registration has now begun and the selection process is extremely strict. Because the main focus is lung cancer, patients with other diseases, no matter how serious their condition, will not be able to pass smoothly. Without the system command, it would be impossible for Li John to take the back door for Sumu's sake. Fortunately, the elderly people in the community did not know the relationship between Sumu and Li John, otherwise he would not have been able to leave the hospital. After chatting with Grandmolly for half an hour, Sumu headed to the next destination. Shangyun Media, the company where Xiao Jun works. It's 11:30 in the morning, time for lunch. Arriving downstairs at the company, Sumu sighed that he had been too busy recently and today was his first time to come to his wife's company. Of course, it was also the first time I invited my wife to dinner. He took out his cell phone and dialed. Xiao Jun came out quickly and looked at Sumu holding flowers. He was secretly moved and asked worriedly, "What about the kids?" Chapter 31 Candlelight Lunch. I played for the whole morning and fell asleep. I couldn't wake up for 2 hours. Sumu explained with a smile that he had prepared everything before coming and specially let the 4 little ones play the game of doctor and patient. In order to make Yuan fall asleep as well, he played the role of a patient himself. After accumulating enough love points, he used the remaining love balloons to treat the little white rabbit. The little white rabbit's leg injury had almost healed, and with the help of dozens of love balloons, the injured leg healed immediately. Because it was too active, Sumu put the little white rabbit in a cage after the babies fell asleep, and of course, also prepared enough food for it. The little white rabbit should be happily enjoying the meal of a whole cabbage. Excluding the time spent visiting Grandmolly in the hospital, it will take at least an hour for the kids to wake up. Xiao Jun felt relieved this time. "Ah, you're thoughtful. If that's the case, then let's go to the other side." She pointed to a Western restaurant across the street and licked her lips expectantly. "Good." Sumu turned around and his eyes lit up. The decoration of that Western restaurant looked very high-end, so the consumption should be not low. He had no shortage of money now, so he immediately decided to take his wife there to enjoy a good time. Soon, the two of them walked into the Western restaurant with smiles on their faces. "Welcome." The graceful waitress provided warm hospitality. The two smiled at each other, and Xiao Jun walked straight to a table by the window. Sumu walked a few steps and found that there were quite a lot of people in the hall. After a closer look, there seemed to be a private room in the back, so he immediately suggested, "Wife, why don't we go eat in the private room?" Xiao Jun stopped and asked curiously, "It makes a difference where you eat. The private room is even more expensive." Sumu sighed inwardly, his wife had a very hard time these years. The rich girl who used to spend money like water had actually started to budget carefully even for a meal. He shook his head and insisted, "No, this is the first time I'm formally inviting you to dinner, and I want you to enjoy the most perfect experience." Xiao Jun was stunned, tears flashing in her beautiful eyes, and she nodded vigorously with a smile as beautiful as a flower, "Yes." Sumu was very happy and called the waiter over. Upon learning that there was a private room on the second floor with a candlelight lunch theme, Sumu immediately made a decision. Since he was going to be romantic, he had to be romantic to the end. Xiao Jun was also very excited, and the two of them went to the second floor together. The door of the private room, decorated with a circle of roses, was closed. Standing at the door was a foreigner in a tuxedo, who looked like an old gentleman in a movie. The waiter came forward and talked for a few words, then turned around and waved to the two of them. The old gentleman bowed to the two of them, gracefully and calmly, as if he were a nobleman walking out of a castle. Before it was imported, a burst of Western music floated out. Sumu took a look inside and saw a small band consisting of 5 or 6 people in the private room. He looked at the old gentleman in front of him with a smile and tears in his eyes. It was just a meal, was it necessary to be so ceremonial? "Come in." Xiao Jun smiled slightly, took Sumu's arm, and spoke something in a foreign language to the old gentleman very elegantly. Sumu could tell that it was not English. The old gentleman was surprised, then bowed again and made a gesture of invitation. Sumu began to regret not checking the place out in advance. He seemed to have become Granny Lou who walked into the Grand View Garden. He felt out of place here no matter how he looked at it. There is no other way. I have already boarded the pirate ship and I have to hold on no matter how embarrassing it is. He forced a smile and pulled Xiao Jun into the private room. The old gentleman shook his head slightly, with an undisguised contempt in his eyes. Sumu caught the other person's emotions and felt a little unhappy. After sitting down, Xiao Jun ordered dishes skillfully. Sumu didn't say a word the whole time, just ate the prepared fruit salad silently. After the meal was over, the old gentleman handed over another menu. The smile on his face always showed a bit of hypocrisy. Sumu began to be unhappy. I say, you understand Mandarin, right? We have already ordered. The old gentleman raised his eyebrows and his expression became very strange. Xiao Jun patted his forehead and explained in a low voice, this is sheet music. Forehead. Sumu looked at the musician still standing behind him, and 3 black lines appeared on his face. It's so embarrassing. But today I want to enjoy a little world for just 2 of us with my wife, so why do we need to involve so many people? So he coughed lightly and winked at Xiao Jun, wife, can we refuse? Xiao Jun blinked his eyes, quickly understood, and then explained a few words to the old gentleman with a smile. Upon hearing this, the old gentleman shrugged at Sumu and signaled the musicians to leave. Soon, 2 steaks and a bottle of red wine were placed on the table. The old gentleman started to steal the show again, asking if he needed help with cutting. Sumu was fed up with it and decided to show off a few tricks. He shook his head, no need. By the way, do you have chopsticks here? Phew. Xiao Jun couldn't help laughing, and seeing Sumu's serious expression, he had to translate. The old gentleman curled his lips, went out helplessly, and quickly came back with 2 pairs of chopsticks. Sir, I have never seen anyone eat steak with chopsticks. Handing the chopsticks to Sumu, the old gentleman spoke, and he actually spoke Mandarin. Oh my god. Sumu's eyes widened, so you can talk. The old gentleman was very proud. Of course, after all, not all the people who can dine at Angel House are nobles who know French. It seems to make some sense. But why is the other party's attitude so arrogant, as if they are a superior friend? This kind of person needs to be fixed. Faced with the old gentleman's aggressive gaze, Sumu just smiled indifferently. Wife, let me show you a trick. Giving Xiao Jun a gentle smile, Sumu moved his hand. All the strength of the body is mobilized and concentrated on the chopsticks. The chopsticks were moved like a knife, sweeping back and forth rapidly across the surface of the 2 pieces of tender beef. Soon, the beef, which was only slightly cooked, began to emit wisps of steam. After confirming the strength of the beef, Sumu smiled mysteriously and quickened his movements again. Swish, swish, swish. The chopsticks fell rapidly with great force. After a dazzling operation, the thick steak seemed to turn into tofu and quickly broke into dozens of small square pieces. Finished the job. Sumu took back his chopsticks, pressed his palms down squarely, and exhaled a breath of foul air, just like a great master. The private room suddenly fell into deathly silence. Xiao Jun covered his mouth, and the old gentleman was also stunned, looking at Sumu's results in disbelief. Hubby, you're awesome. After a while, Xiao Jun came to his senses and, regardless of his manners, gave Sumu a kiss in front of outsiders. Enjoying his wife's deep love and looking at the strange expression on the old gentleman's face, Sumu felt extremely relieved. I told you it was a trick. After saying that, he glanced at the old gentleman again. We want to experience a world of 2 people, don't you? Chinese Kung Fu is really amazing. The old gentleman was completely impressed, exclaimed sincerely, then turned and left with a smile. Chapter 32 Slap Li Shui. Not long after, the Western food that Xiao Jun had ordered, such as caviar, foie gras, and vegetable soup, were served one after another. The waiter also lit many red candles around the private room. The high-tech electric curtains closed automatically, and the curtain showed the ever-changing night sky and a full moon. This is really creative. Sumu was filled with admiration. Just the curtain with the oversized display screen should be worth hundreds of thousands. From this it can be seen that sometimes romance is still a luxury. He poured a glass of red wine for Xiao Jun, and the 2 clinked their glasses. Sumu took a deep breath and said, Baby, I love you. Xiao Jun's eyes were slightly red, and she nodded gently, Yes, I love you too, husband. In a warm and romantic atmosphere, the 2 began to enjoy the meal. Since there were no outsiders watching, Sumu didn't have to act pretentiously. He moved his chair over and followed Xiao Jun to learn Western dining etiquette and eating methods, and occasionally took advantage of him secretly. Good times always pass quickly. Half an hour later, Xiao Jun had just finished the last spoonful of caviar when he suddenly remembered something. She looked at the time and was horrified. Oh, I'm going to be late for work. There's still half. Sumu was stunned and pointed at the table. Pack it up and take it away. We'll eat it tonight. Oh well. Seeing that Xiao Jun had taken out a mirror to touch up her makeup, Sumu had no choice but to stand up. He came to the door and opened it. The old gentleman was not outside, but standing not far away, seemingly talking to someone. A somewhat shrill female voice sounded. Hurry up, is it ready over there? I'm in a hurry, do you still want to do business? This sound. Sumu looked up and his expression suddenly became strange. The guy who was bossing the old gentleman around and teaching him a lesson turned out to be Xiao Jun's colleague Li Shui. Behind Li Shui stood a young man who looked very rich, and several bodyguards in suits. TSK, you dare to slander my wife for being a sugar daddy. Soon, Sumu withdrew his gaze with disdain. When Xiao Jun came out and saw the situation over there, his face darkened. Sumu asked hurriedly, Wife, didn't you get evidence of Li Shui's violation last time? Was she fired from the company? The matter of the Tai Chi martial arts school was caused by Li Shui. The contract that Li Lei got back from the person in charge of the scenic spot has been handed over to Xiao Jun. Sumu did not ask about the follow-up matters. Xiao Jun replied, the boss was very angry when he found out about that and only deducted Li Shui's bonus for 1 month. Sumu was surprised. How could a person who openly framed his colleagues still be allowed to stay? Xiao Jun added helplessly, you have also seen Li Shui's character. This kind of person relies on her looks to accumulate high-quality customers and brings a lot of profits to the company. How could the boss be willing to fire her? This is truly a world where money matters most. Sumu sighed and didn't want to waste the leftover Western food, so he prepared to have someone pack it up. There were no waiters around, so he had to go over and call out old gentleman. Sorry, please wait a moment. The old gentleman was already annoyed by Li Shui's nagging. When he saw Sumu coming, he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly broke away from the entanglement of that terrible woman. Sumu smiled slightly and suggested packing up. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. The old gentleman nodded happily. Compared to that hen-like woman, he suddenly found that the somewhat rustic Sumu was still easy to get along with. Staring and glaring. When Li Shui saw Sumu, she immediately rushed over in high heels. The young man behind her also followed with his men. Li Shui looked Sumu up and down, then looked at Xiao Jun standing at the door of the private room, and understood something. She immediately flew into a rage. Well, I thought you were some important person, but it turns out you're just a couple of bastards wasting my time. Sumu's face was gloomy and he almost swore. Xiao Jun frowned and rushed forward to respond, Li Shui, what happened last time was clearly your fault. You have been mocking me recently, but today you are actually slandering me. No matter how well-mannered Xiao Jun is, she would get angry if she was described as a couple of adults. Li Shui sneered, Humph, judging from your clothes, your total spending is less than 1,000 yuan, and you dare to come to a place like this. Do you know how much a candlelight lunch costs for an hour? 20,000, a full 20,000, and this does not include the cost of ordering food. Do you think you can afford it? What? Sumu was stunned. Is the basic consumption alone 20,000? You feel guilty. Li Shui became even more excited. If you are scared, just kneel down and sing Conquer to me, and I will naturally pay for you, huh? Sumu quickly calmed down and asked jokingly, why, we don't have money, but you do? Li Shui was extremely proud, and threw herself into the arms of the young man next to her, and began to act coquettishly in a sweet tone, Mr. Huang, you will help me, right? Good. The guy named Huang Xiao nodded instinctively and was about to take out his cell phone when he suddenly noticed something. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Jun, and his expression became extremely obscene, top-notch, top-notch. Sumu was secretly angry and quietly protected Xiao Jun. Li Shui's eyes turned, she sensed the danger, and hurriedly twisted around Huang Xiao. Huang Xiao, I'm talking to you. Roll. Huang Xiao pushed Li Shui away and shouted in disgust, where did you come from, you slutty fox? Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. I am a gentleman. Li Shui was pushed back a few steps and sat on the ground all of a sudden. Looking at Huang Xiao, who suddenly became extremely unfamiliar, and thinking of his style of changing women like changing clothes, she panicked completely and struggled to crawl over. Mr. Huang, you can't do this. I helped you last night. Bang. Huang Xiao slapped him directly and said threateningly, "Shut up, if you dare to slander my character again, I will make you pay." Woo woo. Li Shui was so frightened that she covered her face and sobbed quietly, and never dared to act recklessly again. "I'm sorry to make you laugh." Huang Xiao stepped forward, straightened his collar, and pretended to be extremely generous. "My name is Huang Yi. I'm destined to meet you too. Let me pay the bill." His gaze was extremely naked, always fixed on Xiao Jun. "No need." Sumu shook his head calmly and called the old gentleman over. "How much?" 28,000. The old gentleman looked at the two of them and reported their spending amount. Sumu took out his phone and directly transferred 30,000 yuan, the rest is just a tip. In order to assert sovereignty, he held Xiao Jun's hand tightly. Huang Yi kept talking to them, but the two remained indifferent and responded vaguely. After the food was packed, Sumu found an excuse and walked straight past Huang Yi with Xiao Jun. Looking at Xiao Jun's beautiful back, Huang Yi's greed was not concealed. He hooked his finger and called the bodyguard to him. "Check their background for me." "I know." Li Shui struggled to come over, ignoring the redness and swelling on her face, and said in a flattering manner, "The woman's name is Xiao Jun, an employee of my company, and the man is her husband, and his name seems to be Sumu." Chapter 33, Helping the Baby Get a Haircut. "Sumu? What do you do?" Huang Yi continued to ask. Li Shui thought for a moment and replied, "I heard that he is an unemployed vagrant." "You may not know this, Mr. Huang. Xiao Jun and Sumu have 4 children. Her husband is useless and stays at home to take care of the children all day. So Xiao Jun works very hard. Don't be fooled by his glamorous appearance." She had just connected with Huang Yi and didn't want to give up easily. "Mr. Huang, that kind of woman is very arrogant, she doesn't know any postures, and she's like a dead fish in bed, but I'm different." Seeing that Huang Yi was no longer aggressive towards her, Li Shui slowly got closer to him again, and even shamelessly hugged Huang Yi in front of others. Huang Yi was quickly provoked and said, "Well, I was wrong to slap you just now. I will make it up to you tonight." Li Shui was ecstatic and began to move more vigorously. Huang Yi laughed loudly and whispered, "Keep an eye on Xiao Jun. You will definitely get some benefits after the success." Li Shui's expression froze, and after a long while she nodded reluctantly. Reminding Xiao Jun to be careful of Mr. Huang, Sumu brought Western food home. Putting the still hot food into the refrigerator, Sumu opened the cage and teased the little white rabbit. Not long after, the 4 little ones woke up one after another. "Daddy, I need to pee." Kong Kong ran over, ruffled his messy hair, and muttered something. Sumu carried the baby to the bathroom, and Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan followed. After finishing the work, Sumu let the 4 little ones eat some caviar and fresh milk. "It's time for the kids to get a haircut." Looking at the 4 little ones' hair, Sumu planned to take them out for a haircut. He took out his cell phone and started searching for a barber shop nearby. Ding! It is detected that the children need a haircut. Please ask the host to personally give the children a unique hairstyle. The system voice interrupted Sumu's search. "Let me do it myself." Sumu was stunned. He had always gone to the barber shop to get his haircut since he was a child. As for the hair on his body, it seemed that he had never taken care of it himself except for shaving his beard. Now, the system asked him to cut the hair of the 4 little ones, and each one of them must be different from the others. This is basically challenging the limits of a nanny. It seems like giving kids a haircut is also a very interesting thing. Soon, he felt relieved. To get a haircut, you need special tools, which you don't have at home. Sumu was about to go out to buy it when the doorbell rang. He was busy. "Hello, please receive the courier." "What? It looks like a children's hairdressing set. What a coincidence." Recalling that he seemed to have purchased these things online last night, Sumu signed immediately. Closed the door and opened the package. He was dumbfounded again. "What the hell, do you need these things for a haircut?" There was a pair of clippers, a pair of scissors, and a dozen or so oddly shaped rulers. "Dad, is this a hat?" And grabbed a round ruler and placed it on his head, making it look like a crown. Kong Kong, Tuan Tuan, and Yuan Yuan found it interesting and also put their hands into the box. Soon, each of the 4 little ones had a hat on their heads. The children's hair passes through the empty slots of the hats, forming funny shapes. Sumu looked at it for a while and suddenly realized. It seems that these so-called rulers are used to assist in children's haircuts. He only needs to arrange the rulers of different shapes, put them on the kids' heads, and then use an electric clipper to shave off the excess hair to create various hairstyles. Awesome! After figuring out the beauty of it, Sumu secretly gave a thumbs up. Then he started to wash the 4 little ones' hair. Soon, the kids' heads were all wet. Each of them grabbed a towel and sat obediently on the sofa. Because he was a novice, Sumu let Kong Kong come up first. Boys have a stronger ability to withstand stress, so Kong Kong probably won't cry even if the hairstyle he designed fails. Poor Kong Kong, he became Sumu's first target of abuse. Sumu found a small stool and asked Kong Kong to sit on it obediently. Then he picked up the rulers and began to arrange them in different combinations. The 4 little ones kept asking questions out of curiosity, and Sumu explained patiently. Knowing that their dad was thinking of a hairstyle for them, the kids became very serious and helped study the shapes of the rulers. "Daddy, I like this." Sumu kept picking up the ruler and arranging combinations above Kong Kong's head. Kong Kong suddenly spoke, pointing at himself in the mirror excitedly. "This shape." Sumu took a look and found that the shape formed by the grooves of the ruler looked like a pumpkin with a scary smiling face. Kong Kong's aesthetic taste is really special. He shook his head, picked up the electric clipper and began to clean up the excess hair. As Sumu moved, Kong Kong's hair quickly became shorter and his hairstyle quickly turned into a pumpkin head several inches long. The shapes of the pumpkin head's mouth and eyes are quite special, and Sumu would not have been able to do it without the help of a ruler. As Kong Kong moves, the pumpkin face on his head can actually show all kinds of funny expressions as his hair shakes, which looks extremely magical. "Do you like it?" Sumu took away the ruler and asked Kong Kong nervously. "Like?" Kong Kong kept turning his head and making all kinds of expressions. After playing for a while, he scratched his neck again. "Daddy, it's itchy." Sumu quickly picked up the hairdryer and helped Kong Kong blow away the stubble of his hair. Then he took Kong Kong to take a shower. After coming out of the bathroom, Kong Kong stood in front of the mirror, constantly demonstrating various moves he learned from cartoons. Still quite energetic. Looking at Kong Kong, whose head had turned into a dynamic emoticon, Sumu laughed, and the other 3 little ones clapped their hands. "Daddy is awesome." He was very proud and asked, "Who's next?" It seems that getting a haircut is not that difficult. Tuanchuan and Yuan rushed over, hugged Sumu's thighs on the left and right, holding the selected rulers in their hands. Sumu simply attacked from both sides. With his strength as a Tai Chi master, it was extremely easy for him. Soon, Tuanchuan got a unique princess hairstyle with 2 pigtails swinging back and forth, interlacing to form a heart shape that kept shrinking and growing. Yuan's hairstyle also turned into small balls. When she ran, part of her hair would float up and turn into a group of butterflies dancing in the wind. The only drawback is that the butterflies are black. If you dye your hair, the butterfly will become more vivid, but the hematoxylin will naturally not, and dyeing your hair will damage the hair quality. Besides, such a lively and natural butterfly is also very beautiful. Finally, it's big brother Anan. Anan didn't choose those rulers. "Daddy, I want to keep my braids." "What?" Sumu was surprised. Why would a little boy like braids? Anan tilted his head and thought about it, then ran back to the room and brought back a picture book. Sumu took a look and found that it was a martial arts fairy tale with a majestic hero on the cover. Chapter 34 Health Terminal. He understood, but was a little embarrassed. "Anan, if you want to have this hairstyle, your hair is not long enough." "I love this." Anan is very persistent. Sumu had no choice but to try tying Anan's hair up with a rubber band, but it was too short and looked like a girl's pigtails, which Anan didn't like. He had no choice but to loosen Anan's hair and took him to the bathroom to wash his hair. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping the children create unique hairstyles and completing an important step in being a dad. You have obtained a slimming device, and the reward will be distributed by the special envoy. Is this okay? Sumu was overjoyed to learn that the mission was completed. Looking at Anan's hair again, although it is a bit long, it fits his resolute temperament very well, with a bit of vicissitudes in his childishness. Well, it seems that in the eyes of the system, this is also a unique hairstyle. As for the slimming device rewarded by the system, it should be prepared for Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun's figure is absolutely perfect, but she has gained a lot of fat after giving birth. Although I have lost a lot of weight after taking care of the 4 little ones for 3 years, I still haven't found time for exercise, and the fat in many private parts is still a difficult problem. For example, she was very dissatisfied with her waist and once vaguely complained to Sumu. This system is really what people need urgently. Sumu was relieved and continued to check the reward details. The special envoy has not been replaced and is still Li John. Not long after, the phone vibrated. He checked the message and found that it was indeed sent by Li John. This time, a voice message came. "Hello, Mr. Su, are you home?" "At home." Sumu replied. "Okay, I'll be right there." Another voice message came, and John Lee was in sync and didn't say much. "Thank you." Sumu sent a smiling face. The four little ones are very satisfied with their new hairstyles. This dynamically changing and interesting hairstyle makes them particularly excited. Because they were waiting for the reward, Sumu persuaded the four little ones who wanted to go out and show off to other children to stop and took them to watch TV together. Less than an hour later, John Lee arrived, honking his horn below. Looking out through the window, I saw a black business car coming. It was not as exaggerated as the mini high-speed rail that Lee John first appeared in, and its price should be very expensive. The tall and strong John Lee got out of the car, opened the back door, and pulled out a huge metal object with force. The surface of that thing was smooth, with a high-tech silver-white texture, like a bullet. "Isn't this a slimming device? Why is it so big?" Sumu was curious and hurried down to help. When he went downstairs, Lee John had already brought down the strangely shaped slimming device, and with him was a blonde beauty. "My love, Brittany." Introduced by John Lee. "Hello, Sue." Brittany took the initiative and reached out. After hesitating for a moment, Sumu shook hands with the other party and was surprised to find that this blonde beauty was quite strong and her arms were well proportioned with muscles. She was large-framed and looked a size larger than herself. Still a sporty beauty. Sumu had a strange expression on his face. "Girl, you are such a man." Li Yuahan was very straightforward and explained directly, "Brittany is my personal bodyguard. She saved me several times." "You know what happened next?" "Oh, I understand." Sumu's eyes lit up, and he imagined the wonderful story between Brittany and John Lee, and took them upstairs with him. Mr. and Mrs. Lee John are tall and strong, comparable to humanoid Gundam. With the help of Sumu, the Tai Chi master, the huge slimming device did not pose any difficulty at all. The three of them worked together and easily lifted it to the 5th floor. They put the bullet-shaped slimming device into the bathroom of Xiao Jun's room. Brittany opened the bag and found various repair tools and a water pipe inside, and there seemed to be a gun at the bottom. When Sumu saw the pistol that was obviously not a toy, his eyelids twitched slightly. Lee John whispered, "Don't worry, this is to protect my safety." He nodded in understanding. Sumu had no intention of calling the police. Lee John's Kanghui International had a good image. As long as he didn't do anything rash, no one would take the initiative to check. Soon, the slimming device was installed and connected to a water outlet in the bathroom through a water pipe. Lee John took out the remote control like a magician and gently pressed the start button. Amid the sound of pleasant music, there was a sound of flowing water inside the slimming device. Through the small window on top, you could see that water vapor was forming rapidly inside. "It seems to be okay." Brittany put the tools back into her bag. "Sue, this device is the latest product from Kanghui International. It has a variety of chemical ingredients that are beneficial to the body. They enter the human body through sweat steaming, which can beautify the skin, burn fat and lose weight. It also has various functions such as smart massage, smart cleaning and fatigue relief." Listening to Brittany's introduction, Sumu's heart was pounding. After talking for a while, Brittany also sent the instruction manual which had been translated into Chinese. "I say, this thing is expensive." Although he was mentally prepared, Sumu couldn't help but ask with a nervous heart after seeing that this slimming device named Moon Goddess actually had a built-in artificial intelligence system. Well, now that it has artificial intelligence, this thing can no longer be called a weight loss device. It is written in the instruction manual that the official name of this device is the Ultimate Health Terminal for Home Maintenance. Li Yuahan was touched by something. His face trembled slightly, and he replied with a wry smile, "Of course, not counting the R&D cost and after-sales service, it will cost 3 million just to manufacture it. It will take another 3 years before the Luna is officially put into commercial use. This machine was originally an internal welfare for my wife to use." His voice became lower and lower, and he glanced at Brittany guiltily. The latter smiled slightly and didn't seem to mind at all. Sumu suddenly felt embarrassed. "Then I am not taking someone's love away, not as good as you?" Lee John waved his hands quickly. "No, this is." He pointed at Sumu's cell phone. Sumu checked quickly. There was an extra message on WeChat. Mr. Su, the Luna Health Terminal was given to you by the system as a reward, and I have also gained enough benefits. In short, you don't have to feel guilty, because you didn't take advantage of me at all. There is also a smug expression behind it. Oh? Sumu thought about it and asked hurriedly, what is your reward? The last time Li John helped, he gained the ability of mind typing. I wonder what kind of magical skill he can gain this time. Li John quickly replied, didn't you notice that this time I sent a voice message instead of text? Forehead. Sumu looked through the chat records and found that it was true. All he sent before were text messages, but today there were a few more voice messages. The system actually divided mind typing and mind voice into two skills. There is no substantial improvement at all. Is the system just stingy, or is it just stingy? Sumu spoke up for Li John, but the system did not respond at all. It's also good to improve slowly. Quantitative change will eventually lead to qualitative change. I have patience. Li John sent another message, followed by an expression of a man waving his fist in struggle. His mentality is pretty good. Chapter 35 Experience Terminal. The health terminal has many functions, and the built-in artificial intelligence is only in its initial form, so the first use requires guidance from service personnel. It just so happened that Brittany had used it for a while, so there was no need to find a special service staff. At Li John's insistence, Sumu agreed to try it first. The four little ones kept circling around the health terminal curiously. Sumu tried to ask, can children use it? The children's version is still under development. John Lee shrugged. Oh well. Sumu had no choice but to come in person. Brittany is very good at entertaining children. She won the favor of the four little ones with just a few words and took them out. Closing the bathroom door, Sumu took off his clothes and changed into a pair of swimming trunks. Li John Brittany came back in with the four little ones. The four kids found it very interesting to see Sumu, who was only wearing a pair of shorts. Li John laughed, Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to have such a good figure. You have muscles like an athlete. Yeah? Sumu shook his arms and looked at himself in the mirror. He was a little surprised to find that his figure had indeed become extremely well proportioned. He had been practicing boxing during this time, and his physical fitness was slowly improving, but he had not paid close attention to it. Looking at the figure in front of him, who would have thought that less than 2 weeks ago, he was just an ordinary courier boy? All this is thanks to the system. Ready, the health terminal is at your service at any time. Press the start button, and the artificial intelligence lunar goddess of the health terminal is activated, emitting a pleasant prompt sound. This sound is much more humane than the system and gives people a very comfortable feeling. Sumu was very satisfied. Please enter your fingerprint to register your identity. The reminder sounded again. Sumu was very curious. This thing was right at home, so why did he need to register? At Brittany's reminder, he placed his palm against the glass cover in front of the terminal. The glass cover turned out to be a virtual screen, which quickly displayed various data. A red light swept across Sumu's palm and recorded his fingerprint information. With a slight click, the terminal slowly opened. The space inside is large enough for a 2-meter-tall giant to lie down comfortably. There are many folded mechanical tentacles on both sides of the cabin, which look very soft. Brittany pressed a key, and the tentacles emitted bursts of mist. After opening one by one, they began to adjust their postures. Self-inspection completed, you can enter. The prompt sounded again, and the mechanical tentacles retracted one after another. At Brittany's reminder, Sumu smiled at the four little ones, turned around and lay down in the cabin. Another red light swept across the body, and all the mechanical tentacles unfolded again, accurately sticking to Sumu's skin. Then, those mechanical tentacles began to slowly increase their strength, trembling and moving continuously. Sumu felt as if he was being given an all-round massage by a dozen professional masseurs at the same time. After a while, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of comfort. This is the physiotherapy function, which provides professional massage for the muscles that are most prone to fatigue. Next, we will start to experience the descaling and sweat steaming functions. Brittany explained and activated the next function. The cabin slowly closed, and except for the head, Sumu's body was confined inside the cabin. The mechanical tentacles began to spray out warm water, which also carried bursts of strange and refreshing fragrance. Soon, the temperature and pressure inside increased, giving people the feeling of entering a steam room. The glass cover on his head became Sumu's only channel to connect with the outside world. He was a little worried and tried to speak. Is this thing safe? Absolutely safe. The health terminal has a built-in pressure sensor. Once the pressure exceeds the dangerous value, the hidden glass baffles around it will automatically break. As for those mechanical tentacles, they are also designed with engineering. If the force feedback exceeds the critical value, they will automatically break. Following Brittany's explanation, Sumu was completely relieved. There was an emergency stop button under his feet. He could open the hatch by pressing his foot forward. Next, Sumu relaxed his body and began to enjoy the sweat steaming and massage of the mechanical tentacles, while continuing to cooperate with Brittany to explore more functions of this health terminal. Since it was my first experience, all functions were only used for a few minutes. Despite this, half an hour still passed after experiencing the various core functions of the health terminal, such as descaling, sweat steaming, physical therapy, and fat burning. Next, it's the entertainment function. At Brittany's reminder, Sumu stared at the moon pattern on the edge of the glass cover on his head for 10 seconds. Buzz! Stereo surround sound rang in my ears, and at the same time 2 beams of light were projected from both sides of the glass cover. The world in front of Sumu suddenly turned into an extremely huge square. Not far ahead, there stood a giant screen 3 or 4 meters high. He tried moving his head, and all the virtual scenes moved with him. Is it virtual glasses technology that uses projection? Sumu was full of praise. When virtual glasses were popular a few years ago, he also went to the Science and Technology Museum to experience them. Kanghui International has actually been able to realize virtual scenes solely through projection. This technology is truly impressive. It seems that Mr. Su has had relevant experience. I won't say much. Anyway, this is the entertainment function attached to the health terminal. While enjoying the steaming and massage, you can watch a movie or play games to pass the time. Oh. Sumu became more interested and looked carefully at the giant screen in front of him. After studying how to operate for a while, he entered the game interface and found that there were not many games, and they were all passive experiences, such as roller coaster skiing and jumping off a building. After selecting the jumping off a building game, the scene changed immediately and he felt like he was in an elevator that was constantly rising. As the elevator rose, the buildings, vehicles and pedestrians outside rapidly descended. Soon, Sumu was taken to the top floor by the elevator. After opening the door, there was a wooden board in front of him. His body automatically moved forward and came to the edge of the board. Looking down, Sumu felt dizzy. This is too high. Although he knew it was a game, Sumu's body still tensed up instinctively. Swish! I don't know how Moon Goddess made the judgment, but the game automatically terminated and the view returned to the previous opening hall. It's so exciting, even more realistic than the scenes in the Science and Technology Museum. After letting out a long sigh, Sumu didn't dare to try it again easily. This kind of game that goes against common sense has too great a psychological impact. He called up a virtual movie called Prehistoric War and was immediately attracted by the realistic and vivid scenes. As the perspectives kept switching, Sumu concentrated on appreciating the life and battle scenes of various huge dinosaurs. Chapter 36: Hope and Disappointment. Because he was too engrossed in watching the movie, it was not until the end of the movie and his vision returned to the virtual hall that Sumu realized with embarrassment that he had already experienced it for a full hour. Dad can't be too selfish. Luna, exit the entertainment system. He immediately used voice commands to the artificial intelligence of the health terminal. All virtual scenes disappear. There were 2 curious little faces on the glass cover, and an Kong had their eyes blinking and were waving at him. Smiling at the 2 babies, Sumu asked Brittany to open the cabin. After coming out, he felt extremely comfortable all over. This health terminal is truly magical. Sumu was extremely impressed as he stretched his warm body. By the way, the babies can't experience the steam room and massage. What about the entertainment system? Sumu thought of something and asked Brittany. After receiving a positive answer, Sumu immediately took the eagerly looking forward to it Xiao Tuanchuan into his arms. 2 beams of light came out, and the still moving little Tuanchuan was immediately attracted by something, and her big eyes kept rolling around. Daddy, how do we play this? She looked at it for a while and asked excitedly. Forehead. Sumu found it difficult to explain clearly to the child, so he had to look at Brittany. The latter smiled slightly and pointed to the glass cover. Sumu looked over and the picture on the glass cover turned into the hall of the entertainment system, which seemed to be touchscreen capable. I see. He went over immediately and called up the movie interface. It's moving. Xiao Tuanchuan waved excitedly. Daddy, I want to see the rainbow. Sumu smiled and clicked on a virtual movie called Walking in the Rain. An ordinary movie began to play on the glass cover, but what Xiao Tuanchuan saw was an immersive forest in the rain, with various cartoon characters playing games with her. Xiao Tuanchuan was quickly attracted and kept giggling and scratching around, as if she wanted to interact with the cartoon characters. Unfortunately, this device is a health terminal and does not have a built-in somatosensory system. Although a little disappointed, Xiao Tuanchuan was still deeply attracted by the realistic scene. Daddy, I want to play too. Not long after, the naughty Kong Kong pulled Sumu's arm. And me. Little round pouty mouth. And it also stared at the screen closely, almost drooling with envy. With so many kids, I have to wait in line for many things. It would be nice if I could have 4, but the price. Thinking of the cost of 3 million, Sumu still didn't say anything. Brittany took the initiative to take over the task, coaxed Xiao Tuanchuan out with a few words, and then carried Yuan, whose eyes were already filled with tears, into the cabin. Afterwards, she skillfully attracted the attention of the other 3 little ones to a fairy tale, and the 3 little ones stopped making trouble. It seems that women are more talented in taking care of children. Sumu let out a long sigh and began to think about whether he should hire a nanny. John Lee winked. The two came to the living room and Sumu was curious. My wife is a PhD in psychology. She raised our 2 children. If you need help, you let Brittany be a nanny for my family? Sumu was surprised and immediately shook his head. No, it's a bit of a waste of talent. Brittany is the wife of John Lee, the president of a multinational tycoon. He would never be able to ask such a big shot to help take care of the children. Don't forget that Brittany is a professional bodyguard. Ordinary nannies can only take care of children. If they encounter any danger, they will be dumbfounded. Li Jian smiled mysteriously and continued, besides, my wife's salary is not low. According to the market price, it is at least 200,000 per month. 200,000? Sumu was stunned. Although Brittany was a jack of all trades, this salary was too shocking. Li Yuan continued to persuade her, don't forget the professional team behind Brittany, who will also provide strong assistance at certain times. With your potential, sooner or later there will be a day when someone will target you. If you don't prepare early now, it may be too late when something unexpected happens. As Li Jian continued to talk, Sumu gradually relaxed. All right. In the end, after knowing that Brittany also had this intention, he accepted Li Jian's suggestion. No matter how capable you are still alone after all. It is better to leave the safety of your family to a professional team. There was still more than 900,000 yuan in hand, so Sumu directly transferred 400,000 yuan as an advance payment for 2 months' salary. Happy cooperation. Li Jian accepted it happily, thought about it and said seriously, by the way, Brittany doesn't know about the system, which means that she can bypass the rules and help you directly. Sumu's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but look at Li Jian deeply, thinking that this guy was really thoughtful. Thank you very much. He was sincerely grateful. A monthly salary of 200,000 is only a friendly price for someone of Brittany's level. Li Jian smiled knowingly and made an okay gesture. Clearly, he believes his investment is worth it. After a few hours of trouble, the kids started to feel hungry. Brittany decided to show off her cooking skills and used ingredients from Sumu's home to make a pot of delicious children's nutritious porridge and some exquisite fruit pudding. The 4 little ones ate with great joy and soon their bellies were full. They were also tired from playing, and went to bed one by one, yawning. Sumu had new plans. There are loopholes in the system rules. The special envoys cannot help themselves, but as long as they are willing to spend money and purchase services from Li Jian, it is not considered a violation. In this case, why not use Kanghui International's top medical technology to help Xiao Yuan get checked, perhaps curing her heart disease in advance? So he picked up Xiao Yuan and began to ask her questions carefully. Li Jian thought for a moment and replied, yes, the physical examination and gene sequencing will only cost a few thousand yuan. If the problem is relatively simple, you may want to try Kanghui International's gene-targeted therapy technology. Sumu was overjoyed. If that was the case, then what were we waiting for? Brittany took care of the 3 little ones, while Sumu held Xiao Yuan and took Li Jian's car to the hospital. Provincial First Hospital, Kanghui International Special Office. After a series of examinations, Xiao Yuan had woken up and was leaning on Sumu's legs counting the braids of a doll. The test results are out. Not long after, John Lee showed up in a hurry. He brought good news. Yuan is in very good physical condition, even better than other children of the same age. Sumu was not too surprised. Yuan's Tai Chi skills were not practiced in vain. He was waiting for follow-up news. After a pause, John Lee frowned again. Unfortunately, her heart problem is a bit complicated. A congenital genetic defect has caused her heart structure to be a bit special. Sumu nodded. Xiao Jun had already taken Yuan to check this out. Yuan's heart valve was slightly dislocated, resulting in insufficient blood supply. She used to be often sleepy. Chapter 37 Physical Examination and Injection. Li Yuan continued, gene-targeted therapy can only correct genes, and it can't do anything to the tissue structure that has already formed. Surgery is too dangerous. I think we should wait until she is a little older before doing it. Anyway, thank you very much. Sumu sighed and calmly accepted this reality. He had the love treatment technique that could slowly improve Xiao Yuan's condition. I brought the babies home and made an agreement with Brittany that I would only let her help take care of the 4 little ones unless I was too busy. Brittany also had to get ready and said goodbye and left. When Xiao Jun got home from get off work, he was immediately attracted by the sci-fi health terminal. Sumu smiled proudly and began to talk about the magic of this device. Ha, you've made me a little impatient. Xiao Jun was very excited and prepared to give it a try. Unfortunately, she still drove Sumu out when she was changing clothes. After waiting anxiously for a few minutes, the door opened wide. Sumu went in immediately, but found that Xiao Jun was already lying in the health terminal and the cabin door was closed. He, who told you to explain it so clearly just now? Through the glass cover, Xiao Jun smiled triumphantly. Sumu originally wanted to feast his eyes, but after seeing this scene, he could only scratch his head. I was careless. The health terminal was so advanced that even Xiao Jun had never experienced such an ultimate service and soon began to enjoy it. Listen to Xiao Jun's seductive moans while receiving a massage. Sumu was furious, afraid that he would do something wrong in the heat of the moment, so he had to leave in embarrassment amid Xiao Jun's smirk. The next day, Xiao Jun continued to go to work in high spirits. Before leaving, he reminded Sumu that today was the day to give Yuan an injection. Sumu had no choice but to ask Brittany to come over and take care of the 3 little ones. He took Yuan straight to the 3rd Provincial Hospital. Yuan was born in the 3rd Provincial Hospital. In the past few years, she has to get an injection there every half a month, and it has become a habit. Originally, this arduous task was done by Xiao Jun, but now that there is a nanny, it is natural to let Sumu experience the fun of taking the baby for injections. Kanghui International's medicine has not yet come out. If we want to speed up the process, it will cost a lot of money. Since Sumu cannot be taken out for the time being, we can only use ordinary medicines for now. When he arrived at his destination, he found it very lively. Since there was no rush, the father and daughter lined up at the entrance of the pediatric department. Soon, another old man in his 60s came with a boy of 5 or 6 years old, who looked even more introverted than Anan. The other children were making a lot of noise, but the little boy just lowered his head and read a picture book without saying a word. Perhaps because she saw the shadow of her brother in the boy, Yuan began to take the initiative to chat with him. Hello, my name is Yuan. Oh, hello. What's your name? Xiao Chang. Can you lend me your picture book? No, I haven't finished it yet. Sumu smiled secretly. This little boy is really a straight man. If he continues like this, he might not be able to find a wife in the future. Xiao Chang, learn to share. The old man touched the little boy's head and took the opportunity to educate him. The little boy was very well behaved. After hesitating for a moment, he still handed the picture book to Yuan. Yuan also handed over the doll in her hand in exchange. The little boy was not interested in the doll. After playing with it for a while, he came over and prepared to read the picture book with Yuan. Yuan and the little boy were childhood sweethearts, and soon began to happily discuss the stories in the picture book. Sumu chatted with the old man and learned that he was an engineer from a state-owned enterprise, named Feng Jiangwo. Feng Jiangwo's hair is half white, and his real age is only 50 years old. He said that he was too busy and tired at work. Sumu admired this kind of person who selflessly sacrificed for the country's construction. He thought to himself that this was a true expert and he couldn't help but respect Feng Jiangwo. Move aside, my son has a fever. At this time, a yellow-haired man rushed in holding a baby. He was so anxious that he almost knocked Feng Jiangwo down. Without even saying sorry, he rushed into the room in front. Sumu held Feng Jiangwo and said, "Uncle Feng, are you okay?" Yuan Yuan and Xiao Qian came over. Feng Jiangwo shook his head and said with a smile, "It's okay, young people nowadays." He was talking about, of course, the yellow-haired guy. Sumu comforted him, "There are all kinds of people in society, just ignore him." "Old man, what did you say?" Huang Mao was kicked out by the doctor and just happened to hear this. He immediately became furious, "Say it again if you dare." He also had tattoos on his arms, which scared the others away. Feng Jiangwo was also frightened, but he refused to give in. "Huh, I said you were rude, is that wrong? Hey, you're looking for a fight." Huang Mao was already anxious, so he simply came over with the baby in his arms. He didn't attack directly, but just waved his fist. "Now, I'll give you another chance." Feng Jiangwo's eyelids twitched, and Xiao Qian was frightened and hid behind him. "Dad, this uncle is so fierce." The group of adults didn't dare to speak, but Xiao Yuan spoke up for justice. Huang Mao immediately turned his gaze to Sumu. "Tell your daughter to shut up, or be careful of my fists." Facing the young man Sumu, Huang Mao didn't need to suppress his anger and he just punched him directly. Sumu couldn't bear it any longer, so he made a quick move and grabbed the other person's wrist tightly. He began to increase the strength on his hands. "Ah, that hurts." The yellow-haired man felt pain and was so shocked that he loosened his other hand, and the baby in the cradle fell down. "Careful." Feng Jiangwo was a kind-hearted man and immediately shouted for him to reach out, but unfortunately his reaction was too slow and he couldn't catch it at all. Seeing his son about to fall to the ground, the yellow-haired boy's pupils dilated and he became panic-stricken. At the critical moment, Sumu let go of the other person's wrist. His body flashed and at the critical moment, he caught the baby steadily. "Wow!" After a moment of silence, the baby burst into tears. He was not injured, just frightened. Huang Mao's face was covered with cold sweat, and he immediately changed his words. "Brother, I'm really sorry, my son has a high fever, and the doctor didn't allow me to jump the queue, so I acted impulsively." Sumu shook his head secretly. This guy's temper was worse than Ning Wei's. For the sake of the baby, he didn't care. "Be more careful next time." As a reminder, Sumu returned the baby to the other party. Huang Mao breathed a sigh of relief, thanked repeatedly, and rushed to the emergency building with the child in his arms. "Xiao Su, thank you so much for what you did just now." Feng Jiangwo patted Sumu on the shoulder and praised him highly. "Well done, young man. People like that need to be taught a lesson." Bang bang bang. There was applause in the corridor, and adults and children alike looked at Sumu with envy and admiration. Sumu smiled bitterly and wondered what the guys were doing just now. The little farce passed quickly and people continued to queue. After Yuan finished reading the picture book, she felt that Xiaoqian was boring, so she started running around in the corridor with the other children. "Hey, this girl's hairstyle. The butterfly is so beautiful." As Yuan ran, the butterflies on her bun danced gracefully, attracting everyone's attention. "It's beautiful, isn't it? My dad made it." Yuan was very proud and ran faster on purpose. "Young man, are you a barber?" Someone became interested and came over to ask. Sumu shook his head. "No, I just did it casually." "Impossible." At some point, Huang Mao came back with a few lollipops in his hand. Chapter 38 Attracting Attention. Seeing everyone looking at him, Huang Mao blushed and explained with an awkward smile, "I was wrong just now, these are my apology." He gave the lollipops to Yuan and Xiaoqian. After taking a closer look at Yuan's hairstyle, Huang Mao was extremely envious. "I am a barber. This hairstyle is probably unique not only in China, but also in the world." "Brother, are you a hermit master?" The yellow-haired man looked at Sumu and his eyes began to light up. Sumu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Are there hermit masters in the barbering world? Why has he never heard of them? But the other party has good taste. Yuan's hairstyle is indeed unique. Even the system has authenticated it. How could it be fake? This did not affect Sumu's attitude towards Huang Mao. He shook his head decisively to deny it, but the latter obviously did not believe it. Anyway, the child was still receiving in 4 drip and there was plenty of time, so Huang Mao simply stayed there and asked Sumu to teach him the craft. Huang Mao kept pestering Sumu for a long time, but Sumu ignored him and he still refused to give up. Worried that asking further questions would annoy the expert, Huang Mao simply started handing out business cards to everyone. "Everyone, I'm sorry for offending you just now. If you have the chance, you can come to my place for a haircut and enjoy a 20% discount with your business card. Sumu was also forced to post a photo. When he saw the yellow-haired man's name, he almost laughed. This guy was actually called Teacher Tony. He called Yuan Yuan back to his side. The kid's hairstyle was like a firefly in the dark night. If he let Yuan Yuan run around any longer, something might happen. Haven T, you've seen that all the kids are starting to gather around Yuan Yuan, and even some young parents are joining in the fun. The group of butterflies above her head are really eye-catching. Sumu was dealing with the yellow-haired boy, and Feng Jiangwo, like the other adults, kept staring at Yuan Yuan's hairstyle. Sumu was annoyed by the yellow-haired girl and turned to look at Feng Jiangwo. Why, Uncle Feng, are you also interested in Yuan Yuan's hairstyle? Feng Jiangwo looked thoughtful, and his expression became more and more serious. Suddenly he grabbed Sumu's hand and said, "Young man, did you do this hairstyle yourself?" Sumu nodded, feeling a little puzzled. Awesome, awesome. After receiving a positive response, Feng Jiangwo was amazed. This is not just a hairstyle, it's an extremely complex system engineering. Sumu's face was full of question marks. Huang Mao and the others also quieted down, waiting for Feng Jiangwo's story in surprise. Feng Jiangwo pondered for a moment and continued, "You see, Yuan Yuan's hairstyle may seem ordinary, but in fact, the length of each hair is very particular. Coupled with the difference in hardness and length between them, this dynamic effect is formed." He talked non-stop, especially the butterfly part. "The structure is extremely delicate, and I estimate that the difference between each hair must not exceed 0.01 mm to achieve such a natural and smooth effect." Hiss. As soon as Feng Jiangwo finished speaking, there was a sound of people gasping for air in the corridor. A difference of 0.01 mm, is that still a human being? The originally excited Huang Mao was also dumbfounded. He was just a barber, not a high-level fitter. Even if someone told him the technique, he couldn't do it. Wrong. Huang Mao, whose mood had sunk to the bottom, didn't want to give up. He thought hard and suddenly caught something. "Brother, you don't look like a high-level fitter. You must have used some special tools when you cut the child's hair, right?" Huang Mao stared at Sumu as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Feng Jiangwo also cast a curious look. Sumu hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. "Yes, I used some rulers." "Ruler?" Huang Mao's eyes lit up. When he was cutting hair, he would indeed use some auxiliary methods when facing some customers with extremely abnormal demands. But this was the first time he had heard of someone so perverted as to need a ruler to fine-tune his hairstyle. Could this be the reason why he can give world-class hairstyles? Huang Mao's heart was pounding, and he finally understood why he was still just an ordinary Tony teacher. It was because his tools were not good enough. He took a deep breath and asked expectantly, "So, can I see those rulers?" Feng Jiangwo was also very interested. "Xiao Su, your tools must be very special." Sumu originally didn't intend to share the treasure given by the system, but he really couldn't bear to refuse Feng Jiangwo. After hesitating for a moment, he compromised. "Okay, after giving Yuan Yuan the injection, Uncle Feng can go home with me." "And me?" Huang Mao refused to give up, and said in an almost pleading tone, "Brother, what I did before was indeed wrong. I will definitely change my ways, please help me, even if it's just a glance." Seeing that Sumu still refused to agree, Huang Mao simply gritted his teeth and knelt down. "This guy." Sumu was extremely helpless and had to lift up the yellow-haired man. He said coldly, "I'm scared of you. Just one glance." "Thank you, brother." Huang Mao was overjoyed, and if he didn't have to go see the child who was receiving in 4, he would have even planned to kowtow a few more times to try to see if he could become his disciple on the spot. Tools are useless. Without top-notch skills, it is impossible to create a cool and impressive hairstyle. In Huang Mao's mind, Sumu has become a barber master. After Huang Mao left, other parents saw the opportunity and came to join in the fun, but Sumu refused on the grounds that his house was too small. Fortunately, there are not many crazy people like Huang Mao. Despite this, the parents' enthusiasm remained unabated. They took out various toys and snacks, and teased Yuan Yuan to run back and forth for a few laps. They also took the opportunity to take many precious photos. Sumu did not stop them. Unless the 4 little ones were not allowed to go out in the future, they would sooner or later become the focus of people's attention. The queue for injections gradually shortened, and before dark, Sumu and Yuan Yuan had completed their bi-weekly vaccinations. Yuan Yuan showed amazing courage, and even though she was very scared, she managed not to cry. Sumu rewarded her with a big hug. After waiting outside for a while, Feng Jiangwo came out with Xiaoxiang. Xiaoxiang was in good health, but his eyes were a little dry from reading too much, so he just got some eye drops. 4 people came out of the pediatric department, and the yellow-haired man was blocking the door. You don't care about your child? Feng Jiangwo's impression of Huang Mao improved and he asked jokingly. Huang Mao touched his head and said, I called my wife over and asked her to look after the child. After saying that, he looked at Sumu and said, Master, let's go. Master? Sumu frowned. Huang Mao immediately explained, in my heart, you are my master. But master, don't worry, I won't be shameless and pester you. I will be satisfied if you just teach me a few tricks occasionally. Sumu remained silent. He didn't dare to accept this cheap disciple. In order to show off, Huang Mao drove the car over and prepared to drive a few people over. Is this car yours? Looking at the Audi AI8 in front of him, Sumu asked in surprise, this is a luxury car, but the yellow-haired guy looks less than 25 years old. Huang Mao's eyes lit up and he smiled, the profits of a barbershop are very high. Master, you won't know until you leave the mountain. Chapter 39:3 No Products. Several people got in the car, and on the way, the yellow-haired man kept hinting to Sumi that he could go to his barber shop for guidance, where he could set any salary and only needed to get a hairstyle like Yuan's every month. Would you give me 1 million? Sumu asked deliberately. Huang Mao was a little embarrassed. Ahem, this is not possible for the time being. But master, don't worry, I will definitely be able to do it after I open a few more branches. He began to analyze to Sumu that this is the era of eyeball economy. As long as you have a unique skill, you can attract enough attention. Then, whether you open a branch or become a live broadcast celebrity, you will be able to have a steady stream of income. This can be seen from those internet celebrities who show off their wealth all day long. Let's talk about it later. Listening to Huang Mao's grand plan, Sumu couldn't help but be moved, but thinking of Xiao Jun's attitude, he still did not give a clear answer. Huang Mao didn't dare to say too much, for fear of leaving a bad impression on Sumu. After all, even he, a barber, could see Sumu's value, let alone others. The master was really annoyed by the talk and he couldn't even have a sip of soup. After returning home, Sumu opened the door. The 3 little ones have woken up and are experiencing the entertainment mode of the health terminal in the bathroom with Brittany. Feng Jiangwo and Huang Mao noticed the Luna health terminal and were immediately attracted. What kind of high-tech product is that? It looks pretty expensive, right? Huang Mao has limited knowledge and is just very envious. Feng Jiangwo caught the key point, 3D projection. Has this technology been used by civilians? Good eyesight. Sumu admired him very much. Even before he introduced him, people could tell that he was almost perfect. He was indeed a national treasure-level engineer. Oh, it was given to me by a friend. It's still in the internal testing phase. After saying a few words to dissuade them from going over to check, Sumu took the 2 of them to the bedroom. Huang Mao followed immediately. Feng Jiangwo asked Xiaoqian to go over and play with the 4 little ones. After watching carefully for a while, he also followed. The rulers were placed in a cardboard box next to the computer desk, and Sumu opened the box. The yellow-haired man poked his head out and took a closer look. Huh? How can it be so simple? I thought. He was a little disappointed. He thought Sumu was being modest before. He didn't expect that he really used some rulers. They were similar to stationery, just a little bigger and more complicated. Sumu glanced at the yellow-haired man indifferently without giving any further explanation. He didn't chase the man away immediately. Although he said that he would only let Huang Mao take a look, he couldn't be so rigid. Feng Jiangwo, however, was very interested in those seemingly simple rulers. After asking Sumu, he picked up a few rulers and studied them carefully. This structure is simply ingenious. Soon, Feng Jiangwo's tone was filled with surprise, and because he was too excited, his voice even trembled a little. Huang Mao was touched and followed Feng Jiangwo's example, picking up a ruler to study it, but he could not figure out what was going on. Sumu waited silently on the side and began to feel a little troubled. The products produced by the system must be high quality, but how to explain it to them? After a long time, Feng Jiangwo withdrew his gaze with difficulty. He asked Sumu expectantly, Xiaosu, the manufacturing process of these calipers has reached the top level. Especially those exquisite structures that return to nature, even I can't fully understand them. With this level of processing and design, it is just to make hairdressing auxiliary tools. It is really puzzling. Tell me quickly, where did you get them from? In his opinion, the origin of these calipers must be very mysterious. Huang Mao also wanted to try it and looked at him expectantly. Sumu pondered for a moment and said casually, "Actually, it's not that exaggerated. I just searched it on the internet." "What, you mean the online store?" Feng Jiangwo was probably surprised. "Yes." Sumu, with the spirit of a friend's death would rather die than let me die, directly found the online store where the order was placed. After all, he had really bought hairdressing tools from that online store. Feng Jiangwo immediately took out his mobile phone to search and began to look for the product carefully. The yellow-haired man was much faster. After a few minutes, he looked up in confusion and said, "Master, the things sold in this online store are very ordinary. There are no barber calipers." Feng Jiangwo also stopped searching and looked at Sumu with a complicated expression. Sumu smiled and gave the reason he had thought of long ago. "Really? Maybe the stock is running low and it has been sold out. I bought the last set. Can something this good be taken off the shelves?" Huang Mao scratched his head and contacted the store immediately. "Hey, do you still have a barber's caliper?" Sumu became nervous. After a while, the store owner replied, "Get lost, I sell barber tools. If you want to buy calipers, go to the hardware store." The other party doesn't seem to have a very good temper. Huang Mao was very angry and just typed a string of swear words, but when he thought of his own needs, he forced himself to hold back and did not press the send button. He rolled his eyes and took a photo of the calipers. "Boss, these are them. Think about it carefully." After a while, the boss replied, "No, I have never sold it." Forehead. Huang Mao was stunned. Feng Jiangwo shook his head, "Be nicer and let me try." He sent a message, "Boss, I'm not from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, I just really like that set of calipers and want to buy a few more. It doesn't matter how expensive it is." A few minutes passed and the boss responded, "Oh, they're just some calipers, how many sets do you want?" It really exists. Feng Jiangwo was overjoyed and hurried to negotiate with the other party. The boss didn't ask for too much, only 300 yuan for a set, and even added one more item to the product list. Sumu looked at the icon and found that it was the picture that Huang Mao had just sent him. It seems that the other party is planning to take advantage of the opportunity to defraud money. Feng Jiangwo didn't look like a poor man, so he didn't remind him. Feng Jiangwo was very satisfied and bought 2 sets with his own account, preparing to study them slowly. Huang Mao was much more generous and ordered 10 sets at once. However, the boss was unwilling and insisted that he change it to 6 sets. It's really strange that there are still people who have little time to earn money these days. Huang Mao curled his lips and had to change the quantity. Sumu was watching the show from the side. 1 set cost 300 yuan, and 6 sets cost 1,800 yuan, which just did not reach the sentencing standard of 2,000 yuan for fraud. He had to admire the online shop owner's economic acumen. Lies will be exposed sooner or later, so Sumu gave Huang Mao 2 rulers and asked him to take them back and try the most basic combination first. Huang Mao was very grateful and insisted on treating Sumu to a meal. After being firmly rejected, he left with a smile. "Uncle Feng, you can take the rest." Sumu packed up the remaining rulers and gave them all to Feng Jiangwo. Feng Jiangwo refused with a smile. Sumu explained helplessly, "Oh, there is always time for express delivery. I see that you should be very busy at work, so don't waste your time. Besides, I can always reorder if I want." Chapter 40 Preparing for Vacation. Feng Jiangwo was persuaded, but he didn't want to take advantage of him for nothing, so he insisted on transferring 300 yuan to Sumu. Sumu accepted it with a smile, and was also looking forward to what Feng Jiangwo could figure out from the calipers rewarded by the system. Perhaps it can improve China's technological level? Feng Jiangwo put the remaining calipers into his briefcase and prepared to take them back for careful study. When I came out of the bedroom, I heard a lot of noise outside. In the bathroom, at the enthusiastic invitation of Yuan Yuan and others, Xiaoqiang is experiencing the entertainment function of the health terminal. The 4 little ones kept talking and directing Xiaoqiang to interact with the cartoon characters in the game in various ways. Xiaoqiang, who was originally a bit introverted, has become much more lively. Feng Jiangwo was a little surprised by Xiaoqiang's change, and a smile soon appeared on his face. The child was born too late, and I never had time to play with him. It seems that I need to find more opportunities like this in the future so that the child can also experience a perfect childhood. Feng Jiangwo was no longer at the age of playing around, but he was also very interested in the health terminal that exuded a technological atmosphere. He wanted to study it and was not in a hurry to leave. Sumu simply introduced Brittany and Feng Jiangwo to each other. Upon learning that Brittany was from Kanghui International, Feng Jiangwo became very interested and asked about various technical details. Brittany explained patiently, but her answer was very general. Obviously, she didn't want to reveal too many details. Feng Jiangwo saw something but didn't want to ask any more questions. After all, this was someone else's product and he didn't want to make things difficult for others. Sumu didn't think so much. He instinctively wanted to help Feng Jiangwo again, so he deliberately asked, "Uncle Feng, you seem to know a lot about 3D projection technology. Is your group also conducting research in this area?" Feng Jiangwo nodded immediately. "We have established a similar department, but it has not yet reached this level. In fact, our main focus is mechanical design. The linkage rod part of this health terminal seems to have some room for improvement. If we can cooperate." Out of a sense of responsibility, he couldn't help but express his demands. Then, Feng Jiangwo cast an inquiring look at Brittany. "This is a good idea. Only by making up for each other's technical deficiencies can we make progress together." Sumu smiled and looked at Brittany. Bronny hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Since that's what Mr. Su wants, I'll let John report it to the headquarters." The two parties exchanged contact information, and Feng Jiangwo's face was almost beaming with joy. His gains today were really great. There is no need to say much about the exquisitely crafted caliper. The key is that he can also connect with Kanghui International, a multinational technology giant. So far, his understanding of the set of calipers is still just at the level of a more ingenious industrial product. As it was getting dark, Feng Jiangwo said goodbye to Xiao Qiang, who had just finished watching a movie. The four little ones are very smart and can already operate the entertainment mode of the health terminal by themselves. Sumu let them play by themselves. Coming to the living room with Brittany, he asked, "Is it arranged so quickly?" He was naturally asking about the security team. Brittany smiled confidently and said, "Of course, the team behind me is very professional and has done a great job protecting many important people. Please rest assured, Mr. Su." "How many people are there in total?" Sumu continued to ask. "About 20 or so." Brittany replied, and then said, "The relevant equipment will be installed one after another in the next few days." Sumu was very interested. He had only seen those elusive agents in movies and TV series, but he didn't expect to meet them in real life. So, he asked a lot of questions out of curiosity, and Brittany gave very professional answers. While chatting, Sumu's phone vibrated. Xiao Jun was about to get off work. He suddenly realized that tomorrow was Saturday and Xiao Jun was very busy at work and seemed to have never enjoyed a weekend off. This weekend, he decided to take Xiao Jun to relax. So Sumu said to Brittany, "I want to take my family out for a trip this weekend, so I'll give you some time to install the equipment." Brittany smiled and said, "That's great. I was planning to climb in through the window while you guys were sleeping at night to make arrangements." Forehead. 3 black lines appeared on Sumu's face. Brittany chuckled, said goodbye and left. After Xiao Jun returned home, Sumu told him his plan. "Well, that Huang Yi has been pestering me, so it's a good time to relax." Xiao Jun agreed immediately. Sumu frowned. "Why, he dares to mess around?" Xiao Jun shook his head. "No, he just wanted to force a project on me because his family is rich, and then take advantage of it. Don't worry, I won't give him any chance." Sumu was relieved. He would never allow his wife to be bullied in any way. As for Huang Yi, if he dares to continue to pester him in the future, Sumu doesn't mind taking some measures. After dinner, Xiao Jun kicked Sumu out of the room again and continued to enjoy the professional services of the health terminal. After only 2 days of experience, she was already a little addicted to this feeling. Sumu walked to the living room helplessly and looked at the rooms of the 4 little ones. The kids had been playing for a whole day and were now sleeping soundly. The phone vibrated, and Xiao Jun sent a message, "Honey, where are we going to play this weekend? Or Wulong's scenic area?" Forehead. Sumu slapped his forehead. He almost forgot that the health terminal's entertainment mode could connect to the internet and had WeChat built in. He immediately sent a smiling emoticon. "We have already visited all the scenic spots in Wulong, and there are too many mountains over there. Children will get tired quickly." "Yeah, I'll look for it again." After a long silence, Xiao Jun sent an advertisement. Sent to the wrong person? Sumu was puzzled, and after taking a closer look, he realized that it was a travel advertisement. Disney Cartoon Park grand opening, half price for families? Looking at the address, it was in the next city, a 2-hour drive there and back. After looking at the specific projects, Sumu was very satisfied. Not bad, let's go here. The next day, the family set off happily. Xiao Jun was responsible for driving. After leaving the city, the view outside gradually became wider. The 4 little ones were very excited when they saw the trees and fields on the roadside. They have been at home for more than a week and are missing nature a little. Sumu was also very emotional. After graduation, he was busy starting a business. After the failure of his business, he started doing odd jobs to make a living. Except for the last time I took my family to the Wulong scenic area for a week, I seemed to have completely integrated into that city and hadn't even left the outer ring road. If Xiao Jun and the 4 little ones had not appeared, what would have been the meaning of my previous life? He began to doubt his life deeply. Fortunately, all this is already in the past, and a new and beautiful life has slowly unfolded. Looking at his wife who was concentrating on driving, and the 4 cute and naughty little ones, Sumu's heart was filled with hope and fighting spirit. Chapter 41 Weekend Trip. After getting on the highway, Sumu took over the task of driving. During the first few years of his business, he was responsible for delivering goods. Although he had never taken a driver's license test, his driving skills were very proficient. Xiao Jun was liberated and chatted with the 4 little ones. Dozens of minutes later, they arrived at the highway intersection and exchanged again. Entering a provincial road, Xiao Jun called up the navigation. "Huh?" She asked in doubt. "Honey, look, is this navigation wrong?" "What?" Sumu looked over and saw that the navigation destination was indeed Disney Cartoon Land. "Wrong." Looking closely, Sumu's face showed the same surprised expression as Xiao Jun. "What is displayed on the screen is not Disney Cartoon Land. The last few words are fine. The key is Disney." They hadn't looked closely before and realized it was Disney. "Well, if we replace with, it will have a longer part at the bottom and it will be hard for ordinary people to notice." "What the hell, I got fooled." No wonder after I bought the tickets last night, the waiter at the park was so enthusiastic and took the initiative to send me the location. If visitors were allowed to input the information themselves, they would definitely find the problem. "Do you want to go back?" The car stopped and Xiao Jun felt disappointed when he realized that he had been cheated. Sumu was also in a difficult situation. The kids were already excited, and if he went back home now, they would definitely cry. "Forget it, just let it be rustic." Taking a deep breath, Sumu comforted, "We've already bought the tickets, so let's go and have a look." Even though it's a little more rustic, the word cartoon still remains the same. This park can't be without any entertainment. "Well, that's good. No wonder the ticket price is so cheap." Xiao Jun shook his head and had to continue driving. 10 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. In front of us is a red gate, swaying in the wind, and it looks like it is inflatable. There was a line of golden letters written on the gate, Disney Cartoon Park. Sure enough, it's a rustic word. Sumu and Xiao Jun looked at each other, both a little disappointed. "Dad, Mom, we want to go in and play." The 4 kids didn't understand and pushed the door open in a hurry. "Let's go." The 2 were helpless and felt like they were on a pirate ship. After parking the car, they took the 4 kids over to count the tickets. The only consolation is that many people have been deceived by false advertisements, so at least it is lively enough. There were many who discovered the tricks of the park, but they soon felt relieved when they thought about the cheap ticket prices. Of course, there were also some people who had a big argument with the park staff and were determined to get a refund for their tickets. The family followed the crowd through the gate, with many makeshift shops on both sides. Those shops are mainly restaurants, and there are also a wide variety of gift shops, clothing stores, and toy stores. The largest store rents cartoon costumes for both adults and children. To comfort themselves, many families flocked to the rental store to create a good atmosphere. Those cartoon costumes are very beautiful, and various animation characters are well prepared. Xiao Jun felt it was unhygienic, but he had no choice but to go over as the 4 little ones were cheering. In the end, Sumu still spent a few $100s to rent 4 cartoon costumes. The couple was busy changing the kids' clothes. Anan and Kong Kong were wearing camouflage uniforms, helmets on their heads, and a toy submachine gun in their hands. Tuanchuan chose a yellow Pikachu with its little head sticking out and its cute eyes moving around non-stop. Yuan turned into Snow White, turned around a few times and showed a satisfied smile. We rented an electric car and Sumu was responsible for driving. Amid the kids' laughter, the fake Disney journey officially begins. There are many large cartoon characters on both sides of the road, which looks spectacular. Not bad. Sumu comforted himself, but soon his face turned dark. The road is only a few hundred meters long. After passing the intersection in front, there is a large grassland. The electric bike slowed down suddenly and started to shake, looking like it was about to break down at any moment. Get out of the car. After holding on for a few minutes, Sumu looked at the crowd in front of him who had already gotten off the bus and made the decision helplessly. Wow, so soft. The four little ones jumped out of the car and ran back and forth, jumping and skipping. Sumu was a little worried whether he would be fined for trampling on the lawn, but it seemed that the people in front of him were doing the same thing. Xiao Jun pointed to the road sign next to him. Sumu looked over and said, originally there was no road in the world, but when more people walked, a road appeared. He smiled bitterly. Mr. Lu Sun did say this. In this case, let the kids completely liberate their nature. After untying the knot in his heart, Sumu was too lazy to worry about anything anymore. He and Xiao Jun, along with the four little ones, chased after the crowd in front. It's true, although this park is a copycat, the projects are very well prepared, and some of them are even unique. After climbing over the small hill in front, a winding cartoon corridor comes into view. All the cartoon characters that have appeared in history have become soldiers, holding their iconic props and lined up on both sides. All the cartoon characters' expressions are designed to be very funny, and the conflict with traditional impressions makes people laugh. The children loved it so much that many families slowed down their pace to take pictures of their kids. The four little ones were naturally no exception. Sumu and Xiao Jun were busy all the time, helping them adjust their postures. Occasionally, they even had to act as extras and play the monsters fighting those cartoon characters. Before I knew it, an hour had passed. I finally got out. Walking through the cartoon corridor, Xiao Jun was exhausted and out of breath. He looked back at Optimus Prime and Megatron who were holding the King Kong Calabash brothers behind him. She grumbled with resentment, well, only a knockoff park would dare to do this. If it were a legitimate one, they would definitely be sued and bankrupt. As long as the kids like it. Sumu smiled and pointed ahead, the Lego Palace looks good, would you like to try it? Want. The four little ones raised their hands at the same time. Xiao Jun smiled bitterly, forget it, since you like it, mommy will sacrifice her life to accompany you. She gritted her teeth and walked over holding Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan's hands. Sumu followed with an in Kong Kong. The Lego Palace is extremely magnificent and consists of 3 floors. The first floor is filled with various huge Lego models, with seats reserved for taking photos. The four little ones were overjoyed, and Sumu and Xiao Jun became busy again. After finally reaching the second floor, a fragrance wafted over. This is actually a food street. The family immediately found a stool to sit down and ordered a few cups of milk tea and grilled sausages to temporarily replenish their energy. After eating and drinking, I went to the third floor. Not surprisingly, there are more than a dozen screening rooms and gift shops, and a lot of service staff have been added. You need to buy tickets for the screening room, not to mention the gift shop. This part should be deliberately designed by the park in order to recover costs. Since we were tired from playing anyway, the family just went to the movies one by one. Chapter 42 Parent-Child Interaction. After watching a few movies, a morning passed by. After returning to the second floor to eat and drink and take a short rest, the family walked out of the Lego Palace. Behind, there are still castles with various cartoon themes. There are all kinds of iconic Disney attractions such as the Magic Castle, Alice in Wonderland, and Crystal Hour. Because there is no need to worry about copyright issues, the contents of those attractions are naturally varied. Although the craftsmanship looks a bit rustic, at least from the perspective of richness and fun, it is better than the regular Disney. So what are you waiting for? Let us play. The four little ones were immersed in a sea of joy throughout the afternoon. The following activities were not too physically demanding, so Xiao Jun was able to relax and patiently act as a guide for the babies and play with them. The day passed quickly. There is a hotel in the middle of the park, and the price is as down to earth as ever. A luxurious suite was booked and the family moved in. There were all kinds of toys and snacks in the room. Even though they had already had their main meal downstairs, the four little ones couldn't help but eat non-stop. As the sky darkened, the babies' bellies were full from eating so much. Xiao Jun lay on the bed, looking through the photos taken during the day and telling stories to the babies. Soon, they fell asleep one after another. Sumu closed the door gently and contacted Brittany. Mr. Su, the equipment has been brought and we are installing it now. By the way, there were a lot of express deliveries today, and I signed for them all for you. I almost forgot. I ordered that a few days ago. Well, I've checked it, there's nothing wrong with it, the types are very complete, Mr. Su is really a careful person. The shopping list was made by my wife. Sumu explained that the credit did not belong to him. Brittany smiled, and her tone suddenly became serious. By the way, my people found someone monitoring nearby at noon today. The other parties seem to be from the capital. We can't figure out their purpose for the time being, so we didn't take any action. What? Sumu's face darkened and he looked back at the bedroom. He said in a deep voice, "Hold your ground for now, don't alert the enemy." Clear. The phone call was hung up. Sumu thought that he had no connection with the capital, and the only one who could attract the capital's attention was Xiao Jun's family. He and Xiao Jun had children before marriage, and gave birth to 4 babies in one go. One can imagine how shocked and angry Xiao Jun's family must be. If it weren't for Xiao Jun's insistence, the 4 little ones would probably have had difficulty even being born. After all, the Xiao family is Xiao Jun's family. Sumu doesn't want to expose his true identity with them unless it is absolutely necessary. I hope you don't go too far. He withdrew his gaze from the distance, returned to the sofa, and soon fell asleep. The next day, the family continued their trip. In the morning, we experienced Future Time City, Marvel Hero Headquarters, Fantasy Garden Adventure and other projects. After lunch, I signed up for a parent-child competition, where the winner would receive a mysterious reward. The first event is the baby's solo long jump. The baby needs to jump to the finish line with both legs, arrange the oranges according to size, and rank them according to the time it takes to return. Each family can only send one baby. Who's coming? Sumu asked. I. Kong Kong raised his hand first, and Xiao Jun smiled and carried him over. Start. The whistle sounded, and more than a dozen children set off at the same time, and the competition officially began. This is the 3 to 4-year-old age group. The babies are innocent and some don't even understand the rules of the game and just stand there in a daze. The smarter babies also had a lot of problems. A little boy ran as fast as he could, quickly reached the finish line, picked up the biggest orange and started biting it. The baby who did not have strong self-control was naturally disqualified from the competition. There were only 3 babies who really followed the rules and jumped over. Among them, Kong Kong is the smallest, but jumps the fastest. After a while, he was 2 or 3 meters ahead of the other 2 babies, and the parents who watched were amazed. That kid has great stamina. Yeah, he looks like he's only about 3 years old, but he can actually perform the movements very realistically. Does he play this kind of game often? Even if you play often, you have to be smart and healthy enough. Amid the exclamations of the parents, Kong Kong was the first to reach the finish line. He looked at the oranges in front of him and quickly arranged them in a row according to size. Yeah. He turned around to celebrate, with his little head tilted back, as if waiting for others to praise him. At this time, the other 2 children also rushed over, quickly arranged the oranges, turned around and rushed back to the starting point. Kong Kong, I will come back soon. Xiao Jun reminded loudly. The scene was too noisy and Kong Kong seemed not to hear it. Kong Kong didn't react until he saw the 2 children jumping back halfway. The distance has been widened. Oh, that kid is going to lose. It's nothing to be ahead at the beginning. It's easy for children to be proud. The adults started talking again. Kong Kong let out a strange cry and hurriedly chased after him. Yeah, I won. Unfortunately, even though he had more physical strength than others, Kong Kong was still more than 10 steps slower than the first place kid because of the long delay. He was very frustrated that he didn't get the reward, and Xiao Jun comforted him, Kong Kong is the best. As long as he doesn't get too proud, he will definitely win next time. Mama's encouragement soon took effect. Kong Kong waved his fist and was full of fighting spirit again. The second project is parent-child interaction. The mother and baby take turns jumping with their legs, holding a silk scarf in their hands, and jump to the finish line, where they clamp it on the cartoon figure. The one with the most scarves within the allotted time wins. I'll do it. It was still a competition of speed. Among the 4 little ones, besides Kong Kong, Tuan Tuan was the fastest. She volunteered and raised her hand. Xiao Jun brought Tuan Tuan over and lined up with a dozen other pairs of mothers and sons or mothers and daughters. With Kong Kang's lesson, Tuan Chuan behaved very seriously. Xiao Jun has the advantage of long legs, and with the efforts of mother and daughter, after the competition, they had 3 more scarves than the second place. In the end, Tuanshuan got a big marshmallow, and she lovingly shared it with Anan, Kongkong, and Yuan. Amidst laughter and joy, the third project began. This time, Dad will take action and use kangaroo hops to move back and forth. The baby has to fill the sandbag at the finish line, and when it is full, the father will take it back to the starting point. There are 5 sandbags in total, and the fastest one wins. Anan has the best physical strength and appears on the stage with Sumu. The opponents happen to be middle-aged men. Sumu didn't want Anan to become proud and complacent, so he deliberately suppressed his strength and won in a few seconds. Anan was exhausted and sweating, and finally got an apple as a reward, which he also shared with Kongkong, Tuan, and Yuan. The last project is quite special. It is not limited to parents. Parents are responsible for carrying the shapes, and the babies will stick the shapes on the wall with dotted lines. The first one to fill the shapes without any gaps wins. Daddy, come on! Yuan trotted over, stood under a wall, and waved at Sumu. Sumu smiled and nodded, and when he looked carefully, he saw that the shadow on the wall was a human figure boxing. White crane spreads its wings? He recognized the moves and felt it was a bit weird. Chapter 43 Primary Talent Card. The rules of this kind of parent-child interactive game should be simple. The pattern on the opposite side was not a simple and cute cartoon character, but a warrior with a very realistic style. Children won't like this style. Yuan has practiced Tai Chi, so it's acceptable. The other children started to worry. They kept gesturing with their hands, but still couldn't understand how to spell the pattern. Why would the park arrange such a project? Sumu shook his head. When the whistle sounded, he immediately picked up the shape of a hand and ran to the other side. Seeing Sumu move, other parents followed suit and chose different shapes. Some were arms, some were thighs, and some were heads. If it weren't for the pink coating, the shapes would look pretty scary. Despite this, some children still showed fearful expressions, dodged and refused to cooperate after seeing the figures brought by their fathers or mothers. Among the 4 little ones, Yuan is the clingiest but also the timidest. She stood there timidly, lightly touching the hand pattern that Sumu handed over with her fingers, but did not dare to take it. Sumu encouraged with a smile, Yuan, be good. This is the same puzzle you usually play. All right. Yuan hesitated for a long time before picking up the pattern. She gestured to the outline of the person behind her for a long time and then pasted the hand pattern on it. Good job. With a word of encouragement, Sumu looked at other groups. Several brave little boys had already completed the first piece of the figure, and their parents had already run back. Sumu hurried to catch up. In order not to win too dramatically and to give Yuan enough time to prepare, he deliberately controlled his speed. For the second piece of the puzzle, Sumu chose the arm. When he returned to the finish line again, Yuan was no longer afraid. He picked up the arm and pressed it on the chosen position on the wall. There is progress. Sumu patted Yuan's head and praised him, saying, "Keep working hard. This is just a game after all," and the atmosphere quickly became lively as people cheered. The children were all infected, overcame their psychological fears, and began to concentrate on the competition. Yuan's advantages gradually emerged. Because of practicing boxing, she had a better understanding of the human body structure than her peers, and saved a lot of time in the most basic selection process. Plus Sumu could control the speed, so it took him less than 10 minutes to complete the puzzle, creating a pink uncle boxing. This is the last project and all children will receive rewards. While other families were still working hard, Sumu returned to the starting point holding Yuan, whose face was rosy, to cheer on his competitors. As the last family completes the task, the game officially ends. As the first place winner, Yuan received the biggest reward of this series, a toy car. After taking a group photo with everyone holding the toy car and accepting the crowd's congratulations, Yuan gave the toy car that she didn't like very much to Anan and Kongkong. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have completed the game with your child and achieved excellent results. Participating in social activities and gaining a perfect experience is an important step in the growth of your baby. You will be rewarded with 20 primary talent cards. Are there any rewards? Sumu was overjoyed and took a quick look. Primary talent card, after integrating into a life form, you can check the talent and increase 1 talent. The effect fluctuates between 20% and 50%. Good stuff. After reading the detailed description, Sumu was surprised again. What is the competition in the 21st century? Talent. Primary talent cards can check talents and can increase the effect of a certain talent by at least 20%. In other words, even if your talent in a certain field is the same as others, after using the talent card, you only need to put in the same effort to achieve 120% of the effect. This is still the most basic increase. If you are lucky, the effect will be 150%. Genius, that's all. He was itching to get his hands on some, and the system was very generous this time, giving him a total of 20 primary talent cards. What was there to wait for? So, Sumu directly took out a talent card from the system panel. A translucent square card appeared out of thin air, surrounded by a faint white glow, looking a bit like a two-dimensional foil. The two-dimensional foil in front of us does not pose any danger and will definitely not unfold or even destroy the solar system. Sumu smiled and chose Yuan Yuan. The primary skill card immediately turned into a white light and merged into Yuan Yuan's brows. Yuan Yuan was still immersed in the joy of victory and did not show any discomfort. Sumu's eyes widened, and several lines of information quickly floated out above his round head. Name, Su Yuan Yuan. Combat talent, 30, scientific research talent, 35, engineering talent, 38, life talent, 68. Apart from that, nothing else. Forehead. Sumu was surprised. This was a little different from what he had imagined. There were only a dozen or so talent options, and they were too general. The light of the text messages became dimmer and dimmer, and Sumu immediately realized that this thing had a time limit, and he had to make a choice as soon as possible. It should be a 100-point system. Since Yuan Yuan has the best talent for life, let's choose it. After hesitating for a moment, Sumu directly selected the talent of life with his mind. Other options disappeared. The information above Yuan Yuan's head began to spin rapidly. Soon, the information froze and turned into a big circle. Sumu looked over again. First, the title. Name, Su Yuan Yuan. Talent tendency, life-oriented. There are many options in the circle below. Cooking, 30, painting, 8, music, 7, calligraphy, 1. There is another series of options, and there are many categories under life talents. However, this time Sumu couldn't actively choose, and he couldn't look at them all at once. He could only see that Yuan Yuan's talents were higher in cooking, reading, and fantasy. These three talents probably correspond to the three professions of chef, teacher, and philosopher. The ring slowly turned, and a pointer appeared next to it. Sumu prayed silently, hoping to focus on cooking or reading. As for fantasy, he didn't want his daughter to become a philosopher in the future. It seemed useless to think too much. In less than a minute, the ring stopped rotating. Finally, the needle pointed to fantasy. I'll go. Sumu was so sad that he could not even cry. He immediately took out a talent card and threw it towards Yuan Yuan. The talent card flew over and bounced back without any change. Ding! Each life form can only use a talent card once. The system prompt sounded mercilessly. Sumu was dissatisfied. What if I want to change my daughter's talent? Ding! The host can obtain an intermediate talent card by triggering tasks from time to time. All right. Since there was still hope, Sumu had no choice but to accept this reality. The information above Yuan Yuan's head changed again. Chapter 44 Too Ambitious. Name, Su Yuan Yuan. Talent tendency, life-oriented. Cooking, 30, painting, 10, fantasy, 3120%. It's okay. It's only increased by 120%, which is the minimum increase. Yuan Yuan shouldn't be obsessed with it all day long. Children like to fantasize, so increasing the number from 30 to 36 would just mean adding a few more details to the fantasy. For example, adding a few more colorful leaves to a small tree? Sumu comforted himself, and then used it on the other three little ones. And An's strongest talent is engineering, which is as high as 30, which is on par with Yuan Yuan. Engineers like Feng Jianguo were very good, and Sumu chose him decisively. Next is a random selection. Sumu's prayers finally had some effect. In the end, An's specific enhancement talent was determined to be mechanical design. It was originally 30 points, and after a 50% increase, it became 45. Kong Kong is mischievous and active, his main talent is actually combat, and his attributes are surprisingly high. Okay, this little guy does have a bit of a violent streak. For the safety of his children, Sumu decisively chose a sport with slightly inferior attributes. Specific talents are randomly selected by the system. After the roulette wheel finished spinning, it stopped on the football, and its attributes increased from 25 to 29. This child may be able to save the Chinese national football team. Next is Tuan Tuan. Compared to Yuan Yuan, Tuan Tuan is more cheerful, lively, and independent. Her main talent is still life. The specific talent is fixed as dance, which is as high as 40. After an increase of 50%, it becomes 60. Judging from the highest talent alone, Yuan Yuan's dancing talent is the highest among the 4 little ones. With a little training, she can become a world-class dance queen in the future. Of course, talent is ultimately just a person's innate advantage. Sumu will not force the children to develop in a specific way, but will provide some guidance. There are still 16 primary talent cards. As Sumu's closest person, Xiaojun naturally has the right to use it. It seems that there is not enough time. So, Sumu and Xiaojun played with the kids for a while, then returned to the parkskate, returned the rented cartoon costumes, and bought some toys and souvenirs. Go home. After getting on the highway and driving for half an hour, the kids fell asleep one after another. Sumu quietly used the talent card. Name: Xiaojun, combat talent, 25, life talent, 15, business talent, 89. Sumu was very surprised. Xiaojun's business talent was as high as 89, which was very close to the full score. Although other talents have very high values, they are far from comparable to business talents. He decisively chose his business talent. Next up are specific talents. Negotiation, 60, decision-making, 60, business acumen, 50. The roulette wheel spun and finally stopped at career ambition, which increased from 70 to 89. Is ambition also considered a business talent? Honey, you drive, I want to work overtime tonight. Xiaojun thought of something and suddenly spoke with a firm attitude. Sumu was in tears. If he had known this would happen, he would not have used the talent card on Xiaojun. It seemed that his wife was going down the path of a strong woman and there would be no turning back. Unfortunately, each life form can only use the primary talent card once. It seems that we have to hurry up and trigger the task. After taking over the driving job, Sumu made up his mind secretly. We had no conversation along the way and returned home safely at less than 6 o'clock. I'm going to work. I'll be back later. After a quick wash, Xiaojun hurried out. Sumu had no choice but to let the 4 little ones take turns watching the movie, and he accompanied the rest to select photos, ready to develop them and hang them on the wall. After a while, it was dark. Buzz. The walls vibrated and there was the sound of a drill from next door. So noisy. The 4 little ones covered their ears and protested in dissatisfaction. Dad, go check it out. Sumu opened the door and went to the next room. The door is wide open and you have several decoration workers busy at work. When will it be finished? Sumu went to negotiate. Oh, the workload is huge, so we may have to work overtime overnight. The leader of the workers answered and handed over a cigarette. Sumu refused and reminded, you are disturbing the neighbors by doing this. Someone will complain soon. It's better to do it during the day. No way. The workers' leader was in a dilemma, the employer is pressing us to finish the work within 3 days. You better be patient. After a few more words, I was unable to convince the other party. Can you give me the employer's contact information? Sumu had no choice but to talk to the employer in person. The leader of the workers hesitated for a moment and agreed. Hello, who is this? When the call was connected, a girl's voice full of youthfulness came through, with the sound of electric guitar mixed in the background. Sumu frowned even more tightly and put forward his request. Oh, I'm more anxious. The guitar stopped playing, and the girl said, how about this? I'll move in after the renovation is done, and I'll treat you and the neighbors to a meal as an apology. No need. Sumu refused and reminded in a serious tone, it is better to let the workers work during the day. I have 4 children at home. After a moment of silence, the girl became a little nervous. Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'll call them right away. Actually, it's okay to move there a few days later, huh? The phone was forcibly hung up. Sumu was very confused. The girl seemed to know him, but her voice was unfamiliar. Who is it? The leader of the workers received a phone call and immediately asked everyone to stop, pack up and prepare to leave. Sumu also went home with doubts and continued to play with the 4 little ones. It was 7 o'clock and Xiao Jun had not returned yet. Sumu called to inquire and learned that Xiao Jun had taken on a new project and needed to work overtime until 12 o'clock. He began to worry again. Xiao Jun was very busy and hung up the phone after a brief conversation. The influence of ambition cannot be underestimated. Sumutu was very distressed. If things continued like this, his wife would probably have to work overtime every day. He was feeling worried when he suddenly received a red envelope. The red envelope was sent by Huang Mao, with "Congratulations on your prosperity" written on it. Sumu didn't receive it and sent a question mark. Huang Mao replied, "Master, this is what you deserve, just keep it." "What the hell?" Sumu questioned. Huang Mao explained, "It's like this. After I took the 2 calipers back, I started to study and came up with a few hairstyles. Although they can't compare with the round butterfly, they also attracted a lot of children. Anyway, my store door was almost broken by the crowds this weekend. Even raising the prices 3 times didn't work. Parents nowadays are really willing to spend money on their children, huh?" Listening to Huang Mao's excited narration, Sumu also understood. He opened the red envelope and found that there was 6,666 in it. "How much did you earn in the past 2 days?" Sumu was surprised. Huang Mao, "Not much. At first, 30 per child. Later, I was too busy, so I raised it to 60. People still refused to leave, so I had to raise the price again, and finally 300 per child." He became more and more excited as he spoke. "Now my wife has also learned how to use the barber calipers, and she earns at least 1,000 per hour." Chapter 45 Amazing Profits. Huang Mao concluded, "So, in the past 2 days, we have made at least 10,000 or 20,000 more than usual, and there will be more in the future." Sumu was silent, digesting the news. After a moment of silence, the yellow-haired man continued, "Master, I still don't know many hairstyles. If I could have more barber calipers, my future income would be." "That's right." Sumu came to his senses and realized that Huang Mao had placed an order on the online store and the goods should have arrived by now. Hasn't he realized yet that he has been deceived? He tried to ask. Huang Mao was a little angry. "Uncle Feng and I have both received the goods. The calipers sent by the online store were obviously made temporarily according to the photos I sent over. The processing was messy and very rough. I have thrown them into the trash can. I was planning to sue him for fraud, but the police refused to accept the case because it was less than $2,000. It turns out that bastard had already thought of a way out. How unlucky." After cursing for a few times, Huang Mao's tone changed. "Master, don't get me wrong, I was scolding the unscrupulous profiteers, I didn't mean to blame you." At this point, Huang Mao also understood that Sumu had lied, but he didn't dare say anything too harsh. After all, the 2 barber calipers that brought him rich rewards were real. Sumu didn't know how to answer, so he continued to ask, "By the way, what was Uncle Feng's reaction?" After a long silence, Huang Mao continued, "Uncle Feng didn't say anything, but just hinted to me that those calipers might be internal products of Kanghui International. He also said that you were forced to do so, so you made up a white lie. Can it be explained this way?" Sumu didn't understand what was going on. He was silent for a moment, and followed the other party's train of thought and said, "Well, since Uncle Feng has already communicated with Kanghui International, you shouldn't force it. Once they finalize the cooperation agreement, the product will naturally be launched on the market." Oh well. Huang Mao was a little disappointed. He had originally wanted to get some more internal products from Sumu, but now it seems that is impossible. "I still have some work to do over there, so I'll be busy now." He made up an excuse and ended the call. Sumu contacted Feng Jiangwo again. Soon, he was sure that Feng Jiangwo had been in touch with Li Yuehan, and the news of the internal product was also accidentally leaked by Li Yuehan. It seems that Li Zhan helped a lot, otherwise I wouldn't know how to continue to cover up the lie. Sumu secretly thought that he was careless and must never make the same low-level mistake again. Afterwards, he transferred another service fee to Li Zhan. The special envoy helped him take the bullet, which should be regarded as help outside the rules. "I don't know what punishment the system will have." Soon, John Lee replied, sounding a little weak, "Mr. Su, I have a cold. Just treat these few $1,000s as medical expenses. Don't worry about it." Sumu continued to ask, but Li Zhan sent him a smiley face and stopped answering. It seems like catching a cold is a punishment from the system. After making sure that the punishment was not too severe, Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. After dinner, the 4 little ones fell asleep one after another. Sumu contacted Brittany and learned that there were 3 groups of people monitoring his home and the equipment they used was very professional. Mr. Su, they are from the Xiao family in the capital. Through monitoring the communication, I found out that the employer is Xiao Wanhe, a branch of the Xiao family, and seems to be related to your wife. Brittany took out the investigation results and waited for Sumu's decision. Sumu immediately said, "Well, find a way to drive them away, don't expose me." He doesn't like being stared at by a swarm of flies all day long. This is a bit difficult, but we will solve it as soon as possible. Brittany hesitated for a moment and gave an affirmative answer. Hard. Sumu thanked him. This is my job scope, it's my duty. Brittany chuckled and said, "By the way, your wife just left the company." According to the navigation, she seemed to be heading to the Neon Hotel. I sent 2 members to protect her secretly. What? Sumu's face changed and he immediately contacted Xiao Jun. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Damn it. Keep in touch. After sending a message to Brittany, Sumu immediately rushed out. When we arrived outside the community, a business car opened its door. Mr. Su, I'm Cixin, a member of the Red Rose team. A middle-aged man in sportswear in the car introduced himself and motioned for Sumu to get in. The Red Rose Squad is the security organization that Brittany belongs to. Nodding, Sumu got into the car immediately. The car started and rushed towards the Neon Hotel. There were 3 people in the car, including the driver. They prepared various security equipment and weapons to deal with emergencies. For example, daggers, stun guns, and even pistols. One member opened his laptop and hacked into the Neon Hotel surveillance system. The scene switched and we quickly found 2 members negotiating with a group of people. Prick your blood and bones, why don't you rush in? Cixin's tone was serious, as if he was questioning. The 2 members codenamed Blood Piercing Bone Piercing had hidden communicators on their ears. Upon hearing this, one of them stepped back and replied, "Boss, the other party has more people and more power, and Miss Xiao is discussing business cooperation with a businessman in the private room." Business cooperation? Cixin looked at Sumu. Sumu frowned. It was just a business cooperation. Why did Xiao Jun turn off his phone? Go in. He gave the order immediately. Yes. 6 took action immediately, exchanged glances with the group of people opposite, and started fighting without wasting time. Soon, the scene fell into chaos. Unexpectedly, there were several experts among the group, and coupled with the chaos at the scene, the 2 sides ended up in a draw. For a moment, the blood-piercing and bone-piercing attack could not get in. Sumu urged the car to speed up. Neon Hotel, in a private room. Xiao Jun, who was wearing a light blue uniform, put down the wine glass in his hand, covered his head, and felt his vision becoming increasingly blurred. He was already drunk. Next to her, a woman in the same uniform quietly stood up and asked the young man opposite her, "Mr. Huang, can I leave now?" That person was Huang Yi. His eyes never left Xiao Jun. He waved his hand impatiently, "Let's go. Remember not to tell anyone what happened tonight. Otherwise, you know what happened." The woman's face changed, she nodded vigorously, and then quickly left the room. "Hey, beauty." Huang Yi was completely carefree, and walked towards the already drunk Xiao Jun with a smile. "I thought you were so smart, I asked your supervisor to bring you here, and you still fell for it. It would be strange if you didn't get dizzy after drinking so much. Asshole." Xiao Jun cursed with the last bit of his strength and tried to stand up, but his body went limp. "Don't come over here, or I'll..." She collapsed helplessly on the sofa, her hand slowly reaching for her cell phone. Chapter 46 Revenge. Huang Yi laughed, picked up the phone first and threw it to the ground. Bang! As the phone shattered, the drunk Xiao Jun felt desperate as if he had lost hope and closed his eyes reluctantly. "I will make you unforgettable for the rest of your life, ha!" Snap! The door was pushed open, and the woman came back, her face pale. "Asshole, didn't I give you money?" Huang Yi roared and threw a wineglass over, his eyes became extremely terrifying. "Come here, give me this greedy woman." Before he finished speaking, the woman's legs went weak and she sat on the ground. Outside, except for some sounds of fighting, it was extremely quiet. The deafening dance music and the drunken screaming voices were all gone. None of the men who were supposed to attack immediately showed up. Boom boom. Huang Yi's heart beat faster and a strange expression appeared on his face. Could something have happened? He quickly recalled which enemy could have found the hotel he had temporarily arranged. No matter who it is, having such ability and acting so decisively, he definitely has bad intentions. Since they dare to take action, the other party must have more people than us. Faced with life and death, Huang Yi had no other thoughts. He looked up, his expression becoming extremely desperate. Damn it, why doesn't the private room have a window? Who chose it? At this moment, he had forgotten that this private room near the lobby was chosen by him personally in order to seek excitement. Let us fight. Huang Yi didn't want to sit there and wait for death, so he took out a gun from his suit, pushed away the woman he had bribed, and rushed out quickly. The next moment, he was completely dumbfounded. In the lobby of the Neon Hotel, the crowd who were originally living a life of luxury and decadence were squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands. Behind the crowd, there were 8 or 9 unconscious people lying there. They were his bodyguards. Further behind, several experts hired by Huang Yi at a high price were fighting with 4 or 5 guys in sportswear and were about to be knocked down. Not seeing the boss of that group of guys, Huang Yi's eyes turned and he raised his pistol to prepare for a sneak attack. Snap! Before he could pull the trigger, a gust of wind swept past. The one who took action was Sumu. There were some bloodstains on his body, left by the bodyguard he had just knocked unconscious. Is it you? Huang Yi, whose wrist was broken, stepped back in pain. After seeing the person coming, his already pale face became even uglier. He half knelt down, ready to pick up the gun again. You're courting death if you dare to touch my wife. Sumu stepped forward and kicked out with a gust of wind, hitting the opponent's temple hard. This time, he didn't hold back at all. Bang! The Tai Chi master's rage is extremely powerful. Huang Yi's skull shattered directly, and the emotions of panic, fear, and confusion in his eyes were forever frozen at this moment. Bang! His body flew out horizontally, and blood mixed with brain matter gushed out of his 7 orifices, completely ending his sinful life. Over there, Huang Yi's men and members of the Red Rose team who were fighting stopped at the same time and looked at Huang Yi, who had turned into a corpse. The crowd in the hall screamed, stood up and ran around in panic. It was the first time Sumu killed someone, and he couldn't help feeling nauseous. I don't regret it. He suppressed the urge to vomit, left a few words coldly, and rushed into the private room. Sumu walked past a woman who had fainted and came to Xiao Jun. Drunk? Looking at Xiao Jun, who was fast asleep, Sumu felt distressed. He placed his hand on Xiao Jun's forehead, ready to perform the loving healing technique. Mr. Su. A piercing shock came, and a complicated reminder came, please leave as soon as possible, I will contact Brittany. Sumu was shocked. He just killed someone. If he woke up Xiao Jun at this time, the consequences would be good. After looking at Cixin deeply, Sumu didn't say a word. He immediately picked up Xiao Jun and left through the back door of Neon Hotel. Half an hour later, Xiao Jun returned home. After carrying Xiao Jun back to the bedroom, he immediately rushed into the bathroom, holding his chest. After vomiting for a full 5 minutes, Sumu finally returned to normal. He ignored his still churning stomach and immediately turned on his cell phone. Mr. Su, the police are here. The identities of the Red Rose Group members are sensitive and they cannot take the blame. You'd better. Brittany was hesitant to speak. Have the thorns left? Sumu looked at his sweaty face in the mirror and asked with mixed feelings. No, Huang Yi's men are here too. They can't get away, so we can only classify it as a gang fight. I still can't let them get involved in China's criminal case. Kanghui International can't afford such a loss. Reputation? Sumu shook his head, not wanting to embarrass the other party. As for Li Zhan, Sumu did not contact him immediately, thinking that the other party had caught a bad cold due to the system in order to help him lie. System, I'm about to be sentenced, and you still won't take action? He complained in his heart. Ding! Since the host is caught in a huge vortex, the special mission of the nanny is temporarily triggered, which will consume a 3-month cooling period. Call. Sumu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the system would not watch him step into the fire pit after all. Etc.? A special mission for nanny? Does that mean there will be another special agent coming this time? His mind racing, Sumu asked in surprise. Ding! The answer is correct. Super Dad's special mission is triggered, limited terror. Limited terror, the best way to overcome fear is to face it. Come on, host. Find the second system commissioner and confirm his identity before he is identified as the murderer. Ding. Get ID card 5. There are 5 more identity cards in the system panel. Sumu checked and his expression suddenly became extremely strange. The identity card has a black and white side. He must use it on 5 people he knows within a specified time. If the target is a special agent selected by the system, the white side lights up and the system takes action. If the selection is wrong, black lights up. At that time, Sumu will be pulled into a random horror scene, and after defeating the fear he will return to the real world. No matter how long it takes, only 1/10 of the time will have passed in the real world. As with other quests, there is no penalty for failure. But there is indeed a punishment this time, that is, the system will not take action, and in the face of the confessions of hundreds of people in the hotel lobby and irrefutable facts, he will become a murderer and be thrown into prison. Ding. The mission begins. Sumu took a deep breath and his eyes became extremely determined. The most important thing now is time. He immediately contacted Brittany. No matter what, give me at least an hour. The police must not contact me within an hour. Brittany, Mr. Su, it's useless. The evidence is there. It's useless for me to delay. You will still face prosecution when the time comes. With Kanghui International's influence, we can hire the best lawyer for you. The best outcome is a conviction for excessive self-defense. Chapter 47. The First Candidate. Brittany was still trying to explain, but Sumu didn't have much time. He interrupted the other party and said firmly, I told you, it will only take an hour. Within an hour, I will find a strong man with absolute strength to solve this matter. If I fail, I will turn myself in and will not implicate you. After a long silence, Brittany finally relaxed. Okay, I will try to delay. Mr. Su, is the strong man you are looking for? Sumu hung up the phone directly. He couldn't waste time. There are only 5 identity cards, which means he only has 5 chances. The target range is limited to people you know. According to some theories, the upper limit of the number of people a person can socialize with is 150. That is to say, with human intelligence and energy, we can maintain stable social relationships with at most 150 people at the same time. No matter how many other connections you have, it is difficult to maintain long-term contact. Sumu confirmed this after quickly reviewing his address book. He has many contacts, but the number of those with whom he can maintain long-term and stable contact is exactly around 150. These include family, friends, former partners, and college classmates with whom I have a good relationship. Soon, Sumu shook his head. The concept of knowing is too general. If knowing each other's names is considered knowing each other, then the number of choices will increase several times. How to do it? He had a headache, and after thinking about it, he decided to take out an ID card. The phone vibrated immediately. I checked quickly and found that the navigation software popped up automatically and marked the community where Sumu was located as a red area. Is this a system reminder? After thinking for a moment, Sumu's eyes lit up. He didn't know many people in the community, so the scope of screening was greatly reduced. First of all, it is Xiao Jun. When he arrived at the bedroom, Sumu was about to use his ID card on his wife. When the ID card floated above Xiao Jun's head, the originally translucent card flickered and a line of information appeared. Name, Xiao Yun. Overlap, 15%. This is? Sumu stopped immediately and asked the system. Ding. Host, please explore with confidence. Forehead. Sumu scratched his head. Could this 15% overlap refer to the probability of becoming the second system commissioner? Too low. After hesitating for a moment, Sumu still did not immediately put the ID card into Xiao Jun's body. Since you can check the degree of overlap, why not find a few more targets for comparison? He went out immediately. As for the 4 little ones, babies under 3 years old would not be recognized by the system. Downstairs, a group of old men and women were dancing in the square. It's 8 o'clock in the evening now. They dance until 10 o'clock every day before going home. The identity card is the same as the talent card, only Sumu can see it. He immediately took out his ID card and checked it in front of several people he knew. Name, Zhang Aihua. Overlap, 6%. This is Anne Zhang from the property management company. She usually takes good care of the 4 little ones, but the probability is surprisingly low. Looking at the other elderly men and women, the probability is also appalling, ranging from 3% to 9%, and none of them exceeds 10%. Sumu shook his head in disappointment and looked at his phone. He had wasted 5 minutes. In a hurry, Sumu ran to the gate of the community, which was the edge of the red zone. Use your ID card in front of several security guards who often greet you. Name, Yu Xiaopeng, overlap rate 20%. Name, Yu Hai, overlap rate 25%. After checking the security guards one by one, the degree of overlap almost surpassed Xiao Jun. The highest among them was security team leader Lu Yunbo, who reached 30%. A 30% chance, the probability is still small. Sumu shook his head and was about to continue choosing. Sumu, why are you going out for a walk so late? When Yu Hai saw Sumu, he wanted to come over to say hello, but he accidentally tripped and was about to fall to the ground. Lu Yunbo rushed forward, grabbed Yu Hai's arm with one hand, and lifted him up easily. Be careful when you walk, you are so clumsy, if you break your bones, your salary for this month will be gone. After standing firm, Yu Hai stuck out his tongue and said, Boss, you are indeed from the army. Your skills are amazing. Lu Yunbo smiled and said, Of course. I once participated in the Special Forces selection. I was excellent in other aspects, but I failed because of my low cultural level. He started his usual boasting, and the other security guards gathered around him. Sumu listened for a while and suddenly realized something. He thought carefully about all the people he had checked before, and the degree of overlap seemed to be related to the target's ability and influence. For example, Lu Yunbo, who has military experience and is now the community security captain, has the highest score so far. Let us think about the first special envoy, John Lee. He also has a special identity. He is the famous president of Kanghui International Asia. His ability and influence far exceed those of ordinary people. I see. He was sure of something, and a figure immediately flashed through his mind. Among the people Sumu knows in this community, the most capable one is definitely the founder of the Tai Chi martial arts school, Mr. Dong. As for Mr. Dong's influence, there is naturally no need to say more. Sumu rushed to the building where Mr. Dong lived and made a phone call at the same time. Hey, Xiaosu, what's up so late? After waiting anxiously for more than 10 seconds, the call was connected. Sumu did not dare to delay and immediately asked, Mr. Dong, are you home? Exist. Mr. Dong answered straightforwardly, Is Xiang Dashan bothering you again? It seems that the lesson I taught him last time was not enough. Forehead. Sumu shook his head, Of course not, Xiang Dashan has long become a coward. As for the reason why I came to you, it is difficult to explain it in a few words. Why don't we talk about it in person? Good. Mr. Dong's tone became a little strange. A few minutes later, Sumu arrived at Mr. Dong's house and the door was already open. Entering the room, he immediately smelled a strong scent of Chinese medicine, which seemed to be wafting from the bathroom. Mr. Dong's face and hair were also wet. He closed the bathroom door and said with a smile, As people age, their muscles and bones begin to weaken. I take a medicinal bath once a week now. Thinking of the other party's identity as a warrior, Sumu nodded in understanding. While chatting, he pointed his ID card at Mr. Dong. Name, Dong Kaixian, overlap rate 80%. Sumu was stunned, with an 80% probability, far higher than the others and Lu Yunbo. Xiaosu, what's wrong with you? Mr. Dong saw Sumu's expression and asked curiously. Sumu hesitated for a moment, then said seriously, Mr. Dong, I'm a little tired. I want to sit on the sofa in your house for a while. Is that okay? Mr. Dong cast a curious look, then nodded and smiled, of course. Sumu immediately went over and sat on the sofa, then put the ID card into Mr. Dong's body. It must succeed. He prayed silently, and at the same time prepared himself to choose the wrong target. Buzz. After a few seconds, a black glow appeared on Mr. Dong's body, and Sumu's vision suddenly went dark, accompanied by a dizzying feeling. Chapter 48, New Soldiers on the Battlefield. In a chaotic war zone, a group of mercenaries from different countries and nationalities hid in the trenches, with bullets blowing over their heads from time to time. I chose the wrong one. Among the mercenaries, a young man with an oriental face had a dazed look in his eyes and muttered to himself. This person was Sumu, and there were countless question marks in his mind. The fact that he inexplicably came to this battlefield from Mr. Dong's living room showed that his choice was wrong. But isn't the Super Dad mission a limited horror? Why was he dragged into the battlefield? There doesn't seem to be such a scene in horror movies. Moreover, the gun in his hand looked very old, as if it was decades out of date, and the other equipment mounted on his body was also very simple. His height and appearance were also different from before. He had become another person, a young man with a mentality that was obviously different from the other mercenaries, and his body was shaking with fear. The only thing to be thankful for was that the rookie he possessed had pretty good physical fitness and seemed to have practiced martial arts. The gunfire stopped, and the mercenaries quickly rushed out of the trenches and moved quickly to the bunkers behind them. Frightened silly? A powerful slap came and hit Sumu's shoulder hard. Sumu dodged instinctively, but the slap actually shook slightly and hit his shoulder accurately again. The dull force pressed down on Sumu, and his whole body trembled violently, as if his internal organs were about to be shattered. He looked up in surprise. A middle-aged man with several scars on his face and extremely sharp eyes also cast a surprised look. "You can move your strength at will?" A look of relief flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, and he attacked again, grabbing Sumu's wrist. This time, Sumu did not dodge. This body seemed to be extremely in awe of the middle-aged man in front of him, which slowed down his reaction. "It's still a little bit off." The middle-aged man smiled gently, grabbed Sumu and prepared to run backwards. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed towards them. Because of the previous delay, the middle-aged man's head was exposed outside the trench, and at this moment he could only turn his head with difficulty. "Careful!" At the critical moment, Sumu immediately mobilized the muscles around his body, and his body bounced up like a spring, and then pressed the middle-aged man down in the shocked eyes of the middle-aged man. Bang! The bullet flew past the middle-aged man's head, taking away half of his ear. The shelling did not stop. The middle-aged man who escaped the disaster took Sumu and caught up with the mercenary team and retreated frantically. The mercenary team came to a jungle, and each of them dragged their tired bodies and rested under the cover of weeds. "Triumph, well done." The middle-aged man quietly moved over and started massaging Sumu without saying a word. His movements were extremely skillful, and Sumu's injured muscles felt warm and were no longer in pain. "Kaishian is Mr. Dong's name." Sumu fell into deep thought again. After hiding in a forest to rest for a while, the mercenaries gathered again. Suddenly, the captain of the mercenaries pointed his gun at a blonde foreigner who looked like a signalman. "Joseph, the route you provided is fake." Why did you betray us?" Joseph roared with a ferocious expression. "This mission is fake. Someone wants the lives of those two Orientals." The captain's face changed and the middle-aged man immediately protected Sumu. Joseph's eyes were full of greed. "The employer said that if we kill them, he will give the Blackthorn squad $1 million. It turns out that the name of this mercenary team is Blackthorn." Under the temptation of the bounty, someone quietly raised the gun and turned towards the middle-aged man and Sumu. A hint of murderous intent flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes. $1 million is indeed very tempting, but please think carefully, how many people can get that money alive? "Stop it, everyone!" The captain roared, slapping the gun of his teammate next to him away. "Blackthorn is a whole, and there has never been any internal conflict. If you kill your comrades for money today, someone will shoot you for the same reason in the future, and the bounty may be even less." The team members exchanged glances. Faith and reason suppressed greed, and they slowly lowered their guns. Having avoided an internal fight, the captain smiled at the middle-aged man. "Scar, we will always be your most determined." Bang! When he was halfway through his words, a red blood flower suddenly bloomed between his eyebrows. Because he died so quickly, he still had a dying smile on his face. It was Joseph who fired the shot. While the two sides were confronting each other, he quietly took out a gun. "Damn it!" The other members' eyes immediately turned red, and they turned their guns towards Joseph. Ha ha ha! Joseph had already fallen into a state of madness. He laughed wildly with tears in his eyes. "It's useless. Our escape route is also within the employer's plan. There are countless tactical mines under the entire forest that can be detonated by remote control at any time. If we don't hand over the bodies of the two Orientals within an hour, the Blackthorn squad will become history forever." The team members gnashed their teeth in hatred, but did not dare to actually shoot. Following the captain's death, the Blackthorn squad was permanently eliminated? They can't afford this price. In that case, they now only have one choice. Internal strife still happened. The other party fired a shot, the middle-aged man dodged, and at the same time slapped Sumu in the chest. Sumu was immediately pushed backwards by an extremely mysterious force and hit hard on a big tree more than 10 meters away. Countless bullets were fired at him, suppressing Sumu and making him dare not step out. A few minutes later, amid the strong smell of blood, the middle-aged man rushed over and yelled, "Go!" Another palm strike, and Sumu flew out another 10 meters. The middle-aged man also rushed towards another tree. However, there was a bomb hidden in the tree trunk in front of him. As soon as the middle-aged man stepped on it, the bomb exploded, directly breaking one of his legs. Sumu suddenly woke up, and at this moment he could only choose to escape with hatred, because all this was not real. Countless bullets were fired at him, and the middle-aged man fell to the ground, staring at the direction where Sumu was hiding, full of despair and regret. Chase. Joseph had apparently become the leader of the Blackthorn squad. At his command, everyone chased in the direction Sumu fled. There are still many triggered booby traps in the woods. Sumu tried his best and ran to a dozen meters away from the edge of the woods, already covered in wounds. Joseph, who caught up with them, was already bloodthirsty. He didn't know the layout of the booby trap beforehand and also had one of his arms blown off. Seeing that Sumu survived his gun again, he roared and threw a few grenades. Sumu's body was blown into the air. Seeing that he was less than half a meter away from the edge of the woods, he mobilized all the muscles in his body and twisted his waist hard. Snap! Amidst the horrifying sound of a broken spine, the body suddenly rushed forward. The moment the broken body passed through the last tree, Sumu's eyes went dark and everything disappeared. Chapter 49 Abnormal Reaction. Whoosh! Sumu suddenly opened his eyes amidst the sound of heavy breathing. The strong smell of traditional Chinese medicine, the simple and quaint interior, and the old TV playing a martial arts movie brought his thoughts back to reality. Finally, I'm back. Sumu let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the time, less than 10 minutes had passed. Thinking back to the experience in the horrific scene, Sumu also felt a little scared. He stood up and stretched his body, a look of joy on his face at having survived the disaster. By the way, where is Mr. Dong? Sumu said, Mr. Dong? Here it comes. Mr. Dong came out of the bathroom and said with a smile, Xiaosu, you must keep your word for what you just said. Sumu was surprised. What did he say? Elder Dong continued to laugh and said, why, you regret it so soon? Don't you really want to help me find a few more experts? What? Sumu's eyes widened. He could indeed make the best Tai Chi for people, but only Lin Lei knew this secret. Is it possible that after entering a horror scene, my body can still move freely? System, it must be a system. Sumu asked immediately. Ding! After the host's consciousness enters the horror scene, the body will be in standby mode. In order not to reveal too many secrets, the system will take over during this period. Then, there was another holographic image played at a rapid speed. The content of the video is exactly what Sumu did during the period when the system took over his body. After watching the video, Sumu had a complicated expression. The system did not let him reveal too many secrets, but just demonstrated its vision and promised to help Mr. Dong create 3 Tai Chi masters like Lin Lei every month. How could that be? This is what I should do. After secretly despising the system, Sumu gritted his teeth and agreed. That's great. Mr. Dong was so happy that his waist creaked because he was so excited. Sumu was surprised. Thinking about his experience in the horrific scene, he wondered how Mr. Dong managed to survive the pursuit of the Blackthorn squad. Judging from the fact that he has to take medicinal baths every week, Mr. Dong must have some serious hidden injuries. Facing Sumu's concerned eyes, Mr. Dong held back his pain and forced out a bitter smile. I'm old and sick. Today's medicinal bath time is not over yet. Xiaosu, look. Sumu stood up immediately. Well, I won't bother you anymore, let's talk another day. He said goodbye and left. That experience must have been a big blow to Mr. Dong. Since Mr. Dong refused to talk about it, there was no need for him to rush to ask. Besides, there are more important things at hand. When Sumu came out of Dong's house, his cell phone vibrated. He checked hurriedly. On the navigation map, the red color covering the community disappears. This? Sumu hesitated for a moment and took out the second ID card. The map coordinates moved and stopped at the Provincial First Hospital. The red area appeared again, covering the entire hospital. He set off immediately. On the way, Sumu contacted Brittany. How's it going? There are too many witnesses. Cixin and the others are trying their best to divert the police's attention. I'm afraid they won't be able to delay the case for an hour. Anyway, please hurry up. Clear. Sumu thought of the middle-aged man in the horror scene, and suddenly asked, by the way, is there anyone with the codename Thorn in the Red Rose? Among Brawny's subordinates are Thorns, Bone, and Blood. The codename of the middle-aged man is Thorns, and the names of the organizations are very similar in style, such as Blackthorn and Red Rose, so Sumu couldn't help but become suspicious. After waiting for a full minute, Brittany replied, "Unless Mr. Su joins the Red Rose organization, I will tell you the answer." "I'm sorry for talking too much." Sumu immediately refused. Having witnessed the infighting among the mercenary organization, he did not want to get involved. When they arrived at the provincial first hospital, Sumu got off the car immediately. He rushed into Grandma Lee's ward. The only people he knew there were Grandma Lee and John Lee. Name, Lee Shuping, overlap rate 19%. No? Sumu was puzzled and decided to look at other people. The ID card has no effect on strangers and will not display any information. He was furious and questioned the system. Ding! The system will not make any mistakes. Please keep up the good work, host. Damn it! Coming out of the ward, Sumu was very depressed. Does it also count if you only know the last name? He immediately went to find the medical staff who had recently taken care of Grandma Lee. There were only a few people at work, and none of them responded. Sumu fell into despair. A young doctor passed by him. Sumu took a look and recognized him as Dr. Zhao, who helped Grandma Lee take X-rays last time. He immediately used his ID card. Name, Zhao Dezhu, overlap rate 20%. A little taller than Grandma Lee. Sumu nodded secretly, but did not dare to use the ID card rashly. Zhao Dezhu's overlap rate was only 20%, which was still too low compared to Mr. Dong's 80%. Even Mr. Dong, whose overlap rate is as high as 80%, is not a special envoy, let alone Zhao Dezhu. But does the provincial first hospital have any other options? Looking at Zhao Dezhu's back, Sumu hesitated. Tick! Suddenly, a drop of blood fell from Zhao Dezhu's clothes. He raised his hand and his expression became a little strange. Sumu was puzzled. Doctors should be used to blood, so why did Zhao Dezhu show that expression? Regret, emotion, confusion, and a little fear. Could it be that he killed someone? A thought flashed through his mind, and Sumu's eyes changed slightly. Dr. Zhao! He shouted. Zhao Dezhu stopped and turned around. His face looked strange, a little pale, and his eyelids were still trembling slightly. Sumu walked over and looked Zhao Dezhu up and down, his eyes deliberately lingering on his bloody left hand, and asked in a deep tone, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing, just, let's not talk about it." Zhao Dezhu didn't have any special reaction, at least he wasn't as panicked as Sumu imagined. After giving a casual response, Zhao Dezhu turned around and was about to leave. There must be a problem. Sumu chased after him and continued asking questions. Zhao Dezhu began to get impatient, and finally he simply spread his hands and said, "A seriously injured person just died. I was responsible for sending the body to the morgue, and I accidentally got some blood on my body. After working for a few years, this is the first time I've been to such a place. I'm a little scared just thinking about it." I'm sorry to embarrass you." After explaining himself clearly, Zhao Dezhu's expression became relaxed. "Oh." Sumu nodded. This reaction was quite realistic. Just as he was about to look for the target again, the ID card turned half a circle under the control of his mind and was aimed at the drop of blood that Zhao Dezhu had just dropped on the ground. Sumu caught something sharply and immediately felt a chill. The ID card actually reacted to a drop of dead person's blood. Chapter 50. There is another secret. Name, Ding Yuan, coincidence, 90%. Looking at the information on the ID card, Sumu's pupils suddenly contracted. After graduating from university 3 years ago, Sumu, who quickly got over a broken heart, chose to start a business with a group of classmates. Due to their lack of experience and blind optimism, the project they chose was to develop a super sleeping device that uses electromagnetic waves to guide people into lucid dreams. As for what is lucid dreaming? As the name suggests, it means that a person can still maintain normal thinking ability when entering a dream. This ability can be achieved through training, but it is difficult. By using electromagnetic waves to adjust the human brainwave bands, people without any training can enter a lucid dream state. After half a year of hard research, the first prototype was finally completed. Although the prototype's success rate was not very high, it caused a sensation in the lucid dreaming community and brought the team hundreds of thousands in profit in just a few months. Afterwards, they were naturally not satisfied with their high spirits and began to look for financing to develop a second-generation product with more powerful functions. Halfway through the development of the second-generation product, the funds ran out. A classmate who was entrusted with an important task betrayed everyone by taking the opportunity of seeking a second round of financing, and even sold the core technology of the super sleep device to a competitor. Technology leaked, financing failed, team disbanded. After a series of blows, Sumo was depressed for nearly half a year. The classmate who made Sumo taste betrayal for the second time in his life was named Ding Yuan. As for the first betrayer, it was naturally the snobbish ex-girlfriend. It's not a coincidence, is it? Retracting his thoughts, Sumo muttered to himself. Dr. Zhao, can you take me to see the deceased? No matter how incredible it is, Sumo was still going to try his best. Zhao Doju. Sumo racked his brains and spent a lot of time talking before he managed to convince the other party. In the bone-chilling morgue, Zhao Doju opened a freezer. Sumo went over and almost vomited. Zhao Doju covered his mouth and said, "Hey, this guy died by jumping off a building." His head hit the ground and he was disfigured on the spot. After he was sent to the hospital, his internal organs began to bleed profusely. Sumo waved his hand, signaling the other party not to provoke him anymore. If you are that Ding Yuan, you deserve to die this way. After muttering to himself, Sumo took out his ID card and threw it over fiercely. Buzz. The next moment, the surroundings fell into endless darkness and silence. Damn it! Sumo cursed inwardly, he had made the wrong choice again. Strange lights, deafening music, and the screams and noise of the crowd began to appear around. The vision gradually stabilized. Mr. Ding, don't hesitate any longer. If you complete this challenge, I can give you half of the profit. Sumo opened his eyes and found himself sitting in the living room of a bar, talking to a young man opposite him. He couldn't control his body. When he raised his eyes, Sumo was shocked. Sitting opposite him was his old classmate Ding Yuan, who looked a dozen years older than the last time they met. What are you doing? Sumo went crazy. Didn't he use his ID card on Ding Yuan's body? How could one possess another person after being dragged into a horror scene? Moreover, this scene feels a bit familiar. The possessed person poured a cocktail and handed it over. Come, have another drink. I believe you will have the courage to challenge that rich second generation. Remember to provoke him. After the live broadcast begins, our traffic will soar and our income will reach a new height. Ha ha. Live streaming? Sumo was full of questions. He couldn't control his body and could only watch Ding Yuan finish the cocktail. The latter's eyes became firm. After a while, a group of people who looked like bodyguards rushed into the hotel, and the possessed person and Ding Yuan looked up at the same time. Sumo was shocked when he saw the people behind the group of bodyguards. Xiao Jun was talking to Huang Yi under the constant persuasion of a middle-aged woman. Then they walked into the private room at the back. Is this what happened today? Sumo's mind went blank. Why was this happening? Hee, this is getting more interesting. Get ready, I'm going to start a live broadcast. The possessed person was very excited. Suddenly, a few more people in sportswear appeared and began to negotiate with Huang Yi's bodyguards. The possessed person hesitated for a moment and asked Ding Yuan to hold his troops for the time being. What happened next coincided with Sumo's memory. After receiving Brittany's order, he stabbed the other party with blood and bones, and then rushed into the hotel to show his skills, and finally killed Huang Yi in a rage. It's a very strange feeling to see yourself from another person's perspective. After Huang Yi died, the possessed person and Ding Yuan ran around with the crowd. In the chaos, Sumo also saw his own appearance clearly through a mirror. Is it him? He tried hard to recall and recognized this person as an internet celebrity with no moral integrity and a desire to commit suicide, the Grim Reaper. Death once became very popular by instigating others to take various extreme challenges to attract attention. In the early days of their business, Sumo and his classmates even invited the Grim Reaper to be their spokesperson in order to promote the first generation of sleep monitors. No wonder, the identity card can be used on him. But what about that drop of blood that shows Ding Yuan's information? He could only continue to watch passively. Death brought Ding Yuan to the rooftop of the hotel. Ho, brother, I have signed a contract with the platform. We must come up with some programs today. The chaos over there is too big and it will definitely not be broadcast. Why don't we change it to a jumping challenge? He walked to the edge of the rooftop, looked down, and comforted himself. Fortunately, there are only 3 floors. It's exciting enough and not dangerous. No. Ding Yuan shook his head and firmly disagreed. If I break my leg, how will I make money to pay off my debts in the future? Pay off debt? Sumu wondered if Ding Yuan should be very rich after betraying his team. The Grim Reaper seemed to know the inside story. He sighed and said, "Hey, why are you doing this? After being framed by those people, you shouldn't have insisted on doing it alone. In the end, you were misunderstood by your friends and ended up with a heavy debt." Boom! Sumu was shocked. Was there something else behind Ding Yuan's betrayal? How about this? I'll jump with you, and I'll give you 70% of the money. Death didn't want to give up this opportunity and continued to instigate. All right. After a few minutes, Ding Yuan was convinced. After putting their phones in place, the two men stood on the rooftop and performed for a while, bending their legs at the same time, preparing to stand up and jump. In an instant, Sumu gained control of his body. He immediately took action, grabbed Ding Yuan who was about to jump, and pulled him back violently. Bang! The two of them fell heavily on the rooftop. Ding Yuan gasped and asked in confusion, "Death, what are you doing?" Looking at the haggard and tired Ding Yuan, Sumu felt regretful and heartbroken. Just as he was about to ask about what happened, his vision went dark again. The horror scene is over. Chapter 51 Electronic Angel. Back to reality, Sumu found that himself was helping Zhao Dezhu push the freezer back. Checking the holographic images during the away period, everything was normal. At least this time the system did not ask him to make any guarantees. The ID card had disappeared, so Sumu took out the third ID card, which allowed him to avoid the bloodstains, and took a photo of the corpse. Name, Xinchang Kong, overlap, 45%. He nodded secretly. This was the real message of the deceased. As for the misjudgment just now, Sumu's heart sank, and he immediately asked, "Dr. Zhao, is he the only one who jumped off the building?" Zhao Dezhu replied, "There is another one, he died before the ambulance arrived, the body is over there." Buzz. Sumu shook his body and asked Zhao Dezhu to take him over to have a look. Opening another freezer, a lifeless man was lying quietly inside. Ding Yuan. Sumu was shocked. Ding Yuan had a strong character and was used to handling everything by himself. If he hadn't given up so quickly. Time waits for no one, he put away his sadness and checked his ID card. Name, Ding Yuan, overlap, 50%. How could that be? Sumu was shocked. He already knew that Ding Yuan jumped off the building with the Grim Reaper, and their blood splattered on each other, which led to the previous misunderstanding. But he clearly checked Ding Yuan's blood and found that the degree of coincidence was as high as 90%. Why did it drop to 50% when it was used on his corpse? Could it be that the real target is not his body? Go back to the hospital corridor and aim at the drop of blood. Name, Ding Yuan, overlap rate 49%. It's lowered a little bit. After standing there for a while, my cell phone vibrated. The red area covering the provincial first hospital disappeared, and the coordinates moved and were located at the Neon Hotel. Sumu muttered to himself, and a crazy idea came to his mind. Could the target be Ding Yuan's soul? Now that we have a system, it doesn't seem that it is difficult to accept souls. Sumu immediately went straight to the Neon Hotel. He first took a look at the door and saw that Shuesiai and others were still trying to delay time. When comparing their identity cards, they all had a high degree of overlap, but none of them exceeded Ding Yuan's drop of blood. Quickly going around to the back of the hotel, Sumu came to a car with a smashed windshield. There was a lot of blood inside the car and on the ground. This was the place where Death and Ding Yuan fell. There was a pile of garbage in front of the car, which looked very soft. They apparently jumped into the wrong spot and both fell to their deaths. The ID card is pointed at the blood. Name, Ding Yuan, overlap rate 45%. Name, Xinchang Kong, overlap rate 40%. The overlap is decreasing. Suddenly, he looked at the smashed car. There was a suitcase on the passenger seat of the car, covered in blood. Snap! He smashed the door, took out the suitcase, and forced it open. Sumu was stunned. Inside the suitcase was a device that looked familiar. After wiping off the blood stains on it, he could see the words Super Sleep Device Generation 2. This is? After the team disbanded, Ding Yuan continued his own research and even successfully produced the second generation of the Super Sleep Monitor? No wonder he was deeply in debt and even risked his own life to make money. Sumu sniffed and looked at the device that embodied Ding Yuan's hard work. Name, Ding Yuan, Xinchang Kong, overlap rate 95%. When the information appeared, Sumu was shocked. He hesitated for a moment and immediately threw his ID card over. Buzz. The super sleeping device shook violently, emitting a burst of white light. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for finding the second system commissioner. The mission is successfully completed. Receive 2 electronic lives as a reward. In a trance, everything around Sumu turned into a data stream, and 2 hazy figures composed of data slowly rose from the super sleeping machine. Judging from the outlines, one of them is Ding Yuan, and the other is the internet celebrity Shin Changkong, who was seeking his own death. When Shin Changkong was halfway up, the data on his body began to distort and collide, and was soon broken into a pile of meaningless symbols. Those symbols were quickly absorbed by Ding Yuan, and the latter's outline gradually became clear, and even his facial features and expressions could be seen. You are, Sumu? Ding Yuan, who had turned into an electronic life, opened his eyes and looked at everything around him blankly, and finally fixed his gaze on Sumu. Brother! Sumu's nose felt sore and he nodded vigorously. I already know about your affairs. Ding Yuan was stunned. His body suddenly shook violently and the data that made up his body began to decompose. System! Sumu roared. A strong white light descended from the sky and stabilized Ding Yuan's body. Countless data condensed and emitted a scorching white light, making him look like an angel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Super Dad mission and successfully activating the second system commissioner, Ding Yuan. Ding! Ding Yuan will exist in the form of electronic life. Ding! In order to resolve the current crisis, Ding Yuan will be temporarily upgraded to his ultimate form, the Cyber Angel, for 3 minutes. A series of prompt sounds left Sumu overwhelmed. Ding Yuan, who had transformed into an electronic angel, flew over and said with a smile, Old Su, no need to say more. I already know everything. 3 minutes is enough to solve your problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Yuan turned into a stream of data and merged into the ground. Sumu's visual field returned to normal. Officer, that's him. One of Huang Ye's bodyguards rushed over with several policemen, ready to identify the murderer. Sumu frowned and allowed the other party to approach him without any resistance. Just as the police were about to ask questions, a white light rose from the ground and entered the bodies of everyone without them noticing it at all. The policeman's expression froze instantly. The others also stopped moving, as if they were under a spell of immobilization. Sumu was surprised, and an additional memory emerged in his mind. It was the murder process seen from the perspective of an observer, and the murderer turned out to be the bodyguard who tried to identify Sumu. After a few seconds, everyone returned to normal. The police suddenly pointed their guns at the bodyguard. Don't move, we finally caught you. The bodyguard also showed a ferocious and terrifying laugh on his face. Ha, I have disliked that bastard Huang Yi for a long time. It would not be unfair for me to kill him. He roared and rushed towards the police, but was quickly knocked down by a string of bullets. After struggling for a few times, he completely lost all signs of life. Good job, young man. You helped us stop the murderer. A policeman came forward and patted Sumu's shoulder appreciatively. Don't worry, the police will reward you. By the way, do you want a reward flag? No need, this is what I should do. Sumu shook his head strangely and refused the police's commendation. Back in the lobby of the Neon Hotel, normal order has returned. Xue Xi and others have blended into the crowd and are leaving one after another. Over there, Huang Ye's other bodyguards were being questioned by the police. One of them was still muttering to himself, strange, Mr. Huang is usually nice to bear, except that he thinks he eats too much. Why would he get angry over such a trivial matter? Chapter 52, National Dad. How did you do that? A few minutes later, Sumu left the hotel and asked Ding Yuan, who was floating in the air. The white light around him had disappeared. Ding Yuan lowered his head and looked at the data stream that made up his body. He said with lingering interest, that is the ultimate ability of the electronic angel. It can modify all electronic-based data, including surveillance footage and people's memories. Sharp. Sumu was amazed. Li Zhan's ability was far different from Ding Yuan's. If he knew that the system was so biased, he would probably faint from anger. Ding Yuan's body began to shake. Sumu was also worried. What's wrong? Lao Su, I just used too much force and hacked into the entire city's network. I found a lot of information and I feel a little weak. Ding Yuan looked painful. No, I can't hold on any longer. I have to go into hibernation in an electronic product. He flew into the air, quickly locked onto his target, and rushed into the super sleeping machine that was still filled with blood. Sumu quickly dealt with the scene, hid the super sleeping device in his clothes, and left quietly. After returning home, Sumu tried to contact Ding Yuan, but there was no response. It looks like he will need to sleep for a while. After hiding the sleeping device, Sumu went to the bedroom. Xiao Jun is still in a coma. Gently pressing his hands on Xiao Jun's face, Sumu performed the loving healing technique. Not long after, Xiao Jun slowly opened his eyes. Ah! She screamed and grabbed a pillow and threw it at me. Honey, it's me. Sumu caught the pillow and smiled bitterly. After staring blankly for a while, Xiao Jun went forward to hug Sumu and burst into tears. Sumu had to comfort her patiently again. After the conversation, Sumu discovered that Xiao Jun's memory had not been modified, perhaps because she was already unconscious when Huang Yi died. Not bad, modifying memory will inevitably leave some sequelae. Sumu was completely relieved and did not tell Xiao Jun about Huang Yi's death. The two of them hugged each other and chatted, and gradually fell asleep. The next day, Xiao Jun was very surprised to learn that Huang Yi, the bastard, had been killed by his men, and he chased Sumu to ask for details. It was also the first time that Sumu discovered that his wife was so brave and was so curious about such things. He spoke out the extra memory that came into his mind. Huang Yi deserved it, he died well. After listening to the story, Xiao Jun exclaimed that it was very exciting, and even complained a little to Sumu, asking why the bodyguard didn't beat Huang Yi before killing anyone. Sumu smiled secretly. It was not just beating someone up, he actually killed Huang Yi. Of course he couldn't say this, so it would remain a secret forever. Xiao Jun, who was extremely career-oriented, insisted on continuing to work. As for the female supervisor who betrayed her, she was arranged by Huang Yi to be an accomplice to murder. After a brief interrogation, she would be thrown into prison. Sumu would not be merciful to that kind of person. A few years in prison was considered light punishment for that supervisor. Brittany never contacted him actively, perhaps her memory had been modified, so Sumu didn't ask. After playing with the four little ones for a whole morning, John Lee actually sent them a few messages. Mr. Su, Brittany's memory has been modified. Did you do this or is there already a second system agent? Don't answer, I'm just guessing. Don't worry, I will remind Brittany to be aware of your weight, and she will not hesitate when facing any difficulties in the future. Also, can you please stop modifying my wife's memory? It feels a bit scary. Finally, there is an expression of please. Sumu was stunned. It was obvious that Li Jian also knew what happened yesterday, but his memory had not been modified. Was it Ding Yuan showing mercy or was it a system limitation? Ask the system, no answer. Sumu shook his head. Anyway, neither Li Yuan nor Ding Yuan would betray him. At noon, the four little ones fell asleep one after another. Sumu took out the super sleeping device. After asking a few questions, Ding Yuan still did not respond. Still dormant? Sumu was helpless. There were many questions that he hadn't answered clearly. Who framed him in the first place? And how did Ding Yuan complete the second-generation sleep device by himself? Just as he was daydreaming, the system was triggered. Ding! The nanny mission is triggered, National Nanny. National Daddy, the host can enter a live broadcast platform and absorb people's frontal brainwaves through live broadcast to wake up the second special agent and help him repair his damaged memory and upgrade. This? After hesitating for a moment, Sumu was ecstatic. He immediately turned on his computer and started choosing. In the end, Sumu chose Muya, where the competition was not very fierce, the live broadcast content was rich, and it was not one-sided about games. He immediately registered an account. What should I choose as my online name? I tilted my head and thought for a long time, but no special inspiration came to me. Daddy, I need to pee. Over there, Kong Kong was woken up by the urge to pee, rubbing his eyes and going to the toilet. Kong Kong, be good. Sumu went over to help Kong Kong solve the problem. Thank you, Dad. I'm so sleepy. After peeing, Kong Kong was still very sleepy. He yawned and returned to the room, and fell asleep again after a while. That's right. Looking at the four little ones lying all over the bed, Sumu's eyes lit up. He immediately returned to his computer desk and typed out 4 words with a smile, Super Dad. The name of the system is ready-made, there is no choice at all. A smug smile appeared on Sumu's face. Ding! National DAD is activated, the live broadcast account is upgraded to a super live broadcast account, currently at level 1, brainwave value, 0-100. The system gives prompts in time. At the same time, Muda's live broadcast account also passed the review smoothly, which was many times faster than ordinary accounts. Looking at the big zero, Sumu started thinking. The account has been created, but what are the specific contents? The 4 little ones are still sleeping and can't cooperate. Got it. After thinking hard for a long time, Sumu slapped his forehead and thought that he was used to seeing all kinds of performances, and natural ones might be more eye-catching. In that case, why not just do nothing? So, he installed a live broadcast app on his mobile phone, turned on the camera, pointed it at the 4 little ones who were sleeping soundly, and began a passionate commentary. Hello everyone, I am a super dad. What you are seeing now are the artists under my company, for cute kids. After explaining enthusiastically for a long time, there was no reminder of the gift. Sumu turned the phone screen around and took a closer look. There was not a single audience member in the live broadcast room. This? He was very embarrassed and immediately contacted customer service. Hello, does our platform not provide any support for newcomers? After waiting for a long time, the customer service replied, Dear, you can mobilize your relatives and friends to create some popularity first. When the popularity reaches 100, it will naturally be recommended. Sumu's smile froze, and he asked again, before that, there were no newbie benefits, such as some gold beans? Chapter 53 Live Broadcast. Customer service. In order to prevent people from taking advantage of the rules to earn gold beans, there will be no gift rewards for new anchors. Sumu's face darkened, and he continued to ask, how can I attract ordinary audiences besides my family and friends? Customer service. You can join a certain union. As long as you pay a certain fee, you can naturally increase the traffic in barrage. Then there will naturally be curious viewers who click in. If the content is more attractive, it will naturally be popular. You still have to pay. Sumu shook his head and asked a series of questions, but the customer service's answers were very official and provided no substantive help. He simply turned off the live broadcast. Otherwise, switch to a platform that offers benefits for new members. As soon as this thought came into being, it was ruthlessly interrupted by the system. Ding! The super live broadcast account has been bound to a certain tooth. If the host wants to open a second super account, he needs to pay a certain price. Sumu. What's the price? He tried to ask. 100 million renminbi, 1 ton of gold or 1,000 points of love, 1,000 points of brainwaves. Oh my god. Sumu resisted the urge to swear. The cost of opening a super live broadcast account was too high. 100 million is just a small goal in the eyes of the super rich, but it is an astronomical figure for ordinary people or even internet celebrities with average popularity. Moreover, the love value and brainwave value are so high that according to the proportion, each point is equivalent to 10,000 yuan. He checked the system panel. Love value, 0-240. Brainwave value, 0-100. Money, 0. Primary talent card 16. ID card 2. Special correspondent number 1, John Lee. Special envoy number 2, Ding Yuan. In order to wake up Xiao Jun, the love value is used up. After it is filled up again, it can be exchanged for 2.4 million. I asked the system, and was poured a bucket of cold water again. Love points and brainwave points can only be used to redeem system services and cannot be exchanged for gold and banknotes. The road that Sumu had just discovered was blocked again. The only hope is to livestream on a certain platform with peace of mind. So popular. Sumu scratched his head. Should he mobilize relatives and friends? Xiao Jun was the first to disagree. She had some obsession with the privacy of the 4 little ones. Perhaps she was worried about being discovered by her family? The uncles and aunts in the community? It is possible to start a campaign, but they don't seem to be very interested in live streaming. Their daily interests are basking in the sun, chatting and square dancing. The remaining targets are my former colleagues and college classmates. After being betrayed by Ding Yuan, Sumu rarely contacted his classmates. Right now, there is a suitable one. He immediately contacted Lin Lei and sent him the live broadcast link. Soon, Lin Lei replied, "What is that? Is it a virus?" Sumu. Lin Lei, hey, it turns out it's a live broadcast, Super Dad? Who started it? Wait, that's not you? Sumu, just click in and take a look and you will know. Lin Lei, where do I have the time? I haven't even installed a tooth yet, and now I have to teach students all day long. After a moment, Lin Lei said, okay, let me see what Anin and the others are doing. 10 minutes later, more than 20 viewers suddenly flooded into the live broadcast room. Sumu was cheered up. The Lin family boy entered the live broadcast room. Gusumorong entered the live broadcast room and sent out 4 consecutive hot pot attacks. Someone entered the live broadcast room and sent out a 666 combo of glow sticks. The originally quiet live broadcast room suddenly became lively. They should all be students of Tai Chi martial arts school. Sumada immediately entertained, thank you Gusumorong for the 4 hot pots, thank you for the 666 glow sticks, thank you. Hey, Lao Su, I just registered. I'll give you a big gift someday. The kid from the Lin family sent out a barrage of comments and gave away 100 bags of tiger food. He should be Lin Lei's alias. Teacher Lin is so stingy, watch me. An audience member named Ning Jing Ziyuan immediately mocked and sent out 4 hot pots, which were exactly the same as Gusumorong's. Who are you? Sumu took a look and thought the hot pot was quite expensive, so he asked curiously. Ning Jing Ziyuan, Senior, it's me, Ning Wei. Sumu smiled and said, oh, you are also in the Tai Chi gym? Ning Jing Ziyuan, isn't this inspired by Xiaoying? I also plan to improve my strength so that I can protect the goddess. Gusumorong, don't listen to him, I didn't say anything. Ning Jing Ziyuan, Xiaoying, I didn't say anything either. Ha ha ha. The others burst into laughter, and the first wave of barrage of comments in the live broadcast room began. The comments from Gusumorong and Ning Jing Ziyuan were drowned out, and Sumu laughed along with everyone else, feeling that the atmosphere was pretty good. Turn the camera around and point it at the 4 little ones. Wow, are these quadruplets? So cute. They are so cute, no wonder Boss Su is called the Super Dad, the reputation is well deserved. I really want to kiss them through the screen. Another barrage of bullets passed by, and countless gifts came crashing down. The reminder sound continued to sound. Kong Kong scratched his face, pouted his lips and prepared to open his eyes. Sumu quickly turned off the voice chat and went over to cover Kong Kong with a blanket. Daddy, is that me? Tuan Tuan also woke up, opened his eyes wide, stared at the screen and asked curiously. When she asked this question, not only Kong Kong, but also Anan and Tuan Tuan woke up. Sumu smiled bitterly and had to explain patiently. The 4 little ones were very ignorant and didn't understand what live streaming was. They just felt a little bored. Lin family boy, they are still young and can't understand the comments, so let's send emojis instead. Good. Everyone immediately reached a consensus and made various exaggerated and funny expressions. The 4 little ones gradually became interested. Kong Kong even stretched out his little hand to touch the screen. Naturally, there was no interaction with the expressions, and he was a little disappointed. Sumu smiled and asked the 4 little ones to say hello to everyone. Hello everyone, my name is Anan, and I'm the eldest in the family. Anan stood properly and introduced himself in his childish voice. I'm the second one, Su Kong Kong. Kong Kong imitated Anan and said his name, then jumped under the bed to find his toy gun. Tuanchuan turned around and waved her hands, hello, uncle and auntie, I'm little Tuanchuan. The bed was too soft and she lost her balance. When she was about to fall, she twisted her waist and stood steadily. The audience thought it was a false alarm and gave praises one after another. Lin family boy, little Tuanchuan is really amazing. Gusumorong, what a good balance. Someone, this is a good candidate for dancing. Boss Su, when will you register your child? Sumu, it's still early, the kids are less than 3 years old. People are even more curious. Little Tuanchuan is such a genius as his body is so coordinated at the age of less than 3. Sumu explained the barrage to Tuanchuan, and she became even happier. She started spinning around, looking like a little princess. Sister, it's my turn. The round little face came up and blocked the screen. Wow, my eyes are so big, and there are 2 dancing grapes in them. Sumu was stunned. Yuan's amplification talent was an illusion. Has it started to work now? Chapter 54 Live broadcasting is not easy. Yuan must have grown up eating grapes. So cute, like a porcelain doll. Boss Su has such good genes, why don't you have more children? The round eyes are so cute, and among the endless stream of emoticons, a series of comments soon appeared. Dad, what are they talking about? Yuan couldn't read, so she grabbed Sumu's arm and kept asking questions. Sumu was also very proud. He picked out a few classic ones and explained them to Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan was very happy to know that her brothers and sisters were praising her. She started to make faces excitedly, making everyone laugh. Haha, I can't help it. I must recommend such a beautiful live broadcast room to my friends. That's right, sharing happiness is worse than enjoying it alone. Let's get started. Well, I'll tell my classmates right away. Sumu thanked her quickly and was worried that Yuan Yuan was nearsighted, so he asked her to move back a little to give the other three little ones a chance to perform. With the publicity from people, the number of people in the live broadcast room soon exceeded 100, and it was successfully recommended. Subsequently, more curious viewers clicked in. Is this really a live broadcast of cute kids? Super Dad, really amazing. The real life of the quadruplets is a rare breath of fresh air in the live broadcast world full of evildoers. I like it. The new audience was also unable to resist the temptation of the cute baby, and soon a bigger barrage of comments formed, and more gifts were given. Sumu was very happy. He felt that he could not thank the audience enough for the ordinary gifts, so he just did the same as other anchors and only thanked the rich audience who gave him recharge gifts. After working for a while, Sumu felt that he had gained a lot and began to check the system. The brainwave value is 0. He was stunned and immediately asked the system, my fans have exceeded 300, why is the brainwave value still 0? Ding! According to the rules of a certain platform, only anchors who apply for the fan badge can have fans, no matter how many strangers they have, they will not count. Fan badge? Sumu was puzzled and asked customer service again. Customer service, the anchor is really amazing. His popularity has reached 300 in less than half an hour. Which union did you join? Sumu was speechless. Customer service, you haven't joined the union yet? Does that mean the popularity of the live broadcast room is real? You have a lot of relatives and friends. Sumu, please take a look at my question. Customer service, oh. After a while, the customer service replied, it's like this. The anchor level must reach level 7 to open the fan medal and officially have fans. Sumu checked immediately and after searching for a long time he finally saw his level. It was actually level 0, and there was an experience bar below, showing the current experience value was 3054, and a cumulative experience value of 20,000 was required for upgrading. Click on the experience bar and a prompt window will pop up. It will take 20,000 experience points to reach the next level, and the current experience point is 3054. The experience gained from live broadcast time is 34, increasing by 1 point per minute. The rest is experience gained from gift exchange. Every time you receive a gift worth 10 cents, you can gain 1 experience point. Sumu was stunned. If he relies solely on gifts, he must receive gifts worth 200,000 to reach level 1. So deceptive? His heart beat faster and his blood pressure soared. How unfriendly is Moya to new anchors? Checking other live broadcast rooms, I found that a low popularity game anchor has reached level 10, but his room is not as lively as mine. Sumu was puzzled. He asked customer service, but the answer he got surprised him greatly. According to a certain rule, there is indeed 1 experience point per minute, but the experience required for upgrading is not 20,000. According to normal rules, 20,000 experience points are enough for an ordinary anchor to upgrade to level 10. What are you doing? Seeing this, Sumu understood that he was being tricked by the system again. Ding! With great power comes great responsibility. Super live accounts have extraordinary abilities, and the cost of cultivating super live accounts should be increased. Unreasonable. Sumu protested. Ding! National Daddy has no time limit. The host can take his time and upgrade by accumulating live broadcast time. Friendly reminder, it takes 100 brainwave points to awaken the electronic life Ding Yuan. Threat, Chilualawa's threat. Sumu protested again, but was ignored by the system. Daddy, play with us. The 4 little ones have already run to the living room and started playing with their toys. Yuan Yuan comes to find Sumu holding the little rabbit. Sumu came back to his senses, touched his round head, and looked at the phone screen. Where are the people? Boss Su? What's the point of pointing the camera at an empty bed? I want to see the baby. A few comments passed by, and the popularity of the live broadcast room dropped to a few dozen people, because the 4 little ones ran out of the camera and Sumu did not react at all, and the audience who were attracted had all left. Hey! Sumu sighed, and in order to wake up Ding Yuan, he had to bite the bullet and continue the live broadcast. He walked into the living room with his phone and aimed the camera at the babies playing. The gradually deserted comments soon became active again. Many people gave gifts, all of which were free tiger food. Only the people from the Tai Chi martial arts school occasionally gave out a few blood bottles and hot pots, the value of which did not exceed 100. In addition, the experience gain must be divided by 10 based on the gift price, so the experience gain is very limited. Sumu was too embarrassed to ask for a gift as it would seem a bit snobby. Besides, the live broadcast has just started and there is nothing exciting yet. Even if people give gifts for his sake, it is not sincere. We still need to improve the quality of live broadcast. He thought hard for a long time but couldn't come up with any good ideas. The get out of class at the Tai Chi martial arts gym was about to end, and the students left the live broadcast room one after another. Only die-hard fans such as Lin Lei and Murong Ing were still there, but they did not send any more comments, so they were probably just AFK. Finally, Sumu simply turned off the live broadcast and saw what other anchors were doing. My wife is about to get off work, so today's live broadcast ends here. Good night, everyone. After chatting with the barrage for a few words, Sumu turned off the live broadcast. He turned on the computer and searched while taking care of the baby. First, search for Daddy. There are only 2 or 3 hosts, all of whom are playing games or doing outdoor live broadcasts under the name of Daddy. There is no content worth learning from. As for other categories, netizens, standalone, host, outdoor, appearance, culture, technology, etc., they seem to require some professional skills and are not suitable for babies. It's really difficult. Sumu continued to browse other live broadcast platforms and found some live broadcasters who were dads. The content was also monotonous and stereotyped. Although the cute kids are adorable, they cannot understand the barrage and cannot interact with the audience. Moreover, the lives of cute kids are childish and monotonous in the eyes of adults. After experiencing the initial novelty, few people can maintain their enthusiasm for a long time. In terms of the number of people, there are also anchors who specialize in live broadcasts from kindergartens. Dozens of children appear at the same time, but the popularity is still terrible. There are only 4 artists under Sumu. If they can't come up with any new content, there's no way they can make a comeback. He was very depressed. It was very difficult for a cute kid to break into the live streaming industry. Chapter 55 Important Information. In the evening, Xiao Jun returned home in a very happy mood. Sumu was puzzled. Xiao Jun had just been betrayed by his supervisor and was almost bullied by Huang Yi, so how could his mood adjust so quickly? What surprised him even more was that Xiao Jun's fighting spirit was even higher than usual. He even took his notebook home and prepared to work overtime to process documents. He tried to ask, "Wife, do you need to work so hard?" Xiao Jun was thinking hard in front of the computer. Hearing this, he answered without even looking up, maybe after a disaster there will be good fortune. After the original supervisor left, I was promoted to the new supervisor of the department. She smiled and continued, "Also, I don't know what happened, but 2 big clients who were difficult to deal with before actually sent me cooperation invitations at the same time, asking me to help them take charge of all activities for the next 6 months. After saying that, she continued typing and organizing the information. Sumu thought for a moment and asked the system. Ding! The system will not interfere with the host's family. Isn't it the system that does this? Sumu shook his head secretly and suddenly thought of something. Within 3 minutes of becoming an electronic angel, Ding Yuan not only modified the memories and surveillance videos of people involved in the Neon Hotel incident, but also seemed to have hacked into the entire city's network. Could it be Ding Yuan who did it? An idea came to my mind, but unfortunately Ding Yuan was still sleeping and I couldn't ask him. Xiao Jun was very busy, so Sumu had to cook for himself. His cooking skills are terrible, but luckily the kids are still young and all they need is some nutritious porridge and some bread. As for the main course, Sumu made 2 servings of scrambled eggs with tomatoes according to the recipe. Although the taste was a bit salty, Xiao Jun was very happy and praised him a few words after eating a few bites. As to whether it was perfunctory or not, Sumu didn't know. My cooking skills also need to be improved. I can't let my wife cook alone. Sumu made up his mind secretly. After dinner, Xiao Jun continued to work overtime, while Sumu took the 4 little ones to bathe and coaxed them to sleep. Honey, don't be busy too late. With a concerned reminder, Sumu quietly closed Xiao Jun's door and returned to the 4 little ones' room. Looking at the sleeping babies, he fell into deep thought again. Buzz. After a while, Sumu took out a primary talent card, wanting to see if he could use it on himself. As a result, it turned out to be ineffective. Ding! The host's abilities are provided by the system rewards. Do not try to use cheats. The ruthless reminder made Sumu very disappointed. He was about to put away the primary talent card when there was a friction sound on the floor. Looking down, Sumu was happy. The little white rabbit was eating vegetable leaves and its head hit the cage, causing the noise. That's right. He looked at the little white rabbit and his eyes lit up. Primary talent cards can be used on living things, which means that the targets are not limited to humans. Try it. Sumu tried it immediately. Open the cage and pick up the little white rabbit. The little guy still had a vegetable leaf in his mouth and kept moving his body, looking a little uneasy. Ah, you're lucky. Sumu smiled and threw the primary talent card to the little white rabbit. Buzz. The talent card is integrated into the little white rabbit. After waiting for a long time, the information finally appeared. Name, unknown, unable to view talent. Sumu. Well, the goal of the talent card must have a name. Let the babies pick one tomorrow. He quickly figured it out and put the little white rabbit back. He went to his room and took out the hidden super sleeping device, and Ding Yuan was inside. Since the little white rabbit can do it, Ding Yuan, an electronic life with human consciousness, should be able to do it too. He hesitated for a moment and threw the talent card over. Name, Ding Yuan, Electronics Talent, 90. There is no other option. Apparently there is only one path for electronic life to develop, and it is very different from that of humans. After a while, the details of the electronic talent appeared. Storage, 60, computation, 60, simulation, 60, creation, 80. A disk appears, and among a series of options, creative talent is the highest. Sumu had no choice but to watch the disk slowly turn. After dozens of seconds, the disk stopped. Name, Ding Yuan, talent, electronics. All other talents remain unchanged, only one sub-talent called stability has been increased from 45 to 50. Sumu continued to try and found that electronic life, like humans, could only use one primary talent card. He was a little disappointed. Suddenly, a stream of data floated out from the super sleep machine and formed an area the size of a mobile phone screen in mid-air. The data keeps changing, forming the text, "Thank you, Lao Su." Sumu, Ding Yuan, are you awake? The text changes, just barely, but not a complete reply. I only have 1 minute. Important information is displayed below. Sumu didn't dare to speak anymore. The text keeps changing, revealing a stream of information. Anyway, don't act rashly. Wait until I wake up. The last piece of information disappeared and the data stream began to vibrate. Ding Yuan had reached his limit and had no choice but to return to the super sleeping machine. Sumu had a complicated expression as he sorted out his recent harvest. 1 minute is a very short time, and Ding Yuan did not leave much information. But each one is important. First, someone was targeting Sumu's family. There were 3 non-hostile forces and 1 hostile force. Second, the only one who took substantive action was Xiao Wanhe from the capital, a nephew of the Xiao family. He had already sent people to conduct surveillance near Sumu's house. Third, judging from memory and communication records, Xiao Wanhe did not reveal the information to the Xiao family, and his purpose is unclear. Fourth, the Huang family blamed Xiao Jun for Huang Yi's death and prepared to take revenge. Fifth, the second generation of the super sleeping device has been completed, and it has an additional function that can affect people's emotions. The technical information is located at. Sixth, the Huang family also has enemies. The reason why the Grim Reaper knew in advance that Huang Yi was going to the Neon Hotel was because the clues were provided by the Huang family's enemies. The other party was planning to ruin Huang Yi's reputation through a live broadcast by an internet celebrity. After reading this information, Sumu fell into deep thought. He finally understood why Ding Yuan, knowing that Huang Yi was not easy to mess with, was still willing to cooperate with the god of death to provoke the other party. What Ding Yuan relied on should be the ability of the second-generation super sleep device to influence human emotions. He could calm Huang Yi's emotions before he completely lost his rationality. As for other information, Xiao Wanhe's threat is not great for the time being. The most difficult thing is the revenge of the Huang family. And it seems that the enemies of the Huang family can be used. Even after Ding Yuan transformed into an electronic angel, he was unable to read the memories of the deceased, and he did not know who leaked the news to the god of death. Sumu contacted Brittany immediately. "Mr. Su, were you not scared by yesterday's murder?" Brittany asked after her memory was modified. "Sumu, no, my wife has something to do with Huang Yi's death." "Will the Huang family take revenge?" Brittany, "It's under investigation, they're not taking any action at this time." Sumu, "Well, help me find out who the Huang family's enemies are." Chapter 56 The Thief Cries Thief. Xiao Jun was busy all night, but fortunately she had a health terminal that could help her quickly restore her strength and energy. Early the next morning, Xiao Jun hurried to work after breakfast. The 4 little ones always sleep in and don't get up until 8 or 9 o'clock. Sumu was practicing boxing in the living room. He had been a little slack during this period. Knowing that the Huang family wanted to take revenge on Xiao Jun, he was eager to improve his strength. After a set of punches, Sumu felt that his strength had increased again. He contacted Brittany and asked her to come over to help take care of the 4 little ones. "There is one more important matter to take care of today." For some unknown reason, Ding Yuan did not transfer the technical data of the second-generation super sleep device after entering the electronic angel state. Therefore, Sumu had to go to the place where Ding Yuan rented before his death in person to retrieve the data from the computer. After Brittany came over, Sumu found an excuse to go out. "We took a taxi to a village in the east of the city and got off at Sumu. This place is about to be demolished, so there are not many people here and it seems deserted." After crossing a bumpy dirt road, Sumi arrived at his destination. This is an independent courtyard. It looks very old from the outside, but the lock it uses is very complicated and requires fingerprint, eyeball, and password recognition. Sumu didn't need to waste time and just climbed over the wall to go in. There are some vegetables planted in the yard, and there are 5 or 6 cameras on the surrounding walls. There is a 3-story building in front, and the rent should not be cheap. Sumu walked forward and was about to push the door when he suddenly heard some noise coming from inside. Looking closely, the window next to it seemed to have been pried open. "Is there a thief?" Sumu walked over quietly, opened the window and entered the room. This is the kitchen. There are several bottles of laundry detergent tilted on the floor, and the traces of liquid extend all the way to the corridor at the back. Bang! There was a noise coming from the next room, so Sumu went over. The door was half open, and a voice muttered to itself, "Electronic locks and cameras, I thought he was a rich man, but his house is just this rubbish. What a thief!" Sumu pushed open the door and saw a thin guy rummaging through drawers. He turned around immediately when he heard the sound. "Don't come over here." The thief had shifty eyes and was holding a dagger in his hand, threatening viciously. Sumu was not afraid. "I'll give you 1 minute, get out of here right now." The thief looked at him disdainfully. "You are so arrogant with your bare hands. I don't think you are the owner of this house." Sumu. The thief sneered, "Hey, I've already checked the time. The owner of this house stays indoors all day and only goes out to buy groceries every 3 days. I don't have a chance to steal. If he hadn't left yesterday and never came back, I wouldn't have dared to come in." He analyzed it seriously and said, "Boy, I see you are in the same business as me, so how about this, we split the things we find into 30% and 70%. Sumu shook his head and deliberately asked, "Why are you only giving me 70%? The thief narrowed his eyes and said angrily, 70% of it belongs to me, giving you 30% is good enough, be careful, my knife has no eyes." Sumu folded his arms, "What if I don't agree? Then go to hell." The thief's eyes became fierce and he raised the dagger and stabbed. Sumu sneered, dodged easily with a flash of his body. "Ha!" The thief rushed forward a few steps and was about to turn back to stab again, but was surprised to find that his dagger had changed hands. Looking at the dagger in Sumu's hand, the thief's face changed drastically. "Are you a human or a ghost?" Beads of sweat the size of beans streamed down his face, and even in broad daylight he felt a chill. If it were a living person, how could he possibly make the dagger appear in his hand out of thin air? Sumu's strength is beyond the thief's understanding. "Go away." Sumu played with the dagger and calmly ordered them to leave. Snap. There was some noise outside, and it seemed that the door was forced open. Sumu looked over and the thief thought he had found an opportunity and rushed over immediately. However, what awaited him was a fist as big as a sandbag. Woo woo. With his nose broken, the thief squatted on the ground in pain. Outside, a teenager and 2 policemen pushed open the door and looked over here. The young man looked somewhat similar to Ding Yuan and had a very sad expression. Sumu was silent, and suddenly understood why Ding Yuan asked him to make the trip in person. In the eyes of others, Ding Yuan died yesterday. The thief turned his eyes and immediately shouted, "Catch the thief!" Forehead. Sumu turned around and slapped away the other person's hand that was attacking him. The police rushed in with the young man, and the thief was still shouting, "Thief, he is a thief. This guy is actually crying, stop thief." Sumu was about to explain when he suddenly realized that one of the policemen looked familiar. Thinking carefully, the other party went to the Neon Hotel yesterday and captured the real murderer personally. "Officer, you have to help me. I was forced to come in by that thief." The thief was still crying, "Stop thief," and went forward to cry and complain, and kept secretly looking at Sumu's reaction. Seeing that his face was calm and he didn't intend to refute, he couldn't help but feel secretly proud. "Shut up." After listening to a few words, the policeman pushed the thief away impatiently. He looked at Sumu and said, "Young man, we are destined to be together." Sumu smiled bitterly. "Ha, yes, you are not going to arrest me as a thief, are you?" The police shook his head. "You risked your life to help us stop the murderer yesterday, and you left without even asking for the bonus or the banner. How could you possibly steal something?" After saying that, he looked at the thief and said, "You are a repeat offender. Come with me later." The thief was confused. I didn't commit any crime, he was the one who stole the things." He pointed at Sumu and tried to argue. "Yeah." The police took out his mobile phone, took a photo of the thief, and called up the software to start identification. The thief obviously had a criminal record and he rushed out as soon as his eyes turned. Facing Sumu and two policemen, how could he possibly run away? He was caught in a few moments. The policeman finished the search and said, "Good boy, you are really a habitual offender. This time you dare to wrongly accuse a good citizen who bravely helped others. Your crime is even more serious." Faced with the irrefutable evidence, the thief had nothing to say and lowered his head in embarrassment. The police still had questions, and Sumu took the initiative to explain, "I am Ding Yuan's friend. I heard that he lived here, so I came to see him. Woo, my brother passed away yesterday." The young man, who was immersed in sorrow, was moved and burst into tears. "What?" Sumu pretended to be shocked and asked hurriedly, and the young man burst into tears. The policeman sighed and helped explain. In short, Ding Yuan has already signed a contract with that internet celebrity, and his actions were completely voluntary, so it can only be classified as suicide. We are here this time to help deal with Ding Yuan's belongings." The police officer finished speaking, concluding with great emotion. Sumu patted the young man's shoulder and said, "Xiaoyi, I am also very sad about your brother's death. I owed him hundreds of thousands of dollars before, and now I will pay it back to you." Chapter 57 Technology Anchor. No way? The young man's name is Ding Yi, Ding Yuan's younger brother. He had an incredible expression on his face. "My brother never mentioned it. He said that after graduating from university, he failed in his business venture and later went to work for a technology company. This child is quite honest and not greedy, and his character is as upright as Ding Yuan." Sumu was pleased for Ding Yuan. He said firmly, "We started a business together after graduating from university, and then we parted ways when we encountered a crisis. During that time, I did owe Ding Yuan more than 300,000 yuan. Sumu wanted to make up for his guilt towards Ding Yuan by using Ding Yi. Ding Yi still didn't believe it and insisted that Sumu produce evidence. Of course there was no evidence, so Sumu had no choice but to change his strategy. "Xiaoyi, let's take a look at what Ding Yuan left behind. It will be hard for you to take it back, so just convert it into money and let me buy it." Ding Yi hesitated for a while and finally agreed. Then, everyone started to count the items. I won tea talk about the other miscellaneous things until we arrived at a workshop on the third floor. Everyone was dumbfounded. There are various advanced equipment, a bunch of sophisticated and complex parts, and 3 or 4 very powerful computers. The police in Ding Yi were stunned. They didn't expect Ding Yuan's belongings to be so luxurious. This place was comparable to a small laboratory. Moreover, those components are too advanced and their specific value cannot be seen at all. Sumu went straight to the computer and quickly found the technical information of the super sleep device. He was delighted. "That's all." After thinking for a moment, Sumu began to explain again. In short, the second-generation super sleep instrument was developed almost entirely by Ding Yuan. Once it is put on the market, it will create a whole new consumer sector. I estimate that the annual revenue will not be less than 1 billion yuan. Sumu was not sure whether the second-generation super sleep device could build a business empire, so he could only brag as much as possible at this time. Dingy was shocked and speechless. The two policemen looked very serious. If this is true, then the price of the technology patent would be astronomical. I suggest you find a professional to evaluate it before considering the deal. Originally, they felt that Sumu's contribution of several $100,000 was already a lot, but now it seems that a mere few $100,000 is not enough at all. Fortunately, the young man is an honest person. The police once again looked at Sumu with new eyes. Dingy shook his head and said seriously, "No need, I believe in Brother Su." Sumu was somewhat touched and said in a deep voice, "Well, I will transfer 300,000 to you first, and then give you 50% of the dividends when the second-generation super sleep device is launched on the market." Dingy firmly disagreed. Sumu had no choice but to discuss with him for a long time before deciding to give Dingy 30% of the original shares. As for the remaining income, Ding Yuan is not dead yet, so we can let him arrange it when the time comes. After everything was settled, Sumu contacted Brittany and asked her to send someone to move things. Dingy's parents are preparing for Ding Yuan's funeral, and Dingy has to go back immediately. As a good friend of Ding Yuan, Sumu was also invited to participate. He felt a little strange, but he couldn't refuse at this time, so he had to agree. The police and Dingy took the thief away. Sumu waited for half an hour, and Shuesi and others drove over to help take away the equipment, parts, and computers. Back home, Brittany was very interested in those parts that looked high-end at first glance. Sumu was just in need of someone to invest, so he took the initiative to introduce her to someone. So magical? Brittany was moved and prepared to contact John Lee. But she didn't know what she was thinking about, and before she could make the call, she put her phone away again. "Mr. Su, I want to discuss it with John before making a decision." Brittany became a little confused and seemed very embarrassed. Sumu immediately understood something. Li John cannot help himself without reason. The cooperation must be absolutely fair, otherwise he will be punished by the system again. However, no one knows how big the profit margin of the super sleep device is, so it is impossible to negotiate cooperation matters. In this regard, Sumu could only express regret. "Dad, what is this?" After Bronny and the others left, the four little ones woke up one after another and were very curious about the parts that Sumu brought back. "This is a great thing invented by a friend of Daddy's. I'll let you play with it later," Sumu explained with a smile, and suddenly an idea came to him. "Aren't you worried about the content of your live broadcast right now? Why not temporarily become a technology anchor?" He cooked some nutritious porridge for the kids and let the four little ones eat while watching TV in the living room. Sumu opened a certain app and started live streaming. Pointing the camera at the coffee table in the living room, Sumu laid out the parts and began to prepare the tools. The tools left by Ding Yuan are very complete. You can use them by plugging them in and adjusting the parameters. After a while, Sumu got into the state and began to concentrate on assembling the parts. What he needs to do, naturally, is to put together another super sleeping machine. Some viewers came into the live broadcast room one after another. Isn't he a super dad? What is the anchor doing? It looks like an eye mask and headphones. The parts are a bit complicated. I can't understand them. Anchor, please move aside. We can't see the quadruplets anymore." The number of comments gradually increased. Some people wanted to see the four little ones, while others focused on Sumu. Sumu was busy with his hands and could only glance at the barrage occasionally. Most of them were jokes, but some people asked very professional questions. He smiled and answered, "Everyone, being a super dad is not just about taking care of the kids. I have to be the best in every field to be worthy of the word super. So, today I will show my hands-on ability." He waved the stun gun in his hand and continued to work. Haha, bragging. The anchor is so awesome, he wants to be a Superman. Take me with you. The barrage passed by. Still have questions? Sumu looked up and his hands suddenly moved faster. He exerted his energy to the utmost and quickly assembled various complex and precise parts. The eye mask and headphones, which were originally just an empty shell, gradually became full of substance. What a fast hand speed! The anchor has been single for decades. I'm so envious. If I had this skill back then, I wouldn't have been dumped. Sumu ignored those unscrupulous comments and chose an audience member who looked reliable to answer the other party's question. The little tailor asked a good question. What I am assembling is a high-tech product. Why don't you guess what its function is? After a period of silence, the barrage became lively again. Really, a tech anchor? With an eye mask and headphones, you're not planning to assemble a projection device by yourself, are you? Shocked. I think it's for swimming assistance. It protects the eyes and ears. Maybe the host will add a mask that can provide oxygen later. No way, this is possible? In the barrage of comments, the netizen Little Taylor once again gave a different answer. Everyone guessed wrong. It is a super sleep device, and you can enter a lucid dream after wearing it. Chapter 58, just a prototype. Sumu looked up and saw the barrage of comments from the Little Taylor. Little Taylor, are you my former customer? Sumu was very curious. He hadn't given an answer yet. The guess of this audience member called Little Taylor was too accurate, unless the other party had bought the first generation of super sleep device. Who is the Little Taylor? Have you ever sold anything before? Why does the anchor only interact with the Little Taylor? Is he your friend? Another barrage of comments passed by. There weren't many comments, and soon someone found the Little Taylor's message. Little Taylor, what is a lucid dream? Tell me, it seems very interesting. People raised various questions. The Little Taylor sent out another message, and everyone fell silent. The Little Taylor, yes, I bought the first generation of sleep equipment. It can assist sleep and help people enter lucid dreams, but the success rate of entering dreams is not very high. Despite this product is definitely epic-making. I still use it every day. The fun of it is something that you mortals will not understand. Master Anchor, can you give me an autograph? Looking forward to it. Sumu sighed. The young tailor is really an old customer, and it seems to be a kind of fate that he can enter his live broadcast room again today. A viewer, this is high tech, but what is dreaming, and what does it have to do with lucid dreaming? Little Taylor, it's hard to explain in 1 or 2 sentences, and I'm using the first generation, so let's just listen to what the host says. His evaluation of Sumu increased sharply, and he seemed to have regarded him as a great god who possessed black technology. The others were not as persistent as the Little Taylor, but their interest was also aroused and they asked Sumu for an explanation. In order to get the host to answer their questions as soon as possible, many people gave gifts generously. The Little Taylor sent out Hot Pot 3. Brother Catfish sent out the Milk Bottle 4. We have enough money to give it away. Looking at the ever-increasing experience points, Sumu became more motivated. He thanked them a few times, sorted out his thoughts, and told them seriously, I studied circuit design. After graduating from university, I started a business with a group of classmates and developed the first generation of super sleep equipment. Afterwards, Sumu briefly recounted the entrepreneurial process 3 years ago, and as for the reason for the team's disbandment, he changed it to poor management. Now that everyone knows that Ding Yuan was framed, Sumu will naturally not let him bear the stigma of betraying the team. After talking about that past event, Sumu gave some explanations about lucid dreams based on questions from the audience. The barrage of comments has quieted down. It seems that everyone has gone online to collect information. Only the Little Taylor was still posting comments. Master Anchor, what functions have been added to the second generation super sleep device, and when will it be available on the market? This problem stumped Sumu. The hardware of the second generation super sleep device was almost the same as the first generation, so after reading the relevant technical information, he was able to assemble it quickly. But the specific functions need to be realized through software control. Hold on. Sumu quickly assembled the remaining parts, then returned to the bedroom and looked through the information left by Ding Yuan. The functions of the second generation of super sleep device are very powerful, the first of which is to help you sleep. It can assist sleep by regulating brainwaves, allowing people to quickly enter a deep sleep state from an excited state. It is very helpful for people who suffer from insomnia for a long time and night owls. The most core function is dreaming. The so-called dream creation means that after falling asleep, the super sleep device 2 will adjust the customer's brainwaves according to the signals collected by the eye mask and headphones, so that they can still have a clear consciousness in their dreams. The first generation of sleep monitors also had these 2 functions, but their stability and success rate were very poor, so their sales were only a few 100,000. In addition, the second generation super sleep device has an incredible function, which is to influence people's emotions through powerful electromagnetic waves. This is some kind of black technology. Sumu had checked before and found out that this kind of technology was only allowed to be researched by official and certain professional medical institutions, and was not allowed among the public. He made a quick decision and only mentioned the first two functions. As for the third one, he would find a way to remove it. After all, in a sense, the ability to influence other people's emotions has already become a weapon, and if this function were to be added, it would certainly not be able to be put on the market. He returned to the living room. "Daddy, it's so dark." The naughty Shao Kangkong had finished his meal. He fumbled to put on the eye mask and headphones of the sleep machine and touched the button of the cassette. He stood there at a loss. And then, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan went over to help him, but unfortunately they were too weak to take it off. "The host is so irresponsible, bad review. Help me, anchor. The baby is about to cry. Isn't that a super sleeper? Why hasn't the boy fallen asleep yet?" When the audience came back after checking the information and saw the scene in the living room, they all issued condemnations. Sumu hurried over and pressed a button. Snap. The eye mask and earphone cassettes loosened, and Shao Kangkong regained his freedom. He touched the marks on his face and said, "Daddy, it hurts." "Kong Kong, be good." Sumu rubbed Shao Kangkong's body, gave him some love points, and used love healing magic to help him recover. Soon, the marks on Shao Kangkong's face healed and he was full of energy again. Sumu looked at the screen of his mobile phone and smiled helplessly. "I'm sorry, the cassette of the product is automatically tightened, and the customer is assumed to be an adult, so the force is a little bit greater." "Oh, it was a false alarm cold sweat. Anchor, your product should have other defects, right?" The barrage passed by. Sumu. He thought for a moment and answered seriously, "Yes, strictly speaking, this is just a prototype. So you won't be able to experience it in the short term, but I will improve it as soon as possible." "Little Taylor, come on, anchor, if possible, can you give me a prototype to try out first? Price is not a problem. Looking forward to it." A viewer, interesting, give me one too. If I can really move freely in dreams, hee, evil. This one sentence woke people up, and 4 or 5 people began to ask for the prototype, and other onlookers followed suit. Sumu was embarrassed. "Ahem, there are only so many parts, and we can assemble 2 more prototypes at most." The little tailor, "Everyone, please stop arguing. The anchor failed in his first business venture and now he has quadruplets. His life must be very difficult. If you want a prototype, you have to do the same as me." A certain new platform prompted. The little tailor sent out 3 rocket combos. "Not short of money, so that's how it is. I'll come too." A certain platform prompts. "If you are not short of money, you can send 10 consecutive hits of the treasure map." Sumu's eyes widened and he checked quickly. The price of 10 treasure maps was as high as 50,000. This guy really lived up to his name and had a lot of money. He was very excited. "Thank you, Mr. Buccaneer, for sending me the 10 treasure maps. Wow." The other audience members were also extremely excited and started a heated discussion. Chapter 59, Rich Anchor. The treasure map can be viewed on all platforms, and more viewers were attracted to it. When they saw the prototypes in the hands of the 4 little ones and Sumu, they asked questions out of curiosity. The popularity of the live broadcast room exceeded 1,000 for the first time, reaching 1,300 people, and is still increasing rapidly. Faced with the barrage of comments, Sumu's eyes were a little insufficient. "Hey, you newcomers are such a headache. Let me give you some popular science." The young tailor began to present himself as an old audience member and gave you some enthusiastic popular science. Buccaneer and other old audiences also helped to explain. The live broadcast room immediately became lively, and the audience even forgot to grab the treasure map that was about to be opened, and chase Sumu one by one to ask for the prototype. Sumu was both happy and sad. After thinking for a while, he promised everyone that the lottery would start in 3 days, and then one lucky audience member would be chosen to receive the first prototype. As for why not sending it now? Are you kidding? The patent hasn't been registered yet. If someone reverse cracks it, Sumu will be in tears. "Host, the lottery is so unfair to me, can you give me some other benefits first?" The upper right corner kept flashing, and nobody short of money sent a series of super private messages that required payment, with the same content. Sumu then realized that he had not turned off the private message function. Upon closer inspection, he saw several pages of ordinary private messages, all sent by other viewers. The mailbox in the upper right corner of the screen was still flashing, and Sumu was in a hurry to turn off the automatic receiving function. He hesitated for a moment and replied, "Let me think about it. Not short of money, okay, anyway, I'm very optimistic about your product. If you haven't found a partner yet, I can help you." Sumu was surprised. Excuse me, who are you? Not short of money. My dad runs an electronics OEM factory. Although it's not as good as Foxconn, it still has some strength in the industry. In short, I am the legendary second generation rich. But don't worry, I can guarantee my character and will never let you suffer. Confident. It turns out he is a rich second generation. No wonder he could spend 50,000 yuan on gifts in one go. Sumu nodded secretly and took the idea of not being short of money into consideration. He checked other private messages and ignored the stranger for the time being. The little tailor said, Master Anchor, I am one of the elders of the Lucid Dream Association. I am not as rich as Master Bukier, but I have the contact information of the target customers and can help you promote it. Lin family boy, Lao Su, you're so busy right after you started live streaming? Why don't you reply to my private messages? Ning Jing Ji Yuan, Master, thanks to your reminder, I have initially won the favor of the goddess. Working hard. Gusumurong, Brother Su, I'm moving out of the school dormitory. I'll give you a surprise then. Uneasy. Forehead. Sumu's expression became strange. What surprise was Moronin going to give him? That little girl, could it be? He shook his head and dared not answer. After turning 2 pages, Sumu noticed a number and stopped immediately. Ding Yuan, Lao Su, forgive me for not sending the technical information directly to you. The reason I asked you to go there was to see how my family would react. If possible, I hope you can take care of them. My brother is still in school. This message was sent last night. Ding Yuan appeared briefly at that time, and this message was not among the key information mentioned. It seems that Ding Yuan is still very confident in himself. Sumu replied, Don't worry, I will take good care of your family. When Ding Yuan wakes up again, he will probably be relieved to see this message. The audience paid more attention to the super sleeping machine than the 4 little ones. Sumu was unable to explain it for the time being and could only put away the sleeping machine and other parts and tools. Today's technology live broadcast ends here. Next up is the cute baby live broadcast. Faced with those dissatisfied comments, Sumu just smiled and turned the camera to the 4 little ones. It is the nature of children to play. Kong Kong put on camouflage clothes, held a toy gun, used the sofa and coffee table as cover, and kept attacking an Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. His toy gun is very advanced. The bullets are constantly changing cartoon projections, and there is very matching music. He has a lot of fun playing with it. Unfortunately, Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan had long been immune to the gunshots. They symbolically hid for a while and then started playing their own games again. Tuanchuan is very active. She keeps running around in her princess dress and competing with her doll. Yuan Yuan was very quiet, she was painting on a magnetic drawing board with a paintbrush. Only Anan remained interested. He put on his toy armor and dodged the bullets shot by Kong Kong while laughing. The 4 little ones fully released their nature and once again caught the audience's attention. It's so lively. It's so fun, I'm a kid again. That toy gun is amazing. Each bullet is different. That's the Phantasmagoria from Wanbong's Pulsefire series, right? As far as I know, the whole set would cost tens of thousands, and even if you buy the Phantasmagoria alone, it would cost 3 to 4,000. A barrage of comments passed by and quickly became the focus. What? The anchor actually bought a toy gun worth 3 or 4,000 yuan for a 3-year-old kid? Shocked. Tyrant, let's be friends. Kneeling. The anchor lied to me and said something about my business failing. I'm so sad. Crying. Could the anchor be the legendary rich second generation? Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Forehead. Sumu was stunned. Why was the comment crooked? He was just about to explain when someone else discovered something. It doesn't matter if you don't mention it. I just noticed that the clothes the 4 babies are wearing are also very exquisite. They seem to be from some international brand. A set costs more than 10,000 yuan. Wow! The barrage of comments exploded again. Anchor, you big liar, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Tyrant, let's be friends. So this is a rich person experiencing life. Everyone, go away. They will move on soon. The live broadcast won't last long. Don't waste your emotions here. Gradually, no one gave gifts anymore. Sumu was helpless. How could things turn out like this? What to do now? Asking him for a gift? It seems a bit inappropriate. He must change everyone's impression. After hesitating for a moment, Sumu gritted his teeth and said decisively, "Okay, now that I'm exposed, I won't pretend anymore. I've decided to only collect treasure maps and super rockets from now on. Anyone who dares to send other gifts is looking down on me." The barrage fell silent. After a while, the discussion started again. "No way, the anchor is angry? I don't think so. This time it's for real. This anchor has personality." I turned from a hater to a fan. A viewer who had just turned from a fan to a hater decisively changed his stance. The rhythm of the barrage quickly returned to normal, and at least no one was cursing anymore. "Call." Sumu let out a sigh of relief, and as he looked at the dwindling number of gifts, he suddenly felt a little regretful. "Have you said too much?" Chapter 60: The Clever Rabbit. The four little ones continued to play, Sumu explained on the side, and the audience discussed enthusiastically. The whole morning passed slowly like this. Sumu also put his attitude into practice by locking those viewers who gave ordinary gifts into a small darkroom for only a few minutes, as a warning to others. The audience was impressed by his mysterious operation, and the number of weird comments gradually decreased. However, the little tailor and others would occasionally worry about Sumu, saying that without gifts, it would be difficult to maintain the live broadcast room. Sumu was also helpless. He had to fill the hole he had dug himself. Perhaps this was life. Fortunately, there are still a few wealthy people who insist on sending treasure maps and super rockets, such as Buccaneer and two other wealthy viewers who switched from other live broadcast rooms. Turn off the live broadcast at noon. Sumu checks the harvest. I live streamed for a few hours this morning and earned 160,000 in gifts, leaving me with just over 30,000 experience points away from reaching the next level. He didn't know if this pace could be sustained. The bulk of the gifts would go to the two wealthy audience members, who couldn't just sit here and waste their time doing nothing. Live broadcast content must be constantly innovated. After lunch, Sumu called the four little ones over. He put the little white rabbit on the table and began to guide them patiently. "Babies, the little white rabbit will be a member of our family from now on. Shouldn't you give it a name?" The four little ones nodded seriously, and Kong Kong was the first to raise his hand. "I know, let's call it Kong Kong." "Sumu, that's the same name as yours." Kong Kong scratched his head and grinned embarrassedly. Xiao Tuanchuan raised her hand. "Dad, I thought of it, Baldy Wang with ears, hee hee. She is watching the cartoon of Bald Chong recently." "Sumu." Yuan Yuan took the doodle she had just drawn and called out in a soft voice, "Bugs Bunny, Bugs Bunny." Sumu took a look and found that Yuan Yuan's drawing was very messy, but also somewhat familiar. He quickly remembered something and looked up at the wall, where there were many photos of the four little ones playing in the cartoon park. Yuan Yuan's painting was obviously based on a group photo in Zootopia, except that all the buildings and characters were drawn in a childish way, with some weird details added. What Yuan Yuan was holding in her hand was a Bugs Bunny doll, which she had painted so messily that only its outline could be barely seen. Sumu seemed to see the future Van Gogh and couldn't help but worry secretly. Yuan Yuan's imagination was really worrying. "Ha, nice painting." He couldn't discourage the child, so he smiled and praised him, then analyzed seriously, "Bugs Bunny has been around for a long time, and the little white rabbit is a new member. We need to think of a brand new name." "Oh." Yuan Yuan pouted and tilted her head, thinking hard. "Where is an N?" The three little ones all expressed their opinions, but an N remained silent. Sumu looked for them. Following the noise, I came to the bathroom in Xiao Jun's room. Anan had already opened the health terminal and was staring at the constantly moving mechanical tentacles in a daze. "Daddy, how do they move?" Anan pointed at the mechanical tentacles and asked the question very seriously, as if he already had the potential to be an engineer. Sumu didn't really understand either, so he could only express some superficial opinions, which made Anan admire him very much. After talking for a while, Sumu asked, "Anan, what good name do you think of?" Anan was still paying attention to the mechanical tentacle, and answered casually, "The little white rabbit is so white, so just call it Xiaobai." "Noob. This name is more reliable." Sumu nodded slightly. Compared with Kong Kong, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, Anan, the big brother, behaved much more maturely. He told the three little ones the answer with a smile, and Kong Kong, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan immediately accepted it. "Xiaobai, you have a name now." Sumu stroked the little white rabbit, took out the primary talent card, and successfully integrated it into Xiaobai's body. "Name, Xiaobai, talent, cute pet. As a non-human, Xiaobai, like Ding Yuan, also has only one main talent. Intelligence, 30, vitality, 50, lifespan, 20. Sub-talents unfold and the roulette wheel spins. Finally, the sub-talent was fixed on intelligence, increasing from 30 to 45. The highest blessing, not bad. Sumu was very pleased that Xiaobai's IQ increased by 50%, which made him super lucky. Xiaobai, who was eating at the table, looked up blankly, looked at the four little ones and then at Sumu. Its eyes became brighter and brighter, and finally it jumped towards Tuanchuan, rubbing Tuanchuan's hand with its head. Hee, here you go. Tuanchuan broke a piece of biscuit in his hand and fed it to Xiaobai patiently. This little guy even knows how to find his owner who has snacks. Sumu was delighted to see this. After the non-human talent was increased, the effect was immediately apparent, as could be seen from Ding Yuan's reaction. And Xiaobai also showed gratifying reactions after his intelligence increased. He thought about it for a while, and began to guide the four little ones to train Xiaobai, trying to see if he could teach Xiaobai to play games. The result was very gratifying. In less than half an hour, Xiaobai could understand the commands of the four little ones and perform some simple tasks. For example, help Kong Kong push the toy tank, spin around with Tuanchuan, or bring paintbrushes of various colors to Yuan Yuan's feet. And it also wanted Xiaobai to help her experience the massage function of the health terminal, but Xiaobai was afraid of water and refused to cooperate. Sumu was very happy and let the kids take a nap first. In the afternoon, the live broadcast continued. The audience started to pour in. The host is really hardworking. I, Huhan-san, am back again. Hello, quadruplets. Ha! Why is there an extra rabbit? The barrage floated by. Sumu pointed at the camera and said, "Hello everyone, we have added a new program, Cute Babies and Cute Pets. Please open your eyes wide and enjoy it." Audience? Sumu smiled and pointed the camera at Kong Kong first. Kong Kong was still playing a shooting game. His targets were some motionless toy soldiers, and the audience was getting a little annoyed. Boom! Sumu deliberately adjusted the camera, and with a sound of tank special effects, a toy tank came out from behind the sofa. The tank is not remote controlled and must be pushed by someone to move. At this time, only half of it is exposed and you can't see who is pushing it from behind. Stop! Kong Kong shouted and lay on the ground and fired. Audience, how childish! Kong Kong has been playing this game for an hour this morning. Aren't you bored yet? Another viewer, children are like this. When they find something they like, they can play with it non-stop. It probably takes a long time for them to change their interests. Isn't it the one pushing the tank from behind? That's a bit boring. The audience complained and asked Sumu to adjust the camera. Hush, everyone, be patient, the excitement is yet to come. Sumu deliberately kept the audience in suspense and did not move the camera. The audience had no choice but to continue watching. Kong Kong fired a few shots, then quickly got up and moved to the side, shouting, "I found you." Boom! The tank continued to move forward, revealing two snow-white ears from behind. Chapter 61 Cute Babies and Cute Pets. What is that? Ongen put on a hat? Those two ears seem to be able to move, they are alive. The audience stared at the screen with eyes wide open in disbelief. Because they were so focused, comments became extremely rare. As the tank moved, the two snow-white ears swung back and forth, and what appeared behind was actually a furry head. Under the shocked gazes of the audience, Xiaobai lay obediently on the ground, trying hard to scratch the floor with his limbs, and used his little head to continuously push the toy tank forward. After moving forward half a meter, Xiaobai stopped, and his soft body lay on the ground again. He raised his little head and looked at Kong Kong, appearing unusually quiet and cute. Oh my god, that's a rabbit? Don't rabbits hop? Why are they crawling? Help, my worldview is collapsing. Xiaobai's wonderful performance successfully caused a sensation, and the barrage of comments exploded again. Sumu smiled without saying anything, thinking to himself that this was just the beginning. Kong Kong continued shooting, playing for a while and then changing positions. Under Kong Kang's command, Xiaobai lowered his head and worked hard to push the toy tank to continue moving its position. Xiaobai stopped again, and Kong Kong continued shooting with a smile, having a lot of fun. Barrage rain. Someone, great, my rabbit. Another person, what a clever bunny, has it been trained by a trainer at the zoo? Little tailor, master anchor, you are not using some kind of black technology to control that rabbit, are you? Sumu smiled and said, this rabbit is called Xiaobai, and the babies picked it up from the wild. A viewer, it's so unfair. Such a smart rabbit must be a genetic mutation. How come a rich anchor picked it up? That's right, if I pick it up, I can become an internet celebrity, sign a contract with an e-commerce platform, sell goods through live broadcasts, become a boss, win a beautiful and wealthy wife, and reach the pinnacle of life. I won't say anything else. I'll just cry for a while. Netizens were envious and jealous, and they generously devoted their fingers to typing dazzling remarks. In order to show their love, many people even violated Sumu's requirements and forcibly swiped a bunch of free gifts. Sumu naturally locked them into the small darkroom without mercy. Xiaobai's performance has just begun, please calm down. Yellow Bean Sprout sends out Super Rocket 3. Ordinary audiences who tried to offer warmth were suppressed, and a wealthy audience couldn't stand it and finally took action. Huang Duya, the anchor has principles, but the rules are not written clearly. Many newcomers don't know about them. It's better to release those who send gifts. Forehead. Sumu looked at the live broadcast title, which was indeed very simple. He immediately humbly accepted Huang Duya's suggestion and restored freedom to the banned audience members. That was sloppy. Scratching his head, Sumu smiled embarrassedly and said, I will change the title now. If anyone sends ordinary gifts again in the future, they will still be banned. The little tailor was very cunning, that means we can still send gifts now. I found a loophole, everyone, hurry up and act. A viewer, come on, everyone move your fingers. The crowd behind responded. Sumu smiled helplessly and quickly called up the management interface to modify the title, Super Daddy, only accept rockets and treasure maps. Violators will be banned for 5 minutes to 3 days. Please respect yourself. During the time he was changing the title, many viewers took advantage of the opportunity and sent a batch of free or low-value gifts. Sumu returned to the live broadcast interface and saw the screen full of prompts. He can only accept it with a smile and thank everyone for their attention and support. Host, Xiaobai is so smart, does he have any other skills? Someone asked curiously. Sumu nodded immediately, of course, today's show is very exciting, don't miss it. He asked Kong Kong to go play with an picked up Xiaobai, and greeted everyone by holding its paw. Afterwards, Sumu handed Xiaobai to Tuanchuan, turned on the computer, and played a nursery rhyme on the speakers. Tuan touched Xiaobai's head with a smile and danced to the nursery rhyme. Although very talented, the dance was very simple for Tuan, who had never received any training. She just kept waving her hands and turning in circles rhythmically. Originally, there was nothing else to watch about this kind of performance except for its childishness and cuteness. After the much-anticipated Xiaobai joined, the effect immediately became extraordinary. Tuan turned around a few times, took out a biscuit, and continued dancing to the music. Xiaobai sniffed, and for the sake of the food, he decisively jumped around Tuanchuan. Tuan teased Xiaobai with a smile and asked it to circle around with him. Xiaobai was also very motivated and full of energy. The naughty Tuan would occasionally stretch out a leg, trying to trip Xiaobai. Xiaobai jumped up instinctively, but when he found that he still couldn't eat the biscuit, he had to fall down obediently. For the sake of delicious food, Xiaobai can only try his best, but poor it doesn't know that it has become Tuanchuan's dancer. Tuan seemed to have discovered a new world and began to consciously adjust the rhythm of stretching his legs to the nursery rhyme. Xiaobai could only cooperate with him with all his strength, jumping up and down non-stop. Bang bang bang. Tuanchuan was exhausted and panting when she finally stopped. She clapped her hands happily and squatted down to feed Xiaobai the biscuit she had been waiting for a long time. Xiaobai started to eat with a crunching sound, and from time to time he would stick out his tender red tongue to lick his lips, and many people were instantly melted by his cuteness. Wow, I actually saw the real-life Bugs Bunny. Rabbits can dance, and I'm afraid this is the only place you can see them. Everyone hurry up and take pictures, Xiaobai is about to become an internet celebrity. Of course, there are also some people who are attracted by the round hairstyle. I just realized that after spinning around, her braids can actually form a heart. It's amazing. Where did she get such a special hairstyle? Yes, I will ask the hairdresser to design one for my daughter if I have the chance. It's so interesting. Host, please recommend it. This is the only benefit we can enjoy. The audience who had come to their senses were completely excited. If Sumu had not insisted on not selling it, Xiaobai might have changed hands. As for Tuan Tuan's hairstyle, Sumu couldn't give an answer for the time being and could only be vague. In the end, he was unable to divert the audience's attention, so he could only betray Huang Mao and give out the address of Huang Mao's barbershop. Huang Mao also needs to make money anyway, so just consider it as free publicity for him. After getting a relatively satisfactory answer, the audience let Sumu go and started discussing Xiaobai with everyone else. Fortunately, Anan's hairstyle is purely natural. Kong Kong always wears a camouflage helmet during the live broadcast, and Yuan Yuan doesn't like sports very much, so their hairstyles have not been exposed for the time being and caused a similar sensation. Feng Jiangluo's research has not been completed yet, so it is impossible to mass-produce barber calipers. Seeing that the popularity was increasing, Sumu smiled and said, "Don't change the channel, the next show will be even more exciting." Tuanchuan, sweating profusely, went back to the room to rest. Xiaobai ate a few biscuits and was then caught by Sumu and brought to Yuan Yuan. Sumu touched Yuan Yuan's head and encouraged her, "Yuan Yuan, let Xiaobai help you get the paintbrush." Chapter 62, Not Interested in Money. Good. Yuan Yuan nodded obediently, wiped the drawing board clean, and placed the opened pen a few meters away. Paintbrushes of various colors were arranged one by one, less than a fist apart. "Xiaobai, please help me get the red paintbrush." Yuan Yuan sat down on the floor again, tilted her head and thought for a while, then patted Xiaobai's head and gave an order. Xiaobai's ears twitched, and he immediately jumped over and stopped in front of the paintbrushes. After crawling for a while, Xiaobai turned around and looked at Yuan Yuan in a cute way. Xiaobai stopped moving. Is he dumbfounded? "Come on, Xiaobai, I believe in you." "Ha, the anchor is bragging. Xiaobai is not that smart." All kinds of comments passed by, but Sumu was not worried at all. He had seen Xiaobai's performance before. Bang! Yuan Yuan clapped her hands. "Xiaobai, red, red." Xiaobai's ears moved, then he slowly turned around, shook his little head from side to side, and finally bit a red paintbrush. Then, in everyone's surprised gaze, Xiaobai jumped and took the red watercolor pen to Yuan Yuan's feet. Snap! Xiaobai opened his mouth, the watercolor pen fell, and some of the audience who were still making fun of the situation were slapped in the face. "Ha, Xiaobai is so good." Yuan Yuan was very happy. She rewarded Xiaobai with a cookie, then picked up the watercolor pen and drew a circle on the drawing board. The head is done. Next, the blue ears. After thinking for a while with his head tilted, Yuan Yuan patted Xiaobai's head again and asked it to help her get the blue paintbrush. Xiaobai's movements obviously became faster. He quickly jumped to the other side, accurately bit the blue paintbrush, and jumped back to Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan also took the blue paintbrush and added 2 big ears to the round head. The performance of one man and one rabbit continues. The barrage exploded directly. Oh my god, Xiaobai is simply amazing. Is this still a rabbit? Is it really not a Tamagotchi in a rabbit's skin? Ha, anchor, stop pretending and take the battery out of Xiaobai's belly. Sumu smiled without saying anything. He simply pointed his phone at Xiaobai, allowing everyone to observe Xiaobai's every move closely. It's true, dolls aren't that flexible. Good rabbit, Xiaobai is mighty. Mr. Anchor, I'm convinced. Faced with the vivid facts, everyone was completely convinced. If you have enough money, give me 10 treasure maps to attack. Yellow Bean Sprout sends out a treasure map with 10 consecutive hits. Ride the plane to find the horse and send out the treasure map 10 times in a row. The 3 wealthy audience members seemed to have discussed it beforehand and simultaneously gave out gifts worth 150,000 yuan in one go. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room reached a new high. Sumu was ecstatic. It seemed that leveling up was not that difficult. He had already exceeded 200,000 experience points. After thanking the 3 true great gods, he immediately checked the experience bar. Anchor level, 0, current experience, 32,230 20,000. This means that the gifts he received today have reached more than 30,000. If this were the case every day, his annual salary would be more than 10 million, comparable to the president of a multinational company. Sumu couldn't help but sigh. No wonder so many people are trying their best to squeeze into the live streaming circle. It turns out that being an internet celebrity is so awesome. It's just that the experience is enough. Why haven't TI upgraded yet? He paused and took a closer look, and found that he had to click manually to upgrade. What are you waiting for? Sumu pressed lightly. Anchor level, 1, current experience 0 40,000. Sumu was stunned. Why did the experience level get reset to 0? Moreover, the experience required to upgrade to level 2 has doubled. This is definitely not something that a certain platform is doing. Sumu immediately contacted the system and raised questions in dissatisfaction. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the Super Live broadcast account to level 1 and completing the first stage of the National Dad. The rewards are as follows: Super Rich Dad Card 100, Special Attention 5, Cute Baby Blind Box 1. Sumu. Well, considering the generous reward, let's forget about the 2000 plus experience points. He felt relieved. Then check the details. Super Rich Daddy Card: when the host takes his child to buy items or services, he needs to pay a 100 times the original consumption limit as daddy fund, and he will be randomly returned 300 times the consumption limit as free funds. Special attention: after activation, it will start automatically and guide random people to pay attention to the Super Daddy's live broadcast room. Blind box for cute kids, opened by cute kids. Random rewards include toys, snacks, children's clothing, medicine, adventures, primary talent cards, identity cards, daddy funds, etc. After reading the price description, Sumu couldn't calm down for a long time. He decided to take them one by one. First, take out a Rich Daddy card. Amid the flowing light, there is a faintly visible roulette wheel on the card. The roulette wheel has many options, ranging from 1 to 300, arranged very closely. System: what is nanny funds, and how is it different from free funds? Sumu looked at the Rich Daddy card and asked the system. Ding! The nanny funds come from the gifts received by the Super Live account. They have been converted into specific fund amounts and transferred to the nanny system interface. The nanny funds can only be used in reality with the Super Rich Nanny card. Before all the nanny funds are spent, gifts cannot be converted into experience for the time being. Ding! Free funds are money that the host can use freely. Sumu vaguely had a bad feeling. He immediately checked the back end of a certain website. Oh my god, my income has been wiped out. The next moment, Sumu felt like crying but had no tears. Today's gift was in vain. Looking at the Super Daddy system panel again, there was indeed a new module below the money column. Daddy's Funds, 319200. Sumu was worried. It was more than 300,000 yuan, and he had to spend it all in the real world. Moreover, he had to spend it at 100 times the real price. In other words, a lollipop worth $1 would require $100 of nanny funds. If other people saw this, would they think I was a fool? Master Anchor, stop being in a daze and continue explaining to us. The anchor's phone has crashed. Everyone, hurry up and call the police. He. Maybe I'm too tired. Let's look at Yuan and Xiaobai first. The barrage floated by. Sumu came back to his senses and noticed one of the comments. Taheo, what's wrong with you, Taheo? That's right. He was inspired and his mind immediately became active. Ordinary people who spend money recklessly will be considered fools, but who are they? In the eyes of uninformed viewers, he is a mysterious rich man who came to experience the live streaming life. Isn't it normal for the rich to be extravagant and wasteful? Perhaps, it can also increase a little more popularity. After figuring out the subtlety of it, Sumu's eyes suddenly lit up. Ahem. Pointing the camera at himself, Sumu cleared his throat and said seriously, "Thank you all for your support. The gifts I received today reached 320,000. Barrage." Sumu continued to perform. Therefore, I have decided to spend all the income from today's live broadcast according to the value of the gift to help the vast number of compatriots who are suffering. A string of greetings in the barrage. Sumu smiled slightly and said calmly, "I'm not interested in money." Chapter 63 Special Attention. Rich Anchor, please help me first. I haven't cut my nails for 3 days. Tisk, I'm the one who needs help the most. After years of hard work, I'm only a little over $1 million short of the down payment for a 747. Anchor Dad, I am actually your biological son who has been lost for more than 30 years. After confirming that Sumu was not joking, many naughty viewers began to play the victim. What's worse, some people even typed out their Alipay or WeChat account numbers. Afterwards, the barrage of comments completely turned into a digital torrent, and everyone joined the army of online begging. Sumu was speechless. In desperation, he explained seriously, "I'm sorry, I can't tell whether what you said is true or false, and I don't plan to spend my first live broadcast income on the internet for the time being. So if you have difficulties, you can go to the roadside to set up a stall, and you will meet someone naturally if you are destined to do so. The audience raised their middle fingers at the same time. Sumu pretended not to see it, and then told about his plan to spend money on live streaming. The local tyrant anchor is serious. Which city are you in? I'll book the flight right now. By the way, what snacks do you like? Is the anchor finally going to start pretending? Looking forward to it. Another wave of comments passed by, and everyone was looking forward to it. Sumu thought about it and gave the name of the city. Anyway, he and the four little ones have shown their faces, and they will be exposed sooner or later, so there is no need to hide them. The live broadcast continued, and the four little ones took turns performing with Xiaobai. The main content this afternoon is still cute babies and pets. Sumu used the excuse of going to the bathroom to get away temporarily. After closing the door, he looked at the other two rewards on the system panel. The cute baby blind box is a continuously rotating three-dimensional gift box. The four little ones are still live streaming and cannot be opened for the time being. As for special attention, there are 5 virtual buttons with no prompts next to them. Did this thing start on its own? Sumu hesitated for a moment and pressed the first button with his mind. Boom! His eyes suddenly darkened. The next moment, the surroundings became bright and it seemed to be an office. Sumu could still see himself, but he couldn't interact with the things around him. He quickly realized that this was a holographic image, just like the one he had seen before. He waited quietly. After a while, the office door opened. A middle-aged man walked into the room, his face gloomy, his eyes filled with fatigue and hatred. This person looks a lot like Huang Yi. Sumu observed for a while and made a judgment. The middle-aged man sat in his office chair and made a phone call. Hello, how is the investigation of that woman going? As soon as he opened his mouth, corresponding text information appeared around him, looking like a dialogue box in a comic book. Not only that, 3 words also appeared above the middle-aged man's head, Huang Shiji. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. It was obvious that the other person was Huang Yi's elder. Soon, a line of text messages appeared next to the phone. Xiao Jun is an office worker. Her husband is Sumu, who stays at home to take care of the children. Sumu has recently been in contact with the president of a multinational group, but not very closely. In addition, he is also a lifelong consultant of the Tai Chi martial arts school and is said to have a high level of Tai Chi attainments. The 2 words Kai Dao appeared on the string of information, which should be the other party's code name. Kai Dao continued, Boss, their backgrounds are not very deep, so why not just do it directly? Huang Shiji's face darkened. I don't need you to teach me how to do things, just keep investigating. Kai Dao's voice trembled. Yes, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Huang Shiji lit a cigar, thought for a moment, and then turned on his computer. Sumu moved his view behind the other person and looked at the screen. Huang Shiji is looking through documents, all of which are related to import and export. Sumu also roughly guessed the Huang family's business scope. Suddenly, the computer screen froze and a pop-up window appeared in the lower right corner. Huang Shiji clicked it several times but it didn't work. Finally, he clicked the wrong button and the browser started automatically and entered a website. Huang Shiji cursed in a low voice. What the hell is the technical department doing? I'm going to fire them sooner or later. He was about to close the browser, but when he glanced at the screen casually, he was suddenly stunned. The pop-up had links to a well-known video website. The video shows the process of Sumu assembling the super sleep device. Someone actually recorded it while watching the live broadcast and posted it on Bilibili. Huang Shiji's fingers stopped and his expression became very strange as he looked at Sumu who was performing. After a while, Huang Shiji sighed, Hey, they actually used this method to increase attention. It seems that I can't take action against that woman for the time being. After saying that, he shook his head helplessly, closed the browser, and then picked up the phone again. The surrounding light changed, and Sumu's vision returned to the bathroom. Special attention. Sumu finally understood the purpose of this function and couldn't help but feel secretly fortunate that he clicked the button immediately, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. The first special attention only delayed Huang Shiji's revenge, which was far from enough. Sumu pressed the second virtual button without hesitation. The vision darkened again, and the picture began to change. Sister Xiao, you are still busy. This is a large office. Xiao Jun is typing something on the computer in the corner. A beautiful lady dressed very fashionably comes over and asks about him with concern. The 3 words Lu Xiaoling appeared above her head. Sumu remembered that Xiao Jun mentioned that Lu Xiaoling had a good relationship with her, so he continued reading. Xiao Jun didn't even raise his head and smiled. There's nothing I can do. The employer is pushing me too hard. We need to come up with a plan before tomorrow morning. Lu Xiaoling giggled. You still have to combine work and rest, Sister Xiao. I just found a very interesting live broadcast room, a dad with 4 babies, the barrage is very lively. Sumu was stunned and reached out to stop it. He had not yet figured out how to tell Xiao Jun about the live broadcast. What if it was exposed now? Unfortunately, this was just a holographic image and he couldn't do anything. Hearing that it was a dad with 4 babies, Xiao Jun's expression changed slightly. It seems quite interesting. Finished? Sumu patted his head and his heartbeat began to accelerate. Yes, I'll send you the link. Lu Xiaoling was still seeking death and directly sent the link of the live broadcast room to Xiao Jun. After a moment, Xiao Jun's face darkened. Sumu's heart was in his throat. Lu Xiaoling noticed Xiao Jun's change and was a little flustered. Sister Xiao, what's wrong with you? This anchor is quite interesting. Xiao Jun forced a bitter smile. Don't get me wrong, I'm not angry with you, it's just... She seemed to be hesitant to speak, and Lu Xiaoling asked curiously but got no answer. Seeing Xiao Jun's face becoming increasingly gloomy, she thought she had done something wrong and immediately found a reason to leave. After looking at the screen for a while, Xiao Jun muttered to herself, my damn husband, he actually did a live broadcast behind my back. What if Xiao Wanha saw it? She hesitated for a moment, took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Chapter 64 Super Rich. His wife was angry and Sumu was very scared. What Xiao Jun said was also very strange. Did she already know that Xiao Wanha was secretly monitoring her? Sumu was about to continue checking when the scene changed and his vision was pulled back to the bathroom. After hesitating for a moment, Sumu contacted Brittany. After asking, Brittany found out that she didn't know that Xiao Wanha had ever contacted Xiao Jun. During the 3 minutes that Ding Yuan was in the electronic angel state, he did not find any relevant records. What is going on here? Sumu was puzzled. The 2 special attention buttons have dimmed, and there are only 3 chances left. Sumu gritted his teeth and pressed the 3rd button. Screen conversion. A luxury yacht is anchored on the high seas. The picture zooms in and everything on the deck can be seen clearly. The first thing that caught my eye was a few blonde girls dancing to the accompaniment, and the lead dancer was actually a popular actress. At this moment, the actress who mainly portrays a sweet and innocent personality was actually wearing a revealing and hot bikini. She kept twisting her body wildly and skillfully winking at the opposite side. Sumu looked for a while and his breathing became rapid. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and quickly shifted his focus. Turning your gaze to the opposite side, it is equally eye-catching. A group of tables, chairs and benches that seemed to be made of pure gold were placed randomly. There was a boiling hot pot on the table in the middle, and various vegetables and seafood were neatly arranged on the shelves behind. Looking further back, there were several chefs processing the various seafood that had just been caught and replenishing the ingredients on the shelves. Being served by 5 or 6 waiters, an old man and a young boy, wearing only a pair of swimming trunks, were enjoying life to the fullest. They lay on the chairs on both sides of the table, eating the hot pot that was delivered to their mouths and drinking red wine, occasionally tilting their heads and taking a puff of the cigar that was smoked by a special person. This is a real rich man, even more extravagant than John Lee. Sumu was so jealous that if he could interact with the young man, he would have wanted to pull the young man up from the beach chair. Bang bang bang. When a dance music ended, the old man and the young boy clapped at the same time, and the service staff next to them continued to work without being affected at all. The popular actress and a group of blondes came forward with swaying waists. Sumu widened his eyes and suddenly felt a little expectant. The young local tyrant seemed to be worried. He blew out a smoke ring and waved his hand for everyone to leave. The graceful dancers and 4 or 5 service staff bowed at the same time and quickly returned to the cabin. Dan Zai, what's wrong with you? The performance of these beauties is amazing. The elderly tycoon took off his sunglasses and asked in confusion in not very standard Mandarin. As soon as he opened his mouth, a name immediately appeared above his head, Zhang Daming. The young rich man's eyes darted around, hesitating for a long time, and suddenly took out a gold tablet from behind his chair. Dad, I found a big business opportunity. I wanted to tell you later, but I was afraid that someone else would get there first. Sumu looked over and saw that the name above the young rich man's head was Zhang Xiaodan. This name. Sumu had a strange expression on his face and almost laughed. The old man and the young are at least 50 years apart in age, and they are actually father and son. Soon, the smile on Sumu's face froze. Zhang Xiaodan actually opened a certain app and directly entered the live broadcast room of Superdad. Zhang Damon took a look and said, "Interesting, but just because you like this new anchor, you want me to invest in Moya?" Zhang Xiaodan shook his head, "Of course not." He opened Bilibili again and played the video of Sumu assembling the super sleep machine. "Dad, look, this thing is called the super sleep machine. It has great market prospects. If we invest in it, we will definitely make a lot of money." Zhang Daming glanced at him casually, then immediately looked away. "Well, if you like, go ahead and have some fun. I'll give you 500 million first, and you can ask for more if it's not enough." Zhang Xiaodan was so shocked by his father's generosity that he didn't know what to do. He felt a little guilty and said, "You haven't seen it yet." Zhang Daming glanced at his son and said, "Don't look at it. Compared with your other hobbies, this is already very reliable. Maybe you can even make some money back. Danzai, you've finally grown up." "Dad." Zhang Xiaodan's eyes turned red. "Woo woo, I will definitely change my ways. Don't transfer the 500 million all at once. I'm afraid I'll get itchy hands like last time." Sumu was horrified. In the eyes of that father and son, 500 million was just like $5. He was devastated. Just as I was about to continue watching, the scene suddenly ended. The perspective returns to the bathroom, and Sumu falls into deep thought. Who exactly is Zhang Xiaodan? There are currently only 3 rich people in the live broadcast room, namely, Buchanan, Huang Duyet, and riding a plane to find a horse. Among them, Buchanan sent a super private message to demonstrate the family's strength and intention of cooperation. The other 2 rich people were just busy giving gifts and did not contact us actively. Could it be that the one who is not short of money is Zhang Xiaodan, the super rich man? There are 2 more special attention buttons. Keep clicking. Manager, this new anchor is pretty good, do you want to support him? In a certain dental office, a staff member in a neat suit opened the Super Daddy live broadcast room and asked for instructions from the bald middle-aged man behind him. The supervisor was about to nod, but suddenly thought of something and changed his tone. "Mangbao Live is difficult to run. Maybe it will be popular for a while and then disappear. Let's wait and see." The staff was a little confused, but the supervisor was already holding his stomach and running to the bathroom. The screen ends. Sumu was speechless. What is the point of this attention? He asked the system. Ding. Super live broadcast accounts are different from ordinary accounts. In order to maximize rationality, certain adjustments need to be made. Sumu thought for a moment and nodded, "Okay, I'll keep working hard." Facing the system, he was no longer able to complain. Turning his eyes to the last button, Sumu pressed it decisively. The field of view changes, and unlike the previous times, the angle cannot be adjusted by yourself. Sumu could only watch passively. This is a bird's eye view. Judging from the content of a huge billboard not far away, this is the outer ring road of Beijing. Below, 4 or 5 luxury cars were speeding at the same time. Suddenly, those luxury cars slowed down and braked at the same time. Snap. The door of the luxury car in front opened, and a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses got out with a laptop in his arms, looking up to the southeast. That is the location of the city where Sumu is located. Sumu couldn't see the other party's specific actions, but fortunately the voice would be converted into enlarged text. Xiao Wanlin, who leaked the action plan? The picture is interrupted. The perspective returns to the bathroom, and Sumu's expression becomes serious. The last follower was from the Xiao family, and he seemed to be preparing to come and launch some kind of action. However, after the other party was guided by the system to discover the Super Dad's live broadcast room, he decisively terminated the action. Xiao Wanlin. Sumu muttered to himself and memorized the name. Chapter 65 Xiao Jun's Forgiveness. The special attention has been used up, but the Huang family's problem has not been solved. Sumu's only trump card is the Mangbao blind box. He came out of the bathroom and called an end to him. After studying for a while, the cute baby blind box was taken out and turned into a small game on the mobile phone. And then, let's play a game. Sumu guided in and asked him to put his little hand on the virtual blind box icon and tap it lightly. The roulette will start it spinning. Sumu became extremely nervous, and Inan also tilted his head to watch curiously. After a series of dynamic changes, the blind box opens. The glare gradually disappeared, and a message popped up. Sumu looked at it carefully. A set of cute toys. The reward will be distributed within 3 days. Other than that, there are no other hints. Sumu was very disappointed. Even if it was a primary talent card, it would be hundreds of times better than a toy. No matter how good the toys given by the system are, they cannot solve real problems. Could it be that Anan isn't lucky enough? He shook his head and asked Xiao Anan to go to the living room to play. The phone vibrates. Xiao Jun sent a voice message, "Husband, what are you doing?" Feeling the resentment hidden in his wife's tone, Sumu's heartbeat quickened. After struggling for a long time, he finally sighed, "Wife, there is something I want to tell you." Xiao Jun, "No need, I already know, the live broadcast room is doing well." Sumu was sweating profusely, and his heart was trembling a little. "So how do you feel? What do you think?" Xiao Jun was obviously very angry, and followed with a big fist gif. "Wife, I have washed clothes for the 4 little ones, cooked for the children, and made contributions to the family." Sumu began to rack his brains to beg for mercy. After a while, Xiao Jun replied, "As for your cooking skills, forget it. I didn't have the heart to complain about it before." Sumu's mind raced, and he sent another voice message, "Wife, think about it carefully. As long as I continue to live broadcast and increase our family's popularity, others will be afraid to mess around even if they want to. This is his last trump card, I don't know if it will work." Soon, Xiao Jun sent a smiling face. Sumu let out a sigh of relief. "Xiao Jun, well, it's done. What else can I do? Anyway, what you said makes sense. Let's continue the live broadcast." Sumaru was pardoned and said with a smile, "Thank you, my wife, for your understanding." To show his sincerity, he also sent a red envelope with the amount of 1314. Xiao Jun quickly accepted. Thank you, husband. By the way, is live streaming very profitable?" Sumu was no longer under pressure and felt relaxed. "Well, it's okay. I didn't make much at the beginning of the day, only more than 300,000. Puff. Xiao Jun, who was drinking water in the office, spit out a mouthful of tea. She looked around and lowered her voice and said, "Shoo, don't reveal your money. Don't tell others about your income, or bad people will get on your case." Sumu smiled bitterly and nodded repeatedly to show his agreement. Xiao Jun's consideration was quite thoughtful, but no matter what he did now, the bad guys would not stop. Of course, he would not tell his wife that the Huang family had set their sights on Xiao Jun. It would be better for him to solve this difficulty secretly to avoid making his wife worry. After chatting for a while and ending the call, Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know why, Xiao Jun finally accepted the live broadcast and could do it openly in the future. However, if I want to continue upgrading, I have to spend all the more than 300,000 yuan, and then I have to hide it from my wife. Thinking of this, Sumu, who had just relaxed, felt a headache again. The live broadcast continued. During the time when Sumu was away, the 4 little ones did not cooperate with the barrage and just immersed themselves in the game. Instead, the number of audiences has increased rather than decreased. In addition to Xiao Bai's contribution, the innocent and natural style of the 4 little ones also played a big role. But it can't last long. Now is the starting stage, and we still need to accumulate more popularity. Sumu calmed down and started to perform hard again. Time soon came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and Xiao Jun called and said he wanted to go home to visit. Sumu immediately agreed, said sorry to the audience, and turned off the live broadcast. It takes Xiao Jun half an hour to get home. Sumu was planning to take the 4 little ones out for a walk and experience the Rich Daddy card by the way. A super private message was sent. "Not short of money, host, I got some money and want to cooperate with you to develop a super sleep device." Sumu's heart moved slightly. Is Buccaneer really Zhang Xiaodan's pseudonym? Judging from previous observations, the opponent is very powerful. He was happy to see it happen, so he replied, "Well, if you have enough funds, you can consider it. No shortage of money, absolutely enough. I currently have 50 million in my hand. Let's build the stage first, and then slowly raise funds." 50 million? Sumu glanced sideways and said, "Your father clearly gave you 500 million yuan, do you think I'm blind?" He didn't say it explicitly, but just continued typing, "So many? It seems that you are very capable. Can you help me with the patent issue first? The first prototype will be distributed by lottery in 3 days, and the patent must be obtained. No shortage of money, no big deal, I'll arrange it right away, it will be done tomorrow morning. By the way, where shall we meet?" Sumu thought about it and gave a nearby address. "Let's go for a walk." After packing up, Sumu took the 4 little ones downstairs. Let us try the store downstairs first and let the four little ones go over and choose some snacks. That's $36. The boss, Uncle Wei, smiled and gave a number. Sumu calculated silently that 30 yuan multiplied by 100 was 3,600 yuan. He took out a super rich daddy card, scanned the code, and directly transferred 3,600 yuan has been credited to my WeChat account. Hey, Xiaosu, you turned the wrong way. Uncle Wei thought he had misheard, and when he looked at the phone his face changed immediately and he shouted hurriedly. That's right, please take a closer look. Sumu replied and walked out with the four little ones. Uncle Wei was very upright and actually chased after him. Xiaosu, I was really wrong. I will transfer the money back to you. Others gathered around and Uncle Wei explained. Sumu was helpless. The people around him knew him inside and out, so he couldn't give full play to his abilities. I took the money back awkwardly, and the first rich daddy card was broken into pieces. Sumu was very depressed and took the opportunity to educate the four little ones, asking them to learn from Grandpa Wei, and then left in embarrassment. Taking the four little ones out of the community, Sumu continued to search for his target. Selling candied haws. A peddler was riding an electric bike and hawking his wares. He looked worried and his business didn't seem to be very good. He. Sumu smiled slightly and took the four little ones over. Pick whatever you like. Daddy, I want that. Apples are delicious. The four little ones didn't hesitate to take 2 strings of candied haws each and started eating happily. Sumu picked some for himself and Xiao Jun and asked the vendor, how much? The vendor was very grateful. Thank you for taking care of my business. The total is 23, so I'll give you 20. That won't do. Sumu shook his head. Vendor, well, this is almost the cost price. If it wasn't getting dark soon, I wouldn't. He gave her a strange look, thinking that it was incredible that there were still people who were so stingy these days. Chapter 66, Tell Your Heart. Then, you can give it to me 18. The peddler was in a hurry to go home, so he simply stopped bargaining with Sumu, thinking that he was unlucky today. Sumu was stunned. The other party obviously misunderstood what he meant. Without explaining, he took out a rich daddy card and started scanning the code. Enter the specific amount, 2,000. There is an additional option on the payment interface, Nanny Funds. Select Daddy Funds and make payment. After showing the vendor the successful payment notification, Sumu turned around and left with the four little ones. The vendor shook his head and prepared to close his stall. 2,000 yuan has been credited to my account via WeChat. When the voice announcement sounded, the vendor was completely stunned, and his face showed the same expression as Uncle Wei. Looking at Sumu and the four little ones who had already walked away, the vendor hesitated for a while, and finally shouted, "Wait a minute." Sumu didn't stop. The vendor gritted his teeth and ran over. Sir, you added 2 extra zeros. Sumu was speechless. The vendor said seriously, look, you transferred 2,000 to me, which is 100 times more. Why are there so many good people these days? Sumu was very depressed, so he pretended to be indifferent. Oh, this little money is nothing to me. Since you transferred it to the wrong place, just keep it. It's not easy to walk around the streets. After saying that, he took the 4 kids back to the gate of the community. The peddler's mouth twitched, but he didn't chase him in the end. With tears in his eyes, he said, "Today, I really met a good person." Seeing that the peddler did not catch up, Sumu checked the rich daddy card. The roulette wheel above starts to spin. After a few seconds, the option froze at triple. The phone notification sounded, 60 yuan has been received in WeChat account. 60 yuan is exactly 3 times the consumption limit. The return funds are not much, but they are free funds that can be used freely. This is just a drop in the bucket. Sumu told himself to stay calm and not to scold the system. The method of using the super rich daddy card is very simple, keep working on it tomorrow. When they arrived at the gate of the community, Sumu took the 4 little ones to chat with the security guards. After a while, Xiao Jun drove back and rolled down the car window. Mom! It was the first time for the 4 little ones to greet their mom outside. When they saw Xiao Jun, they immediately rushed over. Swish! Xiao Jun hurriedly stepped on the brakes, but due to inertia, the car continued to rush forward. Not good. Sumu was startled and immediately ran over, grabbing Kong Kong and Tuan Tuan one by one. Nen and Yuan were about to hit the car, but security team leader Lu Yunbo was quick to stand between them and the car. The car finally stopped. The speed was not very fast. Lu Yunbo's back was scratched, but he was not seriously injured. I'm sorry. Xiao Jun got out of the car and apologized with a pale face. The four little ones were frightened and started crying. Sumu and Xiao Jun hurried to comfort them. Lu Yunbo laughed and said, "It's okay. Just ask the children to be more careful next time." Sumu felt very guilty and stepped forward and said, "Brother Lu, go to the health center for a checkup. Come, I'll transfer the medical expenses to you first." Lu Yunbo shook his head. "No, I just wiped it." Sumu blamed himself. "No, this also makes me remember it." Lu Yunbo was straightforward, and he didn't say much. "Okay, just give me 60 and I can buy a bottle of ointment." Sumu was about to transfer the money when he suddenly thought of something. He immediately took out a super rich nanny card and transferred 6,000 nanny funds directly to Lu Yunbo. 6,000 has been credited to my WeChat account. Everyone was stunned. Lu Yunbo was a little angry. "Xiao Su, what are you doing?" Sumu explained seriously, "Brother Lu, actually I mainly want to teach the children that they must pay a sufficient price after making mistakes, otherwise they will run around again in the future." Forehead. Lu Yunbo was confused and muttered, "That makes sense, but isn't 6,000 too much?" Xiao Jun smiled and said, "Brother Lu, just keep it. I was recently promoted to a supervisor, so I don't need this little money." Lu Yunbo looked at Xiao Jun's car, recalled the changes in her family during this period, and nodded secretly. The family's living standard is indeed improving rapidly. He simply said without hesitation, in that case, I will use this 6,000 yuan as a favor to treat all members of the security team to a big meal. In the future, everyone should pay more attention and take care of an and the others." "Thank you, Captain Lu, we got it." The other security guards were very excited and needed no further words of gratitude. Sumu and his family got on the car and went home. On the way, the card of the super rich dad flashed. The roulette wheel spun for more than 10 seconds and stopped on 10. Sumu also received 600 yuan in free funds. After returning home, I cooked dinner as usual, gave the babies a bath after dinner, helped them go to the toilet, and then told them bedtime stories and coaxed them to sleep. After the most mischievous Kong Kong fell asleep, the two of them quietly closed the door and went to the living room. Xiao Jun was not in a hurry to work overtime, but insisted on checking Sumu's live broadcast income. Sumu scratched his head and asked the system secretly. Ding! If anyone other than the host views the live broadcast background, normal content will be displayed. Call. With a sigh of relief, Sumu opened the backstage. Wow, there really are over 300,000 worth of gifts. Xiao Jun took a glance and immediately cheered excitedly, and looked at Sumu sourly. "Husband, you are really amazing. Your daily income is equivalent to what I have earned in several years." In the face of Sumu's powerful gold-making ability, this strong woman suffered a serious blow. Sumu comforted her, "Wife, in fact, all this money is earned by you." Xiao Jun. Sumu smiled and said, "Everyone is here to see the babies. If it weren't for your hard work in giving birth to 4 cute babies after 10 months of pregnancy, how could I start a live broadcast as a dad, hee. Xiao Jun blushed, not serious. After playing around for a while, Xiao Jun lay on Sumu and said faintly, "Hubby, do you know why I didn't want you and the babies to be exposed before?" Sumu's heart moved. Is Xiao Jun finally going to take the initiative to speak? Xiao Jun sighed and continued, "Actually, I come from a big family in Beijing. 3 years ago, after I got pregnant, my family forced me to abort the child. I had that intention in the beginning. Perhaps it was because of some kind of blood bond. As my belly grew bigger, I became more and more reluctant to leave. In the end, I simply broke off relations with my family and secretly returned to the city. The Xiao family is very powerful. I can't hide for long alone." As Xiao Jun spoke, Sumu also learned about her experiences over the past few years. In order to give birth to the babies, Xiao Jun signed an offensive and defensive agreement with 2 brothers from the Xiao family's side branches without telling his family. The agreement stipulated that as long as Xiao Jun gave them a sum of money every year, she would be secretly protected by the brothers and would be guaranteed not to be found by the Xiao family. The source of the money was a secret fund that Xiao Jun had transferred abroad in advance. The pair of brothers were naturally Xiao Wanlin and Xiao Wanhe, whom Sumu already knew, with Xiao Wanlin being the leader. Due to a series of operations by Xiao Wanlin, the Xiao family thought that Xiao Jun had gone abroad, but they could not find out which country. Chapter 67 Xiao Jun's difficulties. Xiao Jun cannot expose the existence of herself and the children, Otherwise, Xiao Wanlin will take necessary measures. Sumu was very confused. Wife, since you signed an agreement with them, why did you allow me to live broadcast? Xiao Jun smiled bitterly. It's because the secret fund is running out. Under the premise of no profit, there is no need for them to take the risk of helping me hide my identity. Sumu thought about it and continued to ask, how much do they want every year? Xiao Jun shrugged, 10 million. Sumu was stunned. Wife, you are so rich, so why do you work so hard and rent someone else's house? He was very confused. Xiao Jun was helpless. The secret fund was opened in the name of one of my best friends, and it is very troublesome to use. I can't do it alone, and I don't want to implicate that best friend. If the Xiao family finds out, she will be miserable. Sumu hugged Xiao Jun tightly. Wife, you have suffered. Xiao Jun's eyes turned red. Husband, you can't imagine how greedy and cold-blooded the rich are. Without sufficient interest support, Xiao Wanlin is likely to choose to betray me in exchange for the Xiao family's forgiveness or even reward. Sumu frowned. Xiao Jun continued, I didn't let you and the babies be exposed before because I was worried that it would irritate Xiao Wanlin and make him tear up the agreement in advance. She changed the subject. I accidentally found out that you were live streaming at noon today. I was very angry and worried. So I contacted Xiao Wanha, who was in charge of monitoring me, and wanted to take out the last sum of funds so that they could help us go abroad. What happened next? Sumu had already guessed something, but still asked seriously. He. Xiao Jun smiled bitterly and shook his head. His reaction at the time was very strange. He was angry at first and even threatened to tear up the agreement. But after taking a look at your live broadcast room, he immediately changed his mind and agreed to continue to help me hide my identity. Sumu was puzzled. What is in the live broadcast room that can make him so afraid? Xiao Jun was also very surprised and looked at Sumu with a complicated expression. I don't know, maybe you are hiding something from me? Sumu felt a chill down his spine. He then thought that no matter how smart Xiao Jun was, he couldn't possibly guess the existence of the Super Daddy system, and it was even more impossible for Xiao Wanha to do so. Moreover, even if he found some clues, he should have taken action long ago. It is impossible for him to have such a big reaction after entering the live broadcast room. Really? Suddenly, Sumu thought of something. In addition to himself and the four little ones, there is another powerful force in the live broadcast room. Audience. Buccaneer, Huangduya, and Kizafagiozooma spent more than 300,000 gifts in one day, making them the richest among the rich. Their level is very high, it is impossible that they have just entered the group. Xiao Wanhai hid at home and monitored all day long. He had to find something to do even though he was bored. Perhaps he got to know one of the three people while watching the live broadcast. The question is, who is Xiao Wanha afraid of? Sumu couldn't guess it for the time being. He only knew that Buccaneer was Zhang Xiaodan's alias. Huang Duya and riding a plane to find a horse had not yet demonstrated their strength as super rich people. Maybe, it's one of these three rich guys. There was no need to hide these things. Sumu pulled up the reward list, pointed at the top 3 accounts and smiled. Xiao Jun looked at it for a while, frowned and said, what a strange account, are they really big shots that even Xiao Wanha is afraid of? She is very busy and has no time to watch the live broadcast. Sumu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Who knows, maybe the fun of rich people is so plain and boring. All right. Xiao Jun was speechless and could only accept this unlikely reason temporarily. I'm going to lie down in the health terminal for a while, and then I'll work overtime. Husband, come on. Xiao Jun's knot was untied and he was ready to continue working hard. Sumu sat on the sofa and looked at the new agreement signed by Xiao Jun and the two brothers Xiao Wanlin and Xiao Wanha. The other party allowed him to continue the live broadcast, on the condition that Xiao Jun could not show her face and any information about her could not be exposed. The annual hush money has also increased to 15 million. Damn you rich kid. Sumu was very angry, but he couldn't do anything to Xiao Wanha for the time being. He was only responsible for secret surveillance, and the person who really made the decision was still in the capital. Once something happens to Xiao Wanha, Xiao Wanlin will sell out the information here without hesitation. It really is a headache. Suddenly, Sumu was full of motivation again. His wife's secret fund is about to run out, and he will have to pay for next year's hush money. The live broadcast will continue tomorrow. Back in his room, Sumu took out the assembled super sleeping machine. Put on the eye mask and headphones and start. The buckle automatically tightened, and a prompt sounded from the earphones. System startup, please select a mode. Dream making. Sumu pressed a button on the back of the headset. Dream-making mode activated, guidance will begin after falling asleep. Sumu closed his eyes, emptied his mind, and gradually fell asleep. After he fell asleep, the eye mask began to flash red light and the headphones also emitted electromagnetic waves of a special frequency. After a series of guidance, Sumu successfully entered a deep sleep state and dreams began to occur. Under normal circumstances, people have no active consciousness when they are dreaming. At most, they will have a memory of the last part of the dream after waking up, and the impression will be very vague. With the help of the super sleep device, the situation is different. Sumu had used the first generation of sleep monitor and was already very familiar with it. Therefore, when he found himself in a vast white space, he was not at all panicked or nervous. If it is the first time to use it, once the emotional fluctuations are too great, you will wake up immediately. After all, a sleep machine can only assist in creating dreams, but cannot force people to stay in a dream. Sumu took a step forward, the light around him changed, and he returned to school. The familiar teaching buildings, the people coming and going, the hustle and bustle of the road in the distance, everything seems real. The effect is good, much better than the first generation. Sumu nodded slightly and continued walking forward. He didn't dare to let his imagination run wild, otherwise his dreams would become all kinds of weird and would seriously affect his experience. Despite this, after entering the campus, the surrounding buildings and people began to distort and change. The teaching building next to it turned into a spaceship, and the students coming in and out turned into strange creatures mixed with humans and machines, and there was a cyberpunk flavor in the air. It's my subconscious mind playing tricks on me. Sumu analyzed rationally that this lucid dream was much more normal than before. Chapter 68 Real Dream. Back in the familiar classroom, familiar faces were listening attentively. Standing on the podium was an old professor who spoke eloquently. The essence of consciousness is brainwaves. As long as it is guided by specific electromagnetic waves, it can. Sumu found a seat and sat down, listened carefully for a while, and felt like he was back in college. It was because of this class and Ding Yuan's invitation that he chose to develop the super sleeping device after graduation. There is naturally no new content, the basis of the dream is just memory. Despite this, Sumu still gained a lot after the class. When the school bell rang, Sumu and a few of his friends ran to the playground to play ball. After having fun for half an hour, everyone went to the cafeteria to eat together. Back in the dormitory, Sumu, Ding Yuan, Linlei and others chatted without any scruples, and everything seemed to be happening again just like yesterday. What do you all plan to do after graduation? In the real world, this question was raised by Ding Yuan, and now Sumu took the initiative to ask it. Linlei laughed, my grades are very poor, so I won't develop in the professional field. I'll go sell insurance first. If that doesn't work out, I'll be a boxing sparring partner. Sumu was speechless. Linlei is very down to earth, and his future development path will also follow this path. Several other close friends also talked about their plans. It was Sumu's turn. He looked at Ding Yuan and said, Old Ding, you should speak first. Ding Yuan became serious. I met a hacker on the internet. He stole some information from a certain country. I want to try to study it first. Boom. Sumu's consciousness was shaken. Ding Yuan had indeed said something similar before, but he just thought it was bragging and didn't take it seriously. Now thinking back carefully, could it be that Ding Yuan already had the relevant technical information? His thoughts fluctuated violently and his dreams began to fall apart. Finally, the dream could no longer remain stable, and Sumu returned to a deep sleep state. After an unknown amount of time, Sumu opened his eyes. Outside, it was already daybreak. He took off the sleep machine and tried to recall. The dream is so clear and vivid that it seems like a real experience. Success! Sumu clenched his fists. The second-generation super sleeping device was epic-making and would definitely sell well. As for Ding Yuan's secret, let us wait until he wakes up before asking him. Honey, I'm going to work. Just heat up the food. Don't be such a lazy bum. Xiao Jun pushed open the door, left a few words, and turned away gracefully. Sumu looked at the time. It was already 7:30, half an hour later than usual. This is a side effect of the super sleeping device. It can improve sleep quality, but sometimes you will oversleep. Fortunately, it's not too late. Get up, wash and practice boxing. Sumu, who was completely refreshed, began to cook nutritious porridge for the 4 little ones, and then steamed some steamed buns and eggs, and heated up milk, bread and other things. The four little ones woke up one after another. Sumo helped them go to the toilet and wash their faces, and they ate together with the accompaniment of nursery rhymes. After finishing breakfast, Sumo called Brittany over and asked her to help take care of the four little ones. Today's live broadcast content is outdoor sports. After preparing the prototype and printing out the relevant information, Sumo went out to take action. First, I contacted Buccaneer and added him on WeChat yesterday. His name was the same as my online name on Muya. "Hello, host, is your real name Sumo?" Buccaneer sent a voice message, and his voice sounded the same as Zhang Xiaodan's, which made Sumo even more certain of the other party's identity. Sumo smiled and said, "Yeah, I don't have many WeChat friends, so I'm too lazy to come up with a nickname. Not short of money, haha, what a nice name. Mine is not so good. Anyway, my last name is Zhang. Just call me Xiao Zhang from now on." The name Zhang Xiaodan is really not very impressive, so Sumo didn't ask any more questions. Zhang Xiaodan continued, "I'm already here, when will you come?" "Immediately." Sumo took a taxi to the nearby agreed location. When we arrived at our destination, we saw a group of people resting on the roadside. One of them was Zhang Xiaodan, who was dressed in fancy clothes and wore a pair of big sunglasses. Beside him were 4 or 5 tall bodyguards and a well-mannered middle-aged man. Sumo got off the car and went over to say hello. Zhang Xiaodan was very happy. "I see your friends all call you Lao Su, so I will call you Lao Su from now on." Sumo said it was casual. Lin Lei called him Old Su yesterday, but Zhang Xiaodan actually remembered it. It seemed that he had already entered the live broadcast room. "Ha, Lao Su." Zhang Xiaodan thought it was very interesting. After calling out several times, he looked at Sumo's suitcase and said, "Is the super sleep device in here?" Sumo nodded, and Zhang Xiaodan immediately became interested. "Can you let me experience it first?" "Sumo, you want to sleep now?" Zhang Xiaodan scratched his head. That was too hasty." "Okay, let's go." He clapped his hands, and several luxury cars drove over, making for a grand spectacle. Sumo was not used to it. After hesitating for a moment, he still spoke. "I plan to apply for a patent live, but it's hard to control the rhythm of the live broadcast with too many people." Zhang Xiaodan's eyes widened. "Is this possible?" Seeing that Sumo was serious, Zhang Xiaodan was quite helpless. "Well, since we've already informed him, there's no need to mobilize so many people." He waved to the others. "Uncle Han, don't follow me." "Yes, master." The middle-aged man didn't say anything more. He immediately took his bodyguards to the following cars and turned around and left. How straightforward. Sumo was amazed. Zhang Xiaodan's style was very different from that of other rich second generations. There was only a red SUV in front of him, and he didn't know what brand it was. Zhang Xiaodan went over and clapped his hands, and the door opened automatically. He sat in the driver's seat and grinned. "Get in the car, I'll be the driver for once." After Sumo got in the car and closed the door, the surrounding windows suddenly turned dark, and soon some other images appeared, which combined into an endless desert. The images from front to back, left to right are very consistent, and coupled with the explosive music, it makes people feel as if they are in the desert. Simple environment simulation. The car window is the display screen, and it can be operated by touch. Zhang Xiaodan explained, handing over a remote control. "You can choose the environment style, or watch movies and play games alone." The headphones are under the car window. Sumo took it and looked at it. The environment options included desert, grassland, forest, swamp, and daily. There is also a conversion button below that can convert the car window to touchscreen mode with one click. Aim at the car window next to you and press the button. The window content will freeze and turn into a Microsoft operating interface, which is a touchscreen. After experiencing it for a while, Sumo was filled with emotion. He tried to ask, "Xiao Zhang, how much is this car?" Zhang Xiaodan had already started the car. Hearing this, he just smiled and said, "It was given to me by someone else. I don't know the exact price. If you like it, Lao Su, I'll give it to you." Sumo. Let us just forget it. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He couldn't control a luxury car of this level yet. Chapter 69 Car Games. The destination was the patent office, half an hour away. The two chatted, and Sumo was not surprised to learn that the patent application would go very smoothly. After driving for a while, Zhang Xiaodan felt bored and suggested, "Lao Su, let's start the live broadcast now." Sumo was watching a movie. When he heard this, his heart moved. This car could also attract attention. So he adjusted the environment back to desert mode and started the live broadcast.
Audience members came in one after another, and the popularity soon exceeded 1,000 and continued to increase.
Anchor, where are An and the others? Why are you in the desert? Are you going to survive in the wilderness? Outdoor anchor, confirmed.
When they found that the content of the program had changed, everyone raised various questions. Sumu smiled and explained, "Hello everyone, this is not a desert. If you don't believe me, just look."
The camera is pointed forward. You can see the view of the city through the car window. Still in the city? The environment just now was virtual? This is black technology. What kind of black technology is this?
It has already been put into practical use. I remember Weimer Motor had one, and it cost hundreds of thousands. The display screen of this car is more realistic, and the decoration is also luxurious. Look at the host's seat, which has a massage function. It should cost more than 1 million.
The audience had a heated discussion and some expressed their professional opinions.
More people came in, and the live broadcast room soon became extremely lively.
Everyone's attention was focused on this car.
Sumu didn't quite understand, so he could only push the question to Zhang Xiaodan. "Xiao Zhang, please explain it to everyone." Zhang Xiaodan turned his head and grinned. "Okay, Lao Su, you operate it and I will be responsible for the explanation."
Let's start with the environmental simulation.
He talked incessantly, and Sumu turned the camera to the car window to let everyone see the desert scenery outside.
It's amazing, I seem to have really entered the desert. There's a group of camels in the distance, and they seem to be moving. What is the halo above the camel's head? Sumu?
Zhang Xiaodan reminded, "Oh, that's a small game, Lao Su, you can shoot with the remote control."
Is this okay?
Sumu picked up the remote control and found a button. After pressing it, a red light flies out and a red line appears on the screen. Its coordinates change as the remote control moves, like the laser aiming of a sniper rifle. He tried to move, quickly getting into a rhythm.
The red dot lands on a rock next to a camel, clicking the button. Bang! Gunshots rang out, rocks exploded, and the camels immediately scattered.
This is too real, I worship you. I was wrong, this car is definitely worth more than 1 million.
Hurry up and shoot, there's a wolf trying to eat the camel. The audience was excited again.
Sumu looked over and saw that the explosion of the stone attracted a group of wolves.
The camel was soon surrounded and was about to become the wolves' meal. Kill the camel. Kill the wolf. Watch a show.
The audience voted using barrage comments, and most people chose to help the relatively weak camel. At the suggestion of the audience, Sumu aimed his gun at the wolf pack. After killing 5 or 6 wild wolves, the wolf pack finally dispersed. The herd of camels was rescued, and they ran over led by the camel with a halo on its head, nodding their heads to express their gratitude through the car window.
Sumu waved his hand, and the camel responded accordingly. After a few minutes of interaction, the camels were attracted by a puddle on the side of the road and rushed over to drink water. Sumu found it very interesting and, following Zhang Xiaodan's explanation, cooperated with everyone to experience more game content. This car game is extremely large. There are hundreds of species of animals and plants in the desert environment alone. The gameplay is also very free. You can hunt, tame and even form alliances with animals. Sumu only roughly experienced the core gameplay, and half an hour passed. The car stopped, and Zhang Xiaodan, who was already thirsty, turned around and said, "We're here." Sumu nodded, "Everyone, this car belongs to Xiao Zhang. If you are interested, you can contact him. He must make his words clear, otherwise it will be difficult to explain later." What? The rich man's car doesn't belong to the rich anchor? Isn't Xiao Zhang the anchor driver? I haven't had enough fun yet, please continue. The audience didn't buy it. Sumu was very surprised. It was just a standalone game in a car. How could it be so attractive? He didn't want to become a game anchor, so he planned to force his way through. Before he could say anything, Zhang Xiaodan spoke first. The host is joking with everyone. I am his driver. If you want to watch the host play games in the future, you can give him more gifts. As he said this, he winked at Sumu. Sumu opened his mouth, thought carefully and chose not to refute. If he wanted to deny it at this time, he would probably be drowned by the audience's saliva. The biggest mistake a host can make is to anger the public. In that case, I'll have to find a way to buy or rent this car for a few days, he thought helplessly. That's what I told you, Anchor, don't try to be lazy.
Huang Duya sent out an eye-catching super barrage and gave away 10 treasure maps at the same time. Riding a plane to find a horse, he was unwilling to fall behind and sent out 10 super rockets. Several other viewers also sent gifts, and the total income was more than 100,000 yuan, but it was a pity that he had no experience. Sumu felt a little regretful, but he didn't want to suppress everyone's enthusiasm, so he could only smile and thank them. Everyone was so excited that they couldn't get off the bus for the time being, so Sumu could only continue playing games.
Following Zhang Xiaodan's suggestion, he changed to a hellish environment, a gloomy and dark forest with all kinds of demons and monsters floating by from time to time.
After parking, images also appear in the front window, making the environment more realistic and adding to the horror atmosphere. The light emitted by the remote control also turned into a lightsaber in the game, which is Sumu's only weapon. Roar! Countless demons and monsters rushed over roaring. Sumu waved the remote control with all his strength, harvesting souls madly.
This is a horror version of the fruit-cutting game. The atmosphere is very real.
Occasionally, a strange face appears in front of you, making your heart tremble uncontrollably. The weird music and terrifying images scared away some viewers. They came to see the Super Dad and were not used to such exciting images.
More otakus were very excited and kept asking Sumu to develop more ways to play.
Huang Duya even sent a super private message, asking about the model of the luxury car and planning to buy one for himself.
Boom boom boom.
Someone knocked on the car window and Sumu stopped. Zhang Xiaodan opened the car door, and the window stopped playing at the same time, and all the images froze.
Who told you to park your car here? You're blocking my way.
A greasy-haired guy was shouting and looking down at Zhang Xiaodan, his face full of disdain and contempt.
There are some fearless people looking for trouble. Isn't this a temporary actor arranged by the host? I like the plot of pretending to be cool and getting slapped in the face.
Cigarettes, melon seeds, and mineral water are sold in the front row. The audience was not worried at all, and each of them joined in the fun.
Chapter 70, The Young Man. Where did this fool come from? Zhang Xiaodan muttered, he didn't need to be angry with such a person, and said casually, Brother, didn't you see that I parked the car on the side of the road? No one will stop you if you want to go over.
The oily-haired and powdered-faced snorted coldly, pointed behind him, and boasted proudly, Tisk, I'm driving a top-notch sports car, can you afford to pay for it if it gets scratched?
Zhang Xiaodan leaned out to take a look and chuckled, isn't it just a Ferrari? When did it become a top-notch sports car?
The oily-haired and powdered-faced man's face darkened. Boy, what did you say?
Nothing. Zhang Xiaodan showed a strange smile on his face. Whatever you want, just go ahead.
If there is a real scratch, then we will compensate for the losses of both parties.
Just a friendly reminder, my car is not cheap. After saying that, he yawned out of boredom. Oil-headed and powder-faced suddenly felt offended. He looked at Zhang Xiaodan's car logo and didn't recognize it. Ha ha ha. The oily-haired and powdered-faced man laughed. What kind of bullshit logo is this? Anything I don't recognize is garbage. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish.
He sneered, went back to the sports car, started the engine, and drove crookedly on purpose.
Sumu frowned slightly, thinking that guy was trying to scam me. Zhang Xiaodan didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, Don't worry, Lao Su, he can't afford it. The barrage of comments followed suit.
Anchor, please ask your driver to drive the car out. I want to see the bumper cars.
Two rich guys are fighting each other, I don't know who will win. Just don't break the car window. I want to watch the game live. Sumu was speechless. Boom.
After driving for a while, the oily-haired and powder-faced man deliberately rammed the SUV hard, causing the bumper of the SUV to deform and twist, and the front windshield to be shattered. The live broadcast screen also shook violently.
Beep beep.
The noise was so loud that the surrounding car alarms were triggered, making buzzing sounds one after another.
Zhang Xiaodan was startled, and the cynicism on his face disappeared. Does it need to be so hard?
Just let him hit me, and I'll hit him for real.
Are you born in the year of the pig?
He got out of the car angrily and checked the situation. Under the instigation of the audience, Sumu had no choice but to get off the car and start a real outdoor live broadcast.
The accident was horrific.
Compared with the damage to the SUV, the damage to the Ferrari was even more horrific. The front of the car was directly deformed and the hood was directly blown off.
Amid
screams, a scantily clad woman pushed open the car door and jumped out. The oily-haired and powdered-faced man's forehead was bruised, and he rushed out of the car with a grin on his face, his expression becoming extremely ugly. The engine started to smoke, and the two men didn't bother to show off, and rushed to the green belt next to them, one on the left and one on the right.
Run! It's going to explode! An audience member reminded.
Zhang Xiaodan was about to rush back to the SUV when Sumu handed him the phone, took out a fire extinguisher from the SUV and rushed over.
The anchor is back. It's dangerous, don't do anything stupid. The audience was very worried.
Sumu ignored it and pulled the safety to spray a lot of bubbles towards the engine.
Of course he was not being stupid.
Even if he wanted to do something righteous, he would not help a playboy.
All of this is forced by the system.
Just as the Ferrari started to smoke, the system issued a task in time.
Ding!
Triggering a temporary mission, Street Milk Bully. Street Milk Bully, being brave and righteous is a virtue that a good citizen should have.
Please put out the fire that will not explode within 5 minutes. The guarantee of the system is Sumo's greatest motivation.
In fact, the task was not difficult.
Sumo successfully put out the fire in less than 2 minutes. The last spark disappeared and the reward was distributed. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the Street Milk Tyrant mission and successfully eliminating the explosion hazard of the fake Ferrari. You have been rewarded with a fake Ferrari, which has been converted into free funds.
Sumu was in a complicated mood. Over there, Zhang Xiaodan, who had come to his senses, raised his phone and shouted, "Lao Su, your phone is ringing, check to see if it's your dad." He actually transferred 250,000 yuan of pocket money to you. Only 250,000?
Sumu turned around and looked at the oily-haired and powdered man who was walking out of the green belt. He thought to himself that even the dandies could be fake these days. The world was really going downhill.
He went over and took the phone from Zhang Xiaodan. 250,000 yuan in pocket money?
The rich anchor's dad is also rich, I'm really envious.
The host is so domineering.
He is definitely going to win the Good Citizen Award for his bravery this year.
The audience was excited again. Zhang Xiaodan chuckled and said embarrassedly, "Lao Su, you are amazing. I was shocked just now."
Sumu smiled slightly, his expression calm and peaceful.
Asshole.
The oil-headed and powder-faced man rushed over with his girlfriend and said viciously, "Pay me money.
My Ferrari is imported directly from abroad.
Plus mental damages, don't even think about leaving without 5 million.
Zhang Xiaodan was furious, "I won't compensate you for anything.
If it weren't for old Su's bravery, your broken car would have exploded. You would have been fined to death.
Ginger-eyed wolf. Good things don't happen to good people. No way, that's just the way a playboy is." The barrage continued to join in the fun. A trace of panic flashed across the face of the oily-haired and powdered-faced man, but he gritted his teeth and continued to roar, "I don't care, you were the one who let me hit you just now, and now you don't admit it?" Forehead. Zhang Xiaodan curled his lips, "What a scabby dog you are. Do you really want to calculate the losses of both sides?" The oily-haired and powdered-faced man raised his head and said, "What else? You just broke a piece of glass, how much money can you get?" He was very proud that he could make another fortune today. Zhang Xiaodan rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "You said so, then call the police."
Oil-headed and powdered face was quite surprised, and soon laughed and took out his mobile phone.
"Lao Su, why don't you speak?"
Zhang Xiaodan was at ease and felt that Sumu was a little silent, so he asked curiously. As soon as he opened his mouth, he realized something was wrong. Sumu was looking at his girlfriend with greasy hair and powdered face. Both of them looked a little strange, as if it was the first time they met.
"Huh?" Zhang Xiaodan was confused, "Do you know each other?" Sumu nodded slightly.
The woman opposite him had been with him for 3 years. On the day of her graduation from college, her true nature was finally revealed and she ran away with a very rich old man. After getting over that relationship, Sumu tried to convince himself that his ex-girlfriend was pursuing a better life and that the two of them had spent a good time together after all.
Let's part ways in peace.
If you think about it carefully, he has nothing to resent.
And at this moment, the other party has actually hooked up with a playboy who is not worthy of the name, and his facial features are very different from before. I don't know how many times he has had plastic surgery. Especially the nose, which is as high as that of Europeans and Americans, has been deformed due to the running just now. Tian Shasha, how many men have you changed in the past 3 years?
A thought flashed through his mind, and Sumu shook his head in disappointment, and the last bit of sympathy he had for his ex-girlfriend disappeared.
Tian Shasha also recognized Sumu.
There was no shame on her face, but instead it was full of anger and hatred. She sneered and pulled the oily-haired and powdered-faced man's arm. "Darling, don't call the police yet. I want that man to kneel down and sing Conquer.
Chapter 71 Too Many Elements.
Tian Shasha raised her hand and pointed at Sumu. The oily-haired and powdered-faced man was stunned. Tian Shasha gritted her teeth and said, "It was that poor bastard who took away my first kiss and ruined my life. There is no logic, it's just pretense." Sumu shook his head secretly. Tian Shasha had gone completely crazy.
"Boy!" The oil-headed and powdered face looked at Sumu and yelled in jealousy and anger, "Are you my girlfriend's ex-boyfriend?
You heard everything she said, now kneel down and sing Conquer, and I will spare you." In order to get rid of the cuckold, he must get back at his own game.
As for the fraud? There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Sumu sneered, "Tian Shasha, don't go too far, at the beginning."
"Shut up." Tian Shasha's face changed and she said angrily, "I have been single since I graduated from college. It was not until I met Mr. Zhao that I understood what true love is. Also, I want to go to Caulifla now and study abroad soon." She straightened her body, her face showing disdain and contempt.
"Livra? What the hell is that name?"
Zhang Xiaodan stuck out his tongue and whispered, "Old Su, these two guys seem a little mentally retarded, so I won't do anything." He couldn't afford to lose face with that person, so he took the phone and prepared to enjoy Sumu's performance.
Audience. Isn't this plot too bloody?
Please hire a more professional crew next time.
The lines are too exaggerated and the acting is a little lacking. Mr. Zhao and his ex-girlfriend are both out? There are too many factors. Ants have been racing for 10 years.
Despite the constant complaints, everyone's enthusiasm remains unabated and they are ready to continue enjoying this exciting street love triangle battle.
Thank you all for your support.
Zhang Xiaodan was afraid that the world would be in chaos, so he deliberately read out a few comments loudly. Young Master Zhao took a look and began to taunt him crazily. "You are such a poor fellow, you want to imitate others and do street live broadcasts? You can't afford to pay for my sports car even if you work hard for a year, so you'd better kneel down obediently." Tian Shasha also cheered on the side. "That's right, Sumu, you have fallen to the point of begging on live broadcast. It seems that my vision back then was still very accurate,
Sumu laughed instead of getting angry. You really have a good vision.
First you followed a dying old man, and now you are following a fake dude who drives a knockoff Ferrari.
That's amazing. A knockoff Ferrari?" Tian Shasha was stunned and looked at Master Zhao. How did he see that?
The smile on Mr. Zhao's face froze, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His expression changed several times, but he still managed to roar, "Why do you say my car is a knockoff?"
He.
Sumu snorted coldly, "There are 4S stores all over the street. If we ask someone to come over and appraise it, the truth will be revealed."
Hiss. The corner of Master Zhao's mouth twitched and he began to panic.
"If you don't have money, I can help pay for the appraisal fee."
Sumu continued to strike. Tian Shasha has always been a girl with big breasts and no brains.
At this time, she was still immersed in her own sweet dream. She pushed Mr. Zhao. "Darling, he's just a poor guy who doesn't know anything. Call the appraiser over and give him a good slap in the face."
A
layer of cold sweat broke out on Mr. Zhao's face. He quietly put his phone back into his pocket and stammered, "Well, my phone is out of battery."
"I have mine."
Tian Shasha took out her cell phone, looked at Sumu provocatively, and prepared to make a call. Sumu folded his arms and admired the other person's performance. Seeing that his identity was about to be exposed, Master Zhao got angry and slapped him.
Bang!
This time the blow was so powerful that it swept past Tian Shasha's face and knocked the phone down.
Snap! Looking at the shattered screen, Tian Shasha was terrified. "Darling, why did you hit me? Woo."
It would have been fine if she hadn't cried, but as soon as the muscles on her face moved, her nose was pulled, and the already dislocated nasal bone was broken.
Oh my god, her nose is fake? Isn't it silicone padding inside?
Mr. Zhao was too devoted in his acting. I take back what I said before. The audience was also stunned by this scene. Tian Shasha touched her crooked nose.
She didn't understand anything.
She screamed and shouted to Master Zhao, whose face turned extremely pale. "Master Zhao, listen to my explanation, I didn't lie to you. Roll. Just when Master Zhao was looking for a way out, he discovered that he had been cheated and immediately took advantage of the opportunity.
You stinky girl, what's real on you? No wonder you had to turn off the lights the first time. You're not a virgin anymore, right? I was blind.
Tian Shasha stood there in a daze, her mind was blank. She couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried.
Wasn't she just trying to take revenge on Sumu? How could things have developed to this point? Sumu, I won't let you go.
Tian Shasha lost her backer and instead of looking for her own problems, she transferred her hatred to Sumu.
She cursed him viciously and ran away in embarrassment, covering her face. Sumu was too lazy to pay attention to the woman.
He stopped Mr. Zhao, who was about to sneak away, and sneered, "It's time to settle our accounts."
Young Master Zhao looked up, his expression becoming extremely ugly. What account?
Even if I was wrong and bought a fake Ferrari, it's still worth more than one of your windshields.
Yeah?
Sumu sneered and turned back. Zhang Xiaodan returned the phone to Sumu, rubbed his hands and came over, looking at Master Zhao as if he were an idiot.
Hey, there's one thing I forgot to mention.
The car we drove was a modified Bentley. The original price was over 5 million, and the modification cost over 10 million. If you count the front bumper and windshield separately, it's probably around 1 million.
Damn it, I'm so naive. Is the anchor the illegitimate son of some country's head of state? The anchor is not a human, he is a god. The audience bowed down in worship, shocked and prostrated themselves on the ground. Blackmail, blackmail.
Mr. Zhao's face changed drastically, and he almost thought he had met a colleague. He rushed to the SUV, took a closer look, and immediately shouted, "Impossible, everyone knows Bentley, stop talking nonsense, the logos are all fake."
Zhang Xiaodan shrugged his shoulders, there's nothing we can do. The modification is too thorough. If you don't believe me, you can check it online. It's all on record.
He gave out a website and a string of numbers, which should be the label. Mr. Zhao took out his cell phone and tremblingly entered the website and number.
Many netizens followed suit. Plop. After a while, Mr. Zhao's legs went weak and he sat on the ground, muttering to himself, "Is this true?"
In an instant, all his self-conceit and sense of superiority were shattered, and under the tremendous pressure, a puddle of water flowed down his trouser legs. Sumu and Zhang Xiaodan avoided him in disgust.
Hey!
Zhang Xiaodan didn't want to go too far, so he pinched his nose and shook his head. "Forget it, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't bother with you."
Kneel down and sing conquer, then get out of here. Chapter 72 Kneel down and sing conquer.
Young Master Zhao was stunned, his face turned pale and blue, but he finally chose to cooperate wisely. He knelt down, rolling and crawling. Thank you, two big brothers. Ahem, I was conquered by you and all my escape routes were cut off."
The audience held their breath. It's so awful, my eardrums. It's over, it's over. It's not easy for people to perform improvisations. Excellent.
Even more dedicated than the leading actors in some popular TV dramas.
The pay for this scene should be increased by at least 80 yuan. Sumu frowned.
This matter was too ridiculous and no one believed it. Among the barrage of comments, he only agreed with one thing: Mr. Zhao's singing voice was really not good enough.
Stop, get out of here. Without waiting for Sumu to speak, Zhang Xiaodan couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted Mr. Zhao's screams. Thanks.
After confirming that the other party would not pursue him any further, Mr. Zhao got up and ran away as if he had been pardoned, without even looking at his Ferrari.
Zhang Xiaodan scratched his head, it's noise pollution. I must ask Tian and Nana to sing a few more songs to cleanse their ears. Sumu was speechless. The audience was also silent. Tian and Nana, those seem to be the stage names of two popular idol singers, right?
The plot is fake, but the luxury car is a real luxury car. After experiencing the spiritual baptism just now, many people dare not rashly speculate on the truth or falsity of this sentence. After interacting with the comments for a while, Sumu said his real purpose for today: "Actually, I am doing an outdoor live broadcast today mainly to apply for a patent. Oh, yes, there will be a lottery tomorrow to give away a super sleep device.
Master Anchor, I'm already horny and thirsty. If the patent is not issued in one day, how can we draw the lottery? Aren't we afraid of the technology being leaked?" The audience cheered, but some also raised questions. Sumu smiled and said, "We use a special channel, and the patent can be obtained in one day."
Some people still questioned, no matter how powerful the sleep device is, it is impossible to get approval within one day.
The anchor should not take the wrong path. Is that really true?
Sumu didn't quite understand the rules there and cast a questioning look at Zhang Xiaodan, who just smiled slightly, indicating that there would be no problem with him around.
Sumu was skeptical, and the two of them walked into the patent office together. They went straight to an office. A middle-aged man sitting in an office chair drinking tea looked up and said with a smile, "Ha, you're here? Hello, Uncle Wu." Zhang Xiaodan greeted and introduced them to the two. Sumu and the audience also learned that this person's name was Wu Jingde, and he was the deputy director of the patent office.
It turns out that the anchor got in through the back door, and the fans turned haters.
Is this what they call a special channel? Disdain.
The audience reacted strongly, and Sumu immediately realized something.
He secretly gave Zhang Xiaodan a look that suggested he find an excuse to leave immediately, but the latter didn't notice at all. Zhang Xiaodan, this idiot, spoke directly, "Ha, Uncle Wu, can the patent be processed today?" "It's over."
Sumu looked at the barrage of insults and felt his headache almost explode.
Turn off the live broadcast now? That's no different from a guilty conscience.
At this point, the only option is to sell out teammates. Sumu glanced at Zhang Xiaodan, said sorry inwardly, and was about to reprimand him righteously, but Wu Jingde spoke first. The smile on the deputy director's face gradually disappeared, and he looked at Zhang Xiaodan very seriously.
"You little brat, who do you think I am? I won't let someone with ulterior motives strangle you. You must follow all the formal procedures. This is a matter of principle." Forehead. Zhang Xiaodan was frustrated. Why was this different from what he had imagined? He shrank his neck and dared not speak. Wu Jingde was very disappointed and continued, "You came to me this time.
If you had come to someone else, based on what you just said, no matter how good the patent was, it would not have been approved."
"Uncle Wu, I was wrong." Zhang Xiaodan was anxious and quickly admitted his mistake. "Well, now that you know you were wrong, go back and reflect on it." Wu Jingde served tea and saw the guest off. "Oh, please." Zhang Xiaodan nodded vigorously, turned around and left dejectedly.
Sumu looked at the barrage of insults which were becoming less and less, and followed him out with a smile. After walking out of the patent office, Sumu saw that there were not many people in the live broadcast room, so he turned off the live broadcast.
"I was careless." Zhang Xiaodan was very depressed. "Lao Su, I'm sorry." Sumu shook his head, "Forget it, I was just too eager to achieve success, I didn't think it through, and I trusted your so-called special channel, but..." Zhang Xiaodan expressed shame. When Sumu came out of the patent office, he was surprised to find that the SUV was gone and replaced by a Lamborghini. Zhang Xiaodan also recovered from the blow just now.
He smiled with a relaxed look on his face and said, "Maybe Uncle Han asked someone to take it back for repairs.
I'll have someone send it to you after it's repaired. It's too valuable. I dare not accept it." Sumu immediately shook his head. No matter how good the car was, it belonged to someone else. He always felt uneasy about getting something for free.
Zhang Xiaodan, compared to the income from the super sleeping device, more than 10 million is nothing.
"I'll just give you a smaller share when the time comes, hee. Why do I feel like I'm the one who lost money?" Sumu smiled bitterly, thought about it and decided not to refuse. Zhang Xiaodan winked and said, "So, it's up to you to choose. Anyway, I'm very optimistic about the prospects of the super sleep instrument. By the way, can you give me this prototype first? What about the lottery?"
Sumu was still worried and regretted making the promise too early.
"Simple." Zhang Xiaodan thought for a moment, clapped his hands and said, "You can send someone else. Tell me the address later and I'll give you a mysterious gift. I guarantee that no one will curse you." Sumu asked further, but Zhang Xiaodan refused to answer. "That's fine."
After careful consideration, Sumu agreed to the exchange.
With Zhang Xiaodan's financial resources, the mysterious gift he sent would definitely be worth the money.
Zhang Xiaodan was very excited to get the super sleeping device and planned to try it immediately.
Sumu helped him adjust the parameters and prepared to go home.
After walking half a block and seeing that the weather outside was good, he turned on his phone again.
"The anchor is back, is the deal done? I believe in the hostess character. What about tomorrow's lottery?"
The first people who came in were all die-hard fans, and the barrage of comments was also much quieter.
Sumu explained, "Of course not, I am a law-abiding citizen."
The prototype cannot be given away for the time being, and I apologize to everyone here. Tomorrow's lucky draw will not be cancelled, and in order to compensate everyone, a mysterious gift will be given. Everyone was disappointed, but after hearing what happened later, they became interested again. Sumu didn't know the mysterious gift either, so he could only keep it mysterious and let everyone guess. He came to the side of the road, ready to take a taxi home. The green light was about to turn on, and the old lady in front had poor legs and walked very slowly. Sumu was about to go up to help, when he suddenly had an idea.
Chapter 73 Do a Good Deed.
Although the attempt to walk through the door just now failed, it left a bad impression on everyone after all. And now is the best opportunity to restore your image. He stopped and said to the passers-by around the old lady, "Everyone, you will all grow old one day. It will be so pitiful if you cross the road alone without anyone to help you. So everyone should still show their love." Of course, this is useless. A man wearing glasses immediately retorted sarcastically, "It's easy to talk without any pain in the waist. Who knows if she will take the opportunity to blackmail you?" That is. Another middle-aged woman riding a tram echoed, "Haven't you heard people say that the stupidest thing these days is to help old men and old women?" The others didn't say anything and their expressions were also indifferent. The old lady didn't think it was a big deal at first, but when she saw the indifference of the crowd, she couldn't help but say angrily, "I am a retired employee of a state-owned enterprise and I have insurance."
What's wrong with having insurance? You still have to pay the money when the time comes. That's right. Besides, who knows if you two are not working together to deceive people? Anyway, I won't be fooled.
Everyone remained indifferent. The old lady was about to cross the road by herself, but stopped when she heard this.
"Anchor, go help.
Rich anchor, you are not short of money, it's time to show your love.
Don't just talk the talk," the audience urged. Sumu smiled and signaled everyone to stay calm. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "I wonder if you have heard the story of the city gate pillars?"
Everyone looked over, and the man with glasses said, "Of course I've heard of it." Shang Yang offered a reward of 100 gold coins to anyone who could move a pillar from one city gate to another. People didn't believe it until the person who moved the pillar received the reward. Then they all believed it.
This is a story about honesty. Sumu applauded, "This friend is right.
I plan to follow Shang Jun's example and give 1,000 yuan to anyone who can help this old lady cross the road."
Are you free?
The man with glasses rolled his eyes.
What a silly prank.
Everyone, please cross the road and stop playing with him. Apparently, people still can't believe that someone would do such a stupid thing.
Empty words could not convince anyone, so Sumu simply went over to ask the old lady, "Excuse me, do you have WeChat?"
The old lady didn't want to get involved at first, but she looked at Sumu curiously and said, "Young man, what are you going to do?" Sumu leaned over to his ear and explained a few words in a low voice. The old lady listened carefully, her expression became more and more vivid, and finally she just chuckled, "Ha, interesting, old lady, I will play with you." She took out her mobile phone from her pocket and skillfully dialed up the WeChat payment code.
Sumu was stunned.
The old lady's mobile phone was the latest Huawei, which cost several thousand yuan. Looking at the old lady's temperament again, although she was dressed very ordinary, she had a kind of calmness and majesty that made her look majestic without even being angry.
Could it be a retired senior official? Never mind.
Sumu took out a super rich nanny card and directly transferred 100,000 nanny funds, which was 100 times the promised reward amount. The old lady accepted it happily, looking very calm, without any sign of panic on her face.
He's a big shot.
Sumu nodded secretly and turned around and said, "I have already transferred 1,000 yuan to the old lady.
Whoever is willing to help her cross the road will get the money."
As he said this, he winked at the old lady who was about to speak. The old lady knew Sumu's plan, but she didn't say how much money she had received. She just cooperated and raised her phone. "My legs and feet are not very good, but I am in good health.
I am not here to extort money." People looked over curiously and their eyes widened immediately. The man with glasses was incredulous, his voice trembling, "Auntie, you have more than 1 million in your WeChat? Wow, the latest Huawei phone, turns out you are rich."
The girl who spoke just now also covered her mouth, extremely surprised. The middle-aged woman's eyes flickered and she began to waver.
What?
Sumu was also stunned and couldn't help but look at the old lady again. The balance in WeChat alone was more than 1 million. This old lady was really a hidden talent. The old lady waved her hands and smiled indifferently, "It's just a small amount of money." It won't take more than a few months. People were deeply shocked, but at the same time they came to their senses and thought, doesn't this look like a scam? I'll do it. The man with glasses acted decisively, changed his previous indifference, went over and took the old lady's arm, with a smile on his face. Auntie, I'll help you over. The middle-aged woman pushed the cart over and said, Auntie, it's better to take a ride. It's safer. Girl, please move aside, you are not gentle enough. A young man squatted down and said, Auntie, you're welcome. I'll carry you over. The old lady was delighted. She had already made a plan. She ignored these people and pointed at a primary school student who just ran over. Little kid, can you help Grandma cross the road? Good. The elementary school student was still wearing a red scarf. He was not very tall and didn't know what had just happened. When he saw the old lady was in trouble, he immediately ran over with a smile and held the old lady's arm. Slow down. Others sighed and regretted not taking action earlier. Now they are trying to please others but getting cold shoulders as they simply don't buy into their ideas. The green light came on again. Sumu crossed the road with everyone else. Goodbye, Grandma. The elementary school student asked the old lady to stand still and waved goodbye, but was stopped by people again. They wanted to see whether the old lady would fulfill her promise, even though the promise was initiated by Sumu. Child, wait a minute. The old lady grabbed the elementary school student's arm, unbuttoned his sleeves, and took off a bracelet. This is for you. The elementary school student waved his hands. No, my mom said that when you help others, you can't ask for benefits. The old lady smiled and said, silly child, this bracelet is not worth much, just consider it as a small reward. Okay then, thanks Grandma. The elementary school student took the bracelet without thinking too much and skipped away. Grandma, the bracelet you gave him is made of one wally wood, right? The man with glasses seemed to be very knowledgeable and asked fearfully. When the others heard this, they also looked at him in surprise. The old lady smiled and said, you have good taste. My son bought it in Hong Kong. It's worth about a few $100,000. Hiss. Everyone gasped, and the man with glasses was even more distressed. Oh my God, I just helped you cross the road once, and you gave me hundreds of thousands? The old lady pointed at Sumu and said, that young man also contributed to this. He just transferred 100,000 yuan to me, not 1,000 yuan. What? Everyone's expressions froze. The man with glasses rushed over and asked tearfully, didn't you say you would only give me 1,000? Why did you increase it by 100 times? He almost cried. Sumu shrugged and said frankly, because I like it. Chapter 74, Encounter with an Old Lady. Is that a reason? The man with glasses was completely dumbfounded. Can he give a reward of 100,000 yuan to a kind-hearted person who helped an old lady cross the road just because he liked her? It's a blatant display of wealth, but I like it. The man with glasses suddenly came to his senses and asked Sumu without giving up. Big brother, do you think I still have a chance? He looked at the old lady, but unfortunately she had already walked towards the bus stop not far away and had no intention of crossing the road. Sumu shook his head, sorry, I've had enough fun today. Leaving the man with glasses disheveled in the wind, Sumu walked away and checked the card of the rich dad. The rich daddy card rotates and freezes at 100. The WeChat balance also increased by 100,000, which is exactly 100 times the amount of this consumption amount, so there is no loss or gain. Sumu nodded slightly. Finally he did not lose money this time. Look at the live broadcast interface again. The anchor is awesome, and this is how he should guide social trends. It's a pity that I wasn't there, otherwise I would have helped the old lady cross the road without waiting for the anchor to speak. The anchor really did what he said, giving away 100,000 in one go. Keep it up. Everyone was in a state of high spirits. Yellow Bean Sprout sends out a super rocket with 10 hits. Ride the plane to find the horse and send out a super rocket 10-hit combo. The wealthy audience started sending gifts again. It seems that everyone recognizes Sumu's quality. Sumu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he should do more good deeds like this in the future. He was about to hail a taxi when he glanced at the old lady standing at the bus stop in the distance. Sumu smiled at the camera and said, the bracelet that the old lady gave me is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Compared to her, I am just offering a gift to the Buddha. Now I will take you to interview the old lady. Okay, come on, anchor. The old lady seems to be waiting for the bus, hurry up. Well, not only the bad guys are getting older, the good guys are getting older too. The audience was very supportive. Sumu went over. There were some people surrounding the old lady, trying to get close to her and take advantage of her.
Hello, Grandma. I'm live streaming. Can I interview you? Sumo adjusted the lens and asked enthusiastically.
Ah, so you've been live streaming all this time. The group of people who were pestering the old lady thought about their behavior just now, lowered their heads in shame, and left quietly.
The old lady smiled and said generously, Sure, what do you want to ask?
Sumo looked at the comments, selected a few questions and started asking them.
What's your name? Shangahua, just call me Lao Shang. Hello Grandma Shang, what do you think about young people not daring to help the elderly? This is a sharp question raised by one netizen. Grandma Shang was very calm, I understand their approach. After all, the relevant laws are not yet perfect.
As for how to improve social atmosphere, it is also a long-term issue and we cannot rush for success. She spoke incessantly, with clear logic and quick thinking, not at all like a woman in her 60s or 70s.
Netizens were stunned. Is this Grandma Shang a retired senior official? I'm so ashamed. I just followed everyone else and didn't think too much about it. Been taught a lesson.
A few minutes later, Grandma Shang finally stopped talking. She looked at Sumo, who was still holding the phone, and smiled sheepishly. People get a little nagging when they get old.
Don't mind it. No. Sumo smiled and shook his head.
At this time, a bus came by and saw Grandma Shang getting on the bus. He was about to end the interview and asked casually, Grandma Shang, where are you going when you come out alone at such an old age? Grandma Shang seemed to be worried about something and she sighed. Hey, I went to Shinbei community to look for my troublesome granddaughter.
She didn't live in the school dormitory honestly.
She actually moved out with a classmate to share the rent. When I asked her whether she was a boy or a girl, she refused to tell me.
It really made me worry. Forehead. Sumo was stunned. Netizens are excited. Grandma Shang's granddaughter is in love. Hurry up and follow us to have a look. Another good show.
After thinking for a moment, Sumo said helplessly to the camera, Everyone, I have something else to do.
Today's outdoor live broadcast ends here.
He turned off the live broadcast directly.
Shinbei community is the community where their family rents a house.
If they continue the live broadcast, their home address will be exposed. When I told Grandma Shang about the situation, she was very happy.
Since it's on your way, young man, do me a favor and go meet my granddaughter. Young people have common topics to talk about. Then help me persuade my granddaughter. Okay.
Sumo readily agreed, thinking that since someone had done him a favor, he should repay them.
They helped Grandma Shang onto the bus.
There weren't many people on the bus, so the two of them sat down at the back. During the conversation, Sumo learned that the old man's granddaughter was named Lei Lei, a music enthusiast with a carefree personality and was difficult to communicate with. Grandma Shang used to be an executive in a state-owned enterprise. She was vigorous and decisive in her work, but she was not good at ideological work for her granddaughter.
One important reason for this was that Lei Lei was too different.
In order to prove her statement, she took out a photo from her mobile phone so that Sumo could be mentally prepared.
Sumo took a look and immediately frowned. The photo shows a girl holding a guitar.
She is tall, youthful, and pretty, a real beauty. The only thing that is a little hard to accept is Lei Lei's blonde hair, which looks a little non-mainstream.
It's hard to reason with a girl like this. Sumo secretly had a headache.
It was really difficult for him to reason with a non-mainstream person.
After dozens of minutes, the bus stopped at the Shinbei community.
Sumo helped Grandma Shang get out of the car, and Grandma Shang took out her cell phone and made a call.
Grandma, how come you still found yourself here?
Lei Lei on the other end of the phone heard a few words and immediately started to lose his temper.
I told you I'll be fine.
I'm not a child anymore, seriously. Grandma Shang's face darkened. No, let me see how you live first.
I'm already here, you can't chase me away. Okay, come on over. I live in building 88, room 503. Lei Lei angrily gave the specific address and hung up the phone.
Sumo also heard it and his expression changed.
His house is at 502, number 88, and 503 is next door. 503 has been under renovation these days.
After communication some time ago, the workers changed the renovation time to daytime. The noise was very small and did not affect the lives of the neighbors.
How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Sumo shook his head. No wonder the voice sounded familiar. Xiao Su, what's wrong with you? Grandma Shang noticed something and asked with concern. Sumu hurriedly shook his head. It's okay, it's just fate. He explained why. After listening for a while, Grandma Shang laughed happily. Ah, so we are really destined to meet. Fate is sometimes so wonderful. Sumu nodded in agreement, helped the old lady cross the road, entered the community from the west gate, and went straight to Building 88. Chapter 75 School Beauty Neighbor. Boom boom boom. After going upstairs, Sumu saw that the door of room 503 was closed, so he went forward and knocked on the door. Here it comes. After a while, Lei Lei's voice was heard from inside. The door opened, and a girl was wiping her face with a towel. She was wearing sweatpants and a vest. Water was running down her wet hair, wetting her vest. A tall outline could be vaguely seen, and it seemed that she had just washed her hair. Sumu quickly lowered his head and felt a little surprised. The girl's hair was black. Could it be Lei? Grandma, why are you here so soon? I was planning to go downstairs to pick you up. The girl wiped her face, looked up and muttered something. She suddenly noticed that there was another person, and immediately stuck out her tongue guiltily, turned around and closed the door. Wait a moment. Grandma Shang felt a headache. What a mess. She became even more worried. Her granddaughter was dressed too casually. Could it be that she had already done something behind her back? Xiao Su, if Lei's boyfriend comes out later, help me beat him up. Grandma Shang became angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. The cabbages she had been raising for more than 10 years were eaten by pigs. If she had her weak legs, she would have wanted to do it herself. Sumu was speechless. Grandma Shang, let's wait and see. Hitting people is against the law. This kind of family dispute cannot be solved by fighting. After a while, the door opened again and Lei put on a sports suit with the Tai Chi martial arts school logo on the cuffs. Sumu noticed this and began to have doubts in his mind. Grandma, you're here. Who is he? Seeing Grandma Shang's face turn pale, Lei was so scared that he stuck out his tongue, turned his eyes and pointed at Sumu and asked, "Help me clean up the house." Grandma Shang glared at Lei, pushed her aside, rushed into the house, and looked for someone room by room. Lei chased after her curiously. Grandma, what are you looking for? Sumu hesitated for a moment and followed in. A few minutes later, Grandma Shang sat on the sofa with a strange expression on her face. Lei rubbed her shoulders and explained with a smile, Grandma, you made a wasted trip. I have long since turned over a new leaf, and even washed my hair back to normal. What else is there to worry about? Besides, the person I share the apartment with is a girl." Well, you are honest. Grandma Shang nodded. There were no boys' things in the room, so it seemed that her granddaughter didn't dare to do anything wrong. She was still a little worried, and reminded him seriously, "Lulu, you are a girl after all, you must learn to protect yourself." Lei smiled and said, "I know. Actually, I moved out of school not only to experience life, but also to learn martial arts from the master." Grandma Shang glanced sideways. Martial arts? They are all scams. I was also scammed when I was young. Qigong was popular at that time, and I paid hundreds of dollars in tuition for nothing. And then? Lei became interested and blinked curiously. There was no later. The Qigong master's health was worse than that of an ordinary person. He was so excited after collecting the tuition that he had a heart attack and was sent directly to the hospital. Lei chuckled when she heard this. Grandma Shang rolled her eyes at her and said earnestly, "So, those charlatans can't be trusted. By the way, does the master you mentioned charge money?" She already had a plan. If he really was a swindler who cheated people out of money, she would call the police and have him arrested to prevent her granddaughter from being deceived. Lei chuckled and said, "They are really good people. We want to learn from them, but they may not be willing to teach us." Oh, that means the fate has not been decided yet. Grandma Shang was relieved, and continued to use her experience as a veteran to remind Lei to avoid all kinds of scams. Sumu listened from the side and felt more and more strange. Lei moved next door to my house, wearing sportswear from the Tai Chi gym, and threatened to learn martial arts. Was she coming for me? Who leaked the news, Lin Lei or Mr. Dong? The two talked for a while, and Grandma Shang noticed that Sumu was still standing there. She couldn't help but smile embarrassedly and said, I was so busy teaching my granddaughter that I forgot to introduce her to you." Sumu withdrew his thoughts, and Lei Lei also looked over curiously. Xiao Su, this is my granddaughter Lei Lei.
Please take good care of her in the future.
Lulu, this is your neighbor Sumu, he lives next door.
Lei nodded and was suddenly stunned.
Neighbor? Sumu?
She jumped on the spot like a frightened kitten.
Afterwards, Lei looked at Sumu with an incredible look again, and after a long while he covered his mouth and stammered, You are?
Sumu smiled bitterly.
This thick-skinned girl was not stupid at least. He asked, Who asked you to come? Have you two known each other for a long time?
Grandma Shang widened her eyes, looked at Sumu, then at her granddaughter, completely confused about the situation.
For a moment, the atmosphere became a little awkward. Crunch! The door was pushed open and a pleasant voice sounded, I'm back. 3 people looked over at the same time.
A girl in light blue sportswear came in, carrying shopping bags of various sizes, all filled to the brim.
Seeing 3 people in the room, one of whom was Sumu, the girl widened her eyes and looked very surprised. Bang!
Her grip loosened and the shopping bags fell to the ground. The girl quickly bent down to grab it, but because of the obstruction of the door, she lost her balance and her head hit the water dispenser next to her.
Ah! Careful! Hey!
Sumu shook his head secretly, and rushed over to support the girl. The person who came was Morong-ing, the school beauty with an underdeveloped cerebellum. No wonder she said the day before yesterday that she would move out of the school. It turned out that she wanted to be his neighbor.
Is this what they call a surprise? Oh, thank you, Brother Su. After standing firm, a blush appeared on Morong-ying's face. She stood there stiffly, not daring to breathe heavily. Amazing!
Lei exclaimed in admiration and rushed over to help pick up the shopping bags on the ground. Brother Su, you are really awesome, you are worthy of being.
Lei.
Morong-ing interrupted her and stopped her with her eyes.
Ah!
Lei reacted and immediately changed his words, you are worthy of being the lifelong consultant of Tai Chi martial arts school.
I admire you. Nothing. Sumu looked at the two of them suspiciously. So, you are planning to move next door to my house?
Lei rolled his eyes and said with a smile, I just feel that the environment here is good, so I came here to experience life.
Sumu looked at Morong-ing, who also nodded shyly. Still refuses to tell the truth. Sumu smiled secretly.
He had guessed that the 2 girls wanted to learn martial arts.
Since they refused to speak directly, he simply pretended to be confused. Oh, then I have something to do at home. I'll leave first. Wait a moment.
Seeing Sumu was about to leave, Lei stopped him and shouted, Brother Su, these snacks and toys are prepared for the babies.
We were planning to give them as gifts when we visited you. Since you are here early, just take them back with you. Chapter 76 Helping with Cooking.
Sumu suddenly realized, no wonder Morong-ing went out as soon as she moved in, it turned out that she went to buy gifts.
Your actions are so obvious, and you still dare to say that you are not here to become my disciple? No merit, no reward.
He deliberately put on a stern face and refused to accept it.
Morong-ing was very conflicted.
She tugged at the corner of her clothes and didn't dare to speak.
Lei was anxious, hey, just keep it. When you have nothing to do, just teach us a few moves. She finally told the truth. That's more like it.
Sumu pretended to think for a moment, and when Morong-ing and Lei were getting impatient, he nodded and smiled, you really have other intentions. For the sake of Grandma Shang, I will temporarily agree to you.
Yeah. Lei cheered and gave Sumu a big hug without saying anything. Thank you, Brother Su. Sumu took a step back awkwardly. Ahem, you guys go ahead and do your work, bye.
He can hardly handle a girl who is too enthusiastic.
Sumu took a few shopping bags from Lei and walked out in a panic, closing the door.
He could still hear Lei's giggles and Grandma Shang's loud scolding.
Sumu returned to room 502 carrying a bunch of shopping bags.
Brittany was taking care of the 4 little ones. When she saw Sumu coming back, she immediately explained, Mr. Su, 2 girls moved in next door an hour ago.
Their specific identities. Sumu waved his hand to indicate that he already knew. Daddy, I want to eat an apple.
Xiao Yuan smelled the fruit, ran over, and hugged Sumu's thighs and acted coquettishly. The other 3 little ones were not willing to be left behind, and they kept pestering Sumu for food and drink. Sumu smiled slightly, opened the shopping bag, let the 4 children choose gifts first, and then washed, peeled, and cut fruits for them.
Brittany left quietly.
The kids ate some fruit and practiced boxing with Sumu for a while.
It was almost noon. Sumu did not start the live broadcast and prepared to cook for the 4 little ones first.
He had just opened a can of nutritious porridge when there was a knock on the door. When we arrived at the living room, Kong Kong and Tuan Tuan had already jumped over and were pulling the door lock with difficulty.
Sumu rushed over and stopped Kong Kong. "Don't open the door to strangers. Have you forgotten the story of Grandma Wolf?" "Daddy, it's the little sister, not the wolf grandmother." Tuan Tuan raised his hand and explained seriously.
Sumu was puzzled.
"Brother Su, it's us, open the door."
Lei Lei's voice rang out.
Crunch. Sumu opened the door.
Lei leaned over to take a look and immediately burst into an anti-smile.
"Hee hee, the 4 little ones are so cute. You are Kong Kong, you are Tuan Tuan, and what about the other 2?
And Yuan also ran out, calling for their sister.
Lei is a very outgoing person.
He happily touches this and teases that, and soon becomes friends with the 4 little ones.
Behind was Morong Ying wearing an apron.
She raised the shopping bag in her hand and smiled sweetly. "Brother Su, we haven't got the natural gas connection yet.
Come in."
When Sumu learned that they were there to help with cooking, he did not chase them away. Lei knew nothing about cooking and was only concerned with playing with the 4 little ones. Morong Ying came to the kitchen to help, and when she saw Sumu was going to cook nutritious porridge, she immediately shook her head.
"Brother Su, although the porridge is very nutritious, the taste is much worse. Children won't like it." "Sumu, no? The babies usually eat this, they like it very much."
He felt very strange, because these nutritious porridges were purchased during the last big purchase, and one can cost several hundred yuan.
The taste was definitely fine. Morong Ying was stunned, thought for a moment and asked tentatively, "Have you ever fed the children normal food?" "I have."
Sumu nodded, and listed as he recalled, for example, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, preserved egg and lean meat porridge, stewed beef with potatoes, and various snacks and milk bread.
He knows them all.
Usually when Xiao Jun is at home, he would cook in more different ways. After Xiao Jun went to work, he would occasionally cook some dishes according to the recipe, but the taste was not very good. Morong Ying listened for a while, with a strange look on her face.
She continued to ask, "So, how is your cooking? This one seems normal."
Sumu answered awkwardly that he seldom cooked and Xiao Jun was also a very busy man. After thinking about it, he took out half a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes from the refrigerator.
These were the leftovers from breakfast.
The kids didn't like to eat vegetables for the time being, so Xiao Jun fried too much and left some. Morong Ying picked up the chopsticks, picked up a little, put it in her mouth, and tasted it carefully. Her brows furrowed slightly. "It tastes okay, but it's a little overcooked."
"Can you eat this?"
Sumu was surprised. After thinking carefully, he realized that Xiao Jun was in a hurry to cook every morning and the fire was indeed very high.
"Xiaoying, don't tell me you are a godly chef?"
Sumu felt ashamed and asked seriously, at least he couldn't judge the doneness by the taste.
Morong Ying lowered her head shyly. What god chef?"
"It's just that I studied with a 5-star chef for a period of time during the winter and summer vacations."
"Real?"
Sumu was extremely surprised. As the saying goes, a good teacher produces good students. The cooking skills of a disciple taught by a 5-star chef must be very good. He immediately put his hands together and bowed sincerely.
Now we are in for a treat. Please take care of our lunch today." Morong Ying was stunned, then smiled. "Okay, I just bought some ingredients."
She was no longer so reserved and opened the shopping bags one by one.
Sumu was stunned.
These include not only meats such as pork, chicken, and beef, but also seafood such as shrimp, salmon, fresh clams, and hairtail. In addition, there are fresh vegetables such as carrots, white radishes, eggs, Chinese cabbage, eggplant, etc.
All in all, there are more than a dozen items.
"I'll prepare the ingredients first, and then cook the porridge and stir-fry the vegetables." Morong Ying handled the ingredients skillfully. Her movements were smooth and natural, without any sign of incoordination. The more Sumu watched, the more ashamed he felt. Compared to Morong Ying's cooking skills, he was a complete layman and had no idea where to start even if he wanted to help. He was a little embarrassed.
Morong Ying smiled and said, "Brother Su, go out and play with the kids. It's just a few dishes. I can finish it in a moment."
Sumu moved his lips, but still didn't force himself to stay and cause trouble. He was about to turn around and leave when a cold mechanical prompt sounded in his mind.
Ding! Temporary nanny mission triggered, butchering a cow.
Pao Ding butchers the cow. As a super dad, it is your duty to make top-notch meals for your children.
Please use nail clippers to cut the cow bones and beef within 5 minutes. You will be rewarded accordingly based on your score as a top chef. System, can I curse?
Sumu was stunned, with the corners of his mouth twitching slightly.
Ding.
There is no penalty for abandoning a mission, it just reduces the probability of triggering a temporary mission.
You're so cruel.
With a silent sneer of contempt, Sumu retracted his left foot that had just stepped out of the kitchen.
Brother Su? Morong Ying was cutting radish cubes. Seeing that Sumu had not left yet, she asked curiously. Chapter 77, Butchering an Ox.
Facing Morong Ying's puzzled face, Sumu knew that he had to find a reasonable reason.
Got it.
He thought for a moment and an idea came to him. So, Sumu took a deep breath, paused, put on a profound look, and said meaningfully. Xiaoying, as the saying goes, all roads lead to the master. There are thousands of paths to martial arts.
Today I will show you a simple one. As for how much you can understand, it depends on your understanding. Bang!
The kitchen knife in Morong Ying's hand missed and hit the chopping board heavily. She looked up suddenly, with a strange light in her eyes. Brother Su, are you finally willing to teach me? As she spoke, she handed the kitchen knife to Sumu, her face full of anticipation. Sumu was about to take it, but when he thought of the requirements of the mission, he resisted the urge to reach out.
He waved his hand calmly. How can I show my cultivation level by using a kitchen knife? Morong Ying looked puzzled. Hold on.
Sumu smiled slightly, went back to the bedroom and took out a pair of nail clippers. Returning to the kitchen again, he turned on the faucet and rinsed it carefully.
Brother Su, you want to use nail clippers?
Morong Ying exclaimed in a low voice, her eyes full of disbelief. Sumu was also very troubled, but unfortunately this was a system requirement, so he had to continue installing it.
Well, it's just like fighting. The enemy won't give you time to prepare your weapons.
You have to learn to adapt to the situation and use whatever you have.
Isn't that what Jackie Chan does?
Without waiting for Morong Ying to continue asking, Sumu grabbed the piece of beef and put it on the chopping board.
Brother Su is using nail clippers to process beef. Is this the true strength of a master? Morong Ying's pretty face flushed with excitement.
She held her breath, not daring to miss any details. Sumu was very conflicted. The nail clippers were too small to hold the clippers properly, so he could only pinch them with a few fingers like he normally would when cutting his nails. He stretched out his left hand and patted the beef, feeling the bone structure inside.
Call. Taking a deep breath, Sumu finally moved.
The blade of the nail clippers flashed, and a neat slit was cut in the beef, exposing the bloody ribs. Morong Ying's beautiful eyes rippled as she tried hard to recall the moves she had learned and compared them with Sumu's movements.
Sumu stopped and looked at the gap in surprise. Is this what I did?
It turned out that without realizing it, his strength had improved a lot. Not only could he use chopsticks to cut a medium-rare steak, but now he could even use nail clippers to handle raw beef.
It can be cut so perfectly. It's not that difficult. Sumu gained confidence, smiled slightly, and continued. Swish.
The nail clippers swept across the surface of the beef, cutting another neat slit. The rib below was clearly visible.
Sumu continued his efforts and cut it horizontally again. The first piece of beef was successfully cut out.
Putting the piece of beef aside, Sumu gained confidence and swung out 3 consecutive cuts.
Snap. Not good.
Because too much force was used, a rib was cut off and bone fragments were mixed into the meat. Sumu cut it twice more, picked up the piece of beef and shook off the bone residue.
Ding. Friendly reminder, the host can only use nail clippers to cut beef. Any unnecessary actions will result in deduction of points. Ding. Temporarily deduct 1 point. Bite your sister.
Sumu shuddered and was almost scared to death by the system. There were still 4 minutes left. Sumu was too lazy to fight with the system, so he put the second piece of beef aside helplessly and began to concentrate on breaking down the remaining beef. The Tai Chi master's vision and strength could not make up for Sumu's terrible cooking skills. He had never handled beef before and had no idea which part of the cow this piece of beef belonged to. Fortunately, you can use the force transmitted by the nail clippers to determine whether there is bone support behind the beef. Despite this, after another 3 minutes, Sumu had only processed 4/5 of the beef. What's left is mostly cartilage, which can break easily if you're not careful.
Sumu couldn't care less and could only speed up. Bang!
His palms flew up and down, left and right around the palm-sized piece of beef, and his nail clippers were like fighter jets flying through the mountains and forests, flexible and full of explosive power. Finally, with the last tendon breaking, all the beef and bones were separated. At least, that's what Sumu thought.
Call.
He secretly let out a breath, not caring about the pain in his fingers, and turned back to look at Moronging. That's it, I didn't perform very well today, how do you feel?
Moronging nodded vigorously, too strong.
Brother Su, your speed and strength are already perfect.
You can release and retract them at will. Even Teacher Lin can't.
Poor body coordination doesn't mean that her eyesight is also poor. Moronging recalled the martial arts knowledge she learned in the Tai Chi martial arts school and commented on it with admiration.
Sumu, how is this steak? Ah. Moronging opened her mouth. Why was Brother Su's focus so much on cooking?
Seeing that Sumu was very serious, she could only carefully observe the beef bones and beef that had been divided into two piles, and her brows gradually frowned.
Sumu waited with bated breath.
After a while, 10 gray star patterns appeared above Moronging's head.
Moronging started to comment. The front few ribs are completely separated. The first star pattern lit up. The beef is also intact and does not affect the taste.
The second star pattern lights up.
Some cartilage is broken.
If Brother Su had been slower, this situation would never have happened.
No stars lit up. Moronging continued to comment.
The stars rarely lit up, and Sumu's heart sank.
Overall, it is still very perfect,
especially the processing process, which can be compared to some kind of artistic performance.
Moronging made a final summary, with the focus still on martial arts attainments.
Finally, only 3 stars lit up. If the 1 point was not deducted, it would be 4 points. Sumu felt very aggrieved. He had worked so hard but failed to even pass the test.
Hope the reward isn't too bad. The system didn't make him wait any longer. Ding!
Congratulations to the host, you have completed the task of butchering an ox, but not perfectly, and received the reward of Jade Dragon Pot 1.
What the hell? Sumu was stunned.
He checked the system panel and saw that it was just a small wok with a dragon carved around the pot. Apart from that, there was no handle.
He was very disappointed, and after thinking for a while, he tried to ask Moronging, Xiaoying, have you heard of Yulon Pot? Moronging looked at him in surprise. Brother Su, you haven't even watched the Chef Boy, have you?
The Jade Dragon Pot is one of the legendary kitchen utensils, and it is the most important one.
I've watched a few episodes, but not all of them. Sumu explained awkwardly, and he humbly asked, what is its use? Moronging smiled and said, it has no practical effect. Sumu staggered and almost fell. Moronging, Brother Su, what's wrong with you?
Sumu, it's okay, maybe I'm too tired, I'll go out and take a breath first.
Chapter 78.
Tuanchuan is amazing, he learned it so quickly.
Anan, Konkon and Yuan also need to work hard. In the living room, Lei Lei was teaching the 4 little ones to dance the frog dance.
Tuanchuan was the most talented and learned the fastest, and the other 3 little ones also tried very hard to twist their bodies.
Daddy, play with us. Yuan was having a lot of fun.
She came over and held Sumu's hand, wanting to share this happiness with her father. Sumu smiled and touched her head. Daddy is a little tired, go and have a rest first, Yuan, be good.
Yuan was very sensible.
She tilted her head and thought for a while, then nodded and went back to dancing. Sumu returned to the bedroom, took out the Yulon pot from the system panel, turned on the computer, and searched for relevant pictures for comparison.
It's really the legendary kitchenware.
The two are exactly the same, and Sumu's eyes lit up. This Jade Dragon Pot really has no practical use, as Moronging said. However, only those who own the Jade Dragon Pot can own other kitchen utensils, and even integrate it with other kitchen utensils. In addition to the Jade Dragon Pot, other legendary kitchen utensils such as the Yangling knife, the Zhuanlong pot, and the Tanlang pot all have magical functions, such as restoring the freshness of ingredients, automatic processing, accelerating cooking, etc.
But he hasn't got it yet. Sumu became more and more excited as he watched, and couldn't help asking the system, when did you change to the magical route? Do these magical kitchen utensils really exist? Ding!
After the host triggers the relevant temporary task, he can get rewards.
Sumu shook his head. asking was the same as not asking. However, this was the system's usual style and he had long been accustomed to it. The yulong pot is very light and thin, and makes a pleasant sound when knocked. It doesn't look like metal or ceramic, so I don't know what material it is made of. Because it is too small, there is no way to use it for cooking, and its effect is so strong that it is not safe to leave it outside. Sumu decided to store the yulong pot into the system panel. He tried with his mind, but failed. Ask the system, after the reward is withdrawn, it cannot be stored again.
This?
Sumu was stunned.
Is there such a rigid setting?
What to do?
He thought for a moment, and finally put the yulong pot lock into the bedside table, together with the super sleeping machine, just to keep Ding Yuan company.
Sizzle.
The sound of cooking came from the kitchen and a fragrance wafted out.
Sumu took a deep breath, almost drooling, and went out immediately. It smells so good. The four little ones were also attracted by the aroma and ran to the kitchen door, grabbing the doorframe and wiping their saliva. Lei laughed in the back. Ha, your sister Morong is known as a divine chef. Let's not disturb her for now and continue dancing. Good. Tuan nodded softly, turned around and followed Lei back to the living room, continuing to dance the lively and cute frog dance. Compared to Tuan, dancing is just a very interesting little game for Anan, Kong, and Yuan. The attraction is not enough to overcome the temptation of delicious food for them.
So, the three little ones continued to stay and refused to leave.
Kong drooled and watched without blinking, and Yuan even plucked up the courage to walk into the kitchen, stood behind Morong, and watched with interest the beef flying up and down in the wok. Sister, what are you doing? Yuan licked her fingers and asked innocently. Morong smiled and said, stir-fried beef cubes.
I'll make you a dish of beef and radish cubes later.
It's delicious and nutritious. Radishes are not tasty and they make you fart. Kong shouted, and Anan nodded. Sumu's face was full of black lines.
In order to supplement vitamins for the children, he once added radishes to the nutritious porridge, which caused unanimous protests.
Morong smiled and explained, radish is very nutritious, and as long as it is processed in the right way, it will not cause bloating. You will know it later.
Well, hurry up, sister. Kong tilted his head in thought for a while, then nodded sensibly. Morong fried the diced beef until cooked, then skillfully added the chopped carrots and diced white radish and continued to stir the pan. Yuan, I'll turn up the heat later.
It's going to be very hot here. Please go out and wait for a while. Yuan smiled and took a few steps back. Yuan, don't be afraid. I want to learn how to cook from my sister. Oh well. Morong did not force it.
After turning up the temperature, she began to stir-fry vigorously. The beef and diced radish in the wok were immediately mixed evenly, and occasionally a ball of flame would burst out.
Sister is awesome. The three little ones watched intently and applauded.
Sumu was also amazed.
This kind of scene can only be seen in movies and TV dramas. Morong's cooking skills are really good.
Moreover, when she was cooking, her body coordination was very good, without any problems at all, which made Sumu fall into deep thought.
Okay.
After stir-frying for more than 10 times, Morong turned off the fire and handed a plate of fragrant beef and radish cubes to the three little ones. Ha, you must be hungry, go eat first. The three little ones had been drooling for a long time. After saying thank you, they worked together to pick up the plates and walked towards the restaurant.
Sumu was worried and went over to help. The fragrance also attracted Yuan and Lei.
Because of the special processing technology, the babies like it very much and no longer say they hate radishes. They take turns taking a bite and quickly finish the dish.
It's delicious.
Kong ate the most because he was quick with his hands and eyes. He rubbed his belly and said, hee, Dad, I'm almost full.
There's more to come, don't be so anxious next time.
Sumu also took a few bites and felt that the color, aroma, and taste were very good, much better than his own cooking skills.
Lei was asked to play with the four little ones, and Sumu went to the kitchen to help.
The ingredients had been prepared, so he didn't need to do anything. At most, he could help carry the dishes and check the temperature of the rice cooker.
Those simple ingredients were transformed into mouth-watering delicacies through Morong's magical processing.
Sumu was dazzled by the dishes such as braised lion head, diced chicken and eggplant, stir-fried shrimps, etc., and his appetite was aroused.
Every time a dish was cooked, Lei would bring the four little ones over and take the food away to taste without any hesitation.
Sumu would secretly shake his head when he saw this. Lei Lei really knew how to enjoy himself. The seafood egg custard is ready. Opening the rice cooker, a rich aroma wafted out. Moronging smiled as she served the porridge. I didn't prepare it very well today.
If it doesn't taste good, don't mind it, Brother Su.
Sumu's old face turned red. If this was still not delicious, then he should find a piece of tofu and hit himself to death.
I'm very satisfied. Whoever marries you in the future will definitely have to run a marathon every day. Sumu laughed and said jokingly.
Moronging glanced sideways, looking at Sumu in confusion.
Sumu, what I mean is that your cooking skills are so good that if your future husband doesn't exercise, he will become as fat as a pig.
It turns out that Brother Su can also joke.
Morongying's pretty face flushed red, and she stared at Sumu, not knowing what she was thinking.
Sumushin's scalp was numb from being stared at, and he hurriedly picked up 2 bowls of porridge and fled in embarrassment.
Chapter 79, A Different Approach.
In the restaurant, Lei Lei and the 4 little ones did not pick up their chopsticks. She was enthusiastically introducing the names and ways of eating the dishes to them, but she did not mention a word about how the dishes were made.
Well, she can't cook at all. Sumu smiled and put the porridge on the table. Everyone, hurry up and eat it.
It won't taste good if it gets cold.
Lei Lei said with a smile. You and Xiaoying haven't come yet. If we really start eating early, Xiaoying will blame us to death. She needs your help.
Morongying came over with 2 bowls of porridge. Don't use me as a cover, you are the same.
Smells so good.
Kong rushed over, and Morongying became nervous and her steps started to get messy again. Sumu stepped forward to support her, and used his other hand to catch the bowl that was about to fall over.
Thank you, Brother Su. Morongying seemed to have done something wrong, and lowered her head, not daring to look at Sumu. Sumu shook his head and patted Kong Kang's little head. Kong, don't be naughty. Oh.
Kong lowered his head and obediently returned to his little stool.
Let us eat. Yeah. Dad, I'm starting.
After all the dishes and porridge were laid out, Sumu and the 4 little ones thanked Morongying, and then started to eat happily. The tempting food made the 4 little ones salivate. They ate much more than usual and changed their picky eating habits, no longer only caring about eating meat.
Babies are such good eaters. Lei couldn't help laughing out loud when he saw the cute little guys.
Sumu suddenly felt a little guilty. He didn't know that the 4 little ones had such a big appetite.
But, can a 3-year-old really eat so much food in one meal? Is it the credit of Tai Chi? He decided to study it in detail in the future. It was an unexpected discovery that Tai Chi could actually increase babies' appetite. After eating and drinking, the 4 little ones' bellies became round and plump. They ran to the bedroom one by one, crawled into bed and fell asleep without Sumu's help. The babies are so sensible. I see other 3-year-olds needing adults to coax them into taking a nap.
Lei expressed his opinion again. It's all thanks to Brother Su's good teaching.
Morongying looked at Sumu with admiration. Sumu was ashamed. He coughed lightly. Well, not really, I just did some minor work.
After cleaning up the dishes, Morongying and Lei refused to go home and kept pestering Sumu with questions like fans. Sumu patiently answered a few questions, and suddenly asked, "How is your Tai Chi learning going?" The 2 girls fell silent at the same time and looked at each other. Lei said, "It's only been less than 2 weeks since we signed up, and we've only learned the simplest moves.
They're totally useless." Morongying sighed. Yeah, I'm even worse.
It's not that Teacher Lin didn't teach well, or I just don't have much talent.
What if you, Brother Su? Sumu understood, nodded and smiled. Of course, let's start now. Yeah.
Lei cheered and Morongying waved her fist excitedly. The teaching officially begins.
Sumu asked them to rehearse it first. Lei's movements were too fast and his techniques were not standard. As for Morongying, it's good enough that she can stand firm. He secretly had a headache. It was obvious that neither of them was suitable for Tai Chi. He decided to teach students in accordance with their aptitude.
After all, martial arts is fundamentally a special form of exercise and does not have to be limited to Tai Chi.
It's too difficult.
Morongying saw Sumu in a daze and felt embarrassed and at a loss as to what to do. Lei was very direct. Hey, Tai Chi is practiced by old men and old women.
If I keep practicing it, I will turn into a turtle. Brother Su, can you teach us something else?
Of course, let me think about it. The other party took the initiative to bring it up, saving Sumu from having to talk too much.
He thought for a moment and suddenly thought of something.
So, Sumu immediately took out 2 primary talent cards and used them on the 2 girls.
First is Morong-ing. Name, Morong-ing.
Battle talent, 20, scientific research talent, 29, engineering talent, 15, life talent, 68. Lifestyle girl.
Sumu chose the sports talent with a value of only 19.
He wanted to help Morong-ing improve her athletic ability, so he had to give up the life talent with the highest value.
Sub-talents are revealed. Running, 10, jumping, 9, reaction, 39, badminton, 13.
The numbers are appalling. Sumu shook his head secretly. Morong-ing's athletic ability was worrying.
The talent wheel spins.
After a few seconds, the pointer pointed to skipping rope. The skipping talent has also been increased from 10 to 15. Sumu was in mixed mood.
Although I was lucky enough to get the highest increase of 50, what can I do with this 15-point skipping talent?
At most it can help Morong-ing fall less often when skipping rope, but if she performs in public, she will still be in an embarrassing situation.
Hey!
Sumu observed a moment of silence for Morong-ing and used the talent card on Lei Lei.
Name, Lei Lei.
Battle talent, 30, scientific research talent, 15, engineering talent, 15, life talent, 52. Lei Lei also has high talents in life, with artistic talent ranking first, reaching 70.
Sumu decisively chose artistic talent.
Lei Lei dances around when he gets excited. There is absolutely no problem with his body coordination, and there is no need for him to strengthen his already low athletic talent.
Sub-talent appears. Dance, 73, singing, 74, drawing, 30, sculpture, 20, acting, 25.
The talent will spun and finally stopped at singing, an increase of 30%. It will be even more noisy next door in the future, and Sumu was very depressed.
Brother Su, did you see anything? Morong-ing was getting a little anxious and tried to ask.
Sumu came back to his senses, thought for a moment and nodded. Well, you don't have to practice martial arts to learn martial arts. As long as the method is correct, you can improve your strength through other means. Morong-ing was stunned, and Lei Lei was also confused. Sumu continued to explain. For example, dancing or skipping rope may seem like ordinary exercises, but after my improvements, the effect on your improvement will not be inferior to Tai Chi. The specific method is mainly to adjust your breathing and movement methods, gradually improving your body coordination and practical ability.
Oh. Lei Lei seemed to understand. It seems quite interesting, so how do I start?
Sumu said seriously, first, I want to feel your muscles and breathing. Morong-ing's beautiful eyes opened wide, a little surprised and angry.
Lei Lei was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. Brother Su, you are not going to take advantage of us, but I don't mind, come on.
She opened her arms and closed her eyes.
Be serious. Sumu frowned and reminded, if you don't want to learn, I won't force you. Oh.
Lei lowered her hands and stood still. She stuck out her tongue and said, I'm just kidding.
How about I perform a dance first? Chapter 80 Dance and Yoga. Lei took off her coat, did some stretching exercises, and then began to dance.
Well, while she was dancing, her style was very modern.
Lei seemed to be dancing hip-hop, spinning and jumping, with her eyes closed. Sumu watched for a while and felt that Lei didn't seem to be dancing. Some of her movements looked more like fighting. After dancing for a few minutes, Lei stopped and asked, how's it going?
Sumu, are you sure you were dancing just now?
Of course.
Lei nodded and explained seriously, I dance breakdance, which consists of power moves and combat moves. Power moves are mainly explosive, showing various difficult and high-skill moves, such as spinning, jumping, sliding, floating, etc. As for combat moves, they imitate combat scenes and perform combat dance steps, swing steps, floor dance steps and other very impactful movements.
Of course, there are other styles of breakdancing. I prefer strength and combat.
Lei Lure concluded with a little regret, breakdancing is just a dance after all.
It definitely won't work for you to beat someone up.
That's why I signed up to learn Tai Chi with Xiaoying.
Who knew it would be so slow? Sumu smiled and said, your basics are very good. I will help you improve your fighting moves. If you keep practicing, you can use them in actual combat. Real? Lei danced with excitement.
Sumu, well, but you have to promise not to bully others after you learn it, otherwise, don't say it was me who taught you.
Lei nodded vigorously, of course.
Master, please accept my disciples' greetings.
She actually wanted to kneel down.
Sumu took action and held Lei Lei's arm with one hand. I don't want to accept a disciple yet. Lei tried several times but failed to press it down. She felt that Sumu's palm was as steady as the ground. She opened her mouth in surprise. Brother Su, you are great.
I like it very much. Forehead.
Sumu was in great pain and asked Lei to stand still.
First, practice the basic movements of the battle dance one by one. During this process, I want to observe your breathing and muscle movements.
Lei nodded, stood with his legs apart, raised his arms, and shook his waist vigorously from side to side, while imitating a boxer's punching with his palms spread out and shaking them up and down and left and right. During this process, Sumu stretched out 2 fingers and quickly tapped Lei's shoulders, arms, wrists, waist and thighs to feel her strength. When facing a girl with a big body, he can only choose this more conservative way of probing. If he examines her closely like he did with Lin Lei, he will not be able to calm down at all. Despite her carefree personality, a blush appeared on Lei's face after being poked a few times by Sumu.
She quickly returned to normal and asked expectantly, "How should I change it?"
Sumu closed his eyes and deduced silently. Soon, he found the best solution and said, "There are 36 places that need to be modified.
Let's do it step by step. The first thing is to adjust the breathing. When it comes to improving her strength, Lei becomes a good girl and immediately follows Sumu's requirements to improve her breathing and movements." Half an hour passed quickly.
Lei tried to practice it in a completely new way, and all the bones in her body suddenly made a creaking sound. She gritted her teeth and persisted, and her movements were much slower than before.
So tired and so painful. After finally completing all the movements, Lei was already sweating profusely. She complained with a grin, "Brother Su, are you sure you are not teasing me on purpose?" Sumu was very serious. "If you have Lin Lei's perseverance, you will thank me with a smile within a week." Lei's eyes lit up. "Yes, Teacher Lin said that it only took him a short time to go from a layman to the 7th level of Tai Chi. Can I do it too?" Seeing Sumu nod, Lei jumped up excitedly. "Oh yeah, I can finally punch hard." Snap. Because he used too much force, his bones made strange noises again. Lei twisted his waist in pain and didn't dare to do it again. Next, it's Moronging.
Dancing is as difficult as climbing to heaven for her, and skipping rope, which enhances her talent, seems to be very difficult as well.
Sumu asked, "Xiaoying, what sport are you best at?" Moronging blushed slightly and was reluctant to answer. Lei smiled and said, "I know, it's yoga." Xiaoying doesn't like outdoor sports. No wonder. Sumu understood why Moronging was shy. Yoga originated in ancient India and was originally used to enhance the relationship between husband and wife. In modern times, everyone likes to practice alone, but the basics cannot be changed, and some movements are also very ambiguous. Don't be shy. Yoga is a very healthy exercise. Don't you want to improve your physical condition as soon as possible? Sumu had no choice but to encourage him. Moronging pursed her lips and finally made up her mind. "Okay, then I'll go change my clothes." "Wait a moment." Sumu hurriedly stopped her. "Ahem, don't underestimate my eyesight and judgment. It's still okay even through the sportswear." "Ah, it turns out I was overthinking it." Moronging was so shy that she almost wanted to find a hole to hide in. She touched her hot face and said, "Oh, then I'll start." Taking a deep breath, Moronging sat on the floor and began her performance. She has a slender and well-proportioned figure, less muscular than Lei, but more graceful. Sumu stared blankly for a while, and only after Lei's reminder did he remember that he still had to sense Moronging's breathing and movements. Everyone loves beauty, and this will not be an exception, huh? With 2 dry laughs, Sumu stepped forward and extended 2 fingers. There is no problem with Moronging's muscles. It is mainly the nerves and emotions that affect the coordination of the body. Yoga movements are gentle and slow, which is just right for her to focus on regulating her breathing to improve the condition. After enduring half an hour of hard work, Sumu also tailored a set of basic movements for Moronging. After practicing once, Moronging felt her bones creaking and her breathing became rapid, which proved that she had a lot of room for improvement. "Thank you, Brother Su. We are going back now." After obtaining the precious secret book of magical skills, Lei and Moronging were eager to go home to practice. After chatting for a while, they said goodbye and left, returning to the next room. "It's not easy." After closing the door, Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was already a Tai Chi master and his concentration had also improved. If it were in the past, he would definitely have had a nosebleed.
A beauty who is as pretty as a school flower, and an athletic girl with an equally good figure and appearance, the impact on normal men is really too great. He took a cold shower and watched the news for a while before he completely calmed down. The live broadcast will continue in the afternoon, and the content will still be cute babies and pets.
Xiaobai has used up a primary talent card, and he would feel guilty if he doesn't squeeze out its potential.
Besides, every time Xiaobai cooperates with the four little ones to complete a performance, he will be rewarded with various snacks.
Xiaobai enjoys it and will not protest at all. At least, Sumu didn't hear it. Chapter 81, Extra Large Package. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the courier arrived.
Sumu was a little tired and planned to end the live broadcast early.
Anchor, don't forget the lucky draw tomorrow.
Look forward to the mysterious grand prize.
Could it be the latest mobile phone?
Everyone is looking forward to tomorrow's lucky draw, and Buccaneer has taken the lead in giving away a batch of super rockets and treasure maps.
Zhang Xiaodan is quite good at pretending.
Sumu turned off the live broadcast, shook his head and smiled bitterly.
Just now, Zhang Xiaodan joined in the fun, and it seemed like he didn't know what the prize was.
This super rich second generation has good acting skills and deserves praise.
Zhang Xiaodan sent a message, Boss Su, the mysterious gift will arrive soon. Sumu replied, I'm already downstairs. Zhang Xiaodan, you're quick enough. Go and have a look. Don't be scared. Boom boom boom.
There was a knock on the door and Sumu was surprised.
Wasn't he the courier still downstairs? He went to open the door. Hello, please receive the courier.
In front of the courier was a large cardboard box, 1 meter square, which was tightly wrapped and had no labels on it.
Sumu questioned. The other party smiled, waved, and left. Just as Sumu was about to shout, the system prompt sounded. Ding.
Children's toys have been delivered, please check them, host.
This is? Sumu was stunned. What was inside such a big package? The phone rang and the first courier came to collect the package, and the other party was waiting downstairs.
Sumu had no choice but to move the big package into the house first and tell the four little ones not to move around.
He went downstairs and signed for the normal express delivery. Help me. The courier climbed onto the roof of the car and pushed out a larger package. Sumu.
He held it up with all his strength, but found that the package weighed more than 100 pounds. He had to use the technique of leveraging force to transfer the pressure to his legs, and then he was able to receive the package steadily.
Dude, you're really strong. The courier held the rope in his hand and stared at Sumu blankly.
I was thinking of using the rope to slowly fall down, but now it's easier. I just like sports. Sumu explained, picked up the package and went upstairs.
Call.
After climbing to the 5th floor in one breath, Sumu put the package on the ground, panting with exhaustion.
This is more tiring than carrying a person. This package should have been mailed by Zhang Xiaodan.
Sumu glanced at the label, tiles, handle with care.
It must be fake. He made a judgment call, opened the door and dragged the package inside. Dad, the table. Yuan ran over and shouted loudly.
Sumu turned around and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Kong had a fruit knife in his hand and had already cut the tape of the first package, revealing a section of table leg. And Tuan grabbed the two sides of the cut carton and tried to tear it open.
Careful.
Sumu hurried over and snatched the fruit knife from Kong's hand.
Kong was frightened.
It was the first time he saw his father being so fierce. He started crying out of grievance.
And Tuan stood there blankly, not daring to speak loudly. Sumu looked at these three naughty kids and didn't know how to educate them. Yuan tugged at his shirt and said, Dad, it was the elf inside the table that asked brother Kong to take the knife. Forehead. Sumu was surprised and asked carefully. And nodded, Dad, the table can talk.
Incredible table at your service, please open the carton and let me out. Suddenly, a pleasant childish voice came from inside the package.
What the hell is this thing the system gave me? Is this really a toy? Sumu was very angry. How could a toy teach a child to pick up a fruit knife? He comforted Kong, Dad was wrong about you, be good, Kong. Kong wiped his tears and said, Wow, Daddy, I'm sorry. I won't listen to strangers anymore.
Let me out now, I'm suffocating.
The table is still screaming. Sumu went over angrily, slashed the carton twice, and tore it open.
What appeared before him was a cartoon table, square and without any gaps except for the 4 short legs at the bottom. The incredible table is about to be opened, please make enough space. Sumu hurriedly pulled away Anan, who was still observing curiously, and retreated 2 or 3 meters with the 4 little ones. The sun is shining, I want to eat breakfast. If you are asked to eat, just eat, don't waste food. Accompanied by a nondescript nursery rhyme, the area around the table slowly extended outwards. There were 4 cartoon chairs connected to the table. After the extension was completed, a colorful light flashed on the desktop, and it turned out to be a whole screen divided into many grids, showing a series of cartoon sketches. This was just the beginning. Soon a pillar rose in the middle of the desktop. The pillar was also a display screen, constantly showing various cartoon characters. After rising about half a meter, the pillar stopped and its head spiraled out, revealing a square head with protruding eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. The little guy also has a pacifier in his mouth, which moves up and down as he talks. Overall, the shape is weird but cute.
Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Nike, and the incredible table is my home. My hand is stuck, can you help me?
The little man with a long body turned his head left and right and made a request in a very childish tone.
Daddy?
Kong was eager to try, but thinking of Sumu's angry look just now, he didn't dare to go forward.
Since it is sent by the system, it should be safe. Sumu patted Kong on the shoulder. Well, go ahead.
Kong immediately smiled, trotted over, and climbed onto a chair with his little butt twisted.
Little Nike, how can I help you?
Little Nike's expression became serious. This task is too difficult.
It requires the help of 4 children. You guys go too.
Sumu encouraged Anan, Tuan and Yuan to go over and sit down on a chair respectively.
You kids are so cute, could you please introduce yourselves first? Hello, my name is Anan. My name is Kong. Round and round. I'm Yuan.
The 4 little ones quickly accepted this new friend.
And in Kong, Tuan, Yuan, what nice names, I'll remember them.
Little Nike blinked his eyes, and the desktop screen flickered and turned into 4 pairs of cute slaps. My hand is stuck too tightly, and I have to complete a few games before I can get out.
Are you willing to help me?
Willing. The 4 little ones nodded vigorously.
Then let's play the clapping game first. The palms on the table swayed left and right.
Kong was the first to slap them, and a bunch of petals splashed around where his palms touched. At the same time, a palm print pattern flowed along the table into the cylindrical body of Xiao Nike, and 2 cartoon feet extended from under the cylinder.
And then, Tuan and Yuan found it very interesting and clapped their hands too. This is recording fingerprints. Sumu understood.
It was incredible that the dining table was quite smart. The following games should be to guide the 4 little ones to learn how to interact with the dining table. He took out his cell phone, put it aside, adjusted the angle, and started recording.
Chapter 82, Rich and Inhumane. I have feet.
Little Nike moved his 2 feet back and forth. The 4 little ones felt a sense of accomplishment and clapped their hands happily.
Thank you everyone.
Little Nike pouted, but I don't have any clothes yet, why don't we play a clothes sewing game again?
Yes.
The 4 little ones cheered. The pattern on the desktop changed and turned into a cartoon game of sewing clothes, with a groove rising in front of each of the 4 little ones. I need 4 strands of hair, please.
Little Nike bent his body as if he was bowing. I'll go first. Tuan is the most convenient. Grab a small braid, pull out a hair and put it in the groove.
Kong was the most courageous. He fiddled with his head for a while, then grabbed a hair and pulled it out with force. And Anne's hair is the longest. She just touched the top of her head with her little hand and found a hair that had been broken long ago, without even having to pull it out directly. Yuan was a little afraid of pain, but with the encouragement of her brothers and sisters, she finally plucked up the courage to pull out a hair. The 4 hairs were placed in the grooves, which slowly fell down and closed when they were flush with the table surface, leaving no gaps at all. 4 balls of yarn appeared on the desktop screen.
Little Nike said, "You are so brave, kids. Now we will start weaving. The clothes making game is very childish.
It is just to weave and cut by clicking on some cartoon mechanical patterns."
Sumu watched for a while and realized that this game was to extract the genes of the 4 little ones and record them. Although the game was fun, it was childish for adults and he was not very interested in it. To let the 4 little ones have a good time, Sumu opened the second package. The tiles on the label are just a cover, the things inside must be very valuable. Although he was mentally prepared, Sumu couldn't help but gasp after opening the carton. What was stored inside was actually a folded giant robotic dog.
This is certainly not a toy, but a genuine industrial product. Its bright yellow color and delicate and powerful torso and limbs immediately reminded Sumu of a video he had seen on the internet.
Isn't this Boston's robot dog? It's already in mass production?
He did not rush to take out the robot dog, but immediately searched for relevant information.
The official name of this product is the Boston Dynamics Quadruped Robot.
It has been officially mass-produced and released. The price in the United States is tens of thousands of dollars, and the domestic online shopping price is as high as $960,000. As he counted the long string of zeros, Sumu's heartbeat began to accelerate.
960,000 renminbi is just the price of a single machine.
The robot dog that Zhang Xiaodan sent has a neck and a head, and the overall weight has increased to more than 50 kilograms.
It is unknown how much the price has increased. What a big deal. He immediately contacted Zhang Xiaodan. Boss Su, are you satisfied? Zhang Xiaodan asked jokingly with a sly smile. Sumu, of course I am satisfied. The robot dog is too expensive, and my heart can't bear it. I just suddenly feel a little regretful.
Thinking about the lottery tomorrow to give away gifts worth more than 1 million, my heart hurts a little.
Ha ha. Zhang Xiaodan laughed. It's okay. If you like, I'll give you a few more. You're already a mature rich man. You need to learn to get used to the rich life. Sumu looked sideways and asked curiously, how many did you buy?
I was quite impulsive at first and bought more than a dozen of them at once.
But I found out that they looked great, but they could do very little and they were not very fun, so I just put them in the warehouse and let them gather dust. Zhang Xiaodan's tone really deserves a beating. Crunch. Sumu began to grit his teeth. This prodigal son just wasted nearly 20 million yuan. He really didn't think money was money.
No, I still prefer to be self-reliant. Sumu refused, thinking that things that come for free always make people feel uneasy when using them.
Moreover, everything is afraid of comparison. Although Boston's robot dog is very advanced, it is just so-so compared with the incredible dining table.
Sumu seriously doubted that if the incredible dining table could also be sold online, the price would definitely not be less than 10 million.
How could a system product lose to a dog? Adjusting his mindset, Sumu smiled and said, let's stop chatting. I'll study it first. I'll use this robot dog to get some live broadcast time tomorrow, and then give it away in a lottery. Zhang Xiaodan, live broadcast of a robot dog? That seems very interesting. By then.
After ending the call, Sumu continued to read the instructions.
There are 2 copies of the instruction manual. The robot dog's operating system is in pure English. The neck and head were externally made by Zhang Xiaodan's domestic team. There is also another instruction manual in Chinese. Let us first look at the robot dog. Its functions are very simple. It can just walk on 4 legs and automatically avoid obstacles.
It also requires a special remote control and there is no voice control option.
Looks good but is useless. Sumu silently sneered and then looked at the Chinese instructions. The neck and head can move freely.
The dog head actually has a built-in pangolin security robot with functions such as automatic cruising and facial recognition.
The single unit is priced at up to 320,000 yuan.
The robot dog's neck is also modified from a 6-axis robotic arm that costs more than 100,000 yuan. Adding the dog head, the original sports robot dog and the service fees of the professional team, the total price is definitely more than 2 million.
Inhumane.
Sumu looked down on Zhang Xiaodan again, and then began to study him with great interest.
The robot dog was too big to move around indoors, so Sumu read the instructions but did not turn it on immediately. Casually putting it aside, he went over to look at the 4 little ones. Under the guidance of Xiao Nike, the 4 little ones have had their palm prints, hair and saliva tricked away one after another, and are now happily reporting their hobbies and habits. Sumu did not stop him.
Xiao Nike collected this information in order to better serve the 4 little ones. After playing a few more games, the 4 innocent kids almost told everyone what kind of underwear Sumu usually wore, so Sumu had to stop them.
Little Nike is our family, so we can talk about these things. After you go out, don't answer questions from outsiders casually, understand? Faced with the 4 curious and ignorant little ones, Sumu could only guide them patiently. Children are the easiest to be deceived. He doesn't want his sons and daughters to become naive,
so they still need to cultivate a sense of self-protection.
Dad, we get it. After a lecture, the 4 kids nodded as if they understood.
Sumu was very satisfied. He believed that educating children should be done step by step and not in a hurry, so he didn't say much. After completing the information collection, little Nike also put on clothes and grew hands and feet. His body is still cylindrical, and his 2 big feet are just decorations and can only move within a very small range. His arms were very thin and long, like 2 noodles, but very flexible and strong. He could easily grab the apples, biscuits, and other snacks passed to him by the 4 little ones. He could also throw and catch 3 apples continuously, more accurately than an acrobat.
I'm hungry, can you give me something to eat first? Little Nike yawned and hung his head listlessly. Chapter 83, Table Warriors. Then eat it.
Tuanchuan pushed the apples and cookies on the table.
Sumu, Tuan, little Naichi and I are different from her. He needs electricity. Can electricity be eaten? Kong was very curious. Sumu quickly explained, robots can eat, but we definitely can't.
Such important knowledge must be ingrained into the bones of the 4 little ones, otherwise if anything unexpected happens, it will be too late to cry. In order to leave a deep impression on the 4 little ones, Sumu plucked a hair from Xiaobai and put it into the socket. With a spark, the rabbit hair was burned directly.
Dad, that's scary.
The 4 little ones retreated in fear, and Sumu was satisfied. After dragging the incredible dining table to the corner of the living room and plugging it in, Little Milk immediately perked up. It's delicious.
Kids, don't imitate me, it's very dangerous. Another game appeared on the desktop screen, which was about popularizing the dangers of electricity.
The 4 little ones played it seriously for a while, and they all said that they would never touch any electrical appliances in the future.
Their expressions were much more serious than before. Is this okay? Sumu smacked his lips in amazement. It was incredible how thoughtfully the dining table was considered.
He also became more curious about the other functions of the dining table. Xiao Jun went home after get off work without bringing her briefcase. She had completed half a month's worth of tasks ahead of schedule and could now relax for a while. Sumu was very happy and immediately took his wife to visit the incredible dining table and the robot dog. As for their origins, he left it to Zhang Xiaodan.
A dining table worth over $1 million and a robot dog worth over $2 million, you just give them away like that? Xiao Jun found it even more incredible than the incredible dining table. Sumo explained, it can't be said to be a free gift. Zhang Xiaodan is a viewer of my live broadcast room.
He then brought up the story of the super sleeping device, and in order to explain its origins clearly, he also had to explain his entrepreneurial experience after graduation.
After listening, Xiao Jun fell into deep thought.
After a long while, she looked up and asked, "Husband, the 2nd generation super sleep device was completed by Ding Yuan alone, we can't treat his family unfairly." Sumu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have already transferred 300,000 yuan to Ding Yuan's younger brother. When he starts a company in the future, I will also give him 30% of the original shares."
Xiao Jun was relieved. That's good. By the way, why didn't you mention such a magical product? Sumu was speechless. It's already been broadcast live.
Xiao Jun recalled for a moment and smiled. "Well, I have been too busy recently and didn't pay much attention."
Why not try it tonight? Can. Sumu readily agreed and reminded Xiao Jun of the precautions for using the sleep monitor for the first time.
There were still a lot of ingredients left by Morong, so Xiao Jun and Sumu cooked dinner together.
It's not tasty.
After the meal was ready, the 4 little ones only ate a few bites of the food and expressed their protest.
Xiao Jun was very confused. Are the babies sick? She looked at Sumu.
Sumu shook his head and told him with a wry smile that Morong and Lei Lei had come to help with cooking.
Xiao Jun listened and her expression became a little strange. Husband, are you saying that my cooking skills are not good? Sumu quickly shook his head to deny it, although it was true.
Seeing that Xiao Jun had begun to grind his teeth, Sumu hurriedly said, "Of course not. In my eyes, the food my wife cooks is the most delicious in the world, but look at the babies."
That's right. Xiao Jun had no time to be angry.
Morong Ying's cooking skills were so good that the 4 little ones had become picky eaters with just one meal.
What would he do in the future? She was very worried and had a sense of crisis. That's right. Sumu patted his head and said, I almost forgot about the incredible dining table.
Since it's called a dining table, it can't just be used to play games with children.
Xiao Jun's eyes lit up when he heard that. So the two of them got busy.
First, pull the incredible dining table to the middle of the living room, wipe the tabletop clean with a rag, then bring the food over, and then carry the four little ones to the chairs around the dining table.
Afterwards, the two of them waited nervously for Xiao Nike's performance. Excuse me, please take away all the tableware. We don't need any tableware at this table. Little Nike looked down and waved his hand as a reminder. How can we eat without cutlery? Sumu was a little angry. Xiao Jun, this is too unhygienic. The developer of this product is too stupid.
Little Nike immediately protested, I am the prince of the incredible table kingdom, you are not allowed to say bad things about me. His little face was so tense that he looked very funny. The four little ones were so amused that they giggled.
So smart? Xiao Jun was very surprised and tried to ask, Little Nike, how do you solve the hygiene problem?
Xiao Nike, now entering the dining mode, please don't touch the table for now. The desktop screen turned red, and Sumu and Xiao Jun hurriedly pulled out the four little ones' hands. After Kong Kang's little hand was pulled out, the dining table turned silver white.
Boom!
With a strange sound, four holes appeared around the dining table.
The table warriors have strength, the strength is iron, the strength is steel.
Loud singing came from the cave, and under the surprised gaze of Sumu and Xiao Jun, a team consisting of hundreds of toy soldiers appeared. In front were tanks, trucks and engineering vehicles, followed by infantrymen holding various tools, and at the very back there was even a mini version of a cruise missile vehicle.
Sumu was dumbfounded.
These soldiers were less than 5 centimeters tall, and each of them looked lively and cute.
Their movements were also very agile.
If they were magnified a certain number of times, they would be a modern army.
Xiao Jun's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Husband, are you sure these things can be made on Earth?
Her worldview was severely impacted.
Sumu also had a headache. The incredible dining table was too outrageous. How could he explain it? Greetings to His Highness Little Nike.
After stopping, all the table warriors turned around at the same time and saluted the little Nike who was in the middle of the table. At this moment, the little Nike, who was less than half a meter tall, looked like a giant. He waved his slender hand very seriously and said, "Thank you for your hard work, warriors."
Swish!
As if they had rehearsed it countless times, the table warriors put their hands down at the same time and shouted in unison, "Serve the cute baby."
Phew!
Xiao Jun, who was almost frightened to death just now, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha, you little guys, do you want to make me laugh to death?"
Amazing!
The four little ones quickly accepted this strange setting, and they danced and tried to communicate with those table warriors. The naughty Kong Kong wanted to pick up a soldier, but he missed. Sumu and Xiao Jun looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that these soldiers were virtual. Despite this technology is still very perverted and difficult to understand.
Ken Kong, don't play around. Table warriors belong to the table and will never leave. Little Nike reminded me in a baby voice. Oh!
Kong Kang's eyes rolled around and he reached out to grab a small piece of steamed bun.
The effect is immediate. Sumu was secretly happy that Kong Kong was finally going to eat. However, the next moment he was slapped in the face.
Kong Kong tore the steamed buns into pieces and scattered them on the table. "You must be hungry, eat quickly."
Chapter 84 All failed.
Xiao Jun was amused by Kong Kang's behavior and reminded him seriously, "Kong Kong, don't waste food."
Kong Kong, I'm not wasting, the table warriors are hungry.
The table warriors shouted together, "Report to Chief Kong Kong, we are full."
Kong Kong scratched his head. "Oh, okay then."
His little hand passed through the bodies of several table warriors, picked up a piece of steamed bun crumbs and threw it directly into his mouth. Xiao Jun had a headache, but then he thought about it and let it go since the table had just been wiped.
Ha!
Suddenly, Xiao Jun discovered something. "Look, husband, the table warriors are virtual, and those vehicles are real." Sumu took a look and immediately found that some steamed bun crumbs had fallen on the tanks and armored vehicles and did not penetrate through them. He felt around and confirmed that all the vehicles were genuine.
Little Milk, begin the meal preparations. Warriors, let's get moving. Yes.
All the table warriors answered at the same time, starting up various toy cars.
Boom!
Amid the simulated engine sounds, the vehicles quickly surrounded all the plates and bowls. The dining table warriors in charge of driving pressed buttons, and the hoods of some toy trucks opened, revealing neat and smooth grooves inside.
Please remove all tableware. Xiao Nike reminded again.
Sumu understood and tried to pour a bowl of rice porridge into the toy truck in front of Kong Kong.
A dozen or so table warriors immediately surrounded them, holding their weapons and facing the enemy in unison.
Their expressions were serious, and they were all on high alert, as if they were guarding something important.
Begin testing.
A food truck warrior holding a bullhorn yelled, and the toy truck bed rocked back and forth a few times.
Inspection completed.
The rice porridge is not cooked enough and the peanuts are too hard.
Reheat them now.
The food truck warrior shouted, and another construction truck drove over. An oval metal rod extended from the back of the truck and was inserted into the truck bed. The temperature rises rapidly and the rice porridge boils, just enough not to spill out.
How amazing!
Xiao Jun and the four little ones clapped at the same time, and she smiled like a baby. Sumu also showed his childishness and put another steamed bun into the truck in front of Tuan Tuan.
Begin the inspection.
After testing, we found whitening agents and a variety of slightly damaging chemicals that could not be processed.
Boom!
A construction vehicle drove over, extended a joystick with a stamp on the front end, and slammed it down heavily. A red stamp with the words unqualified immediately appeared on the steamed bun.
All right.
Sumu shrugged his shoulders. Steamed buns may seem simple, but there are many links in between, from wheat harvesting to final processing.
God knows what is added in those links.
It's just a steamed bun, there's no danger after all. What's more, he bought a branded steamed bun, which has even fewer additives.
Of course, Sumu would not think that the dining table warriors were making a fuss.
It is also good to have higher demands.
That's a lot to ask. Xiao Jun was also stunned.
After thinking for a while, he put another plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes into another truck.
Begin testing. The test is complete.
The ingredients are not up to standard.
The processing method is not up to standard.
It is not up to standard. It will be sent back for reproduction. A red area appeared on the edge of the dining table with the words garbage storage area displayed on it.
Boom!
The truck loaded with steamed buns and scrambled eggs with tomatoes started and slowly drove towards the garbage storage area.
Sumu. Xiao Jun wanted to cry but had no tears. Will you let me eat? Are your cooking skills that bad?
She was not convinced and put in a few other dishes.
Not qualified. Not qualified. Resume and redo.
The garbage storage area was quickly filled and the red area began to expand.
Xiao Jun's face turned pale and he was so angry that he couldn't speak. Wife, don't bother with them.
Sumu sighed and picked up a piece of fried beef with chopsticks. It smells so good.
Xiao Jun rolled his eyes. I'm beginning to doubt my life. How are we going to solve the problem of dinner for the babies?
So far, the only thing that has been recognized is rice porridge.
We can't let the kids only drink porridge. Sumu touched Xiao Nike's head and said, Hey, think of a solution quickly. I'm working, please don't touch me. Little Nike was very angry.
He struggled several times but failed to break free, so he had to accept his fate. He curled his lips and replied aggrievedly, Since the conditions are too poor, I will temporarily lower the standards.
Boom!
The trucks that had entered the garbage storage area drove back and parked in front of the four little ones.
The engineering vehicles followed up, extended metal rods, and began stirring continuously, trying to remove all kinds of harmful chemical components. The family watched curiously and waited patiently. Buzz! A fly flew over and landed on an ant's head. He tried to drive it away several times but failed. Just as Sumu was about to help, a tank drove over. The table warrior sitting on the tank shouted, We have found an invading creature that is affecting Chief Anan's mood for dining. We are ready to destroy it. Anan was very curious and leaned closer to observe. The muzzle turned, and with a bang, a white object was shot out. The flies fell down in response. That's amazing, thank you. Anan clapped happily. Xiao Jun's expression changed. Why is it so dangerous?
Little Milk, the fighting power of the dining table warrior is unquestionable, and he will never hurt the little master.
Xiao Jun didn't believe it and suppressed his nausea, picked up the fly, and asked Xiao Nike to hit it. Little Nike, okay, warriors, show your strength to the little master's mother.
Yes, sir. The tank turned its gun and opened fire immediately.
Bang! Xiao Jun's fingers trembled, and the fly between his fingers was knocked away. How about it? Sumu asked with concern.
Xiao Jun rubbed his fingers together and said blankly, It's so precise that it didn't even touch my skin.
So awesome?
Sumu also became interested and picked up a grain of rice, letting Xiao Nike continue attacking.
Bang! Another shot, and the rice grain was hit accurately.
Sumu exerted force and pinched the cannonball.
What's this? He asked curiously.
The shells were white crystals and a little cool.
Little Nike replied, ice cubes will melt soon.
Sumu exerted force with his fingers and the shell melted quickly.
He was completely relieved.
Even if the shell was empty, there was no need to worry about hygiene issues. After a few minutes, the food processing was completed and all the construction vehicles retreated, leaving only those trucks full of food. The tempting aroma wafted out, and under the processing of unknown means, the color, aroma and taste of the food were greatly improved.
The food is ready, please enjoy. Little Nike reminded me in a baby voice.
Kong Kong grabbed a piece of steamed bun, tried a bite, and immediately stars appeared in his eyes. It smells so good.
Tuenchuan scooped a mouthful of rice porridge with a spoon. It tastes good.
And Yuan also tasted the food in front of them, and happy smiles immediately appeared on their faces. Tempted by the delicious food, the four little ones started eating one after another, and their eating speed was even faster than at noon.
Chapter 85 Eye-catching. The babies are no longer picky eaters.
Sumu and Xiaojun moved 2 chairs over and ate together. The 4 little ones devoured the food in no time, and in less than 10 minutes, their bellies were full.
Daddy, I need to pee. Mom, tell me a bedtime story. Yuan wants to sleep. And is sleepy too.
Sumu and Xiaojun were busy again, helping the 4 little ones go to the toilet and wash up, telling them bedtime stories, and coaxing them into sleep. The 4 little ones fell into a deep sleep, and the 2 returned to the living room.
Honey, was this really given to me by that rich audience member named Zhang Xiaodan?
She pointed toward the incredible table, still skeptical. Sumu said with a stiff upper lip, of course, he is a super rich man, there is nothing he can't buy.
But this is too advanced.
Xiaojun frowned slightly, still skeptical. The little Nike who was smart enough to lose his temper, the virtual dining table warriors who can perfectly deceive the human eye, and those magical vehicles. All of these things were beyond Xiaojun's understanding.
Could it be that I have been away from my family for too long and have become out of touch with the upper class? She couldn't help but doubt herself.
Sumu could only change the subject. Wife, there is also a super sleep machine.
I will assemble the second prototype for you right now. That's right.
Xiaojun's thoughts were interrupted, and her eyes lit up. I can move freely in the dream, I am looking forward to it.
Sumu smiled and immediately went back to the bedroom to get out the parts and tools for assembly.
With the experience from the first one, he worked quickly and completed the assembly in less than 20 minutes. Outside, Xiaojun was sitting on the sofa, reading the manual of the robot dog. As for the incredible dining table, it has been moved to the balcony and is currently charging.
Wife, did you move there alone? Sumu was curious.
The dining table became flat, and little Nike, the dining table warriors and the vehicles were gone.
Xiaojun shook his head. No, he walked over by himself. Question marks popped up in Sumu's mind.
Xiaojun took out his cell phone. This is the video from just now. Sumu checked and found that after he left, Xiao Nike began to control the vehicles to clean up the food and finally piled them up in the garbage storage area. Xiaojun only needs to use a rag to push the food into the trash can, and the rest of the cleaning work will be handled by a special engineering vehicle.
After cleaning, I found 4 wheels under the dining table, which moved automatically to the balcony. I'll have to worry less in the future. Technology is the catalyst for laziness. This saying really is true. Sumu laughed it off.
Xiaojun seemed to have accepted the incredible nature of the incredible dining table. He did not explain too much and handed over the sleep monitor.
Back in the bedroom, Xiaojun lay down.
He had been using the health terminal during this period, and the fat on his belly had disappeared. Looking at his wife's well-proportioned and attractive waist, Sumu swallowed.
Xiaojun noticed something and smiled softly. Hubby, you can lie down too. Real?
Sumu's eyes lit up and a fire surged in his heart.
Hey, honey, here I come. Under Xiaojun's encouraging gaze, Sumu took off his coat. Hey, I just asked you to lie down and sleep together, don't think too much. Xiaojun breathed rapidly and stopped Sumu from touching her with a red face. Forehead.
Sumu was very embarrassed, and his eyes were a little evasive when he looked at Xiaojun.
He understood something. Family affection has still not turned into love, and my wife is not ready yet.
I haven't learned enough lessons on love yet. Sighing secretly, Sumu lay obediently beside Xiao Jun and said softly, "Wife, you have worked hard during this period. Let's go out and play for 2 more days on the weekend. Let Brittany take care of the babies. It's just the 2 of us this time." A strange light flashed in Xiao Jun's eyes, and he nodded slowly. He. Sumu smiled foolishly, helped Xiao Jun put on the sleep monitor, and chatted with her. Gradually, Xiao Jun fell asleep. The sleep monitor eye mask flashes and enters the dreaming stage. "I wonder what my wife will dream about." Sumu smiled, closed his eyes, and had endless fantasies in his mind. Good times are always short-lived. It felt like I had only slept for a while and then it was already daybreak. Sumu opened his eyes and saw Xiao Jun was still sleeping. The eye mask of the sleeping machine was flashing blue light, proving that she had exited the dream and was now in a light sleep state. "Take more rest." Muttering to himself, Sumu quietly got out of bed and went to the kitchen to busy himself. After a while, Xiao Jun came over in pajamas. "How does it feel?" Sumu was cooking porridge and asked curiously. Xiao Jun looked out the window, feeling somewhat melancholy. "I dreamed that I was working overtime." Sumu was stunned. "Wife, you are too ambitious. When you come back from your weekend trip, you will definitely dream of something different." "I hope so." With a faint sigh, Xiao Jun opened the refrigerator and prepared to cook. After dinner, Xiao Jun went to work. Sumu practices boxing and studies robot dogs. At around 8 or 9 o'clock, the 4 little ones woke up one after another. With the incredible dining table, they could temporarily change their picky eating habits, and they ate 20% more breakfast than usual. The fundamental problem has not been solved yet, and Sumu is thinking of finding an opportunity to improve his cooking skills. After dinner, the 4 little ones still gathered around the incredible dining table, watching the table warriors clean up. Sumu took a remote control platform similar to a game console and pressed the start button. With a buzzing sound, the robot dog spread its limbs and flipped over to stand up. "Wow!" Anen and Kong Kong ran over and kept touching it out of curiosity. "Daddy, this dog is so big." "Monster!" Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan also came over. The little girl was a little resistant to this big toy full of industrial characteristics. Sumu smiled and said, "His name is Wankai, and he is very obedient. Daddy will take Wankai out for a walk with you guys today." As he spoke, he operated the robot dog to walk back and forth twice, and even tried out its automatic obstacle avoidance function, which was indeed very powerful. Anen and Kong Kong were very excited. After Sumu picked them up and carried them on the robot dog's back for a few laps, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan were no longer so scared. I prepared some milk and snacks, put them in a backpack, and hung it around the robot dog's neck. Sumu set out with the 4 little ones, and today they are going to do a live broadcast of taking the kids outdoors. Although it is very advanced, the robot dog may still fall when going up and down the stairs. In order to avoid injury, Sumu simply carries it down the stairs. "Dad, I want to ride a horse." When they came downstairs, Kong Kong, who had been impatient, climbed onto the back of the robot dog, waving his little hands and shouting. "Good." Sumu controlled the robot dog to walk back and forth a few steps and walked along the path towards the entrance of the community. He doesn't plan to broadcast live in the community, so it's better not to reveal his address for the time being. Along the way, the robot dog attracted a lot of people's attention. A group of children rushed over and asked the 4 little ones questions. The young people were more curious and took out their mobile phones to take pictures. The old men and women sat on the bench, laughing and talking. Sumu speeded up. After leaving the community, Xiaopeng and his friends were called back by their parents, and there were still 5 or 6 young people following them. Chapter 86 Beishan Park. Walking out of the community, there is a large open space not far away. They sell barbecue there at night and are closed during the day. Sumu took the 4 little ones over, and several young people followed. He turned on his mobile phone, deliberately pointed the camera outside, and started the live broadcast. One after another, audience members came in. "Here I come. Are we still outdoors today? Little ones, don't just face the road." Everyone greeted each other and asked Sumu to adjust the camera. Sumu smiled and said mysteriously, "Everyone, the mysterious grand prize is behind me. Guess what it is first? I will let the person who guesses correctly be the administrator." There are more and more people in the live broadcast room, and someone is needed to manage it. How do you guess that? No matter what, it's not as interesting as the super sleeper. Anchor, give me a hint.
Sumu thought for a moment and said, "The first clue is that it will move."
The audience was helpless.
"Is it a pet? It moves a lot. It can't be a beauty, hee hee."
Sumu shook his head and continued, "It has 4 legs.
Ah, it must be a pet.
The brother who guessed the beauty just now, you are out."
"What's wrong with the beauty?"
"The beauty still has 4 legs when she crawls down, huh?"
Everyone despised. Sumu coughed twice. "Ahem, everyone, be serious. The third tip is that it doesn't need to eat."
Someone analyzed, "It can move, has 4 legs and doesn't need to eat."
It's definitely not a pet or a beauty. Could it be a robot? Clever. Sumu nodded and promoted the netizen with the account name Ariua to administrator.
Ariua was very excited. I have never been a class representative since I was a child, but today I finally got my revenge.
If anyone disobeys me in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless."
Someone despised her. "TSK, isn't it just being an administrator of a live broadcast room?
Look how proud you are of it."
Ariua immediately silenced that person. "Who else?"
Everyone was silent.
After a while, countless comments flew by, scolding Ariua harshly. He soon couldn't seal it anymore, so he simply asked Sumu for help. Sumu shook his head and directly removed Ariua from her position. "You abused your power.
Go have some tea."
Ariua wanted to cry but had no tears. "Anchor Dad, I was wrong.
I will never dare to do it again."
Everyone laughed at him and continued to tease him recklessly. After a while, Sumu promoted Ariua to administrator again, unblocked the banned audience and don't do it again.
Yes.
February flowers seemed to have been pardoned, and the live broadcast room soon became lively again.
"Anchor, what exactly is this robot?" After a while of commotion, February Flower asked a question.
The number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 2,000. Sumu thought the time was almost right and began to slowly adjust the camera. In the open space, the 4 little ones were surrounded by a group of people again.
"I can't see it. What are they doing over there?" someone asked.
Sumu frowned slightly, took out the remote control platform, and controlled the robot dog to walk over.
The crowd dispersed and the 4 little ones ran over laughing. The audience suddenly understood. "Hey, robot dog. Boston Dynamics robot. This thing is pretty expensive.
The host is so generous, I admire him."
The live broadcast room was completely boiling with excitement.
People kept sending gifts, and small rockets and treasure maps popped up, making Sumu very happy. "Ahem, this is the so-called mysterious gift.
Do you like it?" "I like it. Who wouldn't like to be my grandson? It's just a little too expensive. Is the anchor really willing to give it away?" "Sumu, it seems that everyone is very satisfied. Now I will show you the functions of the robot dog." He picked up Yuan and controlled the robot dog to walk around. And then, Kong and Tuan followed behind, turning around in circles. The people around also took out their mobile phones to take photos and videos. Gradually, more and more people gathered not only in the live broadcast room but also in real life. "Please make way."
An old man with a red armband came over and said, "Everyone, go away.
What's the point of gathering here? It will affect traffic."
Sumu looked back and saw that because there were too many people, some people had been pushed onto the road.
He smiled embarrassedly. "Sorry, we'll leave now."
However, after moving here, he hasn't been out much and is not familiar with the neighborhood.
"Someone reminded me, there is a small park 3 blocks away, you can go there." "Garden?"
Sumu thanked him and asked the man to take him there.
A group of people marched through the street. After crossing the road, I saw a park on the opposite side.
It didn't look very big, but there were not many people there in broad daylight, so there was enough space for live broadcast.
Beishan Park.
After looking at the name at the door, Sumu controlled the robot dog over.
"Dude, let's go through the front door."
Someone reminded Sumu, and he saw some railings at the door and he needed to go around several times before he could get in order to avoid congestion. The width between the railings was sufficient, so he shook his head and smiled, "No need."
As he spoke, Sumu activated the robot dog's automatic cruise function.
Buzz. The robot dog took a step and nimbly went around the railing without even touching it.
Ox. It's so advanced, it's exactly the same as what's online.
This thing is not cheap, everyone please stand away and don't break it. Everyone was shocked, and more people gathered around. There were not many people in the park, so Sumu went straight to an open space and asked everyone to make room. The robot dog took turns carrying the 4 little ones in circles, attracting countless exclamations and applause. The live broadcast room was also very lively, and Sumu received some gifts again.
After half an hour, everyone was a little tired of the aesthetics.
Huang Duya sent a few treasure maps. Host, show me something else.
That's right, that's right.
He rode a plane to find Ma Hushan and gave him 10 super rockets. I'm not short of money, so I'll send out 10 rocket strikes.
Zhang Xiaodan also joined in the fun. Host, the robot dog has many functions.
We can let it play games with the 4 little ones.
Yes. Sumu was inspired and thought that Zhang Xiaodan's reminder was quite timely. He asked the audience and people around him to help with ideas. Hide and seek. Kicking shuttlecock. Hula hoop.
Everyone offered suggestions at once, but they were all a bit unreliable and the robot dog couldn't do it.
An uncle with a child laughed and said, "Haha, why make it so complicated? Skipping rope is the easiest." Sumu clapped his hands. Okay, this is it.
It happened that a parent brought a rope, and 2 enthusiastic citizens were responsible for swinging the rope. The 4 little ones were very interested because they had never played this game before. So, Sumu demonstrated it several times first, reminding them to jump at the moment the rope hits the ground.
Kong Kong is the most lively one and soon started clamoring to play. Start.
An old lady shouted, and the rope started to turn.
Kong Kong jumped up the moment he landed and passed the level successfully.
He jumped dozens of times in one breath before stopping, and everyone cheered and applauded him.
Chapter 87, Handheld Game Master. The baby is awesome, he's probably not even 4 years old. This kid has a really good physique.
If it were my son, he would be tired after jumping 4 or 5 times.
Kong Kong is so awesome.
Amid everyone's admiration, Kong Kong proudly jumped for more than 10 times and only stopped when he was tired and sweating profusely.
And Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan also wanted to play.
Tuan Tuan was the best at dancing, and lasted the longest. Yuan Yuan had the most tricks and even thought of jumping on 2 ropes at the same time. Overall, the 4 little ones performed very well.
Their physical strength and endurance far exceeded that of children of the same age, which amazed everyone.
Sumu, as a father, is also very proud. Anchor, it's time for the robot dog to perform.
The audience reminded that it was the protagonist's turn. Sumu smiled and let the robot dog come to the rope. Start.
The rope turned, Sumu pressed the jump button, and the robot dog jumped on the spot.
Bang.
Unfortunately, after the first 2 legs passed, the back 2 legs jumped too slowly and got tripped. Looking at the robot dog lying on the ground, the 2 people in charge of swinging the rope stopped in fear.
Aya. Don't break it.
Amid everyone's exclamations, Sumu pressed a button, and the robot dog that had fallen to the ground used its limbs and head to easily stand up again.
Don't worry, everyone. The robot dog is very strong.
After Sumu explained a few words, everyone felt relieved and applauded to celebrate.
We won't give up.
My family is too poor to pay the compensation. The 2 people in charge of swinging the rope couldn't stand the excitement, so they had to be replaced by 2 brave old men and women. They were not afraid of being hit by a scammer. At worst, they would just fall to the ground. It was not certain who would accompany whom at that time. The game continued, and this time Sumu was quick and made the robot dog's front and back legs jump at the same time.
Finally succeeded. Everyone applauded and Sumu kept up the good work. Bang!
After jumping 4 or 5 times, the robot dog fell down again.
Sumu was embarrassed. Ahem, sorry, I was slow. The console was too complicated and he pressed the wrong button.
A fat guy next to him pushed up his glasses and said, "Host, you've never played a handheld game, have you?"
Sumu nodded and looked at the little fat boy curiously. Have you played it before?
The little fat man smiled proudly. I am known as the prince of handheld game consoles. I have played from the Little Overlord all the way to the PS4.
I am proficient in everything. As for this robot dog, I'll be frank. Give me 5 minutes and I'll give you a world. You're not bragging, are you? You can tell at first glance that he's a fat otaku. Hey, those with squinty eyes are all monsters.
Look at the fat guy's eyes, they are so small that you can hardly see them.
He must be an expert. The audience commented enthusiastically. Sumu handed the operating platform to the fat boy and asked him to try it. The little fat boy took a few glances and tried to operate it.
The robot dog stood up and moved its four legs around as if it was having a seizure.
All right. After a while, the robot dog stopped, and the little fat man said confidently, I already know how to operate it.
Sumu signaled and the two old men and women continued to swing the rope. Under the operation of the little fat man, the robot dog turned around on the spot, suddenly took a step back and jumped up with force.
Is this okay? Sumu was stunned.
Amid the applause, countless eyeballs were attracted in the live broadcast room.
Oh my god, backward skipping, it's hard for even a human to do it, let alone a robot dog. I'm convinced. There are many experts among the common people. Come on, fatty. Countless gifts were given out.
The little fat man smiled triumphantly and showed off his charming moves to his heart's content under people's expectant gazes. After a while, backward skipping and double leg jumping could no longer satisfy him. The little fat man even did something unique, making the robot dog sprint, then spin and jump, and land steadily on the ground.
Bang bang bang.
Sumu led the four little ones to applaud, and the people around them also applauded loudly.
The little fat boy scratched his head and said, it really worked. What a performance. He looked at Sumu and said, dude, how much did you spend on the modification?
Sumu smiled calmly, not much, the neck and head combined are less than 1 million.
Puff.
The little fat boy almost vomited blood, and the expressions of the people around him became extremely complicated.
As for the live broadcast room, 1 million for the modification? Help, my heart. Anchor Dad, you still won't acknowledge me? Lottery, lottery, lottery. The little fat boy, who finally caught his breath, gave Sumu an extremely resentful look. Can you let me play for a while longer?
He is considered a gaming expert, but the price of this robot dog is obviously beyond his affordability, so he can only satisfy his gaming craving as much as possible.
Sure. Sumu nodded happily.
If someone was helping him to increase his live broadcast time, why not? So, the protagonist of the live broadcast room temporarily became the little fat man. It would be a bit of a waste for such an advanced robot dog to just play skipping rope. Following everyone's suggestions, Sumu let the fat boy control the robot dog to play traditional games that the post-90s generation played in their childhood, such as eagle catching chickens, throwing sandbags, and riding horses to fight. The four little ones also participated and experienced the fun of their daddiest childhood. The crowd in the audience in the live broadcast room seemed to be brought back to their childhood and began to share their childhood fun and the pure beauty of those years. More than 2 hours later, the robot dog that was carrying Kong Kong in circles suddenly stopped moving.
Broken? An old man asked worriedly.
The little fat man shook his head and said with a lingering feeling, the battery is out.
He looked at Sumu pitifully. Brother, did you bring the charger? Sumu was stunned.
He had not really considered this problem. The robot dog's battery life was 2 hours. According to his plan, he would play with it on and off, so it could last for half a day.
Hey! The little fat boy was very disappointed. He looked at the time and found that it was still an hour before noon. Brother, let me treat you to a meal. Can we continue in the afternoon? Sure, but it's my treat.
Sumu thought about it and readily agreed. He couldn't learn how to operate the fat boy's skills, so it would be a waste not to use the free labor.
No problem.
The little fat man didn't say anything more and pointed to the opposite side. There is a food street over there, it's cheap and affordable.
Let's go.
Sumu folded the robot dog, carried it on his shoulder in front of everyone's surprised gazes, and walked over.
Xiang Yu.
The little fat boy who was in charge of holding the phone was stunned. He looked at the barrage and exclaimed.
The anchor is really strong. You grew up eating cauldrons, right? Arriving at the food court, Sumu asked the four little ones, what do you like to eat?
The four little ones looked around and blinked their big eyes cutely.
All right.
Sumu shook his head secretly. The babies had just started eating staple food and had never eaten outside yet. While he was hesitating, lively singing started playing from the speakers in front of him. The little fat man's eyes lit up. Brother, there is a new Western restaurant over there. It seems to have a discount. Let's go over and take a look.
A Western restaurant in the food court? Sumu looked over and saw that the decoration was quite modern. The whole wall was made of transparent glass. The tables and chairs inside were very exquisite. There were also a few young ladies in uniform outside. Not afraid of losing money.
He smiled and decisively took the four little ones over there.
Chapter 88. Entering a black shop. Welcome. The sexy and charming reception ladies attracted many guests. After Sumu and others entered, there were no empty seats on the first floor, so they had to go to the second floor. When he arrived on the second floor, Sumu directly asked for a private room. A waitress came in, smiling, "Please order. Today we are opening the restaurant, and all dishes are 20% off." Sumu put the menu on the table and let the four little ones order by themselves. He turned off the live broadcast. Eating is part of his private life and there is no need to broadcast it. The little fat boy was dumbfounded. Let the baby order the food by himself. Aren't you afraid that he won't be able to pay the bill? I want this. Kong Kong still remembers the beef cooked by Morong, and he was drooling as he pointed at a piece of steak. Anan, Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan also quickly chose their favorite foods. Sumu took a look. Beef Wellington, only 300? Order. 168 for salmon and herb stewed eggs? Order. Nordic seafood chowder for 118? Order. 38 for a Dutch sausage? Order. The waitress was taking notes, her expression becoming more and more excited. The little fat man's face turned red. Seeing that Sumu had no intention of stopping, he poked Sumu's arm guiltily. "Brother, this price is a bit high." "Sumu, no way, I feel okay. The last time I went to a Western restaurant with Xiao Jun, the meal cost 20,000 yuan. How could this be enough?" He smiled indifferently and let the four little ones continue. The little fat boy twisted his waist awkwardly, suddenly thought of something, and went to the bathroom while holding his stomach. The four kids continued to order food, and each ordered a dish that looked interesting. "Sir, these dishes cost a total of 3,098. Are you sure you want them?" The waitress was happy but also asked a special question with a hint of sadness between her brows. Sumu was surprised, thought for a moment and nodded. "Well, let's do this for now, and order more if it's not enough." "Oh well." The waitress's mouth twitched, but she finally turned and left. Sumu nodded secretly. What a kind person he was, he actually thought about the guests. The fat guy came back with a weird look on his face. "Brother, the customers downstairs are scared away by the price of the dishes. This is a shady shop. A dish costs hundreds of dollars, and this is not in the city center." The little fat man continued, "Let's go too." "It's okay, let the children eat first." Sumu shook his head. "By the way, you can order whatever you want to eat." The little fat man waved his hand. "I dare not let you spend money, I will just follow the crowd." After a while, the waitress brought the pre-dinner drinks and fruit plate, saying they were free. Sumu let the four little ones eat first and chatted with the little fat boy. He learned that the other party was Zhang Yang, a otaku anchor who mainly played consoles and stand-alone games. He currently had 30,000 fans. As they are both anchors, Sumu has a better impression of Zhang Yang and humbly asks for advice. Zhang Yang also relaxed and began to talk about his live broadcast experience without reservation. After a while, the young lady came in again, carrying a large plate with steak, grilled sausage, and rice on it. She walked very slowly, her arms were shaking, and she looked very tired. Sumu and Zhang Yang went over to help. "Thanks." The young lady thanked him, her face slightly red. Sumu asked, "Where are the other waiters? Why did they let you come alone?" The young lady's eyes were slightly red. "This is what the boss meant." "What a rubbish boss!" Zhang Yang cursed. The young lady pursed her lips and tried to force a smile. "Please enjoy your meal, the next dishes will be ready soon." The four little ones' stomachs were rumbling, so Sumu had no choice but to let them eat first. After that, the young lady was still the only one delivering the food. She was busy going in and out, sweating profusely, but no one came to help. Sumu saw it but didn't say anything for the time being. "Daddy, I'm full." The steak was delicious. The mushroom soup is delicious. I'll come here again next time. The four little ones were well fed and very satisfied. Zhang Yang also rubbed his belly. "Great, I haven't been so extravagant in a long time. Today I really benefited from Brother Su's help, huh?" Sumu smiled and said it didn't matter. He waved to the young lady who had been standing at the door. The other person had an earphone on his ear. After a few words, he said to Sumu, "Hello, sir. The total is 6,000, eh?" She was stunned and asked repeatedly, confirming that it was 6,000. "Blackmail, I'll call it a shady shop." Zhang Yang was unhappy. Even though he didn't pay for the meal, it wasn't right for him to extort money like that. The cost of more than 3,000 yuan was doubled. Excuse me, I'll go ask. The young lady's face suddenly turned red, she apologized repeatedly, and turned away. Sumu and Zhang Yang looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. Brother Su, you look after the children. I'll go out and take a look. Zhang Yang volunteered and followed. Bang! Asshole! After a while, there was a noise outside. Sumu frowned and told the four kids not to wander around, then he rushed out. In the corridor, Zhang Yang fell to the ground with a slap on his face. Opposite him was a middle-aged man and two strong men. The young lady from before ran over, helped Zhang Yang up, and kept apologizing. She almost cried. The middle-aged man glanced at Sumu and sneered, "Humph, if you dare to come here to spend money, don't complain about the price." Zhang Yang roared, "Black shop, the prices of all dishes have doubled, I'm going to sue you." Middle-aged man, sue me? I'm not afraid of being sued if I dare to open a shop. If you don't settle the bill today, no one can leave. Two strong men stepped forward, rubbing their hands ready to fight. Zhang Yang took 2 steps back in fear, quietly took out his cell phone, but was kicked away by the other party again. Swish! Sumu couldn't bear it any longer, so he rushed over, grabbed the phone and returned it to Zhang Yang. What? Zhang Yang was stunned. With that speed and skills, is Brother Su really just a live streamer with a baby? The middle-aged man was also stunned, his expression changed several times, and he still said fiercely, "Hit me." Yes. The 2 sturdy men hesitated for a moment, then rushed over with gritted teeth, swinging their fists as big as sandbags and hitting down hard. Don't want. The young lady screamed, mustered up the courage to stand in front of Sumu, and closed her eyes tightly. How could Sumu let someone else take the beating for him? He quickly rushed forward. Bang! 2 powerful punches were delivered, and screams echoed through the corridor. Humph, you dare to come here to make trouble, don't you even take a look. The middle-aged man sneered complacently, but before he finished speaking, the smile on his face suddenly froze and his eyes widened. The ones who screamed turned out to be his own men. What's going on? His eyelids began to twitch and he asked in disbelief. Boss, us? The 2 sturdy men covered their noses, which were bleeding, stammering, and unable to explain anything. Boom, boom, boom. Sumu walked towards the middle-aged man step by step. The 2 strong men looked at each other and finally did not dare to take action. Are you kidding? They didn't even see Sumu's movements clearly just now. They must have met a top master. To provoke someone you can't afford to offend for a few thousand yuan a month? It's not worth it. Compared with salary, life is more important. Chapter 89 Crazy Face Slapping. Looking at Sumu approaching him step by step, the middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "What are you doing? Can you afford to offend my backers?" He was a little flustered, but because of his face he couldn't run away, so he could only calm the other person down first. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man chose the wrong target and underestimated Sumu's execution ability. Walking up to the other person, Sumu attacked without hesitation. Grab the other person's arm with one hand, raise the other hand and bring it down hard. The middle-aged man's pupils dilated. Does this guy really dare to do this? He tried to dodge, but he couldn't see the other person's movements clearly, and he couldn't break free even if he wanted to struggle. Bang! There was a slap mark on his face. The middle-aged man was shocked and angry. "How dare you hit me?" Sumu glanced at him and said calmly, "Continue." The middle-aged man was stunned. After a while, he reacted and roared fiercely, "I have someone above me." Bang! Another slap. Sumu said coldly, "Continue. I'm going to make you." Bang! Just wait for me. Bang! Stop hitting me, asshole. Bang! It was not until he turned into a pig's head that the middle-aged man finally realized something. He didn't dare to call himself lousy anymore. To protect himself, he simply said, "Boss behind the scenes, woo-woo, I'm from the Huang family." Which Huang family? Sumu frowned. Seeing that Sumu finally stopped, the middle-aged man immediately regained his previous arrogance and raised his neck. Of course it's Mr. Huang Shiji, the actual owner of the city's largest import and export company. He is well connected in both the black and white worlds. Bang! Before the other person could finish speaking, he slapped him again. This time, Sumu used a little more force, and the latter was filled with pain, shame and anger, and finally fainted. The Huang family's father and son are really birds of a feather. Huang Yi bullied his wife, and now his father is looking for trouble with him.
There is no need to be polite to such a scum family.
Bang!
Sumu let go of the other man's arm without even looking at the middle-aged man who had turned into a dead pig.
The atmosphere in the corridor became extremely solemn. Sumu looked normal and asked the two frightened men, "Is there anyone else in charge here?"
The two men recovered from their shock and looked at each other. One of the strong men mustered up the courage to speak. "Yes, the general manager lives nearby."
"I will call him over to you right away." "How long?" "Half an hour." Sumu shook his head. "I can't wait any longer, let's settle the bill right away. How much is it?"
The sturdy man shook his head like a rattle. No money."
Sumu frowned. "Do I look like I'm here to eat a free meal?"
The sturdy man looked at his boss who had fainted on the ground and felt like crying but had no tears.
"It's what it should be." Sumu was a little impatient.
He saw the QR code on the wall and directly transferred 4,000 yuan. The rest is considered medical expenses. He walked back to the private room, and the two sturdy men immediately made way for him, pressing their bodies against the wall for fear of causing any further misunderstanding. Passing by the waitress, Sumu saw that she was still in shock and said with a smile, "By the way, Western restaurants generally require tips."
"According to your rules, how much do you need to give?" The young lady's brain had gone blank and she didn't react.
Zhang Yang closed his mouth, which was almost open at 90 degrees.
He pointed to the wall next to him and said, "Ahem, Brother Su, it's written here. Tip is 300. Sumu looked over and saw that it was really 300. Even there was such a rule. It was indeed a black shop.
He asked the young lady to take out her cell phone. She hesitated for a moment, but still did as he asked.
30,000 renminbi has been credited to my WeChat account.
When the prompt sounded, the young lady covered her mouth in surprise.
Sumu smiled slightly. "The rest is your mental damage compensation, change a job in the future."
After saying that, he walked back to the private room with a calm expression. "I just used a super rich nanny card, and after the roulette wheel spun, it froze at 50 times. The refund of 15,000 yuan increased the free funds a little more." The waitress was very conflicted and wanted to go in to pay back the money, but Zhang Yang stopped her. "It's given to you by Brother Su, just take it. He's a wealthy anchor, he's not short of money, a robot dog costs several million." He saw that the young lady had encountered some difficulties. Sumu had money anyway, so he might as well help her out. After saying that, he transferred 10,000 yuan to her.
"Ha, let this be my way of repaying you for helping me up."
After following Sumu and doing a good deed, Zhang Yang straightened his back.
The young lady pursed her lips and blushed. "Can you add me on WeChat? I will definitely return the money to you later." Zhang Yang happily added the young lady as WeChat.
In the private room, the four little ones couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food and were still drinking soup. Looking at the babies with round bellies, Sumu shook his head secretly. Eating too little is not good, and eating too much is also a problem. He could only guide them patiently and teach them not to be greedy, otherwise they would become big fat pigs in the future. Just as I mentioned the fat pig, the obese Zhang Yang came in. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Brother Su, good job.
I have learned something new today. But we have to leave now." Sumu nodded.
This restaurant was run by the Huang family, and their people should be here soon. So, Sumu carried the robot dogs and walked out of the private room with the four little ones. Outside, the two burly men had already left. The waitress also came over, forcibly added Sumu on WeChat, thanked him repeatedly and bowed, then left in a hurry. Several people left the restaurant and walked out of the food court along a small path.
"You want to come home with me?"
Sumu stopped at the entrance of the community.
Zhang Yang was a little embarrassed. "Ha, Brother Su, don't worry, I won't reveal your home address. We are both anchors, and there are some things I understand."
"All right." Sumu thought for a moment and did not drive Zhang Yang away.
"Go back home and charge the robot dog."
Zhang Yang discovered the incredible dining table and shouted in surprise, "Oh my god, what is this? It looks even better than the robot dog."
Sumu secretly thought that he had some vision. He smiled calmly and said, "It will be kept secret for now. I will broadcast it live later."
Oh.
Zhang Yang didn't ask any more questions.
The four little ones were sleepy, so Sumu helped them go to the toilet and wash up, and coaxed them to take a nap. After finishing the work, I continued to chat with Zhang Yang. After chatting for a while, Zhang Yang was absent-minded. Under Sumu's questioning, he finally expressed his worries. "Brother Su, you have provoked the Huang family. What will you do in the future?"
So that's what I was worried about. Sumu said calmly, whatever we have to do, it's not the first time we've offended them. I'll go. Zhang Yang's eyes widened, his brain working rapidly. Brother Su, did you know that the restaurant was owned by the Huang family and deliberately go there to slap them in the face? Sumu, am I that boring? It's hard to say. Zhang Yang muttered softly that he was a veteran anchor and oftentimes he had no inspiration and had to think of many ideas, sometimes even offending some people. Who knows if Sumu has similar ideas? However, thinking that Sumu turned off the live broadcast after entering the restaurant, Zhang Yang secretly shook his head. It seemed completely meaningless to pretend to be cool and slap himself in the face when no one was paying attention. Chapter 90 Directing Traffic. Sumu didn't want to say much about the conflict with the Huang family. Zhang Yang was just an outsider and there was no need to get involved. He decided to change the subject. By the way, I'm going to draw a lottery this afternoon and give away the robot dog. Zhang Yang was shocked. What? Did I hear it right? Sumu nodded with certainty. You heard it right, I promised it on the first day of the broadcast. Bang! Zhang Yang's heart was beating wildly. Let me take a breath. Brother Su, are you going to give away something worth over $1 million live? Sumu corrected him, it's not more than 1 million. With the modification fee, the total is more than 3 million. Ah! Zhang Yang held his head in agony. I've been live streaming for 3 or 4 years, and my total income is less than 1 million. Brother Su, are you sure you don't want to consider it again? Sumu smiled, how can I go back on my promise? You're awesome. Zhang Yang was hit hard and murmured, as far as I know, no anchor has ever given such an expensive gift. Brother Su, you are the first. He analyzed seriously, this matter will definitely cause a sensation, and a large number of fans will flock to it. If it is managed properly, Brother Su, you will become an overnight sensation. That's right. Zhang Yang thought of something and asked again, Brother Su, how are you going to draw the lottery? If you use fan medals, each medal costs 6 yuan, and at least 30,000 viewers must participate in the lottery to make a profit. After saying that, he shook his head. Sumu had just started the live broadcast, and at the busiest time in the morning, there were only a few thousand viewers. For a new anchor, no matter how big the event is, it is difficult to make a profit without a fan base. He expressed his concerns. Sumu smiled and said, sorry, I haven't activated the fan badge yet. What? Zhang Yang was completely stunned and looked at Sumu in disbelief. Sumu showed him the live broadcast background. Look, I'm only level 1. Oh my god, is it so difficult for a YouTuber to level up? I saw that the audience was very enthusiastic this morning, giving away super rockets and treasure maps, so why is the experience so low? Zhang Yang was stunned and could no longer understand. He is live streaming on a certain platform, but all live streaming platforms are similar, and it is impossible to set such a big obstacle for newcomers. Sumu was also very troubled, but he had no choice but to accept the system's rules. He could only smile bitterly, so, we will continue to work hard this afternoon. By the way, your contribution is not small, and I will give you half of the gift when the time comes. Zhang Yang waved his hands quickly. No, I am already very satisfied that I can play with the robot dog. Sumu insisted that people should not be allowed to work for nothing. The two of them argued for a long time, and Zhang Yang only wanted 20% of the gift proceeds. The 4 little ones take an hour nap, while Sumu and Zhang Yang discuss ideas for live broadcast. Such an advanced robot dog, if it only plays games with children, may attract some attention, but its audience is still a bit narrow. Therefore, innovation is necessary. Zhang Yang was very experienced in this area and put forward many good ideas that refreshed Sumu's ears. After consideration, he selected several of them. Zhang Yang went home to prepare. Sumu also made various preparations, such as printing out a QR code and sticking it on the robot dog's head, so that passers-by can scan the code and join his live broadcast room. Without a fan medal, he could only choose gifts or barrage. Because there was an agreement that the gift lottery would screen out 99% of the audience, Sumu decisively refused. Then the only option is the barrage lottery. Passers-by can scan the code and join the live broadcast room, and then they can immediately join the lottery. There is a certain probability of getting a robot dog worth more than 1 million yuan, and everyone will be tempted. This is just the basics. As long as the quality of the live broadcast is guaranteed, passers-by will mobilize their relatives and friends, and the number of viewers will then grow exponentially. As for the other preparations, they were not difficult and Sumu completed them in half an hour. The four little ones woke up one after another, and Zhang Yang drove downstairs. Let's go.
Sumu took the four little ones, the robot dog, and some toys and got into Zhang Yang's car.
Hello everyone.
Coming to a road 3 blocks away, Sumu started the live broadcast.
Hello, host, are we going to draw the lottery? Someone asked. Sumu smiled and said, the robot dog is so valuable, you should at least give me some live broadcast time. But I won't make you wait too long.
The lucky draw will start at 5 p.m. or when the number of viewers exceeds 100,000.
No way, the most people there these days are only 8,000.
Ha, the host just wants to delay the show, but I like it.
What if the robot dog is sent away and we can't watch it?
That's right, my luck has always been bad, I won't win the lottery.
Reverse proof. It seems that everyone understands and supports it.
Soon, Zhang Yang parked the car on the side of the road.
The first stop is a crossroads.
Sumu got out of the car and let the robot dog play with the four little ones.
Zhang Yang went over to talk to the traffic police and waved over here after a while.
Ha, using a robot dog to popularize traffic knowledge is really something you guys can do.
The traffic policeman's eyes lit up when he saw Sumu's family and the robot dog walking over. Obviously, he had been convinced by Zhang Yang.
So, the robot dog stood under the traffic light, and the traffic policeman took a communicator and returned to the lounge not far away. Sumu gave each of the people around him a command flag and stood behind them. Zhang Yang hid not far behind, responsible for controlling the robot dog. After a while, more and more passers-by gathered. Those who originally didn't want to cross the road from this side were also attracted by the robot dog and took out their mobile phones to take pictures. An old lady tried to touch the robot dog, and the robot dog suddenly turned its head away. Sorry, I'm directing traffic.
The aunt exclaimed, can you still talk? Sumu held up his phone and said, I'm live streaming now.
If you like, you can scan the QR code on the dog's head.
Not interested. The aunt waved her hand and turned away.
She was very defensive.
Some young people didn't care about that.
They scanned the QR code to enter the live broadcast room. Seeing that everyone was enthusiastically discussing the robot dog and the lottery, their eyes soon lit up and they frantically posted comments, hoping that they could win the prize.
The green light is on.
The robot dog turned around, raised its head, and walked with its long and elegant legs to make way for everyone. Stop at red lights and go at green lights.
Please queue up in an orderly manner and pay attention to traffic safety.
And in Kong, Tuan and Yuan raised the command flag, lined up on both sides of the team, and used their baby voices to signal everyone to line up and slow down.
So smart. Dogs are awesome. The four little ones are great too. The people around applauded.
Those who had things to do crossed the road first, while those who didn't stayed there, dreaming that if they won the prize, they could take the robot dog home directly. About half an hour later, the midday rush hour was over and there were not many pedestrians passing by. The traffic policeman came over with a smile and said, thank you, but unfortunately this robot dog will be given away soon and it is very expensive.
Otherwise, I would really like to buy one and let it help direct traffic. Then I won't have to deal with wind and rain in the future. He also became Sumu's audience.
Sumu smiled and said, the country is developing very fast, this wish will come true soon.
Chapter 91 Auto Show.
After waving goodbye to the traffic police, I lifted the robot dog into the car to charge it and headed for the second stop. Sumu brought a charger with him, and Zhang Yang also brought a large battery, which was enough to last for an entire afternoon.
The second stop is even more eye-catching. A car show is being held at a convention center in the city center. Because it is not a first-tier city, the organizers were prepared to lose money. After learning that a net celebrity was going to bring the most advanced robot to show his support, he was immediately given the highest treatment. Therefore, when the robot dog carrying Yuan appeared, more than a dozen car models with perfect figures came out to greet it. Welcome!
The four little ones were very excited. They went up to shake hands with the car models, and soon there were lip marks on their faces. Zhang Yang, who was in charge of controlling the robot dog, was drooling at the sight. If he hadn't had a mission to accomplish, he would have rushed over. The live broadcast room became even more lively. Wow, the legendary car model. It's a feast for the eyes, the host is awesome. Host, go and chat with him, hee. Led by the car models, everyone entered the auto show and immediately became the focus. Several tall and long-legged models came over to chat with him. Sumu tried hard to look serious. He was a married man, so how could he be so indecisive? I'm not short of money. I'll send out 10 super rocket combos. Ride the plane to find the horse and send out a super rocket 10-hit combo. Work overtime until 2 p.m. to deliver 20 hits of super rocket. Helplessly, the tycoons were too powerful. Under their instigation, Sumu had no choice but to go and interview the car models designated by Zhang Xiaodan and others.
Hello, what do you think about robot dogs participating in auto shows? The car model girl said, what else can I do? If it comes, I will lose my job.
Sumu was helpless.
Phew.
The car model girl chuckled, I'm just kidding, the robot dog is cute, but I'm even cuter, come and touch me.
She struck some killer poses for the camera.
The audience in the live broadcast room immediately became angry and forced Sumu to ask for his contact information. The car model also wanted to take the opportunity to become famous, so she generously showed her QR code. Her phone immediately started ringing, and then it froze after a while. Another car model immediately came over, showing off her cuteness and sexiness, and successfully attracted countless fans. After a few seconds, her phone froze. Sumu was devastated. Beauties don't have to do anything but strike a few poses to attract countless eyeballs. No wonder most of the internet celebrities nowadays are beauties.
No, you have to be hardcore.
He held his anger and gave Zhang Yang a hint.
Zhang Yang nodded.
The robot dog moved again and came in front of a domestic car, and the crowd followed it. Next, the robot dog began to circle around the car, posing in various exaggerated shapes. Zhang Yang also handed the microphone to the salesperson and asked him to explain. It turns out that this car has such good performance.
I didn't notice it at first. It's economical and must sell well.
The effect was quickly apparent, with some people placing orders on the spot and some viewers in the live broadcast room also expressing their willingness to buy. The publicity effect was so amazing that the dealer was so happy that his face was full of joy and he immediately asked about the price of the robot dog. When the dealer learned that the prototype alone would cost more than 900,000 yuan, his smile froze on his face.
How many cars would he have to sell to make a profit?
He didn't place any orders for the time being, but asked his men to enter Sumu's live broadcast room and post comments crazily, in case they won the prize, he could save a lot of money. The dealers at other booths were unhappy.
We want a robot dog, too. Imported cars can also get discounts.
I'll give you a 20% kickback for every car you sell.
Sumu was stunned. Is this considered live streaming sales?
He shook his head and continued the live broadcast according to his own ideas. He would let the robot dog go to places where there were fewer people. This would reflect the value of the robot dog. Dealers also discovered this pattern and began to proactively remove the car models to make their booths look quieter so that the robot dog could pass by earlier. Suddenly, the auto show seemed like it was meant for robot dogs, and gradually people began to ask about the price of the robot dogs. Sumu was very annoyed.
Those people asked too many questions and the four little ones were a little angry.
He simply posted the mall's QR code and prices on Goshen, letting the dealers worry about it themselves. By the time they find out that the original robot dog has very simple functions, Sumu won't be able to help them regret it.
The price is there anyway, so if you have the ability, you can find someone to modify it.
In the middle of the booth, 5 or 6 car models stood around a luxury imported car, and there were also many photographers taking pictures around, but the dealers were not happy.
Damn it, I'm supposed to be the protagonist today. A man wearing glasses had a gloomy face.
In order to open up the market in this city, he spent a lot of effort to convince the headquarters to participate in this auto show. Even the exhibition booth was in the core area. I thought that even if the products could not be sold, we could still increase our visibility. Unexpectedly, man proposes, God disposes, and all the limelight was stolen by a robot dog.
He was very angry and contacted the organizer immediately.
On Sumu's side, 3 booths have been changed and half an hour has passed. The people in the live broadcast room have had enough of their eyes and mouths, and gradually no one wants him to chat with the car model anymore.
Who should I choose for the last booth? Sumu looked around and thought.
The robot dog suddenly stopped and looked back. Zhang Yang was stopped by 2 security guards and was negotiating with a middle-aged man in a suit. He frowned slightly and went over immediately.
Zhang Yang waved the operating platform and said, Boss Wang, didn't we already agree on this? Why are you chasing us away?
The middle-aged man surnamed Wang had a professional fake smile on his face.
There's no signed contract, it's just a verbal contract, it doesn't count. Zhang Yang was not convinced, at least, we have attracted a lot of popularity.
This is too unreasonable. Mr. Wang was a little helpless. Well, to tell you the truth, the main investor of this event is the president of the Taiwan company over there, and they are here to advertise. Zhang Yang calmed down. Even though the other party didn't say the rest, he understood. Brother Su, what about us? Seeing Sumu coming over, Zhang Yang shrugged. Play it for a while longer and then leave. Sumu didn't want to get involved and pointed to a booth next to him. Zhang Yang nodded and controlled the robot dog over. Wait a moment. A middle-aged man with a very attractive voice came over and said, please leave immediately. Mr. Wang's face changed and he quickly explained. That person is Tai Kaishan, the general manager of Yunlong International. Yunlong International is the largest automobile trading company in the central region, mainly importing luxury cars and selling them domestically. Tai Kaishan was used to using his power to bully others. He glanced at Sumu and Zhang Yang coldly and said, you already know the situation. Get out of here right now. Yunlong International is not something you can afford to provoke. I won't say anything more. Chapter 92, Pet Paradise. Tai Kaishan's words were full of threats. Sumu originally wanted to settle the matter peacefully, but seeing the other party's attitude, he refused to leave. He sneered, really? What can you do if I just refuse to leave? Zhang Yang also got angry, did you see? We are broadcasting live. Tai Kaishan glanced at her and was unmoved, isn't she just a little internet celebrity? Why are you putting on airs? Don't think you are great just because you are surrounded by a bunch of fishermen all day long. This completely annoyed the audience in the live broadcast room. Mr. Wang's face also darkened. He was the first one to enter Sumu's live broadcast room and sent a super rocket. Am I also a fishing line? Mr. Wang curled his lips, quietly took a step back, and decided not to get involved. The live broadcast room was in an uproar. What the hell, a beast in human clothing. Rich anchor, slapped him in the face. I am proud to be a fishing line. Everyone was very unhappy. Zhang Xiaodan posted a super comment, is there any super rich person in our live broadcast room? Teach that bastard a lesson. The little tailor, isn't that the anchor master? Riding a plane to find a horse, is this kind of small role worthy of the host's attention? Watch me. Sumu was dumbfounded. What did these restless fans want to do? Tai Kaishan was still talking non-stop when his cell phone suddenly rang in his pocket. That night, you didn't reject me, that night I hurt you. Everyone looked sideways. Tai Kaishan was embarrassed, why did you forget to turn off the ringtone? The person calling seemed very important, so he quickly answered the call, nodding and bowing. Hello, Mr. Long, this is Xiao Tai. After saying a few words, Tai Kaishan's face changed drastically, as if he was in big trouble. The live broadcast room became lively. Ha, it turns out to be a dogleg, not even as good as a robot dog. Look at how anxious he is, sweating all over. It must be some expert who has taken action. Tisk, isn't it true that the master is just riding a plane to look for a horse? He just said that. For a moment, everyone was extremely curious about the identity of the person who was riding a plane to look for a horse, and asked questions one after another. Riding a plane to look for a horse is very modest. My fourth uncle's third aunt's second uncle is a shareholder of Yunlong state-owned enterprise. Low key, low key. Everyone obviously didn't believe it and refused to say more. Yes, I will do it. Tai Kaishan hung up the phone, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and looked at Sumu with a complicated expression. He hesitated for a moment, then walked over quickly and bowed 90 degrees. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive my recklessness just now. President Wang and Zhang Yang were dumbfounded. Sumu frowned slightly and said, forget it. This won't happen again. What else do you want me to do? Tai Kaishan's Adam's apple slid and he didn't dare to look up. Sumu waved his hand, that's all, you can go now. Thank you. Tai Kaishan finally dared to look up, glanced at Sumu cautiously, and then backed away. The trouble was solved, but Sumu was a little unhappy. There was actually someone who was better at slapping people in the face than him. He warned sternly, Ahem, you are riding a plane to find a horse. Next time, don't bully others by taking advantage of your power, otherwise I will be banned for 3 days. Riding a plane to find a horse was very angry, and viciously sent out 10 super treasure maps. We came to the last booth and asked the robot dog and the car model to pose together, and the 4 little ones also joined in the fun. The live broadcast of the auto show has come to an end. Back in the car, Zhang Yang was very happy. Brother Su, your live broadcast room is really full of hidden talents. It makes me want to switch to a certain live broadcast.
Sumu smiled and said, "You are welcome anytime." Zhang Yang smiled but did not express his opinion immediately.
Changing positions is a big taboo, especially for a small anchor like him. It is easy to lose a large number of fans.
After getting in the car, Sumi checked the income.
It doesn't matter if you don't check, but you'll be shocked when you do. Although my experience didn't increase, my income from gifts reached 400,000, not a penny more or less.
However, some people still give gifts. "What are you doing?" he immediately asked the system. Ding!
The gift value will no longer increase when it reaches the experience cap, and the excess gifts will be converted into nanny funds.
Oh my god! Sumu almost vomited blood and hurriedly checked the nanny as funds. Daddy's funds, 680023.
He almost fainted. He had only used a few of the super rich nanny cards, but the nanny's funds not only did not decrease, but increased by more than 300,000.
If it is not spent quickly, it will continue to increase. So far, the super rich daddy card has never paid back the money invested, and every time it is spent, it loses money. Time waits for no one.
Sumu was anxious and decided to spend the money immediately.
Coincidentally, the next stop is the cute pet park.
There is a folk street in front of the cute pet park, where many craftsmen with traditional folk crafts set up stalls.
Stop the car.
When they reached the entrance of Folk Street, Sumu called a halt.
Zhang Yang was puzzled. "Brother Su, aren't we going to the cute pet park to let the robot dog interact with the cute pets?"
"No, go spend the money first."
"Ah no, ask the babies." Sumu asked the four little ones, "Babies, do you want to eat the candy man first, or see the little animals first?" "Eat candy." "Look at the little animals." "I'm going home to bed." "I listen to my dad." The four little ones have very different opinions.
Sumu had no choice but to ask the audience for help.
"Host, the things in Folk Street are very ordinary, right? I just like traditional handicrafts."
Sugar figurines and sugar paintings are both delicious and beautiful.
The audience's opinions were also divided into two groups. Zhang Yang suggested using barrage voting, a function that does not limit the level of the anchor.
So, Sumu fumbled for a while and successfully started the voting. After a while, he pressed the stop button and the results came out.
Cute Pet Paradise won with a slight advantage of 5%. All right.
Sumu shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's just money, it doesn't matter if it's a little later."
Wow, little bunny. Puppy. After entering the cute pet park, the four little ones immediately cheered for joy. Yuan, who was a little sleepy, also kept making faces at a little cat.
Generally speaking, the four little ones all like furry, round animals.
As for the larger alpacas and the fierce-looking hedgehogs, they dare not approach them.
Pay someone to take care of the four little ones and let them interact with those cute pets. Sumu and Zhang Yang rented a few cute alpacas and live broadcasted a tug-of-war competition in an open area behind the park.
The alpacas were numbered and pushed out one by one.
Sumu used food to lure the alpaca, and Zhang Yang controlled the robot dog, and the two sides started a competition.
In the first round, the alpaca was reluctant to move and lost to the robot dog.
Sumu laughed and scolded him a few times, but the alpaca opened his mouth and spit without any hesitation, so he quickly dodged.
Ha, the alpaca is unhappy. Host, change to something delicious.
I don't even like dry radish.
That makes sense.
Sumu learned his lesson and bought a fruit plate.
The second alpaca moved its nose and immediately became full of energy. The two sides started a tug of war, and the alpaca won amid everyone's cheers. The robot dog was dragged down, then automatically got up and stood up.
In the third round, Zhang Yang also changed his strategy. He let the alpaca run over to eat the fruit first, and when it was walking slowly, he let the robot dog suddenly exert force.
Meow. The alpaca fell down and turned back to bite.
The robot dog is waterproof, so there is no problem. Zhang Yang was startled and almost dropped the control platform.
Chapter 93, Lottery opens. After winning 2 out of 3 games, Zhang Yang celebrated, "Yeah, I won. What reward are you guys going to give me?" The audience sent barrages of comments with emoticons of various rewards. Zhang Yang was very hurt. Why did everyone start to cheat when it came to him? After releasing the alpacas, Sumu rented a group of piglets and had them race with the robot dog. It was still a best-of-3 game. The piglet's desire for food far exceeded that of the alpaca. Sumu easily won 2 games and won in advance. There are so many cute pets that I can't stop.
Afterwards, Sumu rented various cute pets such as kittens, puppies, ponies, and squirrels, and let them compete or interact with the robot dog. The live broadcast content was extremely exciting and the audience was also very supportive. After 2 hours of playing, the popularity exceeded 60,000. He received so many gifts that his funds reached 800,000 yuan. Sumu was in great pain, and the robot dog happened to be out of power. He called the 4 little ones who were still playing with the small animals and went straight to Folk Street. The robot dog is charging.
There is still an hour until 5 o'clock. In the following time, I plan to take everyone shopping and experience traditional culture by the way. Sumu explained. Go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you for your hard work, host.
Enjoy it. Everyone is very supportive.
When they came to a stall selling candy figures, the 4 little ones couldn't move anymore. They were attracted by the bright and cute sugar figures and clamored to buy them.
The boss was an old man. Sumu picked up a candy man made of Monkey King and asked, "Uncle, how much is this?"
Business in Folk Customs Street wasn't very good, so the old man looked up and said, 10 yuan, 20 for freshly made ones, you can specify the contents.
So cheap? Sumu asked the 4 little ones to express their opinions. Kong Kong raised his hand, I want a spaceship. Tuan Tuan, I want Snow White. And then, robot. Yuan Yuan, I want to make it myself. 4 head. Sumu touched Yuan Yuan's head and said, the sugar man is very hot. Yuan Yuan is not afraid of heat. Yuan Yuan was very stubborn, so Sumu had to agree. You are amazing, little kid. When you grow up, Grandpa will teach you. The old man was very happy and gave Yuan Yuan a piece of not-so-hot sugar mud and let her play freely.
The old man was very deft. He took out a piece of sugar clay, divided it into 4 pieces, baked the first piece until it was soft, and then waved his hands, and a colorful spaceship appeared.
It's beautiful. Kong Kong stared at the spaceship and was reluctant to eat it. The old man smiled and quickly made Snow White and the robot. And Tuan Tuan can't put it down.
Yuan Yuan pinched a flower, the old man took a look at it, then pinched the last piece of clay into a flower bed with lace, and put the small flower in it, which was very harmonious.
Ha, the total is 70. This little kid deserves half the credit for the flower bed, so just ask for half less.
The old man was very kind. Sumu smiled, turned around, and without waiting for the old man to speak, he said seriously, don't refuse, I am supporting traditional culture.
I hope you can make more and better sugar figures in the future. Zhang Yang replied, just keep it, he is the anchor. The old man thought for a while and said, oh, you are what people call an internet celebrity, right? Then I will accept your favor, young man. I will give you 2 more candy figures.
Sumu got a Sun Wukong, and Zhang Yang also got a Zhu Beiji.
They looked a little unhappy. Zhu Beiji's figure was too similar to his. Was the uncle really not doing it on purpose? The barrage exploded.
You rich guy, if I had known earlier I would have set up a stall too.
Are anchors always this extravagant? Please support me. Sumu smiled and said, we are just getting started. Let's wait and see.
He had no way of expressing his suffering, and he still had a heavy responsibility of more than 600,000 yuan on his shoulders. In order to complete the task, we have no choice but to move forward with a heavy burden. We can't buy food for the time being, but fortunately there are many handicrafts in Folk Street. The clay figures cost 25 yuan, and each of the 4 little ones made 2.
The bank transferred 20,000 yuan directly. Words are engraved on rice that costs 10 yuan each. Let's sing a nursery rhyme first, transfer 30,000 yuan.
The 4 little ones are given a hand-carved peachwood amulet, each of which they have to wear every morning, noon, and night. A transfer of 20,000 yuan was made.
There are also woodblock New Year pictures, paper cuts, embroidery.
The uncles and aunts setting up stalls can't even think of sitting idle, as all the stalls are fully booked according to the standard for a family of 6. As he walked along, Sumo placed orders for transfers at an astonishing speed, each time fixing it at 100 times the original value. At the beginning, there were some enthusiastic audience members helping to count, but gradually, everyone became numb.
Anchor, please spare me. Leave some money for the baby's milk powder. It's over, it's over.
If it continues like this, it will affect prices.
Call.
When he reached the end of the market, Sumu looked back and saw that all the stall owners were busy with their heads down, with uncontrollable smiles on their faces.
He nodded contentedly and asked the four little ones, "What else do you want?" The four little ones blinked their eyes innocently.
Their bodies, hands, and mouths were already filled with various handicrafts, and they had no needs for the time being. As for Zhang Yang, he was also carrying a lot of bags, and it was a bit difficult for him to walk.
"All right." Sumu finally stopped.
This time, he spent about 200,000 yuan, which was considered a small goal he achieved. As for the cashback from the Super Rich Daddy card, he was too lazy to calculate it. Anyway, only once every 10 times would the cashback exceed 100 times, which was basically a losing deal. Back in the car, Zhang Yang, who was already exhausted, panted heavily, "Brother Su, you must have some problem, go to the psychology department."
Sumu ignored the other party's resentful look and smiled. "Ha, isn't it just a little money? Compared to the robot dog that is about to be given away, it's nothing." "That's right."
Zhang Yang immediately perked up and leaned over to look at the screen. "Oh my god, there are already 90,000 viewers?" Sumu nodded and said to everyone, "Although it is not yet 5 o'clock and the audience is less than 100,000, I have decided to start the lottery in advance."
"Very good. Expect. Let me burn some incense first." The audience's enthusiasm was aroused again.
The popularity is also growing rapidly, increasing to 200,000 in one go, and there is no sign of a slowdown in the growth trend.
300,000, 400,000, 500,000. Almost half of the audience of a certain company came to join in the fun. This? Sumu was surprised.
When he looked at the comments, he saw that they were all asking for winning the prize.
These people will leave after drawing the prize. He was secretly worried. How could he keep everyone here? Let us draw the lottery first.
Seeing the barrage of comments getting increasingly laggy, Sumu immediately called up the lottery function. Choosing the barrage lottery, he said, "Everyone, don't crowd together. Posting a few more barrages won't increase the chances too much." Despite this, the barrage of comments was overwhelming, almost blocking the live broadcast screen. Sumu shook his head helplessly and clicked to start the lottery. The barrage of comments turned into a waterfall, so Sumu had to adjust the display area and speed of the barrage of comments so that at least he could see his own face. The temperature of the phone was getting higher and higher, and he could only pray silently, hoping that it would not crash.
A few minutes later, the draw ended. A message popped up.
The barrage gradually quieted down.
Chapter 94, Pighead Cheating. Anchor, who is the lucky one? Don't keep me in suspense. Hurry up and tell me, it's not me, is it? Ha ha. Everyone urged. Sumu said nothing, just looked at the winner's information with a gloomy face. Zhang Yang came over and immediately got angry. Is the anchor an idiot? Damn, what a rubbish name.
After a moment of silence, the barrage of comments began to pick up.
Ha, even the anchor daddy has haters. The anti-fan actually won the prize. The anchor is in a difficult position. Anchor, you're not going to give out the prizes, are you? Why?
Sumu was so heartbroken that he immediately contacted that damn lucky guy.
Why did you choose such a nickname?
Sumu asked, suppressing his anger.
I do. By the way, can I get a prize? The anchor is an idiot was very arrogant.
Not only did he refuse to explain, he also urged for the awards to be given out.
Sumu was silent.
He pondered for a moment and said to the camera, "I keep my promise, but I have never offended anyone since the live broadcast, so before giving out the award, I have to ask this black fan to see what my problem is."
He started the video call. After a while, the other party answered. Seeing the person in the video, Sumu frowned. Oh my god, why is it a mummy? No, his face is swollen, it looks like he's injured. It's really pitiful. But even if you get beaten up, you can't take your anger out on the anchor. The audience was talking about it. Sumu, I was the one who beat this man.
Yes, the black fan who was contacted was the owner of that Western restaurant.
He was standing at the door of the Western restaurant, staring at the camera with an extremely arrogant look. The audience went wild. Sumu sighed, and Zhang Yang took the initiative to explain the conflict. The owner of the black shop?
A lackey who bullies others by taking advantage of his power.
Why is this scum so lucky?
The audience was outraged and clamored for a redraw.
The Western restaurant owner deliberately provoked. Ha, I asked people to register 10,000 accounts and send 100,000 barrages every second. Finally I won the prize. Are you angry?
Zhang Yang yelled, "Your mother, you pig-headed cheater." He looked at Sumu. "Brother Su, you can't give him the award." Sumu was also in a difficult situation. Although he wanted to rush over and beat the other person up again, if he didn't give the prize at this time, he would be breaking his promise. The Western restaurant owner was still shouting, "Sumu, give me a prize quickly, I want to sell that robot dog and buy more haters to influence your rhythm, ha."
So the host's name is Sumu? Sumu or Sumu? Either way, it's a good name. The anchor has been exposed. The audience started to boo.
Sumu gritted his teeth in hatred and turned off the video call directly. The owner of the Western restaurant knew my name, which must have been information leaked by the Huang family. This grudge cannot be resolved. Ahem, everyone has seen that the bastard is cheating, so I decided to redraw the lottery.
Sumu decisively broke his promise. If he compromised and gave the other party the award, he would get sick. The host is domineering. We support you. I have another chance. The audience showed their support.
Just as Sumu was about to draw the lottery, Zhang Yang reminded him, "Brother Su, that pighead hasn't left yet."
This?
Sumu was in a difficult situation and had to ask the audience for help.
Everyone immediately started talking and giving their opinions.
After looking carefully for a while, Sumu decided to adopt the advice of a netizen with the account name Popeye. The lottery was changed to a gift lottery. Only those who gave away at least 10 super rockets were eligible to participate, and the number of winners was increased to 30. The winners will share the robot dog and can take turns using it. If someone likes it, they can also give corresponding funds to other winners based on the price of 3 million. This method was not very fair.
Some people were about to turn from fans to haters.
Sumu had to promise to hold a fairer lottery next time, which barely calmed everyone's anger. So, the lottery continued.
Yellow Bean Sprout sends out a super rocket with 10 hits. We have enough money to send out 10 consecutive hits of super rockets.
The top 2 people on the reward list were the first to make a move, and other potential wealthy viewers followed suit, and the live broadcast room was quickly flooded with super rockets. Sumu didn't see anyone riding a plane to look for Ma to give gifts or make a speech, and he felt a little strange.
After 5 minutes, the gift giving time is over.
There were more than 300 people participating in the lottery, and the value of the gifts exceeded 15 million.
Oh my god.
Sumu thought of something and hurriedly checked the system. Sure enough, the nanny's funds had increased to nearly 17 million.
He almost vomited blood.
According to the pitiful refund probability of the super rich daddy card, he would lose everything.
The rich anchor was stunned by the gift. With so many rich people, they are not hired as agents, right? Anchor, we support you.
The audience saw Sumu shaking and looking pale, and thought he was frightened by the huge gift.
Sumu took a deep breath and gently pressed the lottery button. The first winner appeared, Koroko Yumekawa. All right. Sumu showed his number, and everyone was envious and jealous.
Then came the second one. The number was also shocking. I will form the P share, and I think it should be a loyal fan of Voltron. The third lucky one was the one who smoked, drank alcohol, and had shredded pork with fish sauce.
Then came the fifth and sixth.
30 lucky people were drawn out at once, and Sumu showed everyone the names and asked them to contact each other. After a while, they finished the discussion and decided that each person would take turns playing for 1 month, and Yumekawa Koroko was the first one. Sumu asked him to send the address, but Yumekawa Kuko said that the robot dog was too valuable and he wanted to come and get it in person. Sumu had no choice but to agree with the other party to meet at Beishan Park and contact each other then.
The anchor is an idiot. The anchor is an idiot.
Someone was trying to stir up trouble. Sumu was upset and asked the administrator Ariuehua to ban the person. February Flower complained, "I can't handle it all by myself." Sumu was worried that the live broadcast room needed to be formalized. He asked the system and learned that he could use the nanny funds to pay the administrators' salaries and various benefits, and immediately asked the barrage.
Who wants to be an administrator?
Monthly salary of 10,000 yuan with 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, 2 days off on Saturdays and Sundays, and overtime pay of 10 times the salary.
The audience was stunned. Is the administrator of a certain tooth so valuable?
Anchors, please don't drive up prices, or other anchors will join forces to crack down on you. If what the anchor said is true, I will resign immediately.
What's the point of being a civil servant? A live broadcast administrator has a better future. More people asked Sumu if he was joking.
Sumu said seriously, whoever wants to be an administrator, I can pay 1 month's salary first. He asked for Hua's WeChat account, directly transferred 10,000 yuan to the other party, and sent a screenshot of the transfer record. After seeing the real money, the audience immediately rushed to sign up.
I'll sign up. And me. I have experience, so I can ask for less overtime pay.
Looking at the barrage of comments in the sky, Sumu felt a little worried again. I was worried that the nanny wouldn't be able to spend all the funds. At this rate, he will have to pay for it himself.
Chapter 95 Fairy Sister. Ding. The maximum number of administrators is 30. Call.
Sumu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling both love and hate for the system.
He smiled and said, "It won't work if there are too many people. For now, we need 30. We will draw lots in the first month to decide the number of people.
Then, we will eliminate unqualified people every month, and the vacant places will be filled by lottery as usual."
Everyone said it was okay.
The pig-headed man was still refreshing the screen, so he immediately started the lottery. Soon, 30 administrators were selected, and some of them were even cursing. They must be pighead's aliases. Sumu decisively disqualified those small accounts and continued the lottery. After more than 10 minutes of hard work, the quota was finally confirmed.
Everyone, let's get started. Don't let the pighead get away.
30 administrators, led by Red Apple, took action at the same time and quickly blocked all the black fans who were flooding the screen with messages.
Sumu was very happy. Your hand speed is quite fast.
Red Apple, these kinds of rhetoric-inducing comments are all similar.
You just need to block the keywords. Sure enough, after a while, a new rhythm flooded the screen. Sumu is a moron. Sumu was stunned. Red Apple, next is to block the account. Come on everyone. Good.
The administrators spoke in unison and became busy again, and the rhythm of cursing gradually died down.
Ding dong. A message was sent from a certain official. Sumu frowned slightly and took a look. Customer service, host, the lucky draw is a serious act. Even if you are not satisfied, you have to give the gift to the person. Sumu was annoyed. He is a black fan and he cheated. Customer service, you can adjust the lottery rules, but you must not go back on your word, otherwise you will be punished. Sumu felt a little guilty and asked, "What punishment?" Customer service, there are many penalties, such as lowering your level or suspending the gift receiving function. Wait a moment. Sumu's mind became active. Customer service, don't quibble, it's useless. I have to follow the rules.
Sumu smiled, you misunderstood, I mean you can take the initiative to accept the punishment and stop accepting gifts for 3 days.
Customer service sent a question mark. Sumu was secretly happy.
Now all the gifts he received had to be converted into nanny funds, which was a huge waste.
Instead of doing that, it's better to whet the audience's appetite first. After a while, the customer service replied, "Host, please pay attention to your attitude. Our supervisor is very angry and has decided to temporarily close your gift receiving function for 3 days. After it is enabled again, you can only receive at least 100 treasure maps or super rockets." Sumu was dumbfounded. Ahem, do I still have a chance to regret it? This didn't meet his expectations. Customer service, unless you come to the headquarters in person to apologize. Sumu was dissatisfied, not interested, so let it be. Customer service, actually, you can apologize now. The supervisor is watching your live broadcast and he thinks highly of you. Sumu hesitated for a moment, then said decisively, "No need, it's fine this way. Why are you in such a hurry to apologize? Just get through these 3 days first." He no longer communicates with customer service. Strange, why is the gift icon dimmed? Can't give gifts anymore? An audience member raised questions. Sumu took screenshots of the call records. Dare to go against a certain executive, domineering. The host has personality, haha. Is it true that someone would give away 100 treasure maps? The audience was talking about it and were very worried about Sumu. Zhang Yang was even more anxious and whispered, "Brother Su, please apologize. Without official support, it will be difficult to continue the live broadcast." Sumu was very confident. What's there to be afraid of? As long as the quality of the live broadcast can be guaranteed, there will still be many wealthy viewers willing to spend money. You must have confidence. Zhang Yang glanced sideways and gave Sumu a look that looked like a fool. "Okay, if you can't make it here, you can go to a certain fish, I'll take you."
the screen in the live broadcast room went black, and Sumu was full of questions.
Customer service: during the live broadcast, other platforms are not allowed to be discussed, and the gift receiving function will be closed for twice as long. You are so cruel. Sumu raised his middle finger. When can we start broadcasting again?
Customer service: the live broadcast room is not closed, and the screen will be restored tomorrow. The barrage was still there, but the screen was black.
Sumu was speechless.
He explained to the audience helplessly, and finally said simply, "To make up for everyone's loss, I will sing a song for you."
Ahem, under the banyan tree beside the pond, the cicadas are calling for summer.
Sumu sang 2 lines very seriously, and the barrage of comments exploded.
Shut up, it hurts my ears. Mercy. No feelings. Please be polite and listen to the monkeys. Sumu was very hurt and looked at Zhang Yang and the 4 little ones. Is my singing voice that bad? Zhang Yang nodded vigorously.
The 4 little ones were already tired from playing and were too lazy to pay attention to their daddy.
All right. Sumu scratched his head. Then let's end the live broadcast for now. We'll continue tomorrow, eh?
Someone wants to connect to the microphone, and judging from the profile picture, she is a beautiful woman.
Sumu agreed immediately. Hello, Brother Su.
There was still no picture, and a sweet voice sounded. The heavenly voice lifted Sumu's heart.
This girl's voice seems familiar? He fell into deep thought. The barrage was boiling. That voice, could it be the fairy sister? Didn't Sister Shenxian say she only sings and acts? When will she start live streaming? Monster, I'm willing to pay a huge amount of money to sign a contract with the fairy sister.
Sumu suddenly realized that the fairy sister was in no way inferior to the fairy sister of that year in terms of figure, appearance, and temperament. What is even more commendable is that the fairy sister also has an enviable voice and a good knowledge of classical Chinese. In just a few years since her debut, she has had 3 hit songs. The combination of classic ancient poetry and beautiful and moving melodies is very touching. When he was bored while delivering packages in the past, Sumu once listened to the book of songs by the fairy sister.
It was both historical and cute, and it touched people a lot. Hello? Who are you?
Even though he was battle-hardened, Sumu's voice was still trembling.
He.
The girl on the microphone smiled and said, "Hello, Brother Su. Hello everyone, my name is Lei Huanhuan." Sumu's heart trembled slightly, and he was a little disappointed at the same time. The real name of the fairy sister was Lu Feifei.
Could he have made a mistake? No way, the voice is exactly the same. Sister Fairy, don't lie, I'm your loyal fan. Lei Huanhuan is too common a name. The audience expressed their incomprehension. Lei Huanhuan chuckled. Thank you all for your support. Lu Feifei is just a stage name. My real name is Lei Huanhuan. I'll go.
This is the first time that fairy sister has revealed her real name.
This is big news. Damn luck, host. The barrage exploded again.
Sumu's eyes also lit up, but he still had many questions. Upon closer inspection, Lei Huanhuan's identity turned out to be a host, and his level was only level 1.
Really? He tried to ask, Sister Fairy, are you planning to live stream on YouTube? Lei Huanhuan, yes, I underestimated the charm of live streaming before. Today, I accidentally clicked into Brother Su's live streaming room. For the first time, I felt that live streaming could be so fun, so I decided to give it a try. Chapter 96 Dream Linkage. So that's how it is. Welcome. Sumu was surprised and happy. He didn't expect his luck to be so good.
The barrage of comments exploded, and many people sent out super barrages, urging Sumu to ask questions to the fairy sister.
For example, host, please ask if the fairy sister has a boyfriend? And me, help me ask the fairy sister about her measurements, he. You guys are too unreliable. Host, can you please ask me if the fairy sister is interested in acting in a divine drama?
These questions were too tiring, so Sumu didn't dare to ask.
Fairy sister, do you like playing handheld game consoles? Zhang Yang's face flushed and he couldn't help but ask.
Sumu glanced sideways, and the latter scratched his head, his face full of anticipation.
What is a handheld game console? The fairy sister is very honest and asks for advice humbly. Zhang Yang was extremely embarrassed. Forget it.
I was originally trying to find some common topics, but now there's no hope at all.
Everyone, please be quiet. Don't scare people away.
Sumu reminded him, took a deep breath to calm himself down, and chatted with the fairy sister in the tone of chatting with ordinary friends. The fairy sister cooperated very well. After talking for a while, she stopped and said, "Well, Brother Su and I have a good relationship. Why don't I sing a song for you?" Sumu was stunned. The barrage was in uproar. What, the fairy sister wants to take the initiative to sing for the anchor? She never participates in commercial performances. It is said that if she is willing to show up, she will receive several million yuan in appearance fees. Host, where is your ancestral grave? I want to be buried together with you. Sumu was speechless. Just as he was about to continue chatting, he suddenly realized that his popularity was dropping rapidly. Zhang Yang widened his eyes and whispered, "Brother Su, it's not good. Everyone has gone to see the fairy sister." So that's it. Sumu was not angry. Anyone who wants to watch can go over there. I don't have any footage here anyway. Host, it's not that I don't love you, it's just that the fairy sister is too tempting. Goodbye. I'll be back soon. Popularity continued to decline rapidly. Sumu was just about to open the fairy sister's live broadcast room when her popularity began to increase rapidly again. Fairy sister, I'm not wearing any makeup, so I won't be live streaming for now. Sumu felt a little strange. He looked at the reward list and began to suspect that someone was secretly manipulating it. Could it be Zhang Xiaodan? He asked immediately. Zhang Xiaodan said innocently, "Lao Su, I am just an ordinary rich second generation, I don't have that much power." Sumu obviously didn't believe it, but unfortunately Zhang Xiaodan refused to admit it. Then who is it? Among the top 10 on the reward list, only Kazeng Seoma was very quiet and has not said a word so far. Could it be him? Sumu sent a private message, but received no reply. Never mind. He decided to seize the time and attract some popularity. "Sister Fairy, if you are not busy, can you sing a song for us?" Sumu tried to ask, but since they had come to support the show, it would be unreasonable to not let them sing. The fairy sister happily agreed. "Okay, then I will sing a song of vitality." This is her signature song. Under the guidance of some people, the barrage of comments turned into a dynamic picture of glow sticks, which, combined with the black background, looked a bit like a concert. In the dynamic and cheerful prelude, the fairy sister sang softly, "The orioles are singing on the island in the river." Sumu closed his eyes, as if he had returned to ancient times. The barrage of comments gradually quieted down. The perfect combination of ancient classics and modern music styles always sounds so unique and moving that people can't bear to be distracted. After a few minutes, the singing ended. "I don't sing well, please forgive me. The fairy sister is still so elegant and humble." Bang bang bang. Sumu applauded and the comments were thunderous, but it was a pity that he couldn't send any gifts, otherwise the daddy's funds would have skyrocketed again. After chatting for a few words, the fairy sister left temporarily because of something. The popularity of the live broadcast room is still increasing, and no one is willing to leave, still with a hint of expectation. Ding dong. At this time, someone else requested linkage. Sumu accepted that the person who came was not a fairy sister. A magnetic voice sounded, "The live broadcast room is really lively, Brother Su, you won't be unwelcoming to a greasy middle-aged man like me, right?" This sound? Sumu came back to his senses and asked excitedly, "Are you King Lu?" "Ha ha." The person on the other side smiled cheerfully and said in not very standard Mandarin, "I accidentally clicked into this live broadcast room and found it very interesting, so I decided to come over and play." Why does this line sound familiar? Sumu was puzzled and glanced at the reward list again. The comments also became lively. Just now, those who made the noise were all boys, but this time everyone was extremely excited. "Wow, King Lu, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Lord Lu, give me a kiss. Help, the fawn is about to jump out." When facing their idols, the girls completely let go of their reserve. Sumu was a little embarrassed. When did a group of female hooligans sneak into his live broadcast room? Unable to let King Lu wait any longer, he immediately interacted with the other party. After chatting for a few words, King Lu sang a song and then found an excuse to log off. Before everyone's enthusiasm had cooled down, someone else connected the microphone. Sumu accepted it with trepidation. The person connected was a strange man with a deep voice, whom many people didn't know. When Sumu asked, the other party calmly gave his name. After being reminded by netizens, he was shocked to learn that this old man was actually a singer who was famous all over the country decades ago. Among the audience, there was a group of middle-aged people who were extremely excited.
The old man also performed 3 classic songs in one breath with his extremely classic voice.
The popularity of the live broadcast room soared, exceeding 2 million. Judging from the content of the barrage, all the visitors were fans of the old man.
This rhythm?
The old man found a reason to leave, Sumu thought secretly. Ding dong, Zhang Dashan requests to connect.
Sumu was already a little numb.
After accepting the invitation, the other party's popularity doubled before he even said a word.
So popular?
He tried to ask, and found out that the other party was actually a popular anchor on a certain platform, who was always ranked first in popularity, and all the new viewers were brought by him.
Zhang Dashan is a game anchor. He is funny and humorous. He can make everyone laugh with just a few simple words. Sumu also interacts with him happily.
There were no pictures, so Zhang Dashan simply performed a talk show and went back to find a reason, and many viewers were also taken away.
Sumu was no longer in a hurry. Sure enough, after a while, another popular female anchor on Muya took the initiative to apply for a video call. Ahem, Brother Su, it's almost done.
A few hours later, Zhang Yang cleared his throat and said in a hoarse voice, "It's almost dark outside, so don't let Mr. Luo in, even though I like him very much."
The so-called Mr. Luo is a joke teller who sells goods during live broadcasts.
If he comes in, his popularity will skyrocket. Just looking at the live broadcast room that was becoming more and more stuck and the phone that was starting to get hot, coupled with the excessive emotional overdraft, Sumu felt a little numb. He nodded and sent a message to teacher Luo, saying that they would connect again next time, and the latter readily agreed.
Chapter 97, Show Off Your Wealth. Today's live broadcast ends here. Good night, everyone.
Sumu ended the live broadcast and breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Yang looked through his phone and exclaimed, "Brother Su, I know." In addition to the anchors, all the other stars who entered the live broadcast room just now have joined the same crew and are preparing to shoot an annual drama.
What? Sumu's mind moved and he started searching immediately. Starry Sea is a historical blockbuster with a luxurious cast and is highly anticipated. Starring King Lu and Lu Fei.
Investor, Xinghai Group.
Search again.
Xinghai Group, one of the top 20 domestic mining companies, is headed by Jin Yuanchao, with total assets of 50 billion and revenue of 60 billion this year.
Oh my god, this guy really has a mine at home.
Sumu was stunned, but at the same time he was sure that the mastermind was not Zhang Xiaodan, because his family was an OEM for electronic products. Looking at the reward list, from those strange accounts, it is hard to tell who is from a mining family.
Zhang Yang tried to ask, should we contact Xinghai Group?
The 4 little ones had already fallen asleep.
Sumu said to Zhang Yang, don't worry. Maybe they value something. Anyway, there is no free lunch in the world. By the way, today's income is too much. According to the agreement, I will give you 20% of the gift share. Zhang Yang smiled and said, how can I feel good about that? Just for the lottery, everyone gave away 15 million. He was stunned. What is 20% of 15 million? No. After carefully calculating, Zhang Yang waved his hand and said, Brother Su, absolutely not. I know my own weight very well.
Besides, your gift is mainly from the lottery.
Sumu thought for a moment and said, okay, I'll give you a share based on the gifts you received before the lottery. Zhang Yang was relieved. Sumu directly transferred 200,000 yuan.
Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. I'm so sorry, I just controlled the robot dog for a while and I'm going to take your 200,000.
Brother Su, why don't I work for you? Sumu glanced at him and said, let's talk about it later.
Zhang Yang also has his own live broadcast room.
What's the point of him coming here to work?
Let him calm down first.
After returning home, Sumu and Zhang Yang waved goodbye. With the help of some elderly people passing by, the 4 little ones were taken home. Sumu packed up the robot dog and the handicrafts he bought in Folk Street, and he would go there tomorrow to pick up the rest. Just as I finished charging the robot dog, Xiao Jun came back. Husband. After a warm hug, Xiao Jun took the initiative to give her a kiss. Sumu breathed rapidly, wife, why are you so proactive today? Xiao Jun chuckled, this is a reward for you. How much did you earn from the live broadcast today?
She spread out her hands in an asking gesture.
Sumu was dumbfounded. Xiao Jun stamped his feet, I just want to take a look, not to ask for money. Call. Sumu hurriedly called up the backstage.
Xiao Jun took a look and immediately raised his eyebrows. It's only been a few days, and your income is almost reaching 17 million.
It's simply stealing money.
Sumu said, wife, I have other uses for this money, for now. Xiao Jun's expression changed slightly, and after a while he nodded and smiled. No need to ask me, this is your first pot of gold, spend it however you want.
Thank you for your understanding, my wife.
Sumu was very touched.
It was really a blessing to have an open-minded and sensible wife.
The next day, Sumu continued the live broadcast and the picture was restored as expected. He also pulled the 30 newly added administrators into a group, and together with Yu Hua, he directly sent out 31 red envelopes of 20,000 yuan each. Everyone received the gifts in an orderly manner, expressed their gratitude, and said that they would do their duty conscientiously.
Boss, what's the content of today's live broadcast?
Yu Hua helped Sumu locate his identity and asked curiously.
Sumu smiled and said, show off your wealth. Forehead? Everyone was surprised and confused. Let's go to Folklore Street first. Sumu took the 4 little ones and set off.
He originally wanted to take a taxi, but Zhang Yang took the initiative to drive over.
With a free driver, Sumi no longer has to waste time.
Arriving at Folk Customs Street, Sumo started to make phone calls. He called 100 couriers in one breath. When the old men and women on Folk Street saw Sumo, they reminded him to go over and get the handicrafts.
No rush. Sumu smiled and waved his hand, saying to the camera, we will continue the lottery today. The prizes are not as good as yesterday. I hope you don't mind. Someone immediately realized something and asked, host, are you going to give us those crafts?
Sumu nodded. To be precise, they are given out through lottery, and we can't guarantee that everyone will get one.
Someone laughed, it has 20,000 hits right after it was aired. Even if you are the richest man, you can't give away gifts like that. Another viewer, I understand. Please start now.
Sumu nodded, came to the first clay figurine stall, distributed the clay figurines to the 4 little ones, and then started the lottery.
After a while, the lucky one was born. Congratulations to these 10 lucky viewers. Each of them will receive a clay figurine.
Sumu showed the winning number and asked Yu Hua and others to be responsible for registration and communication with the courier. As usual, I gave the boss 100 times the commission, and another tens of thousands of dollars were spent. The boss started working.
The courier came over and frowned, how long will it take? I still have work to do.
Sumu asked him how much he earned a day, and the courier replied, when it's low, it's 100 or 200 yuan, and when it's high, it's 400 or 500 yuan.
Sumu nodded, then let's calculate it as 500. I will give you 100 times the salary. Please wait a little longer.
After saying that, he transferred 50,000 yuan.
The courier looked at Sumu, then at the old man making clay figurines. I say, are you guys colluding to ask me to deliver some prohibited items? Zhang Yang was very disdainful. TSK, what are you thinking? Brother Su accepted more than 10 million in gifts yesterday. Is that a violation?
Brother, your thoughts are very dangerous.
Yeah. The courier asked the live broadcast room, went in and took a look, and immediately understood. He rubbed his head sheepishly. You are such a rich man. I will wait for a while then.
Sumu didn't say much to him, the mission couldn't wait. Coming to the second stall, I gave the handicrafts to the 4 little ones first, and then continued the lottery, giving the second courier 100 times the salary. The boss was busy, and the courier was waiting happily. Sumu walked all the way, and soon the backpacks brought by the 4 little ones were full.
He simply asked 4 couriers to pack the gifts for the 4 little ones.
Under the temptation of 100 times the salary, the originally impatient couriers turned into patient big brothers, and kept teasing the 4 little ones and making them laugh. Sumu continued to draw lots and place orders at an astonishing speed, accepting everyone's applause and gratitude. The effect of showing off wealth suddenly was immediate. Even without any celebrity connections today, the popularity exceeded 500,000.
Chapter 98. Someone jumps into the river. Call.
After walking for a while, 2 hours had passed.
Popularity exceeded 1 million.
The nanny had only spent less than 3 million yuan, and Sumu frowned.
This speed isn't good enough, why not try again?
Looking back at the busy old men and women, he felt a little bit sorry.
If you do several days' work in one day, you will be tired. In that case, let's move our position first.
The couriers have noted down the addresses and can deliver the goods directly when the time comes. asking the courier who was responsible for packing the gifts for the four little ones to go back first and deliver them back to their home tomorrow. Sumu and the four little ones took Zhang Yang's car to the next stop. They had originally planned to go to the toy city, but the four little ones were unexpectedly not happy about it.
Sumu was surprised. Kong, you don't like toys anymore? He's not even 3 years old yet, how come his interest has shifted?
Anan shook his head. No, there are too many toys at home and I can't play with them all.
Oh.
Sumu suddenly realized that he had bought too many toys last time, including a more interesting health terminal and an incredible dining table.
Then, let's go to the supermarket,
Sumu suggested, and the four little ones nodded in agreement.
So the family went to the shopping mall and bought whatever was expensive. The four little ones also picked out some children's clothes and snacks.
The only drawback is that you can't check out directly at the supermarket, you have to go to the counter.
Sumu didn't participate in the lottery.
An hour later, Sumu and Zhang Yang each pushed 3 shopping carts and came to the counter.
You bought so many things, and they are all the best?
The salesperson was frightened by the customer's large spending for the first time and immediately contacted the manager. The manager was also dumbfounded when he came over and confirmed that Sumu was mentally sound.
He immediately smiled and called in a few salesmen to help with the inventory. Hello, the total is 50,000.
10 minutes later, the manager wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. Sumu nodded and refused to let the other party scan the code. He wanted to transfer the money directly.
Ah!
The salesperson staring at the screen screamed, "Manager, he transferred 5 million.
The manager smiled and said, he's a wealthy man, so what's wrong with him transferring more? Eh? What did you say? He came to his senses and looked at Sumu woodenly. Sir, did you type 2 extra zeros? Sumu nodded, yes. Oh, that's a mistake. I'll have someone transfer it back to you right away.
The manager broke out in a cold sweat.
Sumu shook his head. No mistake, I'm in a good mood today, just consider the extra money as a tip.
The corners of the manager's mouth began to twitch, and he just said thank you when he fainted with a bang.
Ah! Call 120 now.
There was a commotion at the scene. Sumu hurried over, held the manager's arm, and quietly used the love healing technique.
Woo!
Accompanied by the sound of gasping, the manager suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Sumu, who was half squatting on the ground. A tear rolled down his face. Shaoli, quickly give this kind-hearted rich man a super shopping card.
Ah! The salesperson named Shaoli exclaimed, Manager, do you want to call 120? The manager got up at an unreasonable speed and glared at the salesperson. What do you mean 120? I'm in very good condition.
Go and apply for a shopping card for 5 million.
Sumu asked, what I bought is worth 50,000 yuan. Did you make a mistake in your calculation? The manager laughed and said, we have a rule that we can't overcharge customers.
Besides, there are a lot of kickbacks from selling 5 million shopping cards.
Oh.
The system did not give any reminder, and Sumu was secretly happy.
He immediately asked, can I buy another shopping card? The manager was at a loss, and nodded after a while, of course, I can, but isn't 5 million enough for you to spend?
Sumu smiled and said, the more the better. I plan to buy another 10 million.
Bang!
Before he could finish his words, the manager's body convulsed and he began to foam at the mouth. The salesperson exclaimed, the manager is having another epileptic seizure. There was another commotion.
Sumu was speechless.
His love points had been used up and he was unable to save the manager for the time being. Seeing that more and more people were gathering, Sumu had no choice but to take the 4 little ones and leave quietly.
Brother Su, I give in. Zhang Yang looked at Sumu with a meaningful look. Is your last name Ma? Sumu shook his head.
At this time, some people rushed out of the supermarket and watched curiously.
The 4 little ones were a little nervous. The barrage also started to go awry. It's so luxurious. My self-esteem was deeply hurt, so I unfollowed him. Anchor, please don't mess around.
Sumu was in mixed feelings.
He was so generous that it seemed a little abnormal.
He was helpless and had to call another group of couriers to give out the purchased items through lottery. This time he did not dare to give the couriers 100 times the reward for fear of causing more resentment.
The delivery was almost complete, and Zhang Yang drove Sumu and the 4 children away from the crowd. Brother Su, where are we going next? Just walk around, I'll chat with everyone.
Sumu rubbed his temples and for the first time experienced the troubles of the rich.
Oh.
Zhang Yang didn't say much and drove out of the city. He was very worried about Su Mu's mentality. It would be better to go to the suburbs where there was nothing to buy and let brother Su calm down. Su Mu chatted with the audience and said that he was not a prodigal son, he just wanted to be creative. After talking for a long time, everyone expressed their understanding. Swish! The car suddenly stopped, and Zhang Yang exclaimed, "Brother Su, someone jumped into the river." Su Mu looked up and looked out through the car window. The car had already arrived at a bridge across the river. There was a luxury car parked not far ahead. A middle-aged man climbed up the guardrail and was taking a selfie with his mobile phone. It seemed as if he was saying his final goodbye to the world. He quickly got out of the car and rushed over. "Don't come over here!" The middle-aged man yelled, his feet panicked, and he actually fell backwards. Su Mu threw away his phone, his muscles exploded, and he rushed forward like a cheetah, grabbing the middle-aged man's arm at the critical moment. "Let me go and let me die." The middle-aged man struggled for a few times and found that Su Mu was incredibly strong. He wanted to die but failed, so he completely collapsed. The other party burst into tears. "Wow, Ouyang Jian, have been a leader in the business world for more than 20 years. I thought I was smart, but before I died, not a single friend came to see me off. Instead, it was an outsider who attacked me." Zhang Yang picked up Su Mu's phone, came over to take pictures, and said heartlessly, "Brother Su, quickly pull him up. Mr. Ouyang, you should also be more open-minded. There is no hurdle that you can't overcome. Come and smile at the camera." Ouyang Jian glanced at Zhang Yang and cried even more sadly, "You are still broadcasting live? I am even more ashamed to live, woo-woo. Why so desperate?" Su Mu shook his head and exerted force to pull the other person up. Bang! Ouyang Jian landed on the bridge and tried to rush out, but was forcibly stopped by Su Mu. He was surprised at Su Mu's strength. After hesitating for a long time, he simply slapped his thigh and sat down. Chapter 99, The Enemy of My Enemy. It's no use for you to save me now. The company is bankrupt and owes a lot of debts. I will commit suicide sooner or later. Su Mu's eyes lit up when he heard this. Anchor, you can spend money recklessly this time. Yes, we won't blame you. It's going to be a good show. The audience was excited. Spending money indiscriminately was disgusting, but helping someone who was already desperate was a great thing. How much do you owe? Su Mu cooperated with the audience and asked curiously. Ouyang Jian was in a very low mood, muttering, "A few tens of millions, maybe. I have nothing left now, and I won't be able to pay it back in my next life." Tens of millions? Su Mu frowned. He didn't have enough money. Anchor, here's your chance to show off your wealth. No way, tens of millions is too much. How can you just give it to a stranger? Looking forward to the hostess performance. The audience is still watching. After a long silence, Su Mu made a decision. "If I can help you pay back the money, will you still die?" "What did you say?" Ouyang Jian was already in despair, but when he heard this, a hint of brilliance appeared in his eyes. "Impossible. Why would you help me pay off my debts?" However, after taking a look at Su Mu and Zhang Yang's clothes and the shabby car they drove, Ouyang Jian quickly lowered his head in frustration. He did not doubt that there were wealthy people in this world who had too much free time to spare, but they definitely would not be the two in front of him. Su Mu pointed at Ouyang Jian's luxury car and said, "You seem to be driving a Mercedes, right? How much is it?" Ouyang Jian glanced at it and said in a dead voice, "About 400,000 or 500,000. It has been running for a few years. After I die, it will be auctioned off by the creditors. Compared with the tens of millions of debts, it is just a drop in the bucket." Su Mu's nanny still has more than 12 million in funds. He nodded and said, "Well, can you sell it to me at a lower price of 120,000? Ouyang Jian was a little angry. He opened his mouth but waved his hand in the end. "Forget it, you are the only one who came to save me. Money cannot be brought with you when you are born and cannot be taken with you when you die. If you pay 100,000, I will sell it to you." After all this commotion, he was no longer in a hurry to jump into the river. He was going to die anyway, so why not go crazy before he died? Thinking of this, Ouyang Jian's eyes became sharp, with a hint of murderous intent. Su Mu saw something but didn't ask any more questions. He asked Ouyang Jian to bring up the payment code, and the latter did so. 10 million has been credited to your Alipay account. When the prompt sounded, everyone except Su Mu was stunned.
Zhang Yang was stunned and trembling on the spot.
Ouyang Jian's expression was stiff, as if he had turned into a stone sculpture.
As for the bullet screen. Oh my god, a transfer of 10 million yuan at a time, or Alipay? It seems there is a limit. How did the anchor do it? It's so fake, is this acting?
Looking at everyone's questions, Sumu suddenly woke up. I have never spent so much money at one time before.
When I think about it carefully, it seems that WeChat and Alipay have limits. He asked the system. Ding. The nanny's funds went through a special channel. The reasonable explanation is as follows.
After a quick glance, Sumu was completely unable to understand those concepts and could only grasp the general idea. So, he pretended to be mysterious. Ahem, don't be surprised, I used a bank card to transfer the money, and it went through a special account number.
The barrage suddenly understood. Not short of money, well, there is indeed such a thing as a special account. Now let me explain it to you.
He explained it in a simple and easy to understand way, so everyone accepted it even though it was still a little difficult to understand. He is a rich anchor, so what is wrong with having a special account?
Gulp.
Zhang Yang swallowed hard. Brother Su, who are you? At this moment, in his eyes, Sumu is transformed from an ordinary rich man into a super rich man.
Crunch. Ouyang Jian stretched his stiff neck and asked blankly, Su, Mr. Su, why do you want it?
His meaning was very clear.
Why should Sumu transfer 10 million to him? This is 100 times of 100,000?
The audience was also very curious. Although Sumu had always paid 100 times the amount for each of his previous consumption, the amount this time was too shocking.
Sumu smiled calmly, because, I like it. Puff. Countless people vomited blood.
Ouyang Jian's eyes were empty, he looked up at the sky, and began to doubt whether this was the earth.
Rich anchor, I want money too.
Yes, yes.
I don't want much. Just give me $10. 100 times $10 is about 10,000, right? I'm not that greedy. Just give me the Mercedes-Benz. I'll pay for it when I get it.
The live broadcast room was filled with begging sounds.
Sumu smiled bitterly. He only had more than 2 million yuan in funding now. Ahem, let's stop here for today's live broadcast. Thank you for your support.
Seeing that the rhythm of the barrage was out of control, Sumu had to end the live broadcast awkwardly. After turning off the camera, he motioned for Zhang Yang to get in the car and leave. The super rich daddy card was turned over, and the return was 80 times, with an additional 8 million in free funds.
Wait a minute.
Ouyang Jian came back to his senses and shouted at the top of his lungs, Boss, I want to work for you. Sumu stopped and glanced sideways, feeling a sense of crisis that someone was here to snatch his life.
Ouyang Jian ran over and said, Boss, I used to work for a live broadcast company. The company went bankrupt because the anchor he signed committed suicide by jumping off a building, and then a big shot maliciously attacked it. There is absolutely no problem with my ability.
He was afraid that Sumu would be impatient, so he explained very quickly.
Who is that anchor you're talking about?
Sumu's heart moved slightly.
Ouyang Jian looked dejected. His online name is Death God.
He is a broadcaster who seeks death.
He tricks others into doing all kinds of death challenges all day long.
In the end, Death God died because of his own suicide.
It can be considered a sign up, hey. After Death died, I lost a large sum of money, which was a big enough blow.
I didn't expect that the Huang family would force me to take part of the responsibility for Huang Yi's death.
Under the pressure of the Huang family, other small anchors under my company also terminated their contracts.
Listening to the other party's explanation, Sumu's expression became more and more complicated.
He killed Huang Yi, which indirectly led to Ouyang Jian's bankruptcy.
Judging from Ding Yuan's recollection, the Grim Reaper did get some clues at that time, which led to him going to the Neon Hotel to broadcast live. Thinking about it this way, the Huang family may not have wronged the god of death. As for the god of death's boss Ouyang Jian, it is hard to say whether he knew about this.
After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Sumu decided to accept the other party temporarily, but not to trust him too much. After all, Ouyang Jian once supported a suicidal anchor like Death, so his character was questionable.
Well, then you can come and help me for a while. Sumu nodded slightly.
Ouyang Jian was overjoyed. Thank you, boss. With your power, I am not afraid of the Huang family's attack, and I can pay back the debt slowly.
His mentality changed quite quickly.
Seeing Sumu smiling, Ouyang Jian continued, "Boss, I would like to apply for the use of the Mercedes-Benz first to settle some debts, and then I will serve you with all my strength."
Chapter 100 Money and Power. Can. Sumu agreed.
If Ouyang Jian dared to escape, even if Sumu did not cause trouble for him, the Huang family would not let him go. Ouyang Jian, who had resurrected from the dead, thanked him again and again, left his contact information, and left happily. Zhang Yang has mixed feelings. "Brother Su, this is the second time you have offended the Huang family."
"Really? Why do I feel like it's just the beginning?" Sumu did not comment.
Slapping the suit shop owner in the face and saving the desperate Ouyang Jian, these two things are nothing compared to directly killing Huang Yi.
"Brother Su, since you can't receive any gifts these few days, take a break."
On the way home, Zhang Yang kindly reminded that although it was not his business to control how Sumu spent money, he could not just watch Sumu squander the money, as his heart could not bear it.
"Well, I'll think about it." Sumu did not give a clear answer.
He didn't know what kind of troublesome regulations the system would have after the next upgrade. Anyway, he would deal with it when the time comes.
"Brother Su, I'm leaving."
Back downstairs at Building 88, Zhang Yang helped Sumu carry the 4 sleeping kids home, then said goodbye and left.
Call.
After settling the 4 little ones, Sumu sat on the sofa and checked the system. The nanny still has more than 2 million in funds, and there are only a few rich nanny cards left. The remaining money can no longer be spent on live broadcasts, so he has to show off his wealth secretly, otherwise it will cause disgust.
The phone vibrates, someone adds you as a friend. Sumu took one look and accepted it immediately.
Supermarket manager, "Hello, Mr. Su, the 5 million shopping cart has been processed, you can come and pick it up at any time."
"Thank you. Are you okay?" Sumu asked. Manager, "It's an old problem.
This time, thanks to Mr. Su, I got a bonus of more than 100,000 yuan.
I can go and take a good look. I wish you good health."
Sumu calculated that he already had more than 10 million in free funds, and another 5 million would be enough to satisfy the Xiao brothers' hush money for next year.
I can finally breathe a sigh of relief.
A smile appeared on his face. After a few more years, when the 4 little ones grow up a little, they can have an official showdown with the Xiao brothers. With the system in hand, their development potential is unlimited. By then, he will no longer worry about the pressure from the Xiao family.
"By the way, where is your wife?"
It's 9 o'clock now, and Xiao Jun should have returned home long ago. Sumu pushed open Xiao Jun's door.
"Ah."
Xiao Jun, who was taking a nap in the health terminal, opened his eyes and screamed. Seeing clearly that the person coming was Sumu, Xiao Jun breathed a sigh of relief. "I was scared to death. Husband, how much money did you give today?"
She felt a little resentful.
When she was working during the day, she would occasionally glance at the live broadcast room and see Sumu holding raffles and giving out gifts, telling him not to be too generous. Sumu smiled bitterly. "Not much, just over 10 million. Xiao Jun's face turned a little ugly. Sumu hurried to remedy the situation, suddenly thought of something, and immediately asked the system.
Ding.
The host can purchase Xiao Jun's services, but the price should not exceed 20,000.
Thank you, Master System.
Sumu was overjoyed, and immediately stepped forward, rubbing his hands. "Hey, my dear wife, in order to make up for your broken heart, I decided." Xiao Jun rolled his eyes. "Don't come over here, or I'll pinch you."
"Go ahead and pinch it, it'll be like a massage." Sumu had a wicked smile on his face.
Xiao Jun was angry. Then go out for a while."
"Yes, sir." Sumu turned around and went out, closing the door. "Come in." After a while, Xiao Jun's slightly resentful voice sounded.
When Sumu walked in, he was greeted by a pair of pink fists. Just after letting out a scream, Sumu was pushed onto the bed by Xiao Jun, who was wrapped in a white bath towel.
"Hey, be gentle." "Not there." "So cool."
Half an hour later, Xiao Jun lay on the bed, panting, looking at her hands.
"Honey, are my massage skills really that bad?"
Sumu's body was covered in bruises, but he endured the pain and smiled. "No, I just felt good."
Snort. Xiao Jun glanced sideways, obviously not believing it. Sumu took out his phone. "Wife, how much service fee do you want?"
Xiao Jun blinked and said, "I am a rich lady, so I will give you 10,000 yuan. 10,000 is too little, not suitable for your status.
I think 20,000 is more appropriate." Sumu shook his head.
Xiao Jun chuckled. "Are you really going to give me money?"
"Certainly."
Sumu was very serious. He took out a super rich daddy card and directly transferred 2 million to Xiao Jun.
2 million?
When Xiao Jun heard the notification tone, she frowned and said, "Husband, you really pay 100 times the fee every time."
Is your family also a wealthy family?
Forehead. Sumo immediately shook his head. "Of course not, I just earned too much these days and was overwhelmed by victory."
Honey, I promise I will never be extravagant in the future. Xiao Jun smiled and analyzed seriously. It's understandable. Isn't the so-called aristocratic temperament cultivated through repeated impulsive consumption?
When the day comes when you no longer regard money as money, or when you can calmly face huge amounts of wealth, you can barely enter the upper class.
Sumu was stunned. I spend more than 10 million a day, and I can only barely enter the upper class?
Xiao Jun said seriously, "Of course, don't forget that there is another kind of power in this world that is equal to money, and that is power. I hope that you, my husband, will also slowly get used to using power.
Just like these few days, spend impulsively first.
When you can face money and power calmly one day, you will have enough determination and wisdom to protect more precious things.
For example, the 4 little ones and their great wife."
Sumu seemed to be thinking about something, gently hugging Xiao Jun's body, looking forward to that day coming.
When it comes to rights, someone will deliver them to your door the next day. Today is Friday.
Sumo live streamed for a while and told everyone that he would suspend the live streaming for 3 days. He is going to spend this weekend with Xiao Jun, so today is a good day to prepare.
The audience expressed their understanding.
When someone asked him where he was going to play, Sumu would of course not reveal his privacy.
He just asked everyone to guess and recorded the comments. Whoever guessed correctly would win a prize when they came back next Monday.
As soon as the live broadcast ended, Ouyang Jian contacted me and said that he had already talked with the creditor and could start working.
The 4 little ones had too much fun yesterday and are listless today.
They all refused to get up.
Sumu simply asked Brittany to come and take care of her. He went to a nearby cafe to meet Ouyang Jian.
"Boss, since we want to do this for a long time, we should make adequate preparations, such as opening a studio first." After talking for a few words, Ouyang Jian expressed his suggestions.
Can.
Sumu also felt that he would soon be exhausted if he kept coping like this, so he immediately became interested when he heard this.
After some discussion, Sumu decided on the name of the studio. Super Dad Studio.
Sumu serves as both the boss and the anchor, and currently he is the only anchor.
Chapter 101, Getting on Track. Ouyang Jian serves as general manager, responsible for personnel arrangements and specific program planning. There were ready-made employees, so Sumu pulled Ouyang Jian into the management group. The boss is here. Welcome, boss. Where are you planning to go on vacation this weekend? Boss, are you planning on doing this for the long term? I'm considering doing this full-time.
Administrators such as Red Apple and February Flower welcomed them and asked about their future. Sumu smiled and sent a voice message, "Don't rush to answer the questions.
Now I will introduce an elite to you." He introduced Ouyang Jian to everyone. Ouyang Jian, hello everyone, the Super Daddy Studio is officially established.
I will take advantage of this weekend to complete the formalities and draft basic rules and regulations. When the time comes, everyone can take a look at it and sign a formal contract if they feel it is appropriate.
It's suitable, it must be suitable. Do I need to go to my boss's city to work? How many years can you sign at most? Everyone became serious and asked for specific details. Ouyang Jian answered them one by one.
After paying off the first debt, he still had several million in his hands, which could be used to rent an office. The administrator can just work online, but the studio will definitely grow and develop. If someone is willing to come and work there, they will become a veteran of the Super Daddy Studio. Some people were interested and immediately expressed their desire to come, while others were still considering it.
Next, we discussed the employees' salaries and benefits. Ouyang Jian is not a dictatorial person.
While he sticks to his principles, he will also discuss some details with everyone. The Sumo retained the minimum monthly salary of 10,000 yuan and 10 times the overtime pay. In addition, with Ouyang Jian's firm opposition and the firm support of Red Apple and others, it passed a 3-day paid vacation activity once a month. Doing so can save part of the nanny's funds without consuming the super rich nanny card, and can also greatly improve the loyalty and enthusiasm of employees, which is very beneficial to Sumu. Ouyang Jian didn't understand for the time being, and was afraid of angering the public, so he couldn't object.
Next, let us discuss the core, the live broadcast content.
The live broadcast schedule is arranged as 4 hours a day from Monday to Friday, 2 hours each in the morning and afternoon, to ensure sufficient stickiness without consuming too much time and energy. On Saturdays and Sundays, you can choose to broadcast live around the clock, or simply take a break, depending on the situation.
The live broadcast content is also precisely divided.
Monday is the day for live streaming of cute babies, with the life and growth of the 4 little ones still a focus.
Tuesday, cute babies and cute pets. Sumu promised that he would find new cute pets every week in the future.
The specific method will be kept secret for the time being, and it can be a long-term program. On Wednesday, Sumu was still the tech dad who promised to bring out a high-tech product every once in a while. With the system in place, he was not worried. At most, he would go online to buy some niche and expensive high-tech products, which could still attract attention. On Thursday, parents and children play games, mainly computer and handheld games, with Sumu as the main player. Games are the main part of the live broadcast, which can attract as many viewers as possible who come to watch games. On Friday, viewers will vote the day before to choose one of the 4 live broadcast formats to be broadcast randomly.
On Saturdays and Sundays, Sumu is free to arrange his own schedule. That's it for now. Ouyang Jian concluded, next Monday is the live broadcast of the cute kids. There is no need for much preparation.
I will contact Tai Chi enthusiasts from the old, middle-aged and young generations. The boss will find an opportunity to guide the 4 little ones to practice boxing, and then have a video link.
Sumu nodded in agreement.
Among the 4 little ones, except Anan, the other 3 were already a little disgusted with practicing Tai Chi. It was time to give them some motivation.
Ouyang Jian continued, Red Apple is studying design and has chosen to work full-time. You can prepare today and come here tomorrow.
Use the weekend to design 4 small Tai Chi dolls and give them out as gifts during the live draw on Monday.
Red Apple means no problem.
Ouyang Jian contacted 2 other managers who had worked in sales and asked them to conduct market research and look for potential business opportunities.
And Yixi Anshin, you have been a live broadcast administrator. Use your connections to contact other anchors on Yuya and see if you can cooperate. Ouyang Jian continued to give orders. Yixi Anshin, okay, what are the main aspects? Ouyang Jian, let's start with the game anchor. I estimate it will take a few days.
It would be best if we can finalize the cooperation agreement before Thursday.
It's very easy. I guarantee you'll complete the task.
Yixi Anshin made a gesture as if it was done.
Afterwards, Ouyang Jian made a series of arrangements, including dozens of tasks.
The bulk of the work falls on the administrators who are prepared to work on the job, and the administrators of the network office are not left idle either.
In a word, it means making the best use of people.
After a busy morning, everyone who received the task complained bitterly, and someone suddenly realized a problem.
Red Apple asked, Manager Ouyang, we all have tasks, what do you do?
Others also raised questions, and everyone was feeling resentful.
Why should we do the work while you, Ouyang Jian, get to sit back and reap the fruits of our labor?
Ouyang Jian casually resolved the trust crisis. Don't forget that I still have to go through the formalities and rent office space and dormitories.
Also, without me to coordinate the planning, are you sure you won't be working in vain? Forehead. Everyone then understood that Ouyang Jian's job was not easy either. Time waits for no one. Ouyang Jian announced the end of the meeting and asked everyone to take action immediately. Phew, it's finally done. Sumu let out a long sigh and looked at Ouyang Jian with some admiration. If it weren't for this meeting, it would be hard for me to imagine that there are so many ways to live broadcast. Ouyang Jian smiled and said, this is considered a small amount.
The main reason is that you, the boss, have sufficient resources, which saved us a lot of trouble, such as publicity and finding related props. Otherwise, I would not be able to handle it even if I had 7 heads and 6 arms.
That is true.
Sumu nodded secretly and worshipped the system again. By the way, if you still have energy to spare, please help me find a villa. Sumu stopped Ouyang Jian, who was about to go to work, and transferred 5 million to him.
My house is a bit small, and I often live broadcast, which easily exposes my address.
It would be better to find a bigger place with enough space for activities without worrying about disturbing the neighbors.
Ouyang Jian thought for a moment and nodded. 5 million can only be rented first.
This means that many strategies need to be adjusted.
Can we move in next week?
Sumu agreed, and the two said goodbye. Looking at Ouyang Jian's departing back, Sumu always felt like he had forgotten something.
After a while, he slapped his forehead and said, I haven't mentioned Ouyang Jian's treatment yet.
He was just about to catch up, but then he remembered that he had already transferred 10 million to Ouyang Jian yesterday, which should be enough for the time being.
Moreover, considering Ouyang Jian's cleverness, since he didn't bring it up on his own initiative, there must be another reason. Is it simply a way of repaying a favor, or is there some higher requirement, and is he afraid that he will not agree or incur public anger? Chapter 102 Upgrade. Sumu couldn't judge for the time being, and didn't plan to ask any more questions. He would wait until he came back from the weekend trip to decide everything. The nanny still has 230,000 in funds, and only 3 super rich nanny cards are left. Sumu was very depressed. If the task is not completed, the upgrade will be postponed indefinitely. At this time, someone contacted again. After reading the message, Sumu immediately took a taxi home, took the robot dog downstairs, and headed straight to Beishan Park. After getting off the car at the west gate of the park, Sumu put the robot dog on the ground, attracting a crowd of onlookers. "Young man, are you really going to give someone away?" An old lady who seemed to be a regular customer came over to ask questions. Sumu nodded. I promised someone, how can I go back on my word? Oh, what a pity for such an expensive robot. My grandson wants to watch it for a few more days. The old lady shook her head and walked away helplessly. Others were taking photos as such a high-end thing was about to disappear from their sight. When someone wanted to take a photo with him, Sumu cooperated by posing in various postures, trying hard to create an image of being easygoing and easy to get along with. More and more people took photos with him, and Sumu began to have a headache. Yesterday, his popularity peaked at over 10 million, and he had become a celebrity. Will there be people following me and filming me when I go to the toilet in the future? Thinking of this, Sumu couldn't help but shudder. Perhaps this is the trouble of celebrities. Just when Sumu was almost numb from laughing, the real person finally arrived. "Hello, Brother Su, you are here." A little kid less than 1 meter tall came bouncing over with a lollipop in his mouth, and his tone was quite social. When he got closer, the little boy was immediately attracted by the robot dog and squatted down to touch it. "Somu, Maikowa Kuzi?" "Little boy, yes." "All right." Sumu was speechless. This little guy was only 5 or 6 years old. Even if he really didn't wear pants, no one would say anything. Through WeChat, we confirmed that the little boy was Yumeko Wakuzi. "Where are your parents?" Sumu asked again. "We can't let a 5 or 6-year-old boy take the robot dog away. It's easy for both the boy and the dog to be lost." Only then did Yumeko Koriko look up and waved behind him. Swish! An extended commercial vehicle drove over and stopped in front of the crowd. The car door opened and 2 strong men got out. People were stunned, and Yumeko Koriko ordered in a very experienced tone, "Move it into the car, don't damage it." "Yes." The 2 strong men took action and quickly moved the robot dog into the commercial vehicle. They got in and quickly closed the door. Classmate Meichuan Kuzi came over and pulled Sumu's arm. "Brother Su, you haven't joined the fan group yet, come in and chat together." Sumu shrugged his shoulders and scanned the QR code to join the group. "The anchor is here." "Hello Brother Su, I'm Huang Duya." Are you scared by Yumeko Kuriko?" The group was very lively, and Sumu was directly promoted to group owner. When he looked at the member list, he found that they were all viewers who had been on the reward list. This group is not ordinary. Sumu greeted everyone and asked, "Who invited those celebrities yesterday?" "I." No one in the group spoke, and Meichuan Kuzi raised his hand. "It's my treat, Su, don't be polite, this is my reward for you." Sumu was surprised, and after thinking for a while, he asked seriously, "Is your last name Jean?" Yumeko Wakoko shook his head. "No, but Uncle Jean loves me very much, and he does whatever I say." Sumu was stunned. Meichuan Kuzi's family background was very powerful. A little kid could give orders to the president of the Shanghai group. "Well, it looks like you don't really need a robot dog." Sumu touched Meichuan Kuzi's head and smiled jokingly. The next moment, he felt a murderous aura, which seemed to come from inside the business car and from all directions at the same time. Sumu's muscles tensed and he quickly withdrew his hand, looking vigilantly at the top of a rockery in the park, which was the place that gave him the greatest pressure. I love the feeling of winning the lottery. Goodbye Brother Su." Yumeko Koriko waved goodbye, got in the car and left. The murderous aura around him disappeared, and Sumu's pressure was suddenly reduced. "What is this, observation hockey?" Sumu recalled the feeling just now and asked the system. Ding! The host is about to break through the acquired realm. Please keep up the good work. Sumu asked again, but there was no response, and he secretly despised it. Still at the postnatal realm? Could it be possible that Tai Chi could shatter the void? Sumu smiled bitterly, thinking he was probably overthinking it.
As for the sense of crisis just now, perhaps it was the legendary sixth sense, which should be relatively normal.
He waved goodbye to everyone and left in a hurry. Back home, continue chatting with the fan group.
Sumu discovered that except for Yumekawa Kuko, whose identity was exposed due to his young age, everyone else hid their identities very well. They only chatted using online names and occasionally revealed some information about their lives, which was also surprising.
For example, Zhang Xiaodan accidentally revealed that he once drove a cruise ship to chase whales. Generally speaking, everyone is either rich or noble. The original group owner's online name was Zaya Abutian, and he was the one who organized and established this group. Sumu chatted for a few minutes but didn't ask anything. Looking at the reward list, Zaya Abutian is ranked 35th.
He is a low-key person who does not show off his talents.
Looking for a horse while riding a plane? Sumu asked everyone.
The little one replied, he was put in solitary confinement by his father.
He can't come out for half a month, huh? Forehead. Sumu asked again, is it because of the auto show?
Little one, it's inconvenient to reveal more, but he won't be in big trouble, at most he'll lose a little skin. The group became lively again, with ridicule and mockery.
Oh.
Sumu thought for a moment and asked again, it seems that everyone here is quite important.
What I find strange is why so many big shots have gathered in my small live broadcast room?
He was very skeptical, as the Super Dad live broadcast had only started for a few days and so many powerful people had already come.
Everyone fell silent again in tacit agreement, not even willing to type an extra punctuation mark. Never mind. Good night, everyone. Sumu knew that it was useless to ask any more questions, so he simply exited the chat interface.
Find a way to investigate the identities of these people.
Sumu informed Brittany, who wrote down the group number.
Thank you for your hard work.
Here's a tip for you.
Looking at the busy Brittany, Sumu had an idea. Without waiting for the other party to object, he continued, it's not much, just 2,365.
Brittany was surprised, how come there are still zeros and whole numbers? Sumu smiled mysteriously and asked her to open the payment code. 236,500 yuan has been received via WeChat.
When the reminder sounded, Brainy thought of something, 100 times again.
Sue, do you have any evil taste?
This amount of money was nothing to her and Sumu, so they did not refuse.
After Brittany accepted it, the dad's funds were completely wiped out. The system prompt sounded. Sumu was overjoyed, that's it.
I'm going to go to sleep for a while, please help me take care of the 4 little ones.
Chapter 103 Rich Rewards.
After saying that, he hurried back to the bedroom and closed the door.
Ding!
Super Daddy's live broadcast account level has been upgraded to level 2, and the rewards are as follows: Primary Talent Card 20, Cute Baby Blind Box 2, Special Attention 5.
Ding!
You have accumulated enough experience, and your Super Daddy live broadcast account has been upgraded to level 3. You will receive the following rewards: 20 primary talent cards, 10 intermediate talent cards, 3 cute baby blind boxes, and 5 special attention cards.
Sumu was stunned.
However, the system prompt sound continued.
Bite. 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 Ding.
Considering that the host has been promoted to level 5 in a row, the additional rewards are as follows: Charity Card 200, Extraordinary Reward.
Character Card 3, Extraordinary Reward. History Card 3. Finally stopped.
Sumu had already been eloquent, and this sentence had no special meaning, he was really drooling.
System Dad, why can I upgrade 5 levels at once? Sumu bowed down in worship and asked for advice humbly. Ding.
Nanny's funds will not be consumed for nothing, every purchase will be converted into experience points.
So that's it.
Sumu quickly calculated that he had spent more than 17 million in nanny funds in the past few days, which converted into experience points was a little over 1.7 million. To upgrade from level 1 to level 2, 40,000 experience points are required, and to upgrade to level 3, 80,000 experience points are required, and so on. Adding up all the experience points, it is exactly 1.24 million.
There are still a few dozen experience points left, which are not enough for upgrading. Checking the back end of a certain platform, the live broadcast level has become 6 and the experience has been reset to 0. Sumu didn't mind the dozens of experience points swallowed up by the system.
Worshipping the system again, Sumu counted the prizes excitedly. Each time you upgrade 20 primary talent cards, there are 100 cards in total.
Starting from level 3, there are intermediate talent cards. Each level gives 10 cards, a total of 40 cards. Cute baby blind box, each level gives the corresponding number of levels, a total of 20.
There are 5 special attention levels, 25 in total.
In addition, there are additional rewards. Let's not talk about the extraordinary rewards. What is this charity card called? Sumu suppressed his excitement and looked at the specific description of the charity card with trepidation.
Charity card, use the nanny as funds to help the disadvantaged groups, and get 5 times the money back after use. The charity card is the same as the Super Rich Daddy card, and it comes with its own tasks.
Charity Tycoon, spend at least 100 million of your money on charity. Gifts cannot be converted into experience points before the task is completed. Sumu was secretly happy.
This time he was not required to spend 100 times more, and he could get a refund of 1 to 5 times.
In other words, he could at least get his money back.
As for the 100 million in funds, given his current influence, it shouldn't be that difficult.
Sumu was relaxed and continued to check the intermediate talent card.
Intermediate talent card can only be used on a target life form that has used a primary talent card. You can specify a specific talent, and the increase is 50% to 100%.
Another powerful tool for cheating.
The cute baby blind box is the same as the previous one, except that there are more options that can be opened, such as intermediate talent cards and extraordinary rewards. Sumu began to check the extraordinary rewards.
Extraordinary reward.
Character card, after activation, randomly summon a famous milk bully to help the host and the 4 little ones grow. Only once, the historical character lasts for 1 hour.
Extraordinary reward.
History card, after activation, you will be randomly introduced to the history of Milk Tyrant.
Only once, and the time limit is 24 hours. This? What are the famous milk tyrants and historical clips of milk tyrants? Sumu was a little confused and asked the system. Ding. Host, please explore on your own. Sumu thought about it.
After learning the lesson about the ID card, he didn't want to be dragged into another world.
As for the role cards, you can give it a try.
He took out a character card and was about to use it when he thought of something and asked the system again.
Ding. A famous milk tyrant will be born in front of the 4 little ones.
Fortunately, I was careful.
Sumu immediately put away the role card.
Scaring the 4 little ones to tears was the least of his worries.
The key was how to explain it to Brittany.
He would have to use it again when he had the chance. He was worried that he had missed some information and continued to dig into the problem. As a result, the system's answer was very official. In short, it made people feel that a lot of words were said, but it was all nonsense. Only one sentence aroused Sumu's great curiosity.
Ding.
Accumulate 7 extraordinary rewards and you can redeem them for random extraordinary rewards.
Sumu hurriedly said, try to synthesize it. Extraordinary rewards, it sounds very impressive. Ding.
The host currently has only 6 extraordinary rewards, which cannot be redeemed.
Sumu was stunned. Aren't there still 200 charity cards? Ding. Charity cards are the basic rewards.
Even if the host does not upgrade continuously, they will be distributed through other means.
Oh my god, it turns out to be a scam.
The little bit of admiration that Sumu had built up for the system was also gone. The system has many tricks, and the dad can't guard against them. Despite this, Sumu decided not to use the character card for the time being. He was looking forward to the extraordinary reward.
Even if there was only one, it would be more important than 7 extraordinary rewards. Isn't this how many games are set up?
A green weapon is worth a dozen white weapons. The higher the grade of the weapon, the greater the value difference.
The cute baby blind box can give out extraordinary rewards.
Sumu decided to try his luck. Maybe he could synthesize extraordinary rewards in advance without waiting for the next continuous upgrade. The last time Anan opened the blind box for cute kids, the incredible dining table was very functional and fun, but it was a pity that it was just a toy.
Sumu couldn't favor one over the other, so he decided to let Tuenchuan try first. He opened the door and Kong Kong ran over. Daddy, I need to pee. Sumu, isn't there Aunt Brittany? Kong Kong, I'm a boy. All right.
Sumu had no choice but to let Kong Kong draw the lottery first. Taking Kong Kong to the bathroom, after he finished peeing, Sumu took out a blind box. Blind boxes enter mobile phones and become a small game. Under Sumu's guidance, Kong Kong nodded.
The blind box flashed, and after a cool explosion effect, a message appeared: adventure. This?
Sumu secretly had a headache, as he had no way of grasping the chance of an adventure and had no idea when it would be granted.
Ding! The adventure is being prepared and will be distributed within 3 days. Target: Su Kong Kong. The system provides timely reminders. Whoever starts the adventure will get the chance. This setting is quite strict.
Sumu wanted an extraordinary reward, so he gritted his teeth and decided to let Kong Kong try again. Then take out a cute baby blind box and ask Kong Kong to click it. The blind box is opened and the primary talent card is displayed.
Sumu almost fainted.
This was worse than an adventure. He now had more than 100 primary talent cards, which he could not use up at all.
Try again?
With an attitude of giving it a try, Sumu encouraged Kong Kong again. When the blind box is opened, it shows Daddy has 20,000 yuan in funds. This time it was distributed directly, but the mere 20,000 nanny funds were not as good as a primary talent card in Sumu's eyes.
Never mind.
Sumu sighed secretly. Kong Kong's luck seemed to have been used up after the first time, so he decided to let Tuan Tuan try it.
Chapter 104 Extraordinary Skill Card.
Kong Kong ran out to play, and Sumu went to the sofa and played with the doll with Tuan Tuan for a while.
Let's play a game. Brittany took care of Yuan Yuan while she went to the toilet, while Sumu turned on his cell phone. Tuan Tuan opened the blind box and a snack gift pack was displayed. Ding! The snack gift packs will be distributed within 3 days. Sumu was stunned for a moment, took out the 5th blind box of cute babies, and asked Tuan Tuan to continue ordering.
The blind box is opened and Daddy's Happy Pill is displayed.
Ding! Happy Daddy pills are medicines.
After taking them, your mental state will be reduced to the level of a 3-year-old child, so you can fully experience the fun of being a baby.
Sumu's face turned black. Since 2 have been opened, let Tuan Tuan try again. It's not fun. Daddy, I want a pee too. Tuan Tuan was already a little impatient.
He tapped the screen lightly with his little hand and trotted to the bathroom.
Brittany also came out carrying Yuan Yuan, touched her head with a smile, and took her into the bathroom. Sumu put Yuan Yuan, who came over, on his lap and let her continue watching cartoons.
When checking the blind box, the information displayed is toy without even a specific prompt.
Sumu didn't believe it, so he asked Yuan Yuan to try it too. Grandpa's Happy Pill, an upgraded version of Dad's Happy Pill. Dads can still take it even when they are over 100 years old.
Their mental state will be reduced to that of a 3-year-old child, allowing them to fully experience the fun of a baby. Sumu's face darkened and he complained in his heart, damn it, by then I'll have Alzheimer's disease, whether I take this happy pill or not, my mental state won't be much better. Besides, when I'm 100 years old, the 4 little ones will be in their 70s or 80s.
How can I have the happiness of my children? He made up his mind and opened it again. Intermediate talent card 2.
I'm lucky this time, Sumu nodded.
Yuan Yuan, let's play again.
He continued to tempt her.
Yuan Yuan was very well behaved and nodded gently again.
The cute baby's blind box is opened. Daddy's funds are 50,000. Sumu felt like crying but had no tears.
He looked at Anen and prepared to change people. Daddy, I want to play more. Yuan Yuan's legs were shaking, and she actually liked this little game.
Maybe the previous few times were just a prelude.
Since Yuan Yuan likes it, let's try it 2 more times.
Sumu took a deep breath, prayed silently, and took out 2 blind boxes again.
Toy. Primary talent card 10. Dad, why is the game gone?
Yuan Yuan was so addicted to the game that Sumu's face was so dark that ink seemed to be dripping out. This game is not fun.
Daddy will find you a drawing game. Yuan Yuan pouted, no, I like the treasure chest. Forehead.
Sumu was helpless and had to grit his teeth and take out another blind box.
Yuan Yuan nodded happily. Extraordinary reward. Skill card. What?
Sumu's eyes opened wide, and he almost threw his phone away because he was too excited.
Ha ha ha.
After a long silence, he laughed out loud and kissed Yuan Yuan's little face hard. Yuan Yuan is so good, Daddy will let you continue playing. Now that he could synthesize extraordinary rewards, he was no longer worried and decided to take out the remaining blind boxes, leaving one for Anen and letting Yuan Yuan play with the others. He thought about it, and nothing happened. Sumu checked the system panel and found that the cute baby blind box had disappeared.
Ding.
In view of the fact that the host has a lower probability of opening an extraordinary reward than the Huaxia lottery, all the cute baby blind boxes will be cleared, and 50 primary talent cards, 10 intermediate talent cards, and 70,000 nanny funds will be consumed.
Forehead. Sumu was stunned.
It was fine that the dad's funds were cleared, but why were the cute baby's blind boxes also cleared? He questioned the system.
Ding.
Extraordinary rewards require a lot of resources, please keep calm. I'll stabilize your head.
Sumu waved his fist, and Yuan started to make a fuss again.
He had no choice but to download a small game of opening blind boxes so that his daughter could play enough first.
Cluck, cluck, big cock. Little rabbit.
And there are big planes. Yuan was very happy because what came out this time was not just simple text, but had pictures and sound effects, and it was a cartoon version, which was very much to the little friend's liking.
Some are happy and some are sad. Sumu can't be happy. Fortunately, extraordinary rewards can be synthesized. He left the phone to Yuan and went back to his room. Synthesis. Ding.
Host, please check the skill card before making a decision.
Sumu waved his hand, no need. How can a mere extraordinary reward compare to a super reward? Ding. You really don't want to consider it? System, why are you so long-winded?
Sumu was impatient and suddenly froze.
The system wouldn't shoot without a purpose, could it?
He hurriedly took out the skill card and checked it.
Extraordinary reward.
Skill card can be used on the host himself, increasing the designated talent by 300% within 24 hours.
Bang!
Sumu's heart was beating violently.
What did 4 times the talent mean? The IQ gap between Einstein and a mentally retarded person is probably no more than 4 times.
In other words, as long as he uses the skill card, he can become an elite in a certain field through learning. At this moment, Sumu fell into great entanglement again.
Improve your own strength? Or unlock unknown extraordinary rewards? Let me think about it first.
In the end, Sumu humbly accepted the system's advice. Putting his worries aside for the moment, Sumu sorted out the cute baby blind box gains. In addition to the daddy funds and talent cards, there is also an adventure exclusively for Kong Kong, a snack gift pack, 1 daddy happy pill and 1 grandpa happy pill, which are both useless, and 2 toys. The harvest was not much. Next, let us improve the talents of the 4 little ones.
Talent is very important, and the sooner you improve it, the greater the rewards will be. Brittany, thank you for your hard work. Let Brittany go home first.
When the babies were drawing the lottery just now, there was something wrong in Brittany's eyes. Sumu was worried that she saw something.
Brittany smiled and said, "That's what I should do." Sumu, what I mean is that you can go home and rest first.
I won't be live streaming today, so I can take care of the baby.
He blinked. Brittany, okay, do you want me to bring dinner over? Sumu smiled awkwardly. If possible, it would be better to send one.
Sumu knew his own cooking skills well, and he would feel guilty if he could not just rely on the incredible table to tempt the 4 little ones to eat food that was deemed unqualified by Xiao Nike.
Then I'll go first.
Brittany said goodbye to the 4 little ones one by one, opened the door and prepared to leave.
Bang!
She suddenly kicked out and rushed out quickly. There were sounds of fighting outside. Sumu's face changed and he quickly asked the 4 little ones to hide in the bedroom. After closing the door, he also rushed out.
When I got outside, the battle was over.
Lei sat on the ground in an ungraceful manner, rubbing his arms and making painful sounds.
Brittany is applying medicine to her. Brother Su.
Lei looked up and stuck out his tongue. I practiced according to your method for a few days, and my strength improved very quickly. I knew you wouldn't be live streaming this afternoon, so I wanted to give you a surprise, but...
Sumu smiled and asked, the result turned into a shock? Chapter 105 Continue to instruct. Lei stood up with a smile and asked who Brittany was.
Sumu introduced the two to each other with a smile. Lei was very surprised to learn that Brittany was just the nanny of Sumu's family. Brother Su, I have reached the 5th level of Tai Chi now.
I can't even take 10 moves in front of Brittany. How did you teach me?
Lei asked curiously. She thought Brittany had received Sumu's guidance just like her. Before Sumu could answer, Brittany smiled and said, I learned mixed martial arts at a training camp abroad, which is more practical.
Lei Lei was unhappy and waved his fist. The combat dance steps I practiced are not fancy at all, Brother Su, didn't you mention it to Brittany? Brittany turned around and looked at Sumu in surprise.
The memories of her, Shuesi and others had been modified, and they did not remember Sumu's experience of killing everyone in the Neon Hotel. Sumu was about to explain when two more people came up the stairs. They were Moronging and Mr. Dong, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He went over to say hello, and Mr. Dong smiled kindly. Xiao Su, do you remember our previous agreement? Sumu recalled that when he used the ID card for the first time, the system controlled his body and promised Mr. Dong that he would help train 3 masters at the Tai Chi martial arts school every week.
Moronging and Lei Lei took up 2 places. Of course I remember. It's better to do it today than to wait for another day.
Let's go to the martial arts gym to talk.
Sumu did not refuse.
He had nothing to do this afternoon anyway, so he might as well go to the Tai Chi martial arts gym to have a look.
Okay.
Mr. Dong was quite surprised, and then agreed with joy. Since they were going to the martial arts gym, Sumu had no choice but to let Brittany play with the 4 little ones for a while longer. Arriving at the Tai Chi martial arts gym, Sumu specifically asked Mr. Dong to find a quiet classroom for him. His tailor-made is too special to be disturbed, nor does he want to attract too much attention. Mr. Dong readily agreed and took Sumu and others to the top floor of the martial arts hall. In the practice room, which covers several hundred square meters, various fitness equipment, wooden men, stone blocks and other exercise equipment are placed.
This is the instructor training room of the Tai Chi martial arts school.
Mr. Dong explained as he walked out. You guys go ahead and do your work, I'll be back soon.
There is a changing room in the practice room.
The 3 of them changed into their practice clothes and first performed a set of Tai Chi to warm up. After the warm-up, Lei Lei couldn't wait any longer. Brother Su, let's get started. Sumu nodded and asked Lei Lei and Moronging to show their recent achievements respectively to see how their strength has improved. Lei Lei is still breakdance, her combat steps have gone beyond the scope of dance, her movements are vigorous and powerful. After performing a set of combat dance steps, Lei Lei's face was not red and he was not out of breath, and his physical strength was much stronger than before.
Next came Moronging.
She looked much more confident than before and her smile was no longer so shy. She found a mat and demonstrated her yoga moves openly.
Compared to Lei Lei's improvement in strength and speed, Moronging mainly enhanced his body's flexibility and state of mind.
Watching her practice yoga is like a kind of enjoyment, with a breathtaking beauty in the tranquility and nature. After completing the set of moves, Moronging was still not satisfied. Brother Su, let me show you some more balance.
Good.
Sumu was quite surprised. According to his calculations, Moronging would need to practice for a longer period of time before she could solve her coordination problem.
Moronging walked to the equipment and picked out a skipping rope.
She skipped the rope, walking and jumping at the same time, moving towards the side, for more than 10 times in a row. Although it was still a little smooth, she finally did not fall.
Bang bang bang. Sumu and Lei applauded to celebrate Moronging's amazing progress.
Moronging's mentality subtly fluctuated, and her body suddenly became out of control again. Her left foot was tripped by the skipping rope, and she was about to fall.
Aya!
Lei exclaimed. Sumu had already turned into a shadow and rushed forward, holding Moronging's back with his warm palm.
Phew, I was too proud.
I should have just jumped where I was.
Moronging lowered her head shyly. Sumu comforted, don't rush for success, you are already amazing. Crunch!
The door was pushed open, and Mr. Dong and another young man came in. Seeing the scene in the practice room, they both stopped at the same time. Mr. Dong had a look of relief on his face, while the young man had a cold look in his eyes. Moronging had already stood firm, and Sumu let go of her hand.
The former smiled at him gently, full of gratitude and admiration. Xiaoying, what are you doing?
Jealousy was quickly ignited, and the young man's face darkened and he asked in a very unhappy tone. Moronging turned her head and responded with a cold tone that kept people at a distance, none of your business.
Sumu was speechless. Are all Moronging's suitors so bad-tempered?
Ningwei was like a tiger charging forward, while the man opposite him looked more like a poisonous snake that could hurt people at any time.
Lei on the side reminded in a low voice, Brother Su, that man is called Zhao Rui's, and he used his connections to suppress Ningwei before. If it weren't for Mr. Dong's insistence on principles, Ningwei would have been fired long ago. So he is a second generation? Sumu asked.
Lei Lei nodded slightly. Sumu had already made up his mind. He would not instruct a playboy. Mr. Dong noticed something, but pretended nothing happened. He brought Zhao Rui's over and said with a smile, "Xiao Su, this student's talent." Sumu interrupted Mr. Dong. "Mr. Dong, please change someone." Mr. Dong was stunned. Zhao Rui's narrowed his eyes. He walked up to Sumu and said, "Are you the expert they were talking about? I learned martial arts from you because I respect you, but you don't know what's good for you. Mr. Dong, fire him immediately." His tone was vicious, and he did not hide his jealousy and hatred at all, not even giving Mr. Dong any face. The smile on Mr. Dong's face froze, but he still endured it. "Rui's, this Mr. Su was already at the level of Tai Chi Grandmaster. With his guidance, your rank will surely improve rapidly in a short period of time." Zhao Rui's roared, "Shut up, do you really think I came here to learn martial arts? What era is it now? No matter how high your martial arts skills are, it's useless. If you make me angry, I will have the Tai Chi martial arts school demolished." Mr. Dong was speechless, feeling helpless and aggrieved. Just tell me the answer quickly, are you going to fire him or not?" Zhao Rui's was already starting to get ahead of himself. Sumu watched coldly, then suddenly reached out and slapped Zhao Rui's on the shoulder. The latter dodged instinctively, but he only had time to raise his hand before his shoulder was held down tightly, and he was unable to break free no matter how hard he tried. Soon, Zhao Rui's face turned red, and he was furious. "Bastard, I want your life." Then he punched Sumu hard in the abdomen. Sumu sneered and pressed harder with his 5 fingers on Zhao Rui's shoulders. Ah! All the muscles in Zhao Rui's body were affected. Under the severe pain, his outstretched arms went limp and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Seeing Zhao Rui's body trembling and about to collapse, Sumu let go of his hand. He glanced at the other's face, which had turned liver-colored, and said calmly, "Young man, don't be too angry. Chapter 106 seems to be screwed." Zhao Rui's panted heavily, still refusing to give in. "Asshole, aren't you angry enough to call me young man? This line?" Sumu shrugged his shoulders. "Well, I'll give you another chance. This time I'll only use one hand. If you can make me take a step back, you win." Zhao Rui's felt a little guilty. He came to the Tai Chi martial arts gym to pick up girls and didn't put his mind on practicing martial arts at all. Besides, he just suffered a big loss, which made him realize his own worth. Just as he was about to find a reason to refuse, Lei Lei chuckled. "Asshole, even that tomboy is mocking me." Zhao Rui's glared at Lei Lei fiercely and was finally overwhelmed by anger. "Okay, I don't believe it." Zhao Rui's took a deep breath, lowered his head and rushed towards Sumu with all his strength. Anyway, as long as he made the opponent take a step back, he would win, so why bother using any moves? "What is this? A bull charge?" Sumu smiled, thinking of the Tai Chi masters in film and television clips who often use tumblers to demonstrate their extraordinary strength. He raised his left arm decisively. When Zhao Rui's rushed to him, Sumu lowered his shoulders and elbows, swept his left palm towards the back of Zhao Rui's head, and pulled it hard. The next moment, Zhao Rui's whole body began to spin. "Oh my god!" Zhao Rui's was completely confused, waving his limbs and cursing. Without waiting for the other party to stop, Sumu used his strength to continue moving. Zhao Rui's was horrified to find that he couldn't stop at all. In a panic, he cursed, "Su, if you have the guts." Sumu frowned and moved Zhao Rui's head again. "Ha, brother Su, are you spinning atop?" Lei Lei couldn't help but cheer with joy. Mr. Dong was worried that something might happen to Zhao Rui's, so he waited until he turned 4 or 5 times before taking decisive action. Buzz! Amid the sound of airwaves, a steady and powerful hand reached out and landed accurately on Sumu's wrist. His wrist felt numb and Sumu had to stop. He looked at Mr. Dong in surprise. Was this acupressure? Under the influence of inertia, Zhao Rui's turned another half circle and fell down in a mess. He struggled to get up and was about to speak when he felt his stomach churning. Vomit! With a dry heave, Zhao Rui's covered his mouth tightly and stumbled out of the practice room. "Hey, I gave you a chance but you didn't use it." Listening to the footsteps getting farther and farther away outside, Sumu shook his head slightly. Mr. Dong had a complicated expression inside for a while. "Xiao Su, you really make me worry." Lei said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, master. With Brother Su here, it won't matter how many people Zhao Rui's calls." Her eyes were full of little stars, and she had long admired Sumu. Moronging smiled bitterly. Lulu, what Mr. Dong meant is that Zhao Rui's will use his social connections to cause trouble and even make the Tai Chi martial arts school unable to operate. Ah? Lei Lei was stunned and soon panicked. What should we do? Why don't we chase him and knock him out? Several people shook their heads at the same time. Sumu asked about the inside story, and Mr. Dong also took the risk and explained patiently. Wait me a moment. After listening, Sumu sent Zhao Rui's message to the fan group, leaving only one sentence: tell this guy not to bother me. Is that all? Lei came over like a curious baby. Brother Su, what does your group do? Sumu smiled mysteriously. Keep it secret for now, but I can guarantee that Zhao Rui's will not come to trouble himself for the time being. Mr. Dong looked at Sumu deeply and said, okay, I believe you. What about the third candidate? Sumu thought for a moment. Is Ning Wei here? Here. Lei's eyes lit up. Hey, Xiao Ying didn't leave, how could Ning Wei leave? I'll go call him now. Morong Ying's mouth twitched, but she didn't stop it in the end. Mr. Dong found an excuse to leave, probably to comfort Zhao Rui's, and Sumu didn't care. He first gave instructions to Morong Ying. Soon, Ning Wei came over and was very surprised. Brother Su, thank you. Sumu nodded. He had not been optimistic about Ning Wei at first, but compared with Zhao Rui's, Ning Wei's three outlooks were still very positive and worth cultivating. In terms of talent, Ning Wei is even better. Without the help of the system, Sumu doubts that he can't beat Ning Wei. Let Ning Wei practice a set of Tai Chi first, and it was indeed very smooth and natural. Sumu was very satisfied and started to give guidance to Ning Wei, who had the most potential. In order to increase efficiency, he used a primary talent card to help Ning Wei's basketball talent increase by 50%. Now all three of them have been amplified. There are enough intermediate talent cards, so Sumu continues to use them. This time he can choose specific talents. Sumu decisively helps Morong Ying improve the coordination of his subordinates with athletic talents. Morong Ying was very lucky and the increase reached the highest 100%. As for Lei and Ning Wei, Sumu chose the fighting skill of his subordinates with combat talents. One got 60% and the other got 85%, which were also considerable increases. A few hours later. Haha, I succeeded. After Ning Wei finished a set of Tai Chi, he laughed excitedly. Brother Su, you taught me so well. I feel like I can go straight to the 5th level. One can become a teacher if he is at the 7th Dan level. Ning Wei has only studied for a week and his progress is amazing. Lei was also very excited. Yes, it's different with the guidance of a master. I have made as much progress this afternoon as I have in the past week, right, Xiaoying? Well, thank you, Brother Su. Morong Ying nodded vigorously. She also gained a lot. Sumu gladly accepted the gratitude of the three people. Their rapid progress was indeed due to his careful guidance, but the decisive factor was still the intermediate talent card, so it was still his own credit. In order to verify her improvement, Morong Ying decided to perform rope skipping again. This time, she still moved while jumping. 1, 2, 18, 19. She continued to jump, with no intention of stopping. Come on, come on. Ning Wei and Lei cheered at the top of their lungs, and Sumu also felt a sense of accomplishment. Crunch! The door was pushed open. Ah! Morong Ying's problem recurred, and Sumu habitually rushed over to help her. You? A beautiful woman in a light blue uniform came in, and when she saw the situation in the practice room, she exclaimed. The murderous intent in her eyes was even stronger than that in Zhao Rui's. However, Sumu didn't have any temper at all. Wife! He didn't bother to steady Morong Ying, and rushed to the door in one breath. Why are you here? Snort! It was Xiao Jun who came. She glared at Sumu fiercely, then pointed at Morong Ying who had fallen over there and asked faintly, Husband, who is that beauty? Sumu was embarrassed. Ahem, Morong Ying, the one who helped the 4 little ones cook before. So it was she who caused the 4 little ones to refuse to eat the food I cooked. She's younger than me and can cook better than me. Husband, you really know how to pick people. The more Xiao Jun thought about it, the angrier he became, so he simply stomped his feet and turned away. Practice on your own. Sumu left a message and ran after her. Wife, it's not what you think. Chapter 107 New Toys. Are you really just teaching them how to practice? Half an hour later, in Mr. Dong's office, Xiao Jun sat in the armchair drinking tea, and his mood had calmed down a lot. Really, I swear. Sumu raised his left hand, but was stopped by Xiao Jun. Forget it, I believe you.
Thank you, wife. Sumu's heart settled down, and he shamelessly went over to grab a sip of tea. He said more nice things in the past half hour than in the past few years. Once a beautiful woman gets angry, it is very difficult to communicate with her. Even a strong woman like Xiao Jun is an emotional animal. Honey, I don't want to go on vacation this weekend. After hugging for a while, Xiao Jun suddenly spoke. Sumu was stunned. Still need to work overtime? He quietly used an intermediate talent card to check Xiao Jun's business talent, looking for a sub-talent that could suppress his career ambition. Name, Xiao Jun, talent, business. Negotiation, 60, decision-making, 60, business acumen, 50, commitment, 89. Before Sumu could find the right talent, Xiao Jun waved her fist and said, I want to sign up for a cooking class. You come with me. Forehead. Looking at Xiao Jun's confident look, Sumu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that his wife still had a sense of crisis. Okay. He agreed immediately, but isn't 2 days a bit short? Xiao Jun was full of fighting spirit. I'm going all out. I'll go to the most professional cooking training class every weekend to practice my cooking skills. I don't believe that I can't conquer the stomachs of the 4 little ones. Okay, I support you, let's work hard together. Since it is for the child, Sumu has to do his best and choose the child's talents. Empathy has increased from 60 to 90, which can probably offset the troubles caused by career ambition. After reaching an agreement, Xiao Jun smiled again. The two chatted and laughed and opened the door. Mr. Dong? It was very lively outside. Lei Lei put his ear to the door. Moronying and Ning Wei stood beside them. Old Master Dong was also listening attentively. Mr. Dong stood up awkwardly. Ahem, I didn't hear anything. Sumu smiled and said, it doesn't matter if I've heard of it. Anyway, I won't be able to come to the Tai Chi gym on weekends anymore. Mr. Dong nodded. Well, let's talk about these things next month. Zhao Ruiz has already thought it through and will not demolish the Tai Chi martial arts school for the time being. That's good. Sumu was relieved. It seemed that those people in the fan group were really quick to act. After waving goodbye, Sumu and Xiao Jun drove home. On the way, Sumu learned that Xiao Jun went home early from get off work today because Brittany told her that she went to the Tai Chi martial arts gym. Out of some intuition, Xiao Jun went to the gym to visit her. In this regard, what else could Sumu say except a bitter smile? Brittany was just doing her job. Back home, Brittany was having dinner with the 4 little ones, using that incredible dining table. Look at the time, it's only 6 o'clock. When Sumu and Xiao Jun came over, Brittany was already waiting anxiously and immediately asked, Where did you buy this dining table? Xiao Jun pointed at Sumu, smiled and went back to his room to wash up. Sumu was well prepared and pushed it directly to Zhang Xiaodan. It turns out to be that super second generation. Brittany had obviously already investigated Zhang Xiaodan's identity, but she still felt a little disappointed. No wonder. Only the top wealthy families are eligible to buy this kind of high-tech dining table. Ordinary rich people like John and I don't even have the qualifications to know about it. Sumu was afraid that she would ask someone to dig into the matter, so he immediately said, This thing is nothing. I'll give you something more powerful when I have the chance. Brittany was surprised. There is something even more powerful. What is it? Keep it secret for now. Sumu smiled mysteriously. The 4 little ones drew 2 toys, which would not be worse than the incredible dining table. Brittany has a high EQ and didn't ask any further questions. The food on the table was custom made by Brittany at a high-end Western restaurant, but it was still deemed unqualified by Xiao Nike and had to be processed before it could be barely eaten. It's a pity that there are no Michelin restaurants in this city. I'll contact them and see if there are any other ways to find top-quality ingredients. Brittany found an excuse and left. Dad, the cake is delicious. You come too. The 4 children only need to be accompanied by their parents. Sumu smiled and went over to enjoy the delicious meal together. The taste was indeed very tempting. He didn't understand how he could meet Xiao Nike's requirements. Under his guidance, the 4 little ones said that it was Aunt Brittany who asked them to eat early. Sumu just smiled and didn't take it to heart. With the reminder from John Lee, a special correspondent who knows everything about Brittany, no matter how curious she is, she will not do anything out of line. After a while, Xiao Jun, who had finished washing up, came over, and the family enjoyed dinner happily. That night, Sumu and Xiao Jun registered online, and their target school was the Beihai branch of the new Winter Melon Culinary School located in the neighboring city. There is no need to talk about the fame of Xiandonghua.
Beihai is a first-tier city, and the cooking class of Beihai branch also follows the elite route. The teachers are all retired chefs from 5-star hotels, and the teaching level is extremely high. In terms of specific courses, at Sumu's insistence, Xiao Jun signed up for Western pastry, as the ingredients there are easier to handle and there is no need to be exposed to smoke or fire all day, which will not harm the skin.
Sumu signed up for Chinese cuisine, which had simple requirements. It was just about learning how to make some homely dishes and various snacks. Early the next morning, Brainy came again and brought some new toys to ensure that the 4 little ones would have different things to play with during the next 2 days. Sumu and Xiao Jun were getting ready to go out when the courier showed up. "Your delivery." Just like last time, the other party put down the package and left. "Don't you need to sign for it?"
Xiao Jun was puzzled, but Sumu had already guessed that this was a special mission from the system. Looking at the label on the package, it said toys.
"Wife, how about we open it when we get back?" Sumu asked a little worriedly. "No, what if it's something dangerous?" Xiao Jun firmly disagreed. "With no other choice, I had to open the door and go back." "Wow, there's a new gift."
The 4 little ones came skipping over and laughed around the package. At the urging of Brittany and Xiao Jun, Sumu opened the package, silently reminding himself not to be too shocking.
"This is?" The carton was opened and the family looked at the contents in amazement. There are a dozen transparent vases of various sizes, with a thick layer of soil underneath, and nothing else. "What kind of toy is this?" Sumu was puzzled, so he picked up a glass bottle and looked at the instructions underneath.
"Little gardener, by using this product, you can teach your children to recognize the seeds of various plants, as well as the planting and harvesting methods during the game." Xiao Jun and Brittany came over to watch, still with question marks on their faces. Sumu turned to the second page.
Chapter 108 Cooking Class. Tip 1. Gardening vases need to be used with love points. Sumu was shocked.
In order to hide his embarrassment, he explained with a smile, this toy is quite interesting.
It actually requires some kind of love value. Do you understand?
Xiao Jun shook her head. I don't quite understand. Maybe it's to let us cultivate the love of babies.
Husband, didn't you ask clearly when you placed the order?
Sumu shook his head, indicating that he just clicked on an online store casually without taking a closer look.
Brittany glanced at Sumu and didn't ask any more questions. It should be some gimmick. Sumu smiled and threw the instruction manual back. It doesn't look very interesting. Let's study it slowly when we come back. Okay. Xiao Jun lost interest. Some vases in soil, nothing dangerous.
So, the 2 of them tried again to divert the 4 little ones' attention to Brittany and the toys, and quietly left. Sumu learned his lesson and put on a hat and mask before going downstairs. He also dressed differently from usual so that he would not be recognized. As for Xiao Jun, he is used to concealing himself and has more experience in this regard than Sumu.
The 2 had a smooth journey and arrived at the Beihai branch of Xiandonghua before 9 o'clock. After checking the information, you can go directly to the relevant teaching building to study. Hubby, work hard.
Xiao Jun put on the iconic white hat of a Western chef and walked towards the Western food teaching building with a group of girls. Sumu smiled and went to the Chinese cuisine teaching building with a group of men.
Chinese cuisine requires flipping the wok, so those who signed up were all men.
We are all newbies, and the first class is a theoretical course to popularize the basic knowledge. The teacher is very famous and is a well-known host who often appears on food shows. Seeing that iconic smiling face, the students gained a lot of confidence. Since Beihai branch could invite a big star like Lu Erwei to give everyone science lectures, the arrangements and other aspects must be correct as well.
Hello classmates, it seems that everyone likes cooking.
In this case, I won't say much. Let's start with the most basic knowledge.
For some reason, Lu Erwei was feeling a little depressed.
The students whispered to each other, and someone reminded Lu Erwei that he had to teach more than 10 classes every day.
Only then did everyone understand.
Although he was not in a very good mood, Lu Erwei still made full use of his usual wit and humor, explaining the basic cooking knowledge vividly, in a fun and memorable way, which quickly attracted everyone's attention.
Professional, you can't deny it.
Sumu sighed secretly. If he had such eloquence, the popularity of the live broadcast room would definitely double. He listened carefully and took good notes.
Chinese cuisine mainly focuses on knife skills, heat control, and seasoning.
A more complicated step is to apply starch, coat with batter, thicken. These skills require long-term training and development, and one cannot rush for quick results. Therefore, the second practical class was just about knife skills and flipping the wok. Like everyone else, Sumu put on a very dirt-resistant operating suit and came to the hot operating room.
The students took turns using the operation room.
The students from the previous class had just finished cleaning the stove and kitchen utensils, and the heat had not yet dissipated.
"Goodbye, teacher."
They said goodbye politely and left one after another. Sumu and others waited patiently at the door. Suddenly, a familiar figure passed by him, stopped, and stared at his face curiously.
Sumu frowned slightly.
This person turned out to be Zhao Rui's.
"What's wrong?"
The student standing behind Zhao Rui's urged.
"How did you know I was coming here?" Sumu asked in a low voice with a bit of questioning.
The decision to come to Beihai College was made last night, and Zhao Rui's also arrived on the same day.
One has to be on guard. Zhao Rui suddenly became furious. "It's you."
Sumu was wearing a mask and was difficult to identify. After hearing the voice, Zhao Rui's immediately confirmed something and his face was filled with anger. He snorted twice. "Hee, please don't be so self-indulgent.
I came here to learn cooking to pursue xiaoying."
Sumu thought of Morong Ying's cooking skills and suddenly understood something.
This guy Zhao Rui's actually wants to please the other party.
He couldn't help but remind her, if you can pursue girls just by having the same interests, there wouldn't be so many relationship failures in this world.
"I think you'd better give up this unrealistic dream."
Zhao Rui's mocked. "You are the one who is so self-indulgent.
At least I have some background." "Who do you think you are?"
"You are already married and you dare to pursue xiaoying.
Aren't you afraid that I will tell your wife?" Sumu frowned. This was a huge misunderstanding. "Are you still going?"
The students behind him urged Zhao Rui's to make way, but he refused to leave. "Teacher, I want to take another class."
The teacher was very upset. "This is not in compliance with the regulations.
Your courses are strictly arranged."
"Bullshit rules."
Zhao Rui's was angry. "How much does a class cost?" "I'll give you 10 times as much." The teacher was frightened by him and said nervously, "Probably 500.
500 per class is very expensive for a cooking class."
Zhao Rui's was very disdainful.
He asked the other party to take out his phone.
Without blinking an eye, he directly transferred 10,000 yuan to him. "Tisk, it's just a meal money."
The teacher was excited and confused. "Student, you seem to have turned too much." Zhao Rui's glanced at Sumu and said, "I haven't finished talking yet. Put me next to this person. What are you up to?"
The teacher noticed something and asked worriedly, saying that those who can come here are people with money and time, so don't get into big trouble just for the sake of greed for small money. Since the other party wanted to die, Sumu decided to help Zhao Rui's.
He said calmly, "Teacher, let's do it. I have no problem with it." "Oh well." The teacher nodded and couldn't help but remind him again, "Don't fight.
It's no joke when the oil temperature rises."
Everyone walked into the operating room one by one.
Zhao Rui stood in front of the operating table next to Sumu, his eyes darting around, and no one knew what he was up to. Sumu felt no pressure at all. This kind of playboy could only bully children, and he could handle it with one hand.
The teacher began to teach. "Today I will teach you the most basic knife skills. Now let's get to know the various knives." Sumu did as he was told and checked the chef's knife, assistant chef's knife, paring knife, and boning knife on the chopping board one by one.
This is an interest class, there is no need to make it too complicated, 4 types of knives are enough for everyone to learn. Zhao Rui's deliberately bumped the knife with a murderous look on his face, scaring the student on his left so much that he changed his position, but Sumu remained motionless. Then, I took out radishes and onions from the basket next to the stove and learned how to wash them.
There are also many tricks to cleaning radishes and onions.
If the teacher hadn't explained it, Sumu really wouldn't have known that there are so many little tips involved. He washed them carefully and learned quickly, and the juicy radishes and onions were soon placed on the chopping board.
Chapter 109 One-Handed Peeling.
The teacher continued the class. "Students, traditional Chinese knife skills are very complicated, mainly divided into cutting, slicing, shaving, chopping, ripping, splitting, picking, patting, carving, twisting, scraping, and the most complicated one is carving.
Now let's start with the most basic cutting, slicing, and shaving. The first step is to peel the radish.
Hold the radish in your left hand and the knife in your right hand. Use your index finger and thumb to hold the knife to avoid swinging left and right and hurting yourself. Start from the bottom of the radish and peel it in a rotating motion.
Let me demonstrate it now." After a few brief explanations, the teacher picked up a radish to demonstrate. The simple act of peeling a radish seemed to become an art performance in his hands. With the skillful coordination of his two hands, he evenly peeled off a layer of skin as thin as a cicada's wing in a short while. Good. Sumu enjoyed the show very much and applauded with everyone else. The teacher was a little proud, put down the carrot and said, "Everyone can practice according to the method I just mentioned. Speed is not the key. The key is to ensure that the thickness is consistent and coherent. At the beginning, it is best to ensure that you can peel off at least 5 centimeters of skin each time." Everyone was eager to try it out. This thing looks simple, but when you actually operate it, you realize it is not that easy. Well, pay attention to the coordination of your hands. Don't use brute force, it will break easily. Hold the blade with your right thumb, be careful not to hurt yourself. The teacher looked at them one by one and gave some pointers from time to time. He walked in front of Zhao Rui's and suddenly stopped. "My classmate, why don't you do it?" Zhao Rui's held the radish with his left hand and held the peeling knife tightly with his right hand, gesturing towards Sumu. "Hey, I think he's doing very well, I want to learn from him." The teacher couldn't help but have a headache when he thought of the conflict between the two. He looked at Sumu and was suddenly stunned. Sumu was not disturbed by Zhao Rui's actions at all. He was processing the radishes at a very fast speed. His movements were so precise and steady that they far surpassed those of others. Under his operation, the radish skin fell off rapidly and was still not broken after more than 10 centimeters. What a genius! The teacher ignored Zhao Rui's and praised him. "Student, have you learned knife skills?" Sumu did not stop and said calmly, "No, maybe I am more talented in this area. In fact, I can be faster, but I am afraid of offending some people. It's just peeling, and it doesn't require any experience. With his fighting power, he can handle it easily. You're not afraid of the wind blowing your tongue off." Zhao Rui's was sarcastic, and the better Sumu performed, the more uncomfortable he felt. "Why, do you have any objection?" Sumu glanced at Zhao Rui's and said to the teacher with a smile, "I think this student Zhao doesn't seem to be here to learn cooking. Why don't you ask him to leave?" The others looked over and expressed approval. "Who said that?" Zhao Rui's immediately put away the knife, picked up the radish and started peeling it. In order to show his anger, he deliberately speeded up his movements, but accidentally cut a cut on his hand. Puff! Some people couldn't help laughing. Zhao Rui's was so angry that he slammed the knife on the chopping board. "Mr. Su, don't think you know everything. If you have the ability, you can peel the fruit with one hand like you did yesterday." Sumu also stopped and asked calmly, "If I can do it, do you want to get out like last time?" Zhao Rui's lost his mind again. "Let's make a bet. If you can peel a carrot with one hand without breaking the skin, I will kowtow to you and admit my mistake. If you can't do it, then you have to kowtow to me 3 times. It's a deal." Sumu agreed immediately. The teacher was anxious. "Don't be impulsive, it's too difficult to peel the skin with one hand without stopping, you better calm down." Sumu looked at the other person gratefully. "Thank you for the reminder, but I have confidence." "Well, take care of yourself." The teacher was too lazy to persuade him. Sumu suddenly took action and took the radish from Zhao Rui's chopping board. The other students stopped practicing and came to watch the show. After weighing the radish, Sumu put down the chef's knife and picked up a thin fruit knife. Swish! He threw the radish up, raised the fruit knife in his right hand, immersed the blade of the knife into the radish, and caught it steadily. The teacher's eyes widened. "Less than 5 millimeters, it's not broken. That's amazing." Some people have already started clapping. Zhao Rui's eyelids twitched, foreboding a failed solution. Then, there were people all around him, so he could only continue to provoke. "Humph, continue if you have the guts." Sumu smiled slightly, and the 5 fingers of his right hand seemed to be controlled by 5 people at the same time. While rotating the radish, he could maintain the pressure between the radish and the blade. His thumb pushed the blade to accurately separate the radish skin and the radish flesh. Hiss, is this possible? The teacher took a deep breath, then shut his mouth tightly, not daring to disturb Sumu's miraculous work. Zhao Rui's was also completely dumbfounded. In order to keep the bet, he covered his mouth and coughed continuously, trying to break Sumu's rhythm. Unfortunately, Sumu was not affected at all. Others watched intently. At the beginning, Sumu's movements were a bit slow, but as he became more familiar with the strength, he began to speed up. The radish was spinning rapidly in his palm, and the radish skin was falling down along his palm like a waterfall, becoming thinner and thinner.
A few minutes later, Sumu placed the peeled radish on the chopping board. Because it was so perfect, the shape looked exactly like it had just been dug out of the ground, without any trace of artificial peeling. The teacher carefully picked up the radish peel on the ground, and it was also extremely flat and smooth. Achoo! Seeing that he was about to lose, Zhao Rui's pretended to sneeze and touched the teacher's arm hard.
The half-pulled carrot skin broke. Humph, I knew you couldn't do it.
Without waiting for the teacher to get angry, Zhao Rui snorted coldly and put on an attitude of a winner. Sumu's face darkened, and the other students stood up for him.
What are you doing?
If the carrot skin was going to break, it would have broken long ago.
That's right.
He's still doing something after everyone has finished cutting the shavings.
How shameless. No matter how good-tempered the teacher is, he can't stand it.
He sternly scolds Zhao Rui's, "Student Zhao, please don't be unreasonable."
So you two are in the same group.
Zhao Rui's realized that he had incurred public anger, so he gritted his teeth and turned the blame around, then turned around and ran away in shame.
Bang bang bang. Everyone applauded and looked at Sumu with envy and admiration. Student Su, it seems that peeling is very easy for you. Are you interested in taking the professional course directly? Sumu was surprised and asked quickly.
The teacher explained with a smile that the professional courses are taught by top teachers, but the price is a bit higher.
Sumu readily agreed, saying that the basic courses were too easy and did not suit his style. The first class still had to be completed. After everyone had peeled the skin, the teacher taught everyone how to cut it into strips.
Then prepare the onion, ginger and garlic, prepare the sauce, vinegar, cooking wine and other condiments, heat the pan and stir-fry the shredded radish.
In just a few dozen minutes, Sumu benefited a lot. Chapter 110 Using Skill Cards. After the basic operation class, I took a theoretical class.
For the last class, Sumu decisively paid an extra 1,000 yuan, wanting to experience the teaching level of a top teacher. When I came to the professional course operation room, there were not many people here. The teacher's surname is Kong Mingda. He is probably in his 50s or 60s, and claims to be a retired employee of a 5-star hotel. There was also a middle-aged man who came to crash the class with Sumu. The other dozen or so students were of varying ages and knew each other. They were all very curious when they saw the two newcomers.
Kong Di introduced, "These two are Sumu and Hong Tianyan.
They are very talented in cooking, so they are allowed to take the professional courses as an exception."
No way, we have to study for 2 or 3 years before we can take professional courses. How can they go to heaven even if they are talented? Some people raised questions. He. Hong Tianyan snorted coldly, "Since everyone is not convinced, then I will show you my skills." After that, he asked, "Is there any tofu here?" "Have." Kong Di nodded and asked someone to bring a piece of tofu. Hong Tianyan walked over, picked up a knife and started operating it skillfully. His hands were so fast that he cut the tofu more than 100 times horizontally and vertically, but the tofu did not deform. The more Kong Di looked, the more surprised he became, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The other students were amazed at what they saw, but Sumu was very confused. What was this guy doing? All right. After making the last cut, Hong Tianyan put down the knife and glanced at Kong Di. "You know what to do." Kong Di hesitated for a moment and shouted, "Quick, go get a bowl of water." Someone did as he was told, and Kong Di carefully put the piece of tofu into the water and stirred it gently with a chopstick. The tofu did not turn into a paste, but instead broke into tofu strands as thin as hair, which were connected together without breaking. "I'll go. I remember now, this is the legendary Wensi tofu, right?" "Yes, it is indeed Wensi tofu, a famous dish of the Qing dynasty. Legend has it that the best imperial chef can only cut it 88 times horizontally and 188 times vertically." "And this one?" Hong Tianyan was very proud. "I cut it 188 times in total." Everyone was shocked. Sumu nodded secretly. He had just counted and found that Hong Tianyan was indeed not lying. Why would anyone come to learn this kind of knife skills? He was even more curious. Kong Di thought for a moment and looked at Hong Tianyan with a serious expression. "You are not here to learn cooking, are you?" Hong Tianyan nodded. "Well, it's just a Beihai branch. Even if I come here to be a teacher, it would be considered a lowering of my status." Kong Di's expression changed slightly. "Then what do you mean by coming here to show off your knife skills?" "Because of him." Hong Tianyan suddenly pointed at Sumu and said, "I suspect his talent is fake. He must have practiced knife skills long ago and came here deliberately to play tricks on everyone." What do you think? Should people like this be taught a lesson? Everyone looked at Sumu.
Sumu's heart moved slightly.
Could it be that this Hong Tianyan was sent by Zhao Zirui? Kong De thought for a moment and asked, Student Su, are you really here to cause trouble? Sumu shook his head, of course not. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by everyone.
My cooking skills are actually very poor. Even the children at home don't want to eat. After thinking it over, I decided to come here to sign up for cooking lessons.
Nonsense.
Hong Tianyan sneered, unless you can prove your so-called talent in front of me, otherwise you are here to cause trouble and must be fired.
Kant was thoughtful. Sumu's face darkened.
If he didn't put down the other party's arrogance, he would never be able to learn this cooking skill.
He simply smiled and said, sure.
Then please give me some pointers, Master Kong.
Kant tried to ask, what do you want to learn?
Sumu pointed to the Wensi tofu in the bowl.
Kong De frowned and said, it takes 3 years to learn Wensi tofu.
Even if you are talented, you still need at least 2 years of hard training.
I think I will teach you carving first. Sumu looked at Hong Tianyan, who was very confident. Don't let others say that I am bullying you. Just start with the simplest carving. As long as you can complete a decent work within an hour, I will admit defeat. Sumu smiled and said, how can that be possible?
I see that you seem to know Zhao Rui's, so how about we make a bet?
Hong Tianyan did not deny it.
He sneered and said, okay, the bet is still kowtow. If you lose, you have to kowtow 3 times.
If I lose, I will return Zhao Rui's money to you as well. It's a deal.
Sumu bowed to Kong De and said, thank you for your help. In order to prove that he had never learned carving, Sumu first took a piece of tofu to practice and tried to carve a human figure. The tofu was too soft, and I could only barely carve out an outline, which looked very ugly.
Kong De nodded, well, I guess I haven't learned it. Hong Tianyan frowned and said, no, what if he is hiding his weakness? Speed up by twice as much.
No matter how well they hide their skills, top chefs will inadvertently reveal their flaws when the pace speeds up. Sumu did as he was told calmly, and this time the tofu fell apart directly.
The foundation is too poor. Kong De shook his head.
Hong Tianyan didn't see any clues, so he had to admit helplessly, even if you haven't learned carving, it depends on your talent. He was still full of confidence. Sumu just happened to have practiced peeling before, but he was still a novice in carving.
Kong De asked people to find a dozen pieces of tofu and explained the process while demonstrating.
Sumu listened and learned, and soon understood that the basic knife techniques of food carving are turning, carving, digging, poking, hollowing, scraping and cutting. It is very simple to do it separately, but to carve a complete work, these basic knife techniques must be flexibly combined.
Time was limited, so Kant spoke very quickly.
Sumu could only barely keep up with his movements, and his knife skills were horrible. Kant was a little disappointed, but he continued to tell the story, but he was not as expectant as before. Hong Tianyan on the side became more and more proud and did not hide his sarcasm at all.
It seems like you are just trash. Let us fight.
Sumu was also holding back his anger, so he simply gritted his teeth and took out the extraordinary reward skill card. Checking his talents, his cooking skill was 60, which was above average, but it was far from enough.
Select the cooking talent and use the skill card.
A golden light flashed and merged into Sumu's body, and his culinary talent increased fourfold. In an instant, Sumu's spirit changed, and his body and brain entered a high-speed operating state. The various knives that I was originally a little unfamiliar with suddenly seemed to become a part of my body, and using them was as flexible and natural as using my own hands. An idea suddenly came to him, and he gently spun the tofu, drawing a perfect circle without the tofu itself shaking at all.
Kong De, who had lost much enthusiasm, suddenly brightened up. TSK. Perfect, it seems you are really talented. Sumu smiled. Mr. Kong, keep going. Oh, okay. Kong De looked at Hong Tianyan with a complicated expression and began to speed up. Chapter 111, Divine Skill.
Sumu was also digesting the knowledge of carving at an astonishing speed, and applying it to practical operations in an instant.
50 minutes later, Kong De finished his lecture.
Looking at the tofu components placed in front of Sumu, he smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, the last components are very perfect.
I estimate that you will be able to become a master in 1 day. You are really a genius. I can't wait that long. Sumu smiled and shook his head.
The bet was for an hour, and he still had 10 minutes. Picking up a palm-sized piece of tofu, Sumu thought for a moment, then smiled confidently. I want to challenge the whole sculpture.
What? Kongde was shocked.
He said that carving should also be done step by step, starting with basic components and combining them into complete works, and then learning relief and hollowing out. Only after you have mastered all these, you can proceed with the overall carving. The so-called whole sculpture is to complete the entire work in one go. Once there is a mistake in one link, all the work will be in vain.
You don't know your own limitations.
Hong Tianyan was already a little shaken, but upon hearing this, he immediately vowed, okay, if you can complete the entire carving within 10 minutes and get the approval of at least 3 food carving masters, I will kowtow to you 10 times.
Sumu thought quickly in his mind and said calmly, okay.
A hint of disdain flashed in Hong Tianyan's eyes, and he asked Kongde to call a few top chefs over. The bet was suspended, and more than 10 minutes later, Kongde finally convinced several other top chefs.
There are only 5 or 6 people left in the operating room. In addition to Sumu, Hong Tianyan and Kongde, there are 5 other elderly people. They will serve as judges and give scores. As long as the average score exceeds 60, Sumu will be considered the winner. Start.
Hong Tianyan pressed the timer and the 10-minute countdown began. Sumu had already thought it through, and he took action immediately after hearing this. With the blessing of quadruple talent, he entered a state of oblivion of himself and the world. All that was left in his eyes was the palm-sized piece of tofu, his own hands, and various carving tools. Swish, swish, swish. His hands were flying on the chopping board like butterflies. In less than a minute, the tofu was divided into more than a dozen large and small human and animal shapes.
What? They actually want to carve people and animals at the same time. That's 13 in total. An old man stood up suddenly and exclaimed in disbelief. Others couldn't sit still either. This was definitely challenging the limits of the food eagle. Sumu paused for a moment and continued to dance rapidly with his hands. The outlines of those people and animals quickly became fuller, adding many lifelike details, and each one was vivid and lifelike as if it would move at any time. What a magical skill! Kongde held his breath, his old face flushed with excitement. He could swear that in his decades of working in the industry, he had never seen anyone who could perform food carving to such a level. The others were even more intently watching, afraid of missing any detail. Gradually, their mentality changed, from being a mere judge to being an adoring admirer, and they even forgot to figure out the specific techniques. Hong Tianyan's face turned pale and blue, and cold sweat broke out on his back. The better Sumu performed, the worse Hong Tianyan looked. In the last few minutes, his heart began to bleed. Impossible, how could this happen? That guy, is he the reincarnation of the god of cookery? Sumu was completely unaware of the crowd's reactions. Compared to outsiders' ecstasy and obsession, his body and mind were already immersed in his work. The palm-sized piece of tofu has become a world in his heart. This is a paradise of freedom. Among the towering mountains and forests, more than a dozen mythological figures from ancient legends came from all directions with their mounts, with various complex expressions such as expectation, joy, and eagerness, and galloped towards a stone tablet on the top of the mountain. Some of them gathered in groups of 3 or 5, chatting and laughing from a distance, while others were isolated and alone, but their target was the stone tablet on the top of the mountain. And on top of the stone tablet, there are 9 winding dragons circling. The 9 dragons raise their heads and sing, and together they hold up a jade white wok? All right. That wok is actually the jade dragon pot. This is the last part of the work. Out of some kind of bad taste, Sumu placed the jade dragon pot rewarded by the system in the core position. Call. After the last blow, Sumu let out a sigh of relief. Quiet, dead quiet. He turned around and found that everyone was in an awkward posture, staring at their own works with empty eyes, immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. Even Hong Tianyan, the instigator, had eyes full of intoxication and admiration at this moment. Ahem. Sumu coughed twice to bring everyone back to reality. It's an exquisite work of art. Kongde was the first to exclaim in admiration. He wanted to get closer to take a closer look, but he was worried that the smell of cooking oil on his body would affect the aura of this exquisite work. The others looked at each other with expressions of shock and approval. Looking at Sumu's indifferent expression, Hong Tianyan finally remembered his purpose. He wanted to make a final struggle. Everyone, give your scores quickly. What score? Kongde was furious, pointing at Sumu's work and saying, "It's not that I am ashamed of myself. If anyone here can carve a work of this level, I will worship him as my teacher on the spot."
The 5 judges nodded. Yes, this is already the best food sculpture. Even if it is directly taken to an international competition, it will definitely get full marks. Why does it need our comments? Brother Hong, I think you should just admit defeat. Well, I can be so thick-skinned as to ask for your help. They seemed to know Hong Tianyan. No need. Hong Tianyan's face turned pale, and he walked up to Sumu and said, "You are so cruel, I accept defeat sincerely." As he said this, he slowly knelt down. Sumu did not stop him. Hong Tianyan got so angry that he really knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Everyone fell silent again, with extremely complicated expressions. It was not until Hong Tianyan kowtowed 3 times that Sumu took action to stop him. "I'm not targeting you. Go back and tell Zhao Rui's not to provoke Moroning again. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as a few kowtows." "Okay, see you later." Hong Tianyan persisted for a few seconds, but was unable to kneel down. He looked at Sumu deeply again, then turned and left. "Xiao Su, can you sell this work to us?" A judge in his 70s or 80s came over and asked excitedly. Another old man with white hair and beard was more direct. "I'll pay 1 million and put it in the office as a treasure of the hospital." Sumu smiled and said, "It's just a practice. Is it necessary to mobilize so many people?" "Certainly." The white-haired old man said in a very serious tone, "I think, even if I give you another chance, you won't be able to carve such a perfect work, right?" Forehead. Sumu was stunned and tried to get back to his previous state, but he always felt like something was missing. That state is hard to reproduce. 4 times the talent. Sumu suddenly became anxious because the skill card only lasted 24 hours and there was no time to waste. So Sumu said decisively, "Okay, leave the work to the college for free, but I have one condition." Chapter 112, Homemade Meals. "What conditions?" the white-haired old man asked anxiously. Sumu smiled and said, "It's actually very simple. All you seniors need to do is to pass on your skills to me. It won't take much time. 24 hours is enough." "So simple?" The white-haired old man's eyes lit up and he nodded quickly. Let alone 24 hours, even a year is fine." Sumu shook his head. "No, I want 24 hours, not a second more or less." Xiao Su. Konde tried to persuade him, "Your talent is indeed amazing, but 1 day is too short." Sumu smiled and said, "This is my condition. If you don't agree, then just destroy this work." He pretended to smash the food statue to pieces with a slap. Konde immediately became anxious and desperately grabbed Sumu. The old men looked at each other, and although they didn't quite understand, they still agreed. The meeting was scheduled to start in the afternoon, and Sumu was ready to say goodbye. "Xiao Su, this work must have a name." The white-haired old man stopped Sumu and planned to leave the naming rights to him. Sumu thought for a moment and said, "Immortal Saliva." After saying that, he walked away. It was almost noon and it was time to go eat with his wife. "What's that name?" Several people looked at the works. Kongde had a good eye and exclaimed, "Mr. Meng, look, the immortals and immortal beasts in the food sculptures seem to have saliva at the corners of their mouths." After waiting outside the Western Food Teaching Building for a while, Xiao Jun and a group of girls came out. "Honey, what are we having for lunch?" Xiao Jun's eyes were filled with smiles. Sumu shrugged his shoulders. "I don't care, do you want to eat out or in the college cafeteria?" "Xiao Jun, the cafeteria is ready. I heard that the chefs who cook there are all senior chefs." Sumu became interested, and the two of them walked towards the cafeteria hand in hand. When they went in and took a look, Sumu and Xiao Jun were dumbfounded. It looked more like a luxury restaurant than a cafeteria. Exquisite decoration, beautiful tables and chairs, and professional service staff. No other canteen can reach this level. The menu is varied and the prices are staggering, with the cheapest costing around 1 or 2,000. No wonder, not many students come here to eat. We have plenty of money, just order whatever you want." Sumu pushed the menu to Xiao Jun. The waiter touched his headset and said with a smile, "Congratulations, you two are the 888th guests to dine in this month. You can enjoy our specialty dishes for free." Xiao Jun asked curiously, "What special dishes?" The waiter replied, "The special dishes are top-notch dishes prepared by top-notch chefs themselves. As for the specific dishes, they are kept secret for the time being." "It's interesting, let's try it." Xiao Jun put down the menu and ordered a glass of red wine and a fruit plate. "Hubby, are we really that lucky?" Dozens of people came in one after another to order food, and Xiao Jun noticed something. Sumu guessed that this was arranged by the white-haired old man. The other party seemed to have said before that he was the dean. He smiled and said, "Maybe someone wants to take care of us. After all, they are a famous school, it is impossible for them to poison the food."
That's right. Honey, you didn't arrange this, did you?
Xiao Jun felt relieved, and suddenly raised his eyes and asked.
Sumu's heart moved, and he immediately laughed and said, keep it secret for now. Xiao Jun chuckled, hee, what a surprise, husband, you are so nice.
Sumu gladly accepted it, and the two chatted and laughed until the food was served. Looking at the dazzling array of exquisite dishes, Sumu was dumbfounded.
He didn't recognize any of them.
Xiao Jun was very surprised and named the dishes skillfully: soft-shelled eel, squirrel mandarin fish, boiled cabbage. She named 10 dishes in one breath, and was extremely surprised. "Honey, these are state banquet dishes, and judging from their appearance, they are all top-notch, and they are priceless outside."
Sumu was stunned. All the state banquet dishes have been served? Then eat quickly.
The waiter wanted to say something, but Sumu stopped him and told him to go back to work. He picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of fish for Xiao Jun.
"Smells so good."
Xiao Jun chewed it carefully, with a strange look on her face. She was so happy that she almost cried. "Wow, I miss this taste so much."
Sumu smiled warmly. "If you like it, eat more, as much as you want."
The two smiled at each other and started moving their index fingers as much as they wanted. The state banquet lived up to its reputation, with a perfect blend of color, aroma, taste, and an indescribable grace.
Not only Xiao Jun, but Sumu also lingered after eating it.
Unfortunately, after searching the prices, Sumu felt disappointed again. Even though he had a net worth of tens of millions, this level of food was still a bit of a luxury for him. After walking around in the woods behind the college for a few laps, Xiao Jun went back to study Western cuisine contentedly.
"Come out!" Sumu shouted.
Someone came running over. "Mr. Su, the dean wants to see you."
"Lead the way."
Sumu followed the other person and came all the way to the top floor of the teacher's building. The white-haired old man and a dozen famous chefs with outstanding temperament had been waiting for a long time.
How does the state banquet taste?" Condé laughed heartily and tried to ask. Sumu suddenly realized, "It's really you who did this, thank you very much. Stop pretending."
Condé waved his hand. "Besides Mr. Meng and his team, who else in the academy can make a real state banquet dish?" "Mr. Meng is the white-haired old man and the dean of the Beihai branch."
Condé also introduced several other old men, all of whom were retired imperial chefs. Sumu thanked them one by one.
Mr. Meng said bluntly, "Xiao Su, since you only want to learn for 24 hours, then we will hurry up and teach you the 10 state banquet dishes first." Sumu shook his head. "No, I mean, just home-cooked meals."
"What?"
The smile on Mr. Meng's face froze, and the others also looked displeased.
Condé was embarrassed. "Xiao Su, what's so good about home cooking? Do you need Mr. Meng and the others to come in person?"
Sumu insisted. "I'm sorry, I have to cook for 4 babies at home. Although a state banquet is good, it is too troublesome to prepare. If you seniors feel that home-cooked meals lower your status, then find a few ordinary teachers."
He pretended to leave. "Forget it, home cooking is home cooking."
Mr. Meng stopped him and compromised reluctantly. Sumu didn't want to waste time, so he searched for a recipe on the internet and started teaching everyone as soon as possible.
Very anxious.
Mr. Meng smiled and said, "I'll teach you how to make fried tomato and egg fried rice first, and you can divide the rest among yourselves."
Sumu was overjoyed.
Scrambled eggs with tomatoes had always been a thorn in his side. He had made it many times before, but his recipe was always unsatisfactory. Now he finally had a famous teacher to teach him. "I went to the specially prepared kitchen with Mr. Meng and started learning." With the help of skill cards, Sumu showed amazing cooking talent. In less than 20 minutes, he made scrambled eggs with tomatoes that were of much better quality than before. The egg fried rice, which sounds simple, is actually more difficult. It took him twice as long to ensure that every grain of rice is coated with egg liquid, and the color, aroma, and taste barely meet Mr. Meng's requirements. Looking at the two dishes, Mr. Meng fell silent and didn't speak for a long time.
Chapter 113. I'm dizzy with learning.
"I'm sorry I let you down." Sumu sighed. Even with the skill cards, his talent was still too poor in the eyes of an imperial chef like Mr. Meng.
Mr. Meng came back to his senses. "It's not disappointment, it's surprise."
Sumu was surprised.
Mr. Meng explained. Ha, haven't you heard that song?
Fried rice with egg is the simplest and the most difficult. If you can make it well, it means that your ability to stir the wok and control the heat has reached the level of a senior chef.
Real? Sumu was surprised and began to look forward to it. How far am I from being a top chef?
Elder Meng glanced at him and said, well, cooking is like any other field.
The higher you advance, the harder it is.
Generally, it takes more than 10 years to go from a senior chef to a top chef.
Your talent is the best I've ever seen, so it will probably only take a few years. Forehead. Sumu smiled bitterly, thinking he was overthinking. Keep up the good work. Mr. Meng was very optimistic about Sumu. He patted him on the shoulder and left with a big laugh.
The second person to come in was Mr. Zhuang, the vice president of the college. Compared to Mr. Meng, Mr. Zhuang has a more free and easy personality and his cooking style is also unconventional. To put it simply, he would only teach according to his own ideas, regardless of whether Sumu could keep up or not.
Sumu could only try his best.
After an hour, he barely learned how to make the old chef's cabbage, braised eggplant and 3 fresh vegetables, and received the approval and praise from Mr. Zhuang. Next came Mr. Sun, who had more strict requirements. Under his supervision, Sumu learned how to cook 5 or 6 home-cooked dishes in just a few dozen minutes.
After Boss Sun left with a sullen face, Boss Yen came over with a smile to take over.
Sumu enjoyed learning throughout the afternoon and his cooking skills improved rapidly. It was not until 8 or 9 o'clock that Xiao Jun called and urged Sumu to stop. They returned to the luxurious dormitory arranged by the college.
Sumu found the ingredients and continued cooking.
Xiao Jun was inspired and began to prepare ingredients for Western food, reviewing what he had learned today.
So tired.
Xiao Jun was busy until 12 o'clock in the evening, and his whole body ached, so he had to stop. Looking at the full plates of food placed behind Sumu, with their tempting aroma and exquisite appearance, Xiao Jun's appetite was aroused again.
Honey, did you do this?
After taking a few bites, Xiao Jun's beautiful eyes moved.
Sumu, who was washing the pot, turned around and said, of course, how about it? It's delicious. Xiao Jun nodded vigorously. Eh? Your cooking skills were not as good as mine before, and you have improved by leaps and bounds after just one day of learning? Sumu was very proud. Perhaps, I am a 1 in a million culinary genius. Yeah?
Xiao Jun blinked his eyes, thinking back to Sumu's various behaviors during this period, and fell into deep thought. The next day, Sumu got up at 5 o'clock and reminded Xiao Jun not to be late, and he continued to go to the teacher's building.
Mr. Meng, Mr. Zhuang, Mr. Sun, and others took turns to cook.
Under the guidance of these imperial chefs, Sumu's cooking skills improved rapidly at an even more astonishing speed.
After a simple lunch at noon, Sumu continued to study.
Around 6 in the afternoon, Sumu, who was stir-frying the 18-in-1 stew, suddenly trembled slightly and the wok was overturned. Mr. Hui came over and quickly turned off the fire. Sumu didn't care about too much and just listened to the system prompts in his mind.
Ding! The skill card duration has ended. Congratulations to the host.
You have mastered 60 home-cooked dishes. Your cooking skills have reached 1 star. You have received the reward, the Eternal Spirit Sword.
What?
Sumu shuddered and said to Mr. Hua, I'm sorry, I'm a little tired.
Let's stop here.
After saying that, he stretched his body, turned and left.
Xiao Su, why do you look so bad?
Mr. Meng and others outside came over and asked in surprise.
I'm just too tired. My 24-hour study time is up. Thank you for your guidance, seniors. Sumu was extremely tired, so he said goodbye and left in a hurry. He returned to the dormitory and fell asleep immediately.
After an unknown amount of time, Sumu opened his eyes.
This is?
He found himself lying in a familiar bed.
Hubby, you finally woke up.
Xiao Jun rushed over and excitedly held Sumu's hand.
It was already dark outside. Sumu rubbed his temples. Wife, why are we home? How long have I slept?
Xiao Jun sobbed and replied, about 5 or 6 hours, husband.
Don't work so hard in the future. It's okay if your cooking skills are a little worse. What about my body? Sumu asked worriedly.
Xiao Jun said softly, Li Yuehan sent someone to check on you.
You are fine.
It's just that your brain was overexerted and your blood sugar was too low that caused you to faint.
Call. Sumu felt relieved, and immediately contacted Li Zhan when he thought of something. Su, are you feeling better?
Li Jian's voice was deep and powerful, and his cold was obviously healed.
Sumu was relieved and tried to ask again, "It's all right now, how about you?"
Li Jian, "Oh, how could I be in trouble?
I just accidentally fell down the stairs and broke a finger." "Oh my god."
The system's penalties are becoming increasingly severe.
Sumu quickly transferred 1 million to Li Jian. "Don't say anything, take it to see a doctor." Li Jian accepted it immediately, said a few words quickly, and ended the call. Xiao Jun looked sideways and asked quietly, "Husband, you transferred 1 million in a flash, are you two doing some secret deal?"
Li Yuhan is too good to her family, and coupled with Sumu's behavior, she has begun to doubt.
Sumu smiled and said, "I helped Grandma Li with her illness. I've wanted to repay this favor for a long time. Don't think too much about it."
When mentioning Grandma Li, Xiao Jun covered his mouth and said, "By the way, Grandma Li has recovered very well.
Why don't we go see her tomorrow night?" Sumu readily agreed. Xiao Jun didn't slack off these 2 days.
He took Sumu all the way home and took care of him, so he was very tired. After chatting for a while, Sumu insisted that Xiao Jun go back to his room to rest.
"Good night, husband." "Good night, my wife."
Sumu closed the door gently and sat on the sofa in the living room.
It is now 11 o'clock in the evening. Brittany has left long ago and the 4 little ones are asleep.
The toys and snacks that the 4 little ones want have not been delivered yet.
The little gardener is placed in the corner of the living room.
Brainy and the 4 little ones have been studying it for 2 days but still don't know how to play with it. Sumu withdrew his gaze and looked at the system reward first.
Eternal Spirit Blade, one of the legendary kitchen utensils.
It can restore the freshness of ingredients and remove various harmful substances during the processing process. It needs to be bound to the jade dragon pot before it can be used.
A divine weapon. Sumu was overjoyed.
With the Yongling sword and his advanced cooking skills, he no longer had to worry about the food he cooked being substandard. He immediately took out the jade dragon pot and then took out the Yongling sword from the system panel. According to the instructions, a drop of blood was dropped on each of the 2 kitchen utensils. Amidst the golden light, a certain connection was created between the 2 pieces of kitchen utensils.
Sumu tightly grasped the Yongling knife and walked towards the kitchen. Chapter 114 finally passed.
The beef that Moronging brought had not been finished yet, so Sumu took out a piece from the refrigerator and put it on the chopping board.
Whoosh!
Sumu used his right index finger as a fulcrum to turn the Yongling knife and slowly lowered it, cutting the beef into slices less than 2 millimeters thick.
"Your knife skills are great, you can start selling beef ramen."
After boasting about himself, Sumu put the beef slices on the plate and returned to the living room.
Activate the Incredible Tables dining mode and place a fillet of beef into the truck. Begin testing. The test is complete and will soon pass. You can continue processing. Xiao Nike's soft and cute voice sounded, and Sumu was overjoyed.
This was the first time he was recognized by the Incredible Table, which showed that the Eternal Spirit Sword was indeed very useful.
But why just about to qualify? Sumu asked. Xiao Nike, the hygiene and sensory functions are only 2 stars, which is unqualified. Sumu was puzzled and continued to ask. Xiao Nike, food attributes are divided into 4 categories: nutrition, sensory, hygiene, and efficacy.
The full score is 7 stars, and an average score of 3 stars is barely qualified.
Nutrition is the nutritional content and proportion of food.
The senses are color, aroma, taste, and temperament. After being instructed by Mr. Meng and others, Sumu knew that the so-called temperament is the cultural heritage behind the food. Hygiene refers to the freshness and health index of food, for example, there must be no residual pesticides or other harmful ingredients. Efficacy is the actual effect of food, such as satiety or therapeutic effect.
I see.
Sumu took the beef slices back to the kitchen, simply fried some tender beef, and asked Xiao Nike to test it again.
Begin testing.
Test completed, about to pass, 2 stars for hygiene, 3 stars for nutrition, 3 stars for efficacy, 4 stars for sensory perception.
Not much has changed. Sumu was stunned. His high-level chef skills added 1 point to the sensory perception, but why did this hygiene drop another star?
He continued to ask, and Xiao Nike replied, there are some harmful ingredients in the beef, which come from unknown factors such as the wok, tableware, oil, salt, and seasonings.
Okay, you're so cruel.
Sumu smiled bitterly, and after thinking about it, he simply used the Yongling knife to process the other piece of beef, and then used the Yulong pot to make a portion of roast beef slices without using any oil, salt, or adding any seasonings.
Take it back for testing. Test completed, barely passed. Sumu's eyes lit up.
The beef made by combining the two legendary cooking utensils and using the most primitive processing method finally met all the requirements. But, no matter how delicious roast beef is, it will still be annoying. It seems that I will have to use my brain more in the future and try to prepare a full set of star ingredients. He began to look forward to several other legendary kitchen utensils. The door of the four little ones' room was pushed open, and Kong Kong came out holding a football. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and said, "Daddy, it smells so good." He trotted over, but halfway through he covered his stomach and said, "I need to pee first." Sumu went to help and found that Kong Kong was holding the football, so he asked, "Kong Kong, where did you get the football?" Kong Kong replied, "Aunt Brittany bought it for me. She is very good. She also bought building blocks for Anan, taught Tuan to dance, and taught Yuan to draw." Sumu was curious. This was the increase in talent of the four little ones. Tuan, Yuan and Anan's interests could be seen, but Kong Kang's talent in football seemed difficult to guess out of thin air. He asked a few more questions, but Kong Kong said that Brittany bought him many gifts, and after choosing for a long time, he finally chose football. As for the other gifts, Brittany took them all away. I see. Sumu felt relieved and carried Kong Kong back to the living room and let him eat roast beef. After a while, the other three little ones came out and drooled at the roast beef in Kong Kang's hand. Sumu smiled, went to the kitchen to process the remaining beef, and heated a few cups of milk, which satisfied the appetites of the four little ones. While eating, Sumu took the opportunity to use the intermediate talent card to further improve the talents of the four little ones. Anan is still in mechanical design under engineering, Kong Kong is in football under sports, Tuan is in dance, and Yuan has changed to reading. After the amplification, Yuan's reading talent exceeded her imagination. With the combination of study and thinking, she may grow into a top student in the future. It's getting late, go to bed first. After eating and drinking, Sumu coaxed the four little ones to go to sleep. At the same time, he also thought about the content of tomorrow's live broadcast, which is a talent show. Afterwards, Sumu used an intermediate talent card on Xiaobai, increasing its intelligence talent from 45 to 80. I originally wanted to see how much smarter Xiaobai had become, but the little guy actually showed an amazing appetite first. After eating half a cabbage, he fell into a deep sleep. Is its brain growing rapidly? Sumu thought so and did not disturb Xiaobai. Then, Sumu used an intermediate talent card on Ding Yuan, who was sleeping in the super sleep device. The stability talent of the electronics department subordinates has also increased from 50 to 100, which is the strongest increase. However, Ding Yuan still did not wake up. Good brother, we are only one level away from collecting brainwave value, just wait a little longer. Sumu lay on the bed, trying to contact Ouyang Jian. Ouyang Jian was still awake. Boss, the villa has been bought. It is just across Hongshan Road in the east of the city, more than 10 kilometers away from the city center, and the surrounding area is also very quiet. Sumu was surprised. 5 million can buy a villa? If I remember correctly, he asked Ouyang Jian to rent it. Ouyang Jian replied, it's 10 million. The villa is very large and the environment is very good. For some reason, the original owner was in a hurry to sell it, so I bought it on my own initiative. Where did the 10 million come from? Sumu asked again, and then he found out that Zhang Xiaodan also paid 5 million, which was considered as an advance payment for the patent fee for Sumu's second-generation super sleep device. He checked WeChat again and saw Zhang Xiaodan's message. Brother Su, the patent application has been approved. I have established a dream-making company with a registered capital of 100 million. I will give you 60% of the original shares. The official product is expected to be launched on the market within half a year, with an expected annual profit of 1 billion in the early stage. I know you set up the Nanny Daddy studio. Funds were tight in the early stages, so I transferred 20 million to Ouyang Jian and gave you 2 official cars. You can use them for now. Sumu contacted Zhang Xiaodan, but he didn't reply. He must have been asleep. Helpless, Sumu asked Ouyang Jian again. Ouyang Jian smiled and said, Boss, Mr. Zhang is really a big shot. He gave me 20 million right away. That's not all. Guess what the 2 cars he gave me are? Sumu was shocked. After a moment's hesitation, he tried to say, the first one should be the off-road vehicle with the window game function. What's the specific brand name? Ouyang Jian, the Bentley Bentayga Dream Limited Edition is limited to 10 units worldwide, and the price is 10 million.
Sumu held his breath and asked again, "Where's the second one?" "Oh Yang Jian, it's a bus." Chapter 115, The Coming. Sumu was stunned. "Bus? How many people are there in the nanny studio? Do we need a special bus? Besides, where can I get a license? Buses can't just go on the road casually." "Wrong." Sumu stopped typing before he finished. No matter how unreliable Zhang Xiaodan was, he would never make such a joke. He directly typed out 2 question marks. "Oh Yang Jian, I'll send you the specific information." Sumu accepted it, and his heart started beating wildly after taking a glance at it. This is indeed a bus, but the price is as high as 70 million. The picture shows a bullet-shaped luxury superbus with a streamlined appearance that looks very domineering. Here are some specific data. The body is 15 meters long, 2.5 meters wide, 1.65 meters high, and equipped with 16 gull-wing doors. This superbus can carry 23 people at a time, and driven by its extremely high-performance engine, its maximum speed can reach 255 kilometers per hour. Well, a luxury car of this level can only be used as a bus in a rich country like Dubai. 70 million is just the price of the superbus itself. When you add on the various documents that need to be processed, the total price will be much more. Such an inhumanely luxurious superbus would be eye-catching in any city except the capital Dubai. "We'll move tomorrow afternoon." Sumu made a decision immediately. If he continued to live in this old neighborhood after his wealth increased dramatically, it would inevitably cause him a lot of trouble. Afterwards, Sumu continued to inquire about the situation of the studio staff. Oh Yang Jian said bluntly, "The villa is very large. There is a courtyard as your residence, and another building near the gate can be used as an office building. I have already had people start decorating it. There are 25 employees who are willing to come to the city to work. They will temporarily live in an office building in the city center and are expected to move in next week." Sumo hesitated, not wanting his employees to disturb his family's life. But after looking at the overview map of the villa given by Ouyang Jian, he no longer objected to this arrangement. The reason is simple: the villa is simply too big. If some wealthy people own mines at home, then Sumo's new home, the villa located on the outskirts of the city, can be called a village at home. The area is as large as a small village. In addition to a luxurious courtyard in the middle of the village, there are also woods, fish ponds, a large swimming pool, a golf course, and more than a dozen buildings in the east, west, south, and north. Strictly speaking, this is no longer a villa. Sumu seriously doubted the actual selling price of this villa. Ouyang Jian explained, "Boss, although the villa is big, strange things have happened in recent years. I heard that there is something dirty. Even though the price is cheap, no one dares to buy it." Sumu's face turned black. "Then why are you still buying it?" "Ouyang Jian, it's like this. I went there to investigate and didn't find any so-called dirty things. Maybe it's just the original owner's psychology. If you are not satisfied, you can change to another one." Sumu hesitated for a moment. "Not for now, I'll go over and take a look tomorrow." With the system in place, he is not worried. Even if that dirty thing really exists, it is just a non-human lifeform in a similar state to Ding Yuan. With a talent stuck, Sumu can find a way to subdue it. Ouyang Jian continued to report. In addition, the studio is also making rapid progress. We chatted until 12 o'clock and Sumu ended the call. After checking the messages from other friends, one of them made Sumu feel very uncomfortable. This message came from Ding Yi, Ding Yuan's younger brother. Tomorrow is the 7th day since Ding Yuan's death. According to the customs of his hometown, he will be buried on the 7th day. As Ding Yuan's close friend and collaborator, Sumu was invited to attend Ding Yuan's funeral. So, the plan has to change. Fortunately, Zhang Yang has also joined the Daddy Studio. He will be the second anchor, responsible for filling the blank time of Sumu and the Four Little Ones live broadcasts and trying to maintain the audience's stickiness. Therefore, Sumu asked Zhang Yang to take over the broadcast tomorrow. Anyway, the punishment for Moyet is that he cannot receive gifts for 6 days, so let Zhang Yang just hang out for a while. There was nothing else to do for the time being, so Sumu went back to his room to sleep. The next day, Brittany came to take care of the Four Little Ones. Zhang Yang started the live broadcast early in the morning, but the audience didn't seem to be very enthusiastic. Sumu had no choice but to lend the Four Little Ones to him temporarily. Taking the Four Little Ones to the temporary rented office, Sumu got to know the studio's employees and felt that everyone had nice personalities and was very hardworking.
Zhang Yang also transferred from a certain fish, intending to assist Sumu wholeheartedly. The matter was done, and Sumu had no choice but to promise to give him sufficiently generous treatment.
With Brittany's secret protection, nothing will happen to the 4 little ones. Dad is going to buy you some presents and will be back this afternoon. After finally convincing the 4 little ones, Sumu left in a hurry. Ding Yuan's hometown is in the countryside.
Yixianshan, the administrator who has been promoted to Foreign Affairs Director of the studio, has his own car, and he is responsible for driving Sumi there.
Yixianshan's real name is Songwon.
He was driving a Buick Regal, which cost more than 1 million yuan in total.
Xiaoson, you have very good conditions. On the way, Sumu tested Songwon.
He had a luxury car and a famous watch.
He was definitely a rich second generation. Why did he come to join him in the fun? Songwon has a straightforward personality.
He smiled and said, my parents are just township entrepreneurs.
I can only enjoy my current life because of their doting.
It's incomparable to your self-made life, brother Su. The employees in the studio all knew about Sumu's experiences over the years and admired him even more. The younger ones even changed their private address of him from boss to brother Su. Sumu understood that, after all, Songwon wanted to achieve success through his own efforts.
Work hard, I guarantee you'll have a bright future. Sumu gave some encouragement and continued chatting with Songwon.
The road to the countryside was a bit bumpy, so Songwon slowed down and arrived at Ding Yuan's hometown near noon.
Dingjia village is not very big.
Sumu suspects that even if the area here is halved, it will still not be as big as his own villa.
The village is so poor that there isn't even a brick road.
Songwon parked the car at the entrance of the village, locked the door, and the two entered the village.
After contacting Ding Yi, they came to Ding's house in the east of the village.
With the 300,000 yuan in promise given by Sumu, Ding Yuan's funeral was held in a grand manner. All his relatives came, including men, women, young and old from the village, as well as many people from other villages who came to enjoy the feast.
After finally getting through the crowd, Sumu saw Ding Yuan's crystal coffin. Brother Su, you're here? When Ding Yi saw Sumu, he came over immediately, his eyes were already red and swollen.
An elderly couple also came over to express their gratitude to Sumu for helping the Ding family.
With Ding Yi's introduction, Sumu learned that they were Ding Yuan's parents. Chapter 116. Someone deserves a punishment. I am sorry for your loss.
Sumu comforted the two elders with a solemn expression. Although he knew that Ding Yuan was not dead yet, he was also infected by their emotions. Going forward to admire Ding Yuan's appearance, Sumu secretly vowed to upgrade to level 7 as soon as possible and awaken Ding Yuan, who has become an electronic life. In order to prevent the Ding family from being too sad, Sumu announced in front of everyone that the Dreammaker Company had been established, and promised to give the Ding family every share and at least 100 million yuan in dividends every year. The 3 members of the Ding family were naturally extremely moved, while the others were either envious or jealous, and were equally shocked. The funeral continued and the Ding family became busy. Sumu and Songwon were strangers and found a seat by the side.
Brother Su, this traditional funeral is quite lively. Songwon didn't know Ding Yuan, so he didn't have any special emotions.
He just looked at the people coming and going curiously and listened to their crying voices that sounded like opera, which he found very interesting.
Sumu looked sideways. Why, aren't your parents township entrepreneurs? Have they never attended such a funeral? Songwon, my hometown is in the south, and the customs are different.
The south is very developed, and the towns near the first-tier cities are comparable to the cities in the north. Just as Sumu was about to ask more questions, a middle-aged man knelt down in front of Ding Yuan's token and burst into tears. Wow, uncle, you died so tragically.
I don't want to live anymore.
He cried so sadly that those who heard him cried and those who listened to him felt sad.
Songwon was surprised. This crying tone is too professional, isn't it? A professional player? Sumu's face turned black. Songwon stuck out his tongue and dared not speak.
Sumu retracted his gaze and looked at the middle-aged man. The other party was about 40 or 50 years old, but he actually called Ding Yuan uncle.
It must be because his seniority was too low.
But no matter how low your generation is, you shouldn't cry like that.
There must be something wrong here.
Sumu watched the situation develop quietly. Soon, Ding Yi and his parents came over and helped the middle-aged man up, his face not looking very good. Ding Yi, Tian Lanyan, our two families are not related at all, and you used to take advantage of my family.
Stop crying over the rat. Others pointed and talked. Sumu was speechless.
As expected, Tian Lanyan stopped crying. He looked up and wiped away his tears.
Although it's a bit far, you are still my uncles, right? Ding Yi's parents were very honest.
They looked at each other and nodded helplessly. Yes, there is such a saying, but you can't cry like that.
Hey! Tian Lanyan said bitterly, I have no choice.
At the beginning of this year, I believed the rumors and followed others to do green planting, without pesticides or fertilizers. As a result, the vegetables and crops are about to mature, but they told me that they would not accept them because of poor transportation, and asked me to pay back the loan.
How can I survive?
The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and he held Ding Yi's hand tightly.
Second uncle, I can only beg you with my thick face. Didn't Ding Yuan make a lot of money in his life? Just lend me 1 or 200,000 first, so that I can get through this year.
Ding Yi refused with a straight face, and his parents were in a difficult position. Some people even pointed out that the Ding family no longer recognized their relatives after becoming rich, and that they were unkind due to their wealth. Seeing that things were getting more and more serious, Sumu took action. When everyone knew that he was a rich man, they all quieted down.
Coming to Tian Lanyan, Sumu asked, what did you plant?
Tian Lanyan quickly replied, there is Nongqing No. 1 wheat, as well as tomatoes, cucumbers, rapeseed and other off-season fruits and vegetables.
He listed more than a dozen in one breath. Sumu frowned, really no pesticides were used? Tian Lanyan became serious, I can swear to God.
Besides, everyone knows that I use a greenhouse with a temperature control system.
Otherwise, I wouldn't owe so much money. Sumu became interested, okay, I'll take some back later. If there's really no problem, I'll take everything you grow.
Tian Lanyan seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and said ecstatically, okay, I knew you were a good person.
I'll go get ready.
After saying this, he turned and left happily.
The farce ended and the funeral continued. After lunch, the hearse drove over.
Amid the weeping of the crowd, Sumu, along with Ding Yi's family, escorted Ding Yuan's body to the crematorium.
After half an hour, the staff still didn't come out.
Ding Yi's parents asked him to go over and ask. Soon, a quarrel was heard from inside.
Sumu went in with everyone else.
The ashes had not yet been embalmed. Ding Yi pointed angrily at a rising urn and argued with a group of strong men across from him. Why do you want 100,000 from us?
Sumu's face darkened.
The other party actually made money from the dead.
Wasn't he afraid of being struck by lightning?
A fat, big-eared guy seemed to be the leader, and he had an expressionless face. I'm sorry, the regular ones are all sold out, and the only one left is this rosewood one.
100,000 is just the cost price. Ding Yi pointed to the distance and asked, what's that over there? There are dozens of ordinary urns on the shelf over there.
The fat-headed man sneered, they've all been reserved.
Asshole. Ding Yi was completely furious.
He had never heard of anyone being able to reserve an urn in advance.
Besides, it was just a small county town. How could dozens of people die at the same time?
The fat-headed man's face darkened. I have the final say here, it's up to you whether you want it or not.
Ding Yi clenched his fists and prepared to attack.
The other side has a large number of people and is ready to fight. It is obvious that they are used to this kind of scene.
Seeing that Ding Yi was about to lose control of his emotions, Sumu went over and said, where is the payment code? I'll help them transfer the money. Ding Yi, brother Su? Sumu waved his hand, signaling him not to be impulsive. Hey, you are still sensible. The fat man was very proud and showed the payment code. Sumo transferred 200,000 yuan. Everyone was surprised. The fat-headed man narrowed his eyes. Friend, what do you mean? He realized something. Sumu sneered, it's meaningless, the second urn is for you. You. The fat-headed man's face was trembling with anger. Good boy, you are here to cause trouble, beat me up.
5 or 6 strong men rushed up, but Ding Yi, being young and energetic, refused to give in. As soon as he raised his arm, he was knocked down by a strong man, followed by 2 or 3 fists. At the critical moment, Sumu took action. Ding Yi was surprised to find that the fists that were originally intended to fall on him actually bounced back and hit the noses of those sturdy men hard. I've met a tough guy. The fat man didn't see clearly what happened just now. He got angry and picked up the shovel behind him and smashed it at him. Boom! Sumu threw a punch with a murderous look on his face. Woo! The fat-headed man fell down with a scream, and the shovel hit the ground with a bang.
Chapter 117 Visiting the Villa.
The other strong men looked at each other, then tactfully squatted down with their heads in their hands. If the most capable boss couldn't even fight them off, they would be courting death if they continued to attack. Sumu walked forward with a sneer and stomped the fat-headed man who was about to get up to the ground.
Woo-woo, spare my life. The latter breathed rapidly and begged for mercy immediately. Sumu sneered. Now I give you two choices.
First, cremate yourself and put your ashes in an urn.
Second, sell the urn to the Ding family at the market price. I choose the second one. The fat man shouted, even a fool would know what to choose.
In the end, the other party only took a few hundred yuan and transferred the rest to Sumu. Too lazy to get involved with such people, Sumu and Ding Yi's family went home. Ding Yuan was buried and the whole family cried again.
The funeral ended at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Sumu and Songwen said goodbye to the Ding family and returned to the village entrance.
Tian Lanyan had been waiting for them for a long time.
2 full bags of wheat and various fruits and vegetables wrapped in plastic wrap were loaded into Songwen's car. Sumu first transferred 20,000 yuan to Tian Lanyan, and then said goodbye and left under the latter's extremely attentive and expectant gaze. On the way, Sumu took out 2 tomatoes and gave one to Songwen. It tastes authentic, exactly like what we ate when we were kids. Songwen took a few bites and exclaimed, "Brother Su, the original ecological fruits are different." Sumu also finished eating a tomato, nodded and smiled, "It's really good." The tomatoes sold in supermarkets now are all ripened prematurely, so the taste is a little bit worse.
Let Xiao Nike test it when we get back. If it passes the test, we can order it in large quantities. Tian Lanyan is not a bad person at heart.
He knows how to use technology to get rich, so we can help him.
It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon when we got back to the city.
Zhang Yang fully tapped the potential of the 4 little ones and let them perform their talents to their heart's content. The live broadcast is still in full swing.
So, Sumu asked Songwen to drive him to the villa.
When they arrived at the villa, Feng Zichu, who was promoted by Ouyang Jian to be the logistics supervisor, was supervising the workers doing the renovations. Upon receiving the news, he immediately came over to open the door.
Feng Zichu's online name is February Flower and he is the first administrator of Sumu's live broadcast room. Under Feng Zichu's guidance, Songwen drove around the villa and finally visited the courtyard.
Although he had seen the bird's eye view, Sumu couldn't help but feel excited when he was actually there. The courtyard has 3 entrances, and the main door faces southeast.
Turn right after entering the door and you will see the hanging flower gate.
Behind it is a small courtyard with several rooms used as security rooms, where you can stay, take a shower and cook.
Turn left and enter another courtyard.
This is the central courtyard, with guest rooms on one side and a garage on the other. It is worth mentioning that the garage also has a large underground garage, and the car can go out directly from the back door of the garage via a ramp. Behind the central courtyard is the inner residence, where some precious flowers, plants and bonsai are planted, and the view is quite wide. There is a 3-story building in the inner house with dozens of rooms of different sizes. In addition to bedrooms, bathrooms and kitchens, there are also special audiovisual rooms, sauna rooms, reception rooms and gyms, etc.
These rooms can meet the Sumu family's needs for meeting guests, resting and entertainment, and are quite fully functional. He was very satisfied.
This was also Songwen's first visit. After returning to the living room on the first floor, his eyes were already full of stars.
Brother Su, I want to buy a villa like this in the future. It will be super comfortable to live in. Sumu smiled and said, "You are useless.
The journey of our super daddy studio is to the stars and the sea.
Don't let the small villa limit your vision." Gulp. Songwen swallowed his saliva. I admire you, I admire you.
Compared with Brother Su, my vision is still too narrow.
Feng Zichu said mischievously, my pursuit is not so superficial. At least I want to be a spaceship pilot for Brother Su and go to the moon to listen to China sing. Ha ha.
Several people looked at each other and laughed. Songwen and Feng Zichu were just joking, but Sumu was a little serious.
With the omnipotent system, maybe this joke could really come true. Of course, that must be a very distant thing.
For now, we still need to resolve a suspense first.
Sumu asked whether there was any dirty stuff in the villa.
The smile on Feng Zichu's face disappeared, and he muttered mysteriously, well, maybe there is, but I'm not sure.
Oh my god, Lao Feng, don't scare me. Songwen's face turned pale.
Feng Zichu glanced at him.
It wasn't that scary.
It was just that a worker went to the fish pond to fish at night and got scared by something and peed his pants.
When we went to check, we didn't find anything. Let's go and take a look. Sumu got up and left.
Fengzichu followed, and Songwon hesitated for a moment, then turned on his phone and followed, intending to record a video. Coming to the fish pond, Sumu frowned as he looked at the turbid water. No one has taken care of this place for months. Fengzichu explained, pointing to a beach chair not far away. Brother Su, according to that worker, the dirt came up from over there. Sumu went over and found that the grass in front of the beach chair was leaning all over the place, and there was no trace left on the ground.
Someone photographed. It doesn't look like a small animal like a turtle.
If it was an otter, it should have left claw marks.
Ah!
As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly jumped up as if he was electrocuted. Brother Su, something is touching my feet.
After saying that, Songwon rolled and crawled backwards.
Hiss.
Fengzichu took a deep breath and then took a dozen steps back. Sumu didn't move and looked carefully.
A clump of grass on the ground was pressed down, and it was obvious that there was something over there.
Is it transparent?
Confused, he took a step forward. Swish. The thing moved half a meter to the side and stopped again, and still no trace of it could be seen.
Oh my god, I can't see it at all. Fengzichu, who came back bravely, looked pale. Songwon hid behind a tree, his voice trembling. Could it be that thing?
Let's get out of here first. Sumu, don't talk nonsense, we are believers in materialism. Songwon and Fengzichu looked at each other, both speechless. Sumu took another step towards the flattened grass, and the transparent life form actually moved rapidly towards the fish pond. There was no grass on the shore, so there was no way to tell the path the thing was moving.
It was quiet all around. Bang! Songwon and Fengzichu's hearts were pounding. If Sumu hadn't been there, they would have run away long ago. Sumu frowned and suddenly came up with a plan.
He immediately took out an ID card and scanned the surroundings. The identity card can scan living things.
After completing the limited terror mission, there are 2 left. I wonder if I can use them.
Under Sumu's control, the ID card rotated rapidly, scanning up, down, left and right. When the card was facing an open space on the left, the information finally appeared.
Chapter 118 Mutated Octopus. Name, unknown.
The information displayed on the identity card reminded Sumu of Xiaobai. The same thing happened when he used the talent card on Xiaobai for the first time.
Could it be that the transparent life form is a small animal? Sumu controlled the ID card to lock onto the transparent life form, and asked Songwon and Fengzichu at the same time, what animal is transparent? Brother Su, you mean, that's an animal? Fengzichu was the first to react and asked in disbelief. Sumu nodded. A transparent animal? Could it be a chameleon? Songwon was no longer so scared and tried to analyze it. Impossible. Fengzichu immediately explained, chameleons change color according to their mood.
Their color-changing ability is not that strong.
Fengzichu looked at the open space in front of him. The little thing had completely blended into the environment without any flaws. He couldn't help but frown.
The ID card turned at an angle, proving that the transparent life form began to move again, this time towards the fish pond.
Don't let water get in it.
Sumu immediately picked up a fishing rod, which should have been left behind by the previous worker.
He ran over and drove it away with his fishing rod. The transparent life form was quickly driven back to the lawn. Looking at the traces of movement on the lawn, Songwon and Fengzichu were surprised. Brother Su, can you see it? Of course Sumu couldn't reveal the secret of the ID card, so he said, yes, I heard it. My hearing is pretty good.
The 2 were stunned.
After the transparent life form enters the lawn, it becomes easier to lock it. Swish. Sumu was quick-witted and quick-handed.
When the thing stopped, he immediately swept the fishing rod over and pressed it down hard. The surrounding grass began to shake violently. The thing was struggling constantly, and the fishing rod was bending along with it.
What a strong force! Sumu was secretly shocked.
He asked Songwon and Fengzichu to come over and help hold down the fishing rod. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps.
Sumu approached the thing.
When the distance was only half a meter, a black tentacle suddenly appeared on the flattened grass and waved towards Sumu.
Sumu vaguely thought of something.
He tried to lift his feet, and more black tentacles appeared, and a disc-shaped body was revealed in the middle.
Oh my god, it's an octopus. Song Wen's eyes widened as he finally recognized the thing. Feng Zichu also breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it's not something dirty. Eh? When did the octopus become perfectly invisible?
Sumu was also puzzled. Not only was this octopus perfectly invisible, it was also very strong, even stronger than an average adult. The black octopus struggled for a long time, but gradually ran out of strength and lay on the ground gasping for breath.
Song Wen and Feng Zichu were also very tired and tried to loosen the fishing rods. Boom!
The octopus was liberated, and its body flew up like a spring.
It rushed towards Sumu in rage. Brother Su, be careful! Song Wen and Feng Zichu exclaimed.
Sumu was about to dodge when he suddenly realized that the ID card was still floating in the air in front of the octopus. Before he could transfer his ID card, the octopus ran headfirst into him. After the contact, the ID card sank directly into the octopus body, and a black light flashed.
It's over. Sumu's eyes went dark, and he was pulled into a certain scene.
The surrounding light reappeared, and Sumu was surprised to find that he had turned into the black octopus. This is a cartoon-style bedroom. A little boy of 7 or 8 years old, wearing thick glasses, is opening a red suitcase. The octopus possessed by Sumu was placed in a large water tank. He could not control his body, and the octopus kept trying to push open the glass cover.
Stop it, stinky octopus, I'm going to play a game first. The little boy turned around and pressed the glass cover hard.
As he spoke, a dialogue box appeared above his head, and Sumu saw the other party's name, Kang Jaeyu. Looking at the suitcase behind the little boy, Sumu was shocked.
There are 2 lines of English on the suitcase, which translates to Gilbert 238 Atomic Energy Laboratory. Oh my god, isn't that the most dangerous children's toy in the legend?
Sumu screamed in his heart. He had searched for it on the internet when he was bored before. Gilbert 238 Atomic Energy Laboratory is a set of toys for children developed by Gilbert Company in the 1950s. It has a Geiger counter and a scintillator for observing radioactive decay. What impressed Sumu the most was that this set of toys actually contains several extremely dangerous uranium ores. Because it was too desperate, the production and sale of the Gilbert 238 Atomic Energy Laboratory was strictly banned shortly after its launch. This thing will cause serious radiation reactions not only to children but also to adults if they come into contact with it. However, the little boy named Kang Jaeyu obviously did not realize the seriousness of the problem, and he even took out a piece of uranium ore directly.
This gem is so beautiful. Don't touch it, it's dangerous.
Sumu was worried about the little boy, but unfortunately he couldn't control the octopus, let alone speak to remind him.
Bang!
The door was pushed open and a group of people rushed in. The middle-aged man in the lead took a look and his face suddenly changed. Xiaoyu, put it down.
A dialogue box appeared above his head, and the name was Kong Weigua.
Kong Weigua rushed over, snatched the uranium ore, looked around, opened the glass cover directly, and threw the ore into the water tank. The octopus didn't realize the danger, and it used its tentacles to wrap around the ore and opened its mouth to bite.
Sumu broke out in a cold sweat. Kong Weigua asked his men to take the little boy out for a physical examination, and he gave the order with a grim face. Find out for me who swapped Xiaoyu's toys.
Yes, boss,
what should we do with the octopus? Someone asked.
Kong Weigua waved his hand. It has been irradiated, find a place to bury it.
Yes.
So, the octopus possessed by Sumu was lifted up along with the water tank by several people and walked out of the room directly. When he got outside, Sumu discovered that this was actually the courtyard of the villa. The water tank was carried to the edge of the fish pond by several people, and they began to dig a hole with their backs to the water tank. Because of the bumps along the way, the glass cover of the water tank loosened. The octopus quietly crawled out, holding the uranium ore in its mouth, and dived into the fish pond.
The screen ends here.
Sumu returned to reality and couldn't calm down for a long time.
Brother Su, the octopus isn't moving. Song Wen reminded.
Sumu's heart moved, and he looked down and found that the black octopus had been stepped on by his left foot. He quickly entered the system's holographic record and found that the system only used these short 2 minutes to allow him to catch the octopus and try to kill it. The octopus must have mutated.
It would be a shame to kill it. Looking at the mutant octopus's human-like eyes, Sumu suddenly felt a little bit sorry for it.
The mutant octopus spat out a ball of white foam and slowly closed its eyes.
Dead? Sumu quickly loosened his feet and took a closer look. He saw that the mutant octopus's abdomen was still rising and falling slightly. It seemed that it had just fainted.
To use a primary talent card, one needs to give it a name first, so Sumu first asked Fengzichu to find a fish tank to take good care of the mutant octopus.
Chapter 119 Follow-up Report.
The uranium ore should still be in the fish pond.
Sumu asked people to seal it off temporarily and no one is allowed to approach without his permission.
As for the reason, let's just use the reason given by the original owner of the villa. With the dirty things there, at least no one dares to come here casually.
After dealing with the mutant octopus, Sumu contacted Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun had endured too many surprises during this period.
Even so, when he learned that Sumu had bought a home village villa without his knowledge, he almost cried with happiness.
Woo-woo, husband,
please don't scare me like this in the future, okay? Xiao Jun sniffed and suddenly changed the subject.
Then let's move there tonight.
Sumu's words of comfort were stuck in his throat. Come to the garage in the middle courtyard of the quadrangle and follow the slope into the underground garage. There are 2 luxury cars parked in the garage of several hundred square meters, and the body of the superbus is affixed with cool labels. Super Daddy Studio, with a QR code for the live broadcast room at the back. TSK, the Bentley Bentayga Dream Limited Edition and the superbus, add up to 80 million.
Songwon was drooling at the sight.
Fengzichu, the second-generation rich boy from a small town, also began to feel ashamed of himself.
Compared with Su Ji's collection of cars, his Buick Regal was nothing more than a farm tractor. Fortunately, superbuses are public. Fengzichu volunteered to be Sumu's full-time driver. Sumu readily agreed.
As for Songwon, he still had to supervise the workers in the renovation. He could only watch painfully as Fengzichu, with a red face, drove a superbus worth 70 million yuan slowly out of the villa gate.
Sumu sat in the back seat, sighing repeatedly.
From now on, he also became a car owner, and one of his cars was worth hundreds of others.
This feeling is quite refreshing. As the superbus entered the city, it immediately attracted countless eyes. Fengzichu opened the window on purpose, and his vanity was greatly satisfied. He still felt unsatisfied, so he simply suggested, "Brother Su, let's go to the temporary office to pick up the 4 little ones first?" Sumu smiled.
Ha, sure. This is the first public appearance of the Super Daddy Studio, so we must drive with dignity and poise.
Most importantly, watch the road and don't get into a traffic accident. Fengzichu immediately sat up straight and said, Of course.
He slowed down, which attracted the attention of countless drivers and passers-by. After being surprised, they took out their mobile phones to take pictures and posted them on WeChat Moments. There were even a few news interview cars that followed, with professional photographers leaning out of the roofs of the cars, carrying cameras to film the entire process.
There are also beautiful reporters reporting on the event.
Dear viewers, the one driving ahead is the legendary Superbus. Before today, only Dubai had one in the world. Our city has also introduced one, but we don't know whether it is privately owned or used as a public bus.
The follow-up report will be even more exciting.
Sumu, who was on the Superbus, noticed the news interview car and just smiled slightly without asking Fengzichu to stop the car. The more viewers there are, the more income he will earn. When it comes to making money, there is nothing wrong with having some small strategies. It took a full hour for the Superbus to slowly stop in front of the gate of an old office building in the spotlight of the crowd, followed by several news interview vehicles. As soon as the Superbus stopped, countless people came up to take pictures.
Reporters and cameramen from several media outlets squeezed into the crowd with difficulty.
Just as they were about to conduct an interview, they discovered that there was only a driver in the car who looked to be no more than 20 years old.
Sumu got out of the car the moment it parked and went straight to the office building. He temporarily handed over the task of interviewing Fengzichu. The protagonist usually appears last, doesn't he? When he arrived at the temporary office, Sumu took off his mask and hat. The live broadcast has ended.
The 4 little ones are dancing the frog dance under the guidance of several little girls, and someone is responsible for filming. Sumu was surprised, and Ouyang Jian explained, "Boss, some viewers reminded us that we can develop in an all-round way, so I took the initiative to register original accounts on video platforms such as Bilibili and Douyin."
Sumu checked and found that the online name was Suzi Muwa.
Videos of the 4 little ones' individual performances had already been posted, and they were currently filming a group program. The previous 4 videos have received a lot of likes and comments, and many people have forwarded and sent gifts, so it seems that the effect is good.
Sumu did not expect this, and he was very satisfied with Ouyang Jian's arrangement.
Well, as long as the 4 little ones don't bother me, I can consider it as adding a few more ways to make money for the studio. It is not possible to receive gifts during live broadcasts, but short videos can be used to make temporary profits. Unfortunately, it is not a super account, and the income from short videos cannot be converted into funds for the nanny.
Dad, where's the gift? Sumu chatted with Ouyang Jian and others for a while. After finishing their performance, the four little ones came running over, each holding a pillow with a cartoon pattern on it. The cartoon pattern was designed by Red Apple based on the images of the four little ones, and together they formed the trademark of the Daddy Studio. When Sumu left on Friday, he promised to bring gifts for the four little ones, but he forgot about it because he was too busy. But when the four little ones got the pillows, they remembered it. Thinking of the villa, Sumu smiled. Ha, it's already been prepared. Daddy has prepared a bigger and more fun home for you. We'll move in tonight. Great, we can play war games now. Kong Kong had long been dissatisfied with his original living room because it was too small and he couldn't move around. Anan was also very excited. Dad, can the new home accommodate a spaceship? He has been playing with engineering blocks these days, and the blocks are getting bigger and bigger. Ordinary blocks can no longer satisfy him. Tuanchuan and Yuan have no idea about the size of their new home, they just think it's fun to move to a new place and they are looking forward to it. Sumu explained patiently, and soon the four little ones were laughing. Not long after, Xiao Jun sent a message. Honey, it's too busy downstairs in your studio. I'm going to go home and prepare first. Remember to bring the four little ones back quickly. Okay, I'll be there right away. Sumu sent a smiling face. Let Zhang Yang, the second anchor, go downstairs to temporarily divert the attention of the crowd in the media. Sumu took the four little ones on the superbus and left quickly amid people's exclamations of "We've been fooled." In the middle of the process, someone was still filming, Sumu Alexander. There was no choice but to find a place to get off, walk through a few alleys to get away from the crowd, and then take a taxi home. On the way, Sumu also contacted a moving company. When I got home, I found that all the things had been packed. Xiao Jun definitely couldn't do it alone, so Brittany came to help. Except for the super sleeping device, Youngling knife and jade dragon pot, as well as the incredible dining table and little gardener, the four little ones' favorite toys, etc., which need to be brought in person, the rest will be left to the moving company. After moving their things downstairs and getting into the car, Xiao Jun and the four kids set off first. Chapter 120 Octopus Shohei. Under Brittany's curious gaze, Sumu put the Youngling knife and jade dragon pot into a handbag. Ha, this is also a toy. Oh. Brittany was thoughtful, and suddenly said, by the way, the owner of that Western restaurant seems to have received instructions from the Huang family and is preparing to come here to cause trouble. Sumu frowned. Brittany continued, I've already sent someone to keep an eye on them. How are we going to deal with them? Sumu asked, when will they start? Probably tonight. Brittany replied. Sumu looked at his new home which had become empty and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Ha, since you dare to come, don't be afraid of getting hurt. He sneered, don't do it yet, Brittany, do you know that there is an idiom in China, putting someone in a trap? Brittany's eyes lit up, you mean? Sumu reminded, since you understand, go and prepare. I think you should be very proficient in traps and mechanisms. You don't need me to remind you about mousetraps and pepper spray. You must make them suffer as much as possible, just enough to not endanger their lives. Brittany smiled, Sue, I just realized that you have this kind of bad taste. Don't worry, I guarantee that they will be impressed. Sumu laughed. At this time, another courier came over, dropped off 4 packages of different sizes and left. A big gift pack of toys, snacks, and 2 doses of medicine. Sumu checked the label, opened the 2 small paper boxes, and took out 2 pills that looked very much like marshmallows. What is this? Brittany asked curiously. Sumu smiled and said, a happy daddy pill and its enhanced version will reduce the mental ability to the level of a 3-year-old child after taking it. Let's find a way to use it. He handed Brittany a happy daddy pill with a smirk on his face. Brittany understood what he meant. Ha, I'm suddenly looking forward to those people's visits. After chatting for a few more sentences, Sumu left and asked Brittany to leave a video record before leaving. If the other party's performance is exciting enough, you can post it on a short video platform and treat it as a humorous video. When they arrived at the villa by taxi, Xiao Jun was taking the 4 little ones to arrange toys and clothes. Songwon wanted to help but was stopped by her, saying that it would be more cozy if they decorated their own home. Sumu went over to help, and the family decided to live on the 3rd floor. The 4 little ones shared one room.
At Sumu's strong request, Sumu and Xiao Jun lived in the master bedroom, which was composed of two connected bedrooms with an electric sliding door separating them. The relationship between the original owners and their spouses didn't seem to be very good, hence this design. Sumu and Xiao Jun's relationship is still in the development stage, which fits in perfectly with this design. It won't be too awkward, and there's always an opportunity for a breakthrough. The furniture is complete. After everything is put away, the four children treat this place as a park whenever they go out to play. It was almost dark, and Xiao Jun was worried about the safety of the four little ones, so he only allowed them to play in the garden of the inner house. Under Xiao Jun's guidance, the four little ones quickly developed a strong interest in flowers, plants, and bonsai. Sumu and Xiao Jun were also happy to help them learn about them. The whole family is happy and harmonious, and after getting to know each other for a while, this place will become their real home. Brother Su, the octopus is awake. Songwon came in from the middle courtyard. What octopus? Xiao Jun was surprised. Sumu explained with a smile, we found it in the fish pond. The octopus seems to have mutated and can become perfectly invisible. Come on, I'll take you over to have a look. Seeing is believing. When Xiao Jun came to a guest room in the central courtyard and saw the mutant octopus placed in the fish tank, his expression became extremely interesting. The mutant octopus has regained some vitality, and its body is still changing color, allowing it to perfectly blend into the surrounding environment. This is a mimic octopus. Mimic octopus? Sumu asked curiously, and Xiao Jun explained that the mimic octopus is the best at changing among all octopuses. It can change its body according to the color and texture of the surrounding environment, and it is difficult to detect. Sumu understood. The mimic octopus's ability was already very strong, and coupled with the fact that it absorbed radiation and mutated, it could become perfectly invisible. Xiao Jun stared at the octopus's eyes for a while, and his tone became a little sad. Honey, it looks very sad, let it out. The empathy that has just been amplified has begun to take effect? Sumu felt mixed emotions, and after thinking for a while he opened the glass cover. The mutant octopus immediately stretched out a tentacle and tried to climb out. Kong Kong excitedly tried to touch it, but was entangled tightly by the octopus tentacles. Ah, it hurts. Sumu acted quickly and grabbed the octopus's tentacle. The octopus felt pain and let go of Kong Kang's fingers. Is Kong Kong okay? Xiao Jun felt very distressed. Kong Kong looked at his red and swollen fingers and started crying. Sumu and Xiao Jun hurriedly tried to comfort him, and finally managed to make Kong Kong laugh. Xiao Jun sighed, hey, the mimic octopus seems to be very ferocious. I originally wanted to give it to the babies as a pet. She has accepted the existence of Xiaobai, who has an incredible IQ. She is usually too busy with work and originally wanted to buy some more pets to keep the four little ones company. However, the mimic octopus in front of her was too ferocious, which made her very worried. Sumu smiled slightly, I have an idea. This mimic octopus seems to be very smart. Why don't we let the babies give it a name first and talk to it more? Maybe we can become good friends. Xiao Jun couldn't bear to give up the mimic octopus and readily agreed. With the encouragement of the two, the four little ones began to use their imagination and came up with some varied and hilarious names. The other names were too childish and weird, so Sumu and Xiao Jun discussed it and finally decided on Xiaohei named Bianan. After all, the body of the mimic octopus is black. The four little ones had no objection and waved with a smile. Hello, Xiaohei. Yuan Yuan knocked on the glass. My name is Yuan Yuan, can I be your friend? The mimic octopus stared outside without reacting. The four little ones were very disappointed. Sumu quietly took out the primary talent card and used it on the mimic octopus. Name, Xiaohei. Talent, cute pet. Intelligence, 60, vitality, 60, lifespan, 60. As expected of a mutant octopus, it has incredible talent, and its basic attributes are almost twice as high as Xiaobai's on average. As the roulette wheel turned, the talent increase was fixed on mimesis, increasing from 80 to 120. The mimic octopus's body disappeared immediately. Ah, Xiaohei is gone. Kong Kong shouted anxiously. Although he had just been attacked by Xiaohei, he still liked this octopus very much. Xiao Jun comforted him, don't worry, this is Xiaohei's instinct. Just talk to him a few more times and Xiaohei will come out. Oh. Kong Kong seemed to understand, but he didn't quite understand, so he tried to communicate. Xiaohei, I'm Kong Kong, do you like toy guns? And then, Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan were inspired and used their respective hobbies to attract Xiaohei.
Xiao Hei still didn't show up. Sumu took out another intermediate talent card and continued to use it. Chapter 121 New Family Member. Name, Xiao Hei. Talent, Cute Pet. Intelligence, 60, Vitality, 60, Lifespan, 60, Mimicry, 120. Sumu chose the specific talent to enhance and decided on intelligence. The intermediate talent card rotates and freezes at 100%. Both times were the strongest amplifications. Sumu envied Xiao Hei's luck. Xiao Hei, whose IQ is as high as 120, reappeared immediately. His eyes also changed subtly, darting around like a curious baby. It looked up and down, left and right, and finally set its sights on Sumu. Boom boom. Xiao Hei stretched out a tentacle and gently touched the fish tank, expressing some kind of intention. Sumu understood, and he tried to say, I can let you out, but don't hurt the children. Just wave your hand if you agree. Phew. Xiao Jun couldn't help laughing. Hubby, no matter how smart an octopus is, it's still an animal. How could it be possible? Before she finished speaking, her smile suddenly froze. Xiao Hei in the fish tank actually stretched out a tentacle out of the water and shook it vigorously from side to side. This? It should be a coincidence, right? Xiao Jun was dumbfounded and comforted himself. Sumu smiled and said, You'll know if you try it. He stretched out a finger, and Xiao Hei immediately stretched out its tentacles, gently wrapped around Sumu's finger, and pulled it in a friendly manner. Hee hee, I want to shake hands too. Kong Kong forgot the lesson just now and happily stretched out his finger. Without waiting for Xiao Jun to stop him, Xiao Hei stretched out another tentacle and played the finger hooking game with Kong Kong using even gentler force. It seems to have calmed down a lot. Xiao Jun carefully observed Xiao Hei's eyes, and smiled after a while. This is what a cute pet looks like. And then, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan also reached their hands into the fish tank and had a friendly exchange with Xiao Hei. After playing for a while, Xiao Hei did not do anything to hurt anyone. His eyes became more and more gentle, and he seemed to enjoy this feeling. Sumu nodded secretly. From now on, there is one more member of the family. Snap. Someone took a photo, and Xiao Jun immediately expressed his dissatisfaction, and the latter stumbled in fear. Sumu explained helplessly, Xiao Song, your sister-in-law doesn't like exposure, so you should delete the photos. Oh. Songwon quickly deleted the photo. Sorry, I didn't know. Sumu waved his hand. Don't blame those who don't know. I will post this rule in the group, and everyone will pay more attention to it in the future. After saying this, he posted the rule that Xiao Jun's information should not be exposed in the workgroup, and everyone expressed their support. Now that he has acquired extraordinary wisdom, there is no need to restrict Xiao Hei's freedom anymore. The theme of tomorrow's live broadcast is cute babies and pets. Sumu brought Xiao Hei back to the living room on the third floor and asked the four little ones to teach it how to play games. After a while, the four little ones were deeply shocked, and Xiao Hei showed that he was smarter than them. Not only can he build blocks and shoot accurately with a toy gun, he can also dance with 8 tentacles. He can even use 3 tentacles to hold a paintbrush at the same time and imitate Yuan Yuan's paintings exactly. Kong Kong was hit by Xiao Hei's gun several times, so he simply let Xiao Bai out. After winning a few times again, he started to chuckle. And then, Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan were inspired again and went to play with Xiao Bai. They finally regained their self-confidence through the silly and cute Xiao Bai. Sumu secretly felt sorry for Xiao Bai. It had finally stood out from thousands of rabbits, but within a few days of its glory, it was reduced to a pitiful reputation-saving tool rabbit. It's a pity that Xiao Hei's IQ is too high, and Xiao Bai will probably never catch up with him. I hope that Xiao Hei, who is relatively simple, can enjoy it. The four little ones played with Xiao Bai for a while, but Anan was still not convinced. How could Xiao Hei be better at building blocks than him? He picked up the engineering blocks and decided to continue the challenge. It turns out it can only imitate me. After a while, Anan clapped his hands excitedly. The smart boy had discovered the pattern. Although Xiao Hei built blocks very quickly, he could only imitate himself. If he let Xiao Hei do it by himself, he would be dumbfounded. Kong Kong, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan were encouraged and let Xiao Hei go first this time. Poor Xiao Hei had no reference and was really at a loss. He waved his tentacles in dissatisfaction. We will teach you slowly. Anan smiled and touched Xiao Hei's head, treating it as a real friend. The 3 little ones also came over to hold hands with Xiao Hei, and after laughing for a while, the 4 cute kids and the 2 cute pets played happily together again. As it got dark, Sumu and Xiao Jun went to the kitchen to cook.
The original owner left behind a full set of exquisite kitchen utensils, including induction cookers, toasters, automatic dishwashers, everything you need. In addition, there are some top-quality condiments and ingredients labeled for internal use, which were originally intended for the nanny. The two of them had just learned cooking for 2 days and had no plans to hire a nanny, so of course they had to do it themselves.
Xiao Jun decided to make some desserts.
Sumu took out the wheat given by Tian Lanyan, explained its origin, and put it into a sophisticated flour mill.
Soon, white flour was ground out. The quality seems to be very good. Xiao Jun has learned to distinguish the quality of flour.
He smiled with satisfaction, put the flour into the dough mixer, and prepared for other processes. Sumu took out the Yongling knife and processed the fruits and vegetables.
Hey, this kitchen knife is so special. Xiao Jun, who was stirring eggs, took a look and asked curiously. Sumu smiled and said, I saw it on the road. I thought the shape was good, so I bought it. I also bought a pot.
He also took out the jade dragon pot.
Xiao Jun looked around and suddenly frowned. Isn't this the kitchenware from the Chinese cooking master boy? Someone actually made it. It must be very expensive, right?
It turns out my wife has also watched that cartoon.
As for the price,
Sumu nodded vigorously deliberately. Well, it will cost more than 100,000 yuan in total, so you must take good care of them.
I will lock them in the safe after cooking.
Xiao Jun was speechless, shook his head and continued to work.
After half an hour of busy work, the side dishes and desserts were ready. Let the incredible table come over by itself and start dining mode.
Sumu and Xiao Jun put the first piece of toast in with anticipation.
Begin testing. Testing completed, barely passed.
Little Nike took the pacifier from his mouth and sang a nursery rhyme to show encouragement.
Yeah.
Xiao Jun cheered. Her 2 days of hard work in the cooking class finally paid off.
Babies, eat.
She happily divided the bread into 4 pieces. The 4 little ones smelled it and ate it with relish. Sumu put a portion of fried 3 fresh vegetables into the truck bed.
Begin testing. Testing completed, barely passed.
Sumu was very excited and put the rest of the food in for testing.
Sure enough, all of them barely passed.
There was another round of cheers, and the whole family was salivating, happily enjoying the fruits of their labor.
Chapter 122 4 Idiots and 1 Deficiency. After dinner, the moving company brought the remaining things over.
The key point is that the health terminal is placed in the bathroom of the master bedroom. After putting other things in place, the family sat on the sofa and watched TV to digest their food. Sumu contacted Tian Lanyan and ordered all the wheat, fruits, and vegetables he planted, and also made an advance payment for next year. Tian Lanyan was naturally filled with gratitude, and said that if the distance was not too far, he would definitely go to the door in person to express his gratitude.
As for the issue of safety, the villa has a special cold storage room where the food can be stored and eaten slowly, so Sumu was not worried. After watching the cartoon, it was already late. The bedroom in the villa is very big.
Although the 4 little ones have been accustomed to sleeping in separate rooms from their mother since they were young, after seeing the exaggeratedly large bed, they still came over one by one and wanted to sleep with their mother. Xiao Jun has not been busy with work recently, so she happily hugs them and tells them bedtime stories.
Sumu originally wanted to get intimate, but now he couldn't find any opportunity and could only stare blankly from the side. Ah, I'm so sleepy. Can you babies listen to one more story before going to sleep? Xiao Jun was wearing pajamas, stretched lazily, and deliberately gave Sumu a glare.
Sumu's blood was boiling and his breathing was rapid. The 4 little ones looked at him curiously.
Dad, are you sick? Tuan asked in a soft voice.
No, Dad is just sleepy.
You guys should go to bed early too.
Sumu withdrew his gaze awkwardly, walked to the connected bedroom, and lay on the bed to calm down. Half an hour later, Xiao Jun and the 4 little ones fell asleep.
Sumu went over and quietly closed the partition door. By the way, what is the second gift package of toys and snacks? Sumu tossed and turned and still couldn't fall asleep. He thought of something, so he went to the living room and opened the 2 packages he had received today. The 2 packages are very large, so open the first one with the word toys on it first. The package contained 2 exquisitely wrapped boxes. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be a set of traditional folk crafts called dragon and phoenix kites. When you open the package, you will see many exquisite components inside, which need to be assembled to present the final shape, and they will take up a lot of space. We'll talk about this later. Sumu opened the second package with snack gift pack written on it.
The snacks inside made him speechless. There were hundreds of bubble gums, and the theme was a little confusing: investiture of the gods. He tried to tear open a piece of bubble gum. It was square and colorful, looking extremely dazzling, and it also had a faint fragrance that was refreshing.
Put it in your mouth and chew it for a few times.
The taste is sour and sweet with a long aftertaste, which is very suitable for children's taste. When there was no smell left, Sumu tried blowing bubbles. As he moved, the bubble gum turned into a lifelike cartoon character. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be the image of a soldier from the Shang dynasty.
Sumu was surprised and accidentally opened his mouth.
The soldier bubble did not fall to the ground, but floated in the air like a balloon.
How did you do that? Sumu was surprised and tried to catch the bubble, but it was surprisingly light.
It was even pushed by the airflow created by it and began to float around the room.
It really looked like a heavenly soldier from a myth.
No wonder it's called the investiture of the gods. Sumu checked the wrapping paper thrown aside, which had the words Shang Dynasty Terracotta Warriors written on it, and he suddenly realized. Looking at the packaging of other bubble gums, they are also different, with all kinds of gods such as Jiang Zia, Neza, Yang Jian, etc. In addition, there are a large number of terracotta warriors from the Shang dynasty and Shiqi.
The image of the fairy bubblegum should be more refined.
Sumu took out a Neza bubblegum, but after thinking for a while he didn't open the package. There was only one mythological character, so he decided to leave it for the babies to play with. The bubble of the Shang dynasty terracotta warrior lasted for a few minutes and then burst on its own with a pop, leaving no trace. Now, even the work of cleaning up the garbage is saved.
Sumu was very satisfied with this snack gift package. Sue, they're coming. Sumu was about to go to bed when Brittany brought news.
The owner of the Western restaurant brought 4 people and prepared to throw blood on the door of the room that Sumu's family had rented before. When they found that the door was not locked, they pushed the door open decisively.
Sumu yawned. Well, save the video and send it to me tomorrow.
After saying that, he smiled wickedly and fell into a sound sleep. Early the next morning, Sumu got up, washed, and cooked. After watching Xiao Jun go to work, he boxed for a while and checked the video sent by Brittany. The video is titled 4 Idiots and 1 Deficiency and is presented from an infrared perspective. The faces of the Western restaurant owner and his 4 men were also mosaic with pig heads, and 5 eye-catching marks appeared above their heads: big fool, second fool, third fool, fourth fool, and idiot.
Ha, it's already been edited.
Sumu smiled slightly and continued to watch the video content. The video begins inside a room with a basin of water on the half-open door and a countdown in the subtitles. When the countdown reached 1, the door was slowly pushed open, and a fat man with an idiot mark on his head poked his head out. He should be the owner of a Western restaurant.
Crash!
The basin of water above fell over, and Shake was immediately drenched like a drowned chicken, with the fallen basin falling right on his head. The idiot stepped back in panic, but his head got stuck in the wash basin and he couldn't leave the room. The 4 idiots behind him rushed in and helped Idiot take the basin off his head, and they whispered to each other for a few words. The conversation was sped up and accompanied by light-hearted and humorous music, so it was impossible to understand what was being said. After the conversation, the 4 idiots and 1 clueless did not leave, but continued to walk forward in the dark. They came to cause trouble, so of course they did not dare to turn on the lights. Suddenly, Shake stepped on a mousetrap, and with a scream, his fat body jumped up. The 4 idiots who were about to help were knocked over and over, triggering more mousetraps. This video was sped up and accompanied by even more shocking music, making the 4 idiots and 1 dumb look as if they were dancing disco in the room. As they danced, the 4 idiots and 1 deficient were covered in wounds and wailing, and their bodies were full of mousetraps. The idiot couldn't stand it anymore and turned around to turn on the light. As soon as he touched the switch, a stream of water suddenly spurted out from the switch, with the subtitles, Happy Water of Childhood.
Caught off guard, the idiot took a big gulp.
It is obvious that Daddy's Happy Pill has been added to the Happy Water of Childhood, and now Shake has become even happier. He actually lay on the ground, dancing and rolling around like a 3-year-old kid whose toy had been taken away. The 4 idiots were stunned and hurried over to help, but they triggered more traps.
Chapter 123: Sumu's Principles.
After watching the video, Sumu almost laughed to tears. In just a few minutes, the 4 idiots and 1 deficit went through countless hardships. Because the mechanism was designed so cleverly, it seemed like they were actively touching it, and no one would suspect that this was a prank show that had been rehearsed countless times. Sumu posted this short video to short video platforms such as Bilibili and TikTok, and waited for the revenue.
Someone rang the doorbell downstairs, and Sumu went downstairs to check. The person who came was Feng Zichu, holding a cardboard box.
Brother Su, we bought 5 of the most advanced counters here.
By the way, what do you want these for? The whereabouts of the uranium ore is still unknown. Sumu asked Feng Zichu to prepare some instruments for detecting radiation last night. Just in case. Sumu answered casually. After taking the cardboard box, he asked, is the super bus lost?
Feng Zichu smiled and said, no, after I separated from you yesterday, I drove the super bus back to the downstairs of the temporary studio and guarded it overnight with 5 or 6 people.
Sumu was relieved and said, thank you for your hard work. After the office building is renovated, drive back. He. Feng Zichu smiled foolishly, it's not bad to put it outside. It's only been a day and I become an internet celebrity. Sumu nodded secretly.
The super bus was definitely an eye-catching device. It not only became a hot topic for the city's news media, but also made headlines on some websites. From yesterday afternoon till now, many media outlets have contacted the Daddy Studio, wanting to interview Sumu.
Under his instruction, Ouyang Jian only sent Zhang Yang to be interviewed.
Sumu doesn't want to have direct contact with the media for the time being, so it's pretty good to do some live streaming.
After Feng Zichu left, Sumu immediately tested Xiaohei.
The results showed that there was no radiation in Xiaohei's body anymore, but he now looked very tired, as if his talent had increased too rapidly and all his energy had been used on his brain cells.
Eat it. Sumu threw a pile of diced beef to Xiaohei.
After a full meal, Xiaohei waved his tentacles and began to sleep soundly again.
The 4 little ones woke up one after another. Sumu helped them wash and cook.
After performing a set of Tai Chi, he prepared to start the live broadcast.
Dad, I want to teach Xiaohei how to fly a plane. Kong came over holding a toy plane, waving his little fists excitedly.
Sumu explained, Xiaohei is too tired, let's play with him in the afternoon.
Kong took a look and nodded sensibly. He ran towards Xiaobai and said, Xiaobai, let's fly the plane. Sumu laughed and started the live broadcast. Brother Su is here. Everyone line up to welcome us. It feels like a long time since we last met. Brother Su, I miss you so much. Hundreds of people immediately poured into the live broadcast room. Yesterday, Zhang Yang was on duty and everyone called out for Sumu.
Only then did they realize that calling Sumu anchor all the time seemed a bit too casual and it was difficult to distinguish him from Zhang Yang.
Calling Sumu a super dad? It seems like he's taking advantage of me. Therefore, after everyone's barrage voting, Sugu became a synonym for Sumu.
Sumu accepted this setting and greeted everyone with a smile. Riding the plane to find Ma, he also came back, Brother Su, you won't let Zhang Yang lead the class again today, right?
Sumu smiled and replied, sorry, I really had something to deal with yesterday, I moved.
As he spoke, he turned his phone around.
Hey, Courtyard House. Brother Su's family background has finally been exposed. There are no buildings around, and there seems to be a mountain in the distance. Where are you, Brother Su? Everyone sent in questions. Sumu smiled and said, the specific address is kept secret for now.
I'll tell you when I have the chance. According to our agreement on Friday, today's theme is cute babies and cute pets. In the morning, the 4 little ones in Xiaobai will appear again, and there will be a special guest in the afternoon. Everyone was very curious and tried to guess what kind of animal it would be, but unfortunately no one guessed correctly.
Sumu was serious. Kittens, puppies, squirrels, and parrots are too common and don't suit my taste. Is it a lizard? It's too strange. It will scare the 4 little ones. I guess it's a scorpion. What's so fun about a scorpion? It must be a cobra, hee.
The barrage began to go awry again, and Sumu coughed lightly twice.
Ahem, everyone, keep using your imagination.
I'll have people record the comments, and there will be special rewards for those who guess correctly.
This time he didn't keep the audience in suspense. He went back to the living room and took out a pillow with 4 little cartoon characters on it. The audience was so excited that even a mascot had been designed. This shows that Sumu is planning to develop the relationship for a long time, and he won't have to worry about wasting his feelings anymore. The popularity of the live broadcast room soared and soon exceeded 1 million. In addition to the original fans, more people came in through links from major websites. Sumu was secretly delighted, and the camera turned to the 4 little ones and Xiaobai. Xiaobai is not as intelligent as Xiaohei, but after his intelligence talent was enhanced twice,
he still showed amazing wisdom. Therefore, when playing with the four little ones, Xiaobai seemed much more spiritual. If Xiaobai only brought a little surprise when he first entered everyone's vision, after watching Xiaobai's series of performances, many people were already jaw-dropping.
Xiaobai's IQ is incredible, he can even do a backflip. Can you still paint with a paintbrush in your mouth? He can build blocks better than my son. This rabbit must be someone else's. Come on, Kong, Xiaobai can already fight back.
After watching Xiaobai's performance, the Luan family is looking forward to the special guest this afternoon. Hundreds of thousands of viewers were deeply attracted and refused to leave the live broadcast room for a long time. Some people even organized barrage protests, hoping that Muya would end the punishment of Sumu ahead of schedule. Sumu felt a great sense of accomplishment, and he had gained a new group of loyal fans. The only regret is that a certain senior executive of Yamaha did not make any statement. Anyway, there are only 2 days left, so Sumu is not in a hurry. 2 hours later, Sumu turned the camera on himself.
Happy times are always short-lived. This morning's live broadcast ends here. See you in the afternoon. Oh my god, is this the end? Brother Su, please play it for a while longer. That's right, it's almost lunchtime. Without the company of the four little ones and Xiaobai, what are we going to eat? The audience was reluctant to leave.
Sumu was firm in his attitude. I'm sorry, this is the rule of Daddy's studio, and it's also my principle. Now let's seamlessly connect to the second anchor Zhang Yang, so please don't leave. In addition, if you have any opinions on the arrangement of Daddy's studio, you can go to talk to manager Ouyang.
See you in the afternoon, bye.
Leaving the trouble to Ouyang Jian, Sumu decisively turned off the live broadcast.
Live streaming is just a part of life. If you compromise now, you will have endless troubles in the future.
In order to enjoy a free life, Sumu had to offend some of the audience. He believes that true die-hard fans will not turn against him because of this small setback.
Chapter 124 The Heaven-Defying Little Black.
After lunch, Sumu decided to take the four little ones to explore the new toys. We will talk about the dragon and phoenix kite and the investiture of the gods bubblegum later.
Today we are going to play the little gardener. The instructions are very simple, and the basic gameplay is to put special soil into the vase, plant various seeds, water and fertilize, and wait for the seeds to grow and cultivate. The process was very long and there were no surprises, so Brittany studied it for a while over the weekend and quickly gave up. It's not her fault.
Only Sumu can provide the love value required by the little gardener. Now, the seeds in the four vases have sprouted. They are the bamboo planted by Anan, the orchid planted by Kong, the plum blossom planted by Tuanchuan, and the chrysanthemum planted by Yuan.
Plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum correspond to four qualities.
In the absence of love value, the only special feature of the vase is that it can make the seeds of four kinds of flowers germinate at the same time.
Dad, Aunt Brittany said we have to wait a few months before we can see the little flower. Tuanchuan watered the plum blossoms. Yeah, it's not fun to wait so long.
Kong applied some fertilizer to the orchid, then grabbed his toy gun and was ready to run away.
Sumu hugged him and said, Xiao Kong, orchids are also lives.
They need your loving care to grow quickly.
If you don't believe me, just give it a try.
So that is how it is. Kong seemed to understand and touched the orchid's buds. Little orchid, grow up quickly. A love balloon appeared above his head, and Sumu transferred the love value to the orchid buds. The next moment, a magical scene happened. The orchid buds grew at an astonishing speed and soon turned into tender green seedlings. The love balloon above Kong's head was still being generated, and Sumo threw another love balloon to the orchid seedling. The seedlings immediately burst into life, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming green roots and leaves. Another bit of love was injected, and a bud appeared, ready to bloom. Continue to inject love value, and the flower bud will slowly open and turn into a pink flower. The tempting aroma attracted a little bee, which danced around the flower.
Grown up. Kong clapped his hands and cheered excitedly. He waved his hands to drive away the bees and protected the flowers as if they were his friends. Daddy, I want to play too. Tuanchuan couldn't wait any longer and kept jumping. Sumu smiled and guided Tuanchuan to contribute his love points.
With the nourishment of love value, the plum seeds took root and sprouted in a very short time, grew into a small tree, and then bloomed into beautiful little flowers, dancing in the wind. Next are Anan's bamboo and the round chrysanthemums, which also grow very fast, completely beyond common sense.
It smells so good. It's beautiful. Daddy is really good, Aunt Brittany doesn't know how to play. I want to plant more seeds.
The four little ones circled around the plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum and cheered, and praised Sumu a few words. Sumu was happy but also a little worried.
This little gardener was no longer just a toy.
If it were to be exposed, it would probably cause even bigger trouble, which would be even more difficult to explain than the incredible dining table.
This is a little secret between you and Daddy. Don't tell anyone else, okay?
Looking at the four little ones cheering and jumping for joy, Sumu could only guide them patiently. The four little ones didn't quite understand and looked at Sumu in a daze.
If you can keep the secret, Daddy will make you something delicious. Why do you have to keep it a secret? Can't you tell Mommy? Kong Kong and Tuan Tuan didn't buy it and still wanted to share their joy.
Sumu was worried and could only rack his brains to explain. After wasting a lot of time, he finally convinced the four little ones. In order to divert the attention of the four little ones, Sumu took out 4 more pieces of investiture of the god's bubblegum.
Patiently teach them how to play.
They can only taste the flavor but not swallow it. Although the investiture of the god's bubblegum is a system reward, it doesn't matter even if they eat it.
After a while, the four little ones successfully spit out 4 Shichi terracotta warriors.
They chased the flying bubbles and ran madly, and soon forgot about the plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. Sumu quietly put the 4 vases into the warehouse and had no plans to take them out in the short term.
In the yard, the 4 little ones chased each other for a while.
The duration of the 4 Shichi terracotta warriors expired and they broke into pieces.
They looked at Sumu in confusion. Dad, the heavenly soldiers are gone. Tianbing's parents are calling them to go home for dinner. You have to eat well so that you can grow up healthily. Sumu continued to cheat the children. Oh, I'm hungry.
The 4 little ones rubbed their bellies and clamored for food. Sumu laughed and took the 4 little ones back to the living room, letting them play with Xiaohei, who had regained some energy. The 4 little ones woke up from their nap. Sumu let Zhang Yang take a rest and continued the live broadcast of the cute babies and pets. Let Xiaohei show his face first.
It's really an octopus. Black octopuses are very rare. Did Brother Su pick them up from the mountains? Ah, I guessed right. A dozen viewers guessed that the new pet would be an octopus. Sumu fulfilled his promise, asked the administrator to record the information, and immediately sent the cute baby pillow. We want pillows too.
The other viewers were envious, and Sumu took the opportunity to open a Taobao link.
If you like it, you can place an order.
New stores are offering a 50% discount. The cute baby pillow is the first peripheral product launched by Daddy Studio, so of course it can't be given away for free. Many people clicked in and saw that the price was only 30, so they placed orders.
In less than 5 minutes, sales exceeded 3,000.
Sumu was very surprised. At this time, the super administrator reminded him and he closed Taobao.
Thank you all for your enthusiastic support. The first batch of cute baby pillows are limited in stock, so it's first come first served.
After several days of preparation, there were only 10,000 in stock.
Sumu was happy but worried.
100 cute baby pillows were given away through a lottery through Barrage, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room has become heated.
Everyone, look! Xiaohei is transforming.
Someone noticed something and immediately posted a super comment. Sumu looked back and saw that Xiaohei had already raised his body to help in build blocks, with the 4 tentacles below put together in pairs, like 2 legs. The 4 tentacles above were not idle either, and had been combined into 2 arms. Coupled with the head that is deliberately puffed up into a round ball, the protruding eyes, ears and nose, and the skin color and texture that perfectly imitates humans, it looks like another Renin.
Is this okay?
Sumu was also shocked.
Isn't Xiaohei's abnormal ability too abnormal? He quickly turned the camera away.
There was a pile of construction blocks in front of Renin and Xiaohei. The two of them seemed to be in a competition, quickly assembling various engineering vehicles such as excavators and bulldozers. Their movements were so skillful that even many enthusiasts pale in comparison.
Chapter 125 1 in a million. Xiaohei's incredible performance caused a huge sensation. Fuck, is that still an octopus? Has Xiaohei been to outer space? Mutation, definitely mutation.
There are quite a lot of smart people.
Sumu sighed and said with a smile, I despise your appearance of being surprised by something new. My little Hei is so excited just because he built a few blocks? Does Xiaohei have other abilities? Sumu nodded and called Kong Kong over. Xiao Kong Kong, play football with Xiao Hei for a while. He changed his strategy and let Xiao Hei and Kong Kong play a shooting game because it was too violent and would easily make people think of other things. Playing football? Xiao Hei has never played it before. I can definitely win.
Kong Kong blinked his eyes, then excitedly picked up a football, bounced it 5 or 6 times on the spot, and suddenly kicked it. Xiao Hei, who was building blocks, was hit by a football and stopped immediately. Its tentacles separated and it lay back on the ground, turning back to stare at Kong Kong with curious eyes.
Kong Kong giggled and went over to demonstrate to Xiao Hei. After a while, Xiao Hei got what I meant and used 4 tentacles to juggle the ball at the same time. It was not very stable at the beginning. After practicing for a few minutes, you can bounce over 10 times in a row without falling to the ground. The strength of this octopus. I'll call him Paul. I'm on the school football team. Xiao Hei's technique doesn't cause much harm to me, but it's extremely insulting. The audience was completely dumbfounded and began to doubt their lives. Bu Cha Chiener sent a super private message. Lao Su, how many secrets are you hiding from us? The fan group is going crazy. Yeah. Sumu entered the fan group and took a look, and saw that everyone was bidding. I'll give you 1 million. 3 million. 10 million. Sumu's face turned black, and he left a message. Xiao Hei is not for sale, please respect yourselves, rich people. After that, he continued the live broadcast. Ahem, next please enjoy the octopus breakdance. Tuanchuan appeared on the screen, and Xiao Hei happily performed dynamic breakdance, which shocked countless eyeballs. The barrage of comments became more and more explosive, questioning Xiao Hei's origins. Brother Su, is Xiao Hei a Frankenstein or an alien creature? Did he escape from the lab? Will they be captured and sliced into pieces? Sumu tried to explain, but later he found that his brain cells were limited. Faced with all kinds of strange questions, he simply couldn't explain them. Since it cannot be explained, I might as well not waste my brain cells. A sentence I picked up is enough to deal with all problems. If you have the ability, go pick one up too. Why are you asking so many questions? I can't even explain it. Sumu pretended not to see the increasingly aggressive comments and continued to guide Xiao Hei and Yuan Yuan in playing the drawing game. After Xiao Hei perfectly imitated one of Yuan Yuan's paintings, the popularity of the live broadcast room had exceeded 10 million. Even with the barrage restricted, the screen began to freeze. The time was up, and Sumu ended the live broadcast with mixed feelings. He turned to the system for help. Ding! The host should have killed the mutant octopus long ago. Sumu was also regretting it, but the matter was done now. If he were to kill Xiao Hei again, the 4 little ones in Xiao Jun would object. Is there no other way? Ding! The Super Dad mission is still in the cooldown period. Sumu was depressed. What about the temporary mission? Ding! Trigger conditions not met. Sumu was speechless. He checked the system panel and found 6 more extraordinary rewards. He tried to ask, what if I am willing to give up a few extraordinary rewards, too? Ding! Extraordinary rewards are extremely valuable. Host, are you willing to give up 3 extraordinary rewards in exchange for a reasonable explanation? Really? Sumu breathed a sigh of relief and immediately selected 2 extraordinary rewards. A history card and an extraordinary reward. A character card, well, exchange. Ding! 3 extraordinary rewards have been consumed, and the rationalization explanation is being executed. Is that it? After waiting for a long time, the system no longer responded and Sumu could only wait silently. Not only the audience and fans, but also the studio was blown away. Ouyang Jian sent more than a dozen messages. Several scientific research institutions with powerful backgrounds asked for Xiao Hei. If there was no reply within 1 day, the other party would take necessary measures. Sumu couldn't ignore it, so he could only leave a message, try to keep them stable, I'll handle it within 24 hours. At this point, he could only hope that the system would act fast enough. The 4 little ones never got tired of playing. Although Xiao Hei was smart, he didn't know how to hide his ability and bide his time. Sumu talked for a long time, but he still did his own thing, showing his amazing wisdom and mimicry ability. It was not until 5 o'clock in the afternoon that John Lee suddenly sent a message. Su, it's settled. Kanghui International started a secret project 3 years ago to develop a special genetic drug called Beyond Number 1 that can improve animal intelligence and instincts. You are my friend, and you accidentally got an experimental drug.
I don't need to say more about the rest. Finally, it was the system's special envoy who took action. Sumu asked anxiously, does that kind of medicine really exist? Li John, of course I forged the secret project, but the great system is omnipotent. The specific technology is already in my brain, although it is not very mature and the success rate is only 0.0001%. The result of failure is that the animal will directly collapse and die. Sumu felt it was unreliable, a 1 in a million success rate. Do other people believe it? Li John was quite relaxed. It's because you have better luck. Sumu was speechless. Well, this was a reasonable explanation. John Lee continued, I will release the news right away, and you can see the headlines in a few minutes. What else could Sumu say? Thank you. By the way, what reward did you get for helping me this time? John Lee was very excited. Beyond number 1 is the best reward, and its potential is unlimited. I will first implement the non-existent secret project and we will talk later. After the chat, Sumu felt mixed emotions. The system gave the technology of Beyond number 1 to John Lee. I wonder what impact it will have on the world. Looking at the only 3 extraordinary rewards left in the system panel, Sumu began to feel distressed again. This loss made his already limited rewards even worse, and the extraordinary rewards became even more distant. A few minutes later, Sumu checked the headlines. Shocked. Multinational pharmaceutical group Kanghui International has made an amazing breakthrough. Is Beyond number 1 expected to lead the evolution of the whole nation? What a shocking title. After a quick glance, Sumu secretly shook his head. Even if Beyond number 1 is used on animals, it has a 99.9999% mortality rate. Humans want to rely on it to evolve? It's better to wait a few hundred years. However, he achieved his goal. With this news about Kanghui International, the rationalization is absolutely impeccable. Those groups and individuals who covet Xiaohe should also divert their attention. Chapter 126 Mr. Mo, Academy of Sciences. Sumu immediately contacted Ouyang Jian, revealed the information about Beyond number 1 to those scientific research institutions, and explained that Xiaohe evolved with the help of Beyond number 1. I thought the matter was over, but not long after, Sumu found that he was too naive. Ouyang Jian didn't figure it out, so he sent a message. Boss, the other families are easy to deal with. Mr. Mo from the relevant department is very stubborn. He said that he would take Xiaohe away no matter how much it costs. Sumu was surprised. Mr. Mo was the vice president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. He had made significant contributions during a major crisis some time ago. Many people were impressed by his professional ability and noble character. He is highly respected and a peerless national hero. Such a national treasure-level figure is actually interested in Xiaohe. Is Xiaohe's scientific research value really greater than the sky? In that case, will he give it or not? Sumu hesitated. The 4 little ones have already established feelings with Xiaohe, and handing them over to the country without any care would hurt the baby's feelings. Moreover, Xiaohe's mutation is too special. Even if the Academy of Sciences were to study it, they probably wouldn't be able to find out anything. Xiaohe might even become a meaningless victim. Considering this, Sumu quickly calmed down and asked, did Mr. Mo go to the studio? Ouyang Jian said helplessly, yes, they have support behind them, so it's a piece of cake for them to find us. What do you think, boss? The address of the villa has not been exposed, right? Sumu continued to ask worriedly. Ouyang Jian replied, it's not exposed, but judging from what Mr. Mo said, he seems to have known the location of the villa. He seems to be waiting for your statement. What a headache. After hesitating for a moment, Sumu made a decision. Okay, stabilize him first, I will go there myself. Putting away his phone, Sumu made a large portion of delicious steak, chopped it up and tempted Xiaohe. Xiaohe, come and eat some diced beef. The little black fish in the fish tank couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food. It immediately rushed out of the water and used several tentacles to devour the food. It tastes delicious. Sumu smiled, quietly took out a syringe, approached Xiaohe's tentacles, and prepared to extract some blood. Xiaohe suddenly stopped and looked at Sumu warily. Sumu was a little embarrassed when his conspiracy was exposed, so he simply confessed. Don't worry, I'm just taking some blood, I promise it won't be much. Xiaohe made a fuss and refused to give in, obviously he didn't understand. Xiaohe is still not smart enough. Sumu was so upset that he simply threw a large plate of beef jerky into the fish tank. While Xiao Hei's attention was temporarily diverted, he quickly inserted the needle into one of Xiao Hei's tentacles. He wanted to suck some blood, but he accidentally used too much force and ended up sucking up half of the blood. Flutter, flutter. Xiao Hei immediately bared his teeth and claws, staring at Sumu with a cute and fierce look, and said with a puffy mouth, "I'm helping you perform a show, and you actually pricked me with a needle."
Hey, this won't happen again. Sumu left a few words and quickly turned around and left. Brittany's Red Rose team has moved into the buildings around the villa to protect Sumu's family's safety around the clock.
Sumu left a message, asking Brainy to come and look after the 4 little ones, and he drove the Bentley Bentayga Dream Edition to the city.
Where's Xiao Hei?
In the studio, Mr. Remo looked at Sumu with empty hands, and his tone was a little serious.
Young man, do you know how important Xiao Hei is to the country? Why don't you bring him here? Do you have any doubts?
Sumu did not argue with Mr. Remo, but took out a glass bottle filled with blood from his pocket.
Mr. Remo, this is Xiao Hei's blood. Take it back and study it slowly.
Afterwards, he solemnly stated that Xiao Hei was already a member of his family, and apart from regularly donating some blood to the Chinese Academy of Sciences for research, he would never conduct any transactions with any third party.
Mr. Remo felt relieved and looked at Sumu.
Xiao Su, you have encountered a 1 in a million success rate. This is definitely China's luck. You know to cooperate only with the Academy of Sciences.
It seems that you are quite conscious. But I still want to ask, can you protect Xiao Hei? Do you need me to apply for special protection for you? Sumu smiled confidently. I wonder if Mr. Remo has heard of the Red Rose team?
Mr. Remo had a calm expression and said calmly, that is a mercenary team ranked in the top 30 internationally. I heard that they have recently sneaked into China secretly. Since they have always been more disciplined and have some connection with Kanghui International, no action has been taken for the time being.
You even know all this?
Sumu was in mixed feelings.
Master Mo was truly omnipotent.
He cast a curious look, and Mr. Mo smiled with relief.
How can I not be fully prepared when I come here this time? Since the Red Rose team is here to serve you, there will be no problem, The blood of the mutant octopus must have extremely high research value. Mr. Mo sighed and asked his assistant to put the glass bottle away properly. He looked at Sumu meaningfully again. Xiao Su, if you have any more achievements in the future, you must contact the Academy of Sciences. If you encounter any difficulties, you can also come to me. I still have some influence.
Sure. Looking at Mr. Mo, who was nearly 90 years old and still working hard for China, Sumu's heart suddenly ached, and he nodded solemnly. Out of respect for Mr. Mo, Sumu implicitly reminded Xiao Hei that he might have been exposed to nuclear radiation, and its mutation was not as simple as just being injected with beyond number 1.
Sumu took the risk of revealing this information because he didn't want Mr. Mo to take too many detours. I'll take my leave now. We'll see you again if we're lucky. Mr. Mo was very satisfied with Sumu's performance. He chatted with him for a full hour before saying goodbye and leaving. Call. Watching Mo Lao and others leave, Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. Ouyang Jian came over and said, "Boss, if you want to launch something in the future, you must inform us first. I almost had a heart attack just now. Mr. Mo is putting too much pressure on me." Sumu noticed that Ouyang Jian's face was covered in cold sweat.
He smiled and said, you'll get used to it slowly.
If you have any health problems, you can also go to the Provincial First Hospital to see Kanghui International. I am a good friend of their Asia president.
Now that it has been brought out, there is no need to hide the relationship between me and John Li. Li Yuehan can't help himself for no reason. If he takes care of the employees of Daddy's studio, the system should not punish him. To be on the safe side, Sumu asked the system again, and only after receiving a positive answer did he feel completely relieved. Therefore, Daddy Studio has added a new employee benefit, which is that employees can receive a full physical examination provided by Kanghui International once a month for free.
Chapter 127, Master Coder.
After coming out of the studio, Sumu pretended to be an ordinary employee, avoided the media who were still blocking the superbus, and quietly drove away in a Bentley Bentayga. I wanted to go home directly, but when I looked at the time, it was almost 7 o'clock. So Sumu turned around and prepared to pick up Xiao Jun.
Honey, let's go see Grandma Li, Xiao Jun suggested after getting in the car after getting off work. Good, Grandma Li will be well soon. Sumu nodded happily.
He had not visited Grandma Li during this period, but only kept an eye on her condition through Li John. After nearly a month of treatment, Grandma Li's lungs have basically returned to normal, and she will be able to be discharged from the hospital after resting for a period of time. The two bought some nutritional supplements and fruits, drove to the provincial first hospital, and went straight to the intensive care unit. Grandma Li was chatting with several elderly men and women from the neighborhood committee in Xinbei community. Her complexion had become much rosier and she was in a very good mood. Seeing Sumu and Xiaojun, Grandma Li was even more delighted. Just come if you want to. Why bring so many things? Xiao Li and his wife have been making delicious food for me in various ways recently. I am almost getting picky about food. Sumu guessed that the couple Little Li that Grandma Li mentioned were John Li and Brittany. It seemed that they took great care of Grandma Li. With a slight smile, Sumu said, You can't ask us to take it back. Come, I'll peel an apple for you. With the skilled knife skills, the apple peel as thin as a cicada's wing hangs on the table like a pink silk scarf. This scene stunned everyone. Even Xiaojun, who had seen it several times before, looked proud. That's amazing, Xiaosu, you've been practicing your knife skills secretly, right? Aunt Zhang from the neighborhood committee asked enviously. Sumu admitted it frankly. In everyone's amazed eyes, he gently spun the fruit knife and cut the apple flesh into heart shapes. Congratulations to Aunt Li for a speedy recovery. After eating a piece, Grandma Li praised it highly and called others. Come, you can eat it too. Aunt Zhang and others stood up and said, this is the children's gift to you. We won't be an eyesore here. We'll come to see you another day. Grandma Li's face was filled with happiness. She insisted that Aunt Zhang and the others take away the gifts brought by the Sumi couple, which was a kind of repayment. Sister Li, I really envy you. They had all been neighbors for decades, so there was no need for false courtesy. After distributing the gifts, Aunt Zhang and others said goodbye with endless emotion. Sumu and Xiaojun continued to chat with Grandma Li. Upon learning that only a few small spots of lesions remained in Grandma Li's body, Sumu quietly used the loving healing technique. An hour later, all 240 points of love were injected into Grandma Li's body. Her complexion became more rosy, and her voice became more vigorous. She didn't look like a grandma in her 70s or 80s at all. Ding! With the help of the host, Grandma Li has completely recovered and successfully obtained the reward of Coder Grandmaster. While Sumu was delighted, the mechanical voice of the system rang out. At the same time, Sumu's mind began to rapidly increase various programming knowledge, from machine language, assembly language to the latest artificial intelligence language. This is? After a moment of astonishment, Sumu was ecstatic because he majored in computer science in college. Although he studied very hard, his talent was limited and his graduation results were not ideal. After the failure of his business, he was in depression for 3 years, and had almost forgotten the programming knowledge, which he was not very proficient in to begin with. But in just a short moment, he not only regained all his memories about programming in college, but also gained dozens of programming languages that he had never been exposed to before. What you gain is not just basic knowledge, but also experience equivalent to decades of working as a programmer. He can even master various programming languages and edit various software directly in his mind. Within a few seconds, Sumu deduced a notepad software. If it were really coded, its operating efficiency might not be as good as those professional software, but it would definitely not have any loopholes. Perfect programming. Sumu was extremely excited. Being able to write a program without any loopholes is the ultimate dream of all programmers. And just in those few short seconds, he actually did it. You can imagine how he felt. Now, even if Sumu were to become a professor in the computer department, it would be more than enough. Of course, Sumuji is not here, he wants more. With the skills of a master coder, all those wild fantasies that I had when I was bored can now be put into practice. Perfect program, amazing click volume, unprecedented sense of achievement. Sumu gradually became distracted, which seemed a little out of control to others. Tick. A drop of saliva fell on the bedsheet, and Xiaojun and Grandma Li looked sideways at the same time. Looking at Sumu, who looked like a pig, Xiaojun felt a little embarrassed and couldn't help but complain quietly, "Hubby, these fruits are prepared for Grandma Li." Forehead. Sumu's thoughts returned to reality, and after realizing his own poor performance, his old face suddenly turned red. Sorry, I'm a little hungry. He wiped the corner of his mouth and explained in a panic. Grandma Li laughed heartily. Why are you so greedy? Eat if you want. Sumu awkwardly took an orange, peeled it and gave half to Xiaojun. Wife, you try it too. Xiaojun wanted to roll his eyes. When we returned to the villa, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. "Dad, we're hungry." The four little ones rushed over, followed not by Brittany, but by Qin Yangyang and Kai Xiaoqing from the daddy studio. The two little girls had just graduated from secondary technical school and were planning to work in customer service. They accidentally clicked into Su Mu's live broadcast room and were intercepted by him and became administrators. "Brother Su, Brittany has something to do, so we came over to help," the two girls explained. "I got it. You should go back and rest early too." Sumu smiled and gave the two of them overtime pay, and asked Fengzichu to drive them back to the city. Leaving the four little ones playing in the living room, the couple started cooking. Sumu cooked several home-cooked dishes. Xiao Jun's dessert was not finished yet, so he went out to take care of the four little ones. "Hey, where's Kong Kong?" There were only 3 little ones left in the living room, and Sumu took a look at the bathroom. "Dad, brother Kong Kong took Xiao Hei out and won't let us follow him." She was a little unhappy because Xiao Chuanchuan, who was braiding her doll's hair, was telling tales about it. "What?" Sumu was quite surprised. Although Kong Kong was naughty, his eyes would never leave the kitchen when it was time for dinner. "What happened today?" he immediately asked Brittany. "Su, the Red Rose Squad is under investigation. We can't go back for the time being," Brittany quickly replied. Sumu was surprised and asked hurriedly, "Whose investigation?" "Brittany, according to Huaxia, it's the relevant departments." Chapter 128 Kong Kang's Secret. "Oh, I understand. It should just be a simple understanding of the information. Try to cooperate," Sumu reminded and ended the call. As soon as Mr. Mo left, the relevant departments contacted the Red Rose team. It must have been arranged by Mr. Mo, so Sumu was not worried. Brittany and others had already set up secret cameras around the villa. Sumu called up the monitoring software on his phone and soon saw Kong Kong on a screen. He was juggling a ball in the middle of a small woods behind the courtyard. Why did this kid go to play over there? Sumu felt relieved and walked over with a smile. In the open space in the middle of the woods, Kong Kong juggled the ball a dozen times and suddenly kicked it to Xiao Hei. "Xiao Hei, come and help me practice passing the ball." Xiao Hei caught the football, shook it a few times out of habit, and at Kong Kang's urging, threw the football over with a bang. Kong Kong jumped and hugged the football, his little face drooping. "No, it's a pass. I want to be a striker, not a goalkeeper." "Come on." After saying that, he kicked the football over again. Xiao Hei still didn't understand what was going on. He bounced the ball a few more times and threw it to Kong Kong again. This time, Kong Kong was prepared. He simply jumped into the air and blocked the football with his chest. After landing, he was not stable and the football rolled to the side. "Oh, that's hard." Kong Kong went over, picked up the football, and pointed at his feet. "Xiao Hei, here, kick here first. I want to start practicing from the basic movements." Xiao Hei still seems to understand. Sumu came out. Kong Kong, who was about to kick the ball, opened his mouth wide, thought for a moment, ran over, and waved his little hands. "Daddy, don't peek." Sumu smiled. "Dinner will be ready soon, it's time to go home and eat." "Xiao Kong Kong, why do you want to practice passing the ball with your dad on your back?" Xiao Kong Kong tilted his head, hesitating and refusing to answer. Under Sumu's questioning, he simply put the blame on Xiao Hei. "Xiao Hei brought me here." Although Kong Kong tried very hard to lie, his constantly blinking eyes still betrayed him. This child has little secrets when he is less than 3 years old? Sumu was puzzled and suddenly remembered something. On Friday, Kong Kong had an adventure from the cute baby blind box. Could his current behavior be related to that adventure? So, Sumu deliberately put on a stern face and said, "Kong Kong, you must tell the truth. Lying is not a good thing." Kong Kong was very anxious when his lie was exposed. "Dad, I'm not a bad boy." He raised his hand stubbornly. "Uncle didn't let me tell anyone." "Which uncle?" Sumu continued to ask. Kong Kong hesitated for a long time before he was willing to tell the truth. It turned out that on the weekend, Kong Kong was watching the cartoon of Captain Tsubasa on Sumu's computer and accidentally clicked on the registration page for a youth football class. Sumu's QQ popped up automatically. Kong Kong couldn't understand the words and wanted to close the page, but due to a series of coincidences, he started a voice chat with the other party. The junior class of the youth football program accepts children aged 4 to 10. Kong Kong is very interested in it, but unfortunately he is not old enough. The uncle in charge of reception didn't want to discourage Kong Kong, so he encouraged him to practice secretly. If he could master the techniques of dribbling and passing the ball, he would be admitted as an exception. The other party probably said that just to make Kong Kong give up, but the naive Kong Kong actually took it seriously and practiced secretly these days whenever he had free time without telling anyone. So, this scene happened now. What kind of adventure is this? After listening to this, Sumu was speechless. It was just to sign up for a youth football class. It could be done by simply clicking on a web page. Why did he need the system to intervene? He asked the system, but the answer he got was, ding. The final right of interpretation of the adventure belongs to the system. Sumu was too tired to complain anymore. He looked at Kong Kong and said, let's go back to the house and eat first. If you like football, Dad can help you contact that uncle. After finally convincing Kong Kong, Sumu carried Kong Kong and Xiaohei back to the courtyard. The family began to enjoy dinner. At the same time, the back wall of the villa. 5 or 6 men in black climbed over the wall and entered. One of them pointed at the courtyard. The mutant octopus must be inside the courtyard. Everyone, get ready. Don't alarm that family later. Another person whispered, Brother Wu, didn't President Kong have someone bury the octopus? How could it crawl out of the soil and mutate? In Xiaohei's memory, the original owner of the villa was named Kong Waigua. If Sumu could see this scene, he would definitely guess that this group of people were the subordinates of the original owner of the villa. The man called Brother Wu is actually named Wu Ji, the top fighter under Kong Waigua. He has a strong body, unusually large palms, and thick calluses on his joints, just like an external martial arts master. Wu Ji's eyes became sharp. Xiaolu, you should know exactly who Mr. Kong is. For the sake of your own life, don't ask unnecessary questions in the future. Also, if you can get the mutant octopus back this time, there will be a big reward. Xiaolu shrank his neck and said, I won't ask any more nonsense questions, Brother Wu, we will all listen to you. Yes, yes. Several others also nodded vigorously. Okay. Wu Ji looked at the time. It's 9:15 now. Let's do it at 3 o'clock in the morning. I heard that Sumu was also a master. He should have entered a deep sleep by then. As long as we don't make too much noise, he won't wake up. Good. Several people looked at each other and found a place to hide. It was 10 o'clock. Wu Ji and the others were resting in the dark when a spy came back and said, Brother Wu, Sumu and his second son are here with the mutant octopus. What's going on? He found us? Impossible. Even if they found us, they wouldn't bring a baby who's less than 3 years old and a mutant octopus with them. Well, maybe just a walk in the woods. Wu Ji made a quick judgment and said with gritted teeth, Brothers, we will act according to the situation later. If that Su finds us, we will attack him directly. Yes, everyone responded, took out their tranquilizer guns and began loading bullets. Kong, can we practice until 11 and then go back to bed? Coming to the middle of the woods again, Sumu and Kong Kong discussed. The little guy was too persistent. He wanted to come out to practice basketball right after dinner. Sumu couldn't bear to dampen his morale, so he could only compromise temporarily. Okay, Daddy, catch the ball. Kong Kong was very excited and kicked the football directly over. Sumu caught it and gently kicked it back to Kong Kang's feet. Kong Kong took a step forward and caught the football with both legs. Seeing that the football was about to bounce away, he hurriedly grabbed it with his hands. Sumu reminded, using your hands is a foul. Kong Kong hurriedly pulled the ball back, but at that time the football had already rolled half a meter and was stopped by Xiaohei. Thank you, Xiaohei. Chapter 129 Confidence to Collapse. Kong Kong threw the football to Sumu again. Dad, slow down. Good. Sumu kicked the football in an arc, and it landed accurately on Kong Kang's feet. Kong Kong used his habitual juggling motion to catch the football steadily. He immediately cheered, Great, it worked. As Kong Kong celebrated, the football moved through time and space again and rolled in front of Xiaohei. Xiaohei threw the football to Kong Kong, who stuck out his tongue in frustration because he was so anxious to celebrate that he lost the football he had finally caught. Sumu encouraged with a smile, Come on, Kong Kong, you are the best. Okay. Kong Kong immediately forgot about his failure and picked up the football and continued to throw it to Sumu. After practicing for more than 10 times, Kong Kang's catching technique and mentality have become more stable. Inspired by Kong Kang's amazing talent, Sumu stopped simply passing the ball and started changing the angle.
Why can't you catch it?
Facing the diagonal ball, Kong failed again. Sumu continued to guide him. Don't be discouraged, you will encounter all kinds of situations on the football field.
I see.
After all, Kong has watched Captain Tsubasa, so he understands this logic immediately. So, the father and son continued to practice.
Oh, I'm so tired.
Half an hour later, Kong began to feel tired. After all, he was just a baby under 3 years old, and his physical strength limit was there.
It was already amazing that he could hold on for half an hour. Bang bang bang.
Sumi applauded and felt pleased with Kong's progress.
Kong, do you want to become a master like Azora Tsubasa? Sumu thought of something and tried to ask. Kong nodded vigorously. Tsubasa Azora is the protagonist of Captain Tsubasa and also his idol. Well, Azora Tsubasa also put in a lot of sweat and effort to succeed.
If Kong wants to become a soccer player like that, he also needs to practice hard.
How about practicing Tai Chi a little more every day in the future? Sumu continued to guide them.
Among the 4 little ones, Anan was the most serious in practicing boxing. Tuan and Yuan were girls, and it was not good for them to become too strong. Kong's talent is no worse than Anan's, but he can't concentrate when boxing, and his growth is also slower than Anan's.
Dad, what's the connection between Tai Chi and football? Only if you practice Tai Chi well can your body become as strong as Azora Tsubasa. Oh, then I'll listen to Daddy. Okay, let's do some boxing first and then go back.
As the saying goes, interest is the best teacher. For the sake of his dream, Kong showed perseverance far beyond his usual level. Even though he felt Tai Chi was no longer interesting, he still started to practice it with full concentration, without doing any lazy tricks. Sumu demonstrated on the side, and soon Xiaohei also began to wave his tentacles, imitating the movements of the father and son.
Dad, Xiaohei also wants to learn boxing, hee. Kong couldn't help laughing and started to daydream again. Sumu was a little surprised, but still reminded, don't stop, Xiaohei is trying so hard, Kong, you should also work harder, don't let it overtake you. Kong was encouraged and immediately started moving again.
Sumu glanced outside the woods and continued to instruct Kong. In front of the woods, a group of people were lying on the ground.
Why don't they go back to sleep? Xiaolu, one of the 6 thieves, put down his infrared telescope and said, Brother Wu, why don't we do it now? Wu Ji was still observing through the infrared telescope, his brows furrowed. It seems that Sumu is really an expert. He can release and control his strength at will. This is the realm of the 9th stage of Tai Chi. Xiaolu was stunned. Brother Su, you said he is better than you? Wu Ji's face changed slightly. Bullshit, I practice mixed martial arts. No matter how high Su's level is, if we really fight, he can't even last 10 seconds in front of me. Traditional martial arts are just fancy talk, humph. Really? Then shall we start now? Xiaolu was eager to try. Wu Ji thought for a moment and nodded, well, everyone, put on your hoods and get on with it. Good. Several people had already been frozen to death. Upon hearing this, they immediately stood up and someone picked up the anesthetic gun. Don't use the gun yet. Wu Ji stopped him and said confidently, hee, I want to meet Sumu first. Brother Wu is mighty, beat him up. I'll record a video and post it online tomorrow to see how Sumu continues to livestream. He doesn't even know who we are, he will be so angry that he will vomit blood. Court death. Suddenly, an erratic voice sounded. Who? The 6 thieves stopped at the same time and looked around in fear. Call. A figure flashed by, and the last person fell to the ground with a thud. He fainted. Someone went over to check, his voice trembling. Bang! They didn't care about much and just shot with tranquilizer guns, but unfortunately the bullets hit the air. The figure flew back and forth at a rapid speed, and in less than 5 minutes, everyone except Wu Ji fainted. The ghostly figure also stopped and looked at Wu Ji indifferently. This person is naturally Sumu. Thanks to his peak-acquired realm, Sumu sensed the presence of Wu Gu and others the moment he entered the woods for the second time. Except for one of them who was barely strong enough, the others were too weak to pose any threat at all, so Sumu did not take action immediately. When instructing Kong in boxing, Sumu deliberately demonstrated the strength of a Tai Chi master, hoping to make the opponent retreat. Unfortunately, that person didn't seem to understand his hint.
In this case, Sumu had no choice but to attack. The consequence was that only the guy called Brother Wu was still standing there intact.
Who are you? Sumu asked calmly without hearing the other party's previous conversation. Gulp.
Wu Ji's throat rolled and his body trembled slightly. His realm was actually not low and he could also sense the breath of other warriors. However, it was precisely because of this that when he really met Sumu face to face, he realized the gap between the two sides.
Sumu was definitely more than just the ninth stage of Tai Chi. Should I turn around and run away immediately, or should I bite the bullet and give it a try?
After many years of debut, Wu Ji, who has always been decisive in killing, fell into a huge dilemma for the first time.
One wrong choice and he might lose his life. Tell me, who are you?
Sumu took a step forward, his tone still calm enough to make people shudder. Boundless murderous aura surged towards him, and Wu Ji's spine began to feel cold, and the thought of challenging him disappeared in an instant. Now, let alone challenging him, even turning around and running away would probably be impossible.
What should I do? Damn it, why did I take this order?
Under Sumu's gaze that was as if he was looking at a dead person, Wu Ji was left with only the most primitive instinct of survival. His brain was working rapidly, and suddenly an idea came to him, and he found an excuse that even he thought was extremely brilliant.
I'm your fan, come and smile.
As he spoke, Wu Ji, still feeling good about himself, took out his cell phone and prepared to take a photo.
Chapter 130 Tai Chi Xiao Hei. Sumu frowned slightly, sneered and asked back, really? Why did the fans bring an anesthetic air gun and dress up like a man in black?
As he spoke, Sumu took another step forward.
Bang!
The cell phone fell to the ground, and Wu Ji almost collapsed under the tremendous psychological pressure. His face turned extremely pale.
Don't come over here. I said, am I here to challenge you?
In the end, Wu Ji still didn't dare to speak out about his backers.
If he offended Sumu, he might die at most. However, the consequences of betraying Mr. Kong would definitely be more miserable than death. He instinctively chose the former. Still being clever? Sumu shook his head, and at this time Kong and Xiao Hei actually ran over. Daddy, I need to pee too. Forehead. Su's excuse was to come over to relieve himself. He originally wanted Kong to wait for a while, but he didn't expect the time limit to expire and the little guy actually followed him over by himself. Dad, who is that uncle? And why are those uncles on the ground sleeping outside? Kong stopped and blinked his cute eyes, full of curiosity.
Sumu smiled slightly, his murderous aura subsided. They are Daddy's fans.
Call. Wu Ji let out a long sigh. He never wanted to experience the feeling of being locked onto by a top master again in his life. Even a second would be too much. Thank you, little friend. With great gratitude, Wu Ji looked at Kong who was in a hurry to go to the bathroom, then he bowed to Sumu and tried to ask, Brother Su, can I go now? No. Sumu replied coldly while helping Kong to pee. Wu Ji almost collapsed again. What do you want? After Kong finished peeing, Sumu helped him pull up his pants and then turned around. Seeing that Wu Ji was still motionless, he nodded with satisfaction. Since there was no sneak attack from behind, it seems that you can still be saved. Wu Ji felt bitter. As a top master, would he care about the angle from which others attacked? He had a sad face and said nothing, waiting for Sumu's decision. Sumu couldn't do anything in front of the child. But the guy on the opposite side must be punished. Got it. Sumu suddenly had an idea and a strange smile appeared on his face. My friend, I'll give you a chance. As long as you can beat my Xiao Hei, I will give you an autograph. Xiao Hei? Wu Ji looked in the direction of Sumu's finger, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Only then did he notice that the mutant octopus was actually following Kong, but because it was too dark, it almost completely blended into the surrounding environment. Gulp. Thinking of his boss's order, Wu Ji swallowed quietly. Of course, he didn't dare to have any thoughts about Xiao Hei at this time, but he still had some doubts in his heart. Brother Su, you want me to fight that octopus? He was a little amused. Sumu was very serious. That's right. Of course, before the competition begins, I will teach Xiao Hei a few tricks. During this period, you can stop me at any time. The moment you open your mouth, the competition will officially begin. As he spoke, in front of Wu Ji's extremely surprised gaze, Sumu waved to Xiao Hei, and the latter came over very humanely and revealed his figure. Xiao Hei, let me show you a complete Tai Chi first.
Sumu thought for a moment, then performed a set of Tai Chi suitable for Xiaohei on the spot, and all the moves became more flexible. After performing a set of smooth octopus Tai Chi, Sumu asked Xiaohei, "How is it? Do you understand it?" Xiaohei nodded slightly, and stood in place, perfectly imitating Sumu's movements.
"Oh my god, what a genius!"
Wu Ji was dumbfounded and thought to himself, no wonder Mr. Huang asked him to bring the mutant octopus back at all costs. He was so engrossed in watching that he forgot to stop. However, Sumu was not very satisfied. He shook his head gently. "No, Xiaohei, you actually learned all the moves.
How can we fight? Forget them quickly, forget them all."
Wu Ji's face was full of question marks.
Let Xiaohei forget his moves? Isn't this giving himself a chance? He thought about it and didn't say anything to stop him.
Sumu tapped Xiaohei's head and smiled. "Come again." Xiaohei rested for a while, then performed another set of octopus Tai Chi. This time it was more agile and natural, with fewer moves.
Sumu was still not satisfied. "No, there are still traces." Wu Ji began to rejoice secretly.
After taking another short break, Xiaohei continued, this time with fewer moves. Sumu still shook his head. "No, Xiaohei, you still think too much." Wu Ji opened his mouth, thinking that if he continued like this it would be unfair for him to win. Xiaohei was also helpless.
Under Sumu's strict requirements, Xiaohei continued to work hard.
After trying 7 or 8 times, his moves became fewer and fewer. The last time, Xiaohei finally forgot all his moves and almost even forgot how to walk. It only used 2 tentacles to support its body, and the other 6 tentacles in its round body kept swaying back and forth and left and right in the air, just like a drunkard.
Bang bang bang. Sumu clapped his hands. "You get it without thinking, and you succeed without trying. Congratulations, Xiaohei, you have completely forgotten Tai Chi, now you can go fight that big fool." Wu Ji came back to his senses from the shock. He pointed at his nose and said, "Brother Su, you said I am."
Before he could finish his words, Xiaohei suddenly turned into a black shadow, cut through the air and smashed towards Wu Ji's chest.
"Oh my god." Wu Ji was horrified and dodged quickly. Boom.
Xiaohei was relentless and several of its tentacles danced at the same time, raining down on Wu Ji's arms and thighs. Wu Ji, who was in great pain, quickly curled up his body, shouted loudly, and retreated with all his strength.
Ho. After finally dodging Xiaohei's subsequent killing move, Wu Ji stopped to catch his breath. He asked Sumu in shock. "That move just now was very similar to the wind-swaying lotus leaf in Tai Chi, Brother Su. Are you sure Xiaohei has forgotten all the moves?" Sumu acted innocently and said, "Who said that? Xiaohei is just an octopus. Can you understand what it says? Forehead." Wu Ji was dumbfounded and began to doubt his life. At this time, Xiaohei had recovered his strength and pounced on him again, and this time he even changed his moves. The octopus versions of Jade Girl Shuttle and Waving Pipa were performed to the fullest by Xiaohei, and he showed amazing strength despite being less than half a meter tall. With Wu Ji's eyesight, he could barely see some flaws in those 2 moves. However, Xiaohei's body was too flexible. Unless he used the strangulation technique in fighting, it would be difficult to break it. However, with Sumu, the top master, watching the fight, even if Wu Ji had 100 courages, he would not dare to kill Xiaohei. He could only rely on his experience to hold on. After his face was slapped hard by Xiaohei's tentacles 4 or 5 times, Wu Ji dared not fight anymore. 2 powerful punches forced Xiaohei back. Wu Ji was in a state of embarrassment. "Brother Su, I give up."